I was kissed forcefully by the school beauty while playing Truth or Dare. I thought she was just doing it to complete the punishment, but it wasn't until she tried to pry my teeth open that I realized something was wrong. However, what I never expected was that I was the man she wanted to possess again in her new life. In her previous life, during the lowest point of her life, it was I who helped her through that torturous time. After that, we lived a shameless life together. But sweetness is always short-lived. On the eve of our wedding, a tragic car accident ruthlessly took my life. On the day of the wedding, she wore a pure white wedding dress and jumped from the top floor. Following me, fate plays tricks on people, and she miraculously reborn back to the year she was 20. Seeing the young and inexperienced me again, she is determined to quickly regain the happiness with me. This gathering is the perfect opportunity. Immediately, she responds to the host without hesitation. I choose Truth or Dare. Her tone is filled with uncontrollable excitement. As soon as these words were spoken, the boys present instantly became restless, each rubbing their fists and already calculating how to tease this goddess. The same thought was also swirling in Bai Ningbing's mind. As she swayed her figure, her alluring body making one drool, she walked straight up to me, slowly bending her soft waist, and this carefully chosen angle allowed me to indulge in her infinite charm. Then her sweet voice came like a heavenly sound. Fang Yuan, can I kiss you? As soon as she said this, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone's jaws almost dropped, and I was even more dumbfounded. Staring at her, my mind blank for a moment, unable to say a word. Bai Ningbing's cheeks only turned slightly red as she elegantly raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, pretending to ask pitifully, "Don't you want to help me complete the task?" In fact, for her, this great adventure was not a punishment at all. It was clearly a super reward, allowing her to get close to me under the guise of propriety and playfully tease her young husband a little. She would love to come for this punishment 10 times a day. After all, a 20-year-old body hides a soul that is mature at 30. At this moment, I came to my senses, scratched my head, and blushed as I said, "It's not that I don't want to, it's just..." Bai Ningbing covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Seeing me, who easily got shy, filled her heart with joy. Thinking about the many opportunities like this in the future, a sense of happiness about nurturing a husband surged in her heart, making her look forward to the days to come even more. Seeing the goddess so enthusiastic and proactive, the boys all widened their eyes and shouted, "No way!" But Bai Ningbing completely ignored them. Today, no one could stop her from getting me. I saw her bend down again, pouting her pink little lips in front of me, giving me no chance to refuse. Watching that little mouth get closer, I was filled with worry that I would become the enemy of the whole school. In a panic, I picked up a piece of paper and held it in front of my mouth, saying, "But I think it would be more appropriate to do it through a tissue, otherwise, others would definitely tear me apart." Seeing this, Bai Ningbing's lips curled into a barely noticeable wicked smile, thinking to herself, "My husband used to be so innocent." With that thought, she readily agreed. Then she closed her eyes, obediently clasped her hands behind her back, and naturally pouted her red lips, slowly leaning towards me. Looking at the stunning face just inches away, I could clearly feel my heart racing wildly in my chest. Just when everyone was extremely anxious, Bai Ningbing made a surprising move. I saw her suddenly lose her balance, her body leaning forward sharply, while she quickly reached out to snatch the paper in front of my mouth, all without opening her eyes. Before I could react, her red lips accurately pressed against mine. In that instant, I felt the sweet and soft, bouncy texture of her peach-flavored lipstick, as if a small volcano erupted in my heart. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing kept her eyes tightly closed, looking completely in bliss. To the group of boys, we looked like long-lost lovers reunited. In fact, it is indeed the case that she even unconsciously wanted to pry open my teeth with her tongue. This sudden action completely caught me off guard. Although I felt reluctant, I still blushed and pushed Bai Ningbing away, with her saliva and lipstick marks still lingering on my lips. Bai Ningbing clearly felt it wasn't enough fun, and she frowned slightly, asking, "What's wrong, Fang Yuan?" I swallowed hard and said helplessly, "I think the task is about done now. If we continue, it will probably be dawn. I'll be taken out by those murderous gazes around us." "Fang Yuan, your face is so red. Are you running a fever? Or is this your first kiss?" Bai Ningbing's lips curled up, revealing a triumphant smile. At that moment, my face was already red to the roots of my ears, and I stammered, This is indeed my first kiss. I had fantasized about it many times before, but I never expected it to really happen, especially being taken away so forcefully by you." Hearing this, Bai Ningbing couldn't help but chuckle, her smile bright and enchanting, enough to make one feel intoxicated. "That's a coincidence. That's also my first kiss." The second half of the social gathering afterwards completely became a stage for Bai Ningbing to show off our love. She took charge of everything, which left others uninterested, and they all left early. The party ended early. I was walking on the playground, feeling uncomfortable under the hostile gazes thrown at me from time to time. Just as I was touching my lips, savoring that peach-like sensation, a concerned voice came from a man, Bai Ningbing. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let me take you home. I turned to look, and it was Wang Tang, the captain of the basketball team from the neighboring sports college. I shifted my gaze back to Bai Ningbing, only to see her face full of indifference, completely ignoring Wang Tang, who was asking her how she was doing, and her eyes were scanning the crowd. Soon, she spotted me among the crowd, and her originally cold little face instantly broke into a smile. Fang Yuan, wait for me a moment. After saying that, she rushed over to me. I quickly turned around and walked towards the main door, muttering to myself, hey, you can't see me. Hey, Fang Yuan, why are you in such a hurry? Bai Ningbing said as she quickened her pace, suddenly blocking my way, frowning and asking, you're not avoiding me, are you? With her words hitting the mark, I could only smile awkwardly and hurriedly explained that I hadn't heard her just now. As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Tang also caught up and asked, Bai Ningbing, who is this? Why are you so enthusiastic about him? Bai Ningbing completely ignored him and skillfully linked her arm with mine, saying, classmate Fang Yuan, it's so late, please take me home. As soon as she said this, Wang Tang and the people around him gasped in surprise. Could it be that the goddess is with this inconspicuous guy? But they didn't know that this was exactly what Bai Ningbing wanted. She didn't want anyone to disrupt her happy life with her husband. At that moment, my mind went blank as I looked at Bai Ningbing, who was tightly holding my arm. Just as I was about to pull my hand back, I found that she held on even tighter. I said, we shouldn't be going the same way. Bai Ningbing smiled slightly and said, as long as I'm walking with you, any way is the right way. That's it. I'm definitely going to become the enemy of the whole school now. Wang Tang saw the person he had been pursuing all along now being so enthusiastic towards someone else, and he angrily asked, Bai Ningbing, what do you mean by this? But he was ignored by Bai Ningbing again. Bai Ningbing looked at me pitifully. Doesn't classmate Fang Yuan have the heart to let me go home alone? What if something happens? I frowned. I just feel that between us. Let's go home, classmate Fang Yuan. After saying that, she pulled me towards the school gate. Just then, Wang Tang suddenly grabbed my shoulder from behind, his handsome face turning extremely fierce. Bai Ningbing, where did I go wrong? You brought this guy to anger me. Hearing this, my brows instantly furrowed, and my hands unconsciously clenched. Before I could take any action, Bai Ningbing shouted angrily, let him go. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a murderous intent. This shout scared Wang Tang into retracting his hand, his face full of disbelief. This can't be true. I don't believe it. I also doubted if I had misheard. Bai Ningbing actually stood up for me. How could I have such great charm? You can believe it or not, but don't come to disturb me and classmate Fang Yuan again, Bai Ningbing said bluntly. Also, don't harbor any delusions in the future. I could never like you. Wang Tang's face darkened significantly upon hearing this, and he turned to me fiercely and said, if you're a man, come participate in the basketball game between the sports college and your art college. Let's settle this once and for all. The loser has to roll away from Bai Ningbing's side. Do you dare to agree? As the captain of the sports college basketball team, Wang Tang was very confident in his skills. Okay, it's a deal. Bai Ningbing unhesitatingly agreed for me. I looked at Bai Ningbing in surprise, and she looked at me with unwavering determination and confidence. Classmate Fang Yuan, I believe you can win, and you should believe in me too. I will be there cheering for you. As she said this, she playfully winked at me and then pulled me towards the school gate. At this moment, I felt like crying without tears. As a design student, competing against the sports academy, isn't this just asking for trouble? Bai Ningbing saw me like this and smiled sweetly. Fang Yuan, you definitely don't want to see me being bothered by such an annoying person all the time. So starting tomorrow, train with me. The next morning, a striking figure on the college basketball court was particularly eye-catching. Bai Ningbing was wearing hip-length shorts, and her long, slender legs dazzled the eyes, while her tight sports bra showcased her perfect figure to the fullest. Unfortunately, beside the goddess was someone who seemed out of place, dressed in an old jersey, panting and resting on his knees. I had been practicing here for more than half the morning, and although Bai Ningbing felt a bit sorry for my appearance, she thought of the need for me to have a strong physique. So she picked up a basketball and revealed a sweet smile. Classmate Fang Yuan, it seems you need to put in a bit more effort. I responded with a wry smile, as I also wanted to train hard. But with so many hostile gazes staring right at him outside this scene, Zhang Fan always felt that he could not exert himself. With one glance, he could see those boys as if they wanted to eat him alive. That's terrible. Looking at Yiling again, she seemed to have long gotten used to this feeling of being surrounded by people. Look at you. You're sweating so much. At that moment, Yiling suddenly raised her small hand. The soft back of his hand gently wiped the beads of sweat on Zhang Fan's forehead. It was such a small gesture that the boys outside that arena exploded. Holy, that kid is too blessed. I hate it. What is his relationship with the goddess anyway? It's all over the walls of our campus about the goddess and him. Is it hard to believe that the goddess is really a flower stuck in cow dung? It's over. My goddess. Zhang Fan's face was slightly red, not knowing whether it was hot or shy. Thank you, Belle. It's okay, let's keep practicing then. And cheer up. Good. Just as Zhang Fan took the ball and was about to start practicing extra hard, suddenly a big hand reached out and snatched the ball out of Zhang Fan's hand. Yiling and Zhang Fan looked together, only to see a tall boy in a ball uniform suddenly appeared behind them, slapping the grabbed basketball. Behind that tall boy, there were several other boys also wearing uniforms. Yo, goddess. I didn't realize you were into basketball. If you want to learn, just tell me and let me teach you. As a gym member, I'm still happy to help my classmates. The tall boy sneered, and a few people behind him laughed. When Yiling heard this, that beautiful eye immediately went cold. What are you doing? Zhang Fan couldn't help but frown when he saw the tall boy. This person is the sports committee member of their class. Yang Qi, gangly looking not to mention acting like this. He was a notorious little bully in the class, and the few people behind him were followers of Yang Qi. Didn't want to do anything. I saw that you were bored alone, so I wanted to play with you, Yang Qi said with a bad smile. It seemed to treat Zhang Fan beside Yiling as if he didn't exist. Yang Qi then asked, "What? Don't welcome us? Can't you see we're training here?" Yiling said in an icy tone. "If you guys want to play, go to another court. It's not like we're the only ones who can play here. Give the ball back." Training? With Zhang Fan? Yang Qi and a few of his followers burst out laughing. Don't laugh your ass off. What's there to train with this rookie? When Zhang Fan heard this, he secretly clenched his fists and his cheeks bulged. Watch what you say. Student Zhang Fan is not as bad as you say. Yiling looked serious and said in a firm tone. He's the one who's going to participate in this basketball tournament and beat the next gymnasium. Yiling. Zhang Fan looked at Yiling with a touching look in his eyes. Just him? Don't be ridiculous. Yang Qi walked up to Zhang Fan at this time and said with a head taller and a condescending tone. I'm the sports committee member of the class. How come I don't know about this? Even if this kid wants to play in a basketball tournament, can he have it in him? But don't go up there and embarrass our southern arts. That's right. A guy with zero athleticism trying to play the game. Zhang Fan being a cheerleader is more like it. Playing soccer? Forget it. Yang Qi's few people did not humiliate Zhang Fan like a human being, and she was so angry that Yiling's small hands clenched. Zhang Fan was equally angry, but now with this amount of strength in himself, he was indeed not qualified to refute anything. Just wait and see. Student Zhang Fan will definitely be able to do it. Yiling lightly gnashed her silver teeth and said, and, I'll say it again, give the ball back and don't disturb our training. Want the ball? Sure. I'll give it to you as long as you can get it, goddess. Yang Qi smiled contemptuously, grabbed the ball with one hand, and stretched it directly in front of Yiling. Yiling half-heartedly stretched out his hand, but the next moment he grasped an empty one. It's not that easy to take the ball from my Yankee. Right in the middle of Yang Qi's complacency, suddenly the ball in that hand was actually snatched away by someone, and his palm was empty. When they fixed their eyes on it, they realized that the basketball had appeared in Zhang Fan's hand. When did you? Yang Qi looked at Zhang Fan with a surprised face. He actually did not see Zhang Fan's movements just now. Although Yang Qi cannot afford to compare to the group of guys in the gymnasium, but he is not much of an enemy in the South Arts. I did not expect that this fan moves so quickly. A moment to snatch the ball away from his hands. Is it fun to bully a girl? Since you want to fight, then let me fight with you. Zhang Fan's eyes rarely sharpened. The hand that was gripping the basketball was streaked with bruises. Yiling looked at Zhang Fan with surprise, and that beautiful eye was filled with admiration. Hubby, it's so manly too. It was worthy of being the man she, Yiling, had loved for 2 lifetimes. Yang Qi was surprised at this moment and laughed, pulling the corner of his mouth and said, alright, so ballsy right. Then let's have a 1v1. I'll see what your kid is capable of. Don't just know how to grab a ball in the end. Then you, Zhang Fan, will be disgraced in front of so many people. Zhang Fan swallowed his saliva, but his eyes remained firm as he said, okay, but I have one condition. If I beat you, you have to let me play in this basketball tournament. Chapter 5, One-on-One. Time to prove yourself. Yiling trusted him so much, and how could he live up to that expectation? Even if it was just for this bet, Zhang Fan must win. Whether it's the Yankee in front of you, it's the same basketball team captain, Chan Junfeng. Zhang Fan was also very clear that if he didn't show his strength to give this Yang Qi a little color, the matter of signing up for the basketball tournament was probably impossible. Wouldn't it be the same as losing the Sunday's bet in disguise and being humiliated in 100 ways? and it was also a good opportunity to take this Yang Qi to practice first. After all, the only way to find out where you're lacking is to fight in real life. Ha ha, laugh me to death. You still want to win me with this rookie? Yang Qi laughed out loud without a care in the world. In his eyes Zhang Fan was simply dreaming when he said this. But he also didn't mind taking this opportunity to step on Zhang Fan to show Hu Yiling his skills. So it was that Yang Qi laughed disdainfully. But seeing as you're so naive, I'll be merciful and show you the gap between the two of us. 3 balls, whoever finishes first wins. Well, Zhang Fan sank his eyebrows and considered. Okay, just 3 balls. Seeing this, Hu Yiling somehow became a little worried. She knew that Zhang Fan was doing this for her sake. Otherwise with his nature, it was unlikely that he would take the initiative to pick a fight with someone like Yang Qi. But now that her husband's training had just begun, I'm afraid that agreeing rashly would only make Yang Qi more complacent. Zhang Fan did not consider this. He just knew he had to do it. The 1v1 match began. The boys of the academy saw that situation have come forward to watch. All of a sudden, half of the basketball court was surrounded. Yang Qi moved his body. The more people he instead, the more excited he was. This meant that the whole school would know about Zhang Fan's arrogant brat making a fool of himself later on. Hey, isn't this our Southern Arts mainstay, Yang Qi? Yeah, it looks like this ungrateful kid is going to fight him one-on-one. I guess it's going to be a tough loss. Yang Qi's skill isn't worse than those guys from the gymnasium. Those students who were on the sidelines were starting to wait for a good show. Hearing these words that fell in his favor, Yang Qi looked at Zhang Fan with the ball in both hands and smiled disdainfully. In front of so many people, don't say that I'm bullying you. Let's let you go first on the first ball and see what you're capable of in the end. Yang Qi then pushed the ball with both hands and smashed it to the ground, passing it to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's eyes were resolute, but his face was covered in cold sweat, and his arms were even trembling slightly. He had been searching for an opportunity to make a breakthrough. As long as he could find Yang Qi's breakthrough, he would be able to avoid a physical difference collision. If he used his body in a single fight, he would definitely not be Yang Qi's opponent. Hu Yiling clenched her hands tightly, her eyebrows tense. Yang Qi laughed coldly. What? Don't dare to move, are you afraid? Zhang Fan did not respond to the provocation. The next moment he dribbled forward and attacked from the right side. Yang Qi, after all, is still old-fashioned, directly stopping in front of Zhang Fan, blocking Zhang Fan's breakthrough with his physical superiority. Meanwhile, Yang Qi's 2 hands attacked fiercely, harassing Zhang Fan to dribble the ball. Snap! Just as Zhang Fan was about to force a second breakthrough, Yang Qi made a venomous interception and directly cut off Zhang Fan's ball. Yang Qi looked at Zhang Fan with disdain and compared a middle finger. That's it? Zhang Fan's eyes were bleak and he clenched his fists hard. Hu Yiling couldn't help but wrinkle her willow eyebrows as well. As per 1v1 rules, the offense is cut off and the round restarts. This time, it was Zhang Fan's turn to play defense. Yang Qi stood outside the 3 points and dribbled the ball with one hand. He looked at Zhang Fan and said, let's give you a good eye-opener on what exactly is basketball. With skills like yours, you still want to play the game. It's just not even close. Zhang Fan bent down and defended with a serious face. However, before Yang Qi could come in from beyond 3 points, he threw the basketball to Zhang Fan's wide-open crotch, followed by just breaking through and brushing Zhang Fan's body to catch the ball he passed. A standard layup. Yankee took the first ball straight away. Chickens! Yankee sneered and returned to the 3-point line. The crowd of onlookers outside that arena let out jeers at the sight. Where did this kid get the guts to even challenge Yang Qi? That's right, there just aren't many players from Southern Arts that are his match. Hey, abusing him is just like abusing vegetables. No fun, no fun. Zhang Fan picked up the basketball on the ground and clenched his teeth. I can't believe I'm so useless. Is it really going to be gone? Hu Yiling looked at the anxious atmosphere and was anxious, especially when she saw Yang Qi's arrogant look. She couldn't wait to get on the field for her husband to teach him a lesson. Serving the ball again. Zhang Fan tensed his nerves this time, never letting himself make the same mistake he made just now. However, Yang Qi seemed to have read Zhang Fan's mind, and after raising a disdainful smile, he suddenly dribbled violently to break through. Yang Qi, who has been mixing with the court for many years, has arrived behind Zhang Fan as soon as he breaks through, and Zhang Fan can only rush to follow up, and at the same time reach out to block the ball in Yang Qi's hand. But at this time, Yang Qi took a step back, so that Zhang Fan but pounced on an empty. In the next moment, Yang Qi made a backward jump shot and threw the basketball directly out of his hand. Bang! The ball crossed Zhang Fan's head and smashed directly onto the basket. But at that moment, the basketball spun a few times along the rounded iron basket, but finally spun right out. Yang Qi instantly became a bit displeased. Hu Yiling was relieved to finally switch defenses. Otherwise, if we let Yankee score another goal, then this 1v1 will be up in the air. Now at least there's a chance. Thinking of this, Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan with a gloomy face. Only Zhang Fan took a deep breath and stood outside the 3-point line. Fang's own breakthrough didn't work against Yang Qi at all. No matter if it was Yang Qi's body, or his reaction and speed, he was quite a bit stronger than himself. It can't go on like this. Zhang Fan, not taking a single point. Are you preparing to have your head shaved by me? Yang Qi stood in the circle with a face of contempt. I won't let you win that easily. Zhang Fan dribbled the ball and took a deep breath. And I won't lose to you just like that. Just as Zhang Fan hesitated on how to proceed to the next step, a voice sounded beside him. Zhang Fan, don't do things you're not good at. Just like we practiced this morning. You can do it. Hu Yiling encouraged Zhang Fan from the side. This blatant favoritism immediately stunned the boys around them. What kind of tactics did this kid Zhang Fan use to get the school flower to give him a shout of support? Don't do what you're not good at. Zhang Fan muttered. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. That's right. He should have trusted himself. Just like he had trained with Belle earlier. Just as Yang Qi was feeling jealous of Hu Yiling's attitude towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, who was 3 points away, gave up his breakthrough stance and actually held the ball with both hands. The crowd wanted to laugh. Was this giving up resistance? Seeing this, Yang Qi also laughed out coldly. Still want to shoot 3 points? You can't even learn how to break through. So what if I let you shoot? I still don't believe you can hit it. That's what you said. Zhang Fan's gaze was like a torch as he grabbed the ball and aimed it at the basket. In the next moment, the knot in Zhang Fan's throat slid up and down as he stood on his tiptoes and shot a smooth arc directly into the air. Finally, under the eyes of the crowd, that basketball actually pierced through the center with an arrow at an extremely precise angle. Yang Qi's eyes widened as he looked at the basketball that was jumping on the ground. For a moment, the atmosphere froze for 2 seconds at this moment. Hu Yiling's beautiful eyes also turned from shock to great joy. Enter. In. Chapter 6, Super Long Range Shooting. Zhang Fan stunned the stadium crowd with this confidence-piercing shot. How the hell is that possible? At this moment, Yang Qi's face was written with surprised question marks. This kid can't even dribble well. But that shot just now was so decisive and precise. Whether it's from the shooting position or the angle of the shot, it's perfect. Looking at his hand, Zhang Fan was also surprised. I never thought I'd actually do it. Zhang Fan happily looked at Hu Yiling, only to see that she was looking at him with a big smile. However, this result, in fact, Hu Yiling's heart has long had a 9 out of 10 grasp. From this morning's practice, she knew that Zhang Fan's dribbling skills were a bit average, and it was definitely too late to practice the basics in order to get on the court and play in such a tight schedule. But luckily, Hu Yiling realized that Zhang Fan had a very good shooting touch, so she temporarily had a strategy to let Zhang Fan focus on practicing shooting. From 6 out of 10 in the beginning to 9 out of 10 later on, the progress was already considered to be divine. It was expected that this 3-point shot would go in. Holy, that pierced heart just now was awesome. Yang Qi was actually shot in the face. What a surprise. What kind of luck did this guy eat to be so accurate? Now it seems that it's not certain who will lose and who will win. The game is currently tied 1-1. Although Zhang Fan hadn't gotten the advantage yet either. At least the situation at hand gave him a slight sigh of relief. But Yang Qi was really unhappy in his heart about this result. Especially when he heard everyone around him praising Zhang Fan for that 3-point shot. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Don't get cocky. You're lucky you just took that shot. But this time I don't believe you'll get in. Yang Qi looked at Zhang Fan with a fierce look on his face. Although he said so on his lips, Yang Qi was still uneasy. I can't let this kid throw the next ball. It would be a shame to let him get away with another one. Since Zhang Fan scored, this time it was still Yang Qi who served as the defense. When Zhang Fan got the ball, Hu Yiling was still off the court encouraging. Old Zhang Fan student, continue to maintain your offensive style and don't be affected by that big dumb guy. The big fool. Yang Qi had a questioning face. Is Hu Yiling talking about him? Good. Zhang Fan nodded as he looked at Hu Yiling, a little more confidence on his face at the moment. The next moment, Zhang Fan's eyes became serious as he looked at the basket. Seeing this, Yang Qi knew that Zhang Fan was planning to stand at the 3-point line and shoot the ball again. In order to prevent Zhang Fan from being able to get his way, Yang Qi decisively stepped forward to make an interception. I'll see how you're going to score this time. Just as Zhang Fan was about to strike, the suddenly rushing Yang Qi and Zhang Fan collided. The basketball came out of Zhang Fan's hands, but Yang Qi's purpose at first was not to cap, but to knock Zhang Fan down. With a thud, Zhang Fan fell heavily to the ground. Honey, Hu Yiling covered her mouth at once. Hiss. Zhang Fan collapsed on the ground, his knees and elbows worn through the skin. A moment later blood spilled. Just now the goddess was calling that kid her husband? I'll be damned. It seems to be true. No way. You guys heard wrong, right? How can that be? Hu Yiling rushed to Zhang Fan's body to check the situation. The heartache in those beautiful eyes was visible to the naked eye. Mr. Zhang Fan, are you okay? Wait a minute. Zhang Fan frowned, but his eyes fell on the basket. Yang Qi was the same. That 3-point shot from Zhang Fan was interfered with, but it still came off and hit the basket. At this time that basketball was rapidly spinning in the basket. The knot in Zhang Fan's throat moved up and down. Hu Yiling followed the line of sight and also quietly held her breath. The ball spun several times in the basket, then suddenly turned slowly to the basket, and when it looked like it was about to fall out of the basket, it fell toward the basket, and the court crowd erupted in a whimper. When Yang Qi saw this, he clenched his fists. Asterisk. Great! Seeing this, Hu Yiling happily hugged Zhang Fan. There's one more goal to go. One more goal and Zhang Fan wins. Suddenly being held tightly by the school flower Hu Yiling, Zhang Fan's brain blanked for a moment. Especially feeling that softness on his chest made his body stiffen up, not daring to move. The boys next to him then were even more wide-eyed and clenched their teeth in anger. This guy is also too lucky. Not only was he able to play ball with the schoolgirl, he had the schoolgirl nervous when he was injured, and now he was even blatantly hugging together. When Yang Qi saw this scene, his face darkened to the point of blackness. Not only was Zhang Fan continuously show 2 3-points, his favorite schoolflower is still in Zhang Fan's arms. What things are let this kid accounted for the end. But if he loses this game, in the future in the college can really lose face. Hey, have you had enough of the show? If you're not dead, hurry up and proceed to the next round. This show of love made Yang Qi angry. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Hu Yiling was still hugging him, like she didn't mind at all that people were looking at them. But, you have to know that there are dozens of sharp gazes looking at him on this court. Bull. Let's just finish the game, Zhang Fan said with a word of caution. Alright. Hu Yiling loosely let go of Zhang Fan and looked at the wound on his knee. Then you remember to be careful. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Yang Qi again. The heartache in that beautiful eye instantly turned to sharp, and her body was even shrouded with a killing intent. Staring, Yang Qi could not help but stare. What kind of eyes does this woman have? That look in his eyes just now was like saying, if you touch him again, I'll kill you. The next round continues to start. This time Zhang Fan was still on the offensive side, but compared to the last 2 rounds, this time Zhang Fan was hung up with color. Not to mention then the confrontation. Even normal pitching might be affected. I'll see how you can throw this time. After serving the ball, Yan Qi coldly grunted, looking at Zhang Fan with blood on his arms and knees. This injury would definitely affect his accuracy. With a little more blocking, it's unlikely he'll ever be able to. What's this kid doing? Holy, is he going to shoot from center court? How is this possible? It's too arrogant. Right now, Zhang Fan's action interrupted Yang Qi and the others' thoughts, only to see Zhang Fan suddenly take the ball backward, separated from Yang Qi inside the 3-point line by a distance, almost standing in the middle of the court. Zhang Fan looked at this distance and then looked at the basket. Should be about right. This time, even Hu Yiling didn't expect it. Is this the husband's intention to challenge himself? But this was a bit too risky for Zhang Fan, who had just hung up his color. Zhang Fan didn't pay attention to those skeptical voices. He only wanted to believe in himself, because he knew that if he didn't even have a little breakthrough, it would definitely be impossible for him to defeat Chen Junfeng of those gymnasiums when the time came. He had to try it once. Yang Qi laughed coldly at this moment. You're really a wimp, because you're afraid of my defense. You retreated to this position to shoot, but do you think it's really useful? You're just asking for death. Zhang Fan, who just got injured, has a hard time dipping the rim for a 3-point estimate, and still wants to be in the middle of the court? Will it work? Wouldn't it be nice to try? Zhang Fan's eyes were firm as he held the ball up to the basket. In the next moment, Zhang Fan closed his eyes. While jumping up hard on your toes, push the ball out hard with your right hand. Only an extremely high arc was seen crossing, reflected in the pupils of the stadium crowd. It can't be. Jan looked up, wide-eyed. Swish! A nice shot through the center. The sound through the net is extremely pleasant. Third goal. Scored. Chapter 7, if you touch it, you'll be responsible for it. Crouch! An exclamation suddenly erupted from the astonished crowd. The next moment there was a gasp of disbelief from the stadium. It's 3-1. This kid actually won. Yang Qi actually lost to a guy who can't even make a breakthrough. It looks like the name of the first man on the South Arts Court is about to change. Hu Yiling was also extremely surprised, not expecting Zhang Fan to be able to do this. Hubby is really so handsome. According to this situation, I guess there was still hope of defeating Chen Junfeng. However, at this moment, Yang Qi's jaw was about to drop to the ground in shock. Even he couldn't make a long-range shot like that just now. But Zhang Fan not only did it, but it was also a beautiful shot through the center, which was not something that could be touched by chance at all. The ball in Zhang Fan's hand seemed to be like 100 hits. It was too damn exaggerated. This can't be right. How could it be done to this point? Yang Qi simply didn't want to believe this result. I can't believe myself. Lost, and it was still a loss to a novice on the court like Zhang Fan. This was a disgrace for Yanqi. What's impossible? A loss is a loss. Willing to bet is a loss. You have to add Zhang Fan's name to the class team. At this moment, Hu Yiling walked to Yang Qi and spoke coldly. Yang Qi glanced at Hu Yiling, his face darkening as he said, "Add it. It's just adding a name. It's just that it's too late to enroll now. And even if you can get in, it'll be a replacement slot at best." You, Hu Yiling furrowed her willow brows. At that moment, a hand suddenly rested on Hu Yiling's shoulder. "It's okay, just substitute. Maybe you'll get a chance to play," Zhang Fan advised. Hu Yiling was a little aggravated, but there was nothing she could do. Who let Yang Qi as the sports committee member of the class? This matter of basketball match is organized by him alone. Forcing Yang Qi can't get any good results. Since this is the case, we can only talk about it when the time comes. Don't blame me for not warning you, Zhang Fan. Don't think that just because you've scored 1 or 2 goals, you can replace South Arts against the next gymnasium. Those guys can be much more powerful than me. You on the field is just a joke. It is better to feel at ease as your substitute. After Yang Qi finished speaking, he left with a cold snort in anger. Hu Yiling was so angry that she raised her fists. "What did you say? Say it again if you can." Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly and said, Don't be angry. Originally, I really wasn't qualified to enter this competition either. If it wasn't for you training with me, I wouldn't even have a chance to be a substitute. Now that I'm on the team, I think I can get up there and play a little bit more. Anyhow, really?" Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan and frowned. "Yang Qi is deliberately bullying you." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yang Qi was deliberately making things difficult for Zhang Fan, and a big reason for this is still because of Hu Yiling. Thinking of this, Hu Yiling gritted her teeth. She must help her husband become stronger before she could do so. "I almost forgot. You still have injuries on your body. We have to hurry to the infirmary to sterilize it." When Hu Yiling saw the blood on Zhang Fan's knee, she immediately pulled Zhang Fan up nervously and ran towards the infirmary. The crowd that hadn't yet dispersed from the stadium froze in place in shock at the sight of this scene. These two, what the hell is going on? Could it be that the school flower of their southern arts has just been arched by a pig? In the infirmary. Why is there no one in there? Hu Yiling pulled Zhang Fan into the infirmary in curiosity. Zhang Fan blushed and scratched his head. "I guess the teacher has something to go out. Since this is the case, then forget it. Anyway, it's just a small injury. No need to be too nervous." "No, we're going to have to fight soon. And you're not going to get better that fast with this injury dragging on. And we still have to keep training." Hu Yiling frowned her willow eyebrows and suddenly thought of something. "Well, since the teacher isn't here, let me help you with the medicine." Don't Come sit." Zhang Fan was pressed on the chair, and Hu Yiling's pretty face was close at hand. "Today, I'm your doctor, student Zhang Fan." All of a sudden, Zhang Fan's ears were paralyzed. Yiling who found iodophor, cotton swabs, and gauze from the shelf. Taking these, Hu Yiling came to Zhang Fan, and in the next moment she lowered her body and actually knelt in front of Zhang Fan, applying medicine to the wound on his knee. Zhang Fan hurriedly reached out to stop him. Wait, that's not a very good position, is it? It's too easy to get the wrong idea." "Why?" Hu Yiling frowned, puzzled. "It's just a medicine. What's wrong with that? Don't be shy." "Alright then." Zhang Fan saw that Hu Yiling was so insistent, so he couldn't stop anything. But looking at her with her head buried underneath him, Zhang Fan's heartbeat was about to jump out of his chest. How could he have thought that the schoolgirl would help him do such a thing? Hiss! Zhang Fan suddenly clenched her teeth gently, her cheeks reddening. Hu Yiling raised her head and said, "It's almost done. Oh, bear with me, okay? I know. I didn't hurt you, did I? A little bit. Okay, I'll be gentle then. It's over." Hu Yiling exhaled heavily and ruffled the hair around her mouth. After the bandage was finished, she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as she looked at this self-tied bow. Zhang Fan was also made to laugh and cry by Hu Yiling's girlish heart. Still, the fact that Hu Yiling was doing this for him warmed his heart. He was not really familiar with her. It was just that since last night, inexplicably the two of them had been training together. However, in Hu Yiling, Zhang Fan saw a very cute side of her. Compared to the old Yiling Hu, this might be the real her. "What's wrong?" Zhang Fan student. Hu Yiling realized that Zhang Fan had been looking at himself. No, nothing. Zhang Fan scratched his head awkwardly. "But thank you, Yiling. There was no one in the past who would be so kind to him, let alone someone like Hu Yiling." Hu Yiling smiled brightly and said, "It's alright, just a little thing. and if it wasn't for me, maybe he wouldn't have found trouble with you. But now it seems that Yang Qi wouldn't dare to find trouble with us anymore. I hope so. Zhang Fan let out a bitter smile. Don't worry, I'm here. Hu Yiling smiled faintly, then was about to stand up. However, the next moment, because of kneeling for a long time, suddenly her legs were weak and she actually fell into Zhang Fan's arms. Zhang Fan, who was sitting on the stool, saw the scene and subconsciously reached out to help. Hu Yiling just collapsed into Zhang Fan's arms, and Zhang Fan's hand just happened to be pressed on her chest. Good soft. Zhang Fan, whose brain had short-circuited for a while, then reacted and hurriedly loosened his hand. Sorry, I didn't mean it just now, Zhang Fan hurriedly explained. At this time, Hu Yiling covered her chest, her pretty face slightly reddened and said, Student Zhang Fan, you're responsible for touching it. Chapter 8, you have no right to touch her. What? Zhang Fan immediately sucked in a breath. The schoolgirl says, hold him responsible? Zhang Fan was speechless for a moment. But I didn't do it on purpose. I was afraid that you would get hurt but you've already touched it. If you're not responsible, then won't I be unclean? Hu Yiling frowned her willow eyebrows, looking heartbreakingly uptight, as if Zhang Fan had really done something hurtful. Zhang Fan's face was in a difficult position. Puff. Hu Yiling couldn't hold back her laughter for a moment. Okay, I'm just teasing you. Seeing her own husband in this adorable state, Hu Yiling really found it too funny. Hey. Zhang Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately it was a joke, but then he looked at Hu Yiling again and frowned. But you really aren't angry? For something like this, according to the normal development, shouldn't it be slapped by Hu Yiling and then called a rascal? But look at Hu Yiling not only not angry, but also smiling, to know that she has suffered a loss. Don't mind. As long as it's Zhang Fan's classmate, it won't mind doing anything. Hu Yiling spat out her tongue. No matter what, Zhang Fan was also his husband. To say that she minded, she didn't know how many times she should have minded in her last life. For Hu Yiling, apart from being shy, how could there be a feeling of resistance? Instead, there's some intimacy and a reminder of her past happiness yet. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling and couldn't help but frown. Something's not right. This woman is not right. I'm a little hungry. Classmate Zhang Fan, let's go eat together. Hu Yiling touched her flat belly and said. After she reminded him of this, Zhang Fan also felt that he was a bit hungry. It was just about the time for the noon meal, so it was time to go and have something to eat. At that moment, Zhang Fan said, let's go to the cafeteria then. Cafeteria? Well, why don't we eat out? Going to eat out? Why? Isn't the cafeteria fine? I'm not too used to eating in the cafeteria law. Saying that, Hu Yiling laughed meaningfully. Moreover, I don't think student Zhang Fan would want to draw attention to himself again, right? Zhang Fan scratched his head. So it was indeed true. After all, there were so many people in the cafeteria, and I'm afraid that eating with such a strikingly popular figure as Hu Yiling would cause a crowd. Just thinking about it makes Zhang Fan feel terrible. Then it's a deal. Let's go. Just by walking on the road, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling had already attracted a lot of attention. Of course, these gazes were all running towards Hu Yiling. Although Zhang Fan was a bit uncomfortable, he had accepted the current situation. Just after leaving the school gate, Hu Yiling very naturally took hold of Zhang Fan and pointed in a direction. Let's go there. I remember there's a very nice restaurant on that side. You'll definitely like it too. Anything. Zhang Fan stuttered as he looked at Hu Yiling holding on to himself. That said, is she really not worried that she'll be misunderstood? That's a lot of people around here. Obviously, Hu Yiling didn't care about other people's gazes and happily pulled Zhang Fan in the direction of the restaurant. Unbeknownst to them, there were several pairs of eyes staring at them in the crowd at this moment. Young Chen, is that the kid you're talking about? A yellow-haired punk looked at Chen Junfeng beside him and asked. At this time, Chen Junfeng was looking at the back of Hu Yiling holding Zhang Fan's back and gnashing his teeth in anger. He was so attached to this woman, and she was even with this silly boy. No matter what, he had to snatch Hu Yiling back from Zhang Fan. That's him. You guys give me a good lesson on this kid, even if it means breaking his legs. Chen Junfeng's face darkened, his fists clenched. But remember, don't hurt my woman. Otherwise, you won't get a penny. As long as he breaks one of Zhang Fan's legs, he won't be at the basketball game on Sunday. And naturally he, Chen Junfeng, will win that bet. By the way, he could also teach this guy who stole his goddess a lesson. For insurance purposes, this is the perfect way to go. If you're going to do it tough. Don't worry Chin Xiao. As long as there's money, we'll definitely do what you ask. The yellow-haired gangster smiled lewdly. Chen Junfeng coldly grunted. The money will definitely not be less for you guys. As long as you do what I ask you to do, and beat that brat to a pulp. so that she can take a good look at what kind of man she really likes. When the time comes for me to come out and stop you, you must act real. Got it? Come on. The acting skills of our brothers are better than any Oscar-winning actor. Don't worry about that, boss. It's Oscar. Shut up. Do you need to be reminded of that, boss? Of course I know it's Okicha. The old boss doesn't have a chicken. You're the one with no ing chicken. How do you talk? Looking at these few unorthodox punks, Chen Junfeng spoke impatiently. Stop arguing. That's it. Hurry up and follow me. Or else you'll have to be responsible for me if you lose someone. Hurry up. Yes, Chen Xiao. Walking through the crowd, Hu Yiling leaned on Zhang Fan's shoulder with a happy face. The whole time, Zhang Fan's body was stiff, not daring to move. There was even an illusion, as if the schoolgirl of Southern Arts had become his girlfriend. No. This is impossible. How could one be with such a windbag? Even if it is not in the school at this time, but in the street, Hu Yiling's body value still attracted a lot of attention. First hot eyes, then fell on Zhang Fan when it became contempt. It's really tearful. He didn't want to. Go here. This way will be faster. Hu Yiling pointed to a remote path on the left. The two were just heading up the path when suddenly a couple of punks came out of an alley. These few punks were holding throne sticks in their hands, dangling and stopping in front of Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan. When Zhang Fan saw them, he immediately felt something bad. His eyebrows quickly sank. We seem to have gotten into trouble. Hu Yiling also sensed something was wrong. The guys were obviously squatting on them. And there's no one else in the neighborhood, so it's right up their alley. What do you want? With a cold face, Hu Yiling took the lead and asked. I can't believe I'm in the way of her and her husband being affectionate at this time. These guys, they have a death wish. What do you want? It's not obvious. The yellow hair in the lead walked to Hu Yiling and made a point of displaying the flinging stick in his hand. The short and chubby punk on the side spoke up. My boss, to molest you. Shut your mouth if you can't talk. Yellow hair chided. Then he looked at Hu Yiling and smiled lewdly. Chick, you're good looking. Do you want to go have some fun with our brothers? I don't suppose this little white boy next to you would mind, would he? The yellow-haired punk looked viciously at Zhang Fan. Hearing that this punk was so blatant, Zhang Fan's face was grave and he quietly clenched his fists. With so many people here, he would definitely not be an opponent if they really fought. We have to find a way to take Hu Yiling away from here. Seeing this scene, Chen Junfeng, who was hiding in the back, couldn't help but raise a bad smile. Yiling Hu, you'll see the goon's true colors soon enough. The only one who can truly protect you is me. Chen Junfeng, corny line. Come out and flirt with a woman and don't change your sentence. Really think you're handsome? At this time, Hu Yiling, her beautiful eyes were sharp and said. The yellow-haired punk had a face of disbelief as he questioned. What did you say? What, boss? She seems to be calling you ugly. Shut up. Yellow hair snorted coldly and gritted his teeth as he looked at Hu Yiling. If it wasn't for Chen Junfeng's orders, he would have hated to take this woman. Who cares if she's pretty or not? How dare she denigrate his face? Chick, you're pretty hot. I still have to take you today. Saying that yellow hair reached out to grab Hu Yiling. But just at the moment when he was about to touch Hu Yiling, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed him firmly. Yellow hair looked down in surprise, and then down at the owner of the hand. Only Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and spoke with cold eyes. You have no business touching her. Chapter 9, The Schoolgirl Strikes. Student Zhang Fan. Hearing Zhang Fan's domineering words, Hu Yiling was pleasantly surprised. Hubby's so manly, it's Max, okay? Moreover, the flavor of maturity had vaguely appeared on Zhang Fan's youthful face, especially with those unwavering eyes. It's hard not to love. Brat, do you still want to save a beauty from a hero? Can't you see there's a few of us? Yellow hair sneered. I didn't expect this kid to be quite bold. Zhang Fan's brows furrowed and the knots in his throat slid up and down. So what? I won't let you guys fool around with her. Encountering this situation for the first time, Zhang Fan was naturally afraid. After all, the enemy was outnumbered. Not to mention they were armed. If it wasn't for the emergency situation just now, he wouldn't have taken the risk to do so. It was all for the safety of Hu Yiling. Boss, this little kid has fallen for the trap. Use your words. Keep your mouth shut. Okay, boss. Yellow hair suppressed his anger and looked at Zhang Fan. Kid, don't say that your grandfather I don't give you a chance. Now if you throw her down and leave, I can pretend that what you just said was never said. Otherwise, you will definitely die a miserable death. Saying that, yellow hair smiled grimly and stuck out his tongue, licking it towards the dumping stick. Asterisk. What's that smell so bad? Old boss, I've been a bit poop. Constipation. So I used it. Asterisk. Wouldn't you ing use your own one? Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling's expressions were all over the place when they saw this. These punks don't look too smart for Yakko. But Hu Yiling soon felt that something was wrong. Get in the trap? Is there a conspiracy in this case? Hu Yiling lightly frowned her willow eyebrows and looked at Zhang Fan. Mr. Zhang Fan, why don't you leave here and call the police first? These punks were headed for her, and they couldn't be allowed to hurt her husband by mistake. Someone who can go to the police is the best thing to do, and she can bail herself out anyway. No, I can't go. Zhang Fan suddenly held Hu Yiling's small hand. In the next moment, he seriously looked at Hu Yiling and said, I won't leave you here alone as a girl, and I can't do such a thing. If I really leave like this, then I would also be too much of a wimp. Puff. Hearing these simple and sincere words from Zhang Fan, for a moment, Hu Yiling even heard her own heartbeat. Not bad for her husband in her last life. You really haven't misjudged anyone at all. Hey, Yaking, have you thought this through or not? If you don't run, you'll lose your legs later. Yellow Hair struck his hand on the palm of his hand with a shaking stick and threatened. Zhang Fan was about to open his mouth when suddenly Hu Yiling pulled her hand out, causing Zhang Fan to be surprised. Belle, student Zhang Fan, leave this place to me. Hu Yiling turned her head to look at Zhang Fan and smiled faintly. Zhang Fan said incredulously, what did you say? Before Hu Yiling could reply, she seemed to have changed her face in the next moment, her beautiful eyes looking at that yellow hair icily. You want to fight, right? I don't need Zhang Fan's hand to beat you up. I alone. It's enough. At those words, Zhang Fan's eyes widened. Hey, you little learned Sichuan opera face changing, right? Yellow Hair laughed in surprise, his tone disdainful. The short and fat punk added, old boss, she wants to fight us one-on-one. One-on-one? Don't joke. Yellow Hair came in front of Hu Yiling, lifting her good-looking chin with that throwing stick. Just such a female college student. How much strength can she have? And still want to single? Hiss. Ah. After Yellow Hair took a breath backwards, he suddenly shouted, only to see Hu Yiling kick towards Huang Mao's crotch without hesitation, straight to his vitals, instantly hurting Huang Mao to cover his lower body, the whole person squirming. Zhang Fan couldn't help but cover his crotch, a feeling men can all experience. Boss. A couple of punks yelled in surprise. Finished. It's over. The boss really has no chicken now. Hu Yiling let out a cold laugh and propped up her waist. You punks. It might be okay to intimidate other girls, but if you want to intimidate me, you're looking for the wrong person. You seek death. Yellow Hair was so weak from the pain that he had long forgotten Chen Juanfeng's advice. It would be a shame to be in the company of his little brother for years if he didn't beat the up. Get me the. At this time, a few gangsters rushed forward with their throwing sticks, wanting to grab Hu Yiling. Such a beautiful woman. Even if you can't get it, you can at least touch it. Hu Yiling's beautiful eyes showed a color of disgust and a sharp edge of killing intent. At the next moment, she only saw her raise a beautiful leg, a high vertical split, and her heel directly smashed on the face of the oncoming punk with a bang. That punk immediately rolled his eyes and his nose blood spilled out in all directions. Hu Yiling's handsome and smooth movements filled Zhang Fan with amazement as he watched. For a moment, the image seemed to be fixed in Zhang Fan's eyes. He never knew that Hu Yiling was so good at fighting. Chen Junfeng, who was hiding in the distance and spying, couldn't help but let out a gasp. I forgot that Hu Yiling is the president of their school's taekwondo club. I didn't realize she was so good. Chen Junfeng indeed did not expect that the situation would not develop in the direction he had planned. What a blunder! Bang bang! Hu Yiling's airborne double kick sent two more punks to the ground. Wailing sounds rang out at once, watching Zhang Fan sigh in amazement. I never thought I would be protected by a girl, and was still the school's top girl. Chapter 10, Behind the Scenes. I'll kill you. Just then, Yellow Hair suddenly attacked from behind Hu Yiling. Belle, be careful. Hu Yiling turned to look, and just as Yellow Hair's swipe was about to hit her head, a dark shadow suddenly blocked her. Fixing her eyes on it, it was actually Zhang Fan. Bang! A solid muffled sound. Yellow Hair's flinging stick directly hit Zhang Fan's left arm. Honey! Hu Yiling blurted out in fear. Zhang Fan drew back his hand in pain and sucked in a breath. Why are you so stupid? This would hit you in the head. I'm fine. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and looked at Hu Yiling. You're not hurt, are you? Hu Yiling suddenly froze, and warmth welled up in her heart. And you dare to block for her? I think you're sick of living. Yellow Hair bellowed ferociously and slammed another flinging stick. When Hu Yiling saw this, her beautiful eyes suddenly sharpened, only to see her kicking a swift high kick, directly kicking at Yellow Hair's face. Her face instantly deformed, her nose bone was rawly broken, and blood flew horizontally. With a few thuds, Yellow Hair rolled around a few times before collapsing to the ground. Hu Yiling's beautiful eyes carried killing intent. How dare you hurt student Zhang Fan? You're the one who's impatient with life. She, Hu Yiling, would not spare anyone who dared to rough up Zhang Fan. Chen Junfeng, who saw this scene from afar, was so angry that he slammed his fist on the wall. Wastes, all a bunch of losers, to be beaten like this by a woman. It looked like there was no way to continue the rest of the program. Those punks couldn't be relied on at all, and if they stayed any longer they would only be discovered. Although Chen Junfeng was very upset, he could only take a step forward and wait for Sunday's basketball game to settle the grudge. Show me your hands. Hu Yiling nervously pulled Zhang Fan's arm. During this day, Zhang Fan had suffered quite a few injuries, which could make her heart ache. Nothing serious, just some bruises. Zhang Fan frowned and said. Hu Yiling couldn't help but grit her teeth. These assholes. Old boss, Chen Xiao didn't say she knows kung fu. The short and chubby punk was beaten to the point that his incisors fell out. Yellow hair covered his face, and suddenly a hot stream flowed through his fingers. It's blood. If I had known that this girl was so powerful, I would have let Chen Junfeng raise the money. At this moment, Hu Yiling walked towards Yellow Hair. Seeing this, Yellow Hair scuffed the concrete and fell back in terror. That ass grinding through. Lady, woman, spare your life. Only Hu Yiling came to Yellow Hair's body, dropping her sharp and beautiful eyes to ask, who is this dead fatso talking about young Chen? Who the hell ordered you here? Say. At first, when she heard the word upper set, Hu Yiling was surprised, especially now that she had heard that not-so-smart fatty say the name Chen Xiao. She was even more certain that this was definitely not just a coincidence, there must be someone behind the scenes directing them to come. Thinking of this, Hu Yiling's pretty face became even more angry. Yellow Hair was so frightened that he hurriedly waved his hands to explain. Heroine, there's really no one instructing me. Don't listen to that pig-headed nonsense. Yes, Chen. Young Chen didn't instruct us. The fat man with the missing incisors also hurriedly nodded his head. Yeah, what he said didn't. Idiot. You've exposed us all. Hu Yiling snorted coldly, her beautiful eyes icy cold. Say it, don't hide it. What's going on here? Zhang Fan also curiously walked over. Seeing that the matter has been exposed, Yellow Hair broke the pot and said, even if you know. So what? We have professional ethics. Take the money for others to eliminate disasters. Do you think that if you want me to say it, I will say it? When you're on the road, it's all about the rules. Hey, you, what are you doing? There was a click. Only Hu Yiling suddenly picked up his cell phone and snapped pictures at Yellow Hair. Delete the photo for me. Yellow Hair exasperatedly said. Hu Yiling sneered. Her red lips lightly opened. Aren't you quite a backbone? Then these words, you'll wait to go into the detention center to say them. I'll see if you want to choose to talk to the police about rules. You. Yellow Hair instantly panicked. Chapter 11, the whole thing is over. Seeing that Hu Yiling was going to call the police, Yellow Hair swallowed his saliva and finally reached out his hand in a hurry. Don't, woman warrior, have a talk, don't call the police, I say. I'll tell you everything. That's more like it. Hu Yiling put away her cell phone, which was still on the lock screen. Yellow Hair gave Hu Yiling a resentful look. It was Chen Junfeng who told us to do this. Chen Junfeng? Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling were surprised when they heard the name. I didn't realize that he was behind it all. Why did Chen Junfeng do this? Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask. That Yellow Hair suddenly laughed coldly and said back, why should I do that? You've offended Xiao Chen yourself. Aren't you clear about that? Now, young Chen wants you to disappear from this little forever. When Zhang Fan heard this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Just because he's too close to Hu Yiling, he's going to do something like this? What is Chen Junfeng going to do to us? Hu Yiling also asked. That Yellow Hair laughed. It's not you guys, it's just that kid. Chen Xiao. Want one of his legs? What? Zhang Fan was slightly surprised. It turned out that from the very beginning, these punks were running towards him. I'm afraid it's also because Chen Junfeng did it to stop him from playing the basketball game. Hu Yiling's pretty face was covered in anger. Her delicate fists clenched. Chen Junfeng the bastard. She would never let this guy get away with it. If you want to hurt her husband, you'll have to go through her Hu Yiling first. Sorry, Mr. Zhang Fan. It looks like it's because of me again, that I've gotten you into trouble. Hu Yiling then frowned again and got very guilty. No need to apologize. It's not just your choice. It's also mine. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling with a serious expression. Even if they want to find trouble with me, it's none of your business. Don't blame yourself. Although contacting the schoolgirl, Hu Yiling, would cause a lot of trouble that would come out of nowhere. However, Zhang Fan knew that it was not Hu Yiling's fault and would not blame her for anyone else's fault. The thing to think about now is how to fix this. Hu Yiling actually had the urge to cry when she heard this. Hubby, this also. It's too good to be true. Just then, Zhang Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Fan picked up his cell phone and took a look. Then he remembered that he had a part-time job in the afternoon. Oh no! I've delayed too long. I forgot that I have to go to work in the afternoon. But now this. In that case, then Zhang Fan student go quickly. Hu Yiling said. But what are they going to do about it? It's okay, I'll fix this. Don't worry about it. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly, giving people a reassuring feeling. This, Zhang Fan hesitated a bit. However, thinking that these guys have no power to fight back and are not Hu Yiling's opponents at all, he indeed has nothing to worry about. Alright then, as for this meal, I'll make it up to you next time. Okay, take care on the road. Hu Yiling waved her hand vigorously at the distant Zhang Fan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That yellow hair watched Zhang Fan leave and clenched his teeth in anger. But there's nothing they can do about it. Who made them so unlucky to run into a female devil? Hey, little yellow hair. Suddenly, Hu Yiling coldly looked at yellow hair. Yellow hair swallowed his saliva and compensated with a smile. Mistress, do you have any orders? Hu Yiling took his cell phone and waved it in front of yellow hair's eyes. I have a picture of you. If you dare to find trouble with Mr. Zhang Fan next time, then don't blame me for coming after you. Do you hear me? Listen to understand. The corner of the eye of the yellow hair twitched up. This woman. Really scary. Right. Hu Yiling slowly spoke. How much did Qin Junfeng pay you guys for finding you to do this? Yellow hair hard squeezed a smile and said, originally agreed to give 3,000 after the completion of the matter. But now the matter is yellow. This money is estimated to be unable to get. The woman had the nerve to ask. If it wasn't for her, the 3,000 yen would have been a sure thing. Chapter 12. Hu Yiling sniffed and spoke after a moment of deliberation. How about this? I'll give you guys an errand. As long as you guys help me accomplish it, then I'll give you this number. Saying that, Hu Yiling compared a palm. I thought how much? A district of 5,000 wanna make us. Not 5,000. 50,000. What about 50,000? What? You said 50,000? Hu Yiling raised a faint smile and said, that's right, help me finish this. 50,000 will be yours. Yellow hair was immediately excited like a pug, nodding his head and saying, I'll do it. I thought you were quite backbone and would not even want this 50,000. Hu Yiling said disdainfully. Yellow hair hemmed and hawed and changed his words. How come? Just now that was the little one who had no eyes. His brain couldn't turn around at once. But you nagged me about this. I'm in the spirit. But this is not good without some money in hand. Yellow hair said, stealing a glance at Hu Yiling. How could Hu Yiling, who had dealt in the business world in his previous life, not know the meaning? But trying to get the sweet spot now would be too cheap for them. It doesn't matter if you don't do it. Someone else will naturally do the $50,000 errand anyway. Don't. I believe you still. Yellow hair rushed to dissuade him. After all, when Chen Xiao's errand went yellow, he had to make up for some losses, even if he doesn't promise her. I'm afraid this ruthless little girl won't just let him go. Go ahead. What do you want us to do? At this moment, Hu Yiling's good-looking eyes flashed with killing intent. It's simple. What Qin Junfeng wants you to do, I want you to do. It's called returning the favor. Night, Millennium Ramen House. In the silent noodle shop, Zhang Fan was working hard to clean up the dishes in the store. I don't know what's going on, but that 40-something-year-old boss's wife, Auntie Wang, has been sitting on her seat, propping up her double chin with that white and chubby hand, and has been staring at Zhang Fan with ambiguous eyes and a smile hanging from the corner of her mouth. This made Zhang Fan look more or less furious. After all, the store is alone. It was so hard to finish packing up all his things. Zhang Fan just wanted to escape from this horrible gaze at this moment. Auntie Wang, I've cleaned up, so I'll go back from work first. Zhang Fan was about to unwrap his apron and leave work when Aunt Wang suddenly opened her heavy red lips and said, Little Fan. What's the hurry to go back? Come, accompany Auntie Wang for a chat. As she said that, Auntie Wang also threw Zhang Fan a wink. Zhang Fan's body directly shivered. Also, it's better to forget about it. Auntie Wang, I still have things to go back to. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. I in no hurry. I still want to talk to you about the wage increase. Aunt Wang laughed meaningfully, getting up and pulling Zhang Fan to her seat. After all, you've been working here with such dedication. Aunt Wang can see that. Wage increase? Auntie Wang, are you serious? Zhang Fan didn't think too much about it and was even a bit happy. It's true that the current salary is still less for him. It would be nice to see it go up a bit more. Of course it's true. After all, little Fan, you're so capable. How could Auntie Wang not reward you? You're right. Auntie Wang smiled charmingly like a young girl, and a fat hand wearing a gold ring caressed Zhang Fan's hand. This instantly caused Zhang Fan to stiffen. It can't really be what he thinks it is. Zhang Fan slowly pulled his hand out and said with an awkward smile on his face. Thanks. Thank you Auntie Wang. Since I'm working here, it's only right to work with all my heart. He. Aunt Wang's narrow eyes took a glance and laughed again. Xiao Fan can be really modest. After all, there are not many capable and hard-working young guy juice like you. Aunt Wang. I don't know how much I like you. Saying that, Zhang Fan suddenly felt a gust of friction coming from his legs. Quietly, he looked downstage and saw a large gold-washed black silk ham rubbing against his calf. In an instant, Zhang Fan's face turned a little white with fear. Auntie Wang this is monstrous love Chapter 13, Unemployment. Xiao Fan tonight Aunt Wang is home alone. Why don't you come over and accompany Aunt Wang for a chat? By the way, let's talk about the wage increase. Aunt Wang's charming eyes were like silk, and that thick hand grabbed Zhang Fan once again. Zhang Fan tried to break free, but realized that his strength was not as strong as Auntie Wang's. Little Fan behave yourself to get a raise. Auntie Wang, this, jingle bells. Just then, the store door was suddenly pushed open. Mr. Zhang Fan, I'm here. The smile on Hu Yiling's face froze just as she entered the door. When her eyes landed on Aunt Wang's salty piggy hand, Hu Yiling's pretty face instantly turned cold. Student Zhang Fan? Aunt Wang took a glance at Hu Yiling and then looked at Zhang Fan. Little Fan, who is this? It can't be your girlfriend. Right, Belle, what are you doing here? Zhang Fan was astonished. How does Hu Yiling know she works here? Looking at his hand again, Zhang Fan hurriedly drew it out. It's not what you see. Don't misunderstand. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly, his ears reddening. Hu Yiling came with an icy face and looked at Aunt Wang with hostility. Of course I'm coming over. If I don't come over, wouldn't that be my own boyfriend being arched by a sow without even realizing it? Zhang Fan's eyes widened when he heard this. Did he hear right? The boyfriend that Hu Yiling was talking about. Was she talking about him? What are you talking about, you little girl? Auntie Wang was so angry that the flesh on her face trembled when she heard these meaningful words. Hu Yiling snorted coldly and slowly said, I didn't say anything. Are you going to admit that you are the sow that arched the cabbage? Well, but looking at it this way, it does look more like it. What do you mean? Zhang Fan hurriedly got up and discouraged. Yiling, don't be angry for now. I just happen to be getting off work at the right time as well. So let's get out of here first. After saying that, Zhang Fan looked at Auntie Wang again and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Auntie Wang, for causing you trouble. No, this little girl came up here and cursed me and tried to just leave. Fan, you can either pick her or me. If she doesn't apologize to my mother today, there's no way to talk about the wage increase. Auntie Wang furiously pointed at Hu Yiling and said, Who am I to apologize to you? Hu Yiling frowned her willow eyebrows and said, Aunt Wang was so angry that her chest was heaving. Look, what kind of girlfriend you got? It's not as good as your Aunt Wang me. Zhang Fan was in a difficult position for a moment. Finally, Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and suddenly ripped off his work license and threw it on the table. Both Hu Yiling and Aunt Wang looked at Zhang Fan in surprise. I'm sorry Auntie Wang. I can't do this matter. Zhang Fan said in an icy tone. Aunt Wang stared with those narrow eyes, watching Zhang Fan pulling Hu Yiling away from the store door. Too angry to speak. Only after leaving the noodle shop did Zhang Fan let go of Hu Yiling's hand. Zhang Fan sighed and said with a despondent face, Don't misunderstand what just happened. I also didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. I didn't promise her anything. Of course I know. Hu Yiling said under her breath. I know that student Zhang Fan is definitely not such a person. It's just that she can't stand the thought of that fat having the audacity to lay hands on her husband. Just thinking about it made me want to chop off that pig's hoof to vent my hatred. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was relieved. I'm sure that just now, Hu Yiling said that he was her boyfriend, but it was also to help solve the problem. By the way, how did you suddenly find this? Zhang Fan was curious. I don't think I've ever told Hu Yiling where I work, right? Hu Yiling was actually following the memories of her last life to find her way here. She still remembered that when she used to chat with Zhang Fan, he had mentioned the place where he worked when he was in college, so Hu Yiling always remembered it clearly. I wanted to come and pick you up from work. Who knew I'd see something like this? Hu Yiling deliberately snorted coldly. Zhang Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Hu Yiling stole a glance at Zhang Fan and then changed her words. Alright, I'm just kidding. I just wanted to come and see where your workplace is. And by the way, I wanted to talk to you about tomorrow's training. After all, the day after tomorrow is the basketball game. That Gaichin Junfeng is so hateful. We must not let him win. I may not have time to train. Hu Yiling was talking when she suddenly heard Zhang Fan say this, and her expression froze. Why? Hu Yiling frowned. Zhang Fan sighed and slowly said, As you can see, now I have lost my job. In order to make ends meet, tomorrow I have to take advantage of my free time to go look for a job yet. And my hands are also. Zhang Fan looked at his injured hand. Life is obviously a little more important than a basketball game. Hu Yiling sniffed, her willow brows frowning deeper. Student Zhang Fan, if you have any financial difficulties, just tell me. I can help. No. Zhang Fan shook his head and refused. It's my own business, after all. Thanks for the kind words. Though, Hu Yiling wanted to say something for a while. Student Zhang Fan, it's getting late. You'd better go back earlier. I'm also going back to rest. Zhang Fan felt annoyed and was really not in the mood for any more small talk right now. Looking at Zhang Fan's back as he left, Hu Yiling was heartbroken. No. Hubby's unemployment is due to her after all. Gotta help hubby get through this one for sure. Chapter 14, Campus Headlines. The next morning, just after entering the classroom door, Zhang Fan felt very uncomfortable. A gaze was coming his way. Hostile, contemptuous, envious, even surprised. Zhang Fan looked over these gazes and found a seat. Before he could clean up, he was suddenly slapped hard on the back. Looking back, he saw a boy wearing black-framed glasses appear behind him, his arm forcefully hooping Zhang Fan's neck. You kid is finally here. Quickly say it. Are you hiding something from me? What are you babbling about? Zhang Fan broke away from He Weihang's hand. He Weihang gave a bad laugh and lowered his volume. You're damn unkind. I'm your best friend now. Such an important thing. How dare you not tell me? Like I still regard you as your good brother. This He Weihang in front of him was Zhang Fan's only and best friend since he entered the Southern Arts Center. 2 years of college life. Only the straightforward character of He Weihang did not look disparaging Zhang Fan. What's so important? Why don't I know what you're talking about? He Weihang snorted coldly. Good. Still want to hide it from me? Not just with our college schoolgirl together, but also hiding? Afraid that I rob you not? But how the hell are you? Woo woo. Zhang Fan hurriedly covered He Weihang's mouth. What are you talking about? When did I get together with Hu Yiling? Woo woo. He Weihang pointed to his gagged mouth. Zhang Fan helplessly let go. He Weihang then laughed. This is not my nonsense. The school bar on this matter is making a fuss about it. You kid now. But you have become a big name in the school. What? Zhang Fan froze and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to check. This just opened the posting bar, and all the top posts are about him and Hu Yiling. Surprise! Nani schoolgirl Hu Yiling and beggar exercising early in the morning. South Arts headline. 2 men fight for the right to mate with the schoolgirl. Court 1v1. What kind of doggone UC headlines are these ahoy? Clicking on a few posts and taking a look, they were all pictures of him and Hu Yiling practicing on the court yesterday. There was even a video of him and Yang Qi 1v1 ing on the court, but it was almost all of Zhang Fan's embarrassing appearance. This, looking down the list, the discussion in the postings is running hot. Who the hell is this guy? How come he's with my goddess? I go. This man is too average looking. How can a goddess like this kind of beggar? Is it hard to believe that this man is rich? But it looks like a poor man. There are so many handsome men in our college. The goddess vision is too poor. This guy can get a goddess. So I'll get on me. Zhang Fan looked depressed for a while at these remarks that did not treat him as a human being. I didn't expect the story to spread so quickly and make headlines as the school's hot news. These guys are too gossipy. Big brother. He Weihang suddenly grabbed Zhang Fan's arm and curried. Quickly teach me how to pick up girls. I don't ask for any school flower. As long as it's a female. Buddy for more than 20 years or automatic transmission. Save the child. Zhang Fan sighed helplessly. Don't you cloud people. This matter is not at all what you think. Didn't you practice with the schoolgirl? Yes. So did you attend the basketball game because of the schoolgirl? In that case, sort of. So aren't you with the schoolgirl? It isn't. What's the relevance of that? Zhang Fan was about to explain when a pleasant female voice suddenly sounded. Mr. Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling appeared at the classroom door and smiled sweetly at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan can't help but hold his forehead up. It seems to be difficult to explain. Chapter 15. Let's go home together. Look. And say that you two don't have anything. He Weihang bit his fist jealously. Hu Yiling, the famously cold schoolgirl, was so enthusiastic about Zhang Fan for no reason, so if he didn't have something to say, He Weihang, really didn't believe it. He didn't expect that Zhang Fan would have such a great skill in picking up girls that he could even handle the school flower. Today's Hu Yiling was wearing a white dress with her long curly hair braided and falling over her shoulders. The 2 long thin white legs under the skirt were even more beautiful that people could not move their eyes. The sunlight from the window hit Hu Yiling's face. The feeling of the pure school flower. With her sweet smile bloomed out. The boys in the class looked at that called an intoxication. But unfortunately, this smile was only for Zhang Fan alone. Goddess, sit with me. I'm the right place to sit. I've got good light. You're pulling it off. You're sitting in the corner with a good light. Hu Yiling walked straight through, ignoring the ingratiating voices, and walked towards Zhang Fan's side. For a moment the classroom fell silent and the crowd was only filled with surprise. Student Zhang Fan. Good morning Hu Yiling smiled faintly and sat directly next to Zhang Fan. In the eyes of the onlookers, their relationship had gotten so good. If a hostile gaze could have substantial damage, Zhang Fan would have been pierced by a million arrows by now. He Wei Hang had the sense to open his mouth. Big brother, you talk first. Little brother withdraws. You. Zhang Fan gave a helpless cry, then aimed at Hu Yiling. Good morning. Why are you sitting here? Hu Yiling raised her eyebrows and said, What? Is there someone else sitting next to student Zhang Fan? That's not true. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. These guys already hated to tear him apart. According to this development trend, I'm afraid the school's headlines will stay hot for a long time. It's really a headache. Hu Yiling only had Zhang Fan's shy appearance in her eyes, and she didn't care about the eyes of the others. Say, Mr. Zhang Fan, really not going to soccer practice today? Hu Yiling asked aggressively at this time. Zhang Fan frowned. No, I can't. I have to go home after class. Now I have to figure out how to deal with work stuff myself. If we don't solve this problem, rent and living expenses will be a problem. Go home? Hu Yiling turned her big, good-looking eyes. It seems that her husband rented a house outside by himself when she was in college, so to speak. Wouldn't that be a good opportunity to be alone? Thinking of this, Hu Yiling happily said, Student Zhang Fan, then I'll go home with you too. The classroom was instantly silent at those words. He Wei Hang in the back seat is even more sucked in a breath. Hu Yiling even direct to this point. It seems that Zhang Fan, this kid, has really taken the school flower in his stride. You, what are you doing in my house? Zhang Fan lowered his voice and sounded surprised. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly. It just so happens that I don't have anything to do today. By the way, I also want to see how classmate Zhang Fan's home is like. Although she said so, Hu Yiling was already looking forward to it in her heart. It's so hard to get a chance to be alone with your husband, so of course you have to take advantage of it. Zhang Fan looked worried. But this is a lonely man and woman. Not too good. Are you not afraid of it? Afraid of what? Are you afraid that Mr. Zhang Fan will eat me? Hu Yiling approached Zhang Fan's ear, a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, and her warm breath spewed out, causing Zhang Fan to suddenly shiver and stiffen his whole body. How could it be? Zhang Fan hurriedly explained. Seeing this cute look of Zhang Fan, Hu Yiling couldn't help but smile. Then it's a deal. We'll go home together later. But Zhang Fan student can't mess around. Chapter 16 President of the Student Council. This whole class, Zhang Fan was apprehensive to finish. Hu Yiling just took his arm and pressed her head on her shoulder, causing Zhang Fan to be unmotivated to listen to the lecture. Not only enduring the gazes cast by bystanders for the whole class, but even the professional teachers looked at them with strange gazes. It was hard to wait until class ended, so Zhang Fan hurriedly left the classroom. Hey, wait for me, Mr. Zhang Fan. Walking on the school road, looking at Hu Yiling happily following him, Zhang Fan couldn't help but speak up. Yiling, I think we should still keep some distance so that we can avoid some rumors. Rumors? What rumors? It's school posting those rumors. Oh, so that's it. Hu Yiling snickered. Of course she knew about this matter, but Hu Yiling didn't have any mind about it. Instead she felt happy. In this way, it was just right to drive away those rotten peach blossoms around her. Although they are not yet boyfriend and girlfriend, but these public opinion, but also disguised for their official announcement. So naturally, Hu Yiling would not intervene and clarify these public opinions. Could it be that Mr. Zhang Fan is very mindful of getting involved with me? Hu Yiling suddenly commiserated. Zhang Fan anxiously explained. No, I didn't mean that. It's just that I don't want to ruin your reputation. After all, Zhang Fan was still clear about the gap between himself and the school flower Hu Yiling. Staying with him would only cause Hu Yiling to fall into the vortex of public opinion as well, which had caused so much hot debate in the past 2 days alone. God knows what else is going to happen back there. Since it's not, then student Zhang Fan has nothing to worry about because I like staying with you. Hu Yiling instantly raised a happy smile and took Zhang Fan's arm. A piece of softness just pressed against his elbow, causing the knot in Zhang Fan's throat to slide up and down. Hu Yiling, this change of face. Not too fast. Belle. Just then, a voice came from behind them. Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling looked back, only to see a tall man in a brown casual suit walking over. The man looked like he was only in his 20s, but he was dressed very maturely. Especially on that wrist there was also a name brand handplate, which looked either rich or expensive. The man walked slowly with his pants pockets in place, looking out of the corner of his eye. Girls passing by on the sidelines had nymphomaniacal smiles on their faces as they saw the man. Aha! Isn't that our student body president? Really? Hey, I don't usually get to see him. He's so handsome. I heard he's still single, so I want to go up and ask him for a VX. I'm afraid it's hopeless, but people love that schoolgirl. In contrast to these girls, Hu Yiling's face looked cold. There was even a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Xianwen Wang, president of the South Arts Student Union. Typical dude. Even the identity of the student body president, but also rely on family relations to sit up. There was a time when Wang Xianwen kept pursuing her. Only Hu Yiling wasn't interested in him at all and rejected him decisively. But at this time in his last life, Wang Xianwen hadn't died yet. Belle, I was just going to your classroom to look for you. I didn't realize you were here. Xianwen Wang came to Hu Yiling, but his eyes went to her hand holding Zhang Fan's hand, and then he smoothly looked at Zhang Fan, the man in the posting photo. Is that the kid? Chapter 17, The Human Model. Zhang Fan could feel that there was hostility on this boy, and it was still directed at him. Looks like the hot news on that school posting got him into trouble. What are you doing here looking for me? Hu Yiling was a little impatient. All she wanted to do now was to hurry up and get back home with her husband and be enamored. And this halfway house was disgusting. Xianwen Wang raised the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. It's not much. I just want to come and ask you what's going on with the matter on the school's posting bar. This should be a misunderstanding, right? This man, he wouldn't be your distant cousin from the country, would he? He sized up Zhang Fan's attire. A simple shirt with jeans and board shorts. Really rustic. No matter how he looked at it, Hu Yiling shouldn't only have this aesthetic. Zhang Fan couldn't help but frown when he heard this Xianwen Wang's words. Looking down at herself, was she really that rustic? Is it a misunderstanding? Do you need to know? Hu Yiling's tone was instantly icy. What kind of thing dares to taunt his husband like this? Is it possible that he has to dress like him to look good? If you don't know, you'll think he's a young master from some club. Oh, of course there's a need to know. Wang Xianwen faced Hu Yiling's cold tone, still maintained a cold smile. You are the school flower goddess selected by our Southern Arts, but also the vice president of the student union. Like you, such a well-known figure on campus, passed out these scandals, but it will have a negative impact on the school. Scandal? What a scandal! Hu Yiling's beautiful eyes were cold as she questioned. Does the student council even care who I want to get in touch with? You guys are pretty broad-minded. Then, Wang Xianwen coughed and said in a proper voice, I didn't say that. I just don't want this matter to continue to deteriorate, thus affecting public opinion on Southern Arts and our student union. Yiling, how can I say that you're also the school beauty of Southern Arts? In order to calm this storm, it's better to clarify this misunderstanding earlier. It's beneficial to you without doing any harm. After all, you've seen, the whole school, they're highly concerned about it. Even now, there are a lot of people wondering what the hell is going on. Zhang Fan looked around, and those surrounding students gradually looked this way. This gave Zhang Fan a slight headache, and it seemed that he couldn't even keep a low profile if he wanted to. It's just right. Take this opportunity to explain it clearly to everyone. If you're too embarrassed to say it out loud, I, as the president of the student council, can totally open this mouth for you, as long as you're willing to clear up this misunderstanding. Who said it was a misunderstanding? Xianwen Wang said and suddenly froze, looking at Hu Yiling. I only saw Hu Yiling say seriously, I just like to stay with classmate Zhang Fan. He can make me happy and that's enough. Saying that, Hu Yiling even tightened her grip on Zhang Fan's hand. Zhang Fan's eyes were filled with surprise when he saw this. Is this really what Hu Yiling really has in mind? But say so. Then the next part of their relationship is really hard to explain. Xianwen Wang was also very surprised. Yiling, didn't you say that you wouldn't even look for a boyfriend during college? Did I ever say that? That's probably because I forgot. After all, student Zhang Fan is too much to my liking, so I don't care about that anymore. Hu Yiling raised her pretty chin and snorted coldly. Just him? How can that be? Wang Xuanwen's eyes and hands were pointed at Zhang Fan. If he said that, wouldn't that be tantamount to him being inferior to this kid? After all, that's not what the woman said when he pursued Hu Yiling. You know, he is the tens of thousands of students in the South Arts based on the top of the people. Compared to this nameless boy, that is absolutely more than ever. Now Hu Yiling said that this Zhang Fan makes her do like the fact that this kid is dull and mediocre. What's impossible? Is it right to like you? Hu Yiling sneered and said, then you feel too good about yourself. I'm not interested in a manly hypocrite like you. What did you say? Xianwen Wang was slightly agitated at his words. He only saw him grab Hu Yiling's hand and said seriously, Yiling, you must have misunderstood me in some way. Who was so bold as to falsely accuse me? Was it Xiao Li, Wen Wen, or Xiaoya? Could it be Jieqi? Let go. You're hurting me. Hu Yiling frowned her willow eyebrows. You first tell me what is going on between you and him, or I won tea. As Wang Xianwen was speaking, suddenly his own wrist was grabbed by someone with force, sending out a wave of pain. Let her go. Zhang Fan's fingers slightly exerted force. Chapter 18, Hubby. You're so brave. Wang Xuanwan's expression became ugly. By what right? And what are you? Mr. Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's ears reddened and he squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Just because I'm her boyfriend. Hu Yiling froze for a moment. Did you hear me right? Hubby's made an official announcement about their relationship? The surrounding people who heard this were also surprised. This man even said that he was Hu Yiling's boyfriend. What's worse, Hu Yiling actually didn't want to refute it. Then this is the same as Belle. Default. The goddess actually got a boyfriend. Asterisk. This counts as a Southern Arts amazing melon. There goes my goddess. Zhang Fan's heart was about to jump out of his chest after saying this. What kind of nonsense did he say in his heat of the moment? How dare you say you're Belle's male friend. If it wasn't to help Hu Yiling out, Zhang Fan wouldn't have dared to say that even if he was dead. At this moment, Zhang Fan really wants to find a hole in the ground to drill in. How dare you say you're her boyfriend? Wang Xuanwan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a ferocious light. Just you, who are nothing in school. Are you worthy of being the boyfriend of Nanyi's schoolgirl? Zhang Fan was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had never felt worthy of Hu Yiling either. But, so what? It's not for you to decide if I'm worthy or not. Even if you are the president of the student council, a rich second generation, or a millionaire. So what? Zhang Fan's eyebrows suddenly firm up and he said seriously, truly liking someone is not about status. The person Hu Yiling likes. Not you. Snap. As this last sentence was spat out, Zhang Fan backhandedly slapped away Wang Xuanwan's clenched hand. Hu Yiling's beautiful eyes looking at Zhang Fan were filled with emotion. The image of him who said those words was instantly taller in Hu Yiling's mind. You. Wang Xuanwan looked at his knocked off hand and looked at Zhang Fan in surprise again. This stupid kid had actually educated him in front of so many people. He's never been the only one to do that. What gives this guy the right? Holy, this kid is too stiff, isn't he? Yes, even Chairman Wang dares to dislike him. He's really not afraid of getting into trouble. It's awesome to see Chairman Wang suffer for the first time. Listening to the gossip around here, Wang Xuanwan didn't realize that what should have been his advantage had become Zhang Fan's way of humiliating him. This made Wang Xuanwan so angry that he secretly gritted his teeth. But he could not refute anything. To stay any longer would be nothing more than self-defeating. This woman, Hu Yiling, was fundamentally on Zhang Fan's side. Zhang Fan, right? I'll remember that name. Wang Xuanwan snorted coldly and lowered his voice. You're very courageous. You're the first one who dares to talk about me like that in Southern Arts. But don't be too happy. Too early. As long as I'm in the student council, I'll have plenty of time to rule you. Give me a break. After saying that, Xuanwan Wang glared at Zhang Fan before turning around and leaving. Looking at Wang Xuanwan's back, Zhang Fan's chest was heaving and blushing. He completely didn't expect that he would dare to say those words just now. If it was before, how could he possibly say that? Student Zhang Fan, what's wrong? You're so handsome. Hu Yiling hugged Zhang Fan and said excitedly. Looks like hubby is gradually changing himself. From being shy and unconfident in the beginning, she now dares to speak out. It's only a small improvement, but it's still pretty good. Zhang Fan's face turned even redder this time, and he said awkwardly against the gazes of the crowd. Actually, I just want to solve the problem. If he didn't do this kind of thing, I didn't expect that I would be like this, and I'm going to get you in trouble for saying that just now, aren't I? Hu Yiling hugged Zhang Fan's neck with both hands and shook her head. No, Mr. Zhang Fan did a good job. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't know what to do just now. After all, on the Southern Arts campus, it was always impossible for Hu Yiling to make a move on Wang Xuanwan because of this. But with Zhang Fan around, it solved the problem for her instead. That's good. Zhang Fan smiled with relief. Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan and asked expectantly. Student Zhang Fan, is what you just said true? What really? Chapter 19, come on up. I'll carry you. I thought you said, you were my boyfriend? Hu Yiling's cheeks blushed slightly. When Zhang Fan heard this, he immediately became nervous. I said that to help you out. Just like you helped me last night. If I didn't say that, I'm afraid he wouldn't stop. After saying that, Zhang Fan gave an awkward smile. So it is. The anticipation in Hu Yiling's eyes quickly dissipated. Even what she said last night, it turns out, hubby took as a sign that she was relieving herself. What's wrong? Zhang Fan wondered. Hu Yiling squeezed out a smile and said, no, nothing, right, let's go home quickly. After all, they were still just starting to get in touch now, and it was normal for her husband to not understand her. However, Hu Yiling believed that she would definitely be able to slowly get Zhang Fan to open up, just like in her last life. This whole cultivating feelings thing is going to take a lot of work. The house Zhang Fan rented off campus was very close. 10 minutes after leaving the school gate, because he often does part-time jobs outside the school. Zhang Fan always goes home late. In order not to disturb the rest of his roommates and for his own convenience, he can only choose to rent a house outside. The cost of living is higher, but one is still comfortable. Hu Yiling looked up at the old folk building and frowned with a willow brow. So this is where student Zhang Fan lives? During her last life in college, Hu Yiling didn't have much contact with her husband Zhang Fan, so she didn't know what kind of place Zhang Fan lived in, and now that she looked at it, she was a little heartbroken. Yeah. Zhang Fan scratched his head in embarrassment. Maybe for you, this place is too simple, but for me I'm also used to it. If you're not used to it, why don't I send you back to? Nah, nothing out of the ordinary. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly and took Zhang Fan's arm. Let's go. Just as I got up into the hallway, I smelled a dead rat. Hu Yiling frowned gently, but it was not good to make a sound. Having been used to a pampered life, I've really never been to a place like this. When I live with my husband in the future, I'll have to help him get a better environment before I do. Squeak! Just then, a large black rat suddenly scurried quickly past Hu Yiling's feet. Ah! Hu Yiling was so frightened that her delicate face lost color, and when she lifted one leg, she accidentally broke her foot. Seeing this, Zhang Fan rushed to support Hu Yiling. Yiling, are you alright? Hiss. Hu Yiling rubbed her ankle and sucked in a breath. I'm fine. Keep going. You can't walk like this, can you? Zhang Fan frowned. The next moment he suddenly squatted down in front of Hu Yiling, leaving only his back to her. Hu Yiling was surprised. Mr. Zhang Fan, come on up. I'll carry you up. Really? Hu Yiling was secretly happy in her heart. Zhang Fan hummed. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Come up. Then thank you, Mr. Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling gave a sweet thank you and plopped down without hesitation. Feeling the warm softness on his back, the knot in Zhang Fan's throat slid up and down. In the next moment, he reached out and grabbed both of Hu Yiling's white and tender thin legs as he straightened his body. I'm going on then. Bull. Sure enough, it's just nice to have a boyfriend on your back. At this moment, Hu Yiling was enjoying the feeling of being carried by Zhang Fan, although she was also heartbroken that Zhang Fan would be tired of carrying her up the stairs. But in order to promote their relationship, she could only give in to her husband. Zhang Fan let out a bitter laugh. Don't tease me about what just happened. Hu Yiling playfully spat out her tongue. Phew, here we are. Zhang Fan put Hu Yiling down. There was still some fondness on Hu Yiling's face. When you open the door of the room, what comes into your eyes is a few pieces of daily furniture. Although it looks simple, it is simple and clean, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Together with a little bit of decoration in the house, it looks like the husband is still very attentive in life. The house is a little small. Don't mind. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. It was the first time in a long time that he had brought a girl home, and brought back, or the schoolgirl of their school. No, small but cozy instead. Hu Yiling was assisted into the house and looked around. It was indeed a very nice little nest, enough to see that the private Zhang Fan was also a simple and clean boy. Zhang Fan blushed. Why don't you sit down for a while? I'll go get you some bumble oil. Zhang Fan finished speaking and walked into his room. Hu Yiling, on the other hand, sat on the edge of the sofa, her two long thin white legs swaying. Looking at the quiet house, Hu Yiling couldn't help but think, in his last life, did the husband spend 4 years in such an environment? She suddenly felt a little heartbroken, feeling lonely for Zhang Fan, but with her in this life, surely her husband won't be alone anymore in the future and will be happy. I found. Zhang Fan had just taken out the bumble and bumble oil when he saw that Hu Yiling had already taken off her shoes and was lying on the sofa, just sticking up those white and small beautiful feet. Zhang Fan blushed in a flash. What are you doing? Grease it up. Let me anoint you? Yeah, or what? Hu Yiling suddenly said in an aggrieved manner. After all, I'm a girl. I'm afraid of pain. If it's Zhang Fan who helps me apply it, it'll be better, right? If I were to do it myself, I definitely wouldn't dare to do it. Saying that, Hu Yiling stretched her little feet forward. Chapter 20, Let me model your feet. Student Zhang Fan. I'm ready for it. Oh, it's a chance to boost their relationship. Hu Yiling wouldn't just let it go. Zhang Fan looked at the small white feet and was momentarily in a dilemma. Isn't it always the most important person who can touch a girl's feet? However, Hu Yiling was also injured because she came to him, and since she didn't mind, there was nothing for herself to hesitate about. Zhang Fan spoke. Alright, I'll wipe it for you then. Grabbing Hu Yiling's jade-like foot, it was cold in his hand. The knot in Zhang Fan's throat slid up and down. Hu Yiling suddenly let out a gasp. How? What's going on? It hurts a little. Where did you just run into? Zhang Fan reddened his ears and carefully applied the oil on Hu Yiling's skin. Looking at Zhang Fan's poor oiling technique, Hu Yiling couldn't help but snicker. I think it's cute how serious and shy your husband is. Well, is it hurting again? No, it's cozy. Zhang Fan sighed in relief, then put away the stumbling oil and said, alright, just pay more attention in the next few days. I know, Dr. Zhang. Hu Yiling spat out her fragrant tongue mischievously. Zhang Fan cried and laughed. Hey, what's this? Hu Yiling picked up a piece of paper on the table. Surprisingly, there are quite a few lady heels painted on it. Although these high heels are all just sketches, you can see the subtlety in them, and you can call them very good design drawings. Could it be that all these sketches were drawn by her husband? It's a random drawing I did. Zhang Fan got slightly embarrassed and forgot to put the sketch away. Oh, Hu Yiling laughed meaningfully. I didn't realize that student Zhang Fan still had this hobby. Oh, Zhang Fan hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. This is a part-time job I took. That's why Part-time? Hu Yiling glanced at the sketch again. So that's why hubby was in such a hurry to get home? In addition to my part-time job outside, I also draw some designs for the studio in my spare time to earn some living expenses. Zhang Fan was a bit embarrassed up. After all, I don't know much besides drawing, so I can only do some part-time work with what I learned in school. Zhang Fan's family's situation has been bad since he was a child. Even the cost of going to college came out of the family's pockets. In order not to increase the burden on his family, Zhang Fan had been working and studying hard after he went to college, and every penny he used was earned by himself. After 2 years of college, Zhang Fan had gotten used to the life of working and going to school at the same time. So it is. Hu Yiling suddenly felt that her husband was also trying too hard. Not only can you work hard, but you are also motivated. No wonder he became a well-known and great designer in his last life. It turned out that when everyone was still fumbling around in the design profession, her husband had already started to eat by his profession. And with Hu Yiling's vision from her last life, all these design drafts were already the first glimpse of Zhang Fan's future style. Mr. Zhang Fan draws well, Hu Yiling exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Zhang Fan smiled sheepishly. It's alright, after all, practice makes perfect. But right now, it's just these sketches that have been drawn, and a program hasn't been finalized yet. And there's still a very tricky problem. What's the problem? As well as drawing out the design, I have to make the final product, and the first step has to be to make the lasts, but I'm missing a size to consider, and without that, it's not going to be possible to make the finished product. Zhang Fan frowned. The design drawings were just concepts, and one had to see the finished results to know how the final effect would be. However, the tricky problem was here. Zhang Fan was not very familiar with women's feet, which made it difficult to create the right shoe last. Hu Yiling realized that it was such a problem when he heard it. Looks like hubby is very strict no matter what he does. Right at this moment, Hu Yiling suddenly spoke up. Since that's the case, let's use my size as a consideration for student Zhang Fan. Let me be student Zhang Fan's foot model. Is that always fine? What? Zhang Fan was a bit surprised. Hu Yiling tilted her head and asked, what's wrong with it? That's not true. Zhang Fan scratched his head and looked at Hu Yiling's good-looking feet. No matter how you look at it, Hu Yiling's feet are considered a standard girl's foot type. Whether it was the length, width and thickness of the foot, the curvature of the arch, or the perfect contour, it was the most appropriate size to consider. With Hu Yiling's measurements, the lasts made must be perfect. Only, Zhang Fan didn't expect Hu Yiling to do him this favor. No, will do. Then let me help Mr. Zhang Fan solve this problem. Hu Yiling laughed adorably, very energized, actually making people look at her and not be able to take their eyes off of her. Zhang Fan froze. A heartfelt smile rose with it. That's good. Student Zhang Fan, is this okay? With her hand on Zhang Fan's shoulder, Hu Yiling lifted her injured leg and stood on one leg on a piece of white paper. Chapter 21, Too Seductive. Seeing this, Zhang Fan nodded and said, that's fine, hang in there. Subsequently, Zhang Fan squatted down and used the pen in his hand to draw a plantar plan along the outline of Hu Yiling's small foot. Getting this floor plan, it was possible to measure and mark the foot surface values. This is an important figure for making the load-bearing surface of a shoe last. After measuring the outline of 2 feet in a row, Zhang Fan was considered to have completed the first step. Because of Hu Yiling last night, it led to Zhang Fan's unemployment. Now that she could help Zhang Fan a little, Hu Yiling could also eliminate a little bit of the guilt in her heart. Especially looking at this serious look of Zhang Fan, Hu Yiling felt full of fulfillment. It was as if she was witnessing her husband grow up, watching him become excellent little by little, gradually moving towards the heights of his last life. No, in this life, she must make Zhang Fan not just stop at being a designer. With hubby's potential and ability, he is perfectly capable of standing taller. With step 1 complete, it's time to draw the plan of the foot. Zhang Fan looked at this foot surface diagram and smiled slightly. In addition to the size of the top of the foot, You need other sizes of the foot to make it work. Next, Hu Yiling sat down on the chair and slowly raised one of her beautiful feet up, with her toes facing Zhang Fan, only to see Hu Yiling's cheeks slightly reddening. She said, Mr. Zhang Fan, is it going to be like this, right? 2. Zhang Fan coughed dryly and forced himself to hold back the distracting thoughts in his mind. But this pose, it's just too tempting. No, I can't think about it. People are kindly helping. How can they think about such filthy things? Zhang Fan hurriedly shook his head to calm his mind. Seeing this, Hu Yiling couldn't help but let out a giggle. Student Zhang Fan, my feet, do they look good? Zhang Fan quietly sucked in a breath. This woman, you must have been a fox demon in your last life. Zhang Fan could only tell the truth with a red face. It looks good. This is indeed true. One can't possibly tell a lie, can one? Then student Zhang Fan should draw well, Hu Yiling said, winking her big beautiful eyes at Zhang Fan, pretending that he didn't see it. Zhang Fan swallowed his saliva and spread out his drawing book to start typing. Hu Yiling's feet were indeed perfect, like finely carved jade. The next drawing process went smoothly. In a short while, Zhang Fan drew out a few angles of the foot plan out. Hu Yiling took the drawing and took a look at it. Then her beautiful eyes were surprised. Wow, Zhang Fan student drew it really well. It seems that Zhang Fan student did have a very careful observation of my feet. This, Zhang Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Hu Yiling asked, so what should be next? Only Zhang Fan said with a red face. It's time to start measuring the exact dimensions. Hu Yiling came to a realization. Then I'll give my feet to Mr. Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling smiled faintly and rested that good-looking little foot between Zhang Fan's legs, still seemingly rubbing it. Zhang Fan stiffened up. Ha, what's hard? That's my ruler. Zhang Fan's ears were paralyzed as he hurriedly moved Hu Yiling's feet away from the danger zone and pulled out his 30 centimeters long ancestral measuring tape from his pocket. Hu Yiling puffed and snickered. Teasing my husband is simply delightful. After measuring the dimensions he wanted with a measuring tape, Zhang Fan drew dotted lines to mark the dimensions of each specific location on the drawing he had just drawn, so that the problem of dimensions was finally solved. I really didn't expect to measure the scale, all messing with my own sweat and blood. Now that the issue of size is resolved, it is left to select the final program. Zhang Fan settled his mind and spoke. Hu Yiling picked up the collection of sketches on the table earlier and glanced at it, also feeling distressed, because her husband drew high heels on it. Either style looks good to her, and she can't decide what to do for a while. Chapter 22, She's Asleep. Zhang Fan also saw Hu Yiling's entanglement and spoke. If you also find it hard to choose, then let's take our time to discuss it again. We can always find a good solution. Well, it can only be that way. Hu Yiling nodded. The next time, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling both studied the program on the sketch at the table, and even came up with new designs to sift and modify one by one. And time went by just a little bit. Which of these two charts is the best one to choose? Hu Yiling fell into deep thought with the two design sketches. These were the two options that she and Zhang Fan had chosen together. One was a simple and playful pointed model, while the other was a more sexy and mature hollowed-out model. Both had their own distinctive features. They all agreed that both designs were good, and there was no way to pick out the good and the bad again for a while. Seeing this, Zhang Fan asked seriously, if it were you, which one would you prefer? Well, I actually like them all but to say my style, it should be this one, Hu Yiling said as she picked up the skeleton model high heel. After all, Hu Yiling, who was now in her 20s, had the soul of a mature woman inside her, so the style matches, of course, more towards the mature. However, just when Zhang Fan decided to use this design, Hu Yiling suddenly said, forget it, let's pick another one. The audience for the hollowed-out model of the high heel will be smaller, and the pointed model is more popular in the market. By choosing this one, the chances of the studio going through with the draft are a little bit better, too, I guess. After all, Hu Yiling operated a large clothing company in her last life, and she still has knowledge of market research. After hearing this, Zhang Fan felt that it was not unreasonable, but between the words there was a sense of some pity for Hu Yiling. Ha! I didn't realize it had been so long. Hu Yiling looked at the time and was surprised. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and I didn't realize that 5 hours had passed. Hu Yiling covered her mouth and stretched, as if she was too tired after a busy afternoon and had a sleepy feeling. Seeing this, Zhang Fan spoke. The preparations are almost done. If you want to sleep for a while, then go to bed first. Just leave the rest to me. It's fine. I just want to stay by your side. Hu Yiling said so and hugged Zhang Fan's arm, then said with some regret, only now it seems that there is no way for us to practice before the basketball game tomorrow. Hubby has to be busy with work. How can he have time to be able to practice soccer? Hey! The thought of possibly losing to that scumbag Chen Junfeng made Hu Yiling feel unwilling. but there's nothing to be done but to prepare for the worst in advance. Zhang Fan sniffed and frowned up gently. I'm sure Hu Yiling has high hopes for tomorrow's match. Yet he himself is now. But it doesn't matter la. That guy Chen Junfeng is backstabbing us. Even if we lose that match, there's no need for us to keep the bet. Who made him so shameless? The more Hu Yiling thought about it, the more angry she became. Afterward, Hu Yiling said to Zhang Fan, Student Zhang Fan, just work hard and don't think too much. It doesn't matter if we win or lose tomorrow, as long as we worked hard. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's heart inexplicably warmed. Well, I will. It was busy for close to 3 more hours. Zhang Fan had finally perfected all the selected designs. Looking at this finalized finished design in front of him, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Yiling, look at. Without waiting for Hu Yiling's reply, Zhang Fan twisted his head and realized that she had actually closed her beautiful eyes and fell asleep leaning on his shoulder. A soft exhale sounded in his ears, and Hu Yiling's good-looking face was right in front of his eyes. Zhang Fan smiled helplessly, then put down the design and supported Hu Yiling to carefully pull his hand out. He then lifted Hu Yiling up gently and placed her on the bed, smoothly covering her with a quilt. Looking at the sleeping sweet appearance of Hu Yiling, Zhang Fan really couldn't help but cry and laugh. This woman is also too defenseless to him. Right, even fell asleep like this. Fortunately, he is not a dirty villain. Otherwise, Zhang Fan stretched his back, then his eyes fell on the basketball in the corner. Immediately afterward, Zhang Fan clenched his injured left hand. It shouldn't be too late. Chapter 23, What can you fight me with? It was close to 12 o'clock at night when Hu Yiling woke up sleepily. She opened her eyes in a daze and realized she was lying in bed. However, at this moment, the figure of her husband Zhang Fan was missing from the room. Did her husband just treat her? Hu Yiling hurriedly looked down. What's up? Turns out the clothes are still on the body. Hu Yiling lost it at once, thinking that her husband had gotten the hang of it. Student Zhang Fan, walking out of the room. Hu Yiling but still did not see Zhang Fan's figure. Weird. It's so late. Where did Mr. Zhang Fan go? At that moment, Hu Yiling's eyes fell on the final design on the table. Picking it up, she was surprised in her eyes. Hubby drew it so quickly? The high heel design on this drawing was also carefully colored, and under Zhang Fan's pen, it perfectly embodied the design features of this pointed model high heel. Whether it was the color scheme or the decoration, it was all just right. Dots of starlight embellish the shoes. Actually has a kind of girly dreamy feeling. Right at this moment, Hu Yiling realized that under this finished product diagram, there was actually another one. Picking it up, he found that it was another program that they had selected before, and it was precisely the skeleton model that Hu Yiling liked more. Didn't you already pick it out? Why is hubby still? This skeletonized model of high heel design drawings, but also let Hu Yiling eyes bright. Shoes with black rose pattern for hollow features, not only does not make people feel dazzled, but more show the high heel of the exquisite, both mature and show style, than the previous sketch more eye-catching. For a while, Hu Yiling actually looked a little lost and thought, this drawing is also too good. Hu Yiling couldn't help but marvel in his heart. After putting down the drawings, Hu Yiling realized that all of Zhang Fan's cell phones were still left at home, and it looked like they had gone out. Hubby is really bad. He didn't tell her when he went out. Hu Yiling propped up his injured leg and went downstairs, where there was a burst of racket in the distance. It's so late. I can't believe there are still people playing. Hu Yiling wondered. Approaching, Hu Yiling suddenly realized that there was only a single figure on the court under the faint light. It seems to be Zhang Fan. Swish, an accurate 3-point shot. Zhang Fan was sweating hotly in the dim light. A person shot, picked up the ball and dribbled on the court, constantly repeating back and forth. Occasionally, because of the injury to his left hand, the shooting was a bit affected by the accuracy, but Zhang Fan still gritted his teeth and endured the pain in training. After all, it's the last bit of time. It's only temporary, but it's better than doing nothing. Another 3-point shot into the frame. Hu Yiling looked at the figure that kept running in the night from afar, her beautiful eyes filled with complex colors. She really couldn't find any reason not to cherish a boy like Zhang Fan. Perhaps it was the same as the last life when Zhang Fan silently insisted on liking her for 8 years. As long as he decided on something, he would work hard for it, even though it might not turn out to be fruitful in the end. Zhang Fan braced his hands on his knees and panted roughly, the hot sweat on his head dripping down his cheeks. No, it needs more work. Just as Zhang Fan picked up the ball and prepared to continue practicing, suddenly a delicate hand holding a tissue reached over. Zhang Fan looked in surprise and saw Hu Yiling standing behind him with a smiling face. What brings you here? Mr. Zhang Fan, you are very unkind. Hu Yiling smiled faintly and snatched the basketball from Zhang Fan's hands. How dare you sneak in practicing alone without me? What's not unkind about it? I don't care. I want to participate too. But your feet. Zhang Fan frowned up. I only saw Hu Yiling holding the ball and bracing herself. I can skip practicing the ball. But student Zhang Fan can't be without a coach. So, are you ready? Student Zhang Fan. When Zhang Fan heard this, he leered and smiled. Yes, coach. Day 2. The sun was blazing in the morning at the South Arts College. On this day of Sunday, there were many more students in the academy than the rest of the day. And there were even students from other schools. At this moment, they were all gathered in the school's playground, ready to watch the next friendly basketball match between the Southern Arts and Physical Education Academy. The South Arts Design Department, as the school's top major, naturally has the class basketball team as its home team. At this time, the team represented by Nan Yi, led by the sports commissioner Yang Qi, was warming up under the field. Zhang Fan, who was on the bench, wore an old jersey like before, but had to sit on the bench. After practicing for a long time last night, Zhang Fan still felt sore all over. But the biggest impact was still his nervousness at this moment. And when it really came to the day of the basketball game, Zhang Fan's palms were starting to sweat. I don't know if I'll get a chance to play, but I'm still going to be ready to take on the enemy. The gymnasium basketball team, on the opposite side of them, these gymnasium guys are all tall, compared to the two strength disparity. And even many people feel that this is a game without suspense. That's why it's beautifully named, Friendly Basketball. Chen Junfeng, who was in the team of the gymnasium, was staring viciously at Zhang Fan on the bench seat. When he thought of the fact that he failed to cripple this brat last time, Chen Junfeng felt furious. But fortunately, it looks like Zhang Fan, this kid is just a substitute. It is estimated that he will not even have the opportunity to play. When they win the South Arts, then they can ruthlessly humiliate Zhang Fan and make him honor that bet. Thinking of this, Chen Junfeng could not help but sneer. Brat, let's see what you can fight me with. Chapter 24. An existence comparable to a school flower. On the other side, Zhang Fan was looking around when suddenly an arm hooked around his neck from behind. Big brother. He Wei Hong's voice scared Zhang Fan. Who is your big brother? Don't be poor with me. Zhang Fan blanked He Wei Hang. He Wei Hang, who was wearing the No. 5 jersey, hemmed and hawed. As a member of the class team, He Wei Hang was much better than Zhang Fan. At least he wasn't a substitute. He looked around and flirted. Ha, why don't you see your beautiful looking schoolgirl friend? I said that I don't have that relationship with her. Zhang Fan sighed helplessly. But speaking of Hu Yiling, Zhang Fan was also curious. She hadn't been seen since he dropped her off at the house last night and up to now. Now that the basketball game was about to start, it was reasonable to say that Hu Yiling should have come. However, looking around the court, Hu Yiling's figure was nowhere to be seen, which made Zhang Fan a bit puzzled. Could it be oversleeping? The basketball game will start soon. He Wei Hang suddenly spoke. Zhang Fan looked up and saw a physical education teacher from South Arts holding a microphone and speaking aloud in the center of the stadium. Attention, students! The friendly basketball match between the South China Sea Arts Academy and the South China Sea Sports Academy is about to begin. Here it is, re-emphasized. In order to promote exchanges between the two institutions, this basketball match follows the principle of friendship first, match second. And we hope that students will observe order and watch the match in a friendly manner. Now please get ready for both varsity teams. Match. Officially, the basketball game officially started and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. South Arts is the best. Be sure to cheer and beat them. The South body will always be number one. Give me a thorough beating of this group of design faculty. The two varsity teams entered the field at the same time under a loud chant from off the field. Zhang Fan's gaze fell on the leader, Chen Junfeng. Chen Junfeng's gaze was the same, and he even hooked up the corners of his mouth with a touch of disdain. Senior Chen is so handsome. Senior Chen, I want to give you a monkey. The leader of the gymnasium is tall and handsome. I love it so much. The female students of the Southern Arts started to fall over each other after seeing Chen Junfeng. One by one, the three views follow the five senses run. Do not know also thought it was the gymnasium, causing the boys of the South Arts full of upset. Simply a group of nymphomaniacs, to be placed in a few decades ago. These women are properly a traitor. Chen Junfeng seemed to enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by all the flowers and raised the corners of his mouth in pride. In the next moment, he arrogantly made a hand knife across his neck in Zhang Fan's direction. Zhang Fan couldn't help but clench his fists. This asshole. This is the guy who got a bunch of punks to deal with him that day. Although he and Hu Yiling weren't injured or anything, Zhang Fan couldn't swallow his breath if he couldn't defeat Chen Junfeng in person. By no means could he let this kind of scumbag win this bet. Coincidentally, the leader of the Southern Arts is again Yankee. Regardless of whether it was Chen Junfeng or Yang Qi, both team leaders were not happy with Zhang Fan. With Yankee's vindictive nature, not to mention letting him play on the field, perhaps not even the opportunity to listen to the tactics on the sidelines. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan sighed helplessly. Never mind. It's just going to have to go with the flow. Wow. Isn't that Evening Jin's senior sister? She even came to watch the game too. Just then, someone behind Zhang Fan suddenly let out an exclamation. Zhang Fan looked into the crowd in the distance. In that place where the girls were gathered, only a woman who could wear a purple shirt with a low cut stood in front of the crowd. Underneath the black wraparound skirt, a pair of beautiful legs in long high heels were white and shiny. Underneath a head of beautiful long hair, there was also exquisite makeup on that woman's pretty face. Its eyebrows are flirty and its red lips are seductive. If I hadn't been on a college campus, I would have thought this was some celebrity. For a while, the girls surrounding her were instantly turned into chaperones. At once, many of the boys' eyes were attracted by the woman's poise. Even Zhang Fan's was no exception. Isn't this the third-year senior sister Zhang Evening? Zhang Evening was the only existence in the South Sea Arts Academy that could rival the school flower, Hu Yiling. There were even rumors that before Hu Yiling, the perfect goddess, appeared, the original title of South Sea School Flower belonged to Zhang Evening. That is to say, Zhang Evening was squeezed off the altar and became the second in Nanny. Indeed, it was also true that even though Zhang Evening was beautiful, she was still slightly inferior to Hu Yiling. Zhang Fan suddenly noticed at this time that Zhang Evening's gaze was on their side. Upon closer inspection, the woman seemed to be staring at him. Chapter 25, Tough Rivals. Zhang Fan hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Nope, that should just be an illusion. Hey, Evening Jin is looking at me. How can that be? If Evening Jin senpai wants to look, she should also look at me. Okay, that's not right. Why does it look to me like Evening Jin's senior sister is looking at me? Vomit. You're so self-absorbed. Stop arguing and watch the game first. It's about to start. At this point the players from both varsity teams began to stagger their positions at the center line. The game is 40 minutes long and is divided into 4 quarters as per FIBA rules. The first quarter of the first half is now officially underway. Chen Junfeng and Yang Qi as the captains. The two of them came to the center court to prepare for the jump ball. The referee standing on the side of the two men had a whistle in his mouth and held the basketball in one hand. After a shrill whistle, the basketball was thrown high in the air, and both Yang Qi and Chen Junfeng looked up almost simultaneously. Jump ball is all about timing. Fast or slow, the offense can be lost. The basketball reaches the highest point and begins to fall. It's that time. Yang Qi saw the right moment and was about to jump up when a black shadow suddenly appeared on his face. Chen Junfeng, wearing the black No. 23 jersey, jumped up and was 0.5 seconds faster than Yang Qi. By the time Yang Qi also jumped up, Chen Junfeng had already flicked the ball to his own player. Charge! Chen Junfeng shouted. A burly 6'9" man dribbled up the court. Yang Qi hurriedly pointed at the man. He Wei Hang, stop him. He Wei Hang stopped in front of the strong man, but his 1.75 m elevation in front of the players of this gymnasium is completely insufficient. Easy to be it's a turn. False and pass. Asterisk. That was fast. He Wei Hang didn't even have time to react. When Yang Qi saw this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Pass me. Chen Junfeng only broke through to the bottom of the basket, and as soon as he reached out, the burly man passed the ball to him with precision. A 200 pounds of South Arts student stopped in front of Chen Junfeng, saw Chen Junfeng want to shoot, rushed to jump up to cover, but did not expect Chen Junfeng just made a false move, violently closed, followed by a turn to make a layup. Knock, smash the boards into the basket. South Sea Sports Academy, scoring the first 2 points. The score is currently 2-0. Wow, Senior Chen Junfeng is awesome. It's so handsome. I wish he was from our school. Looks like this match is Senior Chen's solo show. The crowd of girls in the arena became little fans. Hearing these voices, Yang Qi was furious. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Can't you see such an obvious fake move? The fat man scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. On the next turn, it's South Arts Varsity's turn to attack. He Wei Hang, who was standing outside the court, passed the ball hard to Yang Qi. As soon as Yang Qi just received the ball, he didn't seem to intend to continue to pass the ball, directly dribbling across the half-court. The next moment Chen Junfeng even switched his defense to his front. Hey Yang Qi, it seems like you're going to lose to me again this time, but I have to say, you're the only one I can afford to look at here. Your Southern Arts crew is just crooked. What did you say? Yang Qi was so angry that he wanted to curse his mother. It's only just begun, and it's already spewing trash talk. This guy is so arrogant. But nah, their gymnasium just had this arrogant capital. Against you, I'm enough on my own. Yang Qi coldly grunted. Then he violently took a step to the right side, and when Chen Junfeng reached out and prepared to break the ball, Yang Qi suddenly made a change of direction and turned to the left side to break through. Ha! Varsity basketball captain? It's nothing more than that. Before Yang Qi was happy for a while, suddenly Chen Junfeng, as if he had expected it, reached out violently with one hand and slapped away the basketball in Yang Qi's left hand. When Yang Qi saw this, his eyes were full of shock. What? The guy actually saw through his probing change of direction to cross. After Yankee's ball was intercepted, a player from the South varsity team quickly picked up the ball and threw a long pass to the inside center. Immediately after, the big black iron pillar, which is 2 meters tall, grabbed the basketball and dunked it directly into the basket. Bang! The entire basketball hoop shuddered. South Sea Gymnasium Academy scored 2 more points. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A dunk right off the bat? These divine beasts of the southern body are too ferocious. The difference in strength between us and them is also too great. Didn't we agree on a friendly match? This is the rhythm of preparation for blood abuse. Watching this perfect fit and excellent technique from the South varsity team, the students of South Arts were getting frustrated, even though it had only just started. But just from the fearful way South Arts was playing, it was clear that this game was hanging by a thread. Damn it! Yanqi clenched up his fists. Chen Junfeng walked to Yang Qi and patted his shoulder. Save it. You won't be our opponent. For the sake of the friendly match, I'll talk to my teammates when I get off the field later. Don't let you guys lose too badly. After saying that, Chen Junfeng laughed out loud. Zhang Fan, who was under the field, frowned tightly when he saw this scene. This deflated expression of Yang Qi not only didn't make Zhang Fan feel pain, but instead, he sweated over the situation of Southern Arts. One had to admit that the Southern Sports varsity team led by Chen Junfeng was indeed tough. It seemed like it was far harder to win a fight like this than he thought. Chapter 26, Let Me Play. The lopsidedness still didn't change much for the rest of the game. Although Nani was also able to score under Chen Junfeng and the others, the points were almost all wrapped up by Yang Qi and He Wei Hang, and most of the time, they were hung around by Nan Ti, unable to fight back. The first quarter ended with the score coming in at a lopsided 21-12. It goes without saying that South Sea Sports Academy is ahead by more. There is a 5-minute break at the end of each quarter. At this point in the South Arts varsity team, the players are in a depressed mood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Junfeng simply has us figured out. How is this even a fight? Yankee braced himself, panting in the field. This is not the way to go any longer. There has to be a tactic or a killer. Otherwise they're ironically going to lose to the gymnasium. Keep in mind that in previous years, Southern Arts has lost to them in every friendly match. Definitely can't lose that face this time. Yanqi, why don't? It's better to replace me? At this time, Fatty suddenly spoke weakly. Facing such a strong varsity team, I can't play a role at all. It's better to change other players on. Yang Qi frowned. What are you talking about? These few of us who are on the field are already the best players in the class. Wouldn't it be a worse loss if we changed the substitutes? If you leave now, who can take over? The fat man was in a momentary dilemma. Let me try. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. Yang Qi and the others looked back, only to see Zhang Fan standing up with firm eyes. You, a guy who can't even break through. Not as good as Fatty. Yang Qi snorted coldly. He didn't expect Zhang Fan to be so self-interested. He should be thanked for letting him sit on the bench. On the field? That's not going to happen. Zhang Fan frowned at this moment. I practiced for a long time last night. I believe I have this certainty. What's the use of improvising? Is it hard for you to think that your one night of kung fu is as good as the varsity team of the gymnasium? Don't laugh. Yang Qi said with disdain. Even though Zhang Fan did have a good shot, it was only a shot. That's not as many opportunities for him to stand and shoot in an official game. Facing his opponent's ferocious defense, Zhang Fan probably wouldn't even have a chance to make a shot. Yang Qi doesn't want to take this risk. Now although the situation is a little passive, but it is not without a chance to reverse. How can I know if I don't try? Zhang Fan said with a serious face. Well, at least I'm the one who won you, aren't I? You. Yang Qi stared wide-eyed, momentarily speechless. Just then, the referee came over and spoke. Please get ready for the South Arts varsity team. The second quarter is about to start. If you need to make a substitution, please decide now. Otherwise when you get on the court, you'll just have to wait for a timeout. Yang Qi suddenly clenched his teeth, his face hesitant. Seeing this, He Wei Hang smiled awkwardly and said, Yang Qi, I think it's better to let Zhang Fan give it a try. Anyway, now that we're in this situation, how bad can it be? Might as well take a shot at it. Yeah, Yang Qi. Fatty followed suit and chimed in, listening to the crowd's persuasion. Yang Qi stared at Zhang Fan for a long time, then walked onto the field with a cold snort. Zhang Fan couldn't help but frown. In the next moment, only Yang Qi spoke to the referee. I'm going to go with the switch and put that guy on. With that, Yang Qi pointed at Zhang Fan. When Zhang Fan heard this, he suddenly smiled. Yang Qi looked at Zhang Fan and said coldly, "Don't get cocky too early, you kid. If you don't play well in this quarter, I'd rather keep Fatty on the court than pick you again. Got it?" "I know." Zhang Fan opened his mouth. The South Arts varsity team made a player change. The crowd under the field revealed a look of contempt when they saw Fatty go down and replace Zhang Fan. What the hell? Wasn't that fat guy just now better than this skinny guy? What the hell was that all about? Looks like it's a bust. However, some of them recognized Zhang Fan and pointed at him. "Hey, isn't this kid the rumored boyfriend of our school beauty? And he even won over Yang Qi in 1v1. No way. This kid is that powerful." Chen Junfeng had just seen Zhang Fan walk onto the field and raised the corner of his mouth in disdain. "Yo, isn't this the replacement for South Arts? I thought you were going to sit on the bench for the whole game. I didn't think you'd get a chance to come up here and give me some abuse." Zhang Fan sniffed and his eyes turned ice cold. "I came up here to fulfill the bet. Also what you did last time. All of it will be returned to you today. Don't be complacent too early." Chen Junfeng. Hearing this, Chen Junfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that this kid already knows that he sent those punks? Don't be complacent, you're the one who's right. Even if you come up here, your Southern Arts are doomed to lose. Don't you think you're the savior who can turn the tide of battle? Rookie. Chen Junfeng laughed out coldly. "I dare not say that I can turn the tide of the battle, but I can still make it difficult for you." Zhang Fan did not budge an inch. Chen Junfeng clenched his teeth in anger. He had to make a good fool of this kid. Chapter 27, Change of Direction. Turn, goal. The second quarter began with a serve from the South Arts varsity. To be on the safe side, Yang Qi let Zhang Fan serve the ball while the rest of the team ran the offense. For the first goal, Zhang Fan passed to Yi Weihang. After receiving the ball, Yi Weihang quickly passed it to another player. Yang Qi, who ran all the way to the opponent's half of the field, opened his hands. Seeing this, the player immediately understood and passed the ball to Yang Qi again. Just after catching the ball, Chen Junfeng immediately came up to keep an eye on Yang Qi. For a small person like Zhang Fan, Chen Junfeng didn't even have the intention of trying to target him. Anyway, he knew that in the Southern Arts varsity, there was only Yang Qi who could fight. Staring at Yang Qi was the same as blocking the aorta of the Southern Arts varsity. At this moment, Yang Qi was indeed at his wit's end. Chen Junfeng pressed step by step and defended very fiercely, so that he could not dribble the ball at all. Damn! Just then, Yang Qi caught sight of Zhang Fan running behind Chen Junfeng. Under the emergency situation, it was no longer possible for Yang Qi to make other choices. A back pass. Yang Qi passed the basketball to Zhang Fan. Seeing this, Chen Junfeng immediately shouted to the 1m9 player, "Go defend that kid." The strong man ran to Zhang Fan's body, blocking Zhang Fan's way to the basket. Looking at this tall figure, the close-range shot will definitely be hatted. Zhang Fan can only find another way to do it. Looking at Zhang Fan's predicament, Yang Qi was anxious for him. If it wasn't for Chen Junfeng's constant defense, he wouldn't have been unable to extract himself. It's over. This kid definitely won't make it through. Hey, I would have guessed he wasn't very good. Thought the replacement up here was more than capable. That's all? The people of the Southern Arts are starting to laugh at their own people. At this moment, Zhang Fan was dribbling the ball. His face was a little red, but his eyes were still very determined. At this moment, Zhang Fan leaned forward violently, and at the moment the ball bounced, the strong man reached out to break the ball. But unexpectedly the next moment Zhang Fan copied the bouncing ball with his left hand, and turned around with a turn against the strong man, and whoosh, a beautiful turn around to his back. "I'll go." Change direction and turn? Yi Weihang was stunned when he saw this scene. Not only him, but Yang Qi and Chen Junfeng hadn't expected it. The strong man's eyes were wide open, obviously not expecting the kid in front of him to do this trick. And when he wanted to turn around to intercept again, Zhang Fan had already leaped up and went straight to the basket. Chen Junfeng shouted violently, "Don't let him in." The burly man rushed towards Zhang Fan at that moment, leaping high into the air and trying to get a cap before the ball fell. But in the end, not only did he fail to cap the ball, he instead knocked Zhang Fan off the field. "Zhang Fan!" Yi Weihang exclaimed. All eyes were on that basketball, only to see the basketball being thrown above the basket by Zhang Fan. In full view of everyone, it descended vertically, directly through the center into the basket. South Sea College of Art, taking 2 points. Zhang Fan's goal instantly excited the students on the Southern Arts side. It wasn't because Nanny had scored 2 more points, but rather, he marveled at Zhang Fan's passing just now. Awesome. See that guy's change of direction turn? So this kid really has some strength. Are you alright, Zhang Fan? Yi Weihang rushed to the field to help Zhang Fan up. Zhang Fan slowly exhaled a breath and stood up. Don't worry, I'm fine. After learning that he had scored, Zhang Fan smiled slightly, touching his sore butt. Then he took He Weihan's hand and leapt up from the ground. It seemed that his and Hu Yiling's late-night exercise last night had been quite effective. At this moment, Yang Qi was full of surprise. This kid, is it true that you've practiced to this extent in one night? That move of turning around after changing direction just now did not look like something the previous Zhang Fan could use. If he really practiced this technique in one night, then Zhang Fan was a bit too talented. Even Shen Junfeng couldn't help but sneer. It's a bit interesting. It seems that I underestimated this guy, and was careless enough to let him score. That turn just now, I think it was also a stroke of luck. This kind of luck is not necessarily available every time. Jiang Evening, who was located outside the arena and had been watching the match with her chest clasped, also had her beautiful eyes locked on Zhang Fan. This boy, is he the one who had a scandal with Hu Yiling on the school posting board? Seems like a pretty interesting guy. Chapter 28, this cheerleading uniform is too sexy. As a member of the South Sports varsity team fouled Zhang Fan while he was scoring on offense, triggering a 2+1. That shot just now not only saved the situation for South Arts, but also gave him another chance to score a free throw. If that shot is hit again, then the SFA varsity can score another point. Zhang Fan stood at the free throw line, holding the ball with both hands. He adjusted his breathing, but his mind went outside the field. The game is almost halfway through. It was strange that Hu Yiling never showed up. Forget it, can't think about it anymore. Zhang Fan gathered his mind and focused on the match. As long as the race is won, she'll be just as happy to know. Just as Zhang Fan was about to strike, suddenly a shout came from outside the field. Go for it, Mr. Zhang Fan. Gotta win this game. Hearing this voice, Zhang Fan immediately looked around. In the next moment, the crowd also saw the scene outside the field and instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. What kind of game is this? Only to see the South Art School flower Hu Yiling bundled up a high ponytail, wearing navel-tight short-sleeved, underneath a pleated skirt. Two white thighs attracted the attention of the crowd. The most interesting thing was that Hu Yiling was actually holding the colorful ball in both hands. Hu Yiling was waving colorful balls and cheering for Zhang Fan outside the arena. In order to be able to put her husband in a moody frame of mind, Hu Yiling deliberately went to buy this set of cheerleaders' equipment back. Thus it only appeared in front of Zhang Fan's eyes now. But it looks like it's not too late. The first half isn't over yet. Hu Yiling this one. Let Zhang Fan feel red in the face. Not because of this sexy wear, but there are students from two schools on this court. Hello. This is too exaggerated. Although Zhang Fan was indeed quite happy when Hu Yiling did this, but it would be nice to be a little more restrained. Mr. Zhang Fan, I can promise you anything you want after winning this match. Zhang Fan. Those students outside the field instantly sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard it. Jesus, any requests? Wouldn't that be like doing whatever you want? The key was that this was still coming from the mouth of the schoolgirl. Hu Yiling. Hiss. It's also too sexually explicit. Got us in the end with this man. What relationship to say such things? Chen Junfeng looked at this blatant favoritism of Hu Yiling and was so angry that his face darkened and his fists clenched. Why on earth? Why was Hu Yiling's attitude towards Zhang Fan and towards him completely different from each other? Where exactly was he, Chen Junfeng, inferior to this fan? In this match, he must hit Zhang Fan hard in the face so that Hu Yiling can make it clear. Who was better? Seeing that Hu Yiling had already arrived, Zhang Fan's mood became more composed even after the ups and downs. The next moment, he took a deep breath. Everyone's gazes also fell on Zhang Fan at that moment. This free throw carries the expectations of the students of South Arts. Watching this scene, Hu Yiling tightly gripped the colored ball, her heart in her throat. Right at this moment, Zhang Fan slowly raised his firm eyes, decisively held the ball, raised his arm high, and sent the ball out with force with one hand. Swish! A nice shot through the center. The free throws went in. Yeah! The students of South Arts shouted at once. Both Yang Qi and He Weihang breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Mr. Zhang Fan is great. Hu Yiling waved the colorful ball. Completely professional cheerleader. She knew that her husband Zhang Fan could definitely do it. It was, after all the result of their hard exercise last night. In the next second quarter, Zhang Fan scored many times with accurate shots for Southern Arts. Yang Qi and He Weihang were also trying to hand over chances to Zhang Fan. After all, in terms of fighting against the external enemy of Southern sports, Yang Qi and Zhang Fan were teammates at the moment. It wasn't until the end of the first half that SFA not only equalized, but even caught up to the SFA varsity team. The current score is 28-35. At this rate of scoring, it's highly unlikely that Southern Arts will upend the past and win this tournament. Are you all a bunch of ing losers? How dare you can't even stop a rookie chicken? If you lose this game, will you still have the face to call yourselves the varsity team of the gymnasium? Chen Junfeng is reprimanding his players off the field. At this point, he was so angry that he was smoking. He really did not expect Zhang Fan, this kid, was able to make 100 shots in the basket. Not only that, the rest of the Southern Arts varsity team was also driven by Zhang Fan and were all trying to block for him. If Zhang Fan continued to be allowed to shoot next, then this game would be lost in all likelihood. Chen Junfeng looked across to Zhang Fan, who was surrounded by the crowd, with extremely resentful eyes. It looks like we'll have to use some tricks to win. Chapter 29 Digging Up the Schoolgirl. Mr. Zhang Fan has worked hard. Quickly drink some of my water. Hu Yiling sat beside the sweaty Zhang Fan and unscrewed the cap of the bottle. Thank you. Zhang Fan had just received the water when Yang Qi suddenly walked towards him. When Hu Yiling saw this, her beautiful eyes immediately became hostile. It's you. What do you want again? Yiling, take it easy. Zhang Fan gave Hu Yiling a look. At this time, Yang Qi came in front of Zhang Fan, and that gangly face actually became a bit embarrassed. I was the one who said something too much before. You, don't be at ease, and I have to admit, you do look good. Hearing this, Hu Yiling couldn't believe her ears. What has happened here? This guy Yang Qi even took the initiative to show affection to his husband Zhang Fan? Zhang Fan smiled faintly and said without thinking about the past, you too, let's continue to cheer in the second half. Well, Yankee scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing this, Hu Yiling seemed to understand something. It looked like it was husband Zhang Fan's personal charm that had infected Yang Qi. If not for this, with Yang Qi's condescending nature, how could he identify with Zhang Fan? Thinking of this, Hu Yiling couldn't help but be happy for her own husband. Her husband is not an ordinary and mediocre person in other people's eyes, and his shining points are like gold buried in the stone, which can only be revealed gradually under her continuous excavation. Perhaps, even he didn't realize it was happening. Halftime, the two of them, who had been having a good time under the field, were seen by Jiang Evening from afar, especially when her gaze fell on Hu Yiling. The beautiful eyes were cold. Hu Yiling was smiling as she wiped away the sweat on Zhang Fan's forehead, and seeing this happy and overflowing look on her face, Jiang Evening secretly clenched her teeth, and a scowl inadvertently appeared on her pretty face. If not for her, if it wasn't for this vixen, how could one now go unnoticed at South Arts? At first, Jiang Evening was high up in the school, charming a piece of geeks. But it was this lower school flower suddenly broke in, breaking the situation, but also effortlessly robbed her of everything. Jiang Evening was unwilling. She wasn't happy with the way Hu Yiling didn't care about the title of school flower, yet she was firmly in first place. What makes a woman like this one to be chosen as the school beauty of Southern Arts? And who is she to be a stepping stone for such a woman? Jiang Evening clenched her fists in resentment. Seeing it, you're upset, aren't you? Just then, a male voice sounded from her side. Wang Xianwen walked over to Jiang Evening side at that moment, his face contemptuous. Isn't this young Master Wang? What? You also have moments of concern for me? Jiang Evening hugged her chest and gave Wang Xianwen a cold look. Murphy, are you trying to rekindle an old flame with me? Xianwen Wang laughed coldly. Don't joke. You know, I'm only interested in things I can't get, and the strength in you has long since passed. After saying that, Wang Xianwen looked at Hu Yiling in the distance. Jiang Evening glanced at him, and his face turned even more ugly. It's Hu Yiling again. Am I that inferior to her? Jiang Evening gritted her teeth. That's not necessarily true. Xianwen Wang smiled meaningfully. Have you seen that kid? Jiang Evening looked toward Zhang Fan in the distance. And then what? What do you want to say? Could it be that you, young Master Wang, are also jealous that he stole your goddess? Jiang Evening's tone carried a hint of sneer. Do you really think they are a couple? Xianwen Wang suddenly sneered. Isn't it? Jiang Evening raised her eyebrows. No matter how one looked at it, Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan looked like a young couple in the throes of a passionate love affair. How could ordinary friends be so close? Xianwen Wang slowly said, have you ever seen any guy who would keep a distance from his girlfriend? When Jiang Evening heard this, she looked at Zhang Fan again. It's still true. A detail she hadn't noticed earlier. Sitting on the bench, Zhang Fan avoided Hu Yiling as if he were seemingly avoiding him. The closer Hu Yiling got, the more Zhang Fan's hands and feet panicked, like a young girl being molested by hooligans. This does not look like a normal couple. Zhang Fan's actions are more like avoiding suspicion. See? When Xianwen Wang saw this expression on Jiang Evening's face, he smiled smugly. Instead of saying that they look like a couple, I rather feel that it's more like Hu Yiling is courting that Zhang Fan kid. Though I don't know why this silly boy can attract Hu Yiling, but I'm sure that's it. Including the scene yesterday when he met Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan. Now that Xianwen Wang thought about it, he realized that Zhang Fan was extremely unnatural at that time. Just ask how proud it was to have a schoolgirl as a girlfriend. But that kid Zhang Fan, was the one who looked flattered. So what? I have no idea what you want to say. Zhang Evening coldly said. She wasn't interested in knowing that. At best she was surprised that Hu Yiling would be a lickspittle. TSK. Wang Xianwen shook his head. I'm answering your question. Are you, Zhang Evening, really inferior to Hu Yiling? If you want to know the answer to that, silly boy is your target. My goal? Exactly. If you can make Zhang Fan fall in love with you and subsequently ditch Hu Yiling, the schoolgirl of Southern Arts, does that mean Hu Yiling, the idol goddess, is far inferior to you, the overly popular school beauty? I guess there's nothing more fulfilling than conquering a man that the schoolgirl can't even conquer, right? You tell me. Xianwen Wang raised a sinister smile. What good does picking up a silly boy do me? Zhang Evening said disdainfully. Chapter 30, Naked Provocation. Xianwen Wan was quite tasteful. I thought that for you, as long as you could hurt Hu Yiling, you would be satisfied. Oh, I can't see that young Master Wang understands me quite well. Zhang Evening suddenly sneered. But don't think I don't know that you just want to snatch Hu Yiling away from that kid and borrow me to use as a sword. If you want to use me to help you get rid of him, you have to give me some favors, right? Chairman Wang. Zhang Evening was no cutie pie either. She understood Wang Xuanwen's inciting words as soon as she heard them. Okay, of course I won't treat you poorly either. Wang Xianwen had anticipated this and spoke. The next Southern Art School flower selection is coming up. You definitely want to go back to that position again, right? With my abilities in the student government, I'm perfectly capable of canvassing and creating public opinion for you. When the time comes, are you still afraid that Hu Yiling will press you? When Zhang Evening heard this, that beautiful eye flashed with a hint of surprise. Xianwen Wang, you are truly a man with a snake's heart. But, I love it. The 10-minute break is over. The third quarter of the second half is about to begin. What is that Chen Junfeng kid doing? They seem to have been discussing tactics. Yang Qi saw the group of people from the opposite side of the gymnasium, who had been gathering around without knowing what they were talking about. He Weihang picked his nose at this time and said, whatever they discuss. Anyway, now that my big brother is here, this match, a packet win. We can't take it lightly yet. They were just careless before. Zhang Fan frowned. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling about the next match. After all, Chen Junfeng and their overall strength was always stronger than them. Adapting and changing their playing style was quick. And it was always right to be cautious in the face of this group of guys from the courtyard. Fellow student Zhang Fan is right. Don't take credit for yourselves. Hu Yiling concurred. He Weihang got a little jealous. It's not a family. Still saying it doesn't matter. Hu Yiling has become an obedient kitten. At that moment, the whistle blew. The second half officially began. Both varsity teams were on the court at the same time at this point. And the third quarter was still started by the SFA varsity team. This time, Zhang Fan, as a killer, was no longer just used to serve. However, this also allowed Chen Junfeng to take advantage of the situation and actually came to defend Zhang Fan himself. Zhang Fan, you kid got lucky in the second quarter, but in the second half, it's impossible for you to get that many points again. Chen Junfeng stayed in front of Zhang Fan, glancing at him with a grim smile. When Hu Yiling saw this scene, she was so angry that she clenched her fists and her cheeks bulged. If you can't beat them, play against them. This Chen Junfeng is disgusting. He Weihang, who was serving the ball off the court, saw this and was in a very difficult situation. And in the way of Chen Junfeng, he could only pass the ball to another player. The player had just received the ball and the next moment it was intercepted behind the back of the burly 6'9" man. No good, He Weihang exclaimed at once. Seeing that the black man grabbed the ball, Yang Qi rushed to break through the defense, switching with his teammates to intercept the strong man as the team's point guard. Otherwise no one can really stop this tall man. After all, apart from Chen Junfeng, the most tricky one was the guy in front of him. The burly man looked at Yang Qi with great disdain. He only saw his hands dribbling the ball quickly at his hips, followed by a dazzling operation, showing Yang Qi a set of solid fundamentals of the gymnasium team, as if he was showing his personal skills. And at this point, he had absolutely no intention of attacking. This guy, is he treating our Southern Arts people like monkeys? Too damn arrogant. I really want to go up and kill him. Out of sight, out of mind. What kind of friendly competition is this? The burly man's approach quickly caused a wave of outrage. However, Chen Junfeng raised the corners of his mouth as if this was the effect he wanted. Asterisk. Don't be so arrogant. Yang Qi couldn't hang on his face, just wanted to reach out and break the ball. But that strong man suddenly dribbled the ball to the left side, followed by that big palm grabbing the basketball and directly a back dribble. Zhang Fan secretly screamed that it was not good. The first break pounced on the ball, Yang Qi's feet had already moved significantly. It was too late to react. In this gap, the strongman has changed hands from the right side of the breakthrough. 3 steps to the basket, directly lay up the ball. The ball landed on the side of the basket and bounced a couple times. Look at the crowd holding their breath. Knock. One last pop up. That ball ended up in the basket. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Qi was so angry that his chest rose and fell. Listening to the cheers from the side of the gymnasium students, the students of Southern Arts got upset. It would have been fine if they had scored normally, but to humiliate people in such a way, knowing that they didn't even do that when they had the lead in the last quarter, was infuriating. We have to find a way to create an opportunity for Zhang Fan to stop Chen Junfeng. Yanqi served off the court and commanded to He Weihang. Hu Yiling could see that the side of the gymnasium had now learned its lesson and changed its style of play. In that ball just now, hubby Zhang Fan had absolutely no chance to catch the ball and was stared at to death. At the same time, Yanqi was a hothead and couldn't afford to be provoked. It's safe to say the gymnasium has the tempo in their hands again this time. At this moment, Yang Qi, who was outside the court, gave a wink to Zhang Fan, who quickly understood and got rid of Chen Junfeng to make a catch. Chen Junfeng just wanted to follow, but his next step was blocked by He Weihang. Stop him, Chen Junfeng bellowed. Zhang Fan got the ball and quickly sprinted with it. Hu Yiling hurriedly stood up and waved the colorful ball at the sight. Go for it, Mr. Zhang Fan. The students outside that field were envious when they saw this scene. If I can get the schoolgirl to cheer and support me when I play on the court, I'll be happy even if I get abused. Just as Zhang Fan was preparing to enter the inner line with the ball, the 2 Southern sports players, who were originally defending each other, suddenly intercepted Zhang Fan's breakthrough in a clamping position, like 2 high walls standing in front of his eyes. I'll go. This 2 defense 1 is here. It looks like the Southern body is really scared. Seeing this scene, the students of Southern Arts all sweated for Zhang Fan. Chapter 31, the schoolgirl's going to make an appearance. This treatment also undoubtedly indicated that it was targeting Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling was so angry that she clenched her teeth, her cheeks bulging like a puffer fish. It was too much to do that to her husband. Zhang Fan, this. He Weihang rushed in. Seeing this, Zhang Fan threw the ball towards the crotch of one of the Southern sports players. Bang! The basketball rebounded and accurately passed into He Weihang's hands. Hu Yiling suddenly felt that this scene was déjà vu. Yang Qi couldn't help but laugh. This kid, he learns from me quite fast. He Weihang with the ball broke through a Southern sports player, just as he shot a jumper. The 2-meter-1 tall inside center. A direct firepot fell and covered He Weihang's shot. Bang! The basketball hit the ground hard. Zhang Fan just wanted to rush up, but the 2 people beside him were in hot pursuit, preferring to miss the defense and not letting Zhang Fan have half a chance to get the ball. In the end, the ball was directly intercepted by Chen Junfeng, who rushed forward. Chen Junfeng passed back and the ball fell into the hands of the burly man, followed by a jumper from the 3-point line. Swish! South Sea Sports Academy scored 3 more runs. This instantly made the students of South Arts explode. Although there was no problem with 2 defense 1, this tactic also showed that the gymnasium was afraid of Zhang Fan, and it was obvious that Zhang Fan's shooting in the first half had caused the opponent to pay enough attention. In the third quarter, there were 2 people defending around Zhang Fan almost the entire time. Yang Qi side and Chen Junfeng block. He Weihang play is not very stable. The remaining 2 players is half a bucket of water. A moment was disorganized. The last section of the score is not easy to lead, but so by the academy leveled. There was less than 2 minutes left at the end of the third quarter. The Southern Arts varsity team, which had just dropped another ball, had to serve again. Just as Zhang Fan was feeling frustrated, Yang Qi walked up to him. Zhang Fan, it won't do for you to be targeted like this anymore. You have to shoot for us to have a chance to score, or else we're really going to lose. I know that too, but Zhang Fan clenched his fists and looked embarrassed. The defense against him in the gymnasium was too vicious to get away from, so he couldn't hold the ball at all. Even if you take the ball, you'll never be able to throw it. Try using that trick you used against me last time. Your super long shot. Yankee then suddenly said, we'll try to block for you, and that's the only chance you'll get to shoot. Now whether it was 3 points or 2 points, Zhang Fan had a hard time. The only possibility is right near center field. Zhang Fan's complexion became grave. I'll try it then. On this serve, off the court, He Weihang passed the ball to Yang Qi. Zhang Fan was still being guarded by the 2 players as usual, so Yang Qi could only give a wink to the other 2 players. The 2 players understood and then took off to block for Zhang Fan, who also took the opportunity to run away to receive the ball. Yang Qi made a decisive move. Seeing this, Chen Junfeng rushed forward to intercept. The basketball was not intercepted by Chen Junfeng and passed smoothly to Zhang Fan, but this rushing up Chen Junfeng didn't break on this, and directly hit Yang Qi. and both of them fell to the ground at once. Chen Junfeng just pressed down on Yang Qi's body. Yankee! Zhang Fan, who was standing in the center, exclaimed. Yang Qi gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't hesitate. Cast! Don't let him throw!" Chen Junfeng shouted at the same time. Seeing this, Zhang Fan didn't hesitate to strike a shooting pose. After all, this is the opportunity that everyone has worked so hard for. Just as Zhang Fan leaped up and threw the ball, a southern sports player rushed over to try to cover it, but it was obviously too late. The crowd outside the field looked at the arc with an unbelievable gaze. The same is true for Yiling. At that moment, it was as if everyone's heartbeat stood still. Just see that beyond three-point shot, beautifully arcing through the air and finally through the center into the net. Swish! Enter! A group of students from South Arts instantly chanted. Yiling also jumped up violently from his seat. Hubby is fantastic. Yiling, who had just finished saying this, suddenly realized that there was instant silence around her. When she looked back, it was all the Southern Arts students who were looking at her in dismay. Yiling smiled awkwardly. Oops, an accidental mouthful. Holy, did I just read that right? I can't believe the ball went in from such a distance. This kid is too good. How did it happen? At this moment, even the students over at the gymnasium were marveling at Zhang Fan's performance. The gaze towards Zhang Fan had changed from the contempt at the beginning to adoration now. Seeing this, Yang Qi, who was lying on the ground, released a smile. I knew you boys could do it. Beep. The referee's whistle blows. The third quarter was just about over. Current game score, 45-44. Southsea Sports College is just 1 point ahead of the Arts College. It was a shame to be tied, but the gap between the two teams is now only 1 point. As long as they played well in the last session, Zhang Fan believed that they still had a chance. This asshole. Chen Junfeng's face was gloomy when he saw the score. Originally they should have completely abused Southern Arts, but because of this kid Zhang Fan, they played so anxiously. If there is no him, this third quarter is enough to win a few dozens of points from South Arts. It is really exasperating. If they really lost to this group of design faculty, then their gymnasium would be a disgrace. 5-minute break. Zhang Fan and He Weihang carried the injured Yang Qi off the field. There was a roaring cheer in every ear. Big brother, still you're great, to be able to shoot from such a long distance. He Weihang hadn't recovered from the excitement he had just experienced. Zhang Fan really stunned him with that strike. Without Zhang Fan's last shot, the score would have been opened up even more by Southern Sports, and then the next quarter would have been even harder to play. Luckily, Zhang Fan saved the day. Zhang Fan was not interested in reviewing the excitement just now at this time. Instead he asked to Yang Qi, how are you doing? Can you still play in the last quarter? I'll try my best. Otherwise you guys can't do it without me. Yang Qi gritted his teeth and let go of Zhang Fan and He Weihang, but this just hardened for less than 2 seconds. Yang Qi instantly fell softly to the ground. Hiss. Yankee ate the pain. Looking at his swollen ankle, Zhang Fan frowned. Looks like a bad injury. He Weihang even felt pain for Yang Qi. Is this guy Chen Junfeng a bull? No. Chen Junfeng, he did it on purpose. At this time, Yiling suddenly walked over. Zhang Fan was surprised. Why do you say that? Because I saw. It's. Yiling gently clenched her fists and frowned. I saw Chen Junfeng intentionally push Yang Qi down, and it was so fast that many people didn't notice that. Moreover, he also intentionally pressed down on Yang Qi and stepped on Yang Qi's feet. I'm afraid this guy, Chen Junfeng, is trying to take advantage of the foul so he can replace Yang Qi. Thinking of this, Yiling's beautiful eyes gradually turned cold. This guy Chen Junfeng is too sinister. That bastard. Yang Qi clenched his teeth and looked at Chen Junfeng on the opposite side. Even Yang Qi himself did not notice this detail. At that time the scene was chaotic. How could he know this except for the pain in his body? Now that I think about it, Chen Junfeng was completely able to break the car at that distance just now. Zhang Fan sighed at this time. Things have already happened. It's useless to say anything. The only way now can only be to replace another person on the field. After all, Yang Qi can't continue to play with this injury. Although Yanqi was very reluctant, he knew that it was indeed the case. Sticking hard on the field is just a drag. But who else can be replaced now? Is it possible to replace Fatty on the field again? He Weihang scratched his head. Just as the crowd was in trouble, Yiling's voice suddenly rang out. How about, let me on? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan and the others looked at Yiling in surprise. Chapter 32, Surprisingly White. Nosebleed. You? Stop it, auntie. How are you going to play as a girl? Yang Qi didn't have the good sense to say. Although Yiling looks beautiful, but beautiful also cannot let the ball into the basket obediently by themselves. This is after all a game between men. Suddenly more than one woman. Not in line with the rules and unrealistic. He Weihang also laughed awkwardly. That's right, sister-in-law. You'd better not get involved, right? What's wrong you two? Can't girls play ball? Hu Yiling frowned her willow eyebrows and braced herself. Or do you two think I'm not as good at playing ball as you guys? Yang Qi and He Wei Hang were both in trouble. Haven't really seen it yet, so it's hard to pinpoint. Bull, but what about your foot injury? Zhang Fan asked at this time. He practiced with Hu Yiling, so naturally he knew her strength. The reason why Zhang Fan can make rapid progress, that's all because of Hu Yiling. In terms of playing, even the current him is not necessarily Hu Yiling's opponent, but the key is, Hu Yiling also sprained her foot last night. It's okay, it's just a small injury, and after Zhang Fan's classmates helped me apply oil at home, I'm much better now, Hu Yiling said, and stomped her sprained foot twice. Hearing Hu Yiling's words, He Wei Hang and Yang Qi both looked at Zhang Fan with strange eyes. At home at, painting with oil. What kind of dangerous words are those? He Wei Hang couldn't help but marvel at this rapid progress of his big brother. It seems that yesterday Zhang Fan really brought the school flower home. I guess just now Hu Yiling came so late is because last night's exercise is too tired. It really makes people so envious. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling and frowned. Is it really alright? You don't want to be tough. So classmate Zhang Fan cares about me so much. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly. Zhang Fan immediately blushed. After all, you're injured. Concern is still necessary, right? Puff. Hu Yiling laughed. Okay, don't tease you. Having your concern is enough. This can be much more useful than the stumbling oil. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. Gee, He Wei Hang saw this show of love. It's almost unbearable to watch. Is it fun to bully them singles? Since that's the case, then let Yiling replace Yang Qi on the field. Zhang Fan looked at the rest of the team and opened his mouth. Yang Qi at this time also helpless. Since they believed so much in Hu Yiling, he had disabled also have nothing to say, but hope that this game will not lose too ugly it. Let's beat the southern body together. Hu Yiling stretched out her snow-white pink fist. Zhang Fan froze, then extended his fist as well. Yang Qi, He Wei Hang, Fatty, and the other members of the team were all involved. Go for it. The final quarter is about to begin. After the referee checks on Yang Qi's injury, Zhang Fan makes a substitution request to the referee. But since Hu Yiling was not a substitute and was a girl, the referee was in a difficult position for a moment. After all, this was the first time in many years of friendly matches between the two houses that this had happened. After a few referees discussed that after all, it is a friendly game, can reluctantly make an exception, but must go through the South Sports School team's consent, or else on Hu Yiling on the field will not be considered. What? Let's put Hu Yiling in the ring. Don't laugh your ass off. Okay. Chen Junfeng let out a big laugh after hearing the referee's comment. Even if the South Arts varsity team wanted to forfeit the game, it wouldn't have to be so blatant, would it? I can't believe I'm using a girl as a substitute, but Chen Junfeng does not mind. Anyway, in the end, how the Southern Art will lose. Change who is on the same, even, can also use this to have fun with Hu Yiling, so that she can see how powerful he is. The SDSU team said they agreed to replace the women on the field, and so, the following scene ensued. A stunningly beautiful girl in a cheerleading uniform followed Zhang Fan and the others onto the court. Whether it was the students of the Southern Arts or the students of the gymnasium, at this moment, their jaws were about to drop in shock. Ha! What's going on here? Take a quick look. It looks like Nani has changed. Holy, the leader was subbed out and the one who came on was surprisingly, the goddess Hu Yiling. Hu Yiling? Yiling who? Goddess. I love you. Come on goddess. Beat them. South Arts schoolgirl Yiling who's on. It instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the boys from both houses in the stands. Even Hu Yiling directly became the biggest attraction of this basketball game. The ordinary basketball game is just to watch a ball, and now there is a beautiful figure on the court, who is still watching the ball. Not to mention that this was the first time in years that girls had played in a friendly match, and, still the school goddess in their hearts. Hu Yiling smiled slightly as the whole crowd cheered and waved to the crowd. The stadium was transformed into a campus fan meet and greet for the goddess. Zhang Fan, He Wei Hang and the others couldn't help but smile awkwardly. The influence of this schoolgirl. It's scary. Bitch, what's the point of being smug? Zhang Evening, who was watching from afar outside the field, cursed. This scene reinforced her determination to regain her position as the school's top girl. She had to snatch the past back. This was only the treatment that belonged to her. Zhang Evening, on the field, Chen Junfeng shouted angrily at his teammates. You guys, remember to keep an eye on Zhang Fan for me. Yes, Captain. The guys nodded timidly. With that, Chen Junfeng looked at Hu Yiling's figure and sneered. Yiling, just let me have some fun with you. In the fourth quarter, which should have been served by the South Sports varsity, the ball was transferred to the South Arts varsity because of a physical foul by Chen Junfeng in the previous quarter. and at that moment He Wei-hang was standing outside the court, ready to serve the ball. The fourth and final quarter of play. Now, it's official. While He Wei-hang was hesitating who to pass it to, Hu Yiling suddenly stretched out his hand. I'm afraid I'll lose the ball if I give the first goal to my sister-in-law. At this point the Southern Arts students outside the arena shouted, "Pass it, can't you see my goddess wants the ball? Hurry up and give the ball to my goddess. I want to see her play. Get a move on. You're so slow." These guys are out of their minds? Now in their eyes, they still care about the game, completely come to see Hu Yiling's personal show. Since this was the case, He Wei-hang didn't want to get angry and quickly passed the ball to Hu Yiling. At once, all those boys off the field had peachy eyes. Hu Yiling dribbled across the half-court and was about to break through when Chen Junfeng suddenly appeared in front of her. "Belle, I never thought I'd get to play with you again someday, although we are rivals. Don't worry, I can't afford to be too rough on you." Saying that, Chen Junfeng smiled lewdly. Hu Yiling looked disgusted. "Ha, put away your self-serving excuses. Even if you use all your strength, you won't necessarily be better than me." Hu Yiling's beautiful eyes were icy cold, and her words were also cold. In the face of this scum, Hu Yiling only had disgust and anger in her heart. Chen Junfeng was unimpressed and sneered. "I am not as easy to deal with as you think. You have to." Before the words were finished, a floating and beautiful figure brushed past him, and Chen Junfeng's eyes suddenly widened, looking back, only to see that Hu Yiling had left him behind at some point. His movements were very crisp and fast, and he could see that Chen Junfeng was in a daze. After Chen Junfeng froze for a moment, he said in shock, "Stop. Stop her." At this point, the two Defense 1 South body players see the situation, can only free up one person to deal with Hu Yiling, because no matter how you look at it, this Hu Yiling doesn't look simple. Whether it's dribbling or breaking with the ball, it's obvious that the fundamentals are solid. Even better than them, the gymnasium players. Zhang Fan just wanted to go over to help, but the man beside him deadlocked him. Trying to run half-court to catch the ball is now impossible. Right now, you can only rely on Hu Yiling himself. Don't try to pass easily. The 1m9 strong man attacked from Hu Yiling's right side. Seeing this, Belle quickly switched the ball to his left hand. Faced with that much taller strong man, Hu Yiling is not afraid of danger. The next moment actually make a cross-step dribble. Not only successful right breakthrough, but also the strong man to the ground to the false shake. This time, the crowd was instantly stunned. The goddess is so good with the ball. Asterisk. See that? Passed two people in a row. Goddess, this is too handsome. I love it so much. If only I could be shaken by a goddess too. Being so handsome, Hu Yiling obviously made the obsessed admirers even crazier. Even Yang Qisao also sucked in a breath. This is too show. Hu Yiling only body breakthrough. Dribbling the ball movement is beautiful and handsome. Instantly charmed a large number of boys, especially the white pleated skirt that is about to float up. Is firmly attracted the attention of the crowd. Gone with the wind. Floated up. The boys were wide-eyed and drooling. Just about to see it. Just a layup from Hu Yiling, throwing the ball smoothly into the basket. Those thin legs jumped up and their skirts fluttered with them. When it hits the ground, the skirt looks like a little parachute held open. At this time, a group of boys had no time to care whether the ball had scored or not. Instead, their faces raised the corners of their mouths in anticipation. And there was even someone who quickly picked up his cell phone and silently tapped on the camera. The moment Hu Yiling descended, her white pleated skirt was lifted by the wind. The long-awaited scene suddenly appeared before us. Surprisingly white. Chapter 33, the final match. Shoo, white bottoms. At this point the boys felt like cold water had been thrown at them head-on. Hey, anticipation for nothing. The goddess has so little trust in her own people. Why are you even defending me? A blind man? Southern Arts Varsity. As Yiling, who added 2 more runs. Now leading by a single point, is the South Sea School of Art. Mr. Zhang Fan, am I good? Hu Yiling had just scored a goal and came to Zhang Fan to ask for compliments. Looking at such a well-behaved schoolflower, it is really envious of a large number of boys. Did this kid save the galaxy in his last life? When? Of course it's awesome. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. I guess after this basketball game, there will be a few more rumors about him and Hu Yiling. He Wei-hang also couldn't help but praise at this time. Sister-in-law, you're really too strong. You'll have to teach me more next time. Zhang Fan froze before reacting. Hey, don't mess up. Fine. For the love of your sister-in-law, it wouldn't hurt to teach you. Hu Yiling playfully spat out her tongue. Being called so, it was as if she was already Zhang Fan's wife. Hu Yiling's heart couldn't be happier, and this small request certainly didn't matter. Sister-in-law has agreed, so don't be petty, big brother. Zhang Fan, Captain, How is it that the guys coming up from this southern arts are all more powerful than one another? The 1 meter 9 strong man said with red ears. That scene just now was simply going to disgrace him. He's a gymnasium guy who got blitzed by a girl. You have the damn nerve to speak. Chen Junfeng was furious. Although he himself was broken by Hui Suzu, it didn't affect him in any way to dump the pot on his teammates. In his opinion, Hu Yiling must have practiced. Otherwise she couldn't have managed to pass 2 people in a row so easily. But whether it was Hu Yiling or Zhang Fan, the strength of both of them exceeded his expectations. And it was obvious that Hu Yiling had also taken out her full strength in order to help Zhang Fan win this match. Hu Yiling the woman. Do you want Zhang Fan to win so badly? Chen Junfeng gritted his teeth at this time and said, change the strategy. They will definitely pass the ball to Hu Yiling next. You two just switch to defend Hu Yiling. As for that Zhang Fan kid, leave it to me. I don't need to teach you what women are most afraid of. Do I? Understood. Captain. A new offense begins. Chen Junfeng catches a pass from his teammate. Hu Yiling was about to go forward to teach Chen Junfeng how to behave, but 2 big men suddenly came around him, with lewd smiles on their faces. This guy Chen Junfeng, how can you target her so quickly? Not only that, these 2 big men were still seemingly sticking to Hu Yiling. The smell of sweat all over the place is going to smoke Hu Yiling. One foot had just smoked Hu Yiling away, and the next foot they were in hot pursuit. It was obvious that these 2 guys had come to disgust her on purpose. Get out of my way. Don't block my view of the goddess. What do you 2 want? If you dare to touch the goddess, we'll kill you. That's right. 2 big men bullying a girl. Isn't it shameful? The students at South Arts quickly became disgruntled. It is really nasty. Yet how could the gymnasium gang mind? Chen Junfeng raised a smile. Anyway, it's just one word. Disgusting, and it's over. Zhang Fan frowned when he saw this, but now he could only focus on the big picture. He had to defend himself against Chen Junfeng first. Wei Hang, I'll leave Yiling's side to you. I'll deal with Chen Junfeng. No problem. Big brother. Zhang Fan came in front of Chen Junfeng and took a defensive stance. Just you. Are you also confident that you can stop me? Chen Junfeng snorted coldly and dribbled the ball calmly. Zhang Fan's eyes were very determined. If I can't stop you, then I don't deserve to win this tournament. Chen Junfeng sniffed and raised his eyebrows. Oh, then your brat is too confident. At this moment, the 2 of them, Zhang Fan and Chen Junfeng, were anxiously confronting each other. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. Yang Qi under the field even clenched his fists. Zhang Fan the kid, can you really stop that varsity basketball captain? Just then, Chen Junfeng launched an attack, not choosing to pass the ball but breaking through Zhang Fan directly. Zhang Fan saw the situation and reached out to intercept, but Chen Junfeng, as if he had expected it, put the ball behind his back and transferred it to his other hand, while Chen Junfeng turned around and directly shook over Zhang Fan. Meh, so much for you. Chen Junfeng sneered and brought the ball just as he was about to break through. Just then, however, a hand suddenly reached out. Snap! Zhang Fan actually broke the basketball out of Chen Junfeng's hand. How is that possible? This kid was not just by me. Could it be? Fake it. The ball was slapped by Zhang Fan, and just as it was about to go out of bounds, Wei Hang immediately ran to the boundary and caught the ball. Chen Junfeng still had shock in his eyes, but Zhang Fan's voice rang in his ears. I'm guessing you won't just break through. Looks like I was the one who guessed right. Chen Junfeng's arrogant nature. How could he let go of such an opportunity to humiliate Zhang Fan? Moreover, Chen Junfeng's offensive action was too obvious. It was obviously just a false alarm. It was a little trick that Hu Yiling had passed on to her. Zhang Fan was just matching Chen Junfeng's movements to fake it. You! Chen Junfeng's angry teeth clenched. Zhang Fan! Wei Hang shouted and threw the ball towards the open space in front of Zhang Fan. Looking at the trajectory, Zhang Fan quickly ran forward and directly caught the flying basketball. Chen Junfeng chased up at this time, but Zhang Fan had already dribbled to the 3-point line. A jump shot decisively shot. Even the 2-meter-1 tall man was too late to cover Zhang Fan's ball. Swish! The ball should go into the basket. South Sea College of Art. For another 3 points. Awesome! Those Southern Arts students off the field yelled. Yang Qi also excitedly shoot up the thigh. A moment to forget that there are injuries. The next second on the pain of grimacing up. Hiss. Damn. How this kid scored a goal and I myself scored a goal is still happy. Student Zhang Fan. It seems like you've been listening to me properly. Hu Yiling guffawed when she saw Zhang Fan's fake defense just now. Apparently she was very effective in training her husband last night yet. Zhang Fan smiled along with him. After all, it's all because the coach taught them well. That's for sure. Coach who is not a cover. Hu Yiling pouted. Half the time had passed and there was less than 5 minutes left until the end of the last quarter. With the current trend of Southern Arts leading by 4 points, even if it's just running out the clock, that's a solid win. How could Chen Junfeng not know this? If they can't get more than 5 points in these minutes, they will lose. All listen to me. There's only one way left for us now. We have to play in tandem. These guys are just loose sand. Chen Junfeng reformulated the last wave of tactics and gritted his teeth at his teammates. This last bit of time. At least get 5 points. If I can't get it, I wouldn't mind having another group of guys on the varsity team. Once again, Chen Junfeng gets the ball from the field. But this time he, in a rare move, didn't choose to carry the ball alone, but passed it to a teammate. The gymnasium was all tall, and once they had the ball in their hands, it was difficult for Zhang Fan to grab it, and just by passing the ball back and forth, they were able to use up their energy and thus reach the half of the Southern Arts Center without any problems. The burly 6'9" man got the ball and passed the same to another player. He Wei Hang couldn't grab the pass even if he jumped up with all his strength. These guys, they are planning to play positional coordination. Hu Yiling frowned. That 3-point line at the center of the south body to get the ball. Immediately raised the ball high. Under a South Arts players cannot grab no matter what. Jumped up not as high as someone else's hand. This scene is very funny. That center doesn't even bring a jump and shoots a 3 from the spot. An arc was drawn. The basketball went straight into the basket. There's simply no one who can stop them in this self-advantage. The score gap instantly narrowed to just 2 points. Time. 2. Is less than 2 minutes left. All it takes is for the SDSU team to score another 3 points relying on that type of play. The situation would be completely reversed. SDSU varsity scores and it's now up to South Arts to serve. Zhang Fan sank down at this moment and looked at his hands. There's not much time left. Whoever scores the goal could directly determine the final outcome. Now they have a huge advantage on serve, and they have to capitalize on this opportunity to do so. After all, Southern style, now trailing on the scoreboard, should be more anxious than they are. Hu Yiling couldn't help but worry as she looked at her husband's nervous appearance. Now Zhang Fan should be the one with the most pressure in the team, because the hopes of the entire Southern Arts Academy are on him at this point. The key was that he was still burdened with a bet, and having fought this far, he must not miss. Zhang Fan, watch the ball. Off the field, He Wei Hang passes directly to Zhang Fan. Chen Junfeng once again appeared in front of Zhang Fan, not moving an inch. Zhang Fan knew that this guy must be eager to break his ball and create a 3-point offense in the next time, even if he could only shoot 2 points, so that the gymnasium could take a draw even if it was not good enough and go straight to overtime. Once it went into overtime, and following the way the gymnasium had just played, they were bound to lose, so never let the gym get the ball. After He Wei Hang served the ball, he immediately went up to block for Hu Yiling so that Hu Yiling could have a chance to go to the support. Sister-in-law, go quickly. Big brother needs you now. Hu Yiling nodded. It was this opening that Hu Yiling was able to pull out. In the afterglow, Zhang Fan saw the opportunity to make a fake pass. Zhang Fan pretended to break through, and then made a sharp stop and directly passed the ball to Hu Yiling, who ran to the left side. Chen Junfeng reached out to intercept the ball without success, and could only see the ball being passed out from his fingertips. Not good. P.S. Today, the 3 chapters of the word count is more. Code finished relatively late. Thank you for your support. You are the first wave of support for my friends. Thank you. I will do my best to write this book well. I will do my best to write this book well. I wrote this section on basketball, recalling many of my own past memories of playing basketball, and now I have fewer chances to touch the ball, and most of the time I touch the keyboard. Of course, it's a warm feeling to have readers with me. Thanks again, guys. Chapter 34, is this a trick? I'll fix you. Sure enough, Zhang Fan thought correctly. Now Chen Junfeng wants to win too much. It also caused him to be nervous but not as responsive as before. However, although Hu Yiling got the ball, there were soon Southern sports players who wrapped up the ball on both sides, and even Chen Junfeng chased after him from behind. That 1'9" strong man even unashamedly reached out and groped around, looking dumbfounded at the people outside the field. Asterisk, 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 what do you boys want? To treat the schoolgirl so roughly, purely taking advantage of her. It's disgusting. I want to go up and punch this guy. Forget it, you can't beat. Hu Yiling took a step back in fear, but quickly figured out the break. In the gap between the 3 sides of the attack, only to see Hu Yiling a back turn. From the gap with the ball breakthrough, small body in the battlefield of the giants is particularly flexible. Suddenly let the South Sports School team are surprised. Belle breaks through and gets inside the 3-point line. In the next moment, Hu Yiling did not hesitate to make a shooting stance, at the same time that inside the South Body Center also jumped up violently, and his tall figure directly blocked all of Hu Yiling's line of sight. If this is a direct throw, it is bound to be hatted down. Sister-in-law. He Wei Hang's heart was in his throat at this point. Yang Qi and the spectators outside the arena stared blankly. At this moment, Hu Yiling in the air even looked at Zhang Fan. Chen Junfeng looked along. only to see that Zhang Fan was actually unguarded, but also ran directly to the right side of Hu Yiling. Fake pitches and real passes. Whoosh! The basketball slashed through and also landed right in Zhang Fan's hand. The ball is at Zhang Fan's. Those few Southern gym players reacted at that moment and rushed to it. But unfortunately, they're already too late. Zhang Fan made a jump shot from the spot and pushed the ball out hard as the crowd looked on in anticipation or despair. At that moment, it was as if Yang Qi saw Jordan's classic backward jump shot. That basketball shot in a high arc toward the basket. Swish! Beep! At the same time, the referee's whistle rang out along with it. With only a 1-second time difference, the students of South Arts instantly erupted into thunderous shouts. The ball went in. Hu Yiling was so happy that she jumped up and down. With a thud, Zhang Fan fell straight to the ground, listening to the excited shouts and cheers in his ears. He suddenly smiled. This was all like a dream. In just a few days, he had personally defeated the Southern Physical Education varsity. Chen Junfeng and the others all froze dumbly in place. Looked to the scoreboard again. 48:51. They actually lost. Southern Arts narrowly won this game by 3 points ahead of Southern Sports. Even the group of students at the gymnasium were amazed. The South Gym varsity team, which has always swept the other campuses, lost to a bunch of design faculty? Zhang Fan, damn you. Yang Qi exhaled as if he was relieved, and the corners of his mouth lifted up with it. I have to say, Zhang Fan, this kid is really not an ordinary person. Mr. Zhang Fan. Before Zhang Fan could come back to his senses, suddenly a delicate body jumped into his arms. Looking down, Hu Yiling was hugging him excitedly. If Hu Yiling had a tail, then Zhang Fan would definitely be able to see Hu Yiling wagging right now. Great! We finally won, Hu Yiling said happily. Zhang Fan froze, then smiled happily as well. Yes, there was also the bet, which we also won. Hearing these words, Hu Yiling looked up at Zhang Fan with touched eyes. In the next moment, Hu Yiling hugged Zhang Fan even harder. The image of two bodies pressed together, sweat melting into one. TSK. That's right. The referees announced the final results of the match. This year's friendly basketball game was won by the South China Sea College of the Arts. Zhang Fan was pushed by the crowd to the referee's side and took the friendly match trophy, surrounded by cheers. When Chen Junfeng saw this scene, his face darkened like coal. I actually lost to this kid. Chen Junfeng clenched his fists. He had not only lost the face of the gymnasium, but even his own. Hey, Chen Junfeng. At that moment, Hu Yiling's voice rang out. Turning his head to look, he saw Hu Yiling standing behind him. You lost this match. Don't you forget to honor the bet between us? Which is, don't let me see you again. The chill in Hu Yiling's beautiful eyes when she said this was frightening. The corner of Chen Junfeng's eyes twitched up. This woman. What does it matter to me? Chen Junfeng, if South Body lost? Chen Junfeng said in a cold voice. If it wasn't for that group of trash teammates, how could I have lost to that Zhang Fan kid? If you can, have him 1v1 with me again. If I lose this time, I will be convinced. Hearing this, Hu Yiling suddenly raised her eyebrows. Oh, that's not necessary. Since you don't want to fulfill the bet, then let it be. Anyway, I can't control you, can I? After saying this, there was still a faint smile at the corner of Hu Yiling's mouth. This action was abnormal to Chen Junfeng. Does Hu Yiling mean she doesn't mind if he keeps looking for her? Just as Chen Junfeng was about to ask for clarification, Hu Yiling turned around and left. Watching Hu Yiling run happily towards Zhang Fan, Chen Junfeng's face became even darker, simply completely confused as to what this woman was thinking. But now that she said it, then it wouldn't matter if he didn't honor the bet himself. Thinking of this, Chen Junfeng left the campus of Southern Arts with a cold snort. That guy Chen Junfeng is gone? Zhang Fan saw Hu Yiling walking and opened his mouth to ask. Hu Yiling nodded with a happy face. Yeah, what's wrong? Well, did he promise to honor the bet? Zhang Fan hesitated. No, but it doesn't matter. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly, unaware of the dangerous flavor hidden in her smile. Anyway, the chances of him daring to appear in front of us are probably zero. Ha? What does that mean? That's what secret means. But, no buts. Go put the trophy away. We'll celebrate this afternoon. Well then, I hope so. The other side. Chen Junfeng left the Southern Arts campus and walked in the direction of his home. When he thought that Zhang Fan had become a big hero, he was furious. Looks like we'll have to find some people to teach him some lessons next time. Of course, the premise is to Hu Yiling is not on his side. Otherwise, again like last time, the loss is not worth it. Young Master Chen. What a coincidence. Right at this moment, a conspiratorial voice suddenly came from behind Chen Junfeng. He looked back, but saw yellow hair with a few of his brethren. It's you guys? You guys still have the nerve to appear in front of me. Chen Junfeng was angry with nowhere to spread his anger. This group of defeated punks even dared to come to him, simply looking for a scolding. Yellow Hair scratched his back with a shaking stick and said with a ruffled face, "Young Master Chen doesn't seem to be too fond of us, but coincidentally, our brothers happen to have something to look for you, so we have to take up a little bit of young Master Chen's time." "Looking for me?" Chen Junfeng suddenly snorted coldly. "Don't even think about wanting money. You guys getting beaten up has nothing to do with me, and my reward, but I had to give it to you guys only after you broke Zhang Fan's legs, and now you guys still have the face to look for me for money? You're overthinking it. Chen Xiao, we're not asking you for money, we're trading you for money." Yellow Hair sneered at this point. At those words, Chen Junfeng looked at the throwing sticks in their hands and suddenly felt bad. Watching Yellow Hair and the others approaching step by step, Chen Junfeng's face broke out in a cold sweat as he took a few steps back. "You guys, what do you guys mean? The old boss means to break your ya's one leg." "That's right." Yellow Hair tapped his palm with a shaking stick. "Brothers, get him for me." "No, no, my legs." At this moment, the Hall of Honor of the Southern Arts School. Watch the basketball trophies sit on the shelf where the medals are displayed. Zhang Fan expressed contentment in his heart. This trophy, which has been kept in the gymnasium, finally got a chance to come to their South Arts. Being able to get the trophy is all the result of Zhang Fan's hard work, Hu Yiling said with relief at this time. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled, looking a bit shy. "Not really. Actually, it's only because we worked hard together that we got it, and I have to thank you, Yiling, for the reason I was able to do it. If it wasn't for Hu Yiling's dedication to teaching him, how could Zhang Fan have made it this far?" It can be said that both courage and confidence were given to him by Hu Yiling. Credit goes to Yiling Hu for this. Upon hearing this, Hu Yiling's pretty eyeballs turned. Then she said meaningfully, "Since this is the case, then shouldn't student Zhang Fan reward me with something?" "A reward? So what do you want?" "Well, actually, I already have what I want." "What is it?" Just as Hu Yiling finished speaking, her body suddenly leaned forward and leaned towards Zhang Fan. "P.S. See you're urging. Hurry up to code 90 urging. Gah! This is to fire the rhythm? After you read, remember to point down the urge. There is a small gift on the side. If you have the patience to watch 30 seconds of advertising, please point a little. For the love of power on the line. He. Chapter 35, Zhang Evening Yin's sudden appearance. She reached out and put her hand on the shelf behind Zhang Fan's head. Zhang Fan nervously stepped backward, bumped into the short cabinet behind him, and sat down with a thud. The sound of Zhang Fan swallowing his saliva resounded in the silent and dimly lit Hall of Honor. "I can't believe I'm being walloped by the schoolgirl." "Walloped? You? What are you doing?" Zhang Fan's cheeks were red at the moment. His earlobes were hot, and under the gaze of Hu Yiling's wide eyes, the knot in his throat rolled up and down like a piston. "I am claiming my reward." Hu Yiling's voice was pleasant and her eyes were charming. Those red lips slowly approached Zhang Fan, and her warm breath slapped on Zhang Fan's face. Looking at the small mouth that was getting closer and closer, Zhang Fan's eyes were about to become cross-eyed. This is a public place. What if someone comes in, and Hu Yiling is too sudden? At least give him a little psychological preparation, right? Zhang Fan stiffened and turned his head sideways, squeezing his eyes shut. At this moment, Hu Yiling's seductive voice was right by his ears. "I want." Zhang Fan's heart was beating wildly. "Ha! No, Belle, that's not very thing for us to do. Have a meal with Zhang Fan's classmates." Two voices sounded at the same time. Zhang Fan suddenly opened his eyes. "Eat? A meal? Right." Hu Yiling is trying to hold in her laughter. The corners of Zhang Fan's eyes twitched and he became slightly embarrassed. "So this is it. Or else, is it hard to believe that Mr. Zhang Fan is thinking of something bad? Bad things?" Hu Yiling suddenly let out a bad smile. "Like kissing?" Hu Yiling bit her sexy lower lip. No. Zhang Fan hurriedly waved his hand and explained. How could I possibly think that way?" When he said this, Zhang Fan's ears turned red. "That scene just now. Anyone would have thought so. There's nothing wrong with dinner. Naturally, just some surprises. Why the accident? At that time, you had promised to make it up to me next time." Hu Yiling frowned in dissatisfaction. Like an angry little pufferfish. Could it be that Mr. Zhang Fan is not going to keep his word? "Count. Of course count." Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. "Don't be angry." Hu Yiling hummed, standing up her waist and holding her chest like a domineering queen. "That's more like it. Let's go then." "Wait." Hu Yiling sniffed and twisted her head to look. Only seeing Zhang Fan's red face, he pointed at her body and said, "Are you planning to wear this dress to go?" "Ha!" Hu Yiling looked down and realized what Zhang Fan meant. It turned out that she hadn't changed out of her cheerleader's short shirt and skirt. "If you wear it out like that, I'm afraid you'll get evil looks everywhere you go. Hu Yiling spat out her tongue. The clothes are in the classroom. I'm going to change. Zhang Fan student wait for me oh. Watching Hu Yiling shaking her beautiful legs and running to the classroom, Zhang Fan shook his head helplessly. This woman. What a big heart. After closing the door of the Hall of Honor, Zhang Fan had just turned around when suddenly a black shadow appeared and collided with him. Zhang Fan was crushed to the ground and his face was covered by a softness that made him unable to open his eyes. What is this? Just as he reached out to push it away, there was a fleshy touch on his fingertips. Immediately afterward, a delicate female voice rang out. Ah! Zhang Fan was startled. No. Sorry, I was running so fast I didn't see you. Right at this moment, the pitch blackness in front of his eyes dispersed, and a beautiful figure rose up from Zhang Fan. The long hair fell on Zhang Fan's face, and when he raised his eyes, he saw a delicate and pretty face. Jiang Evening. At this moment, Jiang Evening and Zhang Fan were layered up and down in a very ambiguous position. Zhang Fan's eyes instantly widened. Did he just touch? Thinking of this, Zhang Fan hurriedly retreated backward with his hands and feet. I'm sorry, I'm not therefore. Ha? Aren't you the senior from the previous match? Jiang Evening suddenly spoke, interrupting Zhang Fan. Jiang Evening was as if she was oblivious to what had just happened. Schoolmate? Zhang Fan froze and laughed awkwardly. You've got it wrong. Senior sister. I'm actually a schoolmate. Zhang Fan took 2 steps back at this moment, intentionally keeping the distance between them. No way? I was wondering which department's senior you are from, playing so well and being quite handsome. Jiang Evening suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Aha! The atmosphere was a bit cold. Zhang Fan scratched his head and stood up. I'm just a sophomore design student, and I'm only average at playing soccer. It's the senior sister who overpraised me. Are you only a sophomore? Jiang Evening also stood up and patted the dust on herself. But you look so mature. Just like a big brother hey. That's why I thought you were older than me. Looks like I guessed wrong. Zhang Fan asked. How old is sister? Jiang Evening frowned her willow brows, her slender fingers cupping her chin. I think it's E, as I recall. E. Zhang Fan suddenly reacted. What? Jiang Evening was still unimpressed. That's right. 98 on top, 75 on the bottom. Subconsciously, Zhang Fan lowered his head toward Jiang Evening's snow-white career line. At once, Zhang Fan's face turned red. Learning. School sister. You have misunderstood. I am talking about age. Zhang Fan blushed. Jiang Evening froze for a moment, suddenly puffed and laughed. Then it seems like I've said some secrets that I shouldn't have said to you. School brother can help me keep my secret oh. When? Of course. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. By the way, how old are you? Schoolboy? 20. That long? Ha? No. I mean, school brother has lived a really long life. Jiang Evening winks. The corner of Zhang Fan's eyes twitched up. Why did he feel that Evening's senior sister was deliberately flirting with him? By the way you played on the court just now was very handsome, so I guess a lot of people will like you, right? Since it just happened to bump into you, can you sign an autograph for schoolmate? Jiang Evening smiled sweetly and said, signature? Zhang Fan was a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Let's forget it. Sister Evening, how can I give you an autograph? After all, Jiang Evening was also a popular figure in the school, and he's just a mediocre guy. Oh, so you know me. Schoolmate. Jiang Evening, however, had a look of surprise on her face, and then laughed. It's quite an honor to be recognized by such an outstanding schoolmate. So can I also get to know my schoolmate? Perhaps. We can foster a relationship oh. Zhang Fan looked at Jiang Evening with a skeptical gaze. It's not. Evening Jin's sister. I can't believe you want to be friends with him. And, still, his own little fangirl. The last time this kind of unreality was felt, it was in Hu Yiling's body. Whether it was the current school flower, Hu Yiling, or the former school flower, Jiang Evening, it was surprising that they all wanted to take the initiative to get to know him. Zhang Fan felt as if everything that had happened recently was quite unreal, as he had been a little transparent for a long time. Jiang Evening suddenly felt a little sad when she saw Zhang Fan hesitate. If schoolmates mind, then forget it. No, my name is Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth. Zhang Fan, that's quite a nice name hey. Jiang Evening softly pronounced it. The next moment she suddenly looked at Zhang Fan and asked expectantly. Senior Zhang Fan, so do you have a girlfriend? Ha? Zhang Fan obviously did not expect Jiang Evening to ask this. When he thought about this, Zhang Fan inexplicably flashed Hu Yiling's appearance in his mind. No. How can school flower Hu Yiling be his girlfriend? How could they now, at best, be good friends? Zhang Fan really felt that he had drifted. and was starting to get confused. I'm not. Now. Zhang Fan gulped and opened his mouth. Of course he did. Just then, a sharp female voice rang out. P.S. Let's start with 2 shifts in the morning. My butt hurts from sitting for so long. I'll do a workout first. Chapter 36, Never Let Go. The 1,000-Year Dragon Well. Zhang Fan and Jiang Evening followed the sound and saw Hu Yiling standing at the corner of the corridor at an unknown time. Yiling? Zhang Fan was a bit surprised. When Jiang Evening saw this scene, her beautiful eyes quietly surged with a layer of coldness. Why is this back? In the next moment, Hu Yiling, who had changed her clothes, walked slowly, her pretty face icy cold. Seeing that senior sister likes fellow student Zhang Fan so much, I'm really happy for him, but senior sister may have to be disappointed now because Zhang Fan's girlfriend, that's me. With that, Hu Yiling grabbed Zhang Fan's arm and pulled it to his side. Zhang Fan had just gotten up in surprise when he suddenly felt his flesh being gripped. Hiss! Zhang Fan sucked in a breath of pain. At this moment, Hu Yiling was looking at Zhang Fan with a smile on her face. Do you think it's right, dear? Zhang Fan suddenly sucked in another breath of cool air. Yes, what you said. All right. What the hell is Hu Yiling up to? Oh, seeing this, Jiang Evening couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be our Southern Arts School beauty sister, Hu Yiling. Then it seems that schoolmate Zhang Fan's charm is really big. Even Sister Yiling has fallen in love with her. Hu Yiling snorted coldly. It can't be helped. Who made my boyfriend so cute and upright? There are many people who like him, but the one who can be with him, there is and can only be me. At the end of this sentence, Hu Yiling's bite was extremely heavy, even with hostility. Zhang Fan, however, inexplicably heard the flavor of vinegar in it. It's hard to believe that Hu Yiling is jealous, but why would? That's really a pity. Jiang Evening Yin's eyes rose in contempt, fatally opening her red lips. After all, a boy as outstanding as School Brother can be too rare. If I were School Brother's girlfriend, I would definitely let him find 2 more. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't give him sex alone. Zhang Fan's eyes widened as he sniffed. Evening Jin's senior sister is too open-minded. What did you say? Hu Yiling clenched her fists up. Jiang Evening Yin suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. Oops, looks like I said the wrong thing again. How careless. It's just that I think a boy like schoolmate should be shared by more people together. Maybe I'm still too understanding. Saying that, Jiang Evening Yin frowned up like a soft woman. It's over. Why do these 2 women seem to be going toe-to-toe? I'm not as good as what senior sister said. Sharing and all that is too exaggerated. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly, really wanting to escape from the scene at this moment. School Brother is too modest. If you weren't good, I'm sure School Sister Yiling wouldn't like you, right? Jiang Evening Yin gently bit her lip up. Unlike me, not only do I have no one to like, I'm also not fortunate enough to meet a perfect man like School Brother. With this compliment, Zhang Fan felt like he could awkwardly pick out a 3-room apartment with his toes. Jiang Evening Yin's words, and Zhang Fan listened to still feel too pompous. After all, how many shortcomings he has. He is also very clear. Really cannot afford such praise and like. At this moment, Hu Yiling already hated to tear this heartthrob in front of her. To dare to play this in front of her. Jiang Evening Yin was still a bit young, only to see Hu Yiling's red lips slightly opening as she leisurely said, I didn't expect School Sister to turn out to be so selfless. If that's the case, then I would suggest that it would be more appropriate for you, Senior Sister, to be with the Sea King. I'm sure they would love a girlfriend like you who is older and understanding. Don't you think so? After all, my student Zhang Fan is a dedicated person. Might not be able to satisfy your fetish for other people's boyfriends. Oh. Hu Yiling hooked up her red lips, but her body exuded a very dangerous atmosphere. When Zhang Fan saw this, he simply shuddered. These words from Hu Yiling just now were too murderous and heartless. Is there something else going on between them? You. The corners of Jiang Evening Yin's eyes twitched, but she still managed to squeeze out a hard smile. Then I'm really thankful for schoolmate Yiling's advice. You're welcome then. After all, helping people is something I've always loved to do. The corners of Hu Yiling's mouth rose, revealing an incomparably bright smile. The atmosphere was scorched for a while, and Zhang Fan felt like he was standing on the side, like a redundant NPC. No, we have to hurry and take Hu Yiling out of here. Right, we still have to eat, don't we? I'm hungry too. We'd better go early. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled, awkwardly saying, Sister, we'll leave first, so I won't bother you. Bye. Hey, I haven't had a good chat with my senior sister yet. Hu Yiling still wanted to tear this green tea 1,000 times, but she was pushed away by Zhang Fan, leaving Jiang Evening Yin alone with a single figure. Ha, interesting. It's rare to see a man like that. The smile on Jiang Evening Yin's face instantly melted away, leaving only ice coldness. If it wasn't for Hu Yiling killing her halfway, she would have definitely taken down this man Zhang Fan just now. Moreover, it seemed that Hu Yiling did care quite a lot about this schoolmate called Zhang Fan, and the relationship was by no means that simple. This game of Xianwen Wangs, she decided to take it. Tired of playing with those dudes. It's nice to play with this green kid. It's a little plain looking, but it's better than simple and cute. A man like that might give her a lot of pleasure yet. Hu Yiling, you just wait and see. Not only the position of school beauty I want to snatch back, even your man. I want to snatch it all together. I'll let you see what it's like to be ruined too. At the moment, off campus. Why are you stopping me? Hu Yiling huffed and puffed as she walked down the campus road. Zhang Fan, who was on the side, laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry, I didn't want you guys to get into a fight. Although I don't know what kind of grudge between the two of them, even to borrow him to anger Jiang Evening, but a bit of eyesight know that the atmosphere just now can't stay any longer. Maybe it will also bring the fish to the pond. After all, he himself was the fish caught in the middle. Could it be that you are interested in her, Mr. Zhang Fan? Suddenly, Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan and questioned. Zhang Fan frowned. How can that be? She's obviously just joking. Besides, I don't really like the type of schoolmate Evening. So what's your favorite type? Zhang Fan wanted to say something, and his eyes were filled with Hu Yiling's appearance. In the next moment, Zhang Fan said with a red face, I don't know. Really? Hu Yiling approached in front of Zhang Fan and frowned. The knots in Zhang Fan's throat slid up and down. His face as red as a monkey's butt. He did wonder what his exact favorite type was. Seems like a lot of people are like that. Don't like it but are able to know it right away. But with Hu Yiling, he was most likely to feel shy himself, and although he couldn't tell what it was because of, the feeling Hu Yiling gave him was very different from Jiang Evening. Alright, not pushing it. Hu Yiling sighed. Your own husband's ability to spot a whore really needs to be strengthened. However, she didn't blame Zhang Fan. After all, she knew that Zhang Fan hadn't been in contact with any girls, not to mention identifying bimbos. I'm afraid that he couldn't even guess what people meant by what they said. Thinking of this, Hu Yiling also relieved himself a bit. But the next time she was going to encounter Jiang Evening pestering her husband, she would definitely let Jiang Evening know how powerful she was. No one is going to take her husband away from her. Big brother, sister-in-law. Just then, He Weihang's voice came from the front. Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling followed the sound and saw He Weihang and Fatty carrying Yang Qi limping along, with bandages on their feet, looking like they were out of the school to give Yang Qi a bandage. Are you better from your injuries? Zhang Fan asked as he looked at the bandage on Yang Qi's calf. Yang Qi seems to be still a little unaccustomed to Zhang Fan's condolences, slightly embarrassed. Not bad, normal walking is okay, but I'm afraid I can't play ball these days. I really want to beat that guy Chen Junfeng up. He Weihang asked at this time. Big brother, where are you and your sister-in-law planning to go? We're going to get something to eat. Do you guys want to join us? Zhang Fan opened his mouth. Zhang Fan was already powerless to defend himself against He Weihang's flirting. After all, He Weihang couldn't hear it. He Weihang scratched his head in embarrassment and said, It's not a good idea to bring us along on a date between Big Brother and his sister-in-law, is it? Originally, when she heard Zhang Fan take the initiative to invite her, Hu Yiling was a bit unhappy. After all, she still wanted to have lunch for two with her husband. But then came these light bulbs. But Hu Yiling thought carefully. Isn't this a good opportunity for her husband to build up his network? After all, hubby didn't have many friends in college to begin with. Now the hubby has won over Yankee and others through basketball. Just an opportunity to promote camaraderie. That way my husband won't be so lonely in college later on. Don't you talk nonsense. This is not about. Yeah. Hu Yiling suddenly spoke. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling, only to see her guffawing and saying, Actually, originally, student Zhang Fan had also planned to ask you guys to go to a celebration dinner together, because it was not easy for us to work hard together to take the match. So we should indeed celebrate. It just so happens that we're all free now. So let's have dinner together. Eileen. Zhang Fan was slightly surprised up. He didn't expect Hu Yiling to say that. Really? Big brother, you're too good to be true. He Weihang immediately laughed. He then looked at Yang Qi and little Fatty and said, How about it? My big brother invites us to dinner. Let's do us the honor of going together. I'm alright. Fatty smiled amiably. But at this time, Yang Qi withdrew his own hand and limped forward. You guys go ahead. I've injured my leg. I don't have much heart to eat. It's enough to have you guys to celebrate for me. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. He Weihang felt difficult. How can this be done? Hu Yiling could see that Yang Qi still had some resistance in his heart. It was probably because Yang Qi did have that much of a crush on her before. And despite the fact that his relationship with Zhang Fan had eased now, his inner pride did not allow him to immediately drop his face. Although Hu Yiling even hated Yang Qi before, This guy was actually not that bad, and it was naturally better to have one more friend than one more enemy. How would a celebration be without the captain? You're right, Yankee. Zhang Fan's sudden words caused Yang Qi's face to freeze. Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan in surprise. Hubby, it's just a game together. It's not much to call a captain. Yang Qi looked back. His ears were still a little red, but Zhang Fan continued. Even if it was just a match, it was an honorable match. One that we worked together to win. And it was meaningful. Come on, let's go eat together. Yang Qi suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. Before he could speak, he was lifted up by He Wei Hang and Fatty. Captain, don't say so much. You can't walk if you're injured. There's still me and Fatty here. Today is the day to carry it, but I'll carry it over for you. Hey, you two put me down. Seeing this, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling smiled at each other. Hu Yiling's eyes looking at Zhang Fan were all pleased and touched. Take it and leave it. Even though he had been insulted in the past, Zhang Fan chose to be generous. Isn't that the pattern at its best? Hu Yiling took Zhang Fan's arm and said to the jostling trio behind her. Alright, if we don't hurry up, we won't have anything to eat later. Hey, sister-in-law, wait for us. I'm getting full just watching you two. Ha! In the meantime, a black McLaren 911 was parked outside the main entrance of the South China Sea Arts Academy. Passing students cannot help but take a look. I do not know what kind of character is sitting in this. Even parked a luxury car in front of the university college? Could it be that they come here to fish? Young master, Miss Who has appeared. At that moment, a short-sleeved, burly man on the main driver's side of the car spoke up. P.S. Another big chapter. Everyone read the never let go of that ***** yellow button. Today's update is still quite powerful. Everyone does not mind the trouble. Continue to for the love of power it. If you don't mind the hassle, continue to power up for love. And you'll be able to get your hands on a meat bag. Crab. Chapter 37 The Invisible Gap. On that co-pilot, was sitting a man in a gray leisure suit, looking about 25 or 26, handsome and extraordinary looking, but with a hint of darkness in his eyebrows. He turned the silver punk ring on his middle finger and spoke slowly. Who are those guys? He saw Hu Yiling walking out of the school gate together, accompanied by several men. A few people were chatting away, not noticing their side at all. But soon, the man called Young Master noticed Zhang Fan's body, because Hu Yiling's hand was intimately holding this guy. Young Master, it looks as if it's Miss Hu's classmate. Do classmates act this close to each other? This woman, Hu Yiling, really doesn't take me as her fiancé seriously. The man gritted his teeth and smiled, slowly clenching his fists. LOL. His eyes were sharp as he looked at Zhang Fan. A cold voice followed. Go find out for me who that kid is next to Hu Yiling. I'll let him know the consequences of snatching my Qin Lai's woman. Yes, young master. Afternoon. The place chosen for this celebration was the same restaurant that Hu Yiling wanted to bring Zhang Fan to last time. Only I couldn't make it then because of those punks. So it's just as well that I have the chance this time. Bull, we're not going to the wrong place, are we? There's no mistaking it. This is it. Looking at the luxuriously decorated open-air Western restaurant in front of him, Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. How could he not have expected to come to this kind of fancy restaurant for dinner? I'm afraid, this time he is going to bleed money. It is not possible to press the bottom of the box have to lose. This turned back to gnaw how many noodles Big brother, you're too kind. Actually brought us here. This is a very famous couple's restaurant near our university. He Wei Hang looked around, living like a country bumpkin entering the city. After all, it was everyone's first time at a high-spending place like this one. I've heard that dining here can cost close to $1,000 just for two people. You didn't win the lottery, did you, big brother? He Wei Hang poked Zhang Fan with his elbow and gave a bad smile. Zhang Fan could only squeeze out a hard smile as he listened to He Wei Hang's words. You douchebag. Now that they have all come in, they can't say that they will change to another place. But fortunately Zhang Fan still has some savings on him, or else I'm afraid that he will have to be pressed to wash the dishes here after eating. Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan's smile against his will and laughed sweetly. There's no need to think too much about it. Oh, classmate Zhang Fan. Since it's a celebration banquet, it's only natural to choose a good place. So don't worry. Saying that, Hu Yiling blinked her big beautiful eyes at Zhang Fan. Well, Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. Right now he's really rubbing powder on his face. Death to save face. The five chose a seat and sat down. It's worth noting that the setting is very nice indeed. The beauty of an open-air restaurant is that it takes in the whole city, with the sky and the city spliced into an oil painting in the dusky sunlight, and the rays of the setting sun becoming the connecting edging line. Delightful. It is indeed a very good place for couples. The reason why Hu Yiling wanted to pick this, in the beginning, it was also to enjoy the dusk with Zhang Fan. Only thing is, now there are a few more light bulbs than expected. Seeing this, He Wei Hang opened his mouth, Such a good place. It would be a waste if we don't take a group photo. After all, we don't know when we can come next time. How about it? Yes, I agree. Fatty agreed. Hu Yiling also thought it was a good offer. After all, she hadn't taken a picture with her husband from college. Come on. I'm ready. Hu Yiling happily took Zhang Fan's arm and skillfully posed. He Wei Hang picked up the cell phone for a moment, then put it down. Suddenly I don't want to shoot. Why don't the three of us shoot individually? Well, word to the wise. Seeing this, Zhang Fan could only smile awkwardly. Hu Yiling huffed and grunted. If you don't shoot, then you'll have to pay the bill yourself. Hey, don't, sister-in-law. I'm just kidding. He Wei Hang hurriedly compensated with a smile. The rest of the group laughed out loud. He Wei Hang stood up and opened the selfie camera. The cell phone screen was a cozy group photo of the 5 people, the sunset and the sky together as the background. Zhang Fan posed his scissor hands in a raw manner, while Hu Yiling looked at him with eyes full of joy. Okay. He Wei Hang looked at the photo with a satisfied smile. I'll send it to you guys later, ha. After saying that, He Wei Hang skillfully opened the circle of friends and crackled and typed. Today is another great day. To celebrate the victory of the game, as the captain of the team, I treated my teammates to a Western-style dinner. P.S. Yuan S1. This restaurant has a really nice environment. I often come here, and I highly recommend it to everyone. Delighted. JPG, upload a group photo. Specifies that the friend is not visible. Marks the current position. Done. In a short while, He Wei Han's circle of friends has more than a dozen of praise information. Brother, can you take me with you next time? Wow. This is a great environment. I'm envious. Brother Wei Hang is so generous to his friends. This spending must be quite a lot, right? He Wei Hang grinned and silently lowered his head as he began to reply one by one. What are you giggling about there? Posting a picture is so abrasive. Hu Yiling said behind her in dissatisfaction. She was still waiting to collect pictures of herself and her husband. Hey, coming. The kid's probably fishing again. Yankee, what are you talking about? I call that a wishful thinking. The celebration was spent in laughter, and by the time it was over it was starting to get dark. Seeing that everyone had eaten their fill, Zhang Fan greeted the waiter and came over to settle the bill. Hello sir, this consumption is 3,201 yuan. Since it's your first time on your side, I'll wipe a zero for you. Just give 200 yuan. That waiter smiled harmlessly. $200. Zhang Fan wondered if there was a difference between this and not. But since when have they eaten anything so expensive? Pick up the bill and look at it. Nice guy. Zhang Fan ordered just one thing, and almost everything else was ordered by this guy He Wei Hang. He Wei Hang this guy designated a bit of Graham's big brother. But since he had eaten, Zhang Fan still could only resign himself to pulling out his wallet. And just as he was about to take out his bank card, a slender jade hand suddenly pressed down on Zhang Fan's wrist. Yiling? Mr. Zhang Fan, let me pay for it. Hu Yiling said with a faint smile. Zhang Fan sniffed and frowned. How can this work? He Wei Hang and the others looked at the two of them in surprise. Have you forgotten? Your money is all here with me. Hu Yiling blinked her beautiful eyes and said. So of course let me pay for it. Otherwise you won't have enough pocket money this month. Zhang Fan suddenly froze. He seemed to understand Hu Yiling's intention in saying this. He Wei Hang and the others were even more surprised. No way. Big brother, you actually turned in your paycheck to be a wife beater already so soon? This is also too miserable, right? As an iron buddy, I've decided that the next time we eat, I definitely won't pit you. Zhang Fan gave He Wei Hang a blank look. I thank you. Look at your color. You're eating like a champ. That steak has been clicked down 3 pieces for you. So what? You're having trouble with the cows. Afterwards, Hu Yiling took out a black bank card and handed it to the waiter. Swipe this one. After entering the password, Hu Yiling settled the bill. Zhang Fan looked on with bleak eyes and a complicated expression. It should have been his own invitation. But Hu Yiling, although Zhang Fan understood Hu Yiling's good intentions, it also made Zhang Fan realize in disguise that he was too much of a failure. Not to mention the fact that there was a chasm between him and Hu Yiling's family situation that was invisible to the naked eye and impossible to cross. It's a validation of the saying, from the bottom of my heart, I am not as good as others. What's wrong, Mr. Zhang Fan? Hu Yiling saw that Zhang Fan seemed a bit lost. Could it be that what I just did wasn't quite right? No, nothing. Zhang Fan shook his head, thinking that next time, he should still invite back Hu Yiling once. Otherwise he always felt like he owed something in his heart. Thank you, Yiling. Hu Yiling would smile. Wages are turned in and still thank what? The whole thing is so rusty. He Wei Hang opened his mouth with a big grin. By the way, big brother, later we should not go to sing a karaoke OJBK it. Don't worry. This time, Yanchi please. Hey, when do I? Yang Qi was instantly filled with black lines. This He Wei Hong's mouth was also too fast. Shut up and say it's on you. Yang Qi murder heart all have their own this pocket this $200, but also keep Friday after school, and elementary school girls to go to the high skin it. This is the same as a disguised card his entertainment life. No way. Zhang Fan frowned gently. It's still early. I still want to look for a job. Looking for a job. He Wei Hang and the others were surprised. Chapter 38, Taking You Somewhere. Zhang Fan nodded and hummed. Earlier, with the help of Hu Yiling, he was able to select the design draft program himself. Now we just need to make the finished product. No problem to the studio to submit the manuscript on the line. Although you can also earn so many hundreds of dollars. But after all, it is only a small amount of money, and it is also very unstable. Zhang Fan felt that he still had to find a stable part-time job earlier to maintain his life. Right now one's life is going to be a problem, so there's really no need to beat around the bush. Getting a job as soon as possible is the priority right now. He Wei Hang wondered. Big brother, weren't you working part-time at a noodle shop before? How come? Hu Yiling laughed awkwardly at this point. That one doesn't suit me too well. I still have to find another job. Zhang Fan didn't explain the reason and just said so. But that noodle shop job was indeed meaningless and couldn't learn anything. For his next part-time job, Zhang Fan still wanted to find something that would help him. So He Wei Hang cupped his chin and thought about it, and then spoke. Then why don't we go to the big brother to play the list? This thing I have channels, simple and easy but also stable. The main thing is that you can do it at home. How much money can I earn from playing a single? If you ask me, it's better to collect protection money with me at school. I can let Zhang Fan be my agent and collect money for me. Then 55 points. Yang Qi disdainfully said, there are agents for this thing? How else am I going to collect it all by myself? Enough. Hu Yiling suddenly frowned her willow eyebrows and spoke. Can't you guys come up with some ideas that normal people come up with? They are all weird and strange. How can this be of any use to Mr. Zhang Fan? He Wei Hang and Yang Qi looked at each other. Then, sister-in-law, what do you think is appropriate? He Wei Hang asked. Hu Yiling bit her red lip and thought seriously. If you ask me, I don't want to make Zhang Fan's classmates work so hard. Why don't I just raise Mr. Zhang Fan? Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan and smiled happily. The crowd fell to the ground in shock. How can this work? Zhang Fan laughed awkwardly. He Wei Hang climbed up from the ground. Sister-in-law, this is even more unreliable. Okay? Big brother is a man of ambition. How could he not even give up money for the sake of dignity? Right. Big brother, Zhang Fan. At this time, Fatty suddenly opened his mouth to say work. I do know that our university near the brand clothing stores are recruiting sales. Wages and treatment are good. After all, is a big brand company. Clothing sales? What brand name store? He Wei Hang asked. I think I remember. Zero Fox. Zero Fox. Hu Yiling was drinking water when he took a sip and sprayed it out. The crowd was stunned. What's wrong? Yiling? Zhang Fan said with concern. Ahem. Hu Yiling waved her hand and said. It's fine. Just choking. Zhang Fan frowned and suddenly felt something strange. Zero Fox trend? That is our Nanhai local unearthed international branded. Treatment is certainly better than other stores. Only people want is full-time it. Big brother is still a student, which have time to do full-time. He Wei Hang spat. Fatty scratched his head and smiled sardonically. It seems so. Hey, it's a pity. If there's a part-time job, big brother, it's not bad for you to go to Zero Fox as a salesman. After all, you can learn some experience. He Wei Hang sighed and added. I still remember that year when the sun set that day. My big brother told me that his biggest dream was to open a clothing design work of his own. Woohoo! Zhang Fan's face panicked and he got up to cover He Wei Hang's mouth. Then he looked at Hu Yiling and smiled awkwardly. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's fine. I also want to hear what student Zhang Fan's dream is. Hu Yiling spoke up. Although her husband in her last life became a well-known big designer, Hu Yiling didn't ask if this was her husband's dream. But now that she heard He Wei Hang say this, it seems that this is not the case. As soon as He Wei Hang pulled away Zhang Fan's hand, he spoke extremely fast. Big brother wants to open a clothing design studio. But there's no money. Zhang Fan said in a depressed voice. It was all in the mind at the time. The current Zhang Fan had already recognized the reality. As long as you can keep yourself alive, it would be nice if you could live a little more decently. After all, your own family. What clothing design studio of? I can't even think about it under my own eyes. Talking out these far-fetched dreams is just a way to make people laugh. So student Zhang Fan wants to open a design studio? Hu Yiling was slightly surprised. He had never heard Zhang Fan talk about it in his last life. Zhang Fan at this time shyly smiled and said, it's just a previous idea. At the very beginning of the selection of design majors, but also because they like this line. There has been such a fantasy is also a normal thing it. This way, Hu Yiling suddenly pondered. Clothing design studios? It's true. Don't just happen either. As talented and gifted as hubby is right now, startup capital is important. That's probably what held him back in his last life. Thinking of this, Hu Yiling was a little heartbroken. Not only that, Big Brother also wants to make his own clothing brand. Wei Hang added, that's why I said that if I can work part-time at Zero Fox, that would definitely be the best thing to learn. Zhang Fan suddenly held his forehead. He should not have said everything to this loudhailer in the first place. If the dream hangs on his lips every day, it's not called a dream anymore. Maybe it's really just a dream. Many dreams can only bloom in the end if they are buried deep in your heart and you keep working for them. Hu Yiling could understand what Wei Hang meant. Market research is essential if you want to make a clothing brand. Clothing sales career can be said to be the most basic, but also one of the lowest threshold of the occupation. After all, clothing sales contact with the most is the market clothes. Although each season trends are different, but generally speaking, there is a rule to follow. This is especially true of big branded apparel companies. That's why a good clothing designer should also start with clothing sales. It can well exercise young fans' judgment of the market and trend sense in the field of clothing. If you want to help your husband fulfill his dream, you have to help him start from scratch step by step in addition to the startup capital. Instead of looking for jobs that don't match his dream, which will only be a waste of youth. Thinking about this, Hu Yiling already knew exactly what he was going to do. Forget it, it's useless to talk about this now. I'd better find another job. Zhang Fan shook his head, looking a little lost. The perfect Western meal I had just consumed didn't seem to smell as good. The crowd looked a little embarrassed, wanting to help but not knowing what to do. Wei Hang put a hand on Zhang Fan's shoulder and laughed. Big brother, don't be frustrated. We're such excellent talents. We're not afraid of not having a job wherever we go. I'll help you ask around in the next few days as well. It's good that you don't look for weird ones. Zhang Fan despised Wei Hang. After leaving the restaurant, the two of them, Wei Hang and Fatty, carried Yang Qi back to the school dormitory. Saying a brief goodbye to the three of them, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling stayed where they were. Come on, I'll take you home first. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling and said, but isn't Mr. Zhang Fan going to look for a job? Hu Yiling asked. Zhang Fan spoke. Right, but this is after all a matter for me alone. It's late now. It's better for you, a girl, to go home earlier. I'll just go find it myself. That won't do. Without me, Mr. Zhang Fan won't be able to find a suitable one. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly and then took Zhang Fan's arm. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Ha? What place? Geez, just do it. P.S. I'm a little balls deep in sadness after writing these 2 chapters today. Chapter 39, do you know who she is? Zero Fox Trend? Why did you bring me here? Zhang Fan looked at the large Zero Fox store and then looked at Hu Yiling. At this moment, I only saw Hu Yiling smilingly saying, I think Wei Hang is right. Since student Zhang Fan wants to make his own brand, he should start from the basics and learn well from some high-quality clothing companies. It will definitely be helpful for student Zhang Fan to establish a design studio in the future. Zhang Fan sniffed, not realizing that Hu Yiling had really taken Wei Hang's words to heart. But looking at this Zero Fox store with people coming and going and all kinds of clothes inside, Zhang Fan was a bit hesitant. I've also thought about doing clothing sales, but how could someone's big brand want me? A student who can only work part-time? Zhang Fan frowned, somewhat embarrassed. This was simply impossible. Hu Yiling, however, smiled confidently. How can we know if we don't try? Isn't that what Mr. Zhang Fan said? We're here, so let's go in and ask. Okay then. When Zhang Fan saw that Hu Yiling was so persistent, he couldn't say anything more. Seeing this, Hu Yiling led Zhang Fan into the Zero Fox store. They just entered the store. The customers in the store will be attracted by Hu Yiling this face value body. After all, like Hu Yiling's so good looking girl is still a minority. Do not know also thought it is which star to Zero Fox to buy clothes. Look, that girl is so pretty. Really hey, I envy her that leg. Her boyfriend is so subpar though, isn't he? Listening to this surrounding discussion, Zhang Fan said that he had gotten used to it and could only smile helplessly. A sight of the female sales also at this time to welcome forward. After a glance at Hu Yiling, eyes jealous and disdain. Even the tone of voice is also extremely cold. Welcome, have the need to see for yourself. Hu Yiling felt a little uncomfortable listening to this. When did Zero Fox stores have employees with this kind of service attitude? Hi, I actually wanted to ask, are you hiring for clothing sales here? Zhang Fan reddened his face, but still asked, applying for a job? The saleswoman looked at Zhang Fan again with disdain, especially after she saw Zhang Fan's skimpy miscellaneous clothes. Her tone became even more contemptuous. Recruitment is recruitment, but do you know fashion? You know, This is not a miscellaneous clothes store. Upon hearing this, Hu Yiling frowned her willow eyebrows. This woman even looks like she's looking down on people. I also have a private understanding. Because I am a design student. Usually we'll draw some design sketches. We'll go to understand some market trends and the public aesthetic. Later, the saleswoman raised an eyebrow and said, "You're still a student?" Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Yes. I want to come and do part-time sales, if I can, even if the price is a little lower. It doesn't matter, because there are usually less classes and I'm usually free." At this moment, the saleswoman suddenly sneered. "Thumbs up, don't be funny you. I thought you were serious about getting a job. We're a big brand clothing store here. Do you really think this is a miscellaneous store? What the hell? And part-time? I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. Don't affect our customers buying clothes," the saleswoman said with a look of impatience, a face covered in thick foundation. The scarlet lips showed a sneer. Just then, Hu Yiling suddenly spoke. "Is that your attitude?" Hearing Hu Yiling's questioning, the saleswoman laughed. "What's my attitude? Who do you think you are to control me? We don't have time to entertain you poor students. Forget it, Belle. Let's just go." Seeing this, Zhang Fan didn't want to make a fool of himself. After all, he hadn't gotten his hopes up, and now that people were saying it so decisively, there was no point in dwelling on it. "No." Hu Yiling looked at the saleswoman, her beautiful eyes icy cold. "Is that how you treat customers who come into the store? If you don't give us an apology today, then we'll be here waiting for you to apologize." Hearing this, Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling in surprise. "I didn't expect that the schoolgirl would be so rigid." At this time, Hu Yiling had an invisible aura on her body, which was completely a superior's posture. It was probably because Zhang Fan usually always had an attitude of not wanting to argue with people, and didn't think it was a big deal. At this moment, Hu Yiling stood up for him, and he was vaguely a bit touched. The saleswoman snorted and said, "Guests, you're just poor students. What kind of customers are you? You can't even afford a t-shirt for a month." At that moment, the nearby guests heard an argument here and looked over. Hu Yiling frowned her willow eyebrows. Her face could only be described as icy cold. Firstly, Zero Fox is not only famous for its branded clothing designs, but its quality service is also what makes it out of the loop. Secondly, everyone who walks into the store should be treated as a potential customer, whether we're here to buy clothes or apply for a job. Even if someone else just comes in for a quick look, they shouldn't be treated that way. Why shouldn't we be considered guests? Thirdly, not only did you slander us verbally, you also seriously affected the brand's reputation and tarnished its image. Is this how you work as a sales employee for Zero Fox Trend? Dog's eyes look down on people. Hearing this, Zhang Fan directly took a deep breath. I have to say, Hu Yiling, this argumentative look is really valiant. You. The saleswoman was stunned by Hu Yiling's words, obviously not expecting this one female college student to be able to say such words, and couldn't help but look at Hu Yiling one more time. Looking at this crowd of onlookers, Zhang Fan was also a bit embarrassed. I didn't realize this was going to be a big deal. It was clear that once again, himself and Hu Yiling were the center of attention. At this time, Hu Yiling said with a serious brow, "Now, I demand that you apologize to us." Good thinking. The saleswoman's eyes flicked upwards and she sneered. "Who am I to apologize to you two poor students, coming here to seek employment and still acting like a big lady? Those who don't know would think that you are the daughter of our group's boss." Hu Yiling clenched her fists at once. What's going on? Just then, a middle-aged man in his 30s walked out. The man just came out and was trying to see who was causing trouble, but the moment his eyes landed on Hu Yiling, his eyes turned terrified for a second. This is not Hu Da. A look from Hu Yiling stopped the middle-aged man's next words. "Store manager Chen, is this how you manage the employees under you?" Hu Yiling said in an icy tone. The saleswoman and Zhang Fan were both very surprised at this time. So Hu Yiling still knew the store manager of this store? At that moment, store manager Chen's face broke out in a cold sweat as he walked over quickly. "I'm very sorry, Ms. Hu Yiling. I don't know what happened to make you so angry." Store manager Chen was also in a daze at this moment, not knowing what had just happened, coupled with the fact that Hu Yiling's questioning had a beginning and an end. He could only stand in front of Hu Yiling very humbly at the moment. Hu Yiling glanced at store manager Chen, and then looked at the saleswoman. "She just said she wanted to kick me out. Do you think it's appropriate for her to treat a customer like that?" Store manager Chen. "What?" Store manager Chen's face changed drastically when he heard this. Then he looked at the saleswoman and angrily rebuked. "Do you want to get out? Ms. Who is? But our store's Diamond VIP. How dare you talk to her like that?" The saleswoman's heart stuttered and her face paled. "Ha? What?" As a saleswoman of Zero Fox, she certainly knew what the concept of Diamond VIP was. This means that the balance in Hu Yiling's card Even if it is to buy their store is more than enough. After all, can have this card. All are not the status of prominent people. But who would have thought that the college girl in front of me would have such a big head? P.S. Friends who read the book. As usual, point to urge more ha. Small gift is not forced. Arrogant. As it is. Chapter 40 High Pay. Missy's hints. So did Zhang Fan. No wonder Hu Yiling was so confident just now. It turns out she's still the diamond vi fear. But on second thought it is also. After all, Hu Yiling, $1,000 lady, is only a big customer wherever she goes? That female salesman hurriedly explained it this time. Store manager. I didn't mean it. Just now the two of them came to look for a job and said they were only doing part-time work. So I thought they were just. How dare you argue? Store manager Chen's face was red with anger. Even if you're here to look for a job, you as an employee of Zero Fox don't have any qualifications to drive people away. I think you're just hardening your wings and dare to mess around while I'm not around. Hurry up and apologize to Miss Hu and this gentleman. If you don't choose to disassociate yourself from this saleswoman's behavior now, Chen shopkeeper reckons he'll lose his position. It was really almost killing this female employee to dare to offend this Chen Jin. Even he, the little store manager, didn't dare to say a word of no in front of this $1,000. This female employee is simply crazy. At this time this female sales which still have just arrogant flame, hurriedly lowered his head to recognize the mistake. Right. I'm sorry, Ms. Hu. I didn't know that you are our store's diamond VIP. It's all my fault for saying the wrong thing to offend you just now. You're a big man. So forgive me for once. I promise. Promise it won't happen again next time for sure. Please believe me. After saying that, the saleswoman even glanced at Hu Yiling in fear. But Hu Yiling lifted her chin. Her pretty face still icy cold. Those customers in the store saw this. Their faces were covered in surprise. And they whispered about it. No way. She's actually Zero Fox's diamond VIP. Hey. Isn't that something that only those actresses and stuff get? Seeing as this girl isn't very old, could she be one of the new popular artists? Even if she's not a star, this girl's family is definitely not rich. Look, even the store manager of that Zero Fox is groveling so much. Looking at the sudden reversal of the saleswoman's attitude, Zhang Fan had to sigh. It's nice to have money. If you had such strength yourself, I guess you wouldn't let people look down on you anymore, right? Seeing that Hu Yiling did not make a sound for a long time, that saleswoman could only lower her head in fear, not daring to raise it, her clenched fists, her nails embedded in the flesh, a look of apprehension waiting for the big man to speak. Ms. Hu, do you think, is this feasible? Store manager Chen opened his mouth with a compensatory smile. If this matter couldn't be handled properly, God knows how much trouble he would be in, so he could only help to relieve the situation. Hu Yiling then grunted coldly. What do you think? This. When store manager Chen heard this questioning voice from Hu Yiling, his heart grew more and more apprehensive. It looked like the millennial wasn't going to settle for that. You don't have to come in starting tomorrow. Get the hell out of here. Store manager Chen immediately scolded the saleswoman. We at Zero Fox Trend don't allow employees like you who have no regard for others to exist. Ha? The store manager. Don't make me say it again. Get out. Store manager Chen's tone was decisive. Zhang Fan sucked in a breath when he saw this. Just because of something like this, you're going to fire someone? Looks like Zero Fox Trend has some pretty strict rules and regulations. Woo woo. That female saleswoman with red eyes, still self-conscious of her grievance, covered her face and cried bitterly as she ran out. Those who didn't know, thought that she was being bullied by others. Seeing this, Zhang Fan was more or less unable to bear it. But there is a more insightful look at this clothing company. Service above self. For today's market, the quality of service can no longer be ignored. On the contrary, Hu Yiling's face was unperturbed, as if it was a breeze for her. Ms. Hu, do you think this is to your liking? Shopkeeper Chen's furious face ceased and instead rubbed his hands together and giggled. Not bad, Hu Yiling faintly said. After all, her own husband was coming to work here. She didn't want her husband Zhang Fan to work with this kind of people. By the way, also teach this saleswoman a lesson. Kill the chicken as an example, to set a norm for other employees in the store, lest the surrounding guests see it. They really thought that their Zero Fox Trend employees had such a bad attitude and no one else was around. That's good. That's good. Chen shopkeeper giggled and said 2 times in a row. The next time you make a grand visit, Miss Hu, just give me a greeting in advance, lest the people under your hand don't have the eyesight to recognize you. Hu Yiling hugged her chest and glanced coldly at store manager Chen. Instead of that, it would be better for store manager Chen to polish his eyes when recruiting people. Don't recruit any messy people into it and damage Zero Fox's reputation. Yes, Ms. Hu taught me a lesson. I promise, it won't happen again. Saying that, Shopkeeper Chen bowed his waist and made an inviting gesture. I didn't know that Miss Hu had come to visit. It's really because I didn't take good care of her. So please go in and rest for a while with Miss Hu and this gentleman. Aha! Hu Yiling indifferently answered. Then looking at Zhang Fan, she immediately raised a smile on her face. Let's go. Student Zhang Fan. Ah, well, Zhang Fan hadn't returned to his senses. Hu Yiling is so quick to change her face. Where did she learn to do that? Entering the parlor of the store, Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan sat on the sofa. That Chen store manager poured tea for the two of them while opening his mouth and asking, "Ms. Hu, I don't know if you came here to get some clothes or..." Zhang Fan frowned. Take? No need for clothes. I just came here to ask if you need a part-time job here. Store manager Chen. Hu Yiling slowly spoke. Part-time job? Store manager Chen had a surprised expression. Who? It can't be you, right? It's me. Zhang Fan, who was sitting on the sofa, smiled awkwardly. And this is? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just say yes or no. Hu Yiling coldly said. Hearing this, how could store manager Chen, who has been in society for many years, not know the meaning, and hurriedly spoke. When? Of course it's needed. Not to mention it's still Ms. Whose friend? It's naturally out of the question. But I'd like to take the liberty of asking, why not full-time? Since it's Ms. Whose friend? It's naturally at our store at the highest salary, and the treatment is even more so. But a part-time job can be. Zhang Fan naturally understood the remaining half of the sentence. Zhang Fan explained at this moment, since I am still a student of Southern Arts, there is no way for me to work full-time, so I am sorry that I can only work part-time. But don't worry, I will do it with all my heart. Zhang Fan still cherished this hard-won job. If it wasn't for the presence of Hu Yiling, who was a diamond VIP, there was no way he could easily get this job. Well said. Store manager Chen said cheerfully. Then, what about your salary requirements? Zhang Fan hesitated and replied. Actually, to be able to work as a salesman here, I'm honestly already very contented. Plus I'm working part-time, so I can't really say how much I want to be paid. Anyway, as long as I can secure my basic living during my college years, it's fine. So, it's better for you, store manager Chen, to decide. This, store manager Chen obviously did not expect Zhang Fan to say that. Looking at Zhang Fan's sincere face, he was instantly in a bit of a dilemma as well. With that, store manager Chen glanced at Hu Yiling, only to see this great lady slowly lifting up her teacup, taking a sip of tea, and nodding her head absently. Chen's store manager then immediately understood, swallowed his saliva and said, this way little brother. What about the full-time clothing sales on our side? A month's salary is a $4,550 of no responsibility base salary. Saying that, store manager Chen broke his fingers. In addition to the base salary, there are commissions, full attendance, allowances, and food and lodging are included. Since you're part-time, then we'll just have to go by the hours worked. Subtract 4 days off per month and 10 hours of work per day, and count your $18 an hour with no liability. Ahem. Hu Yiling suddenly coughed. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling. What's wrong? Did you burn yourself? No. Hu Yiling smiled awkwardly, then handed the teacup in her hand to Zhang Fan. Student Zhang Fan, you must be thirsty, right? I've just blown the water cold for you, so you can drink my water. Thank you, Yiling. Zhang Fan blushed. Just as Zhang Fan had just received the teacup, shopkeeper Chen suddenly saw Hu Yiling's eyes were murderous and angry at him. Immediately afterward, Hu Yiling frowned her willow eyebrows and moved her mouth. Do you want to die? That's all I'm giving you. Store manager Chen's face immediately broke out into a cold sweat. That, how much did you say? At least this much. Only Hu Yiling moved her small mouth and secretly extended her 3 slender fingers. Store manager Chen gulped at the sight. This proprietor's daughter has spoken. How can he not comply? After all, just now this Chen Jin Miss is personally holding tea to this kid to drink. Think the relationship is not so simple. If you do not give some privileges, I am afraid that Hu Yiling will not easily let him go. Store manager Chen, did you just mean $18 an hour for a no-account base salary? Zhang Fan finished drinking the water and placed the teacup on the table. Just now that scene he cannot see at all, and even wondered why Chen store manager so much sweat on the brain. Obviously this parlor is still open air conditioning. Really strange. Oh, no, I just said it wrong. It should be 30. After saying that, store manager Chen cautiously looked at Hu Yiling. Hu Yiling's face that anger has not dissipated, but instead there is a look of hatred. How can she not understand her words? With that, she could only stretch out another finger to remind store manager Chen. And, this finger pointed upwards. 30. 300. Zhang Fan and store manager Chen spoke in unison, their tones both unanimously surprised. Chapter 41, Here Comes the Troublemaker. Zhang Fan looked at store manager Chen. Store manager Chen looked at Zhang Fan. Ha! Hu Yiling immediately covered his face up. This idiot. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled for a moment. Just now store manager Chen said 18, then 30, and now a 300 pops up. Which price is it, anyway? In fact, he was already satisfied with 18 an hour at the beginning. The average part-time job for college students was around $10 to $12, and 18 was already considered special care. If it's 30, then the paychecks have all been doubled. That's a lot of money in a month. That was why Zhang Fan was so excited to ask. But right now Chen store manager suddenly opened his mouth 300. He was confused. I think it should be just a mistake in the mouth of Chen store manager. At this time the Chen store manager with skeptical eyes to Hu Yiling. After getting her eyes affirmation, Chen store manager backed up a mouthful of cool air. Also really ing 300 ah. At this point the pay is higher than even one of his store manager's feed. Store manager Chen. What does this mean ah? I'm a bit dumb. Not quite sure how much you're actually talking about. Could it really be 30? Zhang Fan scratched his head. His smile a little far-fetched. Store manager Chen looked like he was crying. If I say 300 an hour, do you believe me? How is this possible? Zhang Fan's eyes widened at once. Shopkeeper Chen's heart was twitching. Yeah, I don't think so either. Although you don't believe it, it is indeed true. Store manager Chen tried to keep a smile on his face. Zhang Fan felt flattered and laughed in embarrassment. Store manager Chen, please don't make fun of me. Even if it's only 18 an hour, I still think it's good. How can it be 300? Shopkeeper Chen pulled a smile at the corner of his mouth. Why don't you ask the lady next to you not to play with me? Student Zhang Fan, I've heard that Zero Fox treats part-timers with special preferential treatment, because the commission full attendance allowance and so on are given up and converted into a fixed hourly rate, so the hourly rate for part-timers will be higher. I think that's what Shopkeeper Chen is trying to say, isn't it? Hu Yiling opened her mouth at this time and explained. I don't think my husband would believe me if I didn't say that. Although it was a bit far-fetched, store manager Chen still squeezed out a hint of a smile and nodded. Right. Yeah, really. What's he doing as a store manager? Doesn't he smell good as a part-timer? Of course. Store manager Chen didn't dare to show it and could only hold it in. Even if we give up these, it won't be this high, right? Zhang Fan was still a bit puzzled. The previous saleswoman also said that the store does not want part-time. And now there is a part-time preferential treatment, which is how to feel contradictory, and 300 an hour. That is not to say that dry an afternoon wages are thousands. This salary, that's an absolute high salary anywhere. Zhang Fan felt it was too unrealistic. There's no need to think so much, Mr. Zhang Fan. Since store manager Chen has said so, he definitely won't lie to us. Is it possible that Zhang Fan will still be afraid that the salary is too high? Hu Yiling hurriedly dispelled Zhang Fan's worries. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. That's not true. It's just that I feel as if I don't deserve it. How come? Since it's a friend introduced to us by MS. Who? I'm sure she must be a heavenly talent who definitely deserves this hourly wage. So on behalf of our store, I very sincerely hope that you'll join us. Wages are paid daily, and you work when you feel like it, as long as you're happy. Store manager Chen raised a professional fake smile. It's a big headache to have a millennial like that. Hu Yiling pretended to be excited and said, say yes, Mr. Zhang Fan, you can't miss such a good deal. Then, thank you, Shopkeeper Chen. Zhang Fan forced himself to hold back the excitement in his heart and spoke. With this job, life later in life is certainly not a problem. Even, he was able to improve his standard of living. There are even other, longer-term plans for yourself if you can get paid successfully. And, of course, send a little money home along the way. After all, the family's situation. Mom and dad must be so happy. It's awesome. After completing the entry procedures, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling walked out of the Zero Fox store. How's it going, student Zhang Fan? You found a new job. You're more comfortable in your heart, aren't you? Hu Yiling smiled faintly. Zhang Fan nodded happily. Well, yeah. I didn't expect to be able to find such a well-paid job, and it also gives me the opportunity to learn, so I'm already very content. That's good. Hu Yiling was very happy herself when she saw Zhang Fan finally smile from the bottom of his heart. Finally successfully solved the employment of her husband. Hu Yiling's heart of guilt also dissipated. In the future, not only can slowly put her husband on the right track, but also do not have to worry about her husband outside the work of bullying. After all, Zero Fox Trend was her family's clothing brand. This is also thanks to Yi Wei Hang and the others. If they hadn't made the comment, they wouldn't have been so logical themselves, and probably would have had to go through a lot of trouble. Thank you, Belle. At this time, Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. If it wasn't for Hu Yiling encouraging him to gather courage and helping him with the humiliation just now, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to get this job. Compared to Hu Yiling, he was really too inferior now. Gotta step it up and get better at it. Hu Yiling froze and suddenly laughed. She took Zhang Fan's arm and said, "Why are you talking so out of the ordinary? After all, I'm the one who lost Mr. Zhang Fan's job, so of course I'm responsible for it." Hearing this, Zhang Fan's heart was inexplicably warmed. Just about to say something, at this moment, on this silent path that the two of them were walking on, suddenly a roar of a sports car came from far and near. Boom! Another roar of the gas pedal. Zhang Fan looked back. The blinding headlights make it hard to keep your eyes open. The sports car did drive in the direction of Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling. The road carried a strong roar, especially raucous on the silent road. Hu Yiling was about to have a fit when suddenly the sports car drifted and stopped horizontally in front of them, blocking their way, and thick dust and smoke rolled up behind the body. Seeing this, Zhang Fan could not help but frown slightly. What's going on here? Immediately afterward, a short-sleeved, burly man got out of the sports car. The burly man with a stocky body and an angry inch head, like a bodyguard, at the moment, looked at Zhang Fan with fierce eyes. Not long after, a man in a gray leisure suit also got down from the passenger seat. From the temperament, it looks like a rich son from some big family. The young man straightened his collar with both hands and walked towards Zhang Fan with a cold face. When Zhang Fan saw this situation, he suddenly felt something bad. Hu Yiling even revealed a stunned expression. "I can't believe it's him." Chapter 42, I will not stand behind a woman. Qin Lai walked calmly to the front of the car, his handsome face icy cold. Next moment, only to see his large palm suddenly slapping hard on the front hood of the car, his body slightly leaning forward. Vomit. Qin Lai immediately vomited. The corners of Zhang Fan's and Hu Yiling's eyes twitched up. What is this? Qin Lai had to spit out his bile, and only then did he barely feel better. How the do you drive and learn to drift? I told you to drive slower and slower. You have an ear problem, don't you? Ha? Isn't it open main point? Qin Lai was so angry that he had a headache and covered his handsome face with one hand. He then looked at Zhang Fan with sharp eyes and stepped on the vomit with one foot as he walked towards the two men. The strong man with an inch head looked at them with contempt, then followed closely behind. Seeing Qin Lai walking towards him, Zhang Fan subconsciously pulled Hu Yiling behind him. Student Zhang Fan. Warmth rose in Hu Yiling's heart. I didn't realize that at this time, her husband was thinking of protecting her first. Qin Lai's face darkened as he watched the two's intimate movements. I said, why you refuse to see me? So it's because you went behind my back to look for a mistress. Hu Yiling, you're really good at putting a hat on me. Zhang Fan was slightly surprised when he heard this. He knows you? Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling behind him. Hu Yiling was about to open her mouth, but Qin Lai jumped ahead and said, of course, not only do I know her, but, what you're holding in your hand right now is still my Qin Lai's fiancé. Bastard. Fiancé. What's going on here? Zhang Fan was completely stunned. Is it possible that Hu Yiling is engaged to someone? Don't give me any nonsense here. Who is your fiancé? Hu Yiling's pretty face was icy cold at this time, clenching her fists. That's something between you and my father. I didn't recognize this marriage. Qin Lai sniffed and laughed coldly. Ha, no acknowledgement. So this marriage contract is the same as not counting, is it? You, the Hu group, are so devoid of credibility and go back on your word. But don't forget who helped your Hu family. Zhang Fan frowned when he heard this. What's going on between them? You're just taking advantage of your Qin family's power to take advantage of the fire against our Hu family. Don't think that I don't know that little bit of your mind. In short, there's no way I'm marrying you. Hu Yiling clenched her silver teeth. Who is Qin Lai? The only son of the Qin family, a large family in Nanhai City. This person is highly favored since childhood, set thousands of expectations in one, is the only heir of the future Qin family. However, Qin Lai's character is violent and extravagant, and his private life is even more promiscuous and incomparable. Just such a person, how could Hu Yiling have good feelings? And it was unlikely that Hu Yiling would agree to such a business deal that used her as a bargaining chip. No matter what, there was no way she was going to marry the dude in front of her. The only person she had always loved was her husband. Zhang Fan. Nice line about not being able to marry me. But what is it about me, Qin Lai, that can't satisfy you? No matter what, I'm still 100 times better than the kid beside you, right? Qin Lai was furious and finally stated the point of his anger. When Zhang Fan heard this, his expression froze. It turned out that this guy named Qin Lai mistakenly thought that there was something between him and Hu Yiling. Qin Lai gritted his teeth again and said, on the contrary, it's you, a granddaughter of the Hu clan, who hangs out with such a poor boy. You're not afraid of losing the face of your Hu clan. Hu Yiling's approach was not only a disgrace to the Hu group, but also to him. Qin Lai, If people in the circle knew that his fiancée Qin Lai was hanging out with another man, a poor boy, where would his face go? If he hadn't found this scene today, he wouldn't even know it if he went out every day on top of the Hulinbire prairie. At this moment, Hu Yiling but coldly grunted. It's not necessary for you, young Master Qin, to bother about my affairs. Besides, if you feel ashamed, then you can just cancel the marriage contract with my father. Why bother pestering me? You, Qin Lai clenched his fists, not expecting this woman to say this, but wanting him to cancel the engagement? That was categorically impossible. It was with great difficulty that he was able to look forward to this opportunity to annex the Hu group. If Hu Yiling didn't marry him, then wouldn't what he had done before be in vain? Not to mention, Hu Yiling is also the #1 beauty in the South China Sea. Saying anything Qin Lai would not cancel. The next moment, Qin Lai's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes revealing a ferocious light. I've already investigated this kid's background. It's just a penniless beggar. How can someone like this be worthy of you? He's only with you because he's after your Hu's money. Qin Lai really didn't know how this Hu Yiling could like such a poor boy. Zhang Fan's heart rippled when he heard this. This guy actually said that about him. Although he was indeed penniless as he said, Zhang Fan knew his own identity well and had never expected to be with a heavenly beauty like Hu Yiling. After all, it was unrealistic, but to say that he, Zhang Fan, was trying to figure out Hu Group's money, he couldn't stand it. Zhang Fan looked at Qin Lai and spoke coldly. I've never thought about these things, and what you said are just your guesses. Guess? Ha! I, Qin Lai, have seen a lot of self-proclaimed noble and soft food-eating men like you. Don't think I don't know what's in your heart. Everyone is a lower body animal. Qin Lai smiled disdainfully. Student Zhang Fan is not the kind of person you are talking about. Listening to Qin Lai speak harder and harder, Hu Yiling's beautiful eyes became sharper and sharper. I know better than anyone what kind of person he is. It's not necessary for you to judge him. He's better than you. It's only really 100 times better. In her last life, Hu Yiling met and fell in love with Zhang Fan, and it was the happiest time for her. As Zhang Fan's pillow, how could she not see Zhang Fan's character? Only, Zhang Fan, who was unaware of all this, looked at her in dismay. Why does Hu Yiling trust him so much every time? Obviously it's only been a few days since they approached. TSK, it looks like you're really poisoned. Hu Yiling, Qin Lai's face glowed darkly. Since you refuse to recognize reality, don't blame me for taking coercive measures. Today, you must leave this brat. If it were not for this poor man, how would Hu Yiling have moved on? Just get rid of him. Then everything can go back to the beginning. Hearing Qin Lai's words, Hu Yiling was instantly on guard. What are you trying to do to us? Qin Lai raised a sinister smile and slowly said, it's not you guys, it's just that kid. You're my fiancé, so how could I be willing to hurt you? Don't you think so? After all, the fault for all this lies with the boy. Yiling, you go first. At this time, Zhang Fan frowned and looked at Hu Yiling. He is rushing towards me. If I am knocked down, I don't know what he will do to you. Although Zhang Fan was also scared, he couldn't let anything happen to Hu Yiling. If the fish is going to die anyway, then the big deal is human life. No, I won't go. Hu Yiling shook her head. Her beautiful eyes firmly spoke. With me here, he wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Besides, he wouldn't dare to touch me. If he dares to touch me, Hu Clan won't let him go. Ha, you guys are really in trouble. Qin Lai's face showed a sinister look as he clenched his teeth. What is it about this kid that attracts her so much? Hu Yiling went out of his way to protect this poor boy. This was undoubtedly shameful for Qin Lai. Let him, the young master of the Qin family who was above all people, not to choose, but to choose a penniless beggar. Can't stand it. He absolutely could not endure it. Although you are right about one thing, I do not dare to do anything to you. But that kid, I have to teach him a lesson today. Let him know what happens when he seduces someone else's wife. After saying that, Qin Lai shouted, go, catch this brat for me. Yes, young master. The strong man with an inch head took a step forward, his body radiating killing intent. As the burly man twisted his neck, cackling sounds continued to resound, causing Zhang Fan to tense up inside. This guy, he looks a lot tougher to deal with than the previous group of punks. Although it was just one person, Zhang Fan was really not at all sure about dealing with him. Tonight, you won't be able to escape no matter what. Qin Lai was high and mighty, looking smug. He's a personal bodyguard I specially hired from Southeast Asia. Not only is he proficient in fighting arts, he also kills without blinking an eye. He can easily deal with that kid with one hand. I'll see how you can still protect him. If you don't want him to die, I advise you to come back to me obediently. Maybe I can still keep this kid alive. You'd better stop dreaming. Qin Lai. Hu Yiling stood in front of Zhang Fan's body, that pair of beautiful eyes icy cold. If you want to touch fellow student Zhang Fan, you'll have to deal with me first. or else I won't let you touch him for a moment. Right now. She's the only one who can protect her husband. If we let Xin Lai have his way today, this ruthless dude young master will definitely not let go of his husband. Zheng Fan looked at Hu Yiling's back and got a little lost in thought. Whenever there was danger, it was Hu Yiling who stepped forward. It was too much of a failure for him to be a man and have a girl to protect him. While it was true that Hu Yiling had better hands than him, he never wanted that again. Fine. Since you won't agree to it, then you'll be sending him to his death with your own hands, Xin Lai said with a cold smile. Directly beat that brat into a cripple without any mercy. I'll see who dares to stop me. As Xin Lai's order fell, the strong man with an inch head had a ferocious light in both of his eyes as he approached Zhang Fan step by step. You asshole! Hu Yiling gritted her teeth and got up. Zhang Fan's hand rested on her shoulder at this moment. Hu Yiling looked at her in surprise, only to see Zhang Fan's calm face. Since it can't be avoided, I won't back down. I won't be more reluctant to hide behind a girl either. Hu Yiling froze. Zhang Fan stepped forward and clenched his fists, his thin figure righteous at this moment. Chapter 43. The strong man with an inch head smiled disdainfully at this point. I respect you as a man, but this is of no use. After saying that, the strong man with an inch head smiled grimly and raised his calloused fist. Just as the burly man was about to lay his hands on Zhang Fan, suddenly an empty wine bottle rolled to his feet. The crowd's attention was drawn to the bottle, their eyes cast away. Where did this come from? The burly man frowned. This kid can't count in a pinch, and he's carrying a weapon? Zhang Fan was also very confused. Where was anyone in this dark trail? Hiccup dash. Just then, behind Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling, the sound of hiccups came from behind them. The crowd followed the sound and saw two figures with unsteady gait slowly walking over. Not a moment later, a loud noise rang out. Old boss, when is that going to give us the money? When will that give us the money? I'll find her tonight. I was in a hurry and forgot to ask this for her contact information. Damn it, I can't find her now, but we can't let anyone take advantage of us, right? Yeah, the boss said. Right, asterisk. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. If I met that now, I'd. The drunken yellow hair was being indignant and walked to Hu Yiling in a daze. Immediately afterward, yellow hair narrowed his eyes and sized her up. As Hu Yiling's face became clearer and clearer, yellow hair's red face instantly turned white. You. The fat man who drank himself into a daze on the side still doesn't know what's going on. Old boss, you want to me? No. Not good, right? Stupid. That yellow hair slammed his fist on that fat guy's head. Take a good look at who's in front of you. The fat man covered his head and looked at Hu Yiling, hiccuping. This woman looks so much like that. The asterisk tch. Son. Hu Yiling's pretty face suddenly went cold. Zhang Fan saw this, but the corner of his eyes twitched. It's over. Why are these two guys here too? It's really a woe to have a wolf in front of you and a tiger behind you. What are these two again? Xin Lai's face was gloomy when he saw this scene. Out of nowhere, two drunken assholes had the audacity to interrupt his good time. The burly man under Xin Lai also frowned with a puzzled expression. Lady, woman warrior, you do not be angry. He is drunk. Yellow hair panicked and covered the fat man's mouth. I didn't expect such a coincidence. You are also here. Ha, so many people. Is it a movie? Yellow hair smiled awkwardly. This woman couldn't have heard everything he said just now, could she? Damn, he doesn't want to let Hu Yiling beat him up again. Who did you just say you were going to? At this moment, Hu Yiling looked coldly at yellow hair. Yellow hair immediately gulped, his face breaking out in a cold sweat as he pointed at Fatty and said, him. The fat man's head shook like a rattle. Zhang Fan felt something was wrong with this look. Why are these two punks suddenly so afraid of Hu Yiling? Could it be that you were scared by Hu Yiling that time before? You guys, have you said enough? Catching up in front of me, treating me, Xin Lai, as if I don't exist. Xin Lai suddenly shouted in exasperation. Although I don't know what relationship these two have with Hu Yiling, but even if two helpers came, his men could handle them just as well. Old boss, this man is fierce. Fatty shuddered with fear and clung to Yellow Hair's arm. Yellow Hair see this situation heart also panic. It looks like this is where the heroine and the others have met the bad guys. Although Yellow Hair still think to find Hu Yiling to ask for money, but right now this situation, or save life is important. Yellow Hair swallowed his saliva, looked at Hu Yiling and laughed stiffly. That woman, I remembered that we still have things to do, so I won't bother you guys Later. At that moment, Hu Yiling's voice suddenly rang out. The body of the fat yellow-haired duo who were walking back suddenly stiffened. Lady, is there anything else you would like to order? Mistress? Hearing Hu Yiling call him, Yellow Hair twisted his head in fear and smiled awkwardly. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled as to why Hu Yiling had called out to them. Wouldn't it be nice to have 2 less enemies at this time? Only to see Hu Yiling at this time open her long legs, actually walked to the front of the yellow hair. That Qinlai saw this scene and slightly sidestepped his head, his eyes narrowing. What the hell is this Hu Yiling trying to do? Does she still want to take advantage of the opportunity to escape? Woman, what I just said really wasn't you. Yellow hair raised his arms in front of him, afraid that Hu Yiling would beat him up again. However, Hu Yiling only raised the corners of her faint mouth and lightly opened her red lips. Didn't you want to ask me for money? Right now there is another opportunity that can make you money. If you help me accomplish it, I'll double that money that was short of you before. Well, Hu Yiling spoke in a low voice. Only she and Yellow Hair and Fatty could hear it. What? Yellow Hair looked at Hu Yiling in shock. Then at Qinlai and the burly man in the distance. There is such a good thing. That's $100,000 if you double it. $100,000. How many hookups would it take to earn that? Hu Yiling was worried about how to solve this problem at the moment. I didn't expect Yellow Hair and Fatty to show up at this time. It was just the right time to take advantage of these 2 great cleverness to settle Qinlai and the others. Anymore, she and Zhang Fan could create some chances of escape. That's why Hu Yiling made this deal with Yellow Hair. Wait, how do I believe you? Yellow Hair this time learned fine. Do not ask a clear. He will not give people as a gun again for nothing. How to say also have to let him believe it. If you can help me solve this problem, are you still afraid that I will run away under your nose? Hu Yiling snorted coldly. And if anything happens to me? That little money from before. You guys don't want to get it either. You, TSK. This girl even threatened him. But Yellow Hair thought about it so much. If something really happens to this girl, the $50,000 will be wasted. Not to mention the fact that there is now a double chance that the other party is only 2 people. It just so happens that one of them can deal with one, so it still seems feasible. Thinking of this, Yellow Hair's heart began to swing. Good, then I'll help you one more time. Yellow Hair shouted, giving himself courage. Air Dog, follow me. In the next moment, only Yellow Hair walked up with Air Dog and came in front of the burly man. What have you told them? Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling in puzzlement. Looking at these 2 punks, it seems like they're going to stand up for them. Hu Yiling just smiled slightly. Just made a sale. Buy and sell? Zhang Fan was even more puzzled. Qinlai looked at the 2 no-good punks and smiled disdainfully. It seems like you really did find 2 punks to be your helpers. Your hallowed whose $1,000 have been reduced to such a state? Punk? Yellow Hair heard but sneered and even took out the throwing stick in his pocket. Who are you calling a punk? I'm the man who wants to dominate Nanhai City. How dare you kids say that about me? You 2 big men bullying their little couple. And me and my men bumped into them. So you can only count yourselves unlucky. Today, Brother Mao, will do the people a favor and let you all taste the power of our South Sea duo. A hint of caution actually appeared on Qinlai's face as he sniffed. Listening to this, could these 2 guys be capable of anything over the top? 2 dogs? Yes. Old boss, bite him. Yellow Hair gave an order, and 2 dogs immediately wowed and rushed towards the strong man. Zhang Fan's eyes widened as he looked at the situation. So fierce looking, only to see that second dog open his big mouth, with 2 rows of yellowed teeth, almost catching up with a biochemical weapon. Just as he was about to bite into the strong man with the inch head, the strong man actually rushed forward with a punch and slammed it directly into the second dog's face. Bang! The second dog stiffened in place and the only remaining incisor fell to the ground. A few moments later, 2 streams of blood flowed out of the second dog's nostrils. Old boss, he's so fierce. The burly man grunted coldly and threw out another whip leg, kicking the second dog directly in the waist. Knock! 120-something pounds of Air Dog was just kicked aside by the strong man, and his body fell as limp as a noodle at the base of the dark wall. 2 dogs, don't go to sleep. 2 dog, it's not even close to the point. Panicked Yellow Hair shook the body of the second dog, then trembling hands, viciously looked at the strong man. Bastard, how dare you beat Air Dog to death? That's my hand and foot brother. The next moment, Yellow Hair looked at Hu Yiling. Gotta add money. Yiling Hu, Zhang Fan. Chapter 44, No More Pretense. Showdown. This wouldn't really be dead, would it? Zhang Fan frowned tightly. It's not a small thing if someone really dies. What a racket. So what if one person dies? For crying out loud, 2 more will have to die later. Qinlai snorted coldly. In his eyes, this matter was nothing at all. Big deal. Let your old man spend some money to squash it. Yellow Hair stood up, his chest heaving. And then he raised his sharp eyes and looked at Qinlai. How can a rich kid like you treat people like human beings? I want you and him to pay in blood. With that, Yellow Hair raised his throwing stick and rushed towards Qinlai. However, before he could touch Qinlai, the burly man grabbed Yellow Hair's neck with one hand and directly stopped him. Yellow Hair's face reddened, grasping the burly man's thick arm and struggling up. Lock my throat. He locked my throat. No, I have to go help him. Zhang Fan clenched his fists and was about to go forward, but was pulled back by Hu Yiling. She also saw that the fighter Qin Lai had found this time was by no means that easy to deal with, and even though the other party was only one person, they simply didn't put the few of them in their eyes. Zhang Fan, you can't go. I can't let you take this risk. It's so hard to confess to your future husband on your own. The happily ever after hasn't even begun yet. Even if Qin Lai doesn't go down dead, in case he gets his husband in trouble. What about your own sex life in the future? This alley was exceptionally secluded, and would have been a good place for a young couple to go on a date. But now, it was a dangerous place. There's no camera. If Qin Lai really wanted to do something, I guess there wouldn't be any evidence left behind. Hu Yiling was also a bit helpless at this moment. Zhang Fan clenched his fists. Although Yellow Hair wasn't exactly a good person, he was really standing up for them at the moment, so he couldn't just stand by and watch. At that moment, Yellow Hair was thrown to the ground with a violent cough. Immediately after, the strong man swung both fists. To the Yellow Hair on the ground, a set of combinations of punches smashed down. Yellow Hair 2 legs stomped on the abdomen of the strong man, barely kept the distance, and raised his arms as a block, but it is still difficult to resist that strong punching power. When Zhang Fan saw this, his hot blood churned and he couldn't hold back any longer. Yellow Hair had helped them, so how could he sit back and do nothing? In desperation, Zhang Fan looked at a fist-sized stone on the ground. I don't hurt. The old man doesn't hurt. On the other side, Yellow Hair yelled and gritted his teeth. Just as the burly man was about to grab Yellow Hair by the handful, suddenly a black shadow came violently towards the corner of his eye. Bang! A rock hit the burly man square in the face. Mr. Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling did not expect Zhang Fan to do this. Even Qin Lai, who was watching from the side, was startled and then looked at Zhang Fan. At this moment, Zhang Fan was gritting his teeth and panting, as if he had gathered enough courage to do so. The strong man was bleeding from the corner of his eye from that piece of stone, and his whole body staggered back 2 steps. Asterisk. The burly man took a deep breath and raised his hand. Hiss. In the next moment, the burly man looked ferociously at Zhang Fan. Brat, you're looking for death. At this moment, this burly man had been completely enraged by Zhang Fan, only to see him gritting his teeth and wiping away the blood on his forehead. The next moment he took a step towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan gulped in fear and clenched his fists, ready to fight to the death. Hu Yiling was the same. If this man dared to touch her husband, she would definitely not let him go. Stop right there. However, just then, Yellow Hair suddenly stood up from the ground with great difficulty. The burly man looked at the panting Yellow Hair in front of him and looked a little surprised. I didn't realize that after all this Yellow Hair could still stand up. Why are you like a cockroach? You can't even be beaten. Qin Lai raised his eyebrows, his tone contemptuous. I have to say, the Yellow Hair is really durable. Unfortunately, it didn't help. Zhang Fan was also surprised, but if the fight continued like this, something would definitely happen to Yellow Hair. I did not expect this gangster is also quite righteous, all to this point, but also abide by their own as a gangster of a part of the integrity. It's enough to make a lot of people sweat. At this time, Zhang Fan spoke to Hu Yiling. Yiling, we have to call the police before we can do that. There's already a human life here. If we don't call the police, we don't know what else will happen. Aha! Hu Yiling nodded. The next moment, Hu Yiling took out her cell phone. Just as she was about to press 3 numbers, she suddenly paused. Immediately afterward, Hu Yiling deleted the number and replaced it with another. Little Yellow Hair, is it worth it to put your life and your brother's life on the line to save the 2 of them? Qin Lai laughed out coldly at this point. Although I don't know why you're helping them, you won't be able to reap any benefits in the end. Only death awaits you. Yellow Hair heard this and gasped roughly but laughed out loud. When Qin Lai saw this, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually disappeared. This guy, what's he still pretending? Yellow Hair pulled at the corners of his mouth and gave a raw smile. Originally I only wanted to defeat you as ordinary people, but all I got in return was your disdain. Now I'm showing my cards and not pretending. Lao Zi, I am the 18th generation single disciple of the Plum Blossom Mantis Fist in Nanhai City. Saying that, Yellow Hair made a twist with his 5 fingers on both hands and put up a standard Mantis Fist stance, which was really something. Zhang Fan couldn't help but suck in a breath when he saw this. So this Yellow Hair is so powerful? Had it all been hiding its strength before? Hu Yiling, however, had an expression on his face. This guy, real or not? Chapter 45, The East Meets West. Plum Blossom Mantis Fist? How come I haven't heard of this sect? Qin Lai appeared to be convinced, a playful smile on his face. Even a punk like you wants to play God. I'm afraid you're not bluffing, right? Yellow Hair was focused at the moment. slowly changing the movements in his hands. Whether it's real or not, try it and you'll know. Fine, then I'll kill you first, and I'll get that kid. The burly man was disdainful, and at this moment, he turned his gun around and walked towards Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair saw this, but his eyes quietly moved downward. Just as the burly man approached, Yellow Hair suddenly pointed behind him and said, "Air dog, why are you alive again?" The burly man was shocked at his words. Looking back, I realized there was nothing. Hey, are you stupid? Qin Lai's eyes widened at this point. The burly man then reacted, but just as he turned his head, a black shadow slammed into his face. There was a muffled thud. Yellow Hair copied the dumping stick on the ground and clubbed at the burly man's head. This even the most powerful person can't carry this one. Only to see that the strong man suddenly stiffened. A blood flowed out of his forehead, followed by both eyes rolling white, and collapsed on the ground with a thud. Qin Lai saw this, and was so scared that he took 2 steps back. His tough-as-nails bodyguard had been taken care of just like that? I'll go. This Yellow Hair still has this trick, right? Zheng Fan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I didn't realize that Yellow Hair had played a game of sound and fury. Kinda thought he was going to use the mantis fist on that bouncer. Yiling also saw the situation is relieved. Fortunately, as long as we can put down that trickiest of bodyguards, all is well. Right now, the only person standing in front of them was Qin Lai. You asshole, it's your turn now. Yellow Hair threw away the throwing stick in his hand and glared viciously at Qin Lai. When Qin Lai saw this, his heart thumped and his legs trembled violently. Damn, I did not expect the situation to change so unexpectedly. It was absolutely foolproof. Take the pinch of these people, not with the pinch of a small chicken like this waste. Weren't you arrogant just now? How come you're not cocky now? Yellow Hair spat a mouthful of spit on the ground with a vicious look on his face. I'll let you see what plum blossom praying mantis fist means. You, what do you want? Qin Lai pointed at Yellow Hair and stepped back in fear. I'm the youngest master of the Qin family. Do you know who my father is? If you touch me, he'll dig up the ground and find you and bury you. I suggest you better get out now or else. I'll make you or else. Yellow Hair bellowed as his 2 arms smashed toward Qin Lai like the arm blades of a praying mantis. Qin Lai wailed as he was beaten and raised his hands to block his body. If outsiders were to see this Qin family's youngest master in a sorry scene, I'm afraid it would be unbelievable. The youngest member of the Qin family. Right. Yellow Hair punched Qin Lai in the face. Still want to bury me, don't you? Another punch hit Qin Lai squarely in the abdomen. I'll show you who's your daddy. Yellow Hair slammed another fist on Qin Lai's chin, followed by a monkey stealing the peach, reaching directly for Qin Lai's crotch. Yellow Hair's face was grim as he fiercely clenched his 5 fingers. Let's let you taste the pain I felt last time as well. Ah! Qin Lai's neck was turned backward, his eyes bulging with excitement, and he cried out in despair. In this moment it was as if he heard the sound of a chick breaking out of an egg. My lifeblood! Zheng Fan watched this cruel scene, the knot in his throat sliding up and down. Is there a monkey stealing peaches in Mantis Fist? I don't know, but he's so miserable. Looking at Qin Lai kneeling on the ground, covering his crotch in pain, his throat tensed. You, asshole. Cool. Yellow Hair was instantly physically and mentally happy. It was still a good trick from the heroine. At this time, Zheng Fan walked with Yiling. Yellow Hair looked at Yiling and said, how about it? Heroine, we didn't let you down, did we? Not a bad job. Yiling raised the corners of her mouth. I will not let you guys. Qin Lai's face was pained as he gritted his teeth. Yellow Hair sniffed and got angry again, rolled up his sleeves and was about to beat Qin Lai again, but was unexpectedly stopped by Yiling with one hand. Forget it, that's it. It was only meant to make them know what to do. There's no need to keep going. Although she also wanted to violently beat up Qin Lai, but how could she say that Qin Lai was the only son of the Qin family? And he was even a prestigious celebrity in the business circle. A guy like this could only be taught a lesson at most. In order to avoid the Qin family's master from raising an offense, it's better to point it out. If it wasn't for the lady warrior asking me to spare your life, you'd be dead. Yellow Hair snorted coldly. Yiling coldly said to Qin Lai at this moment, young Master Qin, I advise you to behave yourself. Get back to your Qin family and be your rich second generation. Things have already come to this point. You should also understand that there's no way I'll be with you. In future, stay out of my life. Do you understand? Chapter 46, Is This Love? This last one, Yiling said with determination. But to Qin Lai's ears, Yiling was mocking him. You wait for me, Yiling. Qin Lai held the front of the car with one hand and stood up with great effort. This matter? I'm not finished with you. And both of you, wait for me. Wait. After saying that, Qin Lai hurriedly opened the car door. Zheng Fan couldn't help but frown at his words. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to offend such a young master in the future. What a headache. looking at Xinlai sat on the car and sped away. Even his own bodyguards have thrown down regardless of the yellow hair could not help but sneer, this guy. Ruthless words fast. Run that is also quite fast. Bah! Goons! At this moment, Zhang Fan suddenly thought of something and his face panicked. In the next moment, Zhang Fan rushed to the side of Airdog, who had collapsed on the ground, and said anxiously, quickly, call an ambulance. There's no need to worry. Mr. Zhang Fan, he's fine. At this moment, Hu Yiling suddenly spoke up. Ha! Zhang Fan froze. Hu Yiling raised his chin and said, here, he's still breathing. When Zhang Fan heard this, he immediately turned back to look, only to realize that the second dog's chest was still heaving up and down. And when he listened carefully, there was even the sound of snoring. This made the corner of Zhang Fan's eyes twitch at once. Wasn't he knocked out? How come he's still sleeping? Scared me. I thought he was really dead. Zhang Fan said with a sigh of relief. It turns out that they already knew that two dogs wasn't dead, but as long as no one gets killed. Yellow Hair heatedly laughed, smugly said, you don't know. The two dogs' body can be hearted, although that bodyguard is quite powerful. But as usual, lost in our South Sea twins, beat him simply easy. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. I also wonder who was just held down and beaten. Say, why isn't he waking up yet? Zhang Fan shook the second dog, but it turned out that this second dog was also sleeping too deeply. His nose was bleeding like this and he was still sleeping so soundly. It was really strange. Hey, get up. Gotta let me do it. In the next moment, only Yellow Hair came to Airdog's side and shouted into his ear. The Heavenly King covers the earth. Little chicken stewed mushroom. Airdog suddenly widened his eyes and stood up from the ground at once. Boss, dinner's ready? Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling were both startled at the sight. What kind of code words are these? Drive your ass off. Yellow Hair slapped Airdog on the side of the head. All day long all I do is eat and sleep. Don't get up after the fight. Two Dogs scratched his head and muttered. Thought dinner was on. At this time the Yellow Hairs looked to Hu Yiling. Hey and laugh, by the way. The heroine. That account. Isn't it time to settle it? That's $100,000 that you traded your life for. You have to get it. Otherwise, this trip would be a waste of time. What account? Zhang Fan asked in confusion. Hu Yiling looked into the distance. Wait a bit. I guess it's coming soon too. Ha? What's coming soon? Yellow Hair didn't know what Hu Yiling meant. It wasn't to renege on the debt, was it? Just then, however, several distant lights were shining in the distance, and it seemed that a car was heading this way, and there was more than one. When Zhang Fan saw this, he immediately frowned. That guy Xinlai, he wouldn't have run back again, right? What? Could it be that this kid has brought someone else? Yellow Hair was stunned. If that's the case, it's time to run. He can't afford to use his little con trick a second time. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang Fan. That's who I've called in yet. At this moment, Hu Yiling suddenly spoke. Zhang Fan and Yellow Hair both looked at her in surprise. Several cars came from the distance, instantly filling up the silent lane, and 4 or 5 black Mercedes-Benzes drilled out of the pitch blackness, stopping in front of a few of them with a rolling dust cloud. Zhang Fan and Yellow Hair's jaws dropped to the ground when they saw the situation. Did Hu Yiling really call her? After several black Mercedes-Benzes stopped, the doors opened one after another, and several tall bodyguards in suits came down from inside, respectfully saying to Hu Yiling, the personnel have arrived. Missy. Immediately after, from a Mercedes at the head of the group, a white-haired old man wearing a suit and vest, with his face wearing gold glasses, came down. This person was only a little older in appearance, but his posture was very upright and not old. Missy, are you okay? The old man in the suit stepped forward and inquired. Saying that, his eyes also went to Zhang Fan, Huang Mao and Airdog. Even the one unconscious bodyguard on the ground was in his eyes. What all just happened here? Missy, are these the 3 guys who held you hostage? The old man in the suit's eyes suddenly became alert. Very quickly, a group of bodyguards surrounded Zhang Fan and the others. What? Zhang Fan and Yellow Hair spoke in unison. Hu Yiling explained at this time. You're mistaken, Uncle Li, they're all my friends. The one who posed a threat to me just now was that guy Xinlai, but he's already run away, leaving only one bodyguard here. Uncle Li, the housekeeper, looked at the man on the ground. It's actually that young Master Qin? Uncle Li then realized the cause of the matter and immediately extended his hand to Zhang Fan. I am very sorry for misunderstanding you all. Since they are friends of the young miss, they are naturally my friends as well, so please allow me to introduce myself. I'm the housekeeper who's been watching Missy grow up. Lavine. Butler? Zhang Fan sucked in a breath when he heard this. I didn't realize that Hu Yiling still had a housekeeper by her side. Not only that, but there were also so many bodyguards that could be called in at any time. This whose group's daughter? is really extraordinary. Ah, seeing this, Yellow Hair's eyes even released a brilliant light. Oh, my god. So many Mercedes. This little girl is really rich. It's a good thing he agreed to this errand, or he wouldn't have known that the warrior woman was coming from such a big place. Now you've met a valuable person. Ahem. No need to be polite. It's my duty to protect Miss Hu. Yellow Hair held Uncle Lee's hand and said in a proper voice. Although I only moved 2 fingers to beat those guys away. But that was just a show of hands. I'm just used to pulling out my sword when I see injustice on the road. In that case, I won't give the $100,000. Yellow Hair. $100,000? Zhang Fan was a bit surprised when he heard this. So that's what Hu Yiling whispered to Yellow Hair just now? But that's $100,000 too much to pay, isn't it? Worthy of a rich man's daughter. Hu Yiling snorted coldly, then still spoke. Uncle Lee, write him a check for 100,000. After all, this is also considered a favor owed to Yellow Hair and 2 dogs. The reward naturally will not be less than him. Yes, Missy. Uncle Lee nodded. Yellow Hair heatedly smiled and rubbed his hands together to say thank you. Thank you, female. Ah no. Thanking Miss Hu was the right thing to do. Get this 100,000 check. Yellow Hair eyes are to see straight. This life have not seen so much money. All ing in this paper, after eating noodles that must add 2 ham. At this point, Yellow Hair hurriedly pulled out an old business card and handed it to Hu Yiling. Eldest Miss Hu, if there are any more such errands in the future, please be sure to inform me. Even if it means going up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire for Miss Hu, Air Dog will not hesitate to do so. Yellow Hair said impassionedly. 2 dogs, huh? Okay, no more for you guys, let's go. Although Hu Yiling said so, she still accepted the business card. Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile helplessly. These days, the business of gangsters have started printing business cards. Is this a drop fight? Got it, Miss Hu. After saying that, Yellow Hair took the check, and then he and 2 dogs took off. Zhang Fan looked at the bodyguard on the ground. What should we do with this guy? Let him stay here. He can't die anyway. Hu Yiling was angry at the thought of just now. Then she looked at Zhang Fan. Student Zhang Fan, what happened just now didn't scare you, right? Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. I'm fine, as long as you're fine. Fool, with you protecting me, how could I be alright? Hu Yiling pulled Zhang Fan's hand. Starlight dotted between her beautiful eyes. Just now if not encountered the Yellow Hairs the husband will be in trouble. Is really fortunate. Uncle Lee looked at his own Missy with a nervous look on her face. This was the first time in all his years that he had seen Missy so nervous about a man. What a miracle of the world. Could it be that Missy is in love? Chapter 47, Whose Group's Crisis. At this moment, Uncle Lee, the butler, looked at the young man called Zhang Fan, just from the appearance, and cannot see what special features, dressed are also very ordinary. Obviously is not which rich family high official children, but Missy will be so worried about him, judging by the intimate mannerisms of the two. It's clear that this is no longer in the realm of ordinary friends. It seemed necessary to get to know the lad as a person later, lest Missy be blinded by some scheming people when she is in love. When Zhang Fan saw that this butler, Uncle Lee, had been staring at him and sizing him up, he smiled awkwardly on his face, but his heart was a little hairy. It's hard to believe that this old grandpa is still treating him as suspicious. That look, it's horrible. Ah yes, Yiling. What's the relationship between that guy named Xin Lai and you? Suddenly remembering this question, Zhang Fan was very curious. After all, Xin Lai had said at the time that he was Hu Yiling's fiancé in name only. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fan was not only surprised, but also inexplicably lost. Although he couldn't tell why, there was just something in his heart that didn't feel right. This period of intimacy had caused Zhang Fan's originally calm heart to already ripple, especially after winning that tough basketball game together. When Hu Yiling heard Zhang Fan ask this, her willow eyebrows knit up. Actually, it's not what he said at all, but this matter is a long story. It has to start from 2 years ago. 2 years ago, the Hu Group has suffered the biggest Waterloo crisis ever. Due to nearly a decade Hu's Group in order to expand the scale, empty assets risk acquiring major well-known brands. In the clothing industry has been a short-term rapid development, but also attracted the peer companies to reject, but also by the joint confrontation. Before Hu's Group gained a foothold, it was suppressed by multiple forces. All kinds of design plagiarism, quality rumors, listing boycotts, and headhunters digging for people appear frequently. This also led to the withdrawal of many partners. Even the shareholders also withdrew for various reasons. A time Hu's Group has become an empty shell. Even if the hands of many brands are useless, the funds used for the acquisition could not be returned to the capital, but also owed a large amount of foreign debt. Just when this crisis was at its worst, the Qin family intervened. Qin Lai's father, With $500 million of investment money, strong shares in whose group has this capital, which is able to reoperate, relying on the many brands under a snowball. In this way, the scale of whose group not only far exceeded the previous, but also pressed all the domestic clothing companies, jumped into the leading clothing enterprises. But the Qin family's injection of capital also brought hidden dangers. This capital injection Qin family not only from the profits of countless, but also take advantage of the fire, took most of the equity of whose group, and even step-by-step annexation to draw in other shareholders, now has in whose group call the capital, become whose group's second largest shareholder, if not for Hu Yiling's father, the chairman of whose group, hastily pulling together a few patriarchal factions. I'm afraid that the large whose group would have to be swallowed up by that Qin family. Not only that, but the Qin family's master threatened to ask whose father to betroth Hu Yiling to his family's only son, also known as Qin Lai. The attitude is hard and there is little room for maneuver. But who is Qin Lai? The infamous rich second generation of Nanhai City. How could whose father willingly marry his daughter to such a person? This is just the second step in the Qin family's plan to annex Hu, on the surface of the marriage. But in fact, in order to further participate in the management of the company, whose group will be transformed into a family-owned business. But even if whose father understands, he can't refuse because of the equity in the hands of the Qin family's master, so he can only delay the marriage again and again. If he didn't do so and forcefully dismissed this marriage, the consequences would be unimaginable. If you don't agree, then what will the Qin family do? Hearing this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but frown and ask. In that case, the fiancé that Qin Lai had mentioned was just his wishful thinking. But hearing this from Hu Yiling's mouth was just too much to take in. I didn't expect the Qin family to be so ambitious, but also to do these hooks to take advantage of people's danger. If Missy doesn't agree, then the Qin family will transfer the stake to someone else. Uncle Li explained for Hu Yiling at this time, and Hu Yiling could only nod her head with bleak eyes. Yes, indeed. After hearing this, Zhang Fan revealed a puzzled expression. I don't quite understand. Transferring it to someone else. Doesn't that mean the Qin family will leave the Hu group? This should be a good thing. He knows more or less about this equity stuff. The transfer of equity is not a capital withdrawal and does not immediately cause a capital crisis in the company. So even if the Qin family transferred their stake, it wouldn't matter, would it? Student Zhang Fan, you don't understand this aspect. Back then, in the entire South China Sea, apart from the Qin family, no one dared to cooperate with our Hu group again, all wanting our family to fall, let alone invest in it. Even this only Qin family is running to annex our Hu company. If the Qin family dares to threaten us like this, I'm sure he's already found a good transferer. So will the second new shareholder who can qualify to hold great power spare us Hus. Not to mention that besides the Qin family, there are other shareholders within the company who want to take this stake. This is destined to be a difficult problem to solve. When Hu Yiling said this, her originally clear face couldn't help but be covered with sadness. Growing up, she was raised in business, knowing that today's Hu group, the surface scenery, the actual internal and external problems, for the South China Sea, whose group is a piece of fat meat on the chopping board, is who all want to come to share a piece of the soup, not capable of only rely on the private suppression of the ostracism, capable of not more benevolent than the Qin family. These problems were still just the tip of the iceberg. The Qin family was now a bloodsucker for Hu. To put it simply, it was difficult to get the Qin family to leave Hu, but once the Qin family transferred their stake, it would also cause a major reshuffle in the Hu group. Who knows what else will happen if there is any more turmoil at that time. If she hadn't considered the safety of her own group, Hu Yiling would have torn her face off with Qin Lai a long time ago, and there would have been no need to shun him in such a stifling manner. It was like this in his last life, and he had to face it once more this time. Hu Yiling was already annoyed in his mind. In this life, she would have to find a way to solve this crisis ahead of time. Otherwise, this Qin Lai would be the biggest obstacle preventing her from being with her husband. What's all the fuss about? Zhang Fan clenched his fists. He had realized what the Hu family was facing at this moment. I didn't realize that Hu Yiling had the fate of the family on his back. Using this tactic to threaten Hu Yiling to marry him, Qin Lai can be really despicable. Could it be that there isn't any way to solve it? Zhang Fan asked again. Hu Yiling frowned and thought, then nodded. Yes, but it's going to be hard. What is the way? Zhang Fan sniffed and hurriedly asked. Chapter 48, The First Rejection. Facing Zhang Fan's inquiry, Hu Yiling frowned, slowly said, it is to let the Qin family take the initiative to transfer the equity to my father. That is, to reclaim the equity, but now it seems that this approach seems to be not very feasible. Whose group has developed so far? The capital has been strong enough. Reacquisition of those shares of the Qin family will not be a problem. But the problem was, how could the Qin family obediently transfer it to them? After all, The Qin family was running to annex their company. If they couldn't annex Hu, they knew with their toes that the Qin family wouldn't let Hu have a good time. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth. Have to they voluntarily transfer to Hu? Although Zhang Fan didn't understand exactly how it worked, he could probably understand that the Qin family wouldn't do it. Don't think about it for now. Fellow Zhang Fan, solving this matter is still too far away and unrealistic for us right now. This kind of business game that can easily cost billions of dollars is not something we can play yet. And I don't want you to worry about these. Anyway, there will be a way to do it in the future. Hu Yiling said so comfortingly though, but in reality, she wasn't sure what was actually good about it. One can only take one step at a time. Yiling. Zhang Fan looked at this forlorn and pretty face of Hu Yiling, and was somewhat unable to bear it. Hu Yiling has stood up for herself many times, but can't help her when she's in trouble. In this kind of problem, he, a penniless student, is even more without the slightest solution, and this feeling of powerlessness was too unbearable. If he could, he must find a way to help Hu Yiling solve this problem. Now it seems that Qinlai won't let up. What should we do in case he finds you again? I'm not afraid of him, La. After all, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. At least not before he annexed the Hu clan. Hu Yiling sighed and said. Instead, it was her husband, Zhang Fan, who she was a bit more worried about. In terms of financial strength, the Qin family was undoubtedly not inferior to their Hu group. Wanting to deal with Zhang Fan was an easy task. Plus tonight they did this kind of thing to Qinlai, much earlier than the last life when she tore her face off with Qinlai. Hu Yiling was worried that Qinlai would directly seek trouble with Zhang Fan. Mr. Zhang Fan, for the sake of your safety, let's go home together in the future, Hu Yiling suddenly said. Both Zhang Fan and Uncle Li were instantly shocked. What? It's not good. Zhang Fan scratched his head, his eyes glancing towards Uncle Li. Saying such words in front of so many whose people would inevitably lead to some misunderstanding. Uncle Li also spoke up at this time. Missy, if you are worried about the safety of this little brother, despite the command I'm good, there is no need for you to personally accompany, in case something really happens. You mean, student Zhang Fan can have an accident, but not me? Hu Yiling didn't have the good sense to say. He's a very important person to me. I can't let anything happen to him either. It's a deal. Very, very important people. Zhang Fan and Uncle Li were once again shocked. Uncle Li looked at Zhang Fan even more seriously. What kind of ecstasy did this kid put in the end? Even let the big lady say such words. To know has always been proud as she. In the past, even her father is not put in the eyes. How can? Eileen. I think Uncle Li is right. After all, you and I don't have the same status. You accompanying me will only make it easier to invite trouble for you only. It's better to go back by myself. Zhang Fan's expression was all over the place. Hu Yiling's words touched him. But how can a small character like himself be worthy of the important person Hu Yiling spoke of? The more Hu Yiling was like this, the more pressure Zhang Fan felt instead. After all, Hu Yiling is the daughter of the Hu group, and he can't afford to be delayed if something really happens. He is used to going home alone. There is no need to let Hu Yiling go back with him every time. Hu Yiling could no longer hang on to her face at this moment, and her eyes were already misty on her stubborn pretty face. But what if Qinlai finds you again? Originally, Hu Yiling was thinking that there was a reason to be able to stick to her husband all the time. Unexpectedly, it was rejected by the husband. If so, then I will find a way to escape. Being a shrunken head turtle is no big deal. I don't need to play the hero every time. Zhang Fan revealed a difficult smile. Besides, escaping alone is much better than escaping with two people. With you by my side, I still have to worry about your safety, don't I? Although he didn't want to say it, he couldn't rely on Hu Yiling anymore. These days with Hu Yiling, he was happier than ever before, but it also made him see the gap between the two of them more and more clearly. If he continued to be in contact with them at such an indistinguishable distance, I'm afraid that he would gradually blur the identity of what he was. This sweetness came too suddenly, and although it was overwhelming, it was like cotton candy, sweet but melting away with a mouthful of it. Him, Zhang Fan, but a child of an ordinary family. How can we talk about winning the heart of a heavenly lady? Okay, I know. Hu Yiling also squeezed out a hard smile, then spoke, but even if you don't need it back there, tonight is always fine, right? Let Uncle Li send you back. Zhang Fan looked toward the flashy Mercedes sedan. Yeah. The next morning, Zhang Fan had just come to the classroom and was once again surrounded by stares. Yet this time the gaze was different than before. Zhang Fan was slightly surprised, but he still found a seat and then heard the people on the side talking. Look, it's Zhang Fan. He's a celebrity now. That's true. Holding the school flower in his hand and stepping on the gymnasium. Now everyone knows him. I saw this kid as ordinary before, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Hey, envy can't envy can't envy. Zhang Fan shook his head helplessly with a smile when he heard these discussions. It looked like the whole academy knew about the previous basketball game. Becoming a celebrity of the school for a while, Zhang Fan was really unaccustomed to it, feeling like he would be talked about and become the center of attention everywhere he went. Especially, Hu Yiling now has an ambiguous relationship with him. Hey, big brother, what do you think of this job? At that moment, He Weihang suddenly came along with a piece of paper in his hand and read, heavy money for his son, Chen Wan, 30 years old, plump and charming, husband is a Taiwanese. Before He Weihang could finish, Zhang Fan snatched the paper with one hand. What are you fussing me about here? Didn't I tell you not to find me strange and weird? Zhang Fan is blushing. This is all about heavy money. He Weihang shook his head and let out a sigh. But I didn't even bother to go myself, so I wanted to leave it to you. Zhang Fan, how was the job search last night? Yang Qi asked as he sat behind Zhang Fan, with Fatty right next to him. Yeah, didn't you guys go job hunting yesterday? Did it still go well? Zhang Fan let out a laugh. It's not too bad, I guess. I've already entered Zero Fox as a part-time salesperson. Zero Fox. The three of them, He Weihang, spoke in unison and were surprised. Yes. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. He Weihang looked at Zhang Fan with surprise and said, can a big brother still really let you in? I thought Zero Fox Trend wouldn't want part-time employees. It's really a miracle. Zhang Fan didn't know how to explain it for a while. After all, it's not right to say yes or no. In the final analysis, it was still because of Hu Yiling, the Diamond VIPOF Zero Fox store, that he was able to get this part-time job successfully. However, Zhang Fan still planned to just give them a good perfunctory treatment. Fatty asked again at this time, then the pay and treatment and all that must be very good, right? How do you calculate the salary? By the hour of labor. An hour. 300. The three of them, He Weihang, sucked in a breath. This is not getting a job. It's a ING search for the old baby, isn't it? Hearing Zhang Fan's words, He Weihang reached out and touched Zhang Fan's forehead. What are you doing? Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows, only to see He Weihang look gloomy, shook his head and said, big brother, your illness is a bit serious. Even started talking nonsense. It can't be that the people in the Zero Fox store gave you too much of a blow, right? Did you really enter the Zero Fox? Screw you. Zhang Fan didn't have the heart to say, I didn't lie to you guys, even though I didn't believe it at first, but the original words were indeed true. I can't lie to you three, right? $300. Oh my god. Where can I find such a high part-time job? He Weihang's eyes widened. He wanted to believe Zhang Fan, but the salary was too high, right? Who else could believe it? Is this Zero Fox Trend setting prices so capricious? Even Fatty, the person who recommended the job, didn't expect it to be so high. Yang Qi was also surprised. This is almost catching up to me collecting protection fees. Big brother, you've made a fortune, you can take me in. He Weihang rushed to flatter. The store is still recruiting part-time workers? Look at me. I'm a strong young man. How can I get in? Zhang Fan held his forehead up. What does that have to do with being strong and powerful? This is better to wait until later. I haven't officially started work yet. Zhang Fan said helplessly. Let's hope this next job lasts. After all, 300 an hour isn't easy to find. Just as the four of them were discussing, Zhang Fan heard a few exclamations from the others. It's actually Evening Jin Senpai? Why did Evening Jin Senpai come to our place? Could it be the wrong classroom? Zhang Fan's heart thumped, then he looked toward the classroom door. P.S. Okay, drained the last of my sperm blood and abstained for a week. Chapter 49 Zhang Wanyin's Bento Bowl of Love. Only to see Zhang Evening sticking out her head. A good-looking pretty face looking in at the classroom door, seemingly looking for someone. Just then, she raised a good-looking smile. May I ask if Senior Zhang Fan is here? Sure enough, Zhang Fan was filled with black lines. Why did this woman come to the door? The crowd was shocked after hearing Zhang Evening Yin's words. He Weihang even looked at Zhang Fan and shouted in surprise. Big brother, school sister Evening Yin has come to look for you. Shoo! Zhang Fan anxiously made a silencing gesture. So you're here. Zhang Evening Yin followed the sound and her smile grew even wider after seeing Zhang Fan. In the next moment, Zhang Evening Yin moved her long legs, both hands behind her back as she walked towards Zhang Fan. Those boys looked at Zhang Fan in surprise when they saw this. This kid, what the hell is going on? Not only is the school's flower Hu Yiling having an affair with him, but now there's also Zhang Evening Yin? This is the previous South Art School flower, but also a resounding school wind beauty. Under the envious and jealous gazes of a group of bachelors, Zhang Evening Yin arrived at Zhang Fan's table. Zhang Fan lifted his head and raised a raw smile. Good morning, senior sister Evening Yin. You're looking for me? Yeah, I shouldn't be bothering you, right? Zhang Evening laughed softly. He Wei Hang, Yang Qi, and little Fatty looked dumbfounded. Something's not right. Something's not right with these two. Zhang Fan was a bit nervous. That's not true, but what is it that you're looking for me for? Senior sister Evening? There is. Zhang Evening smiled faintly and then spoke. I've come to promote a relationship with senior brother Zhang Fan. Ha! Zhang Fan and the others spoke in unison. This, how can you be so direct? The others even looked at Zhang Fan with surprised gazes. What was the relationship between this guy and senior sister Evening again? Can it be that this kid has one foot in two boats and dumped the goddess Yiling? Looking at the crowd's strange gazes, Zhang Fan hurriedly said with a red face, Evening senior sister, don't make fun of me. Between us, we need to promote what relationship What Zhang Evening said was too misleading. If he didn't get that straight, he might not know what people thought of him. Zhang Evening laughed out softly at this time. Of course it's a friend relationship, can't it be? Do you think it's a couple? When? Of course not. Zhang Fan was a bit embarrassed by this sentence. He didn't think that way, but with so many people now, others might not necessarily not think that way. He Wei Hang couldn't help but feel that this relationship between Zhang Fan and Zhang Evening was too complicated. Moreover, when did Zhang Fan even hook up with the former school flower Zhang Evening? This technique of picking up girls is it's a great skill. If he had learned a couple of tricks from Zhang Fan, he wouldn't still be a single dog now. However, if Zhang Fan had messed with Zhang Evening, what would happen to the school flower? Hu Yiling. Alright, I was the one who was joking just now. In fact, I'm here for what happened yesterday. Zhang Evening laughed. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. What is it? At this moment, Zhang Evening's two hands hidden behind her back suddenly stretched out, holding a small bento box. Immediately after that, Zhang Evening said, I accidentally hurt you yesterday at the honor hall. This is compensation for you. Schoolmate. He Wei Hang raised an eyebrow. The Hall of Honor. Isn't that where no one usually goes? And what do you mean it hurts? Could it be that there is some kind of friction between the two of them? Compensation? Zhang Fan was first stunned, then flattered. No, senior sister Evening is overstating the case. It's just that I accidentally bumped into it. There's no need to compensate for such an exaggeration. You'd better take it back. Zhang Evening's willow brows furrowed when she heard this. It seems that schoolmate Zhang Fan has no intention of treating me as a friend, right? It's also true that you have such a good-looking girlfriend. Senior Zhang Fan, she must often cook delicious food for you, so you don't need an outsider like me to care. Since that's the case, I'll take back the love bento that I worked so hard for one night. Sister, After Zhang Evening finished speaking, she made a gesture to turn around and leave. When the crowd saw this, they all cursed Zhang Fan in their hearts for speaking so mercilessly. It's Evening Jin's love bento. If it were any other man, it would be something he couldn't even beg for. And this kid is so ungrateful? The boys were going to be heartbroken over Zhang Evening's good intentions being treated like a donkey's liver and lungs. If this love bento can be given to them, then the designated plate is licked clean for it. Zhang Fan was also somewhat unable to bear it at this time. Did Evening Jin really work all night to make this for him? Then it seems a bit much for him to say that just now. Wait, Evening Jin senpai. Zhang Fan's voice suddenly came from behind him. At that moment, Zhang Evening raised the faint corners of her mouth without thinking. When she turned around again, Zhang Evening frowned with a willow brow and said, What's wrong? Senior Zhang Fan? Zhang Fan said with some hesitation, since it's a token of appreciation from senior sister Evening, I'll take it. I didn't mean anything else just now. I just thought, it's not a big thing. Evening Jin senpai, don't misunderstand. Hearing this, Zhang Evening quickly raised a smile. Really? Zhang Evening came to Zhang Fan again and put the bento down. Then since that's the case, I'll ask senior Zhang Fan to accept my loving bento, and to finish it now. Oh, Zhang Fan froze in surprise. Now. Yeah, now. Zhang Evening pouted her red lips, slightly displeased. Otherwise, what if you share it with someone else later when I'm gone? Schoolmate? This love bento, but I only made it for you to eat alone. I still want to hear your feedback. He Wei Hang and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. How is this blatant favoritism so déjà vu? Zhang Fan, this kid is too sexually blessed. He Wei Hang swept another glance at Zhang Evening's figure. Sheesh, a million little people were instantly in my head. Selling push-ups there. This could literally be the female lead in some movie. It's really enviable. Zhang Fan fell into a difficult position. This Evening Jin's senior sister to his good is also too sudden. They only just met yesterday. This kind of gesture of goodwill felt very uncomfortable for a slow learner like Zhang Fan. What's wrong? Senior Zhang Fan, are you shy? Zhang Evening was looking at Zhang Fan with a smile on her face. Why don't you just leave it here? Senior sister Evening, I'll eat it when I'm free. Zhang Fan said with an embarrassed smile. It would be too shameful for him to eat the love bento made by school sister Evening in front of so many people. This public execution can't feel good. But I still have to take away the bento box. Zhang Evening frowned, slightly embarrassed. Then let's do it this way. I'll feed Mr. Zhang Fan, so you don't have to be embarrassed. Saying that, Zhang Evening personally opened the bento box. Hiss. Zhang Fan instantly felt that the surrounding shot a burning gaze, which is simply feeding. Isn't that something that can only be done between a boyfriend and girlfriend? Chapter 50. Do your homework before you come back. The bento box was opened and a sizzling smell spread out. It was actually a night of hot seafood pasta. What kind of noodle is this? It smells so good. I'm so envious. I want to eat Evening Jin Senpai's bento too. Evening Jin Senpai is really good in the hall and in the kitchen. Listening to the crowd's praise, the corners of Zhang Evening mouth rose slightly. A wry look flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterward, Zhang Evening asked joyfully, how is it? Senior Zhang Fan, it should still be to your liking, right? Also, not bad. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. Since that's the case, let's eat it while it's hot. Zhang Evening picked up her chopsticks and picked up the noodles, blowing gently with those red lips before sending it to Zhang Fan's mouth. Ah, this, Evening Jin's senior sister. It's better if I do it myself. There's no need to be shy. Be good schoolboy. Looking at the noodles that were close at hand, Zhang Fan's face rose red, especially in the full glare of this crowd, and his forehead was sweating a bit. The stares of the surrounding students simply wanted to kill. This guy, not only is the school flower who Yiling nice to him, even the Evening schoolmates are doting on him. Is God suffering from a high degree of myopia? Why are all the good things letting Zhang Fan take over? Not taking care of them, the single dogs, at all. Phew. Senior sister. I'll do it myself. Zhang Fan quickly grabbed the chopsticks, followed by a quick bite of noodles. Zhang Evening looked at him with a smile on her face, revealing a hint of a winning smile. Is my bottom good? Senior Zhang Fan. Zhang Evening had a red face, biting her lip with anticipation in her eyes. Zhang Fan hardened a smile and said, good, delicious. If it's delicious, then I'll trouble you to eat more. Zhang Evening laughed so, and picked up the noodles again, sending it towards Zhang Fan's mouth. Zhang Fan sucked in a breath, his neck unconsciously tilting back. But I already feel full. Senior sister Evening. No, it's not easy to give you food down there. Hey, I don't know when I'll give you something to eat down there in the future. Oh, Zhang Fan was crumbling inside. Oh, my god. Somebody help him. I didn't think you'd have the cheek to pester my family's Zhang Fan classmate again. Sister Zhang Evening. Just then, an icy female voice rang out. The crowd looked back, only to realize that Hu Yiling had stood at the doorway at an unknown time, and was looking at all of this with her beautiful eyes ice cold. Those eyes filled with killing intent. Just now, everyone was looking at Zhang Evening and Zhang Fan, and no one noticed the doorway. Eileen. When Zhang Fan saw Hu Yiling appear, it was like seeing a savior. Zhang Evening at this time, however, coldly snorted without much surprise. What are you talking about? Senior sister. I just want to come and apologize to senior brother Zhang Fan. Is this also wrong? What reparations and apologies? I don't know, but I saw you forcing student Zhang Fan to eat noodles. Hu Yiling looked exasperated as she walked up to Zhang Evening. Please also show some self-respect. Senior sister Evening. The crowd was shocked at the words. This is, two windswept beauties are fighting over Zhang Fan. When Wei Hang saw this, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Sister-in-law's aura of being a proper family member is absolutely amazing. Looks like the big brother is going to be in trouble now. What schoolmates said is too exaggerated, isn't it? Zhang Evening smiled in a leathery manner and slowly said, look at student Zhang Fan, but he's eating happily. Where is the forced look you're talking about? Yes? Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan at this time and puffed. Student Zhang Fan, are you really not forced? Zhang Fan laughed in embarrassment. Forcing isn't their law. See? Schoolgirl, I wasn't wrong. When Zhang Evening was being complacent, Zhang Fan suddenly spoke again. However, I actually don't love seafood, so senior sister Evening still doesn't need to take the trouble to go below for me next time. Zhang Fan smiled in embarrassment. Ha! Schoolboy you. Zhang Evening did not expect Zhang Fan to add such a sentence. Now, it was Hu Yiling who was complacent instead. Hear that? Schoolmate. Student Zhang Fan. No. Love. Eat. See. Fresh. Noodles. If you want to come and try to curry favor with others, I suggest that you should work hard and do your homework first, and get a good understanding of what Zhang Fan's classmates actually like to eat. Otherwise, it's just going to be self-defeating. Hu Yiling's words at the end of this sentence were extremely heavy-bitten. Hearing Jiang Evening secretly clenched her teeth. You can't get Zhang Fan, can you? Surprisingly, he posed as if he knew Zhang Fan very well. Besides, if it wasn't for the fact that he was trying to compete with Hu Yiling, why would he need to curry favor with this silly boy Zhang Fan? Don't worry, senior sister. Next time I will definitely come back with a good understanding of senior brother Zhang Fan's preferences. Jiang Evening had an angry look on her face as she gritted her teeth. She then let out a cold snort and left without looking back. Hu Yiling waved her hand. Bye-bye senior sister. Take your time. When the crowd saw this, they all felt that the atmosphere was full of gunpowder. Fighting between women. So scary. On the contrary, it was Zhang Fan who was a bit embarrassed, feeling that he appeared to be too heartless when he did that just now. After all, senior sister Evening did not have any malice towards him. However, what Zhang Fan said was also the truth. He had never eaten much seafood, and he did not deliberately say that to Jiang Evening in order to cater to Hu Yiling, and purposely embarrass her. Zhang Fan sighed helplessly. Suddenly being popular turned out to be such a headache. Humph. Still trying to steal Zhang Fan's classmate from me. Dream on. Hu Yiling grunted coldly, and immediately felt much more comfortable in her heart. But it's really strange to think about it. How come this Jiang Evening is suddenly interested in her husband? Hasn't this woman always been involved with those handsome guys in school? Hubby should not be in line with her aesthetic. The more he thought about it, the more Hu Yiling felt that something was wrong. I guess I'll have to investigate it sometime before I do. Eileen, what's that in your hand? At this time, Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. Hu Yiling was also holding a box of bento. Seeing that Zhang Fan had noticed, Hu Yiling could only spit out her tongue and playfully said, "You caught me. This is the breakfast bento I made for Mr. Zhang Fan yet. I think you will definitely like it." After saying that, Hu Yiling sat beside Zhang Fan and pushed the bento in front of him. "Mr. Zhang Fan, open it up and take a look." Because of last night's incident, Hu Yiling could tell that something was wrong with Zhang Fan. It was thought that Qin Lai's matter was also brought to Zhang Fan by her. So Hu Yiling, in order to show her apology, specially made a box of bento at home, wanting to give her own husband a taste to make up for her guilt. It's just that I didn't expect that this woman, Jiang Evening, had jumped the gun. Luckily, though, it was clear she wasn't taking advantage of anything. For me? Zhang Fan was somewhat flattered. What's with all this today? Two beautiful women competing to give him a bento. That's something you wouldn't have thought of in the past. It's really weird. Right. What else? Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan with a happy face and slowly said, "Mr. Zhang Fan must not have eaten breakfast yet. Not eating breakfast is not good for your body." "Thank you then, Yiling." Zhang Fan's cheeks blushed slightly. Open Hu Yiling's bento. Into the eyes. Actually as a few exquisite cute cartoon small rice balls. Each rice ball ingredients are different. There are meat floss eel. Looking at it is very tempting. It's ugly, but I think it would be delicious. Hu Yiling was actually a little shy at this time. Her pretty face flushed. It seemed that the bento she had made was being looked at so directly by Zhang Fan, making her a little embarrassed. "Why yes, it's very pretty." Zhang Fan was a bit surprised and asked again, "I actually quite like eating dough." Hu Yiling propped up her tiny chin and guffawed. "Of course I know. In his last life, his husband, Zhang Fan, often traveled all over the place to participate in various conventions and exhibitions. Because she was worried that Zhang Fan didn't eat well outside, the bento lunches were all handmade by Hu Yiling, the eldest young lady. So naturally, she knew exactly what Zhang Fan's favorites or taboos were. "How do you know?" Zhang Fan was a bit curious. Hu Yiling turned her good-looking eyes. "Well, secret. I'll tell you later." "Another secret." Zhang Fan let out a bitter laugh. There are also too many secrets on Hu Yiling. Not only did she know many things about him, but she even knew what she hadn't realized. It's almost like a worm in your own stomach. If you don't know, you'd think they were married in their last life. "Big brother, you're too blessed, aren't you?" He Weihang stretched his head over and saw the bento that Hu Yiling had made for Zhang Fan, and his saliva bit into the floor. "Sister-in-law, how did you know that I like eating rice balls too? Go go go. This is for classmate Zhang Fan," Hu Yiling said with a look of disgust. She didn't care what anyone else liked, as long as her own husband liked it. He Weihang sighed and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Hey, it's really a case of people comparing themselves to each other. Some people have no one to care about and no one to warm up to, while others have already eaten 2 bento lunches until they are full." Zhang Fan smiled helplessly. "Since you need someone to warm you up so much, let this bento be given to you, and let senior sister Evening warm up and warm you up." Hu Yiling snorted coldly and handed Jiang Evening bento to He Weihang. "Just in time to save you from being an eyesore here." Seeing this, He Weihang did not hesitate to take it in one hand. "There is something to eat that is definitely eaten. it's better than having nothing to eat. This was a bento made by a great beauty, so how could he Wei Hang dislike it? Unlike Big Brother, too much to enjoy. Well, that smells good. Alright, Zhang Fan student, eat while it's hot. Hu Yiling urged Zhang Fan, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Good. Zhang Fan nodded and then picked up his chopsticks, picking up a piece of eel rice ball and putting it in your mouth. A flavor bursts into your mouth. Right at this moment, Zhang Fan suddenly stared wide-eyed. Good. So delicious. Hu Yiling saw this and let out a giggle. Hubby looks exactly the same now as he did the first time he ate her cooking in his last life. It's adorable. I didn't expect. Yiling, you making bento is actually so delicious. Zhang Fan was really a bit surprised. Don't they say that a young lady doesn't touch the spring water with her fingers? How come Hu Yiling's cooking is so delicious? It felt like the professional Japanese chef out there was no better, though he hadn't eaten any professional Japanese food either. But this rice ball was the best rice ball in the world to him. It's good that student Zhang Fan likes it, Hu Yiling said happily. I was happy to see my husband enjoying it so much himself. This craftsmanship of hers was completely made from making bento for Zhang Fan in her last life. Of course it was to Zhang Fan's liking. Zhang Fan ate a few more pieces one after another, feeling like they were going to taste heavenly. In the afterglow, Zhang Fan saw that Hu Yiling had been propping up her chin and looking at him, her eyes full of happiness, so she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Yiling, why don't you eat some of your own? It's really delicious. Good. But, Hu Yiling suddenly thought of something and smiled meaningfully. As long as fellow student Zhang Fan feeds me. Feed you? Zhang Fan froze. So many people are watching. Hand feeding is not too hateful. P.S. 100,000 words now. Thanks for the great support, folks. It all depends on tonight. Chapter 51, What a Ghost. But in the face of such a situation, Hu Yiling was not embarrassed at all. Right. The chopsticks are in Zhang Fan's hand. So of course it's Zhang Fan who feeds me. Hu Yiling smiled cheekily, but it had the flavor of deliberately teasing Zhang Fan. Couldn't student Zhang Fan feed me? Not really. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. Forget it. Just feed it. After all, this is the same bento that Hu Yiling made herself. It's so deliciously made. You can't just eat it all yourself. Then, you open your mouth. Zhang Fan blushed. Hu Yiling nodded happily and opened that cherry mouth. In the next moment, Hu Yiling took in the rice ball that Zhang Fan was reaching out for, and as she bit down, Hu Yiling puffed up her pretty cheeks and chewed. Her eyes narrowed into a line, and a happy smile lifted up on her face. The rice ball that classmate Zhang Fan feeds is so delicious. Zhang Fan smiled shyly. Couldn't this rice ball be made even more delicious by his hands? Looking at Hu Yiling's face of enjoyment, surely this wasn't an act. The surrounding male students who saw the scene were all indignant. Oh, my God. Being in the same classroom with those two can be torture. This dog food spread. This is directly into the mouth to feed. Just as the hate value was rising around them, Hu Yiling was lying on the table, her small arms supporting her small face, her two beautiful eyes looking at Zhang Fan expectantly, her small mouth puckered up. In jeans, her tight little ass bobbed rhythmically. It's a little too titillating. Want some more? To be. That's fine. Feed it all to you. Open your mouth. It's delicious. The surrounding students said their eyes had gone blind. There were more classes on Monday, and Hu Yiling almost stayed with Zhang Fan all day today. No matter if it was class or dinner, wherever Zhang Fan went, Hu Yiling was there. After school, Hu Yiling dragged Zhang Fan around the campus, where Zhang Fan had already given up resisting. Anyway, in the eyes of the people in the school, they were a loving young couple. Especially this unapologetic approach by Hu Yiling. It was hard to wait until the end of the last class in the afternoon. Zhang Fan was finally able to leave the school, and on the way towards the school gate, Hu Yiling, who was on the side, sighed. Hey, happy times are always so short. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. Where the hell is this short? There were sharp eyes all over the school, and he couldn't wait for time to go by any faster. By the way, what is Mr. Zhang Fan going to do next? Hu Yiling suddenly added. Zhang Fan thought for a while, then spoke. Well, I want to report to Zero Fox first and start my first day of part-time work. After all, it's my first time doing clothing sales, so I still have to get used to it and stabilize it earlier. It was hard to get this job, so Zhang Fan didn't dare to slack off. He had nothing in particular to do this afternoon, and the shoemaking could be put off a little longer. After all, this current part-time sales job at Zero Fox Trends is what matters. That's a well-paying career at $300 an hour. How about that? It seems that Zhang Fan student is very motivated. Oh, then do your best. Hu Yiling said happily. Zhang Fan was a bit surprised when he heard that. He thought that Hu Yiling would be a bit frustrated because he went to work. After all, it was always impossible for them to stay together when they were working. right? Then, Zhang Fan asked, what about you? Hearing Zhang Fan ask, Hu Yiling smiled playfully. Secret, here she is again. Zhang Fan helplessly held his forehead. This girl Hu Yiling has so many secrets. She always looks like she has a plan for everything, but she keeps her mouth shut, so people really can't do anything about her. However, as it looked like Hu Yiling would not follow him to Zero Fox, Zhang Fan was also relieved. Otherwise, with this great lady around, I guess when I meet a tricky guest, I'm afraid I'll have to be unsettled. Outside the front door of the school, a Mercedes limousine pulled up. Uncle Lee had been standing by the car for a long time waiting. Missy, I'm here to pick you up. Uncle Lee, who had said this, his eyes then fell on Zhang Fan. Surprised. I can't believe Missy is inseparable from him even after class. The relationship between this young man called Zhang Fan and the young lady is really extraordinary. Seeing Uncle Lee here, Zhang Fan was also slightly surprised. Why is Uncle Lee here? Uncle Lee is here to pick me up because I'm going to go buy some things later, Hu Yiling said with a faint smile. Buy something? Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. Is this the secret you were talking about? Aha. When it's nighttime, student Zhang Fan will naturally know. Ha? What do you mean? Doesn't Mr. Zhang Fan still have to go to his part-time job? Go now. Zhang Fan watched Hu Yiling get into the car. Still a little confused, Hu Yiling rolled down the window and waved at Zhang Fan. See you tonight, oh. Zhang Fan student. Again. Bye. Zhang Fan smiled helplessly. No way. We're meeting again tonight? By the time he gets off work, it'll probably be 10 o'clock. Hu Yiling can be such a pretentious brat, but it's kinda cute. Throwing away the thoughts in his head, Zhang Fan took a deep breath. Well, a new job and a new life await me. Come on, Zhang Fan, you can do it. Mustn't lose this job again for sure. After secretly cheering himself up, Zhang Fan stepped in the direction of the Zero Fox trend store. Zhang Evening, who had been watching Zhang Fan's back from afar, raised a smile. Seeing that Hu Yiling had left Zhang Fan's side, Zhang Evening secretly rejoiced. Now was the best opportunity for her to get in touch with Zhang Fan, lest that always appeared suddenly and disrupted her plans. The thought of that deflating scene in the morning made her so angry she wanted to stomp her feet. When she took down Zhang Fan, let's see how long this girl, Hu Yiling, could still be proud of herself. Qin Family Mansion. Far away from the city center, the Qin family mansion was richly decorated and could be described as luxurious. The word expensive is evident inside and out. In the villa mansion, there were still dozens of young maids in maid outfits, all of which were beautiful girls carefully selected by Qin Lai. But at this moment, even though they were surrounded by beautiful women, Qin Lai couldn't bring up half a mind. Get thee out of here. Get out. In the villa's bathtub, a few maids were so frightened that they screamed out and hurriedly ran out of the bathtub, with their simple bathrobes still covering their bodies, with a delicate appearance, and they had just run out of the doorway, when all sorts of things were also thrown out by Qin Lai. At this moment, Qin Lai was soaking in the bath, his face furious, his chest heaving. How is that possible? This can't be true. Why was his little old brother, surprisingly, not responding at all? It's a source of joy. Last night, Qin Lai, who had been beaten by Zhang Fan and the others, had his lifeblood damaged and came back to hurt for the whole night. Until now, that little brother is still like a wilted eggplant. No movement. As proud as Qin Lai was, how could he accept the fact that he was wasted? Definitely those women don't appeal to me. Exactly. That's it. Qin Lai's eyes were lost in thought, as if he was thinking about something. Only that Hu Yiling, only she can arouse my desire. As long as he could get Hu Yiling, there was no way he could still not feel it. Thinking of this, Qin Lai clenched his fists and punched the water. If it wasn't for Zhang Fan from last night, how would he have gotten himself into the current state, losing to that poor boy? This face, Qin Lai, must get it back. What's more, if you want to get Hu Yiling, you also have to get rid of Zhang Fan first. Come on man, young master, what are your orders? At that moment, a henchman walked in. Qin Lai didn't turn his head back, gritted his teeth and ordered, go find a kid named Zhang Fan for me. He's a student of the Southern Arts. I don't care what method I use, how much it costs. In short, I want him to disappear in front of Hu Yiling from now on. Yes, subordinate understands. Zero Fox Trend Stores. The store is just 10 minutes away from the main entrance of the school. It was exactly 7 in the evening when Zhang Fan arrived at the store. Upon entering the store manager Chen greeted Zhang Fan with a smile on his face, as if he was greeting a VIP, making Zhang Fan very uncomfortable. And those who didn't know, thought that there was some kind of VIP in the store. I guess it's also because of Belle, but it's always a good thing. At least the first day on the job will be less snarky. Since Zhang Fan was a salesman for the first time, He started by familiarizing himself with the things to be done in the store, such as understanding the features of branded clothing, how to receive and sell to customers, and incidentally, organizing the clothes that customers have tried on, etc. Simply put, it's the new guy playing the muck. At first, Zhang Fan did not find it difficult to do this, and even quite good at it. After all, store manager Chen didn't dare to really demand anything from Zhang Fan, and still had to offer him up in a nice manner. If you accidentally upset the young lady, you'll be in for a rude awakening. Just as Zhang Fan was organizing his clothes, a female voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hey, if it isn't schoolmate, why are you here? Zhang Fan looked back and saw a woman in a short black dress with high heels standing behind him. The translucent lace stockings on those legs were so sexy that people couldn't move their eyes. Evening. Senior sister evening in? Zhang Fan froze a bit for a moment. Chapter 52 Surprise from Heaven. Why is Zhang Yuan in here? Also, I don't think that's what she was wearing this morning. Only Zhang Evening in giggled and spoke. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Does Senior Zhang Fan work here? It turns out that this Zero Fox trend also recruits students for part-time jobs. Yes. Senior sister evening in. What a coincidence. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I didn't realize that embarrassment had just happened in the morning and then again in the afternoon. It's still really awkward. Just in time. I still want to buy 2 pieces of clothes here. Why don't you give me a recommendation? School brother? Zhang Evening Yin's smile was harmless. A sweet and lovely look. Looking at the surrounding guests froze in their eyes. Anymore, she's a former Nanya schoolgirl. In Hu Yiling's absence, she was naturally the prettiest one in the room. Recommendations? Actually, I'm not very good at recommending. Zhang Fan laughed awkwardly. It's only my first day on the job today, and I'm still in the learning stage, so I'm afraid I'm not good at recommending it to you. Senior sister. Zhang Evening didn't mind. Instead, she said, what does it matter? Just take a look at it with your boyfriend's eyes, and help me pick out 2 pieces of clothes that you think look good on me. After all, I believe in Senior Zhang Fan's vision. As she said so, Zhang Evening seemed to wink. When Zhang Fan heard this, his eyes fell on Zhang Evening Yin's body. This tall figure, and the curves of the front and back, plus the long and thin legs. With such a figure, it seems that everything looks good in it, right? For a while, it made Zhang Fan a little difficult. Can you see clearly when you lean so far away? Schoolboy? Why don't? I'll come closer so you can get a better look. Zhang Evening smiled faintly and walked towards Zhang Fan with her long black silk legs. For a while, it actually forced Zhang Fan into the corner where the clothes were piled up. If it were not for the clothing racks full of clothes blocking the 2 figures, it is estimated that the customers outside would have to think that they are going to have something exciting happen in the store. Zhang Fan slid the knot in his throat up and down nervously and leaned against the door of the fitting room. Sister, you, don't come over here. Hey, women are really killing me when they take the initiative. And the author himself is being harassed by a bunch of women every day, and he can't even get rid of them, which especially affects my writing. Learn, scholar, there are so many people here. Shouldn't we, should do something exciting? Zhang Evening Yin's red lips lightly opened, hooking up a touch of playfulness, while her feet high-heeled steps pressed. Ha, it's not. Zhang Fan blushed, and just as he was about to explain, Zhang Evening Yin suddenly let out a cry of surprise, followed by her body violently leaning forward, as if she had tripped over something. Hey, flutter. Zhang Evening Yin lunged towards Zhang Fan head-on, and that piece of softness still pressed against his chest. The next moment Zhang Evening Yin's eyes were tightly closed, her mouth pouted, and those red lips were even attacking Zhang Fan's mouth. When Zhang Fan saw this, he sucked in a mouthful of cool air and his eyes were extremely wide. Zhang Evening Yin's red lips quickly zoomed in front of her eyes. Red, 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 but the next touch was an unexpectedly cold one. Zhang Evening Yin snapped open her beautiful eyes. What appeared before his eyes was actually a mirror. How did you kiss the mirror on it yourself? Glancing at the afterglow, Zhang Fan, this stupid kid actually, chose to dodge sideways. At this moment, Zhang Fan's eyes were tightly closed and he tilted his head to the side. His body was stiff and his ears were going red. Zhang Evening Yin couldn't help but twitch up the corners of her eyes. Is this silly boy really innocent or not? He himself has taken the initiative to create an opportunity to offer a kiss like this. He was a good guy, but he was so ungrateful and had the nerve to avoid her kiss. You know how many people at school drop thousands of dollars for less than a kiss from her? Fan, is everything okay on your end? At that moment, the voice of shopkeeper Chen's greeting came from the distance. No, it's fine. Store manager Chen, don't worry. Zhang Fan hurriedly opened his eyes and hurriedly explained. If this is found out by store manager Chen that this kind of thing happened on the first day, I'm afraid that it will not be easy to explain. At this time, Zhang Fan hurriedly drew himself out and smiled awkwardly at Zhang Evening. Sister Evening, you just, alright? No. Zhang Evening also smiled awkwardly and wiped her small mouth with the back of her hand. He also pulled out a tissue and wiped off the red lipstick mark that was imprinted on the mirror. I didn't expect this kid to be quite alert, but even this doesn't fall for the trap. Could it be that Zhang Fan didn't have any heart for her at all? No. No way. She, Zhang Evening, didn't believe that there was a cat in this world that didn't steal fish. It was just that the environment here was not right, and it was not enough to trigger the nature of Zhang Fan's schoolmate. Thinking so, Zhang Evening raised an unintentional smile. Anyway, there was plenty of time, and there would always be a chance for the two of them to be alone later. What's wrong with you, Evening Jin Senpai? Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows at this moment and asked, why is she suddenly giggling? Couldn't have just hit my head, could it? It's fine. Let's just pick out some clothes. Zhang Evening said with a sweet smile. Immediately after, Zhang Evening cast her gaze on a sexy backless dress and pointed at it. Hey, this one seems quite nice. Why don't I try this? Zhang Fan took off that skirt and looked at it. Nice guy. Most of his back is showing, almost to his ass crack. Sister, are you sure you want this? Zhang Fan asked with red ears. Zhang Evening saw the shy look of Zhang Fan and became even more certain. Yeah, just try it. Saying that, Zhang Evening took the skirt and walked into the fitting room. Phew. Zhang Fan helplessly exhaled a breath. Evening Jin Senpai is too scary. Like a hungry wolf. And why did it feel as if she did it on purpose? What just happened? But Zhang Fan also cannot get the evidence. Think it should be just their own more heart. After all, it looks like Zhang Evening people are quite good. Is open-minded some? Cannot think about people to the right. Right at this moment, Zhang Fan suddenly felt something fall on top of his head, followed by a black looped belt hanging down with a lace edge on it. Zhang Fan then subconsciously took the thing off his head and fixed his eyes on it. At once, Zhang Fan's face turned red. The black lace bra in her hand was also getting hot. This is Evening Jin Senpai's intimate apparel. P.S. Rush point up. It's getting late. The author has to go to bed. You guys read it and go to bed. Chapter 53, it's a bit hot. Zhang Fan sucked in a breath of cool air in fear, and his nose inadvertently inhaled the body odor on that thing. It was exactly the smell of Evening Jin San's body. At this time, store manager Chen happened to pass by in front of him, and after seeing this indescribable object in Zhang Fan's hand, he looked stunned. The two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere froze for a full 3 seconds. Ahem. Shopkeeper Chen coughed. Then his eyes flicked upward. The next moment, Shopkeeper Chen whistled and left. Shopkeeper. It's not what you think oi. Zhang Fan just wanted to chase out and explain, but thought that he was holding this in his hand. Wouldn't he be seen by more people when he went out? It's over. He lost his innocence on his first day of work. Student Zhang Fan. Just then, the door to the fitting room opened. Zhang Evening, who was wearing a short backless dress, slowly walked out. Zhang Fan looked back and Zhang Evening turned around and said, how is it? Do I look good? Quite good. Zhang Fan took a look. The chopstick legs under Zhang Evening's short skirt were thin and straight, indeed impeccable, and they fit perfectly at the waist, showing off the figure perfectly. But, Evening Jin's bra is in his hands. Then wouldn't it be on Zhang Evening now? Vacuum. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan unconsciously looked at Zhang Evening's neckline. Hiss. Schoolgirls are too open-minded too. Zhang Fan felt that he was a bit hold back. Just look good. Then I'll take this one. Zhang Evening smiled cheekily. Then her gaze landed on Zhang Fan's hand. Yeah. I didn't know that the original schoolmate Zhang Fan liked my thing so much. Is this what you mean to take home? Saying that, Zhang Evening smiled with a radiant smile. It didn't seem to mind that her intimate little bra was being held in Zhang Fan's hands like this. Hearing Zhang Evening's meaningful words, Zhang Fan then realized afterward. His face reddened. He actually kept grabbing this thing. No, Sister Evening, don't misunderstand. This is what you just threw at my head. Ha? Yeah? Zhang Evening froze, then let out a giggle. As he leaned down, Zhang Fan clearly saw himself being shaken by a cloud of white in front of his eyes. How could Zhang Evening not know that this was something she had specifically thrown to Zhang Fan? No ordinary man can stand up to that. Let's see how Zhang Fan can still hold it this time. Senior sister, you'd better take it back. With a red face, Zhang Fan offered it with both hands. After all, this thing, he couldn't just give it to someone and throw it on the ground even if he felt hot. It could only be held with a stiff upper hand. Zhang Evening couldn't help but feel cute when she looked at Zhang Fan's shy appearance. It seems Zhang Fan is really a bit of an innocent. Just as Zhang Evening had reached out, she suddenly retracted again. Seeing this, Zhang Fan froze. Evening's senior sister. What are you? only to see Jiang Evening faintly smiled and spoke. Well, or forget it. This will be sent to you. Senior brother Zhang Fan, but senior brother remember to restrain yourself at home. Oh. Saying that, Jiang Evening even blinked her eyes. Zhang Fan froze for a moment and looked down at the intimate apparel. Evening Jin's sister says, send to him. This, how can this be? Zhang Fan's eyes widened and his ears reddened with shame. He's a single boy bringing something like this home. What's not perverted? Besides, he didn't dare to have evil thoughts towards senior sister Evening. Don't worry, senior brother Zhang Fan, I won't tell anyone else. Oh, this is a secret that belongs to both of us. Jiang Evening smiled in a beaming manner. Zhang Fan was helpless. When Jiang Evening saw this, she giggled and got serious. Okay, I won't make it difficult for Zhang Fan. I'm just kidding with you. Give it back to me quickly. It's weirdly uncomfortable not wearing it, and it feels like it's always going to run out. He. But if school brother wants it someday, you can tell me directly. Oh. Jiang Evening narrowed her eyes and made a cute expression. Also, or forget it. Zhang Fan laughed awkwardly and casually handed the thing back to Jiang Evening. Evening Jin's degree of openness is really, it's hard to accept. Jiang Evening packed up the clothes she had changed into a bag. Of course, there was also the contraption that made Zhang Fan blush. After settling the bill, Jiang Evening suddenly smiled back at Zhang Fan before leaving. That's right, schoolmate Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan sniffed and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Senior sister Evening. The next moment, Jiang Evening moved her long legs to walk towards this woman. She's not up to something again, is she? I want to say that I seem to have discovered something. Jiang Evening approached Zhang Fan's ear and suddenly whispered. You and Hu Yiling are actually not boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Hearing this, Zhang Fan froze for a moment. Evening's senior sister. You, how did she know about this? Earlier, Hu Yiling had said that she was Zhang Fan's girlfriend in front of her in order to anger Jiang Evening. But, now Jiang Evening suddenly said this. Could it be that there was something wrong between him and Hu Yiling, thus exposing it? Jiang Evening smiled slightly at this moment. Seeing your reaction, I shouldn't have guessed wrong, right? It's... Zhang Fan scratched his head, his cheeks slightly red. It was true that he could not afford to tell a lie about such things. After all, from the bottom of his heart, Zhang Fan didn't think he could be Hu Yiling's boyfriend. Now that Jiang Evening could see it, it didn't matter if he said it. After all, one is not a fan of the limelight. During this period of time, because of Hu Yiling, it was close to becoming the center of attention of the whole school. However, why are you suddenly talking about this? Senior sister Evening? Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. Jiang Evening laughed at this moment. It's nothing yet. I just want to verify if I still have a chance. It seems that Xianwen Wang guessed correctly. It's true that Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan don't have a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. This was certainly good news for her. There was also a little more reason to want to approach schoolmate Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled at this point. Chance? It's hard to believe that what Evening Jin means is that. Just as Zhang Fan was staggered, Jiang Evening suddenly printed a touch of red lips on her hand and then covered Zhang Fan's arm with her palm. A move that made Zhang Fan's eyes instantly widen and his brain quickly short-circuit. Hiss! This is a gift for senior Zhang Fan. Jiang Evening raised the corners of her mouth. This adorable look of schoolmate Zhang Fan is so pleasing to the eye. I love it. Oh. After saying that, Jiang Evening smiled faintly, turned around, twisted her sexy long legs, and stepped out of Zero Fox. Only a messy Zhang Fan was left in place. Just now. What happened? Look at the scarlet lipstick on your arm. Zhang Fan froze for 2 seconds. Then, quickly, he drew a paper towel and, after dabbing it with some water, wiped it off. It's no longer implied. It's blatantly obvious. What does this Jiang Evening want to do? This night, Zhang Fan's entire body was in a state of wondering. Because of what happened to Jiang Evening, he hadn't slowed down until now. Could it be that Evening Jin really has something in mind for him? This can't be figured out anyway. It feels as if things are getting out of hand. Little Fan, it's almost time, and there aren't many customers in the store, so you should go off work and rest first. At that moment, store manager Chen walked over. Zhang Fan raised his head and looked at the time on the wall, only to realize that it was already 10 o'clock. Good. Zhang Fan nodded. At this time, store manager Chen took out a few $100 bills and said, "Tonight your performance is good. You just came and opened a bill. You've worked a total of 3 hours. According to MS. Who? I'll give you a settlement of $900 for today's salary. Come on, take it." Zhang Fan's eyes went straight as he received the red bills. $300 an hour. It's true. The moment he saw the money, Zhang Fan instantly felt that he was not sleepy at all. I'd even like to work a few more hours to make some money. Just a 3-hour shift and I got almost $1,000. So it seems like it's not a dream to get rich. Thank you, store manager Chen. I'll work hard on it. Zhang Fan hurriedly thanked him. Store manager Chen heatedly smiled and waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite between us. By the way, Xiao Fan, next time you see MS. Who again? Remember to put in a good word for me in front of MS. Who? Ha? Zhang Fan was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. That's for sure. Store manager Chen treats me very well. It looks like Hu Yiling's name as a diamond VIP customer is really quite good. Whether it's in school, or out of school, the status of $1,000 young lady is here. And there are people who hold it up everywhere. Zhang Fan thought of this and looked at the $900 in his hand. I'm afraid this is not even a small amount of money for Hu Yiling. But now, it has become a basic security for one's life. After leaving the Zero Fox store, Zhang Fan did not continue to linger outside, only wanting to go back to rest early. Now it is already more than 10 o'clock. Hu Yiling has not come. So late I guess she will not come again. Zhang Fan thought so, and then some hesitation to send a message to ask. But if Hu Yiling didn't plan to come, would it be too presumptuous of him to ask? While Zhang Fan was looking down and hesitating to press the send button, he suddenly collided with the incoming person in front of him. Gu, which little brat is so ungrateful to bump into you? Master Mao. Zhang Fan rubbed his head and looked up when he heard this familiar voice. It's actually you two? Zhang Fan frowned. Just see yellow hair and two dogs. Two people at this time dress elegant and luxurious. Just like a thug look. Fingers and neck are gold jewelry. Even the fat man that fell out of the two incisors are set with gold. That incisor is golden when you have a good time. Looks like it was that 100,000 bucks last night that turned these two punks into rich people all of a sudden. What a creation. Seeing Zhang Fan, yellow hair is also a little surprised up. Just now the angry face suddenly disappeared without a shadow, but instead raised a touch of bad smile. Yo, this is not that miss whose side of the small boyfriend well? Called Zhang. Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan said helplessly. Right. Little old Zhang Fan. Yellow hair grinned, lewd to the extreme. Why are you the only one here today? I thought you two were inseparable all the time. It's not because you made Miss Hu angry, right? Kid, in the end is still young, can't grasp what are you talking about? I just got off work. Zhang Fan didn't have the good sense to say. Suddenly realizing that he was chatting with these two punks like friends, Zhang Fan was really a bit uncomfortable. Obviously, they had met each other with fists and feet before, but now they had become friends. This way. Then it's rare to take advantage of Miss Hu's absence. Why don't the two of us take you out to have some fun? Let you also relieve your loneliness. So what? Look at your green face. You should not have tasted the taste of women, right? Yellow hair said this and put one hand on Zhang Fan's shoulder and smiled proudly. P.S. A book blogger said I was handsome in the comments section. And I don't know who leaked that out. It was so annoying. Chapter 54, this, street fighting. As the saying goes, you don't fight. Now he and Zhang Fan were half friends. Not to mention that last night, Zhang Fan even came to his aid. Compared to before, yellow hair was much more agreeable to look at Zhang Fan again now. So this little money, he yellow hair or not stingy out. Tonight you don't care how much you spend. In short, as many beauties as you want. Brother will give you the whole thing. Anyway, your brother Mao is not short of money now. Yellow hair broadly waved his hand at this moment. Yes, the boss is not. Now not poor in money. Just missing chicks. How can you talk like that? If you've got money, you've got girls. Yellow hair was now speaking with a strong voice, and had never been so rich in his life as he was now. $100,000 would indeed allow the two to toss around for a while. I'm not interested in those. Zhang Fan pushed yellow hair's hand away and said. Yellow hair and Air Dog looked at each other, scratching their heads for a moment. Then, yellow hair said suspiciously, you're a man who isn't interested in those. So what are you interested in? Saying that, yellow hair seemed to have thought of something and sucked in a breath backwards. It's hard to believe you're interested in men. Second dog sniffed and made a scared face as well. Screw you. Zhang Fan gave yellow hair a blank look. I don't have this fetish. But, Zhang Fan was a bit hesitant at this point. To speak of interest, he did have one thing he really wanted to do right now. But what? Yellow hair raised his eyebrows and said boldly. Brother Zhang Fan, just say it, we will definitely help you if we can. Really? Zhang Fan hesitated, then opened his mouth and asked, I want to know, can you teach me that plum blossom mantis fist of yours? I want to learn the fist. What? Yellow hair was taken aback. Then, he shot a glance at Zhang Fan. This kid wants to learn his mantis fist? It's incredible. Little brother Zhang Fan, why do you suddenly want to learn this? Yellow hair asked curiously. Second dog chimed in. Old boss, it must be for a woman. Zhang Fan sniffed and scratched his head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Yellow Hair raised his eyebrows and said, "You really let second dog get it right? Is it hard to believe that you're doing this for Miss Hu?" Half and half. Zhang Fan frowned and said. Zhang Fan didn't want it to be Hu Yiling who stepped forward every time there was danger. He's so not useless like this. Learning a little bit of self-defense would be good for him, not only to defend himself, but also to protect Hu Yiling in times of danger. After all, looking at that young Master Qin, I'm afraid that he won't have any peace in the future. So Zhang Fan felt that learning boxing was still necessary. It just so happens that he has met Yellow Hair now, and he thought that if his mantis fist could beat Qin Lai to the ground, then he should be able to do the same. Yo, I didn't expect you to be quite responsible. Little brother Zhang Fan. Yellow Hair hemmed and hawed and smiled, but he was impressed with Zhang Fan. Originally thought that Zhang Fan was just a little white boy, but never thought that he still had this heart. But it's too bad. Your Mao brother, I've retired from the world now. I'm afraid I can't teach this mantis fist. Yellow Hair said as he cupped his chin, and glanced at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan frowned, some regret in his eyes. Why can't you teach? Hey, in fact, it's not that I can't teach, only that the cost of needing me to reappear may be a bit higher. Yellow Hair said so and rubbed his index finger and thumb together. Zhang Fan's eyes twitched at the sight. It's all about money, and you're beating around the bush. Just tell me straight, how much do you need to teach me? Zhang Fan said frankly. Yellow Hair heatedly smiled up. Cool. It's not much. Seeing as you're so honest, it's just one dabbler. One to be you sure. Zhang Fan froze before responding. $10,000? Yellow Hair nodded triumphantly. It's hard to come by business. How can we not rip off a little bit? $10,000 is already a small amount. If it wasn't for the fact that you are Miss Hu's little boyfriend, I would have to charge $50,000. Yellow Hair said proudly. Zhang Fan was in a dilemma. But where am I going to get $10,000? If you learn to box, not only do you have to put up your own money, but you also have to pay more. That's too bad when you do the math. Forget it, since it's like this, I'd better find someone else. Zhang Fan lost his mind. Seeing Zhang Fan turning to go, Yellow Hair rushed to stop. Hey, look at you. Serious is not it. Brother can charge you $10,000? How to say also give you a discount is it? 8,000 total line. 8,000 minimum. This fan is at least Miss Hu's boyfriend. It's not like you can't get 8,000 out of it, is it? 8,000 and still more too. Zhang Fan scratched his head in embarrassment. Yellow Hair almost fell to the ground. 8,000 more. It's not, is it? So, 6,000? Zhang Fan shook his head. 5,000. Zhang Fan shook his head again. Asterisk. 3,000. Zhang Fan asked, can it be staged? Yellow Hair's face was full of black lines. 3,000 and you still need installments. How poor are you? Yellow Hair sighed helplessly. This little old man, this fan, is even poorer than a punk like him? Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically and said, now on the body is only 1,000 cash. The other are in the card, but also to do living expenses it. All of a sudden to give 3,000. That is too much. Okay, so it's 1,000 up front. Yellow Hair extended his hand and beckoned to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan took out that tonight earned $900, but also made up for the 100 cash on their own. So calculated. Tonight is considered to be a waste of time, but also backed up 100. Hey, originally, Zhang Fan wanted to keep this amount of money to buy materials for making high heels, but it's worth the money as long as you can really protect the people who matter to you later on. Zhang Fan handed over the money to Yellow Hair, and after being counted once, Yellow Hair then spoke. Go, I'll take you to our Dao Hall. What? There's a dojo. Zhang Fan was shocked. It looks like it's very formal. Then in that case, 3,000 really isn't that expensive. And it's even profitable. 10 or so minutes later, led by Yellow Hair, Zhang Fan made his way to a remote construction site nearby. Zhang Fan could not help but frown. Looking around, in addition to a large container in the empty space, the rest of the top are gone. This isn't just an empty lot? Where is there any dojo? Besides, what kind of dojo is built in a hole like this? Are you blind? Can't you see such a big dojo? Yellow Hair walked to a large container at this time, patted the iron door and said, this is your master Mao my dojo, although well, it is now being used as a dormitory by me and 2 dogs, but the things that should be there are all there. The corner of Zhang Fan's eyes twitched up. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm being lied to? Seeing Zhang Fan's disbelieving face, Yellow Hair raised his eyebrows. Don't believe me? Let's go. I'll take you in to take a look. Yellow Hair said, unlocking the chain lock on the iron door, then opened it and entered. Zhang Fan had just stepped inside when a stench of smoke and acid hit his face. This entire large container, with the exception of a frame bed, was stacked with miscellaneous items, anything and everything, wooden stakes, vertical sandbags, boxing gloves, and even a variety of knives and clubs. That's barely enough to say everything. What is this? Zhang Fan picked up a deflated gelatin doll at this time. Yellow Hair turned around and stared back, his eyes widening and his old face reddening. 2 dogs. I've said it a few times. When you're done using it, put it away for the sake. Shame on you. Huang Mao snatched the doll from Zhang Fan's hand and reprimanded Airdog. Old boss, I haven't used it. You're still sophomoric. Just as the two were arguing, Zhang Fan picked up a worn-out book. On it were 3 large letters written in a scrawled ballpoint font. Street Fighting Arts. And what is this book of street fighting? Zhang Fan blew away the dust on it and asked with a frown. Flipping open this book, Zhang Fan took a closer look and his eyes grew more and more surprised. It was surprisingly filled with crooked fonts, recording various situations during street fights, and it looked like street fighting experience notes. The font was too ugly, with a lot of misspellings in pinyin, and there were even a variety of drawings on it. Those who didn't know thought it was the sketchbook of an elementary school student. Zhang Fan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes. This is all. What the hell? I didn't expect that in the end. I still gave you to discover the treasure. Yellow Hair at this time posture handsome point a cigarette, slowly spit out a breath said, this book of street fighting techniques, in fact, is exactly the most of my life, waste sleep and food vomit masterpiece. It's a record of the experience I've gained from fighting and killing in that part of Causeway Bay over the years. It seems that today, little old brother Zhang Fan, you have an unspeakable bond with it. When Zhang Fan heard this, those eyes gradually shook. Looking down again, this notebook is so awesome, boss, this is not our. We used it as a cushion for the table legs? Shut up. I was making the best of what I had. Making the best of what I had, do you understand? Yellow Hair held back his red face and said. The next moment, he looked at Zhang Fan again and smiled. Little old brother, then don't listen to his nonsense. This book of mine is a good thing. This is the only one book in the entire South China Sea. If you want it, don't ask for 999 or 888 today. Just go straight to the bottom price of 799. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. Is this a TV commercial pitch? But I just paid for my boxing lessons. Where else would I have free money this? Yellow Hair after hearing, waved his hand. He smile. Ah, little old brother this said. This relationship, can give you credit well, 2 dogs, take paper and pen seal mud. Yes, old boss. Before Zhang Fan could react, Airdog grabbed Zhang Fan's thumb and pressed it towards the sealing clay, then covered it onto the white paper. Airdog looked at the white paper and grinned, then moved his pen on the white paper. Student Zhang Fan, plus previous, O's 2, 799 yuan. Old boss, it's written. 2 Dog handed the note to Yellow Hair, who smiled at the numbers on the paper. It's still the 2nd dog who knows what he's doing. Not bad. Then the secret book is yours, little old brother. That's the end of it? Zhang Fan looked down at his red thumb. Of course, with Miss Who as a guarantee. Do we still can't trust you? Yellow Hair hemmed and hawed. Alright. Zhang Fan got up helplessly and then asked. This book, is it even more powerful than your mantis fist? Listening to Yellow Hair talk in such a flowery way, it seems that last night Yellow Hair even kept a hand. Yellow Hair smiled smugly at this point. That's a must. This book of mine, Street Fighting Art, incorporates the fundamentals of all martial arts in the world today, so it can be said that learning it is the same as learning the essentials of all schools and disciplines. Most importantly, it's practical. Practical? Zhang Fan wondered. Yellow Hair nodded and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. The essence of street fighting is that it allows you to take anything, anywhere, and turn it into a weapon in your hand. Such as this cigarette but in my hand. How is a cigarette but going to be used as a weapon? Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. He really couldn't imagine it himself. The next moment, only to see Yellow Hair sip 2 mouthfuls of cigarettes hard and exhale a mouthful of smoke. Watch this. After saying that, Yellow Hair suddenly flicked the cigarette between his fingers at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan closed his eyes in fear and subconsciously stepped back. I'm going. What the hell are you doing? Don't you know if you open your eyes and see? Yellow Hair's voice rang out. Zhang Fan sniffed and slowly opened his eyes. Fix your eyes. A sharp dagger had reached his throat. Hiss. Zhang Fan sucked in a breath when he saw this. Yellow Hair hooked up a bad smile. If I had just made a move without hesitation, now you wouldn't even have the chance to open your eyes. Is this what you call using a cigarette but as a weapon? Zhang Fan carefully pushed the dagger away and said. Yellow Hair explained, the so-called weapons, there is a real and a virtual. The virtual is for cover and the real is for attack. That move just now was cover. Zhang Fan had a blank look on his face. Couldn't understand it, but it seemed to make sense. Follow me. Yellow Hair took a step out of the container at that moment and came to the open space in front of the door. What is this for? Zhang Fan asked. At this time, Yellow Hair spoke to Zhang Fan, praying mantis fist or whatever. It's not suitable for a little hairy guy like you right now. If you really want to protect your favorite Miss Hu, you'll have to learn this street fighting technique. Zhang Fan blushed. I didn't say I like 2 dogs. Yellow Hair interrupted with a bellow. Old boss, I'm coming. At that moment, the second dog was seen dragging a machete out of the container. When Zhang Fan saw this, he was so frightened that he took 2 steps backward. What is this about? Look at your wimpy behavior. Yellow Hair shook his head helplessly and said, if you want to learn how to fight, you have to get beaten first. This is the foundation. Of course, it's fine if you want to not get beaten, unless you can beat second dog. What? He fought me with this? Zhang Fan was shocked. Yellow Hair hemmed and hawed and nodded. Exactly. 2 dogs? Go! Ah! At this moment, Air Dog shouted and raised his machete to charge towards Zhang Fan. Seeing this, Zhang Fan was so frightened that he hurriedly ran backwards. Chapter 55, Happy Birthday, Mr. Zhang Fan, this chapter is a bit sweet. Yellow Hair sneered at this moment, but don't run out of this open space. Once you leave here, the tuition will have to be paid again. Hearing this, Zhang Fan hurriedly stopped in his tracks. Looking back, second dog was already swinging his machete and slashing. Zhang Fan's eyes widened as he hurriedly made a flying leap to the side, only to see the machete swung by the second dog land and cut out sparks directly. This is not training. This is simply killing him. Looking at Air Dog's completely unforgiving appearance, Zhang Fan was completely flustered. How can you beat him without a single weapon in your hand? You keep running away, but you'll only put yourself at a disadvantage. Do you think you'll be able to defeat 2 dogs that way? With you like this, I'm afraid Miss Hu can't rely on you. Yellow Hair hugged his chest and watched the show. The essence of this street fighting technique could be comprehended by Zhang Fan himself. If you can't comprehend it, there's no point in learning it further. It's up to him to figure it out on his own. Zhang Fan on the ground heard this and thought slightly. That hand, clutching the sand. Yes, if you don't even dare to fight back like that, how can he protect himself and Hu Yiling in the future? No, he had to think of something. At this moment, Air Dog once again dragged his machete towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan swallowed his saliva and rolled on the ground, dodging Air Dog's attack once again. Then he quickly scanned his eyes around, but there was nothing in this empty space, even if it means giving him a stick. However, right at this moment, Zhang Fan suddenly remembered what Yellow Hair had just said. Anything can be your weapon. Thinking so, Zhang Fan looked down at the ground. At the moment, there are 0 Fox stores. Store manager Chen, who was cleaning and preparing to leave work, suddenly heard the sound of someone pushing at the door. I'm sorry, we're closed here. Please come back tomorrow. Store manager Chen had just stepped out of the doorway when his eyes widened in the next second. Who? Miss Hu, what brings you here? Only to see Hu Yiling suddenly push the door in, holding a large square box in her hand. She looked around before asking, hey, where is student Zhang Fan? He isn't here? When store manager Chen heard it, he turned out to be looking for Zhang Fan. That, Missy, I'm afraid that Xiao Fan is working too hard, so I've already let Xiao Fan leave work early and gave him today's paycheck. Store manager Chen scratched his head and smiled, as if he was waiting for Hu Yiling's appreciation. Hu Yiling sniffed, but she was a little lost, frowning. So it's like this. I didn't realize it was still a step too late. I'm afraid my husband thought she wasn't coming, so he came home. Thinking of this, Hu Yiling decided to make a phone call and ask, so as not to run empty again later. After all, one can't just pounce on a surprise that one has prepared with great difficulty. The other side. Inside the container, Zhang Fan's cell phone vibrated on the table. On the open space, Air Dog dragged his machete towards Zhang Fan on the ground, carrying a murderous aura all over his body, as if he really wanted to hack Zhang Fan to death. Yellow Hair's gaze fell on Zhang Fan and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This kid, why didn't he run away this time? Zhang Fan's fingers were firmly embedded in the sand, and he looked at second dog with extra serious eyes. Just as Air Dog raised his machete and was about to slash down again, Zhang Fan suddenly made a move. Swish! A piece of sand and dust rose up, and Zhang Fan actually threw the sand at Air Dog's face. The 2 eyes of the second dog stung, and the whole person staggered backward with the machete raised. Old boss, I am blind. This kid, finally getting the hang of it? When Yellow Hair saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. Looks like the little old man isn't so dumb after all. Boss, he fouled. Foul! 2 Dog yelled, his eyes blurring. Right at this moment, Zhang Fan got up violently, followed by shouting and hugging Airdog with both hands. Flutter. Airdog was pressed to the ground by Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan snatched the knife in Airdog's hand and threw it aside, raising his fist to Airdog's face. Ergo was wailing and screaming from Zhang Fan's beating and could only keep blocking. Don't hit. I'm wrong. It was at this moment that Zhang Fan leered. The fist stopped in midair. Yourself this is. What are you doing? Just now he was suddenly as hot as if he had lost his mind. The only thing that came to mind was the look of Hu Yiling. It's as if Two Dogs is the bad guy who came to hurt Hu Yiling. Unconsciously, Zhang Fan didn't even realize that he was out of control. Hugs too. Sorry. Zhang Fan hurriedly got up, panting roughly. I didn't mean it just now. Harm. Fighting is like this. Either you die or I live. What are you saying sorry for? At this time, Yellow Hair walked over, tilted his chin and said, remember, move fast, have a handsome posture, and strike badly. Bad? Zhang Fan was thoughtful. Yellow Hair said, of course, you're not bad. You're the one who died. Just like yesterday. The enemy won't let you and Miss Hu off the hook because of your kindness. Zhang Fan suddenly realized. I seem to understand. I think Yellow Hair also used his experience in street fighting to win over that bodyguard yesterday. Looks like there's some real use for this street fighting technique. With this book, he'll have a chance to protect Hu Yiling in the future. That's right. Yellow Hair patted Zhang Fan's shoulder comfortably and said, a man should have his own blood. Don't be wishy-washy. If you want to do it, you should do it. If you want to love it, you should love it. And if you want to dry it, you should dry it. That's what makes a man a man. At those words, Zhang Fan froze. If you want to love, you have to love. If only it were really that spontaneous. Yellow Hair raised a smug smile. He must have been handsome when he just said that. No, it's silence little old Zhang Fan's handsome. You have now comprehended the essence of street fighting. Remember that everything can be your weapon, even the sand under your feet. Only by comprehending this can you continue to learn. Yellow Hair had the look of a mentor, and he spoke with a sense of humor. But today you're just getting started. Next when you get your tuition together. It's so late. At this time, Zhang Fan looked at the time on his wristwatch and realized that it was past 11 o'clock. I have a class to teach tomorrow morning, so I can't put it off any longer. I'm sorry. I'll learn next time. I have to go now. After returning to the container to retrieve his cell phone, Zhang Fan hurriedly left with the book of street fighting techniques. Yellow Hair shouted behind him, hey, little old brother Zhang Fan, remember to come over for a lesson when you are free. The most important thing is to come with money. Hey, old boss, this kid down so hard. Come on, it's not about making some money. Zhang Fan was walking on the road and when he opened his cell phone, he realized that there were several missed calls. I clicked on it, and it was Hu Yiling calling. It's hard to believe that Hu Yiling came to him. Thinking back to Hu Yiling's words this afternoon when she was leaving, Zhang Fan suddenly felt uneasy. I'm sure she must have been up to something important, and I can't believe I didn't hear it. Thinking so, Zhang Fan hurriedly called Hu Yiling back. Dodo. Several rings later, there was still no answer until the phone hung up automatically. Zhang Fan fell back and frowned at the situation. Is it possible that Hu Yiling is asleep? Never mind. I'll ask her tomorrow at school. Zhang Fan sighed and continued walking in the direction of his home. Just then, a couple walked up to them. Geez, baby, don't be mad, okay? How can you not be angry? You didn't even remember my birthday, and you didn't give me a present. I was too busy. Next time I will make it up to you. Humph. I don't want it. A belated gift. Lighter than grass. The angry woman huffed and puffed as she brushed past Zhang Fan, and the man behind her sighed helplessly and chased after her. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth involuntarily lifted as he watched the two argue all the way to the end, hugging and making up. Alone. He had never tried what it was like to be in love. Would love to try one if I could. Only with a family background like his own. Who could look at him? Just then, Zhang Fan suddenly remembered that today seemed to be his birthday as well. Zhang Fan picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It's 12 o'clock in the morning. Just in time for today. Zhang Fan smiled helplessly, wondering how long it had been since he had a birthday. For him, birthdays are just ordinary days with birthmarks. Whether he lives them or not is the same. Anyway, it's always been him alone. It's not much better. Back to the rental neighborhood. Zhang Fan was about to walk towards the stairway when he suddenly realized that there was a girl sitting on the steps of the doorway with her head resting on her knees, seemingly asleep. Only the clothes on this girl were inexplicably somewhat familiar. Could it be? Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly widened as he quickly stepped forward. Eileen? Why are you here? Zhang Fan's voice rang in his ears in a daze. Hu Yiling raised her sleepy eyes and looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang, classmate Zhang Fan? You're finally back. Seeing Hu Yiling's tired face, Zhang Fan inexplicably felt some heartache and said, "No, how come you are here alone? It's already 12 o'clock. If something happens to you alone how?" Before the words were finished, Hu Yiling suddenly got up and hugged Zhang Fan tightly, her face pressed against Zhang Fan's chest. Zhang Fan's face turned red all of a sudden and his heart thumped. According to, "I missed you so much." Hu Yiling's pretty face was buried in Zhang Fan's chest, her eyes were brimming with tears, and just like that, she peacefully raised the corners of her mouth in the quiet light. "Being able to see my husband when I wake up is undoubtedly the happiest thing ever." "Wait, I'm dirty." Zhang Fan frowned and wanted to push Hu Yiling away, but hesitated. Both hands stalled in midair. His nostrils filled with the scent of Hu Yiling's body. "I don't mind at all." Hu Yiling laughed so much and hugged tighter instead. She didn't care if it was dirty as long as she got to hold her husband. Zhang Fan was helpless. What's wrong with Hu Yiling? Suddenly so passionate and sticky. This passerby thought they are late-night cheating young couplet. "By the way, what did you go do today?" Zhang Fan asked. Hu Yiling disappeared for so long, in a mysterious manner. Zhang Fan was quite curious as to what exactly she had gone to do, and also appeared here in the middle of the night. Or, you can guess. At this moment, Hu Yiling raised her head and raised a bright smile. How am I supposed to guess this?" Zhang Fan blushed and scratched his head and laughed. "It can't be because of me, right?" Hu Yiling smiled cheekily. "You bet." "Ha?" Zhang Fan was surprised. Hu Yiling let go of her hand at this point and picked up the large square box on the step ladder and said, "Bam bam. Look. What's this?" "What is this?" Zhang Fan asked rhetorically. "It was just a big square box." Hu Yiling sniffed and let out a giggle. "It's a cake." "Stupid. Cake? How did you?" Halfway through his words, Zhang Fan seemed to react to something. Have you forgotten? It's your birthday today." Hu Yiling smiled faintly, and under the dim streetlight, that smile made people's hearts swirl. "Student Zhang Fan, happy birthday to you." Oh. Hearing the words happy birthday, Zhang Fan's expression froze. For a moment, it was as if the heart had come to a sudden stop. In his eyes, there was also only Hu Yiling's bright smile. So Hu Yiling suddenly disappeared in the afternoon just to buy a birthday cake for him. But, how did Hu Yiling know it was his birthday? That's not possible by any stretch of the imagination. P.S. I also want someone to hold me quietly in the moonlight and whisper in my ear, "Happy birthday." Chapter 56, Do you want to join us? I didn't get to say it to you in person at 12 o'clock, but well, just being able to see you is enough. Hu Yiling laughed handing over the cake to Zhang Fan's hand. "Today, student Zhang Fan is the birthday boy. So today, I can fulfill all the needs of student Zhang Fan." Saying that, Hu Yiling crossed her arms in front of her own chest, her eyes gently and expectantly looking at Zhang Fan. "Everything you need." When Zhang Fan heard this, his ears turned red. "This is not a good idea." "Thank you, Yiling." Zhang Fan looked at the large box in his hand and blushed. It was the first time in his own long life that someone had brought him a cake. And, it's still girls. Originally, Zhang Fan didn't think about this birthday. After all, no one knew about it. So it was even more meaningless to live it by himself. But now Hu Yiling even knew his birthday, which was the most unexpected thing for Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, who was not good with words, did not know how to express his inner excitement for a while, but one has to admit, he's happy now. For the first time in my life, I felt so happy and sweet. It's nice to be cared for and remembered. Hu Yiling did the same, especially when she saw her husband's flattered and adorable look. It seems that the surprise prepared today was not in vain, but still very successful. In his last life, when he just spent his birthday with his husband Zhang Fan, Hu Yiling realized that it was the first birthday he had ever had, and at that time, Hu Yiling's heart ached because no one had ever accompanied Zhang Fan on his birthday, but not in this life. Hu Yiling came to Zhang Fan's side in advance, and for every birthday in the future, she would not miss it anymore, and no longer will husband Zhang Fan feel so lonely. "But how did you know that it's my birthday today?" Zhang Fan was curious. With her hands behind her back, Hu Yiling rolled her eyes and playfully said, "Well, it seems like He Wei Hang told me." "Ho Wei Hang? But I didn't tell him that." "Nope. Then I remember wrong. Who was that one again? You're not making this up, are you?" "What the hell? It's just your birthday anyway," Hu Yiling said with an awkward smile, then pushed Zhang Fan up the stairs. "We'd better go up and eat the cake. This cake has been sitting for a long time. If we don't go up and eat it, it's going to melt." Remarks, ice cream cake. Everyone here may not have eaten it before. He. Okay then. Zhang Fan smiled helplessly. Coming upstairs, Zhang Fan had just put down the cake when Hu Yiling sneezed. "What's wrong? It's not possible that you froze outside just now, right?" Zhang Fan frowned, somewhat distressed. A girl sitting downstairs in the middle of the night will inevitably catch a cold. But Hu Yiling rubbed her nose and laughed. "It's fine. Let's eat the cake. No. You'll catch a cold like this. Zhang Fan hesitated and spoke. Why don't you go take a hot bath first to warm up your body for good? Otherwise if you catch a cold, it won't be pleasant. Hu Yiling sniffed and rolled her eyes mischievously. Well, that's fine. Then Zhang Fan student wait for me. Oh, I'll be quick. Good. Belle finished, then jumped into the bathroom. This rental house. The bathroom is really simple a little bit. The space is narrow not to mention. Due to poor ventilation, there is a stifling breath. This is indeed a bit shabby compared to the bathrooms in the dozens of bungalows in Hu's mansion. Not to mention, the hundreds of square meters of open-air swimming pool. But it was this humble bathroom that made Hu Yiling feel at home. Hubby is still quite clean. The bathroom is cleaned so well. Hu Yiling slowly removed her clothes, then placed them on a shelf. Then her jade feet pointed to the ground and walked under the nozzle. With the sound of water, Hu Yiling's entire body was wrapped in a curtain of water, leaving only a blurry and slender figure. Hey, I wanted to describe this in more detail, but I'm afraid you can't stand it, so I'll stop here. The sound of water rustled, but at this moment, Zhang Fan was sitting on a chair, looking at the cake in a daze, recalling how good Hu Yiling had been to him these days. Zhang Fan fell into deep thought. Here's why. Hu Yiling was so nice to him. A poor boy. It was clear that they had no prior acquaintance at all, but Hu Yiling looked so serious. It made Zhang Fan think that they had known each other for a long time. After thinking for a while, Zhang Fan did not have any thoughts, so he simply stopped thinking. Since Hu Yiling was good to him, it was only right that he was good to Hu Yiling as well. Zhang Fan. Just in between Zhang Fan's thoughts, the sound of water stopped and Hu Yiling in the bathroom suddenly opened her mouth. Mr. Zhang Fan. What's wrong? I forgot I don't have any clean clothes. Can I wear yours? Wear me. Zhang Fan froze, slightly surprised. But since Hu Yiling said so, it didn't matter. Okay, wait for me then. After saying that, Zhang Fan got up and went to his room to look for clothes. There didn't seem to be many clothes that would fit Hu Yiling by himself, and he only had a few shirts, so he could only take a white shirt and shorts for Hu Yiling to wear first. I brought it. Zhang Fan came to the bathroom door and knocked on the door. Listening to the pattering sound in the door, Zhang Fan could not help but blush. At this time, the school flower Hu Yiling is in his home bath. Ah, thank you classmate Zhang Fan. The door of the bathroom was opened, stretching out a snow-white lotus root arm with water droplets, accompanied by a steaming mist that made people think of Fei Fei. You're welcome. Zhang Fan turned his head away with a red face and handed it to Hu Yiling. At this time, Hu Yiling's seductive voice came. By the way, Mr. Zhang Fan, so do you want to take a shower too? Chapter 57, this, too much to take seriously. Hearing Hu Yiling's words and thinking of Hu Yiling's perfect figure, Zhang Fan's face immediately turned red like a monkey's. But Hu Yiling this is, inviting him to take a bath together. Immediately, Zhang Fan's mind was filled with images of clouds and mist. A flood of energy surged beneath the baggy sweatpants. Zhang Fan hurriedly loosened his pants, then coughed dryly and blushed. How can this be done? Yiling, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend. How can we take a bath together? If this is known by others that would be. I didn't say we'd take a bath together. Hu Yiling inside the door suddenly let out a giggle. Zhang Fan froze. So you were saying, I'm going to wash up. Haven't you showered yet? When she said this, Hu Yiling was clearly stifling her laughter. I can feel my husband's shyness through the door. The original. So that's what it means. I thought it was something else. Zhang Fan scratched his head, embarrassed. Then if Zhang Fan student wants to take a bath together, it's not impossible. Oh, anyway, my door is not locked. Besides, today is Zhang Fan's birthday. You are the biggest. You have the final say. Hu Yiling let out a light laugh, showing off her seductive charm. Zhang Fan's face turned red, and in the end, he only hurriedly gave a farewell. The sound of Belle giggling ensued from the bathroom. LOL. It's always much more comfortable after a shower. Dressed in a white shirt, Hu Yiling walked out of the bathroom, her wet hair draped over her shoulders. The water stains made the white shirt somewhat transparent, and she could even see the skin that fit underneath the shirt. And, the hidden mountains. When Zhang Fan saw this, his two eyes looked blank. The knot in his throat slid up and down. Hu Yiling is also taking herself too seriously. Taking another look at Hu Yiling's face, Zhang Fan could not help but marvel. I didn't realize that Hu Yiling was so beautiful even in her plain face. The so-called hibiscus out of the bath is just like that, isn't it? As the line of sight moved down, Zhang Fan even saw two big white legs that showed undoubtedly. Hu Yiling even wore only a shirt and came out. The slightly longer part of the shirt at the moment was being used by Hu Yiling to cover the sensitive part. But didn't that make it even more fantastical? Zhang Fan only felt his blood pressure spike. He's a decent man who reads spring and autumn. Hey, Mr. Zhang Fan, why are you suddenly hugging a pillow? Hu Yiling covered her mouth and snickered, not minding Zhang Fan's burning gaze in the slightest. I've seen a lot of my own body husband in my last life, but in order to keep her husband fresh all the time, Hu Yiling has bought a lot of strange clothes. But it was the first time Zhang Fan in this life had seen her like this. After all, now that hubby is a fledgling, it's normal to be a little put out. Wait a minute, why aren't you wearing pants? Zhang Fan did his best to turn away his face, his ears red. How dare Hu Yiling ask? How embarrassing would a scene like this be without a pillow to cover it up? Ask which old cadre can withstand such temptation. Hello, because it's hot after just taking a bath. It'll be more comfortable to wear it like this. And Zhang Fan's classmates' clothes are so big that it can totally be worn as a skirt. Hu Yiling playfully spat out her tongue. Look. Then, she turned around in front of Zhang Fan and displayed it. In moments the living room was filled with the scent of a woman's hair. Well then, whatever you like. Faced with such a scene, Zhang Fan could only wipe the sweat from his forehead, but in reality, his heart was tormented. Hu Yiling's ability to seduce people, also do not know where to learn, taking some of the little minds of men to death. By the way, Mr. Zhang Fan, can you help me blow dry my hair? Hu Yiling tilted her head sideways, rubbing her wet hair with both hands. Zhang Fan froze, then spoke. Okay. Just as he stood up, Zhang Fan suddenly remembered something. Hu Yiling's line of sight shifted downward, and suddenly her small face was scarlet. Classmate Zhang Fan, you're so bad. Hugs too. Sorry, I forgot to take it out. Hi Belle. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly, took out the heirloom measuring tape from last time. It's not too much to ask for him to carry a ruler around as a design student, is it? In the face of Zhang Fan's explanation, after Hu Yiling experienced a short period of speechlessness, the corner of her mouth was pursed with a smile. This husband was also too cute. Come on, I'll blow you. Hu Yiling sat on the sofa as Zhang Fan plugged the hairdryer into the power supply. Looking at the long black hair, he couldn't help but make Zhang Fan's heart swing a little. It was the first time in 21 years that he had ever blown out a girl's hair except for his mother. Wisps of hair were tangled between her fingers, and Huel Suzu was sitting right underneath herself. It's such a good feeling. Zhang Fan felt that they were like a couple in a rented room. Mr. Zhang Fan, you're so skilled. It blows me good. Hu Yiling closed her beautiful eyes with a face of enjoyment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's hand with the hairdryer couldn't help but stop. Mr. Zhang Fan, you burned me. Oh, sorry. Zhang Fan hurriedly moved the hairdryer out of the way, and then once again blew with full concentration. By the way, are you still adapting to work today? Hu Yiling opened her mouth while enjoying Zhang Fan's service. It's pretty good, and store manager Chen is very nice. That's a relief. Hu Yiling listened and raised the corners of his mouth. It looks like getting hubby to go to Zero Fox was the right thing to do. Hubby won't have to worry about his life anymore. At this time, Hu Yiling asked again. Then where did you go after work? Waiting so long for her husband to come back and not answering the phone made Hu Yiling a little worried. And, looking at hubby, there is still a lot of sand on him and he is indeed dirty. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly at this time. I just went for a stroll around. There's not much going on anyway. Strolling around will get your body dirty. Oh? Well. Hu Yiling got up helplessly. It seems that her husband doesn't want to say it. As it is, it's not forced. She was relieved as long as nothing happened anyway. Blow it up. Let's eat the cake. Zhang Fan spoke at this time. Hu Yiling nodded and happily sat down at the table, resting her hands on her cheeks as she waited for Zhang Fan's next move. Zhang Fan smiled heartily when he saw this. This is really like Hu Yiling's birthday. Open it up. Mr. Zhang Fan. Good. Zhang Fan carefully pulled back the silk band. The square box also opened in all directions at this time. The next moment, what came into view was an unspeakable pile of objects. I can't believe it's all melted. Hu Yiling didn't realize that the chocolate cake had been lumped. The original delicate shape is completely lost, but instead it's a bit of a turn-off. For a while, Hu Yiling lost it. Looks like there was still too much delay earlier. It's alright. Zhang Fan hurriedly opened his mouth and laughed. Although the shape is gone, you can still eat it, can't you? Besides, I love eating chocolate. Thank you, Yiling. Hearing Zhang Fan's comforting words, Hu Yiling then felt better. Of course she knew that her husband Zhang Fan liked chocolate. That's why I bought the chocolate cake on purpose. Though, it's a bit unspeakable. Let's eat first then. Wait. Hu Yiling suddenly reached out and blocked the way. Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Although the cake is in bad shape, you can't cut it yet, because Zhang Fan hasn't made a wish yet, isn't it? Hu Yiling picked up a few tiny candles at this moment and said, well, it's not too late, so stick them in. When Zhang Fan saw this, he smiled helplessly. So that's what it means. Afterward, Zhang Fan quickly thrust 21 times in a row. Hu Yiling smiled contentedly. The candles stood on top of the lumpy cake. One by one, the moment the lights were turned off, the candlelight suddenly filled the dimly lit living room, making it seem so cozy. Hu Yiling sat right across from Zhang Fan, her face full of tenderness. Okay, Mr. Zhang Fan, make your 21st birthday wish. P.S. I wrote 8,000 words today. I'm a bit tired. The production team donkey didn't even do that. I'm not sure if I can break the 400 mark today. Chapter 58, Want to be together forever. Looking at the lighted candles, Zhang Fan's vision was a bit hazy. 21st birthday wishes? It was his first birthday. It was also the first time I made a wish. Zhang Fan didn't really know what he should wish for a while. After all, he hadn't made a wish before, much less anything he particularly wanted. So wouldn't it be too much of a waste of this wishing opportunity if he said something bland and uninteresting about his request? Zhang Fan stared blankly at the candle flame. I don't know what to wish for. Maybe I don't have much of an idea. Anyway, as long as the days get better and better, is that okay? With that, Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling. Hu Yiling froze and suddenly let out a giggle. Student Zhang Fan, you're too cute. Ha, what's going on? You can't say what you wish for, or it won't work. So now this wish of Mr. Zhang Fan's is considered null and void. Oh, this, okay. It turns out there is such a thing. Mr. Zhang Fan, make a wish or the cake will really melt. On the opposite side of the candlelight was Hu Yiling's expectant face, just staring at Zhang Fan in a daze, with love in her eyes. Why don't you make a promise for me, Yiling? Zhang Fan opened his mouth. Let me fulfill it for you? Hu Yiling was slightly surprised. Zhang Fan nodded seriously. This first birthday of his life was all hosted by Hu Yiling for him. Then take this once-a-year wishing power and give it to Hu Yiling as a thank you. I'm sure that Hu Yiling must have problems or worries that she wants to solve, such as progress in her studies to live a fulfilling life, such as the smooth resolution of the Qin family's affairs, or such as early to meet a man of your choice, no matter how you look at it. Belle needs it more than he does. At this moment, Hu Yiling's pretty face was thoughtful. Only the next moment she bit her sexy red lips and slowly opened her mouth. Student Zhang Fan, I want to be with you forever. When Hu Yiling said this, she put away her jokes. Her face was filled with a sincere look, and her tone even trembled a little. When Zhang Fan heard this at the end, his eyes suddenly lost focus. What did you just hear? Hu Yiling actually said she wanted to be with him forever. I don't know if it was from that candlelight or what. Hu Yiling's small face was scarlet, and her good-looking nose stirred. She lowered her nice eyelashes, her eyes not daring to meet Zhang Fan's eyes. If I were to make a wish, then this would be my wish. Yiling, you. Zhang Fan was stunned. One should not be dreaming. Could this be a face-to-face confession for myself? No way. I know. You're kidding, right? Zhang Fan smiled up with an awkward smile. He always guessed wrongly what Hu Yiling meant, so this time was surely no exception. Perhaps Hu Yiling just wanted to say that they would be friends for life? I'm not joking. Mr. Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling frowned, her small mouth pouting like a disgruntled child. I'm serious. I want to be with you all the time. And it's the kind of thing where you can see each other all the time. You understand what I mean? Although Hu Yiling still looked disgruntled, that pretty face turned even redder. Looking at this serious look of Hu Yiling, Zhang Fan felt like his heart was going to fly out. Is it really what he thinks? But how could Hu Yiling really be interested in him? Zhang Fan has always attributed the intimate behavior of Hu Yiling these days to the simplicity and friendliness of the schoolgirls, and even a little bit of a joke in it. After all, a proud swan, and how will it be green unobtrusive silly boyet? How he did not dare to think about that. But now Hu Yiling is actually taking the initiative to confess to him. Do what you want to do. Love what you want to love. What you want to. That's what a ING man does. The words that Yellow Hair had said to Zhang Fan earlier suddenly surfaced in his mind. Zhang Fan looked stunned. If you want to love, you have to love. If you want to, you have to. Zhang Fan admitted that his good feelings towards Hu Yiling were climbing these days. But he's a far cry from Hu Yiling. A heavenly beauty. How can he love? There was so much uncertainty between them. And together, would it be nothing more than a nice dream? Zhang Fan suddenly felt a hard feeling in his heart. Mr. Zhang Fan, why don't you say anything? Hu Yiling frowned at him. Is it hard to scare your husband by being too direct? But Hu Yiling felt that this was a good opportunity. That's why he would tell him these long hidden words at this time. If he didn't say it now, he wouldn't know when to wait next time. According to my husband's nature, I'm sure I won't be able to wait for him to say it. So it could only be Hu Yiling himself who took the initiative. I don't think this is appropriate. Zhang Fan's eyes glanced to the side as he stammered. Hu Yiling, who heard these words, suddenly lost it. Why? Zhang Fan frowned. Don't you think we're moving too fast? We actually haven't really gotten to know each other yet together. Right. And you're not that clear about who I am. So, for the rest of the words, Zhang Fan didn't know what to say. Hu Yiling saw this hesitant look of Zhang Fan and bit her lips tightly. How could she not know her own husband well? Whether it's a preference, identity, personality or family, she knows it all. But after all, this was a matter of a previous life. And Hu Yiling couldn't say that she had been reborn, could she? So you're saying that we still need to foster a relationship in order to do so? Hu Yiling frowned. Zhang Fan got a bit of a headache. It would not be a matter of promoting or not promoting. There's no way he can be with someone of Hu Yiling's status. However, Zhang Fan was not in a good position to hurt Hu Yiling's heart, so he could only agree to this first. Sort of. There has to be a process for us to know whether it's suitable or not, isn't it? What if you regret it later? When it's a little longer, maybe Hu Yiling won't be interested in him either. There's no need to even be friends when the time comes, and this may be the only way to do it. I would never, ever regret it. Hu Yiling was surprisingly sure of himself. Zhang Fan was surprised. So, well, let's just find out then. Yes, but I have one request. What's the request? At this time, only Hu Yiling said seriously. You cannot treat me as an ordinary friend. Not to be treated as a normal friend? Then what is it? Zhang Fan said unexpectedly. Neither a couple nor can you get along as regular friends. It's a weird relationship. Hu Yiling hummed. I don't care. Anyway, you can't treat me as an ordinary friend. Otherwise, how is this relationship going to be fostered? Don't you think so? Student Zhang Fan. Well, I'll try to be nice then. Zhang Fan thought that it was still a bit difficult. However, it's not impossible to try. Just then, Hu Yiling suddenly picked up her fork and forked up a small piece of cake and reached out to Zhang Fan. Let me feed it to Mr. Zhang Fan. Ha? No, I'll just do it myself. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. Hu Yiling pouted. That won't do. We're trying to foster a relationship, aren't we? The corners of Zhang Fan's eyes twitched up, not expecting Hu Yiling to be practical so soon. It was really underestimating her. Okay then. Zhang Fan swallowed his saliva, and then he could only open his mouth stiffly. Hu Yiling smiled cheekily at this and tenderly stuffed the cake into Zhang Fan's mouth. That's right. Zhang Fan is a good boy. Zhang Fan was helpless. How it feels like feeding a child. But this chocolate cake is extra sweet. Maybe that's what it's like to be in love? Hiccup. I can't eat anymore. Zhang Fan lay on the sofa and touched his stomach that was full of food. Hu Yiling ordered a 10-inch chocolate cake. That's too much. And almost all of them were eaten by Zhang Fan alone. Hu Yiling fed his hand without stopping, and even enjoyed it, smiling all night, making Zhang Fan also very helpless. But this was Hu Yiling's intention anyways, so Zhang Fan still finished eating it. Is it good, Mr. Zhang Fan? Hu Yiling sat at the table, propped her tiny chin up and smiled. Zhang Fan pulled the corner of his mouth and said, Course it's delicious. That's good. I'm full too. It's almost time to rest. Hu Yiling stood up and stretched. The moment the shirt was pulled up by the body, revealing the white chubby with a bow. Baidu for this word. When Zhang Fan saw this, he sucked in a breath. White. Chapter 59 Fostering Relationships. In the next moment, Zhang Fan's face swished red. Hu Yiling's heart is so big, but he's still in front of it. At this moment, Zhang Fan could only avert his gaze and dryly cough twice. Hu Yiling froze and looked down before noticing her lapse. Then, Hu Yiling's little face also blushed scarlet and slowly pulled down the hem of her shirt. I don't know why, but I still can't help but be shy about being seen in shame by my husband. Obviously, I showed him everything in my last life, but it's still going to be like this. Don't worry, I didn't see anything. Zhang Fan smiled nervously. I don't know that this is already here. Hu Yiling reddened her face and hummed softly. I'm not afraid anyway. Sooner or later I'm going to see it. It doesn't matter if I see it now. Sooner or later. Zhang Fan's entire body was stunned when he heard this. It was surprising that Hu Yiling was so certain of what would happen later. Can't it be that this golden lady is really determined to be with this poor boy of his? Why do you suddenly feel like arching someone else's cabbage? Student Zhang Fan, why don't you hurry up and take a bath? Hu Yiling beamed at this time and ordered. Zhang Fan froze and spoke. But, I still have to send you back later. Hu Yiling let out a giggle. Who said that? I'm resting at your place tonight. What? Zhang Fan stared with wide eyes. Doesn't resting at his place mean sleeping with him? But I told my family that I'm staying at a classmate's house tonight, and I can't go back so late in this dress, right? What do you say? Classmate Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling hid a smile. I knew my husband would look this surprised. It just so happens that this time it also fits with what hubby said about fostering relationships. The opportunity could not have been better. Why don't you tell me in advance? Zhang Fan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't even had time to get ready for it yet, and it was moving too fast. Hu Yiling just confessed to him and now they're going to sleep together. What's wrong with that? Hu Yiling sat next to Zhang Fan. That pair of fine white long legs especially eye-catching. Just in your place to stay one night, and did not say that all the time to live. It is difficult to Zhang Fan students you. Afraid you won't be able to hold it? Me. Zhang Fan felt like his face was getting cooked. Hu Yiling's seductive voice, coupled with those misleading words. That's naked seduction. Alright, since that's the case, you can stay if you want. Zhang Fan felt like his blood pressure was going to spurt out of his head if he stayed here any longer. Then, I'll go take a shower first then. After saying that, Zhang Fan quickly walked into the bathroom and came out of the bathroom again with a red face to look for clothes. Hu Yiling could only hold back his laughter with all his might. It was so much fun with my husband tonight too. It didn't take the hubby right away, but it looks like it's coming soon. Thinking of this, Hu Yiling hugged the pillow and sprung up. Only after coming out of the bathroom did Zhang Fan suppress the flame in his heart. But just as he pushed his way into the room, the scene before him caused the flames to rub off again. Hu Yiling lying on Zhang Fan's bed, looking at the cell phone, two long legs constantly swaying, that a touch of white fat under the shirt, but also revealed. Zhang Fan saw the situation, clenched his fists. Hold back. Zhang Fan, you must hold back. Cough. Zhang Fan coughed dryly twice, signaling that he had entered the room. Hu Yiling twisted her head to look and burst into a smile, patting the bed. Come on. I'd better sleep on the floor. The floor is fine. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly, just as he was about to take a pillow and put it on the floor. Hu Yiling grabbed his hand. How can this be done? Mister. Zhang Fan is the master here. If it's because of me that you have to sleep on the floor, then it's better if I sleep on the floor. Hu Yiling frowned, somewhat aggrieved. Zhang Fan couldn't bear to see this and hurriedly said, No, I don't mean that. It's just that you just got cold. If you sleep on the ground, you will definitely catch a cold the next day. Unlike me, who has a hard body. If that's the case, why can't two people sleep together? Hu Yiling pouted, seemingly disgruntled. Zhang Fan froze for a moment and scratched his head in embarrassment. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. How can we sleep together? What does it matter? Anyway, I'll just rely on Mr. Zhang Fan, and we have to promote the relationship. Hu Yiling pulled Zhang Fan and went to lie on the bed. Be good and obedient. It's not necessary to promote a relationship in bed, right? Zhang Fan blushed. Hu Yiling, however, smiled slightly and said, but undoubtedly this is the best way to promote relations, isn't it? Now that she's been honest and clear about her thoughts, that's why she's not going to hide them. She's just going to keep clinging to her husband until he's willing to give in to the stone. Zhang Fan was unable to refute for a moment. In the next second again, Hu Yiling had already hugged Zhang Fan. Chapter 60, Intimacy. The two lay on the bed. The distance was Hu Yiling infinitely close. A piece of soft covering Zhang Fan's chest. Even the heartbeat and breathing of the two people in the ear seemed so clear. Zhang Fan unconsciously sliding up and down the knot in his throat. Hu Yiling closed her beautiful eyes quite naturally, and the corners of her mouth lifted. I sleep better cuddled up. Zhang Fan sniffed and cried. He hadn't even said it himself, but Hu Yiling had already stopped giving him a way out. There was no choice but for Zhang Fan to compromise. Looking at Hu Yiling's delicate and flawless pretty face, the blush on Zhang Fan's face did not go away for a long time. If they did get together later, it seemed happy to be able to see Hu Yiling every day like this. Maybe there really will be a day when that happens. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling still had his eyes closed. Zhang Fan froze and asked, What's wrong? Can you hold me too? Holding you? Yeah, I'm a little cold. Zhang Fan looked a bit overwhelmed at this point. Looking at Hu Yiling's petite body, he froze and didn't dare to lay his hands on it. But after hesitating for a while, Zhang Fan still gritted his teeth and hugged Hu Yiling. The body of Yiling Hu. So fragrant, so soft, so smooth. This, okay? Hu Yiling nodded with a happy face. Could be. That familiar smell and body heat was back. It was like Zhang Fan was still by her side in her last life. Unchanged. How nice would it be if it could? Just to keep going like this? At this moment, Zhang Fan blushed and gently patted Hu Yiling's back with his hand. The gentle voice rang in her ears. Sleep. Good. Early in the morning, the sunlight shot in through the window and fell on Zhang Fan's closed eyes. Well, Zhang Fan sleepily opened his eyes. Having just gotten up from his bed, Zhang Fan was obviously a bit unconscious. Still vaguely remember that he had a dream. In the dream he actually with the school flower Hu Yiling in a piece. But this fragrant dream is too scary for Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan subconsciously looked to his empty side and pulled up the corner of his mouth like he was relieved. Luckily it was just a dream. Mr. Zhang Fan, you're finally up. At this time, Hu Yiling's voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhang Fan's expression suddenly froze and his body shook. It's not, is it? I can't believe I'm still in a dream? Zhang Fan pinched himself hard on his face. Immediately afterward, a fiery pain spread. This, not a dream. Zhang Fan stiffly craned his neck to look, only to see Hu Yiling in a white shirt still wearing an apron, holding 2 plates with steaming dishes on them, looking like she had just gotten off the kitchen. Hu Yiling frowned as she looked at Zhang Fan, wondering what had just happened. Did a mosquito fly into my husband's face? Am I dreaming? Zhang Fan spoke hesitantly. Hu Yiling raised her eyebrows and looked puzzled. No, why do you say that? Did Zhang Fan forget that we slept together yesterday? And, Mr. Zhang Fan has still been hugging me and refusing to let go. Saying that, Hu Yiling's small face slightly reddened. Zhang Fan froze. Turns out I really wasn't dreaming. He was yesterday. Really slept with school beauty Hu Yiling. Slept together. Zhang Fan's face swished red, and the scene that happened last night gradually became clear, only because it was too unrealistic to turn around for a moment. Then he blushed and said, did I do that last night? Of course. Hu Yiling's cheeks are also flushed, but the corner of her mouth is with a smile. It seems that fellow student Zhang Fan slept soundly. Oh, he doesn't even know what's happening. He directly slept until noon. And it's too cute. Noon? Yeah. Zhang Fan suddenly thought of something and grabbed the cell phone next to his bed to take a look. 12:32. It's really noon. I can't believe I slept for so long. Yiling, we still have to go to class. Why don't you wake me up? Zhang Fan felt a bit of a headache. Hu Yiling but puffed a smile. That is not to blame Zhang Fan students sleep too fragrant. Look at you that way. How can I bear to wake you up? Well, can only be the first up to you to cook. Well, Zhang Fan said helplessly. Morning class is over. There's no class in the afternoon, either. Come on. It's time to stop going to school. Alright, the sun is going to shine on your butt. Get up and wash up for dinner. Hu Yiling urged with the dishes, acting like a human wife. Looking at Zhang Fan a bit lost in thought. It's like, they're living the married life. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to imagine this scene now. Not only did he sleep with Hu Yiling, but he also made her cook for him. Geez, this is moving a little too fast. After Zhang Fan finished washing up, Hu Yiling was already sitting at the table waiting for him, only to see her smilingly saying, Come on, Mr. Zhang Fan, quickly sit down and try the dishes I made. Seeing the sumptuous 4 dishes and 1 soup, Zhang Fan looked a little stunned. You made this? This is too good. Zhang Fan didn't know that Hu Yiling was so good at cooking, although he had eaten Hu Yiling's bento earlier, but it was just rice balls. He didn't realize that Hu Yiling's cooking was also a masterpiece. Yeah, I saw that you still had some dishes in the refrigerator, so I brought them along to make it. Hu Yiling smiled faintly, happy to get a compliment from her husband. After all, as the saying goes, trying to catch a man, you have to grab his stomach first. Now is the time to conquer her husband by her cooking skills. So it is. After Zhang Fan sat down, he picked up his chopsticks and picked up an eggplant with meat foam and found that it was really delicious. Eggplant is smooth and soft, very flavorful, and a little bit of chili pepper also has the effect of enhancing the taste. It was 100 times better than whatever eggplant casserole rice I had before. How is it? Delicious, right? Hu Yiling propped up her chin and laughed. Zhang Fan hurriedly nodded. Yummy. It's delicious, then eat more. Hu Yiling looked at how Zhang Fan liked it so much. Her heart was happy. At this moment in time, she is simply full of fulfillment yet. Just then, Zhang Fan suddenly picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Hu Yiling's bowl. Hey, Mr. Zhang Fan. I only saw Zhang Fan faintly smile and said, Don't just look at it. Eat it together. I can't eat so much by myself. Hu Yiling's heart suddenly warmed as she heard this. The way Zhang Fan laughed just now looked like the two of them after they fell in love in their last life. It's really so nostalgic. Eileen, why are your eyes red? It looks like I got sand in my eye. It's okay. Why don't I blow you? Zhang Fan put down his chopsticks and looked serious. Hu Yiling's beautiful eyes flushed as she nodded. Good. Which eye? Both got in. Zhang Fan. Feeling Zhang Fan's gentle blowing, Hu Yiling felt especially at ease. This moment was a throwback to a previous life. It's true that hubby is always so gentle no matter what time of the day it is. Maybe many people don't like his straightforward and simple nature, but Hu Yiling loves him for that. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling's eyes that were not so red, so he asked, Feeling better? It seems to be much better. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly. Then she spoke again. Right. Why don't we go to the nearby amusement park together in the afternoon? We don't have classes in the afternoon anyway. It just so happens that the amusement park is newly opened. So there should be a lot of people. Hey, an amusement park? How come you want to go there? Zhang Fan said in disbelief. Hu Yiling smiled cheekily. Of course she wouldn't tell Zhang Fan that this was to promote a relationship with him more. It's just boring anyway, okay? Hu Yiling asked. Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment and spoke. But I want to make a trip to the shoe and clothing accessories market in the afternoon. After all, my shoes aren't ready yet. So if I delay it any longer, it will take a long time. It doesn't take much time for the design drawings or anything. Shoemaking is a tedious project. In addition to making the shoe lasts, it would take several days to paste the samples, choose the materials, and make the uppers. So Zhang Fan thought that he should still finish the matter at hand first. At least he had to buy back the things he wanted, right? That's something that Mr. Zhang Fan doesn't have to worry about. Hu Yiling suddenly said so at this time. Zhang Fan froze and frowned. Why? Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door of the house. Who is it? Zhang Fan got up and walked towards the door, opening it. Just as he opened the door, two sunglassed bodyguards in suits stood in the doorway, and in their hands, they were carrying things in big bags. Zhang Fan was stunned. What are you guys doing here? P.S. Today, I have seen readers writing suggestions about this book in the review section, which are very pertinent and helpful to my writing, so I really appreciate it. Frankly speaking, I have carefully considered every word and every detail of this book, more seriously than any book I've ever written, and this book has put a lot of my own emotions on it. Your reviews really warmed me up, letting me know that there are a lot of people who care about this book. So don't worry, I will definitely write this book. Sweet and pure, a female lead who can help the male lead grow, and a male lead who is strong enough to fight all the storms. The male lead will have more sparkle in him and grow into a real man after fading his youth and inferiority complex. Chapter 61, Departure to the Amusement Park. The two tall bodyguards sized up Zhang Fan. You're Zhang Fan? Ah, I am. Zhang Fan was a little nervous. We are here to deliver something by order of the great lady. Missy? Zhang Fan subconsciously looked at Hu Yiling, who happened to walk over at that moment. No need to be nervous. Student Zhang Fan, they are here to help me deliver the auxiliary materials. The two bodyguards were immediately respectful when they saw Hu Yiling. Missy. With that, the two of them looked at Zhang Fan again. This kid, what's the relationship with Missy? How dare you share a room with our Missy? What if the Lord knew about this? Zhang Fan was naturally unaware of these two's surprise. Instead he looked at Hu Yiling in surprise and said, You said that the auxiliary materials were delivered? It's hard to believe that it's accessories for making high heels? Exactly. Hu Yiling smiled and nodded. I know you definitely need these materials now, so I entrusted someone to buy them back for you, but I didn't know which ones you wanted, so I let them buy some of each. Even some of the tools for shoemaking were bought. Pretty much everything you should need is in there anyway, right? Yeah. Not so much the sewing machine, but this would be nice to find a tailor. Hu Yiling cupped his chin and spoke to himself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan looked at the large bag in the hands of those two bodyguards again and sucked in a breath. Hu Yiling, it's a bit too much, isn't it? But why did you suddenly buy these accessories for me? Zhang Fan frowned and said with some guilt, all of these must have cost a lot of money. Surprisingly so much. It doesn't matter. Just think of it as a birthday present for you. Mr. Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling guffawed. She knew that her husband, Zhang Fan, had lost his job earlier and was afraid that buying accessories would cost a lot of money. So out of kindness, she opened up the matter for him, just to save her husband some money. And the material, I guess, is enough for hubby to make dozens of pairs of shoes later. This would also save him from having to go around picking out ingredients. Of course, this kind of thing doesn't need to be spread out. After all, Hu Yiling knows that Zhang Fan is still strong and has to give him some face. So she said it was given to him as a birthday gift. Hu Yiling, you're really nice. But, I'd better count the money for you. Although Zhang Fan didn't have much money in his card, he also knew that Hu Yiling didn't lack this amount of money. But suddenly receiving so many auxiliary materials, Zhang Fan felt ashamed to receive them. So Zhang Fan still felt it would be more comfortable to return the money to Hu Yiling as if he had bought it himself. How can you be like this? How can any birthday gift be given out and still receive money? Hu Yiling frowned, her red lips pouting. This is a little bit of my heart. But, Mr. Zhang Fan is too ungrateful. I didn't mean that. Since you don't have it, then take it well. It's not much money anyway. Besides, if you really want to make it up to me, Mr. Zhang Fan, then accompany me to the amusement park this afternoon. Hu Yiling smiled cheekily. Zhang Fan smiled helplessly. It seemed that this girl was still reckoning with this matter. If we say more, I guess Hu Yiling won't want it either. Here, Zhang Fan had nothing to push back, so he nodded and agreed. That's fine. Good. Then it's happily decided. Hu Yiling said happily. Then, she looked at the two bodyguards and said, by the way, where are the clothes I asked you to bring? Since I'm going out today, I need to change my clothes. Otherwise, if it was at Zhang Fan's house, it wouldn't matter to her if she wore clothes or not. It just so happened that she asked these two bodyguards to bring her something today. So Hu Yiling asked them to buy a set of clothes over by the way. At this time, the other bodyguard presented a dress with a duster over it to Hu Yiling. Missy, here it is. Seeing this, Zhang Fan secretly sighed. Yiling, who was so well prepared. It looks like she was planning to go out today from early on. Maybe this trip to the amusement park was a long time coming plan? By the way, Missy. At that moment, the bodyguard spoke with some hesitation. Seeing this, Hu Yiling raised an eyebrow and said, what's wrong? That little young master, he's back. That bodyguard spoke with a great headache. Zhang Fan was a bit strange when he heard this. Young master? Who's that? At this time, Hu Yiling's pretty face said in surprise. What? He came back from abroad? Yes, Missy. Moreover, Uncle Lee asked his subordinate to tell you. Little young master insisted on seeing you today. Not seeing is not an option. The bouncer said as such. It's really. How did this little devil come back? Hu Yiling then rubbed her temples and frowned. I don't have time to take care of this brat. Why don't you just say that I'm somewhere else and don't let him bother me? I have to go out with my husband myself. It's been a while since I've seen this kid too. But today is not the day. Lest the little devil come and stir up trouble for her and frighten her husband. But, no buts. Just tell Uncle Lee that. Ming. Understood. Missy. The two bodyguards put the auxiliaries in the house and then left in a hurry. As he closed the door, Zhang Fan couldn't help but speak. Yiling, who is the young master? Hu Yiling sighed with a very headache look. Forget it. It's better if student Zhang Fan doesn't know about it. This guy is a difficult master. I don't even dare to provoke him. So troublesome? It wouldn't be someone like Qin Lai again, would it? Zhang Fan hesitated. Hu Yiling smiled awkwardly. That's not true. Don't worry, Zhang Fan. That's alright. Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was some big shot coming to pester Hu Yiling again. And since Hu Yiling didn't want to mention this young master, he naturally wouldn't continue to ask more questions. Hu Yiling nodded and raised a smile. Alright, let's get ready to go to the amusement park, or we'll be late. Zhang Fan raised his hand and looked at the time. It was not yet 2 o'clock. Get there early and you might still have time to get to work in the evening. So Zhang Fan responded. Good. Hu Yiling went to her room and changed her clothes before walking out from inside. Thump. Mr. Zhang Fan, do I look good? Hu Yiling was wearing a cute JK-style skirt that she had planned to wear with a matching top, but on second thought, she would just wear her husband's shirt and tuck the hem under the skirt. After all, the shirt smelled like her husband, and she was going to take it back with her brightly. Hu Yiling turned around in front of Zhang Fan. Little skirts fluttered in the wind at this point as well. A flash of white under her skirt came into view again. Zhang Fan red-faced and dryly coughed twice. Good. Good looking. Yiling, who really looks good no matter what she wears. That's good. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly. It's true that being young is good, and you can still wear this kind of little girl's clothes. Looking at her husband's red-faced appearance, I'm sure he must be enjoying it. In the next moment, Hu Yiling took Zhang Fan's arm and opened the door. Go! Off to the amusement park. Chapter 62, The Young Master's Appearance. Wanlanda Vacationland. This is a new suburban lodge that opened near a college town. Get on the subway. Half an hour away. Since it was a newly opened lodge, it was crowded at the moment, both inside and outside the paradise. Crowded as if they were clustered together like ants. For Zhang Fan, most of the time, he stayed alone in the dormitory. It's not often that it comes together so well, but Hu Yiling was quite excited. Being amongst this crowd, a lot of gazes fell on Hu Yiling, who was beside Zhang Fan. Her youthful and beautiful girlishness drew a crowd of men to cast burning gazes, especially Hu Yiling's exquisite and flawless face and her front and back figure. There was literally not a single flaw. No, not even half, to be found in the body. With that, Zhang Fan was quickly overwhelmed by those envious gazes and could only smile helplessly. Hey, it's not his decision to make. It's useless for you to envy. Where is this place to buy tickets? Zhang Fan raised his head, his eyes straining to look over the crowd for the ticket office. At this time, Hu Yiling pulled his arm and said, No need, Mr. Zhang Fan, I've already bought it. What? Zhang Fan lowered his head in surprise, only to see Hu Yiling smilingly take out 5 tickets. Now Zhang Fan was even more shocked. Even if you buy it, 2 is more than enough. How come Hu Yiling still bought 5 of them? When did you buy this? And you bought 5 of them? Zhang Fan asked in disbelief. So together, Hu Yiling is really ready a long time ago, ah? He had foolishly thought that Hu Yiling had gotten the idea on a temporary basis. Hu Yiling spat out her tongue and smiled playfully. Last night just at 12 o'clock, just ate a cake. Well, how can this be? Of course the birthday is to come out to play only, right? As for the rest of the tickets, big brother, sister-in-law. At that moment, He Wei-han's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Zhang Fan followed the sound and was surprised. He Wei-hang? And Yang Qi and Fatty? Why are these three guys here too? With that, Zhang Fan understood. It seems that Hu Yiling bought these tickets together for them after all. Hey, finally saw you too. Almost thought the three of us went to the wrong door. He Wei-hang and the others came to Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling's side and laughed joyfully. Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask, why are you all here? You still have the nerve to say it. He Wei-hang suddenly hooked Zhang Fan's neck and drilled Zhang Fan's temple with his fist. Loss, I take you as a good brother. Today's birthday, do not tell me. If not, sister-in-law told us. So it's Hu Yiling. Zhang Fan then realized. Alright, don't be rude to Mr. Zhang Fan in front of me. Hu Yiling frowned her willow eyebrows with an angry look. He Wei-hang smiled awkwardly and let go of Zhang Fan. Sister-in-law is the wealthy one today. Listen to her. Your brat is indeed not thick enough. It looks like you don't consider us as friends. Yang Qi also deliberately flirted at this moment. If I hadn't heard about your birthday, I would have accompanied other schoolgirls. Fatty said it was very true and nodded up with it. Seeing this, Zhang Fan quickly explained. No, I just didn't think about this birthday. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. So what are you doing with your sister-in-law now? Zhang Fan. Alright, you guys don't blame him. Classmate Zhang Fan indeed doesn't like birthdays. If it wasn't for me pulling him out, he probably wouldn't have come out. Hu Yiling laughed lightly. Hu Yiling added to Zhang Fan. After all, birthdays are still fun when you're with your friends. That's why I asked them to come. So student Zhang Fan can't blame me for taking the liberty. And it's not a good habit to spend your birthday alone. Not anymore. He Wei-hang nodded proudly like a lapdog. Sister-in-law is right. I know. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly, not realizing that not having a birthday had become the object of criticism. However, the feeling wasn't bad, and there was a feeling of being cared about that had never existed in the past. I have to say, it's still pretty heartwarming. It was as if Hu Yiling's appearance had pushed back the past lifestyle for him. Happy birthday, Zhang Fan. At that moment, Yang Qi suddenly extended his fist. Zhang Fan froze, then smiled, between the two fists gently touching each other. It was sandwiched between Zhang Fan's words of thanks. Seeing this, Hu Yiling just smiled faintly, but her heart was warm. Although originally she wanted to go on a date alone with her husband, but after going through what happened last time, she realized that there was no way to fully drive Zhang Fan by herself alone, and it was obvious that Zhang Fan needed more warmth and companionship, which would be helpful for his growth in the future. That's why I invited the three of them to play with me. One has gone to great lengths to get things done for one's husband. Alright, let's go in quickly, or it will be too late to play. Hu Yiling held Zhang Fan's arm and said, right in the middle of the crowd's excitement. Suddenly there were murmurs of bystanders in the distance. Which family's young master is out here with such a big deck? A few people looked back and saw a black luxury Mercedes sedan slowly driving up. When Hu Yiling looked at the license plate on that car, her pretty face was covered in surprise. This, Yiling, why does this look like the one Uncle Lee drove? Zhang Fan also had a slight impression at this time. However, how did Uncle Lee, the housekeeper, come here? Did he come to take Hu Yiling back? Just when a few people were still unclear about the situation, the Mercedes sedan stopped in front of them, and then the butler, Uncle Lee, really got down from the main driver's seat, but went straight to the back seat. Opening the backseat door, Hu Yiling suddenly had an uneasy feeling. Just then, the housekeeper, Uncle Lee, opened the car door and spoke respectfully. Young master, Missy has been found. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's few people looked at Hu Yiling in dismay. What's going on here? Suddenly Zhang Fan remembered the bodyguard's words earlier. Could it be that the young master is the one sitting in the back seat? Chapter 63, How dare you touch my head? At this moment, under the gazes of several people, a pair of cleanly shining leather shoes stretched out, followed by a young boy of about 11 or 12 years old coming down from the car. That little boy wore a big back hair and sunglasses on his face, with a suit and vest on and a white face. He looked like a real young master. Hu Yiling covered her pretty face when she saw this little boy. This little devil, how come he's still here? Zhang Fan also didn't expect that this little young master, as it turned out, was really small. Sis, that little boy was full of energy and shouted. Hu Yiling inclined her head, really not wanting to recognize this kid. Nothing good ever comes from meeting this little devil. Sister? Zhang Fan and the others looked at Hu Yiling in surprise, and Zhang Fan was even more surprised. So you have a younger brother. When he hadn't known Hu Yiling before, Zhang Fan didn't know anything about her except that she was Hu's daughter. And now that he learned that Hu Yiling had a younger brother, he was naturally surprised. Hu Yiling sighed and said, "Yes, he is my own brother, Hu Tianhao." Hu Tianhao walked over at this time, looking at the several men around his sister, revealing a look of contempt. "Sis, who are these country bumpkins? It can't be your classmates." The corner of Zhang Fan's eyes twitched up. This young man, why is he so sharp when he opens his mouth? Obviously, it is just a kid who is not even 6 meters tall. Hu Tianhao, it's your first day back and you're going to give me a hard time. Hu Yiling's silver teeth clenched, both hands clasped, fists clicked, exuding killing intent. It was fine for this little brat to talk about other people, but she even talked about her husband. That was her favorite husband. No one could talk about him, even her own dear old brother. "Ah, sis, I was wrong." Hu Tianhao was lifted by Hu Yiling's ears with one hand. Uncle Li could only speak up from the sidelines. "Sister, there are so many civilians here. Give me some face. You still know how to save face, don't they?" Zhang Fan and the few others could only smile sarcastically when they saw this scene. Looks like it's going to take a real sister to cure this outspoken brat. Hu Yiling snorted coldly, loosened her hand, and said in a proper voice, "Speak properly to me, or you'll have a good time when you go back." "I know." Hu Tianhao rubbed his reddened ears and muttered in dissatisfaction. "Haven't seen you in a year, you're still like a womanizer. No wonder you've never been able to find a boyfriend." "You, what did you say? Little kid, it's better not to bother with him." Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly and hurriedly stopped Hu Yiling, who was about to have a seizure. Seeing Zhang Fan speak for him, Hu Yiling then huffed and puffed. That Hu Tianhao was not happy and looked at Zhang Fan. "I am not some kid. I am 12 years old this year. Moreover, I am also the future heir of Hu Group. How dare you talk to me like that?" "Yo, the man is not big but his temper is not small." He Wei Hang listened happily and said to Hu Yiling, "Sister-in-law, I didn't realize that you still have an old brother like this, who has started to call himself the heir of the Hu Group." Hu Yiling could only cover his face in helplessness. This little devil had simply come over to embarrass her. "Sister-in-law?" Hu Tianhao raised his eyebrows and said unexpectedly, "Sister, you found a boyfriend? It's up to you." Hu Yiling hugged her chest and coldly grunted. Zhang Fan then dryly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment while thinking of how to explain. "No way? You don't even know that your sister has a boyfriend?" At this time, He Wei Hang patted Zhang Fan's shoulder and said, "Then you can now recognize your future brother-in-law in advance. This is my big brother, Zhang Fan." "It's you?" Hu Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly and carefully sized up Zhang Fan. The sight of the Uncle Li is also surprised. "Miss and this Zhang Fan really relationship is not simple. I didn't expect that it had already developed into a boyfriend and girlfriend. I don't know what the master's reaction would be if he knew." At this time, Hu Tianhao didn't feel that this was his own old sister's dish no matter how he looked at it. This guy, mediocre looking. What's wrong with my sister for liking such a civilian? Are you really my future brother-in-law? Hu Tianhao stretched out his neck like a little kingpin. Zhang Fan blushed and hastily spoke. Are you asking too many questions? Tianhao. Hu Yiling's pretty face slightly reddened, but she still held her chest in a stance and coldly looked at Hu Tianhao. Being glared at by his own elder sister like this, Hu Tianhao also obediently shut his mouth. However, Hu Tianhao decided to personally consider this called Zhang Fan by himself in the future, to see him this guy in the end where to fascinate the old sister. After all, he is really too curious. My sister, who is the apple of my father's eye, has found a commoner as her boyfriend. Dad would be furious if he found out that his cabbages had been swept away by pigs. At this time, He Wei Hang bent down and touched Hu Tianhao's big back head and said, "Little brother, no need to doubt. My big brother is your brother-in-law. Moreover, your sister is my sister-in-law. Then so count two. We are also considered to know each other. So it's not too much to ask for you to call me big brother, is it?" He Wei Hang hemmed and hawed. Hu Yiling secretly sucked in a breath when she saw this. He Wei Hang, this is too bold. She knew her oldest brother's temper well. If you touch his head like this, the consequences are unimaginable. At this moment, Hu Tianhao lowered his head, his face darkening. "You asshole! How dare you casually touch my head?" Hu Tianhao gritted his teeth and said, pulling out a pistol from nowhere and aiming it at He Wei Hang, immediately surprising the crowd. But it looked as if it was a toy pistol, almost startling them. If you don't know, you'd think this young master of the Hu family carries a gun with him. He Wei Hang is even more disdainful smile, yo, but also with a gun to scare me. I'm so scared. This gun is not filled with water, right? Ha, I did not expect you were so big. Still play this. Before He Wei Hang could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened to the limit. Chapter 64, Spicy Eyes. Only to see Hu Tianhao suddenly pull the trigger. a special rubber bullet shot out violently, hitting He Weihang's crotch directly. The next moment, He Weihang fell to his knees as if wearing a mask of pain. Brother, I'm shot bird. Hu Yiling couldn't help but cover his face. Knew this would be the case. I'll go. This is too dangerous, isn't it? Zhang Fan's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes. Seeing He Weihang in so much pain, Zhang Fan felt like following the pain. At this time, the side of Uncle Lee explained. This is T-072 special military rubber bullets. Riot control special. Don't worry, it won't kill you, but it's hard to say whether there will be other effects in the future. He Weihang, Yang Qi, and Little Fatty directly sucked in a breath at the words. This little kid. It's so mean. Zhang Fan could only smile helplessly. Isn't Uncle Lee understating things a bit too? Who let you civilians dare to touch my head at will? Hu Tianhao snorted in triumph. Since I was a child, only people I recognized could touch my head. So what are you? Little brat. I'm going to destroy you. He Weihang was furious, and if he wasn't stopped by Yang Qi and Little Fatty, he probably would have caught Hu Tianhao and beat him up. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly and advised. Forget it. Let's just go in quickly, or it will be very late. What's so fun about this crappy mountain village? Hu Tianhao said disdainfully at this time. Sis, let Uncle Lee take us to a better place to play. This is just a place that only commoners like to go. Zhang Fan and the others froze when they heard this. Hu Yiling whitened Hu Tianhao's glance, then took Zhang Fan's arm and said, I'm not that particular. If you want to go by yourself. I still want to go and play with Zhang Fan's classmates, so don't disturb us. Hu Tianhao was surprised when he watched his elder sister actually take the initiative to hold Zhang Fan. For him, someone who could make a tigress like his old sister become a well-behaved kitten was definitely a man of God. How did this civilian named Zhang Fan do it? No, he had to solve this puzzle. Uncle Lee, yes, young master, buy me a ticket as well, and see how all these civilians are entertained. That Hu Tianhao commanded condescendingly, and Uncle Lee nodded, then quickly walked towards the ticket office. Hu Yiling was slightly displeased. What are you following for? As your dear brother, of course it's my duty to protect you, isn't it? Old sister, Hu Tianhao said condescendingly. He Weihang at this time covered the crotch contemptuous, on you're this size, not to be bullied even if good. You still first protect the good, big young master. Just now is my wrong words. Ha! Saying that, He Weihang still had a cold sweat on his face. Hu Tianhao, who was holding up his pistol, nodded in satisfaction. Count on your understanding. Asterisk. He Weihang gritted his teeth and squeezed out a smile. Brat, don't let me catch you treating you later if you can. Or you die. I'm sure. I'm done. After Uncle Lee bought 2 tickets, Zhang Fan and the others added 2 more members. Uncle Lee, the housekeeper, and Hu Tianhao, the young master. Along the way, He Weihang and Hu Tianhao were not seeing eye to eye in any way. Filled with the smell of gunpowder, Zhang Fan was also helpless. Originally thought that the 2 people simply tour a little bit of things, but in the end, it turned into a group tour. Not to mention, it comes with a butler and young master. Zhang Fan felt unable to let go of his body. After all, in front of these 2, being held so openly by Hu Yiling, it always feels as if I'm arching Hu Yiling's cabbage in front of them. Hey, Mr. Zhang Fan, it looks like a lot of people are lining up there. At this time, Hu Yiling, who was holding Zhang Fan, suddenly pointed to the left front, where there were very many tourists surrounding, and it seemed that there was some kind of amusement program that was particularly fun. Zhang Fan looked out and spoke. Then let's go there and take a look. The crowd walks towards the back of the crowd, only to realize that it's a haunted house up ahead. A hideous green-faced evil demon opened its mouth as the main entrance of the haunted house. The crowd lined up and entered the demon's mouth in an orderly manner. Yang Qi looked a little excited. Seems like it's quite fun. How about giving it a try? Yes, the first one will be it. He Weihang nodded. Hu Yiling thought it was good too. Something like a haunted house is just right for a young couple. Not only can you still take the opportunity to hug your husband when you're scared, but you can also act soft and arouse his protectiveness. Think of it this way, that relationship must be facilitated by leaps and bounds. Eileen, do you want to go play? Zhang Fan softly said to Hu Yiling at this moment. Hu Yiling frowned up with a scared look. I haven't been to a haunted house yet. I feel so scared inside. It should be scary. I'm sure that after she said that, her husband would have been aroused to protect her, thus saying that he would protect her. However, at this time, Zhang Fan was a bit embarrassed. In that case, it just so happens that I'm also afraid. So why don't we not go? Hu Yiling froze. Immediately, Hu Yiling hurriedly smiled awkwardly. How can that be? Mr. Zhang Fan, they all said they would go. If we're the only ones who don't go, that would be too out of place. If student Zhang Fan is also afraid, then you can also choose to hold me tight. As she said this, Hu Yiling's pretty face flushed red. Since her husband doesn't take the initiative, she has to be the one to do it. The sight of Uncle Li and the young master Hu Tianhao see that jaw are to be shocked to fall to the ground. Has always been fearless Hu Yiling, even at this time to pretend to be soft up. Hu Tianhao simply felt spicy. My sister is a tiger fighter at home. How can she be afraid of ghosts? Now she's just like a female cat in heat. Gee, if it wasn't for the fear of Hu Yiling punching him, Hu Tianhao would have designated to poke through her false face. Just now, Hu Yiling's words caused Zhang Fan to be a bit rushed as well. The remaining light glanced at that Uncle Li and Hu Tianhao, thinking that Hu Yiling was also too uncovered. But since they are here, it doesn't matter if they go to the haunted house for a trip. After all, there are so many of them. After Zhang Fan thought about it, he spoke. Then in that case, let's go and line up together. Good. Hu Yiling exulted, hugging Zhang Fan's arm tighter. Zhang Fan then looked at Uncle Li and said, Uncle Li, do you and Tianhao want to join together? Tianhao? Hu Tianhao frowned. This guy actually dared to call him by his nickname. Chapter 65, This is a Fight. Hu Tianhao's face was filled with black lines. He really thought that he had passed him and had become his brother-in-law, but seeing his old sister's sharp eyes, he didn't dare to snap. I'm not playing any of this civilian stuff. It's no fun at all. I'll wait here for you guys to come out. Hurry up. Hu Tianhao snorted coldly and spoke nonchalantly. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly when he saw this. He Wei Hang raised his eyebrows at this time and said in a conspiratorial manner, Yo, the civilian stuff isn't fun? I'm afraid it's not because you're afraid of ghosts that you don't dare to go. Young master? Was I right? Ha? You? What are you talking about? I'm not afraid of ghosts. Okay. Hu Tianhao turned red. Seeing this, He Wei Hang felt happy in his heart and continued. If you're not afraid of ghosts, then why don't you dare to go? If you don't prove it, if word gets out that the heir to the Hu group doesn't even dare to enter a haunted house, and is a cowardly brat, then it'll be a big loss of face. Saying that, He Wei Hang glanced at Hu Tianhao. He was seen clenching his tiny fists and clenching his teeth up in anger. Good. Just go. Who's afraid of who? Hu Tianhao looked at Uncle Li at this time and said, I'll follow my old sister in. You just wait for me here. Uncle Li looked embarrassed. Young master, aren't you really afraid? Shut up. When Zhang Fan saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. This little brat. He still couldn't withstand the agitation. It looked like He Wei Hang was going to fight with Hu Tianhao. These two guys are really becoming enemies. Other than Uncle Li, Zhang Fan's 6 people were at the back of the line. But looking at such a long line in front of them, Hu Tianhao felt irritated. So many civilians. How long should the line go on then? Hu Yiling couldn't help but get a headache. Can you just calm down for me? The amusement park is like this. No one will spoil you here. If you keep yelling, I'll ask Uncle Li to send you back. Old sister, you're really becoming more and more civilianized. Hu Tianhao was dissatisfied. Hu Yiling rolled her eyes, powerless to spit. Then what else do you want? To make them listen to you and obediently get out of the way? That's for sure. The next moment, Hu Tianhao snorted coldly and snapped his fingers. Uncle Li listened and immediately understood. With that, Uncle Li pulled his wallet out of the inside pocket of his suit and spilled a wad of $100 bills into the sky. Money is falling from the sky. I don't know who in the crowd yelled out like that. The people who were queuing up at the entrance of the haunted house turned their heads to see that the ground was full of red bills, and suddenly their eyes were sparkling with light, scrambling to rush out of the queue. And for a while, Zhang Fan was actually empty in front of him. The ticket taker at the door of that haunted house was even more confused. Only civilians would choose to line up. Hu Tianhao snorted coldly and strutted towards the entrance of the haunted house. Zhang Fan and the others were jaw-dropped at this operation. Hu Yiling. This brother is also too generous. Thanks to Hu Tianhao's blessing, Zhang Fan and the others were given priority to check the tickets into the haunted house. Just into the doorway is dark, divided into left and right 2 paths, which seems to provide different routes for tourists to choose. Yang Qi sneered at this time. Interesting, there are actually 2 paths. Then why don't we split into 2 teams and go? Let's see who can get out of the haunted house first. It just so happens that there are 6 of us here as well. Split into teams of 3. Zhang Fan and the others nodded without comment. Hu Yiling was still trying to have fewer people getting in the way of her getting along with her husband. Then it'll be the 3 of us. Little fatty, Yang Qi, and I. I'll leave it to you two, big brother and sister-in-law, to lead young master Hu. The corner of He Wei Hang's mouth even raised a faint bad smile when he said this. Zhang Fan didn't have much of an opinion. Hey, what do you mean by aggrieved? Hu Tianhao exasperatedly said. He Wei Hang didn't bother to take care of Hu Tianhao. and only dropped a sentence of "see you at the exit" before hurriedly following Yang Qi and little Fatty's pace. Seeing this, Zhang Fan said to Hu Yiling, "Then let's go as well, or we'll lose to them." "Good. Classmate Zhang Fan has to protect me." Hu Yiling tightly hugged Zhang Fan's arm. Zhang Fan smiled helplessly. I'll try my best." Hu Tianhao looked behind him and gritted his teeth. These two were so focused on showing their love that they didn't take him seriously at all. It's really outrageous. Subsequently, Hu Tianhao could only huff and puff to keep up with Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling. But just at this time, a dark shadow quietly appeared behind Hu Tianhao. The interior of the haunted house is pitch black and you can't see your fingers. Aside from the occasional ghostly fire that only appeared for a stretch of road that barely illuminated the surroundings, it was terrifyingly dark, as if something unpredictable would come out around them at any moment. Hu Tianhao's pace was small, and he had just walked not long before he detached himself from Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling and the two of them. As far as the eye could see, it was all pitch black, completely unaware of where his oldest sister and her little boyfriend had run off to. "Old sister, you guys, where are you guys? Why don't you even wait for me?" Hu Tianhao gulped, his little head looking around, his pace walking even slower, his two legs even trembling slightly. When he thought of his own old sister leaving him, his own brother, behind in order to get bored with that Zhang Fan, Hu Tianhao was furious and even cried out in his heart that when he got back home, he would definitely complain to his dad. Woo woo. At this moment, an extremely unpleasant howling sound came from behind Hu Tianhao. Chapter 66, Softness. Hu Tianhao's body shook at this moment, his scalp tingling. That took a step and froze, not daring to step down, much less look back. At this time, Hu Tianhao's face was full of cold sweat, and he could only swallow his saliva fearfully, thinking that it is hard to believe that there are staff members who specialize in pretending to be ghosts here. How can be so unlucky? Actually, just into the haunted house was he bumped into. Just then, suddenly two large hands grabbed his neck. Hu Tianhao's eyes widened in an instant. Then those two hands slowly climbed up and touched his white face, while a voice with a morose tone rang in his ears. "Give me back! Give me back!" The ghost said "give me back" twice. Hu Tianhao was so scared that his legs were shaking and his brain was blank. "Return! Return what? Give me back my... Live strong!" the ghost suddenly bellowed. Hu Tianhao also at this time screamed. The next moment ran forward like crazy. Behind the sound of footsteps, Hu Tianhao was not dare to stop a step, or it still cares about what will be in front. Now whatever the case, just run. Seeing this scene, He Wei Hang stopped in his tracks and burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha, I'll let you be arrogant. Look at your wimpy face, and you still say you're not afraid of ghosts." He Wei Hang laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Finally he got himself out of a bad mood. This young master of the Hu family is really lawless if he doesn't bully him a bit. "Let you know that you Viagra are not a bully. What a coward." He Wei Hang sneered, and was about to turn back and walk away when suddenly a green-faced, fanged mask of an evil ghost appeared in front of his eyes, frightening him so much that he stared wide-eyed. "OMG. Ghosts, did you just hear any shouting?" Zhang Fan was walking in the dark and asked Hu Yiling beside him. At this moment, Hu Yiling was just focusing on sticking to Zhang Fan, her small face rubbing against Zhang Fan's arm. Where did she care about anything else? "No, mister." Zhang Fan misheard it. "It's very quiet here." Indeed. Zhang Fan let out a bitter smile. It doesn't look like the haunted house is that scary. Aside from some common haunted house mechanisms, there are no particularly scary settings. Rather, it's the fact that it's so dark that you can't see the road that makes you panic some. Feeling the softness between his elbows, Zhang Fan couldn't help but slide the knot in his throat up and down. Hu Yiling was also too scared of ghosts. She hadn't let go of him up to now, and almost her whole body was about to stick up. "Mr. Zhang Fan, it's so scary here. I'm a bit scared. Can you hold me and go?" Hu Yiling's delicate voice rang in Zhang Fan's ears, and there was even warm spit. Zhang Fan's body went numb with goosebumps. Where's the horror in that? How am I going to hold it? "Just hold it," Hu Yiling said and put Zhang Fan's hand on her waist. Zhang Fan touched that slender waist, his face swished red, but nay, Hu Yiling was so scared. He couldn't close this hand, so he could only put it on his waist stiffly and lead Hu Yiling forward piece by piece. Hu Yiling fell back on the pitch blackness and snickered. Surely there is no better place for two people to spend time together than a haunted house. This kind of bright intimacy is just not good enough. By the way, why does your brother seem to be missing? It was then that Zhang Fan suddenly reacted to the fact that there was no voice of Hu Tianhao along the way. Shouldn't this kid be following them? He was wondering why Hu Tianhao was quiet. "Hey, it seems like hey." Hu Yiling looked around, though he didn't see anything. "Tianhao?" There was no response. Seeing this, Zhang Fan felt that he should have gotten separated. "Should we go back and take a look?" Zhang Fan asked. Hu Yiling pondered for a while before speaking. "Forget it, don't care about him. That little devil king won't be bullied wherever he goes. He's always been the only one to bully others. Don't worry. Alright then. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. Since Hu Yiling, his own sister, had said so, he naturally couldn't say anything else. At this moment, the two who were walking side by side suddenly stepped on something soft under their feet. Hu Yiling's knees went weak, and the whole person fell forward, and incidentally also pulled Zhang Fan to fall down. Ha! Hu Yiling let out a surprise. With a muffled thud, the two men fell to the ground one after the other. Zhang Fan was fortunate that he did not fall down completely. Instead, he propped up both hands on the ground. Underneath his hands could be felt as a sponge floor, and it looked like they had stepped on it just now, which was why Hu Yiling had fallen down without paying attention. It's a common prop for haunted houses now, to catch people off guard. Eileen, are you okay? Zhang Fan reached out and touched it in front of his darkened eyes. At that moment, he suddenly touched something soft. Belle let out a gasp right underneath him. Chapter 67, the figure that suddenly appeared. What's that? Zhang Fan's eyes widened at once. That touch just now seemed like déjà vu. At this moment, Hu Yiling's voice rang out with a soft and ambiguous tone. Zhang, classmate Zhang Fan, there's no need to touch. I'm right underneath you. Fool. Underneath him. Sorry. Zhang Fan blushed and hurriedly said. I didn't mean it just now. I couldn't see. Hu Yiling laughed softly. It's okay. I know that, mister. Zhang Fan didn't do it on purpose. And it didn't pinch me anyway. Pinch. Zhang Fan had to think the wrong way at this point. It seems that what I touched just now really wasn't the right place. Why don't you give me your hand and I'll pull you up? Zhang Fan shyly said. Good. Hu Yiling answered. The two reached for each other in the pitch blackness, searching for each other. When he touched Hu Yiling's smooth and tender lotus root arm, Zhang Fan could only redden his face and grabbed the lotus root arm and slid it all the way up, which caught Hu Yiling's small hand. What Zhang Fan didn't know was that Hu Yiling's face was reddening underneath him. Come. Zhang Fan grabbed Hu Yiling's hand and stood up. As soon as she pulled Hu Yiling up with force, she collapsed into Zhang Fan's arms. Although I couldn't see anything, the scent was extraordinarily clear under my nose. Just now you, all right? Zhang Fan put aside his thoughts and asked. Hu Yiling shook her head in Zhang Fan's arms, then spoke up aggressively. Nothing's wrong, but I'm just so scared. Classmate Zhang Fan, can you comfort me? Zhang Fan froze. With that, Zhang Fan could only reach out his hand and gently patted Hu Yiling's back. No fear, I'm here. Good. Zhang Fan was somewhat helpless. Normally, this girl Hu Yiling is quite fearless, but when it comes down to it, it's just dainty girls. It's a great contrast, but it's adorable. Hu Yiling raised her head again at this time, pouting. Student Zhang Fan. I still want to cuddle. Zhang Fan burst into tears. Then cuddle for a while. As for Hu Yiling's request, Zhang Fan could only do as he was told helplessly, obediently opening his hands to gather Hu Yiling into his arms. Although it was pitch black in front of him, the warmth and softness in his arms was real. The scent in that nose was also real. The only thing that made Zhang Fan feel unreal was the distance between them at this moment. This has completely gone beyond friends, okay? Why suddenly have a kind of guilty feeling that he brought Hu Yiling here to mooch? Unlike Zhang Fan, Hu Yiling was enjoying mooching off her own husband. Especially feeling this look of her husband who wanted to be disciplined but could do nothing about it made Hu Yiling secretly happy. When she was planted in her hands, it would not be Zhang Fan's way of saying that he could not be intimate if he wanted to be. Eileen, are you better now? Zhang Fan felt his face burning. Hu Yiling still buried her head on Zhang Fan's chest and shook her head with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Well, it doesn't seem to work yet. Why don't we stay a little while before we go out? Mr. Zhang Fan? It was so hard to have this opportunity. Hu Yiling really didn't want to let go. At any other time, her husband, an elm, might have pushed her away. Now, of course, I'm going to cuddle as much as I can for a while. Zhang Fan cried and laughed, feeling helpless. Where was the current Hu Yiling's rumored high-cool schoolgirl appearance? A proper clingy kitten in front of him. At that moment, a miserable shout came from far behind him. This time Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling, this pair of little couple, were startled. Zhang Fan subconsciously turned back to look. Through the wall of the dark ghost firelight, can see the darkness and the shadow of a person is rushing over. I'll go. What's going on? Zhang Fan was completely surprised. Chapter 68, for a kid. Hu Yiling was also surprised to hear the sound. What a scary sound. It can't be a ghost coming, right? What the hell? Preferring to mess things up when she's tangled up with her husband is really. There are still ghosts here? Zhang Fan sucked in a breath. Just then, the figure running overhead rushed towards Zhang Fan and the others. Zhang Fan squinted his eyes slightly and realized that this person didn't seem to be a ghost. but more like a tourist who had been scared away by a ghost. Get out of the way, Eileen. Zheng Fan pulled Hu Yiling to the side as he made way for the figure. In the darkness, the snarling man rushed straight towards a wall with a loud bang, and the howling came to an abrupt end at that moment. The two of them, Zheng Fan and Hu Yiling, saw this and their eyes twitched up at the corners of their eyes. I don't know what happened, but it must have sounded painful. Vaguely seeing the man clunking to the ground, Zheng Fan couldn't help but ask out loud, "You, how are you? Are you alright?" Hiss. He Wei Hang sat up and rubbed his head. After hearing Zhang Fan's voice, he was instantly jolted. Big brother? Sister-in-law? You guys are here? He Wei Hang followed the sound and looked, only to realize that Zheng Fan and Hu Yiling were hiding to the side, and although he couldn't see them, he knew them as soon as he heard their voices. Ha! It's you! Hu Yiling was also surprised. Zheng Fan wondered, Wei Hang, how come it's you? Aren't you traveling the same path as Yang Qi and the others? I just have nothing to do and came over to see you guys. He Wei Hang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I didn't think it would be such a coincidence, but I really met you guys. Zheng Fan felt a little strange. Then what were you running for just now? And screaming so loudly. Harm. Don't mention it. He Wei Hang stood up and patted the ash on his body. Who knew it was so unlucky that I ran into this ghost? It's too damn scary. There really are ghosts. Zheng Fan said unexpectedly. He Wei Hang added, Say, why do you two stop here and not go off? This place doesn't seem to be scary, right? Said. He Wei Hang suddenly reacted. Suddenly realized sinister smile. Oh, I understand. Zheng Fan smiled helplessly. You know a hammer you know. Hu Yiling wanted to get He Wei Hang killed. This guy, always showing up at inopportune moments, disturbing her and her husband. Really, it's costing her her sexual well-being. Alright, since there's one more person, let's hurry up and get out of here. Zhang Fan said so, thinking that Hu Yiling wouldn't be afraid anymore. Hu Yiling could only nod her head fondly. Alright, the trio formed a line and made their way to the exit in the dark. Although this haunted house was like a labyrinth, intricate and very large, following a route, one could still make it to the exit. Those terrifying mechanisms along the way also looked less scary in front of the three of them. Luckily, I didn't run into that ghost on the way here. The exit was just around the corner. He Wei Hang sighed. I guess that ghost was really scary just now. Zheng Fan laughed softly. One more time I guess you're scared out of your soul. Che, I don't believe it. He Wei Hang bravado said, but at this moment, he suddenly realized something, and then stopped and said, Hey, speaking of which, where did the young master of the Hu family go? Hu Yiling muttered. Probably already went out. That's not right. That kid obviously ran in your direction. And you guys didn't actually see him? He Wei Hang was very surprised. Zheng Fan wondered. You saw him? I just scared him just now. Who knows he's so unscared? He ran far away at once. I thought he had already met up with you guys. He Wei Hang scratched his head in embarrassment. Hu Yiling couldn't help but cover his face. No wonder this He Wei Hang came to their direction. It turns out that in the end, it's still here to get back at Tianhao. You two are really. Zheng Fan was a bit speechless for a moment. The next moment he looked behind him and said, Then in that case, he should still be in there. Such a small child. Maybe he can't even find his way. After hesitating for a moment, Zheng Fan spoke. I'd better go in and look for him. Mr. Zheng Fan, I'll go with you too. Hu Yiling hurriedly said, but was quickly rejected by Zheng Fan. It will be faster for me to find it alone. You guys go out and wait for me first. I don't think it will take long. Ah, Hu Yiling pouted. He Wei Hang also said, Yes, sister-in-law, let big brother go. Two people walking together is slower. In case they get separated, maybe big brother will have to go in to fetch you a trip. You, Zheng Fan said helplessly. Alright, you guys go out first. I have to go back and take a look. If he comes out early on his own, you guys remember to give me a call, so as not to be delayed. Good. Hu Yiling could only nod her head and watched Zheng Fan run back again. The three of them, Yang Qi, Fatty and Uncle Li, who had been waiting at the exit for a long time, were very surprised when they saw the two of them, Hu Yiling and He Wei Hang, come out. And Yang Qi couldn't help but ask, how come it's the two of you who came out? Where's Zhang Fan? He Wei Hang shrugged and spread his hands. Big brother went to fish for his brother-in-law. Ha! Yang Qi's trio was astonished for a while, although this haunted house is not as scary as expected, and have walked through it, but the feeling is totally different when walking back alone, and a few occasional tourists walking on your face can scare the hell out of you. Tian Ha! Zheng Fan shouted as he walked. After walking for a while, there would be a few forks in the road, and Zheng Fan momentarily didn't know which direction Hu Tianhao, the young master, had run off to, which was really a headache. But just then, The two female tourists passing by caught Zhang Fan's attention. How come there are still little ghosts inside this haunted house? I just heard that cry and it just scared the hell out of me. Yeah. I heard it too. It's not fake at all. It's like it's really a child. Hey. Zhang Fan's heart thumped when he heard this. Can't it be? It's Hu Tianhao. Chapter 69, Don't Need You to Save Me. Following the direction the two tourists had come from, Zhang Fan found a path, and as he touched the wall, a sobbing sound came from the distance. Not very loud, but very clear. I have to say, the crying did sound awful in the dark silence. Tianhao, is that you? Zhang Fan followed the sound of crying and approached, and through the light of the skull props on the wall, he could see a child in the corner was sitting on the ground, holding his head and sobbing, looking very pitiful. You, Hu Tianhao suddenly raised his head when he heard Zhang Fan's voice. In the next moment, Hu Tianhao sniffled and turned his head away with a cold snort. It's really you. Were you scared just now? Zhang Fan crouched down and just wanted to reach out and wipe away the tears on his face, but Hu Tianhao slapped his hand away. Get lost. I don't need you to save me. Ha! Zhang Fan froze. Hu Tianhao huffed and puffed. Showing off. You guys just care about yourselves. You won't even care that I'm missing. I don't need this false sentiment of yours. Anyway, I'll go back myself. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. So it turned out that Hu Tianhao was sulking. Sorry, Tianhao. It was our negligence just now. But this is not the place to sulk. Why don't we go out first? No, Zhang Fan. But your sister is worried about you. If you don't go out, both she and Uncle Li will be relieved. Zhang Fan tried to persuade patiently. Dealing with children for the first time was really much harder than he had imagined. Hu Tianhao was silent at this point and added, then why didn't she come herself? It was me who told her not to come. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. After all, a girl is still easily scared. Unlike us, we are men. Don't you think so, Tianhao? Hu Tianhao wanted to speak. Then he snorted coldly again. Then I don't need you to take me away from. Before he could finish his words, Hu Tianhao was suddenly covered by Zhang Fan, and he was just about to resist when he suddenly heard Zhang Fan's voice ringing above his head. Shoo! Something is coming. Just then, a green-faced, fanged malevolent spirit dragging a scythe and wearing a cloak stepped out from around the corner, and in the faint light, the evil spirit depicted on that mask looked hideous and frightening. As the evil spirit passed by the two, Hu Tianhao's eyes widened and he didn't even dare to breathe out. Zhang Fan gulped and could only hide in the corner with Hu Tianhao, using the dark terrain to conceal them. After watching the evil spirit drag the scythe into another intersection, Zhang Fan then let go of Hu Tianhao. You weren't scared just now, were you? It looks like he should be gone. Obviously that was the evil spirit He Weihang was talking about. I have to say, it's pretty damn scary. No wonder this guy He Weihang was scared to death earlier. Just now if he did not stop Hu Tianhao words in time, this time they are estimated to be caught by this evil ghost chase. God knows Hu Tianhao this child will be scared into what kind of. How could I possibly be scared by something like this? Hu Tianhao reddened his face in bravado. You're the one who should be scared. See how your hands were shaking just now, and you're still talking about me. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. Indeed, but there's nothing else that can be done. After all, I'm the older brother. I have to protect you. When Hu Tianhao heard this, he actually felt warmth in his heart. This civilian, how dare she say such meaty things to him? Well, it's better to follow me. I don't think you would want to see that evil ghost again, right? Zhang Fan stretched out his hand and signaled to Hu Tianhao. The ending was predictable. Hu Tianhao slapped away Zhang Fan's hand and said, I can walk by myself, and don't think that your false attempts to please me will make me recognize you as my brother-in-law. Hu Tianhao finished with a cold snort and patted his butt to stand up. Zhang Fan cried and laughed. This child's brain are thinking what is it? Under Zhang Fan's leadership, Hu Tianhao finally walked out of the maze haunted house smoothly, and at the moment he came to the exit, Hu Yiling's lifted heart was finally put down, but at the same time there was some surprise. Tianhao would obediently follow Zhang Fan's ass out? If it were anyone else, I'm afraid Tianhao would have refused to walk with him. It's hard to believe what just happened to them in there. Yo, young master, finally willing to come out? You couldn't have been so scared in there that you cried your eyes out, right? Seeing that Hu Tianhao's eyes were a little red, He Weihang couldn't help but tease. Watching this little young master of his eat his words was a delight. I guess the kid didn't realize just now that the person who scared him was right in front of him. Hu Tianhao exasperatedly said, it's not like he's crying, it's just that he's lost, or else he would have been able to walk out on his own. At this time, Zhang Fan on the side suddenly said so, causing Hu Tianhao to look at him with some surprise. This guy, still pretending to be a nice guy, even if you didn't cry your eyes out, that's one of the last ones to come out. Oops, you're still a bit too lame. He Weihang looked smug, simply arrogant. After all, this little brat had nearly ruined the rest of his sexual life. He was kind enough not to beat him up in the dark. Alright, let's just go play the next item. Zhang Fan helped to relieve the situation. Hu Tianhao snorted coldly. If not for Zhang Fan's sentence, he would have pulled out his gun and sterilized He Wei Hang again. At this time, Hu Yiling took Zhang Fan's arm and said, Mr. Zhang Fan, I see that the weather is quite hot today. Why don't we go swimming together? Going swimming so early? Zhang Fan's cheeks reddened slightly when she heard this. Suddenly remembered the scene last night after Hu Yiling took a shower. Just wearing a shirt is so seductive. If wearing a bathing suit to go to the pool, the picture is simply not dare to imagine. He Wei Hang said, swimming is good. There must be a lot of beautiful women. Let's listen to your sister-in-law and go swimming together. There's still plenty of time anyway. We can take our time. Isn't that right, Yankee? What's it to me if you want to watch? Come on you actually want to go, don't you? Asterisk 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 you. Chapter 70, who can handle this? Hu Yiling couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh at this scene. Zhang Fan inadvertently even looked a little lost in thought. No amount of beautiful women could perhaps compare to the smile of Hu Yiling. Right, classmate Zhang Fan? You seem to be looking at me all the time. Oh, where did I? Hu Yiling raised her pretty willow eyebrows. Really? Of course. Well, let's just hurry up and go swimming. Zhang Fan blushed red and said awkwardly. Hu Yiling saw this and let out a giggle. Her husband's little thought still couldn't escape her eyes. The subtle changes of her husband in the past 2 days, she still clearly felt. Of course, she wouldn't poke at it easily. Hu Yiling pulled Zhang Fan with a happy face and walked behind the jostling crowd. Hey, you guys wait for us? No way. We don't want to eat dog food. Places like water parks are a man's paradise. Beautiful women of all shapes and sizes, white thighs, and a career line that you can't get enough of. All of these make up the beautiful scenery of the water park. Amusement facilities and so on. That is just a child's plaything. That's what He Wei Hang thought in his heart. At this moment, the two of them, he and Yang Qi, were using binoculars to look at the beautiful women frolicking in the water. Drool dripped from the corners of both men's mouths. Target is sighted at 3 o'clock. Asterisk 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 I think it's Qi. Believe me right, this is the greatest. What's the bet? Zhang Fan and the others looked at these two guys with a speechless face. When did these two men have their binoculars ready? I wondered. Hu Yiling even covered her face up. These two are a disgrace. Thankfully their own husbands are not like them. After Uncle Li bought swimsuits at the service desk, he distributed them to all the people to go forward and change into their swimsuits. On this side of the men's locker room, Zhang Fan and the others quickly changed their clothes and stood by the pool. Around them is a bevy of beautiful women happily playing in the water. Silver bell-like laughter, echoing in the ears. This scene saw He Wei Hang giggling. So-called paradise. That's all it is. Maybe we'll even get a sex encounter here. As soon as he thought of this, He Wei Hang could not wait to jump down immediately, and all the beautiful women to have a Mandarin ducks play water, where civilians are concerned. It's just raucous. Hu Tianhao, who had changed into a swimsuit, stood beside them at some point with a disdainful look on his face. He Wei Hang saw the situation, but feel rare. Hey, thought you this young master will not look on this it. I did not think you also have this elegant. With our civilians a piece of water It seems that the young master also want to taste the taste of women well. Che, I don't care about this. Hu Tianhao put on his sunglasses and coldly said. Also, who said I'm going to get into the water? It's all water that's been defiled by civilians. I'm not interested. With that, Hu Tianhao laid down on a sun chair to the side, comfortably resting his head, young and unaware of women's fragrance. Superficial nah. He Wei Hang despised his sentence. Zhang Fan was really amused by these two joyful enemies. Mr. Zhang Fan. Just then, Hu Yiling's voice sounded behind him. A few people looked back, and less than a second later, a huffing sound rang out. Hu Yiling walked in with long thin white legs, wearing a sexy one-shoulder strappy swimsuit with interlocking strappy lines on both sides of the waist, accompanying the white skin, and tiny bows tied on both sides of the pelvis, as if the whole suit would fall with a gentle pull on the lines. On the side without shoulder straps, a large area of snow white was even more appealing. The sexy chic swimsuit, the perfect body in the front and back, and the sweet smile on that delicate face. All of this simply constituted the perfect combination of innocence and fragrance. Impeccable. Not to mention Zhang Fan and the others. That water park regardless of men and women. But wherever the eyes cast to Hu Yiling, the eyes simply cannot move away. Can only leave the expression of admiration of the inhalation sound. This woman. The woman is too damn hot. Holy, that woman is gorgeous too. My girlfriend is compared to her. If she were my girlfriend, I'd get a license right away. The men at the water park were in awe. At this moment, Zhang Fan was the one whose mind went blank and whose eyes were wide open. All that could be heard was the thumping of his heartbeat in his chest. Sister-in-law, this body. It's so topsy-turvy. A splash of bright red slowly flowed out of He Wei Han's nostrils. No one can top that. Big brother really is so blessed, isn't he? If Zhang Fan didn't get drained after marriage, He Wei Hang would have to suspect that it was Zhang Fan who couldn't do it. Hey, why are you guys all bent over? Hu Yiling raised an eyebrow. He Wei Hang bent over and smiled awkwardly. Sister-in-law, I can't hold it in anymore. I'll go first. After saying that, He Wei Hang zipped into the water at once. Wait for me. Yang Qi and Fatty also jumped down successively. Zhang Fan took a deep breath and slowly got up. Looking at Hu Yiling, she covered her mouth and giggled. Chapter 71, this moment is really beautiful. Looks like she's full of temptation in this one yet. And she's got her husband in this state. If it is not too many people here. Hu Yiling has long changed more sexy to their own husbands to see. But then I'm afraid that the husband is to have been bending over the body. Do not dare to get up. How about it, classmate Zhang Fan? Do you like it? Hu Yiling's cheeks blushed slightly and lightly bit her lower lip. Zhang Fan's throat knot slid up and down in an effort to empty his brain of strange thoughts, then reddened his ears and said, I think it's quite good looking, but you didn't even look at me and say hey. Yes? Maybe I'm a little squinty. Hu Yiling let out a giggle. Hubby, this is too cute. Zhang Fan was really helpless. It looked like Hu Yiling was deliberately teasing him. This woman. She's simply a goblin with a full point of charisma. Whoever really finds her as a wife will have to retire decades earlier in the future. Alright, it's not too late. Let's go down and play too. Hu Yiling said, stepping forward and taking Zhang Fan's arm. This slight move was simply envious and hateful enough to make people's teeth itch. It turns out that this beauty is all taken care of. That's just not fair. Why can't they find such good-looking girlfriends? Hu Yiling hugged Zhang Fan's arm tightly, and the soft feeling was obviously different from the past. Seems to be. Vacuum. Student Zhang Fan? Hu Yiling tilted her head sideways and looked at Zhang Fan. It's not like hubby can't hold it anymore, is it? But there are no small hotels around here. Zhang Fan gave a stiff smile, his body slightly bowed and said, it's fine. Let's go down. Okay. Hu Yiling was trying to hold in her laughter. The large artificial pool. There are many play facilities. The most interesting or when it is several hundred meters long. Winding water slide. When people sit up and fall with the current. Very interesting. Whenever it fell into the water, accompanied by a scream, it always stirred up a splash. He Wei Hang and Yang Qi were among them, and the two of them slid down from the heights like human cannonballs, splashing a large amount of water, and shouting, it's awesome. Big brother, sister-in-law, you two try it quickly too. Sinking into the water, Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling and said, do you want to have some fun? It's fine. As long as I'm with classmate Zhang Fan, I can play anything. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly. With that, the two of them came to the mouth of the slide, and Hu Yiling carefully sat down, putting her hands on the sides. The next moment she turned her head to look at Zhang Fan. Student Zhang Fan, come on. Zhang Fan froze, puzzled. But you have to go down before I can. It's fine. You can play behind me holding my waist. Hu Yiling excitedly urged. Come on. I want to try what it's like to play with two people. Zhang Fan felt his flood of power surging again, subconsciously looking towards Hu Yiling's sexy waist, playing with her waist from behind. FFS. It's too easy to get the wrong idea. In the middle of Zhang Fan's hesitation, the tourists in the queue at the back began to rush. Are you going to hug me or not? I'll hug you if you don't. That's right. Grating. A big beautiful girl letting you hug and still not happy. I don't suppose he can't. Can he? Sorry. Zhang Fan was embarrassed. There was no way out. So Zhang Fan could only hug Hu Yiling with a heart-on. Don't be shy, Mr. Zhang Fan. Don't worry about holding me. Hu Yiling looked back at Zhang Fan, and the two of them almost kissed each other face to face. This time, holding Hu Yiling, he could feel her slender waist and tender skin more intuitively than before. Zhang Fan was instantly sexually aroused. This ambiguous posture is really no one. Then let's get started, Hu Yiling said with excitement. Good. Zhang Fan blushed. Then, in the next moment, Zhang Fan grabbed Hu Yiling's waist and, then, Hu Yiling let out a gasp. Amidst gales of excitement and shouts, the two descended all the way down the water slide and finally flew into the water. Puff! In the sky blue water, the two clung to each other. Hu Yiling, who was underneath Zhang Fan, opened her beautiful eyes, which were even more vivid in the water, as if floating like long hair strands of distinct, half-hidden Hu Yiling's exquisite pretty face, hidden smile, long and white legs, all of these constitute an extremely dreamy scene. Time seemed to slow down in the water. This immediate image was like seeing a rumored mermaid for Zhang Fan. Regency. Just then, Hu Yiling suddenly stretched out her lotus root arm and pulled Zhang Fan toward her. Before Zhang Fan could react, Hu Yiling had already printed a touch of red lips on Zhang Fan's mouth. The two of them kissed and embraced each other in the water, and the sunlight sprinkled down through the water, refracting spots on Hu Yiling's pretty face with her beautiful eyes closed tightly. Chapter 72. That moment of Hi Belle. It's really beautiful. The beautiful face that was close at hand and the soft touch on his lips caused Zhang Fan's heart to instantly tighten. It was immediately afterward that Zhang Fan's eyes widened in hindsight. Gobble gobble gobble. Zhang Fan subconsciously inhaled backwards and actually sucked the water into his nose. Seeing this, Hu Yiling's beautiful eyes were surprised. Then she held Zhang Fan and swam toward the surface of the water. Cough cough. Surfacing on the surface, Zhang Fan took a big, ragged breath. Luckily On came in time or he would have drowned down there. Hu Yiling giggled on the sidelines. It was a little heartbreaking for my own husband, but the scene was too funny. I didn't realize that my husband was so shocked by her actions that he choked on the water. How can he be so cute? Ahem. Why are you suddenly? Zhang Fan covered his mouth and nose and coughed, blushing. Hu Yiling's move just now had really startled him. They just kissed each other. Why does it still feel like you're being played for a fool? Hu Yiling, however, just spat out her tongue and smiled playfully. I call this promoting a relationship. Zhang Fan cried and laughed. What kind of facilitated relationship is this? It's clearly something only a boyfriend and girlfriend would do. But Zhang Fan's heart was thumping, recalling the scene just now but inexplicably moved. It's over. Is he really going to fall for Hu Yiling? At this time, Hu Yiling suddenly pulled Zhang Fan's hand. Her beautiful eyes said expectantly, "Student Zhang Fan, why don't we do it again? Ha? More to come. Yeah, that felt pretty good back there." Well then, after coming back an unknown number of times, Zhang Fan was finally sore and exhausted. But this girl Hu Yiling was still very sexually aroused, not even a little bit tired. Also, because he's basically the one who's got the rhythm. I'd better not come. My waist is a little sore. Zhang Fan waved his hand at this time. However, seeing this, Hu Yiling let out a light laugh. Alright, then student Zhang Fan should go up and rest for a while first. I'll come back for you later. Oh, that's fine. Zhang Fan nodded. Climbing up to the edge of the pool, Zhang Fan stood wetly on the edge. Big brother, are you and your sister-in-law's Mandarin duck bath finished so soon? At this moment, He Wei Hang, who was lying dangling on the sun lounger, voiced out a flirtation, holding a coconut drink in his hand. He Wei Hang sipped 2 mouthfuls and sighed in admiration. Hey, it's really cool. It's a pity that there's just one less woman. What Mandarin duck bath? It's just a normal game playing. Zhang Fan did not have the good sense to say, but he was a bit vain. I think the scene under the water He Wei Hang should not have seen it. Big brother, I envy you too much. Having a girlfriend like sister-in-law with such a good figure and high face value. Don't you know that all those men are going to be jealous? You're simply a winner in life. I think the one who is jealous is you, right? Zhang Fan gave a blank look. If he really became Hu Yiling's boyfriend, then I'm afraid it would really be like what He Wei Hang said. How many of those so-called envious glances were laced with contempt for him? Zhang Fan pulled the corner of his mouth in a self-deprecating manner. For now, the gap between him and Hu Yiling was still obvious. If that day really comes, he should really cheer himself up to be better than the woman he loves as a man. Hey, it would be great if I could be like you, big brother, but unfortunately, I've never even touched a woman's body. He Wei Hang couldn't help but sigh, feeling sad for his manual shift life. If he could give him a beautiful woman like Hu Yiling, he could even shift his manual while looking at it. Zhang Fan, Senior Zhang Fan. At that moment, a shout with delight attracted Zhang Fan's attention. Zhang Fan and He Wei Hang twisted their heads to look, only to see a sunglasses beauty on a sun lounger in the distance waving to their side. He Wei Hang sucked in a breath when he saw this and looked at Zhang Fan again. Big brother, your second wife is here. Chapter 73, Get Out of Here. Zhang Fan was also surprised. Isn't this Ms. Nightingale? Why is she here too? Come over here. Senior Zhang Fan. Zhang Evening beckoned with a smile. Zhang Fan saw this and walked over with a helpless sigh. He Wei Hang bit the coconut jealously. It was too damn unfair. Senior Sister Evening, why are you here as well? Zhang Fan was curious. Zhang Evening sexually roused and laughed. I still want to ask you. I didn't think we are so destined. Actually can run into each other here too. By the way, did you come with your friend, too, and Eileen too? Zhang Fan smiled in embarrassment. Upon hearing Hu Yiling's name, Zhang Evening instantly tightened her smile. Is that so? Sure enough, this really didn't move an inch from Zhang Fan, practically treating him like her own baby. But now it seems, she was not by Zhang Fan's side instead. Senior Zhang Fan, are you free now? Zhang Evening said with a faint smile. Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows and said, it's okay, what's wrong? That's good. Can you help me apply the suntan lotion? Zhang Evening suddenly flipped around on the sun lounger, revealing the dimpled curves and the sexy thon leopard print underwear. Zhang Fan's face burned when he saw this. Help the Evening Jin sisters. Putting oil on. That's a little too exciting. Zhang Evening flopped down on the sun lounger and slowly pulled open the tie around her neck. Her movements were extremely flirtatious. After all, I'm here alone. There's no way to rub my behind it. I can only trouble my schoolmate. As she said this, Zhang Evening, whose back was turned to Zhang Fan, raised a bad smile. Such a good opportunity for him to take advantage of her. I don't think this silly boy would turn her down, right? Let's see how Zhang Fan can still hold back his temptation this time. Evening Jin Senpai, this isn't good, is it? Zhang Fan scratched his head with a difficult look on his face. What's wrong with that? I don't even mind it. Zhang Evening laughed, confidently closing her beautiful eyes. Come on schoolboy, I'm ready to be needed by you. Oh. The corner of Zhang Fan's eyes twitched up. That said, why did it feel like Zhang Evening was seducing him? He is not very familiar with her. This kind of intimate thing for him to do is too that. No way. He couldn't let anyone misunderstand him anymore. Just when Zhang Fan was about to refuse, suddenly a luxuriant jade hand covered his mouth. Zhang Fan looked in surprise and realized that it was actually Hu Yiling. According to Shu, Hu Yiling put up a slender finger on her red lips. Zhang Fan was a bit surprised. What was Hu Yiling planning to do? Schoolboy, aren't you ready yet? Zhang Evening gently frowned her willow eyebrows, waiting with some impatience. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly felt a pair of big hands were gently caressing her back, a little rough between her fingers, and with a sexually arousing shiver. Zhang Evening couldn't help but raise a smile. Yes, school brother, that's it. Oh, you'd better be able to push harder. Schoolteacher is a hard worker. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, she soon felt this big hand rubbing very aggressively, even also seemingly grazed her sensitive spot. Feeling this blatant action, although Zhang Evening didn't mind, she was quite curious when Zhang Fan, this silly boy, became so bold. Wasn't he a pure virgin before? Why does it feel weird? Hey, schoolteacher, do you think I'm okay with this strength? Right at this moment, an obscene voice sounded above Zhang Evening's head. Zhang Evening immediately widened her beautiful eyes and looked back. You, who are you? Where's the schoolboy? He Weihang pointed to himself with some surprise. No, that's right, school sister. I'm the school brother. You. Zhang Evening was furious. How was this different from what she had imagined? She thought it had been Zhang Fan who had been massaging her, but it was this eyeglass lecherous man. Then wouldn't she have been blatantly taken advantage of by this guy? Zhang Evening covered her chest, her face suddenly showing disgust. Where is Zhang Fan? Where is he? My big brother. He Weihang scratched his head and pointed to the distance. Here, massaging his sister-in-law. What? Zhang Evening looked over in surprise. On the sun lounger in the distance, Hu Yiling was lying on it, enjoying Zhang Fan's oil massage. As she looked at Hu Yiling also happened to look at her and revealed a provocative smile. If you want to take advantage of Hu Yiling's absence to play this kind of trick, you Zhang Evening is still a bit young. Let's see if you'll eat your words now. Damn it. Zhang Evening was so angry that she gritted her teeth and got up. Looks like this spoiled her again. How come she's everywhere? That, schoolteacher, do you still need a massage? My massage is ancestral. Asterisk 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 off. Ho Weihang. Chapter 74, Drowning. On the other side, Hu Yiling was enjoying Zhang Fan's service. Not only did she get angry at Zhang Evening, but she also logically abducted her husband to help her massage. It's a great feeling. Zhang Fan student harder. Yeah, that's right. Hearing Hu Yiling's praise, the red-faced Zhang Fan shed a bean-sized sweat. What the hell is one doing? Although he had escaped the robbery of Zhang Evening, he could not escape the hurdle of Hu Yiling. Thought Hu Yiling this is to help him solve Zhang Evening this trouble. Did not expect to turn around and let him come to help massage. Look at Hu Yiling, this skin poured sun oil, radiating attractive luster. Really let a person cannot hold. This is too much torture. Mr. Zhang Fan, is my skin okay? Hu Yiling asked coldly. Zhang Fan looked down and said with slightly red cheeks. It's quite good. Good touch? It seemed like Hu Yiling was clearly flirting with him. Zhang Fan sighed helplessly and put away his hands. Smoothed out. Almost? If you keep touching it, you'll be touching bald skin. Hu Yiling, this girl is surprisingly happy to be here. Well, Mr. Zhang Fan's technique is too good. I'm a bit reluctant to part with it. Hu Yiling pouted. Zhang Fan let out a bitter smile. Then, looking at his oil-covered hands, Zhang Fan spoke. Let me go wash my hands first. Okay, I'll wait for you. Oh, Hu Yiling said. Watching Zhang Fan walk towards the sink, Hu Yiling got up and walked towards the poolside. Just then, a figure came up behind her. Hu Yiling, who was just about to move her body, was suddenly propelled into the water by an external force. Ah, flutter. Hu Yiling was caught off guard and fell into the water. Because there is no preparation, Hu Yiling just fell into the water, immediately choked, tightly closed the beautiful eyes of her struggling in the water. Her calves suddenly spasm. Cannot force. The water made a wave, only to calm down quickly. Bitch, how dare you play me? I'll let you get carried away again. Zhang Evening at the poolside lowered her beautiful eyes, flashing a hint of ferocity. When she saw Hu Yiling's smug look, she became furious. If I don't teach her a lesson, I really don't know who's a schoolteacher anymore. Just as Zhang Evening was about to turn around and walk away, a dark shadow suddenly rushed in, brushing past her and plunging headfirst into the water. Zhang Evening suddenly stared at her beautiful eyes, surprise plastered on her face. That was, when she was close to losing consciousness, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Hu Yiling's blurry eyes, swimming towards her. A large hand grabbed her coupled arm violently. As the person's appearance became clearer, Hu Yiling saw Zhang Fan's nervous appearance. Ha! With a fluttering sound, Zhang Fan violently emerged from the surface of the water and took a big breath. In his arms was Hu Yiling, who had passed out. Yiling. Zhang Fan frowned and gently patted Hu Yiling's face. No, it's drowned and unconscious. We need to do something urgent. Zhang Fan pulled Hu Yiling to the edge of the pool and shouted, He Wei Hang! He Wei Hang! Who heard Zhang Fan's voice, rushed over, and after seeing Hu Yiling pass out, the whole person was shocked. I go. What is going on? How is sister-in-law doing? Cut the crap. Quickly carry it up, Zhang Fan said anxiously. Zhang Fan forcefully supported Hu Yiling, and He Wei Hang grabbed his hand on the side and pulled Hu Yiling up. He Wei Hang looked at this scene and couldn't help but say, What's going on here? How did sister-in-law drown? When Yang Qi's few people saw that something was wrong, they all rushed over as well, and for a while the poolside was quickly surrounded by many unidentified tourists. Hu Yiling drowned. Yang Qi was shocked. Hu Tianhao's eyes widened as he shook Hu Yiling's arm and said, Sister, quickly call Uncle Li. Don't move her. At this moment, Zhang Fan stretched out his hand to stop Hu Tianhao's movements. Looking at Hu Yiling who was lying on the ground with a tightly wrinkled willow brow, panic appeared on his face. Trust me, she'll be fine. Zhang Fan opened Hu Yiling's small mouth and pinched her nose while holding up her jaw. The next moment, he leaned over and kissed Hu Yiling's red lips. Chapter 75, praised by the crowd. Hey, what are you doing? Hu Tianhao was furious when he saw this scene. How dare you civilians? Woo woo. He Wei Hang pulled Hu Tianhao and lifted him up, covering his raucous mouth in the process. What's all the noise about? Can't you see that my big brother is saving his sister-in-law? You're trying to get your sister killed, aren't you? Only then did Hu Tianhao unwillingly shut his mouth. At this moment, Zhang Fan frowned and closed his eyes. Hu dash. After exhaling into Hu Yiling's mouth, Zhang Fan immediately pressed both hands on her chest and pressed it several times in succession. Zhang Fan's face was dripping with water or nervous sweat. Eileen, wake up. After pressing down, Zhang Fan continued to breathe into Hu Yiling's mouth. After repeating this process a few times, he could finally feel Hu Yiling's chest rising and falling. And then with Zhang Fan's efforts, Hu Yiling suddenly became conscious and violently coughed water out of her small mouth. Cough cough. Hu Yiling frowned her willow eyebrows with a hard look on her face. The crowd saw this, but they all raised a surprised smile. Yiling. Zhang Fan was even more so, rushing to help Hu Yiling up. Hu Yiling slowly opened her beautiful eyes as she slowed down in Zhang Fan's arms. Zhang Fan anxiously asked, How is it? Better? I'm better. Hu Yiling breathed in and out of her mouth, her willow eyebrows slightly frowning. Was it Mr. Zhang Fan who saved me just now? Hu Yiling still vaguely remembered seeing the way Zhang Fan had saved her, but not sure if I'm having a fantasy. Zhang Fan froze, then blushed a little. The next moment, Zhang Fan nodded. Aha! On the side of He Wei Hang opened his mouth. Fortunately there is a big brother in otherwise sister-in-law you just now in trouble. Only big brother found you drowning, and also gave you artificial respiration, or else. For the rest of the words, He Wei Hang didn't dare to talk nonsense, but luckily it was caught in time and nothing serious happened. Zhang Fan, red-faced, scratched his head and said, Artificial respiration that can't be helped. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling suddenly hugged Zhang Fan with a touched look on her face. Her two arms tightened into her arms with force, hugging Zhang Fan so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. Zhang Fan smiled helplessly and softly said, As long as you are fine. Hu Tianhao looked at Zhang Fan with a complicated expression, not realizing that this man was really a bit capable and had saved his sister. Suddenly, he somewhat understood why his sister liked this silly man. At that moment the tourists around that were praising Zhang Fan. What a good lad. Yeah, it's a good thing he was there just now, or else this girl would have been in trouble. Girl, when you meet such a man, marry him. Zhang Fan was a little embarrassed to hear it. It was the first time he had ever heard so much praise from so many people. Hu Yiling's face was even slightly red, with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Marry, how could you not? Whenever her husband is ready, she is ready to marry any time. She, Hu Yiling, knew better than anyone else that Zhang Fan was worth marrying. Zhang Evening, who was hiding outside the crowd on the other side and watching this scene, had beautiful eyes full of resentment. Originally, it was just to teach Hu Yiling this girl a lesson, but I didn't expect that I would accidentally make the two of them closer. It's really worse than God's plan. Zhang Fan, this stupid kid even noticed Hu Yiling drowning so promptly. Thinking of this, Zhang Evening clenched her fists in anger. It's really no fun at all. After a cold snort, Zhang Evening took a long leg and left. Zhang Fan, who was being held, his gaze also crossed the crowd at this time and looked at Zhang Evening's back. It was just that compared to the clean gaze of the past, Zhang Fan's eyes seemed to have a bit more chill in them at this time. Mr. Zhang Fan, what are you looking at? Hu Yiling let go of Zhang Fan, and after seeing his sharp eyes, she could not help but feel a little strange. Follow the line of sight, but there was nothing there. At this time, Zhang Fan's face returned to normal, scratching his head and smiling. Nothing. Alright, there's a scare. Since it's fine, let's go. At this time, Yang Qi opened his mouth. After this kind of thing happened, I believe everyone had no desire to stay here and play anymore. Zhang Fan nodded. A few people exited the water park after changing from the locker room. It was already evening, and there was a beautiful cloud of fire hanging in the sky. Yang Qi looked at Zhang Fan and asked, a few of us are going to go have some fun on the roller coaster. Do you two want to join us? Zhang Fan hesitated and looked at Hu Yiling. Hu Yiling held Zhang Fan's arm and smiled at Yang Qi. Or no, you guys go and play. I just happened to go for a stroll with Zhang Fan's classmates. We'll meet you at the main gate then. He Wei Hang also understood when he heard it, and said with a heated smile, it seems that sister-in-law is going to have a two-person world with Big Brother, so we won't bother. Big Brother, but you have to stay with sister-in-law. Zhang Fan felt speechless. How it seems like he is a duckling duck that accompanies the guest. At this moment, Hu Tianhao frowned and said, I'm going too. I have to follow my old sister. Now he is still in the examination of Zhang Fan. He can't rest assured that his sister is walking with this stupid boy, and it is still so late. What if something happens? Just as Hu Yiling wanted to hammer Hu Tianhao, the light bulb, with one punch, He Wei Hang had already lifted him away with one hand. Hey, you, what do you civilians want? You're so young. You don't have any emotional intelligence. Why do you follow someone on a date? For all you care, get off me. I'll let go of you when we get on the roller coaster. Hu Tianhao, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling both smiled at each other. It's really going to be a whole lot of helplessness by this pair of enemies. Let's go. Mr. Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly and looked up at Zhang Fan. There's still quite a bit of time left. Let's go play some rides suitable for couples. How about it? Zhang Fan froze for a moment as he sniffed. Suitable for couples? What is it? Zhang Fan wondered. Hu Yiling smiled cheekily, looking a little mysterious. Since you don't know, then just follow me. With that, Hu Yiling pulled Zhang Fan forward. Chapter 76. Zhang Fan cried and laughed as he followed behind. Looking at Hu Yiling as a little girl, it really made people feel cute. Before long, the two of them came to a ride. Looking at the very dreamy lights, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile. Carousel? So what you said is suitable for couples to play is this thing. I thought it was something. I didn't think Hu Yiling would even be interested in this. But isn't this all child's play? Looking at this slowly rotating merry-go-round in front of him, which was mostly played by small children, Zhang Fan felt even more that the two of them adults being in it would look very abrupt. And for a moment, he felt a little shy. Isn't the merry-go-round good for couples? But I think it's great. Hey. Hu Yiling didn't care about other people's eyes. Love is supposed to be childish and do everything anyway. Belle grunted to herself and raised her fist. Come on, let's go pony riding. Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth as he looked at this lovely appearance of Hu Yiling. Okay, listen to you. Soon the carousel joins what appears to be a couple. Amidst the relaxing and pleasant mechanical music, Zhang Fan sat on a horse behind Hu Yiling and smiled helplessly. While Hu Yiling was in front, she was giggling like a child, glancing back at Zhang Fan from time to time. I haven't played on a carousel in a long time. Childhood memories, eh? Hu Yiling said excitedly to himself. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, but smiled without saying anything. Now they seemed no different than a couple. The colorful lights hit the side of Hu Yiling's face with a smile hanging on it. Hu Yiling looked like a princess in a fairy tale, causing Zhang Fan to look a little lost in thought. The spinning wooden horse sinks up and down as it chases. It appears to be moving forward, yet it never seems to escape this infinite circle, only to keep circling over and over again. This moment was like Zhang Fan's heart. It was just up and down, and he couldn't figure out exactly what he was thinking. It's like he wants to, but he doesn't dare. Just looking at Hu Yiling so quietly, he was already content. Look, there's a big brother and sister in front of us. Yeah, brother and sister seem to be a couple. So old to be playing. Shy face. The two little girls behind them were playfully muttering, causing Zhang Fan to blush. Zhang Fan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. It seemed like he was being spat on, but looking at how happy Hu Yiling was, it didn't matter. Ah, so nostalgic. Finally finished the circle. Hu Yiling's face is still a little reluctant to give up. Zhang Fan laughed softly at this moment. Then next time, if we still have the chance to come, let's play again. Really? That's great. Hu Yiling happily hugged Zhang Fan's arm and waved it around, just like a cute girlfriend. And Zhang Fan awkwardly scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Ooh. At that moment, a little girl's cry suddenly came from the distance. Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling followed the sound and saw a little girl with a flower crying under the tree. And the mother beside her comforted with a difficult voice, "Alright, Mom will just buy you another one. This one flew to the tree and can't be taken back." "I don't. I want this piggyback. It has just now has been, the last piggyback balloon." The little girl choked, her little face red from crying. Zhang Fan looked up and saw that a pink pig head balloon was stuck between the branches of the tree, unable to go up or down. Looking at just a little distance, it was oddly pathetic to make a little girl so sad. Seeing this, Hu Yiling couldn't help but frown. This little girl is also too miserable. Right, Zhang? Eileen, wait for me. Just then, Zhang Fan put down a sentence and suddenly walked towards the little girl. "Hey, Mr. Zhang Fan." Hu Yiling froze for a moment, then subconsciously laughed. It looks like hubby is softening up. This silly husband, who is always okay with being bullied himself, can't see people being upset. But that's what's best about him yet. "Little friend, don't cry. Brother will help you take it down." Zhang Fan squatted down in front of the little girl and gently rubbed her head. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, the little girl's eyes suddenly glistened and she sniffled. Really? Well, wait for me." Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Zhang Fan got up and came to the big tree, raised his head, and then exhaled. In the next moment, he jumped onto the trunk of the tree with one foot, and both of his hands quickly stretched out to embrace a thick branch. Zhang Fan very skillfully climbed up by using that branch, which didn't seem to have much difficulty for him. This was also due to the climbing skills that Zhang Fan had unintentionally practiced when he lived in the village as a child. Very easily, Zhang Fan got that balloon. Hu Yiling saw this and smiled up slightly, but the next moment, Zhang Fan came down with a carelessness. The bottom of his feet slipped, and almost fell on the ground. Fortunately, his only remaining hand was gripping the tree branch, or else he would have to fall into a dog's poop. Watching this scene, Hu Yiling's heart instantly tightened. Really, hubby is too risky too, refusing to let go of the balloon to defend himself in a situation like that just now. Is it possible that the balloon is more important than even himself? Zhang Fan threw a reassuring smile at Hu Yiling, signaling that she didn't need to worry. Hu Yiling, on the other hand, frowned her willow eyebrows and hugged her chest in mock anger. After falling to a safe height, Zhang Fan jumped down from under the tree trunk and handed the balloon in his hand to the crying little girl. "Look, the piggy balloon is back. You won't cry again this time, right?" "Aha!" The little girl reddened her nose and nodded vigorously. The girl's mom said with a grateful face, "Thank you so much. Otherwise I don't know what to do." With that she looked at the little girl again and said, "Good boy. Why don't you quickly say thank you to uncle?" The little girl raised a smile and spoke in a sticky voice. "Thank you, uncle." Zhang Fan cried and laughed a little. "Do you look that much like your uncle?" But it didn't matter, as long as the little girl was happy. "Uncle, this is for you." At that moment, the little girl suddenly reached out her hand, clutching a rose. To me?" Zhang Fan froze, a little surprised. The little girl nodded vigorously and sniffled. "Aha! I want to give it to my uncle." "Thank you." Zhang Fan's heart warmed and he blushed as he took the rose. It was a plastic rose, but the material was made real and very beautiful, and it looked like the little girl had given him her favorite flower to thank him. "Bye, uncle." The little girl waved her hand to Zhang Fan in a particularly adorable manner before she left, making Zhang Fan smile. It seems that someone is very deeply liked by the girls. At this time, Hu Yiling walked over and looked at the little girl's back and flirted. Zhang Fan could only laugh bitterly and said, "Which is, how come there's no more?" Hu Yiling rolled her pretty eyes. Could it be that I'm not a girl? Zhang Fan froze at his words before reacting to its meaning. Looking at her husband's shy appearance, Hu Yiling puffed and laughed. Alright, I won't tease you. Let's keep walking. Wait, Eileen. Ang? Hu Yiling looked back, only to see Zhang Fan blushing and stretching out his hand, which was holding the little girl's roses, like the way the little girl handed him the roses just now. But compared to the little girl, Zhang Fan's movements were even more stiff. Seeing this, Hu Yiling was slightly surprised. For you. Zhang Fan dryly coughed twice and seemed to have gathered enough courage. Hu Yiling's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. In an instant, that pretty face burned. Hubby will actually take the initiative to send her flowers now. It's unbelievable. That is not someone else's little girl to give you. Well, now how to transfer to me. Hu Yiling blushed and didn't dare to raise her head, muttering, if people knew, they would be sad. Zhang Fan scratched his neck and thought as if he was right. Then he hesitantly withdrew his hand. Well, then, next time, I'll just send you one next time. Hu Yiling sniffed and hurriedly frowned. No way. How can this be? The flowers have already been sent out. Where is the reason to take them back? Really, hubby is such an elf. Not a single step for her. Zhang Fan was somewhat puzzled by Hu Yiling's meaning. But I thought you said you couldn't transfer it? Can I change my mind? So sudden. What's so sudden about it? A girl's mouth is just like her heart. Hu Yiling took the rose as soon as she could, pouting, but her pretty face was red. Must she, a girl, say so? Understand? Husband, really? I'm so sorry. At this moment, Zhang Fan blushed and smiled, scratching his head. Anyway, as long as you like it. Of course I like it. Hu Yiling bit her lower lip, but the corners of her mouth couldn't hide her joy. This is the first time you've sent me flowers. Even if it's from someone else, I still have to have them. And next time you can't take flowers from another girl. That's just little girls. That wouldn't work either. I'd be jealous. Chapter 77, interrupted. It's about time, isn't it? They should be waiting for us at the door. Zhang Fan raised his hand and looked at the time. Fang and Hu Yiling strolled around again. And now it's already more than 8 o'clock. It's almost time to go back. Don't think I'll have time to go to work tonight though. Eileen? Half a day did not wait for Hu Yiling's answer. Zhang Fan turned his head to look, only to realize that she suddenly froze at the back. Looking up at something, he followed and looked up. A large Ferris wheel appeared in front of him. That Ferris wheel seems to stand in the night sky, dotted with lights embellishments. In the night against the backdrop of a very dreamy. Are you trying to get up there to sit for a while? Zhang Fan walked to Hu Yiling's side and asked in a soft voice. Hu Yiling nodded her head without looking back, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. I want to go up there and take a seat. It shouldn't take much time anyway. Is that okay? It wasn't the Ferris wheel that really attracted Belle. It was the last life, where her husband Zhang Fan and her first date was an amusement park. And the Ferris wheel was the first thing they played. And the first time her husband confessed to her. It can be said that this Ferris wheel recorded her first good memories. Seeing this beautiful Ferris wheel for a moment reminded Hu Yiling of many things from the past. It would be nice to experience it again. Then let's go up and sit for a while. Zhang Fan raised his head and smiled as he looked at the Ferris wheel. Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan and said joyfully, Really? Well, it's not a trouble anyway. Let's go. Zhang Fan said so and suddenly pulled Hu Yiling's small hand and walked towards the direction of the Ferris wheel. Hu Yiling's pretty face was staggered for a moment, looking at Zhang Fan holding her hand. Hubby, surprisingly, after handing over their entrance tickets, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling entered the cockpit. As the Ferris wheel slowly starts, the cockpit begins to rise at that point. Just as Zhang Fan sat down, Hu Yiling's soft body quickly stuck up and reached out to hug Zhang Fan's arm. Feeling the softness by his elbow, Zhang Fan couldn't help but slide his throat knots up and down. Obviously there are still so many empty seats next to. Hu Yiling is also too active. If we were talking about her, I'm afraid we'd be justifying it again in the name of fostering relationships. Never mind. Let's just resign ourselves to it. After all, it was also the one who had asked for it. Hu Yiling really wanted to laugh a little when she looked at the way her husband was sitting upright. It seems that hubby has been open to their relationship as it is now, yet it was still worse than being a couple. But it didn't feel too bad to tease her husband like this now. At least he had no reason to avoid her, and she could tease openly and honestly, especially in this solitary space that is like a small hotel. However, looking at this familiar scene, Hu Yiling was suddenly but not in a teasing mood. Instead, he got slightly sentimental. Student Zhang Fan. At this time, Hu Yiling pillowed Zhang Fan's shoulder and spoke. Zhang Fan looked down at her and asked, What's wrong? Are you happy with me? Hu Yiling suddenly asked this, causing Zhang Fan to be a bit startled. Then Zhang Fan scratched his head and blushed. Of course I'm happy, but why do you ask? Hu Yiling raised her head and frowned as she opened her mouth. Does spending time with me stress you out? Zhang Fan was slightly stunned. I didn't expect Hu Yiling to ask that. To say there is one, it does seem very stressful. After all, Hu Yiling, a heavenly beauty, was impeccably perfect, and staying with such a goddess, how could Zhang Fan, who was an ordinary person, not have pressure? However, Zhang Fan didn't want to answer this way. More or less, let's just say, or I'm not good enough. Zhang Fan frowned gently. If he was good enough, perhaps when Hu Yiling confessed his love, he would be able to happily say yes. Hu Yiling sniffed and was a little distressed. Sure enough, a big reason why hubby is so hesitant is still because he doesn't feel good enough. That's why they chose to look indifferent to her indications over and over again. But I think that student Zhang Fan is already very good. And although you don't have the strengths that others see as overpowering, that's because others don't know you well enough to feel that way. In my heart, you are upright and kind, simple and hardworking. These are the most important things. And you'll be at the top of the pyramid in the future. Hu Yiling lowered his head and said so. What exactly is the definition of excellence? Shouldn't good character be the hardest thing to come by? Just like today, Zhang Fan would have risen to the occasion to save her, and would have helped others without reservation. Even if it was just a little girl he didn't know, if he were any other person, I'm afraid he wouldn't have done so. Hu Yiling couldn't figure out why her husband was looking down on her so much. In his last life, if Zhang Fan hadn't become a great designer, I'm afraid he would have been just as unlikely to speak out this love that had been buried for 8 years, right? But she doesn't want to wait for the next 8 years. Hearing Hu Yiling's words, Zhang Fan's eyes darkened. That hand on his knee was also quietly exerting itself. Hu Yiling believed in him so much, but he retreated again and again. Such a self seems so useless. Maybe by taking that step, they really do have a future? Eileen. What's wrong? Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan took a deep breath as his face burned. You can do it, Zhang Fan. All it takes is that one line. To say that one line. It can definitely be done. Thinking so, Zhang Fan next moment gathered enough courage to open his mouth. I want to say to you. In fact, I also like. Whoa! Suddenly, Hu Yiling's exclamation interrupted Zhang Fan's words. Zhang Fan froze and looked at her. Only Hu Yiling stood up and walked to the glass. Looking at the unobstructed night view of the city outside, she couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Fan, look! The scenery here is so beautiful. At this point they were right up to the highest point of the Ferris wheel. As far as the eye could see, it was a brightly lit look. Yes? Zhang Fan pulled the corners of his mouth raw. Chapter 78, this time I won't tolerate it. It seems that the timing is still not right. Hu Yiling turned back to Zhang Fan at this time and said, by the way, student Zhang Fan, what did you just say? Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly at this moment. I also wanted to say that the scenery is very nice it seems. Hu Yiling frowned up, a little skeptical. Why does it feel like hubby has a weird look on his face? Could it be that there was something important to tell her just now? The cockpit that the two of them were traveling in re-entered the ground, and after coming out of the cockpit, Zhang Fan had been a bit soulful. Although Hu Yiling saw it in his eyes, he did not understand what had happened. Hu Yiling pulled Zhang Fan's sleeve and frowned. Student Zhang Fan, why do you seem to be unhappy? I didn't. You're the one who felt wrong, right? Zhang Fan squeezed out a smile. Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan with a skeptical gaze. Don't lie to me Zhang Fan nodded hesitantly, then spoke again. I'll go to the restroom first. Why don't you wait for me here? I'll be back soon. Good. Hu Yiling looked worriedly at Zhang Fan's back as he left. There is always something inexplicably wrong with the heart. Hey, forget it. Who made her fall in love with her stuffy husband? In the restroom, Zhang Fan turned on the faucet and scrubbed his hot face, not realizing that he had just been so impulsive that he almost said those words to Hu Yiling. Now he couldn't say whether he was glad or sorry. At least for now, he did just get a little too impulsive. Phew. Zhang Fan exhaled heavily and walked out of the restroom. When he was about to walk towards Hu Yiling, suddenly the figures of two ruffians were seen in the pitch darkness, blocking in front of Hu Yiling and seemed to be trying to do something to her. Zhang Fan could not help but frown at the sight. Little sister, you look so amazing. Do you want to add a VX with us? Yeah. First time I've seen a girl as good looking as you. We'd like to get to know you. The two young ruffians were molesting Hu Yiling one after the other, with lewd laughter. Looking at Hu Yiling's delicate and flawless face, and that hot body, it was simply a big night to stir up their lust. For them, as long as they could have a date with Hu Yiling, even if it meant letting them die tomorrow, they would be happy to do so. After all, how many times in a lifetime do you get to meet such a beautiful woman? A superb goddess was right in front of her, so naturally she had to take advantage of it. If I were you guys, I'd get the hell out of here right now. Especially, before I get mad. Hu Yiling hugged her chest and looked coldly at the two ruffians. There was great disdain in that tone. You who? Did you hear what she said? She told us both to get lost? A gangster with an airplane head looked at the other buck-toothed guy in surprise, unable to believe that this woman dared to speak to them like that. The buck-toothed boy followed suit with a lewd grin. Cold and hot. That's the kind of woman I like to conquer. Are you worthy? Hu Yiling sneered and slowly said, "Too little Yakuza. No proper behavior, only come to flirt with women. And they even don't know shame. I'll say one last thing. Get out of my way, or I'm afraid I'll get you both killed later." Airplane head and bucktooth boy sucked in a breath. This welcomes a queenly vibe. Which is really. Bring on the energy. Little sister. I would like to know how you are going to get us both killed. How about a bed comparison? That airplane head smiled lewdly and stretched out his hand to take advantage of Hu Yiling. What do you want? Just then, an icy voice rang out. Airplane head stopped his hand at that point and looked back in surprise. Only Zhang Fan stood behind the two of them, and those eyes were actually rare and sharp. Hu Yiling just want to give these two ruffians a little color. Did not expect her husband actually came out to stop. Count these two little Yakuza lucky. Otherwise she would not mind to do a sterilization surgery for these two people. The buck-toothed guy looked at the situation and muttered from the sidelines. Looks like this chick has a boyfriend. So what? It's not like I did anything. Is it possible that he dares to make a move on me? Airplane head had a disbelieving face and looked at Zhang Fan with disdain in his eyes. No matter how he looked at it, this kid was nothing more than a battle scum. They're two people. What's there to be afraid of? Hurry up and get out of here, or I'll call the police. Zhang Fan said in a cold voice at this moment. Airplane head laughed out loud at his words. Call the police? Ing laughed. I thought what could he do? So it's just calling the police. What a JB loser. Even his own girlfriend was molested and didn't dare to do anything about it. Hearing this, Zhang Fan clenched his fists. Hu Yiling was even more chilled. These guys, how dare they talk about her husband like that? Let's go, brother K. This kind of student boy will only scare people with the police. Don't get us into trouble later. The buck-toothed kid also mocked from the side. In the end, he still didn't dare to make a big deal out of it. Airplane head sniffed and spat on the ground unwillingly. If this were a more remote place, I would have done you kid, and called the police to scare me. Having said that, Airplane head understands that this is not a convenient place to cause trouble. With that, the airplane head glared at Zhang Fan and arrogantly stepped away. On the way out, airplane head didn't forget to add a couple of words. For a loser like that to be worthy of finding such a beautiful girlfriend, God is blind. But I guess that woman is probably out for sale too. Otherwise how could she look at this loser? This sentence at the end made Zhang Fan grit his teeth all of a sudden. The tightly clenched fist trembled and even made a cackling sound. Student Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan in surprise. This was the first time she had seen Zhang Fan so angry. In those eyes, they were unexpectedly all filled with killing intent at the moment. Airplane head was hanging on for dear life when he suddenly heard a delicate shout from behind him. Mr. Zhang Fan. With that, Airplane head and bucktooth boy turned around to see that a black shadow was actually rushing towards them at that moment. Airplane head instantly widened his eyes, and before he could react, he was kicked to the ground. Bang! Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and slammed his fist hard on the airplane head's face. That airplane head had a buzzing in his head and half his ears rang with tinnitus. Instantly, the nose bleeds. The buck-toothed boy on that side was even more paralyzed with fear. This kid, you can talk about me, but you'll never talk about her like that. A scowl actually appeared on Zhang Fan's always gentle face. Hu Yiling, who was rushing here, suddenly stopped in her footsteps, and after hearing Zhang Fan's words, her heart was mixed for a while. Turns out hubby is only talking about her because of these two guys. You asshole, how dare you make a move on me? You don't want to live. The corner of the airplane head's eyes twitched up and yelled towards Zhang Fan. At this moment, Zhang Fan opened his mouth with gritted teeth. Yes, but so what? Another fist slammed out. Zhang Fan punched hard at the bridge of the airplane head's nose. The book of street fighting techniques written by Yellow Hair clearly stated the 25 weakest positions of the human body. He remembered that the bridge of the nose was one of them, and it was also the part that caused the least injury and at the same time could give a heavy blow. Zhang Fan's punch directly broke airplane head's nose. Airplane head cried out miserably at once. Zhang Fan once again raised his fist, was about to smash down when, looking at this airplane head underneath the pain-rolling appearance, Zhang Fan lost his mind for a moment. The heart of the mouth of the evil gas and then dissipated. At the moment there is no longer necessary to continue to fight. Immediately afterward, Zhang Fan gasped roughly and stood up. That buck-toothed boy thought Zhang Fan was going to change opponents and was so scared that he blocked his hands in front of his body. Don't hit me. I haven't said anything. If you hit me, I'll call the police too. This kid, it's like he doesn't want to die. Obviously just a moment ago he was a wimp, but now he's. Zhang Fan spat on the ground. He gritted his teeth. Who's the wimp now? Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan's back and frowned her willow eyebrows. Seems like I'm really getting my husband into too much trouble invisibly. I can't believe I let these two little yakuza force my husband into a rage. We are. The buck-toothed boy saw that Zhang Fan didn't have any more next moves, so he hurriedly smiled, assisted the airplane head and ran outside, leaving behind only two hasty backs. Hu Yiling came to Zhang Fan's side and gently took his hand. Looking down, Zhang Fan's fist was still stained with blood. You're not freaked out, are you? At this moment, Zhang Fan's gentle voice sounded above her head. When Hu Yiling looked up again, Zhang Fan's frightening hostility was gone, leaving only the tension in his eyes. I'm fine. On the contrary, it's you, Hu Yiling said and suddenly hugged Zhang Fan. You can't do that next time. Let them say whatever they want. I don't want to see anything happen to you. Zhang Fan sighed like a sigh of relief. Well, he didn't know what had just happened to him. Not only was he extremely angry at hearing that insulting remark about Hu Yiling, even when he saw these two ruffians stop Hu Yiling earlier, he was inexplicably jealous. Could it be that he really has? Big brother, sister-in-law, what are you two doing there? Just then, He Weihang's voice came from the distance. Zhang Fan followed the sound and saw that He Weihang and the others were coming their way. Chapter 79, Parting. Upon seeing that Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling were hugging each other, the crowd all froze in their tracks. The two sides looked at each other, and for a moment it was as if the air had gone still. Ahem, big brother, don't worry, I didn't see anything. I don't dare to look. Don't dare to look, nah. Oh, it seems like we're really out of luck. Sis, what are you doing with this guy? Seeing this, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling both shy away at the same time. Hu Yiling bit her red lip, her eyes flashing like a shy little girl. Why did you guys suddenly come here? Zhang Fan coughed dryly twice, and his face quickly returned to normal. He Weihang covered the face of the hand, opened the finger slit. A smile said, is not a big brother and sister-in-law wheedled for so long. We also thought you are not encountered bad people it. Came over to find you. I did not think that you are in this. Saying that, He Weihang smiled lewdly again. The meaning is self-evident. Not to mention that Hu Yiling was actually holding a rose in her hand. Anyone who looks at them won't know that their little couple is here on a date in the dark. That is normal operation. He Weihang has never eaten pork. It is hard not to have seen a pig run? Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Fan reddened and frowned. Something did happen just now and we were delayed. Now, it's fine now. Yang Qi laughed evilly. Don't worry. We all understand. Seeing that the more he was smeared, Zhang Fan was powerless to defend himself and could only sigh and call it quits. Come on, Eileen. We're going back. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling and said. Hu Yiling nodded with slightly reddened cheeks. Okay, classmate Zhang Fan. On the way back, the group had a brief meal in Mountain Paradise. It was close to 10 o'clock in the evening before we got back to the main gate again. Uncle Lee, the butler and driver, drove the Mercedes-Benz sedan to the front of the group, and then got out and opened the door for the two siblings, Hu Yiling and Hu Tianhao. Eldest miss, young master, it's time for us to go back. Well, I know, Hu Yiling answered, then looked at Zhang Fan again with a fond look. Student Zhang Fan, why don't we send you back? On the side, He Weihang said enviously, sister-in-law, we also want to. No, you don't want to. Zhang Fan laughed and said, forget it, no need to bother. After all, we are also on different roads, and I can still take the subway at this hour, so let Uncle Lee send you back first. Hu Yiling frowned, but it's so late. Ha, old sister, hurry up and go home now. I'm sleepy. Hu Tianhao had just finished speaking when he was met with a headache. His old sister, you. I'm going to tell Dad about what you did today. The crowd laughed. Hu Yiling was about to say something, but Zhang Fan spoke first. Don't worry about me. Go back obediently. Hearing Zhang Fan's doting tone, He Weihang and the others were shocked. Previously, Zhang Fan was not like this, and now he had started to call people little boy. It really looks like being in love makes you look bad. Ugh, makes people change. Okay, then you have to tell me when you arrive home. Oh. Hu Yiling looked heartbroken. She thought that her husband was also uncomfortable staying with Uncle Lee and Hu Tianhao and the others, so she couldn't force it. Hubby, a boy, thought it would be fine to go back. At this time, Hu Yiling suddenly walked to Zhang Fan and reached out to hug him. The crowd was very surprised to see this. Yiling, Zhang Fan blushed. I only saw Hu Yiling say with a face of reluctance, I'll miss you. This. The crowd felt that these two couples were simply not putting them singles in their eyes, totally forcefully breaking their mouths to stuff dog food. How do you make it look like you're about to be separated by 1,000 miles? Zhang Fan coughed dryly and stammered. I will too. That's good. Hu Yiling smiled cheekily, then stood on her tiptoes and gently printed her red lips on Zhang Fan's cheek. In that instant, Zhang Fan's eyes widened, his heartbeat accelerated, and his scalp went numb. Hu Yiling, this also. It's too direct, isn't it? Uncle Li and Hu Tianhao are both still here. He Wei Hang and the others were filled with black lines, indicating that they were hit hard plus 999. What the hell is going on here? Hu Tianhao is to see the gnashing of teeth up. The old sister is there who's gold. Even so shameless, but also in front of Uncle Li and his face kiss Zhang Fan. This kid. This year not see the change is not too big. This kiss is to thank you for what you did for me just now. Mr. Zhang Fan, and the flowers you sent me. I also like them very much. Hu Yiling blushed and lightly bit her lower lip, as if she was the one who was kissed just now. At this time, for her, the only people in the world were her and her husband Zhang Fan here, and she didn't care who ate the dog food for her. Only then did Zhang Fan come back to his senses and dryly cough twice with reddened ears. Cough cough. It's fine if you like it. Although he pretended to be calm on the surface, Zhang Fan could not hide the smile at the corner of his mouth after he finished speaking. Humph. It's so carnal that it's sickening. Hu Tianhao snorted coldly, not wanting to watch it anymore at all. Just as he was about to get into the back seat of the car, Zhang Fan's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Tianhao, goodbye. Hu Tianhao froze. This guy, did he just call me? Who wants to see you again? Hu Tianhao turned back, his face reddening. Don't think I don't know that you're currying favor with me just to be my sister. Bang! Suddenly a fist slammed down. Hu Yiling apologized to Zhang Fan. I'm sorry classmate Zhang Fan, my brother he's not very good in the head. Never mind. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. Damn it! Hu Tianhao covered his head in pain, tears hanging from the corners of his eyes. Elder sister, you even did this to your pro. For an outsider. Woo woo. In the next moment, Hu Tianhao was already covered by Hu Yiling and thrown into the car. You never stop talking. You're a disgrace to your sister. Lifelong happiness almost got screwed up for you. Little brat. Immediately afterward, Hu Yiling then changed her smiling face and said goodbye to Zhang Fan. Alright, Mr. Zhang Fan, see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Zhang Fan nodded. See you tomorrow. He suddenly felt as if he had changed, becoming a little excited about tomorrow, as well as looking forward to tomorrow's high bell now. After watching Hu Yiling leave in the sedan, Zhang Fan seemed to be somewhat relieved. Beside him, He Wei Hang hooked Zhang Fan's neck and joked, Big brother, I really admire you more and more. You can train the schoolgirl of our southern arts to be so well behaved. If it wasn't for Zhang Fan, they probably wouldn't have seen this rumored high school flower Hu Yiling have such a sticky and cute look in their whole life. It was really a long time to see. I'm not as powerful as you say. Zhang Fan blushed. Did he press for anything at all? Hu Yiling is just so confused on. Hey, it's all like a dream. Forget it, there is no need to explain anything. Zhang Fan thought so. Then he bid farewell to Yi Wei Hang and the others. Alright, I'll go back first. You guys be careful on the road. Okay, bye bye big brother. Yi Wei Hang and the others waved their hands. Since everyone was going in different directions, Zhang Fan naturally went home alone. But just as he was walking towards the direction of the subway entrance, suddenly Zhang Fan heard a strange sound coming from behind him. Hey, brat, weren't you just being a drag? Chapter 80, Welcoming the Battle. Hearing this voice, Zhang Fan turned around to look. The next moment, he saw the airplane head and the buck-toothed boy appear behind him. Not only that, there were two more unseen men beside them, and the four gangsters surrounded Zhang Fan. In the hands of each of these ruffians was a beer bottle. The ruffians had a menacing look on their faces and raised a disdainful, bad smile. It's you guys. Zhang Fan's face instantly turned ice cold when he saw airplane head and bucktooth boy. With his toes, he could guess what they wanted to do to him. It looked like he had been too kind just now, letting airplane head and bucktooth boy go. Instead, it led to the two ruffians being defiant and getting help back, intending to take revenge. Zhang Fan clenched his fists and swept a glance at the two who were behind him, then looked at the airplane head and said, What? Are you too worried that you can't beat me? So you purposely found two more people to deal with me? With four people, he was at an absolute disadvantage. Not to mention, they also had a bottle of wine in each of their hands. But if one of them is accidentally smashed, he will have to be accounted for here today. That's some bad luck. You really think you can beat me? If you hadn't sneaked up on me, would I have been knocked down by you? Airplane head's nose was already covered with a tampon, and he looked very wretched. Then the airplane head raised his hand holding the bottle again and pointed at Zhang Fan, gritting his teeth fiercely. I've been waiting for you for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many people in the mountain villa, you wouldn't have been able to walk out of the mountain villa at all. Airplane Head had a scowl on his face and a look of exasperation. This kid, just now, he dared to lay such a hard hand on him and made him lose face. He had to let this ungrateful kid die here tonight. That's right, just now. I was just careless and was sneak attacked by your kid. Now you won't be so lucky. Bucktooth Boy looked like he was in a position of power and sneered. The only thing I regret is that that girl wasn't there just now. Otherwise she would have been able to see how this little boyfriend of hers died. Damn it. At this time, the Airplane Head smiled playfully. Do not be anxious. This kid must have that girl's contact information in his hands. When we beat him half dead, and then asked the girl out, we have a few brothers to have fun. That girl, she's so watery. Really? Key? Then I'll be second on that. Ha, it doesn't matter if you're the first to you guys as long as you can find the girl. K's good enough. At this moment, Zhang Fan clenched his fists and looked resolute. Those ruffians' nasty words and nasty tone towards Hu Yiling caused Zhang Fan's anger to surge up again. Even more uncontrollable than before, and it was out of control. Yellow Hair is right. You're not bad. You're the one who died. The enemy won't let you and Miss Hu off the hook because of your kindness. These two sentences were only half understood by Zhang Fan at the time, but in retrospect, it comes across as an interpretation of human nature. Maybe he should stop letting people bully him like that, even if it's just to guard the people you want to guard. Yo yo yo, you guys, look at this kid's eyes. So scary. Airplane Head suddenly felt some scorn when he saw this look of killing intent in Zhang Fan's eyes, but he still hardened himself and scoffed. But this kid's aura really looks like the one that beat him up earlier. It's inexplicably frightening that they are clearly outnumbered. Airplane Head was convinced that he was scared by Zhang Fan's 2 punches just now, and that's why he had such scruples now. But if he were to really fight, there was no way that this kid would still be as fierce as he was just now. During the time when those few ruffians were laughing, Zhang Fan at that moment made an unexpected move. Key, what does this kid want? This shouldn't be trying to run, right? Holy, it's like he wants to with us. At this moment, only Zhang Fan was seen walking towards a broken broom by the wall. In the next moment, he grabbed the broomstick pole and stomped the head of the broomstick off with 1 foot, and the broken broomstick turned into a long stick in his hand instead. Seeing this, the Airplane Head said with a smile on his face, Ha, you think you can fight us with a broken stick? That's really interesting. Get on. Get him dead now. I'll show you what happens when you piss me off. The 4 ruffians walked towards Zhang Fan with beer bottles in their hands. Aggressively, Zhang Fan gripped the long stick and threw it with great force, throwing out a whistling wind-breaking sound. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan's mind reeled. There are interpretations of weapons in street fighting techniques. There are thousands of categories of weapons, most of which are inseparable from the principle of an inch long is an inch strong. In street fighting, it was an advantage to use one's strengths against one's weaknesses, and when facing a crowd of people, one should base on the principle of preventing one's back first, and then taking care of one's front. Zhang Fan leaned his back against the wall, holding the inconspicuous broken long stick in his hand. With that, Zhang Fan raised a pair of sharp eyes. I'll return that last sentence as is. Even if I break my arms and legs today, none of you will be able to leave here. Chapter 81, Unbelievable. Hu Family Villa. At this time, Hu Yiling is lying on the bed, holding the cell phone tossing and turning. It's been almost an hour since I got back, so my husband should be home by now, right? How come there is still no message to come? Hu Yiling heart is very puzzled. Finally still cannot help but send a message over, but after a few minutes of waiting, there was still no reply. What is hubby doing? Hu Yiling rolled on the bed again, depressed. It's hard to believe that her husband went to take a shower and didn't look at his cell phone? Well, there is also this possibility. While Hu Yiling was messing around with her thoughts, Hu Tianhao at the doorway had been standing for who knows how long. Looking at his old sister's love-struck appearance, Hu Tianhao couldn't help but spit out. Is that Zhang Fan's name so endearing to you, old sister? However, what are you going to do about the Qin family? Hearing Hu Tianhao's voice out of the cold, Hu Yiling was startled. You don't knock when you come in. It's not like you left the door open. Really? Hu Yiling snorted coldly and sat on the bed with her legs crossed. Also, I'm not going to be with someone like Qin Lai. Could it be that you would want your sister me to marry him? In this life, I only want Zhang Fan, not him. Hu Tianhao sniffed, holding his chest and coldly said, older sister, Qin Lai, that male child won't let him go. Isn't this the same as you harming him as well? I'm afraid he still doesn't know about this matter. Then don't worry about it. Zhang Fan already knows, Hu Yiling said in disbelief. Besides, if he dares to do anything to Zhang Fan, then he'll just wait and see. I won't let him off the hook either. What Qin Lai could do, she, Hu Yiling, could also do. Although one could guess that this young master would definitely not be willing to give up. Nothing else had happened in the past 2 days, and it was not known if Qin Lai really knew what was going on. and it would naturally be the best if he did. In the end, that guy is useless. Not to mention the Qin family's problems. I'm afraid that when he meets danger, he can't help you solve it, right? Hu Tianhao said with great disdain. That guy, he looks like a weak chicken, and there's no money, and you can't fight. What's the use of being with such a man? Hu Yiling at this time. But the skin smiled, clasping his fists and clicking. Just because your brother-in-law can't fight doesn't mean your dear sister can't. You didn't forget you have a sister with a black belt in Taekwondo, did you? Why don't I refresh your memory? Little rabbit brat. Soon, Hu Tianhao's miserable screams came out from the Hu family villa. Ah. At the same time, there was also Zhang Fan's side that resounded with miserable screams. Dots of blood fell from the half-broken baguette. Zhang Fan's blood-stained hand shivered slightly, his chest rose and fell, and ragged gasps continued to emanate from his mouth, with wailing sounds interspersed beside him. Zhang Fan was still standing. The four ruffians fell to the ground, none of them with their heads bleeding. Airplane Head was lying at Zhang Fan's feet, grasping his broken leg and dying of pain. How could he not expect this kid to be so ruthless, beating the four of them by himself and still not losing the battle? Not only did he beat them half to death, but he didn't have a thing to do with himself. Even Zhang Fan himself did not expect it. Turns out he can do this. And never thought I'd do something like this one day. 4 gangsters, 3 unconscious, the ground is broken beer bottles. The only remaining Airplane Headache is unusually conscious. Now he only wants to escape Zhang Fan's clutches, so as to save a dog's life. Otherwise he'll have to die here if he keeps fighting. At this moment, Zhang Fan took a step towards the head of the airplane. Big brother, what do you want? Don't kill me. I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please. Airplane Head stared with wide, fearful eyes and stomped outward on one leg, trying to get away from Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan didn't say anything and stomped on the Airplane Head's cracked calf. Ah! Another miserable yell. Airplane Head tugged at his throat in desperation, and the pain was excruciating. Stop shouting. No one will come to this place you guys picked. Zhang Fan lowered his head, unable to see his expression, but his tone was surprisingly cold. Isn't this exactly what you guys want? Airplane Head gritted his teeth in death and said with tears in the corners of his eyes. I didn't want to. I was wrong. I'm really wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. Please give me another. Give me one more chance. Just once. I promise. Promise that in the future, we'll never appear in front of you again. Zhang Fan sniffed and lifted the bloodied half of the baguette and picked the Airplane Head's chin. The next moment, he spat out word after word in an icy manner. I have no reason to be merciful to you, and I won't tolerate you insulting her. After saying that, Zhang Fan gripped the stick in his hand hard and swung it hard at the Airplane Head's head, before Airplane Head could shout. The next moment he was knocked unconscious on the ground by a stick, blood slowly flowing from his forehead, and half of the half-broken baguette was broken in half again, leaving only the small one in his hand. Zhang Fan threw away that stick and sat down on the ground with a clunk. Phew, paging. Looking at the mess in front of him, it seemed like he had vented all the anger he had in his life. Zhang Fan gasped roughly and used his pants leg to wipe away the blood on his hand, but that hand still couldn't stop shaking. Unbelievable. I can't believe I knocked down 4 by myself. Zhang Fan hadn't been able to return to his senses from this. What had just happened was so unrealistic. It was as if he was a different person. All he knew was that he had just beaten them by relying on the points written in the street fighting technique. Yellow Hair didn't lie to him. This book of street fighting techniques is really useful. After a few minutes of slowing down, Zhang Fan then braced himself and stood up, continuing to walk in the direction of the subway entrance. Back home, Zhang Fan was about to wash away this fatigue when his cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was Hu Yiling calling. After hesitating, Zhang Fan finally picked up the phone. Hey, Mr. Zhang Fan, why are you just ignoring me? On the other end of the phone, Hu Yiling's tone was slightly sultry. Chapter 82, The School Beauty Contest. Zhang Fan froze, then remembered that he hadn't sent a message to Hu Yiling yet. Then he smiled and said, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you about it. But I'm home now, so don't worry about me. Well, arrived on the line. I thought you met some danger. Half a day also did not return the message. Really? Although Hu Yiling said so, but Zhang Fan answered the phone, she was still very happy. Zhang Fan frowned when he heard this. What's wrong? Student Zhang Fan, I don't suppose we've really met something, have we? No. Zhang Fan didn't say anything in the end. Thinking that there was still no need to worry Hu Yiling, he let out a light laugh and said, I just forgot to read the message, so I didn't realize that you had been worried for so long. Oof, that's for sure. Don't even look at what time it is. Hu Yiling pretended to be angry, and then said, Alright, calling you so late must have delayed your rest. You'd better rest earlier. It's a relief to know you made it home safely. Well, I will. You also rest early. Zhang Fan responded. After Hu Yiling hung up the phone, Zhang Fan then breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the bed with a brain. Looking at the blinding light on the ceiling, Zhang Fan could not help but fall into deep thought. It all seems like a dream. Whatever. Early the next morning, Zhang Fan, who had been sleeping until more than 10 o'clock, was finally woken up by the alarm clock and was almost late for class. After washing up last night, Zhang Fan took advantage of the fact that he had nothing to do and started working on making the heels again. Using the material that Hu Yiling had entrusted to Bai to make the wooden shoe lasts, as well as choosing the fabrics and accessories to be used. After all that, it was sleepy enough to fall asleep on the table. After all, in addition to the design for the studio, he still had an important pair of shoes to make, and time was running out, so he couldn't put it off any longer. Have to let her receive this surprise earlier only. When he arrived at the school, Zhang Fan was just about to go to his classroom when he heard the passing students discussing something. Hey, which one did you choose for the school beauty contest this time? Of course I'll choose my goddess, Hu Yiling. What's there to think about? Harm, but the goddesses are having a scandal. I think it's better to choose Evening in senior sister. That's designated as a lie. I don't believe the goddess would like that boy. Zhang Fan was a bit surprised when he heard the conversation between these two. So the school has started the school beauty contest again? The school flower selection of the South Arts is held once a year, with only 3 days of voting time. Originally, it was just a spontaneous entertainment selection by the students, but later, it became an annual tradition of the school. Even in this school flower selection, a lot of female students scrambling to be selected, in order to get more exposure to the school. When the freshman just enrolled soon Hu Yiling, so jumped into the South Arts of the school flower goddess. Until now, Hu Yiling's position as the school flower was unshakable. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and opened the school's posting bar to look at it. It turned out that the school flower competition had begun yesterday, and up to now, there were more than 100 female students in the school on the list, but the one who ranked first was still Hu Yiling, who had far more votes than everyone else. The second is Senior Zhang Fan. Just then, Zhang Evening-yin's voice suddenly came from behind. With that, Zhang Fan frowned. Hearing this voice, Zhang Fan left without looking back. Zhang Evening-yin was about to walk towards Zhang Fan, but she saw such a strange scene, as if Zhang Fan didn't hear her words, which made Zhang Evening-yin wonder. Hey, how are you, school brother? At this moment, Zhang Evening-yin quickly chased after Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling, who was holding her books to go to the classroom, happened to see this scene. How come it's this Zhang Evening-yin again? I'm really curious why this woman keeps going after her husband. Hu Yiling couldn't help but raise a bellyful of fire. In the next moment, she also rushed to move her long legs to follow up, to see what tricks this green tea was trying to pull. Otherwise husband foolishly by Zhang Evening-yin this woman set up may not even know. Zhang Fan was walking on the road when Zhang Evening-yin chased after him and blocked in front of him. Senior Zhang Fan, why are you ignoring me? I've been calling behind you. Before Zhang Evening-yin could finish her sentence, Zhang Fan grimaced coldly and brushed past her shoulder. He didn't even glance toward Zhang Evening-yin. It was as if Zhang Evening-yin was nothing but air in front of Zhang Fan. Zhang Evening-yin slowly stared at her beautiful eyes, frozen in place. She couldn't believe what was in front of her. Zhang Fan, this stupid kid even pretend he can't see her? What the hell is going on here? Chapter 83, Don't Let Me See You Again. What the hell is going on here? Zhang Evening-yin once again caught up to him and even grabbed Zhang Fan's hand. Zhang Fan finally reacted. He stopped and coldly looked at his grabbed hand. Zhang Evening-yin also squeezed out a smile at this moment in a raw manner. Senior Zhang Fan, did I piss you off somewhere? Let go. Zhang Fan suddenly spoke, ice cold without a trace of emotion. There was even a deep disgust in his eyes. Why? Zhang Evening-yin frowned her willow eyebrows, puzzled. What exactly did I do wrong for you to suddenly hate me so much? You have to tell me a reason. Schoolmate. Hearing Zhang Evening-yin's words, Zhang Fan finally looked at her. It was only Zhang Fan's eyes that made people shudder. Zhang Evening-yin had never seen Zhang Fan turn out to be able to have this kind of eyes. Don't you know what you've done yourself? With a cold face, Zhang Fan just opened his mouth. Zhang Evening-yin froze, the corners of her eyes twitching up. What did I do? Do you have some misunderstanding about me? Senior Zhang Fan, you're making me so scared. Don't be like this, okay? Could it be that this stupid kid Zhang Fan already knew about her in Xianwen? But there's no reason for it. How can you hide yourself so well? Yesterday in the paradise, the person who pushed Hu Yiling into the water was you, right? Zhang Fan coldly opened his mouth to question at this time. However, his tone was surprisingly firm, because he had witnessed the scene where Zhang Evening-yin pushed Hu Yiling into the water. If not, How could Zhang Fan have saved Hu Yiling in the first place? It was just that he couldn't figure out what kind of grudge they had against each other that they needed to do this kind of despicable means. He hadn't even thought about the fact that the Honorable Evening Yin was such a despicable villain. Then Hu Yiling, who was hiding behind a tree in the distance, was shocked when she heard Zhang Fan's words. The person who pushed her into the water yesterday turned out to be this woman Zhang Evening Yin? And it's amazing that her husband knew all along, but why didn't he tell her? Senior Zhang Fan, are you looking at it wrong? How could I possibly do such a thing? This is murder. Zhang Evening Yin's willow brows on her pretty face were tightly furrowed, and cold sweat slowly trickled down. She didn't expect it to be about this. It turned out that Zhang Fan had seen what she did yesterday. No wonder he suddenly looked like this, but he was angry over Hu Yiling. In that case, could it be that Zhang Fan actually likes Hu Yiling too? Do you also know that this is murder? Zhang Fan suddenly laughed coldly and frowned again as he said word for word. If I hadn't saved Yiling yesterday, then what's the difference between you and murder? It's also fortunate that nothing happened to Yiling. If something happened to her, then you, Zhang Evening Yin, won't be any better. Zhang Fan's words caused Zhang Evening Yin's delicate body to tremble. That feeling of fear spread from the bottom of his heart. I'm sorry, Senior Zhang Fan. Zhang Evening Yin bit her lip and sobbed softly. I didn't want to, but as soon as I saw her near you, I became very jealous. That's why I acted on impulse and did something like that. But I won't even do it again. And I won't dare to do it again. Will you believe me? Not anymore. Zhang Fan's tone was decisive. What? Before Zhang Evening Yin could react, Zhang Fan shook off her hand. Also, don't even let me see you in the future. And don't let me see you near Yiling. Otherwise, everyone will know about this. Originally, Hu Yiling was not in any danger. And Zhang Fan did not intend to do anything to Zhang Evening Yin. It was enough just to see this woman's true colors. But now Zhang Evening Yin wanted to say these words to him, causing Zhang Fan to resist from the bottom of his heart and would not have any more softness in his heart. And he didn't mind tearing his face off. Zhang Evening Yin felt that the Zhang Fan in front of her was very unfamiliar for a moment. It's like, changed into a different person. Icy cold. Before Zhang Evening Yin could explain further, Zhang Fan directly turned around and left. Looking at her own husband, who was helping her out in this way, Hu Yiling couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Unexpectedly, her husband would say such harsh words to Zhang Evening Yin in order to defend her. Even though Hu Yiling knew Zhang Fan's nature very well, she also knew that her own husband was a good man. Still, it's hard to hide the heartwarming feeling of seeing this scene, and I'm afraid my husband wouldn't be angry about it if he didn't have feelings for her. Could it be that he has? Thinking of this, a flush surfaced on Hu Yiling's face. Damn, what the hell is arrogant? Zhang Evening Yin looked at Zhang Fan's departing back, her chest heaving with anger. If it wasn't for the sake of getting back to being the school's flower girl, I wouldn't bother to take care of a stupid kid like you. When she thought that Zhang Fan had even said something like that to her, Zhang Evening Yin was furious. In the whole of Southern Arts, who dares to say such hurtful words to her? Zhang Fan has always been indifferent is just, and now also for Hu Yiling that to tear her face, but also really think of themselves as what a steal. Really angry. Now it seemed impossible to fix Zhang Fan before the school flower selection deadline. Still have to find another way to do this. Just then, Zhang Evening Yin's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up her cell phone and looked at it, then picked up the call. How's it going with that Zhang Fan kid? Can you handle him? On the other end of the phone, came Xianwen Wan's playful voice. Chapter 84 Last Chance. At this time, Zhang Evening Yin snorted coldly and said in a bad mood, Don't need to think anymore, it's already fizzled out. That stupid kid is not what you said at all. He clearly likes that Hu Yiling. Oh, Wang Xianwen sounded a bit surprised. It looks like Hu Yiling got there first. Zhang Evening Yin held back her anger and asked Xianwen Wang, Tomorrow is the last day of the selection. Do you still have a way to help me get up there? Even though Zhang Fan messed things up, as long as you help me, you can do whatever you want me to do. Anyway, she just couldn't see this Hu Yiling remaining in the position of school flower. Even if it was another person, it couldn't be her. Hu Yiling. Oh, don't say that absolutely. We still have a chance. What do you mean? At this time, Xianwen Wan opened his mouth. You come to the school's piano room to find me. I'm here. When you come, I will personally tell you what to do next. Now you only have 2 days. If you don't hurry up, you're really going to be stepped on by Hu Yiling for 3 years. When Zhang Evening Yin heard this, a haze surfaced on her face. Gritting her teeth for a moment, she finally agreed. Okay, you wait for me there. Watching Zhang Evening Yin hang up the phone and walk in a direction, Hu Yiling, who had been hiding behind that, frowned her willow eyebrows. Judging from Zhang Evening Yin's words, she was really holding a conspiracy to find Zhang Fan. It's not clear exactly what the plan is, though, but follow it up and see what happens. Naturally, Hu Yiling followed Jiang Evening all the way to the school's piano room. The location of the piano room is relatively remote. This is where the music students usually have their classes. When there are no classes, almost few people will come. Jiang Evening just walked in, making Hu Yiling very surprised. What's this woman doing here? It looks like it should be meeting someone here. Soon the doubt was answered, because Hu Yiling clearly saw Wang Xuanwen's figure through the piano room window. I can't believe it's him. Hu Yiling stared at her beautiful eyes in surprise. Only then did she realize the shocking fact. Sure enough, there was someone behind Jiang Evening. Although there had been this speculation before, I never thought that it would be this guy. Xianwen Wang. Could it be that he was looking for Jiang Evening because of the last time he was humiliated? These two actually have this kind of relationship. Say, what do you mean we still have a chance? When Jiang Evening entered the piano room, she saw Xianwen Wang sitting at the piano. At this time, Xianwen Wang did not beat around the bush and said directly, tomorrow night is the final deadline for the school flower selection. I said I would help you canvass for votes, and now I've done it. There's only a gap of hundreds of votes between you and Hu Yiling. Right now, we still need a point of public opinion to completely reverse this situation. But this point, it still has to come from Zhang Fan, and this is your only chance, if you can ask Zhang Fan out. Are you kidding me? Jiang Evening frowned her willow eyebrows and interrupted Wang Xianwen. Then she clutched her chest without a trace of good face and said, you are not seeing what kind of attitude that stupid kid just had towards me. How can I still ask him out? Is there no other way? But I really don't want to tease this piece of wood anymore. It's disgusting. Zhang Fan's tough attitude just now. Jiang Evening didn't want to ask for trouble again. She also didn't think Zhang Fan would give her this chance to see her again. So it was simply impossible. Ha! You're too bottomless yet, aren't you? Just like you. How can you return to the position of school flower? Wang Xianwen sneered with a disdainful look. This is your last chance. You have to think it over. I told you I could help you create public opinion. As long as you can ask him out. I have a way to help you with this. Tonight only, after that it won't have that effect. Are you willing to just give up? Hearing these words from Wang Xianwen, Hu Yiling was shocked. Does he mean that he wants to create public opinion of his husband? Although probably already understand what is happening. Also know that now is in the school flower selection period. But, this helped Jiang Evening to win the school flower position, and what has to do with you? Jiang Evening visibly hesitated, lightly biting her silver teeth, but with a very difficult look. What exactly are you going to do? Even if I ask him out, what can we do? What's more, the school flower competition was between her and Hu Yiling. Could Zhang Fan's public opinion really influence Hu Yiling's vote? Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you have the confidence to do it again. Just once. We can make both of them completely lose their reputation. And after that you don't need to pay any more attention to this stupid kid. Looking at Wang Xuanwen's bottomless look, it was hard for Jiang Evening not to be shaken. Can't it be that Xianwen Wang really has something up his sleeve? I'd better think about it before I give you an answer. Jiang Evening frowned her willow eyebrows. She didn't dare to be sure whether Zhang Fan would give her this chance or not. After all, it might not be possible. Zhang Fan would still publicize her pushing Hu Yiling into the water. Wang Xianwen smiled smugly at this time and said, okay, I can give you time. In addition, I still have Zhang Fan's land. Halfway through his sentence, a strange sound suddenly resounded outside the piano room. Hu Yiling hurriedly lowered her head and turned off the cell phone in her hand. When I was trying to record the video, I accidentally touched the glass of the door and window and almost exposed myself. Who's there? Wang Xianwen sank his eyebrows violently and looked out the window. Chapter 85, There's a Dark Secret. Jiang Evening felt bad at once. It can't be that someone heard what we said, right? I'll go take a look. Wang Xianwen put down a sentence and rushed out of the piano room. But just as he took a look out of the doorway, a corridor was empty. And just as he wanted to walk in the direction of the safe exit, a cat call came out. It's a cat? Xianwen Wang stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed slightly with a skeptical expression. I guess it wouldn't be such a coincidence that someone just happened to be passing by here. So it looked like he was overthinking it. After seeing Wang Xianwen turn around and leave, Hu Yiling at the corner was completely relieved. The only pity was that it was too late to record the conversation just now. Otherwise she would have caught the evidence of this Wang Xianwen and Jiang Evening. It's impossible to record again now, so we'll just have to go back and figure it out. At this time, Zhang Fan is sitting in the classroom, completely unaware of what happened on Hu Yiling's side, just looking at the empty seat beside him in a daze. Half a section of the history of the development of clothing but did not listen to anything. It's already this time. Why isn't Hu Yiling coming? Just at this time, He Weihang behind him stabbed Zhang Fan's back. Hey, big brother, did you vote in this school flower contest? He Weihang asked in a low voice behind him. Zhang Fan twisted his head to look and frowned. Not yet. I've never voted for this kind of thing. When He Weihang heard Zhang Fan's words, he looked a bit surprised. No? You said that you didn't vote before even if. Now the top ranking is your girlfriend big brother. This you still don't care? Several of us voted for you for your sister-in-law. On the side, Yanqi and Fatty nodded. Yiling has steadily surpassed others by so many votes now. It's the same with or without me. Zhang Fan let out a bitter smile. Wouldn't the result still be Hu Yiling as the school flower anyway? His one vote was also insignificant. And Zhang Fan also has a kind of inexplicable jealousy. Looking at Hu Yiling was pushed to the first by the crowd. As if he saw the unattainable 1,000 gold lady again. He did not want to be like this. And I don't think she cares about the ranking, right? That's not the way to put it. Big brother, He Weihang said as he stared at his cell phone at this moment. Right now that Evening In's schoolmate is just a few dozen votes away from her sister-in-law. And there's a hidden trend of rising. It looks like there's a shady secret in this school beauty contest. In the past, Hu Yiling had been able to outvote Zhang Evening In by hundreds or even thousands of votes. It's surprising that the gap is getting smaller now. Yes? Zhang Fan was also a bit surprised when he heard this. He remembered that when he had watched it earlier, Zhang Evening In was still far from Hu Yiling's. Pick up the phone to open the posting bar. Zhang Fan will see that Zhang Evening In indeed all of a sudden more a lot of votes, and the heat is very high. Underneath are all kinds of licking Zhang Evening In words, so that Zhang Fan more or less some diaphragm. These people, I'm afraid, don't know what Zhang Evening In really looks like, do they? But, is it hard to believe that the reason for Hu Yiling's drop in votes is only because of the scandal with him? If that was the case, Zhang Fan felt a bit guilty. If it weren't for him, Hu Yiling would still be the goddess of wind and clouds in the hearts of the students of South Arts. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan hesitated for a while as he looked at the voting button underneath Hu Yiling, and that thumb was on it for a long time without dropping. However, right at this moment, a female voice softly sounded in his ears. Mr. Zhang Fan. Ha? Zhang Fan was startled and his thumb subconsciously pressed downward. Chapter 86, I have an idea. This, Zhang Fan froze as he looked at the vote he had pressed. Hu Yiling, who had come to the classroom at some point, sat beside Zhang Fan. So student Zhang Fan is also concerned about me. Oh, I thought you didn't like to participate in this kind of thing. As she said this, Hu Yiling's mouth was full of smiles. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. It's okay. Ha, never mind. There's nothing to explain. It's just a simple vote. After all, sister-in-law, you don't know. Big brother is always concerned about you. He Weihang chimed in behind him. Just now, he even dragged us brothers around and told us to vote for you before he was satisfied. You, what are you talking about? Zhang Fan blushed. He Weihang, however, raised the corner of his mouth at this time and winked at Zhang Fan in a no need to thank me manner. Zhang Fan suddenly felt helpless. He Weihang, this guy is really. Then thank you, Mr. Zhang Fan. He. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly, happy in her heart. Zhang Fan could only reddening his ears and not saying anything. Right. Zhang Fan suddenly remembered the main event and asked Hu Yiling, why are you here now? The class is half over. Belle after hearing, is trying to say something, suddenly and choked in the throat. In fact, it's nothing, it's just that I slept too much. After all, I played too late yesterday. Originally, Hu Yiling wanted to tell Zhang Fan about Zhang Evening In and Wang Xianwen, but now they have no evidence. So I'm afraid that my husband will be difficult to believe for a while. After all, she did not figure out how this matter is in the end. Think it is better to decide later. Moreover, this morning, her husband treated Zhang Evening In with that attitude. I'm afraid that she didn't need to be reminded that Zhang Evening In couldn't do anything about her husband. Not to mention that she was still accompanying her husband at all times. No matter what Zhang Evening In and Wang Xuanwen's plot was, she would not let them succeed. Well then, it's good that nothing is wrong. Seeing that Hu Yiling's expression was a bit unnatural, Zhang Fan felt that it was a bit strange, but he didn't think much about it and just took it as an unusual thing. After the morning classes, there will be no afternoon classes. After having dinner with Hu Yiling outside, Zhang Fan planned to use the afternoon to go to work, which happened to be plenty of time, and if he waited until he got off work in the evening, he would be able to get a good amount of salary. Hearing that Zhang Fan was going to work, Hu Yiling took Zhang Fan's arm and said, it just so happens that I don't have anything to do in the afternoon, so why don't I accompany Mr. Zhang Fan to go to work together? How about it? What? Zhang Fan was surprised. Hu Yiling accompanied him to work. Which? Zhang Fan scratched his head and wondered, how can this work? After all, this is my own business. What's more, you're not an employee of Zero Fox, so how can store manager Chen let you work? Not to mention what store manager Chen would think. Hu Yiling was a golden lady anyways, so how could she accompany him to do something? This was too absurd. Zhang Fan wouldn't dare to make such a decision. Hu Yiling laughed. What does it matter? How could store manager Chen not be happy to have one more person to help with the work? Let's go. I still want to stay with Mr. Zhang Fan for a while longer. After all, if Zhang Fan went to work alone, he would be unable to see him for an afternoon. This would make Hu Yiling want to die for her own husband, and she couldn't stand it. Moreover, this way, Zhang Evening had no chance at all to get close to her husband, so it could be said that she had the best of both worlds. Before Zhang Fan could refuse, Hu Yiling took the liberty of pulling him towards the direction of Zero Fox's store. Seeing this, Zhang Fan could only sigh helplessly and call it quits. I hope shopkeeper Chun won't be embarrassed by this. What? Who? MS. Who? You're not kidding, are you? In the Zero Fox store, store manager Chen had a jaw-dropping look on his face, and that jaw was about to drop to the ground. Zhang Fan, who was on the side, couldn't help but cover his face. Surely this is what it will look like. At this moment, Hu Yiling raised her chin and spoke faintly. May I ask what's wrong, store manager Chen? The problem can't be said to be there, but it can't be said not to be there either, right? Store manager Chen smiled in embarrassment and spoke. It's just that for a person of your stature to come and work in our store, it's too much of a commission for you. The main thing is to let the chairman of the board know about this. He is afraid that this store manager will be fired by Neymar. I don't know what kind of tendon this Miss Hu has. She doesn't want to enjoy the good fortune, but comes here to work. Isn't it difficult for him? Zhang Fan sniffed and also felt that this was the case. Hu Yiling is not only the diamond vi fear, but also the daughter of Hu Group. It would indeed be a bit too aggravating to have her work here. There's nothing to be aggravated about. If fellow student Zhang Fan isn't aggravated, I won't be either. Hu Yiling hummed. Or, store manager Chen, are you afraid that I'm dragging your feet here? That's how it's possible. Shopkeeper Chen, his face in a cold sweat, hurriedly explained. If Miss Hu really wants to work here, she will definitely do a better job than anyone else in the store. It's definitely an honor for the store. Since Hu Yiling had said so, if store manager Chen said another no, I'm afraid he would have to anger this Qian Jin. With that, Hu Yiling nodded her head with satisfaction. Since that's the case, that's fine. Let's decide it like this. I'll help out here for the afternoon. You just do what you should do. Don't worry about the two of us. Yes. Store manager Chen said so and glanced at Zhang Fan again. This kid is really not simple. He can make Miss Hu come to work for him. It looks like we have to flatter him more in the future. Zhang Fan was in a dilemma at both ends. It seemed as if he himself had brought big trouble to shopkeeper Chen. Hu Yiling held Zhang Fan's arm and smiled sweetly. Okay. I told you there's no problem. Let me accompany Zhang Fan to work with you today. We have to cheer up. Oh. I know. Zhang Fan let out a bitter smile. Looking at Chen's shopkeeper, this humble look really cannot help but sigh a capital power. Subsequently, Hu Yiling went to change into a Zero Fox store's work attire. Although the work attire was mediocre, it looked particularly good on Hu Yiling with the addition of her looks. And it didn't waste Hu Yiling's good looks at all. It's true that when people are pretty, they look pretty in everything they wear. Looking at Zhang Fan somewhat lost in thought, Hu Yiling couldn't help but laugh softly. What? Is this the first time Mr. Zhang Fan has seen me like this, so he can't speak for a while? I do think that you look good in anything. Zhang Fan blushed and scratched his head. When Hu Yiling heard this, her face also raised a scarlet blush and she gently bit her lower lip. Seeing this, store manager Chen at the front desk couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes. This little couple is not coming to work. This is clearly coming to the store as a mascot to show love in passing. Hey, it can't be helped. Who made her the boss's daughter? In this half-afternoon, although there were quite a lot of customers coming to the store, most of them were the ones who left after trying on the clothes. It was also the first time that Hu Yiling personally worked and inspected the store, so she was a little surprised. Store manager Chen, how's the store's performance lately? At this time, Hu Yiling asked out loud. The Chen store manager heard Hu Yiling ask this question and hurriedly reported. Missy, the performance of our store is not too good. After all, we are a high-end brand, but in the vicinity of the university town, the intention of customers is on the low side. I was worried about that too. Thinking about getting some kind of promotion to boost sales. This way. Hu Yiling was also a bit guilty after hearing this. Then it looks like there won't be any sales today. It's never a good idea to see your own branded stores perform so poorly. Looks like I'll have to help with a promotional program in the back to make it work. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling, who seemed to be eager to help, so he suddenly spoke up. If you want to hit price promotions, it's too late for today. But I have a way that might be able to temporarily increase the heat and sales of the store. Store manager Chen and Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan with slight surprise when they heard this. The two men rose in unison. What way? Chapter 87. Will you be my model? A few moments later, Hu Yiling came out of the fitting room. A scarlet blush hung on her pretty face as she looked down at herself. Student Zhang Fan, is that what you call a solution? At this time, Hu Yiling changed from her work clothes to a rose gold bustier dress. The pair of fine white long legs with high heels were hidden under the sarong. The whole person appeared tall and mature, sexy and pure. Look at the way that full career line is calling out. At this time, Hu Yiling could not be seen as any college girl at all. Especially the glittering sequins on the long dress set Hu Yiling off like a big star. The other female employees in that store, including store manager Chen, looked straight in the eyes. Although Hu Yiling was already beautiful, but after changing into this store's dress, that temperament could no longer be described in words. Worthy of being the daughter of Hu's group. Shopkeeper Chen cupped his chin and couldn't help but secretly marvel. Such a superb piece of beauty. And let this kid, Xiao Fan, get it. I have to say, it's really a people person. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. At this moment, Zhang Fan had already lost his concentration looking at it and subconsciously said so. After Hu Yiling heard this, she couldn't help but ask with a red face, "What did you say?" "Ah, no, nothing, I mean, pretty good looking." Zhang Fan scratched his head and said with an awkward smile, "That's indeed what he's trying to do. Let Hu Yiling put on the store's clothes." More did not let Zhang Fan disappointed. It is really extraordinarily suitable, but also very perfect to show the characteristics of this long dress, then those cold dolls to be much more suitable. Hu Yiling lifted the hem of her skirt with both hands and looked around, not expecting it to be quite pretty, and by the looks of it, her husband liked this one. So much so that she liked it even more. Shopkeeper Chen was puzzled as to what he was doing letting Miss Hu change her clothes. Could it be that Zhang Fan's approach is fake, and a feast for the eyes is real? Gee, what a thought brat. Then what should we do next? Hu Yiling said to Zhang Fan expectantly. At this time, Zhang Fan looked at store manager Chen and opened his mouth to ask. Store manager, we should have cameras in our store, right? A camera? That's certainly there. Only store manager Chen was a bit puzzled. What do you need that for? From time to time, the store needs to take photos of the outfits for new arrivals as well. So naturally, you have a camera or something. Only to see Zhang Fan faintly smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you, store manager, to help me get it, right, and Phil light those. We need to use it to take some pictures." Taking pictures? Although shopkeeper Chen was a bit strange, he obediently went to the grocery room to find it. Looking at these professional equipment placed in front of him, then Zhang Fan said to the other employees, "Then next, please move all the shelves. Try not to affect the layout at the same time, and make an empty space in the middle out." This, several female employees looked at each other. Store manager Chen immediately frowned and chided. "Go now." The words of the store manager naturally worked better, and soon the store was vacated with a not-so-small empty space, which didn't affect the customer's ability to pick out clothes, and also facilitated what Zhang Fan was going to do next. Seeing this, Hu Yiling seemed to have guessed something, only she didn't expect her husband to do it on his own accord, which was pretty rare. "Alright, it's just the last step," Zhang Fan said and looked at store manager Chen. "Store manager, do you have any ways to attract customers quickly? As long as it can make people notice this." Attracting customers, Store manager Chen scratched his head. "I'll give it a try then." After that, Zhang Fan then took his camera and said to Hu Yiling, "Yiling, we need to take some pictures next. Can you be my model? Just like the last time you were a foot model." "Of course," Hu Yiling said with a red face. It was great to have her husband take her picture. Naturally. "Okay then." Zhang Fan nodded, then picked up the camera and started posing. After Hu Yiling calmed down, she raised a very sweet smile and skillfully posed. In addition to painting, photography is an aspect that Zhang Fan has always been interested in, although he didn't have much money to be able to buy a professional camera, but at least he had joined a club and felt the experience, so taking pictures of Hu Yiling was naturally not a problem. Hu Yiling's skillful posing made Zhang Fan blush as he watched. Hu Yiling in front of the camera is just like a professional model. It made Zhang Fan look very good no matter which angle he took, or even a casual shot, especially those long legs are extraordinarily eye-catching. Ahem, walk by. Don't miss it. Chen store manager at this time shy old face, holding the store's speaker, shouting at the door, Zero Fox Trend brand stores, come to see, come to buy, professional models on-site try-on, to ensure that you wear with the model as good as, although calling it that hurts the brand image. Let's hope it does work a bit though. Soon, the people passing by were attracted by store manager Chen's loud voice. "Look, there are models inside Zero Fox taking pictures. Yeah, that model is too good looking, and that dress she's wearing looks good too, hey. Yeah. The passing women saw Hu Yiling in the Zero Fox store. They almost took it for a clothing model specially hired by Zero Fox Trend. and for a while there were a lot of people around inside and outside the store, and even the gazes of the men were attracted to the store. All of a sudden the sales staff at the Zero Fox store was going to be overwhelmed, watching Hu Yiling change from one set to another. The original clothes were not particularly stunning, but as long as Hu Yiling wore them, they all looked particularly exquisite and beautiful. This was the importance of modeling. The reason why Zhang Fan did so was to grasp this focus. Women are very conflicted when it comes to shopping. Even if a dress is beautiful, without a suitable model to give them reference, they become hesitant and their lack of imagination limits their desire to buy. But now it's just different. With such a great beauty as Hu Yiling, whichever piece of women's clothing you wear, it will get an instant visual boost. This leads to a significant increase in sales. The store was crowded with people and talking. Can you get me a set of that dress she was wearing earlier? I want it too. Now this one looks good on her too. Hey, what to do? Soon, the styles worn by Hu Yiling were emptied in one afternoon. Even the rest of the styles that hadn't been worn, the women could borrow Hu Yiling's image as a reference, boosting sales by a considerable amount. Store manager Chen looked at this scene and smiled so much that he couldn't see out of his eyes. This kid, Fan, is pretty damn smart. I didn't realize he had that in him. After this time, it could indeed temporarily increase the sales and heat of the stores, and those out-of-stock styles were also booked in advance by a lot of people, all of which was also expected by Zhang Fan, as well as absolute belief in Eileen Hu. Phew, the store finally had few customers after working through the night. Zhang Fan sat down on his butt, too tired to raise his hands. At that moment, a slender jade hand with a refreshing aroma reached over. Chapter 88. What's the point of making such a clear distinction? Look at you. Sweating profusely, Hu Yiling held a tissue in her hand and tenderly wiped the sweat from Zhang Fan's forehead. Zhang Fan couldn't help but blush. Thank you, Yiling. Hu Yiling faintly smiled and said, you don't have to be polite. Today, student Zhang Fan is a big contributor. If it wasn't for you, this newly opened store wouldn't have suddenly had so many customers coming in. Hubby's idea is kinda peculiar, I must say, and it worked surprisingly well, even for her. It looks like Hubby is still very talented in this aspect of business marketing. If Zero Fox was Hubby's own brand, with his superior design skills and whimsical ideas, it would definitely be able to operate well. Zhang Fan was flattered by Hu Yiling and was shy, smiled and said, this is also not only me alone. Everyone is trying to help, and to say that if you're tired, it's still you who's the most tired, right? Tough on you. After all, Belle was the most important part of the afternoon. Not only did Hu Yiling have to be a model and frequently change her poses for the crowd to see, she had changed at least dozens of sets of clothes this afternoon alone. Zhang Fan could not be as tired as Hu Yiling even if he was. How could that idea have been made a reality today if it hadn't been for her? Zhang Fan just borrowed Hu Yiling's existing model and played out a marketing idea. So yeah, the biggest credit goes to Hu Yiling. You all don't push. It's all hard work. Store manager Chen brought over 2 cups of tea and handed them to Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling. If it wasn't for the help of you, Miss Hu, and Little Fan, how could our performance hit a new high today? Both Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling smiled up at each other when they heard this. Hu Yiling always believed, she is happiest when she and her husband are working and struggling together. Just as sweet as the basketball game before. Zhang Fan put down the cup and picked up the camera to look at the pictures inside. You don't need any good skills. As long as the person is beautiful, how to shoot is beautiful. With these photos, there's not even a need to refine them. Hu Yiling is simply a natural model. Hu Yiling on the side stretched her head over to have a look. Her pretty face was full of surprise. Zhang Fan's shooting is really good. Not like an amateur level at all. Did Zhang Fan play photography before? I joined the photography club in my freshman year, so I know a little bit. Zhang Fan smiled embarrassedly, then he spoke again. By the way, Yiling, if you don't mind, these photos can be used to post on the photo wall of the store. This is kind of a soft advertisement to retain the maximum effect of the current sales pitch. After all, Hu Yiling couldn't come here to model every time, so leave some real pictures here. Can be used for the back of the customer reference. Not only that, you can also set up a photo wall, used to place the customer feedback of the actual picture. After obtaining the consent of the customer, and then uniformly selected these photos posted, is a disguised after-sales interaction. Great! Hu Yiling agreed without hesitation after hearing this. This way, Zhang Fan-san will be able to see me in the store at all times. He. Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile helplessly. This little fellow who was quite good at finding presents. Hu Yiling agreed so readily. So this is what he was thinking. But, he does want to look at these photos every day. This records the most beautiful look of Hu Yiling's youth, and it is significant that it was taken by his own hand. Alright, we've already exceeded today's performance, so we can leave work early. Store manager Chen excitedly said at this moment, then took out a stack of bills and said, "Right, little Fan. This is your salary for today." Zhang Fan took a look at it, and it turned out to be $2,000. Store manager, did you miscalculate? How could there be so much as 2,000? I remember I've only been on for less than 6 hours today. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. It was logical that it should only be less than 1,800. How can it be 2,000? Harm. What does it matter? It's billed to you at 6 hours. And the other 200. Consider it your hard-earned money for today. I still have to thank you. Store manager Chen hemmed and hawed and said. Hearing this, Zhang Fan then realized. Since this was the case, he didn't push back his good intentions. Then thank you, shopkeeper Chen. You're welcome. Store manager Chen smiled, then looked at Hu Yiling again. Then, MS. Hu you're, today. Hu Yiling naturally knew what store manager Chen was trying to say and raised her eyebrows. Could it be that store manager Chen still wants to pay me a salary? Although I know that you're not bad at this amount of money. MS. Hu. But letting you work for nothing like this, it doesn't seem right to not pay out some money, huh? Store manager Chen could only choose to say with an awkward smile. If you want to give it out, then just give it to fellow student Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling suddenly said at this time. Anyway, my money is also classmate Zhang Fan's money. It's all the same. Ha! Zhang Fan and store manager Chen were surprised at the same time. How can this be? Eileen, this is the reward you deserve. Zhang Fan couldn't help but get red in the ears. What Hu Yiling said was too misleading. Those who didn't know thought that they were already husband and wife. Store manager Chen smiled sardonically and chimed in. Yes, MS. Hu, this is not in line with the rules. Is it? What's not in line? I don't need it anyway. Halfway through her sentence, Hu Yiling choked on the rest of her words, thinking that if she said she didn't need the money, it would be a bit hurtful to her husband's self-esteem. Hu Yiling then added, anyway, it's better for Zhang Fan to take it. I said I'm only here to accompany you to work. If I take the money, wouldn't it really be like coming here to work? Besides, I'm not wrong. As long as it's mine from now on, it's yours too. Why do you have to make such a distinction? When store manager Chen heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Miss Who's is Zhang Fan's. Then won't the future of this big Who's group be? Do not say Who's. Now as long as Hu Yiling so a sentence falls, this is equal to half of the Zero Fox stores are Zhang Fan's. Instead Chen store manager now becomes Zhang Fan's. The following is a list of the most important things you can do for your business. Hiss. On the importance of rich girlfriends. Zhang Fan's thigh. He, store manager Chen, had hugged it. Chapter 89, I'll be responsible for your safety. I don't want this. At this time, Zhang Fan, however, frowned and slowly said, one should never take something that is not one's due. Therefore, I can't take more than this share. Now that he had this $2,000, Zhang Fan was already very satisfied. He had earned so much in just one afternoon. What was there for him to be greedy about? What's more, this was originally a labor fee that belonged to Hu Yiling, and he wouldn't feel at ease if he really took it. Seeing that Zhang Fan was so persistent, store manager Chen was also in a difficult position. Looking at Zhang Fan and then at Hu Yiling, these two young lovers really know how to pick their tormentors. Well then, Mr. Zhang Fan, it's my fault for not thinking things through. Hu Yiling apologized slightly. It was also true that she shouldn't have forced her good intentions on her husband. After all, her own husband wasn't an insatiable person. Immediately afterward, Hu Yiling said to storekeeper Chen again, since that's the case, let's use that money of mine to buy the first dress I wore, and when the time comes, you can have it sent to my home. That sheath dress? Store manager Chen was slightly surprised. But, all the stuff in this store is Hu Yiling's. Where else would you need to buy it with money? However, store manager Chen quickly understood what this was all about, so he complied with Hu Yiling's wishes and agreed. Zhang Fan couldn't help but speak. So you like that dress too? Yes, but not exactly. Oh. Hu Yiling smiled in a mysterious manner. Zhang Fan scratched his head, puzzled, not sure what this means. At this moment, only Hu Yiling faintly smiled. She came to Zhang Fan's ear and whispered in a seductive tone, this means you like it, so you want to wear it alone for you later. When Zhang Fan heard this, he couldn't help but get a little excited. Alone. Wear it for him. Watching these two young lovers get all mushy, store manager Chen shuddered. Say, if you two want to have a fling, can't you go home and talk about it? There are still dogs here. Yuck. People. This show of love is really goosebumps. Let's go. Mr. Zhang Fan, it's time for us to go eat. It was now late in the day after work, and the two of them had been working in the Zero Fox store all afternoon, and were getting hungry. Hu Yiling then wanted to pull Zhang Fan to go out for dinner, as a small celebration, but just as the two had left the store, That's when a black Mercedes sedan drove up to the two of them. Zhang Fan was slightly surprised to see this car. Isn't this the car Uncle Lee drives? Yeah, but I didn't ask him to pick me up. Hu Yiling felt a little strange. Why did Uncle Lee suddenly come? Just then, Uncle Lee got out of the main driver's seat. Eldest miss, little young master and I have come to take you home. Uncle Lee opened his mouth. Immediately afterward, Hu Tianhao in the back seat of the car opened the door himself and got down from the car. Old sister, it's really hard to find you for a trip, but how did you come to our home? Bang! Before Hu Tianhao could finish his sentence, Hu Yiling snatched a fist and smashed it on his head. You violent woman! Hu Tianhao clutched his head, his eyes watering. Luckily, I almost had to expose this asshole brother. Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile wanly. Hu Yiling's way of getting along with his oldest brother is really a bit special. Seeing that Hu Tianhao had also come, as his own sister, Hu Yiling probably guessed what this kid wanted to do, and instantly pulled down her face. What are you doing messing me up again? What mischief? I'm protecting your safety. Hu Tianhao coldly snorted. Older sister was always like this, always failing to understand his concerns. Safe? Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. Yiling Hu, isn't it quite safe now? Of course. Hu Tianhao looked at Zhang Fan with a hostile look. Although my sister likes you, I can't let my sister still go out with you in the middle of the night before I recognize you. What if you took my sister to a room? What? Zhang Fan was completely shocked. Chapter 90, Underhanded. What is this little guy talking about? Hearing this, Hu Yiling's pretty face swished red. Hu Tianhao, what are you talking nonsense about you? Who said we want that? Besides, even if we are going to, I'll just go directly to Zhang Fan's classmate's house. Where is the need for what you said? Hearing this, Zhang Fan blushed and coughed dryly. Why are these two siblings' brains so crooked? It couldn't be that Hu Yiling had gone to his house before with this idea in mind, could it? It's this dangerous thought of yours, old sister. That's why it's even more important not to let you guys stay together in the middle of the night. Hu Tianhao nodded with his waist crossed. After all, Lao's sister was in her rutting phase right now. As her dear brother, of course he couldn't watch her do something stupid, especially handing over his innocence to such a civilian Zhang Fan. Even if he wanted to hand it over, it would have to be after he recognized Zhang Fan. So before that, Zhang Fan couldn't think of touching a single hair on his sister's head. Hearing his words, Hu Yiling hugged her chest up and coldly grunted. Who am I to listen to you? Her own sexual well-being is, of course, up to her. How could he possibly understand the joy when he's a little kid who doesn't even have hair on his head? I didn't expect Hu Tianhao to be even more annoying than that stirrer He Wei Hang, even dared to meddle in her and her husband's affairs. Simply itchy skin. Could it be that you want Dad to personally take charge, old sister? Hu Tianhao followed suit with a cold snort. Rather flavorful. If Dad knew about this, what would happen? You must know that too, right? You still threaten me with Dad. You've really got your wings. Hey, Uncle Lee, protect me. Listening to the inexplicable words of these two siblings, Zhang Fan could only smile helplessly. He had never thought of taking advantage of Hu Yiling, even if he was given a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Yiling, you'd better go back with Tianhao, Zhang Fan suddenly said at this moment. When Hu Yiling heard this, the hand pinching Hu Tianhao's ear stopped. Classmate Zhang Fan, you don't have to care what he said. Just treat him as a cerebral palsy. You, old sister, not La. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. It just so happens that I have other things to do at night, so it's not very convenient to take you there. And now it's just right. So I'll let Uncle Lee and Tianhao send you back, and I'll be relieved. Now that he had gotten off work, there was still a bit of time left, and Zhang Fan still had to go look for yellow hair. Otherwise the money he had paid earlier would be wasted, and he would have to hurry up and become stronger. Something that is not convenient to take me to? Hu Yiling listened. Those two good-looking eyebrows suddenly frowned tightly. So what is it that's so secretive that you can't tell me anymore? Hu Tianhao grunted coldly from the side. Looks like someone started cheating on his wife even before he got married. You fart. Hu Yiling said angrily. Zhang Fan. It's nothing really. It's just a friend's birthday la. Zhang Fan showed cold sweat on his face and laughed awkwardly. Hu Yiling's frown deepened. Really? Mister. Zhang Fan can't lie to me. Zhang Fan hesitated, but still answered so. Seeing this, Hu Yiling then dispelled her worries, only pretending to be unhappy. Alright, then I won't pester you tonight. Go have fun. I don't think hubby would do anything bad. Hu Yiling naturally believed Zhang Fan. And it just so happened that she had something to do tonight, too. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then. Zhang Fan watched Hu Yiling get into the car and go all the way away. Before he breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. This wasn't something he wanted to lie about. After all, If Hu Yiling knew about this, I'm afraid she wouldn't agree. Zhang Fan couldn't help but sigh. What a tough life. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan arrived at the empty space that Yellow Hair had brought him to earlier. Zhang Fan was about to knock on the door to look for someone when he suddenly saw that the iron door of the container was locked by a chain lock, and it looked as if Yellow Hair had gone out. There was also a note tucked between the lock and the door's gap. Open it. It had a line written in crooked script in pinyin. There's going out. There's nightly chores at the breast. Call me piggyback. Sincerely accept murder and release FO. Murder, gun, lie and other business. At the bottom was the name of the second dog and a string of phone numbers. Zhang Fan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes as he watched. This character that didn't even graduate from elementary school. At a glance, only Yellow Hair can write it. There is simply no one else. It seemed that today was not the right time to come. Even Yellow Hair had something to go out, so it was obvious that practice would not be possible today. Zhang Fan sighed and could only go back to continue doing his high heels. Zhang Fan, who had just returned to the downstairs of his home, was about to go up the stairs when suddenly a black shadow flashed past his feet. Zhang Fan frowned and subconsciously looked back. Right at this moment, a thick wooden stick slammed down head-on against Zhang Fan's head, and before he had time to see who was coming, Zhang Fan's eyes went black, and his entire body collapsed helplessly to the ground. Puff! Before he lost consciousness, he only saw a pair of leather shoes appear in front of him. Chapter 91. What is this woman doing? Hiss. I don't know how long I've been unconscious. Zhang Fan finally woke up in pain from his daze. A leftover intense pain came from his forehead. As soon as I woke up, before I could see the things in front of me, a familiar female voice suddenly came beside my ears. Zhang. Senior Zhang Fan, you finally woke up? Thank goodness. I thought you were dead. Zhang Fan covered his head and slowly slowed down, opening his eyes to take a closer look. It was pitch black all around him, with only a faint light coming from a small street lamp outside. He was now in the middle of a wooded area, surrounded by short trees. At this time, Zhang Fan looked at the man again. It's Zhang Yuanin? Schoolboy, are you better? Zhang Evening had an anxious and worried look on her pretty face. Zhang Fan felt that this was like a dream. What had happened to him? It was as if all the previous memories had been emptied. He vaguely remembers that he was going home. So how did he end up here? I'm here. Where? Zhang Fan sat on the ground and touched his aching forehead, unable to help but suck in a breath. Was he himself being attacked? Then how come Zhang Evening is here? At this time, Zhang Evening suddenly frowned and spoke. Senior, you were attacked just now. And although I don't know what happened, I just happened to be passing by here, and I came across a person dragging you to the forest. It's a good thing I stopped it in time, or I don't know what he would have done to you. What? Zhang Fan was surprised. Afterward, Zhang Fan asked, did you get a good look at that person? It was too dark to see clearly. Zhang Evening was a bit hesitant to get up. Zhang Fan gently gritted his teeth after hearing this. He didn't expect this to happen again. What bad luck. Touching himself, there was nothing missing. So what was the man trying to do that he had brought him here? This place, although he has not been here, but if the other party is only one person, obviously cannot drag the unconscious him to a very far place. This should not be far from his home. Thanks. Zhang Fan succinctly and clearly said his thanks and stood up to go back. Although he loathed Zhang Evening right now, it was she who had saved herself, so Zhang Fan was not in a position to fling his face. Just as Zhang Fan was about to leave, suddenly, someone hugged him behind him. Don't go. Zhang Fan, I don't want you to go. Zhang Evening's voice came from behind her, with a hint of crying. Zhang Fan couldn't help but frown at what he said. This one tugged at the pain in his forehead again. What are you doing? Zhang Fan grabbed Zhang Evening's hand and tried to break it, but the woman held him like she was holding him with almost all her strength, grabbing her wrist with a death grip and not allowing Zhang Fan to break free. Will you listen to my explanation one last time? Just one more time. Zhang Evening prayed so sincerely. There is nothing to explain. Zhang Fan's face instantly turned cold. It was an accident that I met you today, and I thank you for saving me, but explanations and whatnot are no longer needed. What he saw then is the best evidence. Zhang Fan. Zhang Evening suddenly chirped. Where exactly am I inferior to Hu Yiling? What she can give you, can't I give you? Or do you think she is better than me everywhere? Zhang Fan twisted his head and glanced behind him, his eyes extraordinarily cold in the pitch black. She is indeed much better than you. At least, much kinder than you, too. When Zhang Evening heard this, she was staggered for a moment. You. Zhang Fan was thinking that Zhang Evening had nothing more to say when she suddenly let go of her hold on him, and then a burst of cold laughter rang out. Ha, he. Zhang Evening lowered her head and took a step back. Seeing this weird-looking Zhang Evening, Zhang Fan could not help but frown. This woman. What is this? Chapter 92, The Trap. You're saying she's kinder than me? That's funny. But so what if she's kind? Can she give you the sexual happiness you want? Jang Evening said this and gently unbuttoned her chest. But I can. For the sake of you, schoolmate, not only can I dedicate all I have, but I can do anything as long as you like it yet. Just with these. Is it not a sentence of kindness that can be compared? By the time she said this, Jang Evening had already unbuttoned most of her shirt. The only thing under that shirt was a lace-trimmed black bustier. Zhang Fan was stunned when he saw this scene. You, what are you doing? Zhang Fan frowned as he grabbed Jang Evening Yin's hand. So you think that liking someone is the way to get it? I advise you to show some self-respect. Jang Evening Yin. Self-respect? Jang Evening Yin pulled up the corners of her red lips, disdain all over her beautiful eyes. For the sake of what I want. What is self-respect? I just want Hu Yiling to lose everything she has. Zhang Fan suddenly froze. Everything about her? Right at this moment, Jang Evening Yin suddenly reached out and pulled Zhang Fan's collar. And in the next moment, she suddenly fell backward. Zhang Fan was also caught off guard at that moment and was pulled down to the ground. And the two of them seemed to relive the first time they met. Only the difference was that Zhang Fan was on top this time. His chest pressed against the warm softness, causing Zhang Fan to blush immediately. Just as she wanted to get up, Jang Evening Yin was still tugging on Zhang Fan's collar. What the hell do you want? Zhang Fan frowned as cold sweat fell along his face. Jang Evening Yin, who was lying between the broken leaves, suddenly smiled charmingly. What? Are you still not a man? I've given you such a direct opportunity, and you don't even dare to go for it? Just like you. I'm afraid you haven't even taken off Hu Yiling's clothes, have you? Don't worry, no one else will be here. When Jang Evening Yin said this, her face roiled with a flush, her eyes penetrating with desire. If it were an unusual man, perhaps there was only animalism in his heart at this time. However, Zhang Fan fiercely gritted his teeth at this moment and grabbed Jang Evening Yin's uneasy hand. Don't come and disgust me. Jang Evening Yin, not every man is a lower body animal. What's the difference between you and those prostitutes if you do this? Oh, is that so? Jang Evening Yin suddenly restrained her smile. Her expression became grave. To say that there is a difference. Of course there is. Because I have been nothing more than playing with you all along. Do you think I will really let you on? As Zhang Fan was showing his dismay, a blinding flash suddenly lit up from the darkness of the forest. Gee, look what I got. Just then, a voice with a sneer came in sandwiched between footsteps. What a surprise. The boyfriend of Hu Yiling, the school beauty of Southern Arts, is such a beast. What? Could it be that Hu Yiling can't satisfy you anymore? Zhang Fan looked in surprise, and as the man's figure gradually revealed itself from the darkness, he saw a man walking out holding a cell phone. And when his eyes fell on the pair of leather shoes at his feet, it made Zhang Fan recall something violently. It's him! Wang Xuanwen's sudden appearance surprised Zhang Fan. He suddenly remembered seeing him in this pair of leather shoes before he passed out. That is, the person who suddenly sneaked up on him from behind when he came home was Xianwen Wang. At this time, Xianwen Wang was using his cell phone to record the fragrant scene in front of him. The ambiguous positions of Zhang Fan and Jang Evening Yin had all been filmed by him. Especially after Zhang Fan pounced on Jang Evening Yin, he also reached out his hand and grabbed her forcefully, in a manner of forcing Lian to be a prostitute. Only then did Zhang Fan realize afterward that he had been set up. Snap! Suddenly, a slap with a fragrant wind whistled hard on Zhang Fan's face. Before Zhang Fan could react, Jang Evening Yin pushed Zhang Fan away, covered her chest and stood up, and in Zhang Fan's astonished gaze, she saw that Jang Evening Yin actually looked like a pear. Oh, Xianwen, it's a good thing you came in time. Otherwise, else I would have been sullied by this guy. I thought Zhang Fan asked me out for something, but I didn't realize he actually wanted to rape me. Jang Evening Yin's words were all recorded in Wang Xuanwen's video. Zhang Fan's brain was buzzing. The original. These two are in cahoots. That is to say, what Jang Evening Yin said just now about saving him was also a lie. And they were working together to put on this show just to frame him. No wonder Jang Evening Yin showed up here alone at night. There are simply not that many coincidences. It was Xianwen Wang who knocked him out and brought him here with Jang Evening Yin. You two assholes. Zhang Fan, who had awakened, couldn't help but clench his teeth, and there was sharp hatred in those eyes. Acting out so many plays just to create the illusion of my rape? Just with those images taken by Wang Xianwen and Jang Evening Yin's words against her conscience, it was enough for people to conclude that Zhang Fan was raping Jang Evening Yin just now, and Wang Xuanwen's intention to record it this way was conceivable. Although Zhang Fan didn't know why he was doing this, it was also unknown why Jang Evening Yin had joined forces with Xianwen Wang, but it's clear that both of them want him to lose his reputation at school. Chapter 93, Threats. False image? Wang Xianwen turned off the video in his hand at this time, revealing a devious sinister smile. What I have captured in my cell phone now can clearly prove that you attempted to rape Jung Evening. Do you think the picture is truer? Or your words? Speaking of this, Xianwen Wang could no longer hold back his inner excitement and laughed out maniacally. Seeing Wang Xianwen turned off the video, Jung Evening, who was crying with pear blossoms and rain, also changed her face at this time like an icy cold. She rebuttoned her buttons and opened her mouth with a cold smile. Finally, the disgustingness of these days is over. Zhang Fan's eyes grew sharper when he heard this. Jung Evening snorted coldly and continued, if it wasn't to get back at Hu Yiling, do you think I'd really want to tease a dead straight guy like you? Like an elm? And to ask me to act like a backstabber? Now that I think about it I feel sick, but it's okay. If it wasn't for you being stupid and not even daring to touch it, I wouldn't have lost nothing. Jung Evening said this, the corner of her mouth unconsciously raised in triumph. Zhang Fan was simply the dumbest man in the whole world in her opinion. There isn't one. So that's how it is. Zhang Fan then realized that everything was just a bureau at the very beginning, and he was just the one being toyed with in the bureau, just to provoke the relationship between him and Hu Yiling. No wonder this woman was so forward with him. Jung Evening was right. He could be too stupid to see it until now. One treats people with kindness, but in return one is humiliated in 100 ways. Is this what he deserves? Looking at Zhang Fan's look of lost soul after the self-deprecation, Jung Evening hugged her chest and coldly grunted. Not that I'm saying, I think that woman Hu Yiling is just playing with you silly boy. With goods like you don't think Hu Yiling would really look at you, do you? She's the daughter of the Hu clan. She's rich and powerful, and the number of men chasing after her is no less than mine, so why would she want to get close to you? Don't you have any idea? People are just using you to establish a persona. A beautiful schoolgirl who was started by an ordinary man. If the whole school knew about it, not only would they not dislike Hu Yiling, they would only be more heartbroken, and there would be more people rushing up to comfort her, just like when she was with you. Jung Evening's words, word for word, seemed to have cut deep bloody slashes in Zhang Fan's heart. Setting up a persona in exchange for more sympathy and pursuit is all a trap. Yiling Hu, is it really like she said? An image quickly flashed between his mind. Hu Yiling's sweet smile, sweating with him on the field, fending off the punks for him, and confessing his love for him on his birthday night. Is the sincerity that flows from these brows also false? Just like Jung Evening. That's right, we're just doing it a little earlier than Hu Yiling did, so that everyone can see what kind of man you really are. It's also a way to discourage you from being with Hu Yiling ahead of time, so that you don't end up getting hurt so deeply. Xianwen Wang sneered out. You, a poor boy. How do you deserve Hu Yiling? Stop being a toad and leave her. Jung Evening and Xianwen Wang's words haunted Zhang Fan's ears like whispering demons. But in Zhang Fan's mind, always keep a clean and spotless net for Hu Yiling. There, Belle is real. Enough. Zhang Fan clenched his fists and said with an icy face, no matter what you guys say, I won't believe you. Besides, people like you are even less qualified to say half a bad word about her. Anyone could suspect Hu Yiling, but only Xianwen Wang and Zhang Evening could not. With the heart of an evil person, you will always see only the evil side. If he listens to the hypocritical words said by these two hypocrites and even doubts Hu Yiling who was so sincere to him, then he, Zhang Fan, is the white-eyed wolf with no conscience at all. Right now, he only believed what he saw in front of him. That is, not one word of truth from these two assholes. Ha, looks like you're still obsessed. Wang Xianwen laughed instead of being angry and leisurely said, but I guess it's true. After all, with a great beauty like Hu Yiling licking herself, who would be willing to let go? Since you won't release it voluntarily, let me release this hand for you. Xianwen Wang smiled grimly at this time and picked up his cell phone. The image was of him sending a picture to Hu Yiling. No need to say more. It was exactly the way Zhang Fan and Zhang Evening were flirting just now. I believe that very soon, Hu Yiling will see this photo. Wang Xianwen smiled smugly and said, when you two were showing so much love in front of me, I just wanted to see you fall apart and then make Hu Yiling lose her reputation. By the way, now that video I haven't uploaded to the school's campus wall, I do have an opportunity for you. How about if you'll just be good enough to do what I tell you to do? Chapter 94, Time to Settle Scores. This guy, he even sent that fake stuff to Hu Yiling. Zhang Fan's clenched fists were trembling as he clenched his teeth in death. At this moment, in his eyes, Zhang Evening and Wang Xianwen were like an adulterous couple. I just need you to say, to the camera, you, Zhang Fan, are a big scum. Not only did you have 2 feet in one boat at school, but you also toyed with Hu Yiling's feelings and tricked her into bed. Hu Yiling took pills for you and even had a child for you. As long as you say that, I can consider not sending out the video of your attempted rape. It's Hu Yiling's face that's being disgraced anyway, so it's quite a bit better than you squatting in jail in the future, right? When Xianwen Wang said this, his eyes were showing excitement. Only then, after everyone had disliked Hu Yiling, could he accept Hu Yiling with an air of tolerance? Because he knew that it simply hadn't happened. Xianwen Wang didn't care what other people thought of Hu Yiling. All he cared about was whether or not he ever got her. And now, apparently, was his best chance. Even Jiang Evening felt that Wang Xianwen was a snake and scorpion when she heard this. She winks and smiles. Wang Xianwen, playing with false accusations can really be no one's match for you. It's really poisonous. Oh, that's for sure. How do you think I got mixed up until now? Wang Xianwen looked like he was scoffing and sneered. Zhang Fan, I also told you, as long as I'm in Southern Arts for a day, I'll have all the time in the world to cure you. He hadn't suffered on anyone else in the 3 years he'd been at Southern Arts. If he's not a bit ruthless, how can he keep his position in Southern Arts? Scumbag. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Zhang Fan lowered his head and squeezed out a few words through his teeth. The grimace on that face explained Zhang Fan's anger at the moment. There was no way that he would do any of these things that were not true. Even if Hu Yiling really thought that he was an attempted rapist, he, Zhang Fan, would not say half a bad word about Hu Yiling. Oh, retribution? I am your retribution. Xianwen Wang laughed coldly. Then he raised his cell phone and spoke. It doesn't matter if you refuse to say it. The video is in my hands anyway. I'm the one who has all the power of interpretation. Now what kind of person Zhang Fan really was depended on how Xianwen Wang portrayed him. Zhang Fan, even if he doesn't say it, it doesn't prevent Xianwen Wang from adding to the conversation on his own. No matter what, this stupid kid Zhang Fan couldn't continue to hang out at South Arts. Let's go. Don't spend time with this stupid kid. Wang Xianwen felt greatly uninterested and was about to turn around and leave. However, just at this time, Zhang Fan behind him clenched his teeth and suddenly spoke out. Xianwen Wang, hand over your cell phone. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Yo, look at how angry this stupid kid seems to be. He wouldn't want to kill the two of us. Jiang Evening couldn't help but scoff when she saw this scene. With this goon, how could he dare to make a move? In the past few days, she had felt through Zhang Fan. A man can't even be horny, let alone play hard to get. Won't leave me alone? Ha ha ha. Wang Xianwen laughed out loud at this moment, as if Zhang Fan's threat was not worth mentioning. Fine. I would like to see how you are going to not let me go. Don't you want this video? Come and grab it if you can. Xianwen Wang had learned a little bit of sparring anyways. He wouldn't mind beating the brat Zhang Fan up again before he left, so that he could vent out his piled-up anger. Hearing this, Zhang Fan clenched his fists and took a step towards Wang Xianwen. Xianwen Wang raised his eyebrows slightly at this. I didn't expect it. This kid has the guts to come over. It looks like he really doesn't know how to spell deaf. Jiang Evening on the side took 2 steps back, hugging her chest and getting up ready to watch the next good show of Zhang Fan being brutally beaten. Let this kid be so arrogant this morning. Dare to say that kind of harsh words to her. Being beaten is also deserved. In the darkness, Zhang Fan walked up to Wang Xianwen with a body full of killing intent, and the cell phone was in Wang Xianwen's hand, provocatively placed in front of his eyes. Zhang Fan reached out to grab it and pounced. Xianwen Wang, who lifted the cell phone up, raised a bad smile. Let you come and get it. You really get it. After saying that, Wang Xianwen's face instantly became ferocious as he kicked towards Zhang Fan's abdomen. I'll let you take it. I thought that I could kick Zhang Fan down and be done with it. But I didn't expect the next scene to surprise both Xianwen Wang and Jiang Evening. Jiang Evening stared at Zhang Fan with wide eyes and said, how does this guy? Just now, Wang Xianwen's kick had indeed kicked Zhang Fan in the stomach. However, Zhang Fan endured the pain in his abdomen and even grabbed Wang Xianwen's foot. At this time, Wang Xianwen stood on one leg with a surprised face. And before he could make his next move, Zhang Fan moved first, only to see Zhang Fan suddenly raise his elbow and slam it on Wang Xianwen's calf. A heartbreaking shout rang out. Ah! Wang Xianwen fell to the ground with an open heart. He grabbed his injured leg in pain. Zhang Fan's elbow strike actually hit right on his leg bone. At this moment, his calf hurt as if the bone was cracked. Jiang Evening took 2 steps back in fear. How did this fan suddenly become scary? That look, it was almost scarier than this morning's. Shouldn't really push an honest man's buttons, right? You bastard. Wang Xianwen was lying on the ground in a cold sweat. This sleight of hand made him directly unable to stand up. Jiang Evening, what are you still waiting for? Quickly help me block him. Jiang Evening was at a loss for words for a moment. How am I going to block it? This Xianwen Wang, usually so powerful, now even asked her, a woman, to help him block. Zhang Fan was at least a man, no matter how much of a wimp he usually was. How could she possibly have a way to deal with Zhang Fan? Not to mention, it was still Zhang Fan in his current form. At this moment, Zhang Fan reached out his hand to the cell phone that had fallen on the ground, which contained the video that Xianwen Wang had recorded. When Wang Xianwen saw this, he immediately exclaimed, "Hey! That's my cell phone!" Snap! Zhang Fan suddenly clenched his fist and smashed that cell phone on the ground with one punch. When Wang Xianwen and Jiang Evening saw this, they couldn't help but suck in their breaths. And they were. "Now, it's time to settle the score between the two of us." Zhang Fan was cold and slowly opened his mouth. The killing intent in that tone was chilling. Chapter 95, Do unto others as they would have them do unto you. Wang Xianwen gulped in fear and grabbed everything he could around him and threw it at Zhang Fan. Don't you come over. If you dare to do anything to me, you'll have to get the hell out of South Arts tomorrow. I'd advise you to get out of here right now. Don't you just want the cell phone? I'll give you that stupid cell phone. What are you doing you? Let go of me. Let go of me. Wang Xianwen was grabbed by Zhang Fan's collar with one hand in shock. The next moment, that fist smashed into Wang Xianwen's face without hesitation. Seeing this terrible scene, Jiang Evening covered her mouth and couldn't help but scream. Ah! Punch after punch after punch. Zhang Fan's eyes were red and his head was occupied by anger. The ferocious fists had beaten Wang Xianwen to the point where his nose was splattered with blood in the blink of an eye, and anyone who looked at it would be scared. Not to mention Jiang Lianin, who was now sitting paralyzed on the ground and had already looked dumbfounded. Naturally, she wanted to run, but those legs were shaking so badly that they couldn't stand up. He could only watch as Zhang Fan beat Wang Xianwen to the point that his face was covered in blood and he wailed, Don't fight! Wang Xianwen tried his best to block his face, but he couldn't resist Zhang Fan's fists at all. This guy was a maniac, like he wanted to beat him to death. At this moment, Zhang Fan only had hatred and anger in his eyes. These two not only framed him, but also involved Hu Yiling, which was something he could not tolerate. He didn't want to do the killing either. However, the current Zhang Fan did want to kill Xianwen Wang. Such people don't deserve to live in this world. Snap! Just then, Zhang Fan suddenly felt that he had been knocked on his back. Zhang Fan gasped roughly and stopped his hand, twisting his head to look at Jiang Evening. Jiang Evening's pretty face was filled with fear. Two big eyes panicked, and in her hand she was still holding a half-broken wooden stick, which just knocked on Zhang Fan's back and broke it. Yes, sorry. Jiang Evening took 2 steps back in fear. Originally, he had wanted to be able to inflict a heavy blow on Zhang Fan. I didn't realize that the stick would be so undurable that it would break with a hard knock. Not only did nothing happen to Zhang Fan, but he also enraged him. By the way, I almost forgot that there's you. Zhang Fan lowered his head and suddenly sneered. Senior sister Evening, you also deserve credit for this incident, don't you? Jiang Evening's heart thumped when she heard Zhang Fan's words. Immediately afterward, she squeezed out a smile in a raw manner and said, Zhang, junior brother Zhang Fan, what happened just now? Don't take it seriously. The two of us were just messing around with you. How could we possibly do such a thing, right? I've always liked you. Don't disgust me. A loud roar rang out. It was followed by a loud slap. Before Jiang Evening could react, her face suddenly blazed. Within a few moments, a strong ringing in the ears. Jiang Evening's eyes widened in disbelief as she touched her face. Good. Ouch. Zhang Fan, this asshole even. I've never hit a woman, but you don't even count as a woman in front of me. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth. Those eyes were gloomy. This slap is me returning the favor. Jiang Evening looked like she wanted to get angry but didn't dare to. All that could be done was to cover her face and freeze in place, her fingertips trembling. Zhang Fan. It was actually her. It's her who made me do this. None of this has anything to do with me. Behind him, Xianwen Wang, who had a face full of blood, pointed at Jiang Evening and shouted, Now if we don't take the opportunity to turn the tables on Jiang Evening, God knows Zhang Fan, this crazy person will not really kill him. Here even individuals will not pass by. Really want to start a fight? No one can stop this crazy person. Xianwen Wang. You. Jiang Evening did not expect that at this time, Wang Xianwen would betray her. It's clear that this asshole is the mastermind of it all. If it wasn't for him, how would he have found this Zhang Fan fellow? And now you're in this mess. Zhang. Senior Zhang Fan, don't listen to his nonsense. He's the mastermind. He's the one who made me do it. He's the one who wanted to snatch Hu Yiling away from you. That's why For the rest of the words, Jiang Evening naturally didn't dare to say anything else, especially looking at Zhang Fan with this angry look on his face. You're the one who tried to rob Hu Yiling. How could I possibly do such a thing? You said yourself that you want him to leave Hu Yiling. What are you trying to do if not to rob him? You. Enough. Zhang Fan yelled. Both of them were shocked by Zhang Fan's voice. Shouldn't have pissed him off again, right? This. Senior brother Zhang Fan, too. Why don't you let me go first? Don't worry. I definitely won't tell anyone else. This is a grudge between you and him. There's no way I'll tell anyone. Jiang Evening was afraid. She doesn't want to die like that when she's young and beautiful. If something really happens, what should we do with the fish in our own pond? I can let you go. At this moment, Zhang Fan suddenly spoke coldly. Zhang Evening-in's pretty face immediately raised a smile. Really? But, you'll have to take your clothes off first. Just then, Zhang Fan's latter words interrupted Zhang Evening-in's words. Zhang Evening-in that face instantly stagnated, and even the corner of her eyes twitched. What did you say? Did she hear right? This Zhang Fan guy even wanted her to take off her clothes? Can it be that he doesn't want to go through with it and wants to rape and kill first? I said for you to take off your clothes. Are you unable to understand? Zhang Fan's eyes looking at Zhang Evening-in were extraordinarily cold, and there was no room for negotiation in his tone. I know, but, you have to be more gentle. Although Zhang Evening-in was reluctant, but looking at this horrible look of Zhang Fan, she could only undo the buttons on her shirt with a face of being violated. Wang Xianwen looked shocked. Zhang Fan, this is too soon. Zhang Evening-in bit her lip and took off the shirt on her body, and just as she was about to continue taking off the pants underneath her body, Zhang Fan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "No need to do that. Just leave it like this." Zhang Evening-in was stunned. "Don't you need to take off your pants? I'm not interested in you." Zhang Fan snorted coldly and spoke indifferently. This made Zhang Evening-in even more puzzled. Could it be that Zhang Fan was just trying to humiliate her? Just then, Zhang Fan picked up his cell phone and raised his chin to Zhang Evening-in. "Go over and hold him." Hugging him? Zhang Evening-in stared at her beautiful eyes and looked at Wang Xianwen again. In an instant, she seemed to understand what Zhang Fan was going to do. Wang Xianwen immediately gritted his teeth. "Zhang Fan, you bastard. What do you want to do? You want to frame me, don't you?" Zhang Fan looked at Wang Xianwen and just spoke coldly. "I'm just treating others the way they treat me. Isn't that what you guys did to me? Why can't you accept it now?" Zhang Evening-in was a bit hesitant for a moment. Zhang Fan picked up Zhang Evening-in's shirt and tore it as he did so, then spoke. "You may not choose to hug him, but I believe that my other two punk friends shouldn't mind hugging with you. What are your options?" "Zhang Fan, you." Zhang Evening-in was so angry that her body trembled. "Just go." No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect that this Zhang Fan, who looked like the best bully, would be so diabolical now. I really underestimated this kid before, but there was nothing that could be done, so he could only obediently do what Zhang Fan said. Although Wang Xianwen was unconvinced, but now he was the most dangerous one. Where was the chance for him to say no? He also obediently hugged Zhang Evening-in, only with an angry look on his face. Zhang Fan picked up his cell phone and aimed it at the two people on this floor. The next moment, he spoke again. "Help him get his pants off." Chapter 96. What? Zhang Evening-in was surprised. Help Xianwen Wang take off his pants? Wang Xianwen even gritted his teeth and said, "Zhang Fan, I advise you not to do too much. In the future in the school, we still have the opportunity to meet. If you do this, you are not afraid that I will retaliate against you afterwards." Seeing that Zhang Fan was planning to videotape, Wang Xianwen concluded that Zhang Fan did not dare to kill them. But who knows if this guy will pass this video to the internet. Then the image of the Southern Arts male god that he, Xianwen Wang, managed with great difficulty to get up is going to be destroyed by Zhang Fan. Don't say you'll get Hu Yiling. Everything will be gone by then. Do you think you still have room to discuss with me? Zhang Fan said coldly. Xianwen Wang sucked in a breath. This asshole. Strip. Zhang Fan was decisive. Zhang Evening-in didn't have any solutions. Two slender jade hands, undoing Wang Xuanwen's belt. What should have been an ambiguous action looked so horrible in Wang Xuanwen's eyes. All of this was recorded by Zhang Fan's cell phone. Even though Wang Xuanwen's face was covered in blood and there were obvious signs of posing, but Zhang Fan didn't care. All it takes is this one move. Wang Xianwen didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts about him after that. Not to mention that Wang Xuanwen's cell phone had been shattered by Zhang Fan. After turning off the video, Zhang Fan raised his cell phone in front of the two of them, like Xianwen Wang at the beginning. "I've already filmed everything just now, and this clearly captured the two of you. If you dare to come after me and Hu Yiling again, this video will be seen by everyone in the school. I promise." Zhang Fan's tone seemed as if he could not be questioned. It made neither Wang Xianwen nor Zhang Evening feel that he was just bluffing. After saying these words, Zhang Fan put his cell phone away, stripped down to just a pair of underwear. Xianwen Wang's teeth were clenched to death. There was anger in those eyes. It was the anger of wanting to kill Zhang Fan. "Stop staring. I've taken the clothes away. You guys better think about how to go back." Zhang Fan finished speaking, and then he left under the angry gazes of the two. "Hey, you bastard. Give us back our clothes." On the way back, Zhang Fan thought about the matter of Wang Xianwen sending a video to Hu Yiling just now, and hesitated for a while, wondering if she had received that video or not. Thinking that his heart was a little messed up, Zhang Fan thought to himself that it was better to forget about it. According to Hu Yiling's nature, if she saw it, she would definitely come to ask him. Ask now and you might see it even if you didn't see it in the first place. Zhang Fan looked up at the moon in the sky. Lips and teeth trembled gently. I swear, I'll never let anyone bully me again. Not to say being an evil person, but also, I don't want to be the good old boy who gets taken advantage of anymore. He must be a little more of a man himself, so that he may, I fear, be worthy of the likes of others, and be better able to protect his favorite. That her. Early the next morning, Zhang Fan was jolted by a ringing phone. Confused, he picked up the phone to see that it was actually He Weihang who called. Zhang Fan is still a bit puzzled. Today he remembers no class A. However, Zhang Fan still picked up his cell phone and answered the call. Hello? It's early in the morning. Why are you? Big brother, are you still sleeping? Before Zhang Fan finished speaking, He Weihang took the lead in interrupting, which made Zhang Fan very puzzled. There's no class today. Why don't you sleep? He Weihang let out a cry, and then excitedly said, then you must not have read our school posting, right? Take a look. There's explosive news. It's simply a shocking big melon. Ha? What news? Zhang Fan had just finished asking when he suddenly snapped his eyes wide open. Shouldn't be last night. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan suddenly got up. The phone has not yet hung up on the posting bar opened, followed by the post hanging in front of the eyes led Zhang Fan a face of surprise up. This, how? Chapter 97, the posters blew up. A few of the threads hanging on this school's posting board do indeed have something to do with Xianwen Wang, but it had nothing to do with Zhang Fan at all. It says so in these headlines. Shocker! The president of the South Arts Student Council is dating multiple freshmen at the same time. Xianwen Wang, the male god of Southern Arts, destroyed his own persona and was exposed to have threatened his ex-girlfriend, Jiang Evening, with an abortion, drugged and raped. Xianwen Wang, the student council president, has done these nasty things. Zhang Fan couldn't help but suck in a breath as he watched these one-sided remarks. What the hell is going on here? Why do these things pop up on school posters? He thought it was the fact that last night was known so quickly, but he didn't realize it was this. Looking at the comments underneath, it was a clean slate of hollering, name-calling, and even a female student who anonymously came out to testify against this personable hypocrite about her assault. There were others who were just eaters, spouting about how Jiang Evening had even aborted for Wang Xianwen. There are thousands of comments on all sorts of statements. Although it wasn't last night's incident, Zhang Fan was therefore relieved. But it's still really surprising. Big brother, did you see that? This is too damn powerful. I've long seen that this grandson Wang Xianwen is not a good person. Heck, he's actually done so many nasty things. No wonder none of the sisters at school like me. So they're all getting laid by this guy. He Weihang's voice came from the other end of the phone. It also looked like he was completely unaware of what happened last night. Could it be that someone wants to mess with Xianwen Wang too? Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask. What's going on here? Why is Wang Xianwen being raked over the coals for so many things all at once? This was too much of a coincidence, and Zhang Fan always felt that something was wrong. It was as if someone was deliberately trying to help him. I don't know. These posts popped up this morning, and they're so powerful. In just 2 or 3 hours, tens of thousands of people have clicked on them, and the school has gotten the news. It's rumored that the school side has temporarily removed Xianwen Wang's position as the student council president in order to calm down this storm. That guy probably won't dare to return to school in the future. Ha ha ha. And right now, Evening Yin's sister is also miserable, because Wang Xuanwen's matter was nominated, and it was revealed that she had an abortion for Wang Xianwen before, that the votes for the school flower selection quickly fell. Now sister-in-law is several thousand votes ahead of Jiang Evening Yin. It looks like sister-in-law is again the school flower of our class of Southern Arts this time. As He Weihang said this, Zhang Fan, who was sitting on the bed, got a little lost in thought. One night, and this happened. While this is a good thing, it's still really hard to digest for a while. Now, it seemed that Wang Xianwen and Jiang Evening could not protect themselves and would not have the heart to find trouble with him and Hu Yiling anymore. Zhang Fan sighed. This matter was finally over. There was no need for him to post the video he had taken last night. Xianwen Wang and Jiang Evening had already lost their reputation. It's only a matter of time before the wicked get what's coming to them. Big brother, aren't you going to celebrate with your sister-in-law? You've retained the title of Southern Arts School Flower again. He Weihang hemmed and hawed and flirted. Zhang Fan suddenly thought of something. Looking at his cell phone, Hu Yiling hadn't sent a message yet. After all this time, did she really not get that video? Or is it? Hu Yiling has already misunderstood him. Big brother? Why don't you say something? Zhang Fan had just returned to his senses when suddenly there was a knock on the door from the living room. Without talking to you first, I'll go open the door first. Zhang Fan hung up the phone after saying that and walked towards the door of the living room. Just after opening the door, Zhang Fan was surprised. Yiling? Why are you here all of a sudden? Chapter 98, The Miserable Xianwen Wang. Hu Yiling stood in the doorway with her hands behind her back, wearing a nice little dress, a look of springtime and a smile. Zhang Fan was originally a bit worried, but seeing Hu Yiling like this, she seemed to be in a good mood today. Could it be that yesterday she didn't receive that video sent out by Xianwen Wang? While thinking this way, Hu Yiling suddenly spoke up. There's no need for classes today, so I guessed you should still be sleeping, so I came over to look for you. How is it? Are you happy? After saying that, Hu Yiling smiled and hugged Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was hugged backward 2 steps, and her cheeks suddenly reddened. What's wrong, Mr. Zhang Fan? Hu Yiling asked as she let go of Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's eyes glanced to the side and said somewhat nervously, yesterday, didn't you receive anything strange? Although Hu Yiling looked no different than usual. However, Zhang Fan still couldn't help but want to ask. After all, this matter had been sticking in his heart. If he didn't ask for a clear answer, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to rest in peace all the time. Strange things? Hu Yiling cupped her chin and pretended to think. Oh, I see. Are you talking about that video that Xianwen Wang sent me? You know? Zhang Fan was surprised. Why does Hu Yiling still look like this if she saw it? Doesn't she care? I know. I saw it too. Hu Yiling smiled faintly, seeming to really look like she didn't mind. But it was Zhang Fan who frowned. Then there's nothing you want to say? That kind of video. Since Hu Yiling saw it, anyone would think nonsense, right? Not to mention that Hu Yiling said she liked him, so why does she act like she didn't care? Then what do you want me to say? I didn't realize that student Zhang Fan was such a person. Hu Yiling suddenly looked disappointed. Zhang Fan froze and hurriedly explained. No, yesterday Puff. Hu Yiling couldn't hold it in any longer. Interrupted. Zhang Fan scratched his head, puzzled. What's wrong with you? Hu Yiling wouldn't be so angry that she'd get stupid, would she? Alright, I don't want to tease you. I was actually still surprised when I first saw it, but I trust you, so I won't think it's true. Hu Yiling laughed, then said seriously. Hearing Hu Yiling's words, Zhang Fan was relieved but also a little apprehensive. Can you really trust him to this extent? By the way, classmate Zhang Fan, I must say something about you. Hu Yiling suddenly spoke up at this time. Frowning, I really didn't expect that the original student Zhang Fan was also someone who would use violence to solve problems. Forget about beating Wang Xianwen to that state. What if you hurt yourself? Zhang Fan's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know? Hu Yiling smiled up with a cheeky grin. It seems that last night when Xianwen Wang was beaten, it was really her husband's doing. Really? It's so relieving. Go back in time to last night. Xianwen Wang, who had managed to find a piece of rotten cloth wrapped in a garbage can to go home, was just about to reach the door of his house when he was suddenly stopped by 2 people. Old boss. It seems to be this kid. Air Dog took a photo, looked at it, then looked at Xianwen Wang and nodded. Aside of the yellow hair cannot help but speak, we will not recognize the wrong, right? This kid looks like a beggar. Really ing stinks. Just went to steal something was caught. Beat a bruised face? Wang Xianwen was a bit alarmed when he saw that these 2 punks seemed to be coming for him. Who are you 2? Is your name Xianwen Wang? Yellow hair raised his chin and said. Xianwen Wang hesitated when he heard this. Not just right. Hit me. Yes, boss. Oh oi. You guys. What are you guys doing? Experiencing 2 violent beatings in one night, Wang Xianwen collapsed on the ground and cried out in pain. I've said I'm not Wang Xianwen. You guys still beat me. Are you sick? It can't be helped. Your looks threaten me. Yellow hair lit a cigarette and said. After carefully comparing the photos, there's no mistaking it. That's the kid. After completing the task, Yellow hair picked up his cell phone and made the call. Hey, Miss Hu. Our mission is accomplished. This kid was beaten by us and cried out. Huang Mao shouted with a cigarette in his mouth. Then kicked Wang Xianwen. Hurry up. Squeak. Wang Xianwen said with a nosebleed. You 2 beasts. Oi. That's right. Yellow hair hemmed and hawed and said to the phone again. Hear that? Miss Hu. Hu Yiling, who was far away in the villa, sat on the sofa and spoke coldly. Ask him, what has he done to my husband? Oh, Yellow hair was slightly surprised to hear this and looked at Xianwen Wang. Hey, you're on my husband. Ugh, what have you done to Zhang Fan? Zhang Fan. When Wang Xianwen heard this, he instantly understood. These 2 were here to help Zhang Fan find trouble with him. Wang Xianwen was so angry that he shouted. What did I do to him? You should be asking him. That kid can beat me up. Yellow hair smiled in surprise when he heard this. Worthy of being my disciple, so quick to start practicing up. The younger generation is fearful. said the yellow hair and said to the two dogs, this kid also said that he is not Wang Xianwen. Do not fight to confess all, continue to give me a fight, do not stop. Yes, old boss. Hey, how can you guys do this? The wailing was so loud that yellow hair could only walk to the side and continue. Miss Fu. He said that little old Zhang Fan beat him up. I don't think it's a lie. This guy is bruised and swollen, and he's still not wearing any clothes. It's estimated that he was given a full set by little old Zhang Fan. That's good. Hu Yiling was relieved to hear this. From the moment she received the video given by Wang Xianwen, Hu Yiling knew that Wang Xianwen had actually taken advantage of his absence and started to set a trap for her husband Zhang Fan. Only she didn't expect it to be at this time. No matter how you say it, it's impossible for the husband to lay his hands on a woman like Zhang Evening. Not to mention it just happened to be secretly filmed by Xianwen Wang. If it wasn't for the fact that Hu Yiling had overheard the conversation between these two earlier, she would have almost believed it. Luckily, now it seems that Xianwen Wang's actions angered her husband and that's why she was beaten up, so I'm sure that video won't be sent out again. Immediately afterward, Hu Yiling said coldly to Huang Mao, I don't want him to appear in the Southern Arts again. After the matter is completed, I'll allocate funds to you again. That's all. Okay, Missy. Yellow hair hemmed and hawed and put away his cell phone. Chapter 99, The Marriage of the Father-in-Law. Yellow hair said to Air Dog, don't hit with the slate. How hurtful that thing is. Take this. Saying that, the next moment yellow hair pulled out an electric baton. This stuff works well and doesn't leave wounds. Xianwen Wang peed in fear. You. Murder After hearing Hu Yiling talk about last night's incident, Zhang Fan then realized. It turned out that she had already known that Zhang Evening and Wang Xianwen were going to set up a trap to frame him. In that case, Zhang Fan was completely relieved. Although things were still a bit bumpy, but the result was good on the line. In that case, this posting was also made by you? Zhang Fan suddenly remembered to ask. Hu Yiling nodded happily. Of course. If we don't do this, won't that guy still have to stand in the position of student council president and endanger others? One way or the other. We'll make them both lose their reputation too. Hearing this, Zhang Fan laughed in fear. Hi Belle is kinda scary. Alright, this matter is over. In the afternoon, Mr. Zhang Fan should still have to go to work, so quickly pack up and let's go to work together. Hu Yiling held Zhang Fan's arm and smiled sweetly. Zhang Fan sniffed and nodded. Yes, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling had just arrived at the store when they saw a black Rolls-Royce parked in front of the store. Suddenly a luxury car of such extravagance appeared here, which seemed a bit abrupt. Although he could think that it should be some rich person who has come to visit, Zhang Fan still couldn't help but frown. Why is there someone else parking like this? It's too impolite to park in front of the store. However, influenced by the luxury car, there were many people looking this way. Yiling? Zhang Fan saw that Hu Yiling beside him was suddenly silent, and then he looked at her. Only Hu Yiling looked at the license plate of the Rolls-Royce, her beautiful eyes surprised. This is not. What's he doing here all of a sudden? Mr. Zhang Fan? Why don't we skip work today? Let's go find a place to play. Hu Yiling took Zhang Fan's arm at this time, her face looking a bit unnatural. It's like hiding from something. So sudden? But come all the way here. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. Why does Hu Yiling want to leave when she just saw this car? Just as Hu Yiling was about to speak, store manager Chen suddenly came out. Xiao Fan. You're finally here. Did you kid get into some trouble? Trespassing? Zhang Fan frowned. I didn't. Did I? Didn't he just help the store increase sales earlier? How did he get into trouble? Store manager Chen had an anxious look on his face with cold sweat, as he grabbed Zhang Fan's hand and walked inside. Anyway, come in first and talk about it. There's a big shot inside who's been waiting for you for a long time, and he's just named to see you. Big man? Who is it? Zhang Fan froze. Zhang. Hu Yiling just wanted to reach out and stop it, but then she frowned with a willow brow. Forget it. Sooner or later, it'll happen. It was better to face it sooner rather than later. Not to mention that she was there now. After Zhang Fan was pulled into the store by Chen shopkeeper, he went straight to that parlor. Uncle Lee was standing straight in the doorway and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Couldn't it be that the big shot was him? Steward Lee, this is little Fan. Shopkeeper Chen smiled flatteringly at Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee said indifferently at this time. No need for introduction. I know him, take him in. When store manager Chen heard Uncle Lee's words, he was secretly shocked. Just how much trouble did this Fan cause? I can't believe that even that one is alarmed. If it was unusual, how could he have come to this tiny store? Seeing that the atmosphere was so serious, Zhang Fan could not help but get a little nervous. It's not Uncle Lee. Then who is it? Wait, Uncle Lee is standing at the door, so could it be that the one inside is? Zhang Fan, Who did not dare to jump to conclusions, could only follow store manager Chen into the parlor, and Hu Yiling also followed closely behind, her pretty face grave. Opening the door, store manager Chen then spoke to the inside. Chairman, Zhang Fan is here. Chairman? Zhang Fan was a bit surprised to hear this. Wouldn't the person who made store manager Chen call the chairman of the board be Zero Foxes? Boss? But why would such a big shot suddenly want to see him? Well, let him in. A deep, thick and cold voice came from within. Hurry up and go in. Remember to be smart. Store manager Chen whispered. Zhang Fan swallowed his saliva, but still walked in stiffly. Soon he saw the man on the couch. It was a middle-aged man with a big back haircut and a suit. It looked to be about 50 years old, with his legs crossed and a big boss attitude. After Zhang Fan came in, the man's powerful eyes had been sizing up Zhang Fan as if he was not angry, looking at Zhang Fan with some nervousness until Hu Yiling's sentence. Dad, what brings you here? Hu Yiling frowned her willow eyebrows with a reluctant look. Dad? Zhang Fan froze and directly sucked in a breath of cool air. Wait, why is this suddenly a bit too much information? Chapter 100, The Silent Man. This man is Hu Yiling's father, and the chairman of Zero Fox. Then Hu Yiling is not. But Hu Yiling never mentioned it. Zhang Fan had always thought that Hu Yiling was only a diamond VIQ of Zero Fox. Cough cough. The middle-aged man coughed twice and said in a proper voice. I didn't ask you to scream. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. If I don't come again, I probably won't even know that my daughter ran away with someone else, right? That middle-aged man lit up a cigarette, took a hard drag, and slowly exhaled, truly having a look out of the corner of his eye. Listening to the words that seemed to carry hostility, Zhang Fan couldn't help but slide the knot in his throat up and down. This man, the chairman of the Hu Group? This is a real big businessman in name only. It stinks. Put the cigarette out for me. Hu Jinan stuffed the cigarette into the ashtray and spoke again. Usually I don't have time to care about you. I didn't expect you to make such a mess for me now. If I didn't receive the news, I would still be kept in the dark by you. Who told you about this? Hu Yiling furrowed her willow brows and said nonchalantly. Could it be Tianhao? This brat. Let's see if she doesn't skin him when she gets back. I can't believe I'm snitching on Dad. At this time, Hu Jinan was faintly speaking. Alright, you go out first. I have something to say to this youngster. No, wherever Mr. Zhang Fan is, I will be there. Hu Yiling had a tough attitude. When Zhang Fan heard this, his heart was worn yet nervous. No matter what, that's Hu Yiling's dad in front of me. Why do you suddenly feel like meeting your parents yourself? The point is, they don't have that kind of relationship either, and they're actually being approached. Could it be that you're afraid of what I'll do to him? Hu Jinan said so, instead giving Zhang Fan a surprised look. He knew his own daughter's temperament very well. She hadn't seen her move on any boy since she was a little girl. Now that he would defend this boy named Zhang Fan so much, it really surprised him. I'm not afraid of what you'll do to him. Not to mention I'm still here. Hu Yiling snorted coldly. What if I don't watch out for myself and Dad freaks out my own husband? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Zhang Fan took the initiative to speak out. Yiling, why don't you listen to Uncle? I believe that Uncle also has something important to tell me before doing so. So don't worry. Zhang Fan cast a reassuring smile at Hu Yiling. Sipping his coffee, Hu Jinan raised an eyebrow. It's okay. But, Mr. Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling hesitated. Looking at Dad's nonchalant demeanor, it looked like he had to talk to his husband alone. As it was, she was of no use here. Thinking that Dad wouldn't dare to do anything, Hu Yiling nodded her head and said, Alright, I know. Then I'll wait for you outside. Oh, if there's anything, remember to yell for me. Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. How it seems like he's been kidnapped. Once Hu Yiling went out, Hu Jinan gently extended his hand. Sit down. Thank you, Uncle. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly and then sat down opposite Hu Jinan. The only people in the large parlor were two men who looked at each other without words. It's just like a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law for the first time. Uncle, you, both spoke up at the same time. Zhang Fan awkwardly stubbed his toe. That, Uncle, it's better if you speak first. Aha. Hu Jinan coughed dryly twice, then opened his mouth and asked, You're also a student of Southern Arts, right? Right. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Hu Jinan looked at Zhang Fan and asked again, In the same class? Yes. Who's in the family? I. And Mom and Dad 3. Only child? Zhang Fan nodded his head stiffly. It's kinda exactly like meeting the parents. But this is going so wrong, isn't it? Immediately afterward, Hu Jinan spoke faintly again. You're with Yiling for some purpose, aren't you? I don't understand what you mean. Zhang Fan frowned. You just need to answer me yes or no. Hu Jinan said. This tone of voice is really somewhat similar to Hu Yiling. What a father and daughter. Zhang Fan naturally spoke without any consideration. That's certainly not the case. I've never thought of carrying any agenda. Yiling, she is good to me, and I want to be good to her. That's all. Although it was uncomfortable for Hu Jinnan to say it so directly, however, Zhang Fan could more or less understand. After all, in the eyes of the onlookers, it always looked like the penniless him and Hu Yiling stood together as if they had something in mind. What's more, this was Hu Yiling's father. Is that so? Hu Jinnan sniffed and spoke slowly. Then what if it's also good for her to have you leave her now? Hearing Hu Jinnan's words, it was as if Zhang Fan had been struck by lightning. Only Zhang Fan was surprised. Leaving Yiling means not appearing in front of her from now on? Since that's the case, I'll make it simpler again. Hu Jinnan loosened his tie and coldly said, I don't want my precious daughter to be deceived and utilized by others, nor do I want her to waste her education because of you. It's a bit abrupt to say this, but if you just want money, I can make you an offer. $500,000. How about when you do uncle me this favor? Zhang Fan couldn't believe his ears. I hadn't thought that I would be viewed this way by Hu Yiling's father. It's a ing stinking bridge in a TV show where you get hit with money by worrying about her being deceived and utilized by others. Do you mean me? Zhang Fan clenched his fists, his face grave. Could it be that in everyone's eyes, the close relationship between him and Hu Yiling was that he, Zhang Fan, was trying to get Hu's money? I didn't say that, but that can't be ruled out, can it? Hu Jinnan spoke unconcernedly. $500,000, enough for a student of yours for a long time, or are you not satisfied? Then add another 20. Zhang Fan frowned at this moment and interrupted. I said that I didn't approach Yiling with any purpose, and it's not what you think between the two of us. Eileen and I, we're just friends. When he said this, Zhang Fan's eyes were bleak. It was as if Hu Jinnan's appearance had instantly dampened the possibility of him and Hu Yiling being together. It was so hard for myself to work up the courage to get closer to her. But now I'm. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Hu Jinnan raised his eyebrows. A friend? Hu Jinnan laughed in slight surprise. The way I saw her just now, she didn't look like she was just a friend. You're not just saying that to avoid responsibility, are you? Not really, Zhang Fan said with a serious face. We are just friends. Hu Jinnan looked at Zhang Fan for a while, staring at Zhang Fan's face in a cold sweat, before he stood up and spoke. Since it's like this, it's the best thing to do, saving me from talking about something that's not there. That's it. After saying that, Hu Jinnan straightened his tie and was about to walk towards the door. Zhang Fan, who had been keeping his head down, violently clenched his fists. Wait. Hu Jinnan's hand was just about to grip the door handle when he stopped at the words. He looked at Zhang Fan. What else? At this moment, only Zhang Fan frowned at Hu Jinnan and asked, I would like to ask uncle, if I am the one who cheated and utilized Yiling, then what does Qin count as? What are you? Who willingly allowed your daughter to be betrothed to the Qin family? You. Hu Jinnan's eyes were actually a bit surprised at this point, as if he hadn't expected this kid to know about Qin at all, and still dared to question him like this. No one in the whole of Nanhai dares to talk to him like that, but the look in this kid's eyes are serious. Did Yiling tell you? Hu Jinnan's face sank as he withdrew his hand that was about to open the door. Zhang Fan swallowed his saliva and stood up. Yes, not only that. I also know that she doesn't want to marry Qin at all. I've seen that foppish young master before. He's not a good person. Shouldn't you be more worried about Qin before you worry about me? Uncle? Hu Jinnan's eyes narrowed slightly as he faintly said, Is it your little brat's turn to control the affairs of our Hu family? How could he not know what kind of person Qin was? With regards to the Qin family's marriage contract, it was nothing more than being forced to do so, and Hu Jinnan had no intention of marrying his daughter to that kind of person. But it wasn't this young man's turn to speak out against him. I am not qualified to care. But, Zhang Fan said firmly with his eyes, I won't watch Hu Yiling marry that kind of person either. Even if we are just friends, or even just friends in the future, even if he and Hu Yiling won't be together, even if it's just from a friend's perspective, Zhang Fan couldn't watch Hu Yiling marry Qin either, because this must not be what Hu Yiling wants. Zhang Fan knew better than anyone else. Hu Jinnan actually fell silent at that moment as he listened to Zhang Fan's words. Chapter 101, Touched. He just looked at Zhang Fan. Those powerful eyes seemed to see through everything about Zhang Fan. With the words having been said to such an extent, Zhang Fan did not have any cowardice left and just stared at Hu Jinnan. He could have refrained from expressing his love to Hu Yiling, but in this matter, Zhang Fan would not back down, even if the person in front of him was Hu Yiling's father. Young man, you seem to have a lot of guts. Hu Jinnan suddenly snorted coldly after a long while. So do you like Yiling? Zhang Fan didn't expect Hu Jinnan to ask such a thing coldly. His ears reddened. Hu Jinnan looked at Zhang Fan like this, slightly disappointed. Hu Jinnan said, Since you don't even dare to say that you like it, then there's nothing for you to care about in this matter. Just by virtue of you being a student of the Southern Arts, do you think you can stop that Qin family? Just as Hu Jinnan was once again ready to leave, Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. I like her. Zhang Fan's cry carried a decisive tone. Hu Jinnan looked at Zhang Fan and said, what do you like about her? Do you understand her? Zhang Fan felt his mind was numb and his mouth was dry, but he still tried to say, I actually can't count on knowing her very well. I only know that I like her for a long time. I've been in love with her since the first time I saw her. I've written her 52 love letters. It's childish, I know, but from the beginning to the end I never had the courage to give her a single one. I know I'm just an ordinary guy who doesn't deserve Yiling, so that's why I didn't do it. The only thing I can do is keep looking at her from afar. Just watching her is satisfying. As he said this, Zhang Fan's mind kept turning back to the past days when he secretly looked at Hu Yiling. It's true that he doesn't know Hu Yiling well enough, but he knew that Hu Yiling liked white the best, pure as her white. He also knew what brand the drink that Hu Yiling often held in his hand was, and Zhang Fan had drank it, and it wasn't good at all. Only later did he realize that it was the radish juice that girls only drank to lose weight. He also knew that Hu Yiling wasn't fond of making friends, so he was always alone around him. At this moment, Zhang Fan's heart felt like it was about to jump out. Hu Yiling, who was listening in close to the door, did the same. Hubby surprisingly, Hu Yiling's face was red, even her eyes were red. Foolish, husband is such a fool. Why had he never told her this, which she didn't know in her last life? At the same time, Hu Yiling also hated herself like a log, in the past even did not notice at all, living in the world of self, unbeknownst to her. In the distance, there had always been a person who silently watched her without making a sound. In the parlor, the atmosphere was incredibly silent. Hu Jinnan was surprised that this young man dared to say these words in front of him. Kinda looks like him, back in the day. These days, it's not just love on the lips that works. At this time, Hu Jinnan spoke this way. With me here, the Qin family wouldn't dare to mess around in front of me, but if I give my daughter to you, can you do it? This last question caused Zhang Fan's expression to freeze. Yes, right now he probably can't. He is indeed irrefutable. I know what you mean, Zhang Fan said with dull eyes. With that, Hu Jinnan secretly shook his head and turned to open the door. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Jinnan's back and said, I can't right now, but I will definitely be able to in the future. Then let's wait until you do. Hu Jinnan glanced at Zhang Fan and said. Hu Yiling looked at Hu Jinnan with an angry face, as if complaining that he would say such hurtful words to her husband. When Hu Jinnan looked at her and said, Go, follow me home. I'm not going back to. Hu Yiling had just finished speaking when she was pulled away by Hu Jinnan. Let go of me. I want to accompany Mr. Zhang Fan. No, get your ass home. Zhang Fan watched as Hu Yiling was taken away, and his heart was truly helpless. Hu Yiling could only give up. After all, now that Dad was here, if he didn't listen to him, there was no telling if he would take any strong measures and do something to his husband. Wait for me, Mr. Zhang Fan, we'll see you tomorrow. Hu Yiling was pushed into the car. Hu Jinnan closed the door and glanced at Zhang Fan before getting into the car, then bent down and entered the back seat. Watching that Rolls-Royce go away, Zhang Fan was very upset. It seems that apart from Hu Yiling, not many people would recognize and believe in him without a second thought. That's why it's happening. He did have to become stronger himself to do so, but what could he do now? AI, asking what is love in this world. It teaches people to live and die together. Shopkeeper Chen walked up to Zhang Fan, sighed grudgingly, patted Zhang Fan's shoulder and said, Young man, the door is not right for the household. The long road is long. Better get to work and earn your dowry money. Zhang Fan sniffed and pulled the corner of his mouth. Got it. Chapter 102, It's no use just talking. At night, the Hu family villa. What's to stop me from going out? Hu Yiling sat on the sofa with a puff of anger. She had wanted to go out to look for Zhang Fan while her dad was away, but she didn't realize that her dad had put her under house arrest so that she couldn't go out except for the school hours. What a gas! Eldest miss, there is nothing I can do. This is the master's intention. Uncle Li at the side could only sigh and said. Hu Tianhao, who was lying on the sofa eating an apple, couldn't help but sneer. I've long said that letting Dad know would be the end of this. Now it's good. Let him break up the ducks. A pillow was smashed towards Hu Tianhao. Hu Yiling said angrily, It's still not you. If it wasn't for you snitching with Dad, how would he have the leisure to care about such things? I think you want to beg for a beating. Who said it was me who snitched? Don't you slander people. Hu Tianhao also got angry. Hu Yiling sniffed. Not you? Then who is it? Apart from his oldest brother and Uncle Li, how could anyone else on the Hu family side know about this? It couldn't have been Uncle Li who made the report, could it? It's me. Just then, Xinlai unexpectedly walked into the Hu family's front door. At this time, Xinlai still had a sneer on his face as he looked at Hu Yiling and said, "I just came to hear you guys arguing. I didn't expect it to be about this matter. It seems that Uncle Hu's efficiency is just high." "Xinlai?" Hu Yiling frowned at the sight of this guy. "Who told you to come to our house? Didn't you see the sign at the door?" Xinlai raised his eyebrows. "What kind of markings?" Hu Tianhao leisurely chimed in from the side. "Xinlai and the dog may not enter." "You!" Xinlai clenched his teeth up in anger. "Did you just say that you were the one who snitched with my dad?" Hu Yiling stood up and questioned. Xinlai collected his anger and sneered. "Yes. Isn't it worth talking to Uncle Hu about such a big thing?" "How? Angry because the underground romance was discovered?" "I'm not just angry. I even want to kill you." Hu Yiling was so angry that she wanted to beat up Xinlai, but was stopped by Uncle Li. Xinlai didn't see the slightest bit of fear as he stuck his hands in his pants pockets and said, "There's no need to be so anxious to thank me. I'm just doing what my fiancé should do. And since you don't listen to me, then you should always listen to your father, right?" Looking at how angry Hu Yiling was, Xinlai knew that his plan had succeeded. He couldn't get Hu Yiling, and that Zhang Fan kid was even less qualified to get it. Hu Yiling, even if it is wishful thinking backward, so what? In this world, the most important thing is to know the difficult to retreat. That kid, if afraid, now should also know no longer contact Hu Yiling. As for the future, naturally there would be plenty of time for him to revisit his old feelings with Hu Yiling. "Don't you dream. As long as I, Hu Yiling, want to do it, no one can stop me, even if it's my father. I won't listen. Not to mention you." Hu Yiling clenched her silver teeth. Xinlai pulled out his ears. "Oh, looks like you guys wanna put on a Liang Shanhua and Zhuing Tai scene? He. I do have the time and financial resources to spend slowly with you guys. But did the boy? I guess he's getting ready to find his next home now." "You fart," Hu Yiling exasperatedly said. "You guys don't know him at all. That's why you want to use this kind of tactic to force him to leave. But I'm telling you guys, he definitely won't do that." Hu Yiling completely trusted Zhang Fan. Also understand that hubby is just honest, but not a wimp. "Ha ha ha." Xinlai laughed out loud at his words. "You're too high on that kid. Even if he doesn't give up now, he'll see reality sooner or later. How can a toad eat a swan?" Hu Tianhao couldn't help but feel a little angry when he heard Xinlai's arrogant words. Although that Zhang Fan was indeed a toad, what kind of good bird was he? Xinlai said, "Enough? Say enough and get the hell out of here." Hu Yiling's face was icy cold, not wanting to waste any more words with people like Xinlai, who couldn't possibly understand her husband. Xinlai raised his chin and said with a slight smile, "I say, you want to prove that he dares to face the gap between you, don't you?" "I don't believe it. Why don't we make a bet? It's your birthday the day after tomorrow, just in time. I bet that kid wouldn't even dare step foot on your doorstep." "What about you?" Chapter 103, Letting You Provoke. Hu Yiling didn't expect Xinlai to bring up this matter. Originally today she wanted to talk to Zhang Fan about her birthday the day after tomorrow. Now not only was her dad stirring things up, but it had even become Xinlai's gambling game. If she had let her husband come, she would instead be dragging him down just like that. "Who am I to bet with you on this?" Hu Yiling spoke coldly. "I just need myself to believe in him and that's enough. What you guys think of him, I couldn't care less and I don't want to care." "So you mean you don't dare to bet? It looks like you don't really trust him either," Xinlai said with a smug smile. Hu Yiling snorted coldly. "You think using agitation will work? I'm not going to take this game. Not to mention, who are you to come to my birthday? On what grounds?" Xinlai raised his chin and said, "Not only am I coming, I'm going to propose to you in front of everyone. Otherwise what do you think I'm doing here?" "I, Xinlai, don't have the patience to wait any longer. If it's mine, it's mine." Hu Yiling was his engaged fiancé, and wherever Hu Yiling was, he could naturally go. No matter what you do, it's justified. Do you still need to inform her? Furthermore, this birthday was also the best opportunity. If not for that boy Zhang Fan who suddenly appeared to stir things up, Xinlai would not have been in a hurry to force the marriage. But now, Hu Yiling had no way to retreat. If he didn't do it, his future wife would be abducted without even knowing it. "You're too bold to say such things in my Hu family, aren't you?" Hu Yiling's face instantly turned cold. "Do you think this is your home? This asshole." It was surprising that she was informed in such a dignified manner. Really think that she Hu Yiling is a soft persimmon to pinch? Not right now, but soon it will be. Xinlai raised a bad smile. "Since I dared to come and say this, do you think I would be afraid? That's hilarious. When he marries Hu Yiling, what's the difference between this Hu and his? But it's just a matter of time. Who said it was soon? Do you think I don't exist?" Right at this moment, Hu Tianhao, who hadn't opened his mouth, suddenly said in a cold voice, "My family's group, do you still want to swallow it?" Qinlai raised his eyebrows and looked at Hu Tianhao. I almost forgot to catch up with you, brother-in-law. It's been a long time since I've seen you. I didn't expect to just meet. Your mouth still stinks. A little kid with the nerve to mouth off here. When he marries Hu Yiling, he'll be the first to kick this brat out. You want to inherit the Hu group? Dream on. I see you're about the same. Haven't brushed your teeth for a long time, right? Hu Tianhao stood up from the sofa and walked in front of Qinlai. The two of them were almost half a body apart. My sister can say that she doesn't want to marry you. Can't you understand human language? Now that dad's away, I'm in charge of the Hu family. I don't agree. And you're not marrying off my sister. Hu Yiling's heart was inexplicably moved when she heard this. My own brother this is. Growing up? Qinlai's face became extremely ugly at this point. Bending down, one hand on Hu Tianhao's head. Adults talk. What do you kids interject? I am your future brother-in-law. You dare to speak to me like this. Words. Halfway through his sentence, Qinlai suddenly sucked in a breath. Ah. With that, Qinlai shouted. Hu Tianhao pretended to blow the tip of his gun handsomely. A special gelatin slug fell from the ground. Hu Tianhao hooked up the corners of his mouth in a bad smile. Dare to touch the head of my future chairman of the Hu group. I think you're impatient with life. Asterisk. You. Qinlai covered his crotch and gritted his teeth in pain. The little brother that he had managed to temper with great difficulty was now subjected to yet another backstabbing. What the is going on here? I'll kill you. Qinlai shouted in anger, reaching out to strangle Hu Tianhao's neck. But Hu Tianhao stood right where he was, not dodging or dodging, confidently looking at Qinlai. Qinlai's hand just stopped in midair, just short of choking Hu Tianhao's neck, and he raised his eyes in disbelief, only to see a pitch-black gun aimed at his head. Uncle Li spoke coldly at this moment. Young Master Qin, this is the Hu family. If you dare to make a move against young Master, even if you are the only son of the Qin family, I will still do my duty to protect young Master. By the way, this is a real gun. With that, Uncle Li put his finger on the slate. You. Qinlai's eyes widened as his face dripped with cold sweat. These guys are wanting to die. Chapter 104. Hu Yiling walked over at this time, her pretty face icy cold. Qinlai, I advise you to hurry up and leave this place. None of us will welcome you here. Stop asking for trouble. Ha! Qinlai took a deep breath and straightened up. Yes, but how about that? You can't escape the fate of having to marry me either. And when the time comes, I'll still come. I'll see who can stop me. After Qinlai finished speaking, he bit his cheek and walked out of the door of Hu's house. Hu Tianhao spoke up at this moment. I'll take that bet of yours for my sister. That civilian Zhang Fan will definitely come when the time comes. Just wait and see. When Qinlai heard this, he twisted his head to look at him, his eyes carrying a murderous aura. He then sneered and stepped away. Well, if he dares to come, let him see how he will be humiliated. What are you talking about? Hu Yiling furrowed her willow eyebrows and looked at her oldest brother. Aren't you pushing Zhang Fan to his death? This guy might want to humiliate him in some way. Although she would have loved for her husband to be there for this birthday. But things are completely different now. If that guy Qinlai was there, he'd definitely turn this birthday upside down. Sis, what are you afraid of him for? Besides, don't you like that kid? It's just as well that you have the opportunity to show your attitude to dad this time. Why can't you figure it out more than I can? Hu Tianhao shook his head and said in an unfavorable manner. You're helping my ass. Hu Yiling was so angry that he smashed his fist on Hu Tianhao's head. Hiss. Hu Tianhao covered his head and said, Old sister, are you just willing to let that guy have his way? If that one called Zhang Fan was a man, how could he not come? If he doesn't come, then let's say I've misjudged the man. He's even less worthy than Qinlai. Hu Tianhao said so. If I don't tell him, how will he come? Hu Yiling hugged her chest with an unhappy face. No, this birthday can't go on. I'll have to leave our house by then. Only if she made it impossible for Qinlai to find her would this matter be over and her husband would not be humiliated. That's as good as it gets. But old sister, you wouldn't have forgotten that your birthday just happens to be our company's 20-year celebration, right? Hu Tianhao glanced at Hu Yiling grudgingly. Qinlai must have come here just for this. Hu Yiling slapped her forehead when she heard this. It's over. How could I have forgotten about this? On the other side, Zhang Fan was with yellow hair and his group. Not so fast? You're too fast for that. Little old me. Yellow hair sat on the bench, crossed his legs, and took a sip from his canned beer. At this moment, Zhang Fan, who was panting, was lying on the sand, his chest heaving. I'll take a break. Let's practice later. The second dog, who had been beaten to a pig's head, spoke up. If he ever doesn't rest again, I should rest. Rest the pussy, boss. Zhang Fan, who was lying on the ground, laughed apologetically. Ha ha. After his shift, Zhang Fan came to Yellow Hair to train here. It's been 3 hours of practice until now. Zhang Fan all felt exhausted and sore. But, it's also the only way to keep busy so that you don't get caught up in messy thoughts. Hu Jinnan's words today were still clearly etched in Zhang Fan's mind. Love alone is not enough. That's a true statement. Here, take a whole bite. At this time, Yellow Hair carried a can of beer and handed it to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan got up to take it and frowned. Why did you suddenly give me the wine? It can't be that you're going to practice drunken boxing later. Drunk you are. You want to learn, Lao Zi will not teach it. Huang Mao sat down on the ground with a brain and took another sip. Ah, cool. I was looking at you just now when you practiced boxing. You were preoccupied. What's the matter? You've got a problem with Miss Hu? That's not true. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. It's just that some minor hiccups happened. Speaking of Hu Yiling, Zhang Fan picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Still no word. From the time Hu Yiling left until now, not only had she not messaged him, she hadn't even messaged him back. The dialogue box then stopped at Zhang Fan's last message. I don't know how Hu Yiling is doing now. Why he won't return his messages. This is too much of a rush. Miss Hu isn't even replying to you. It seems to be a real disagreement. Huang Mao suddenly came over to look and said seriously. Zhang Fan immediately turned red and hurriedly put away his cell phone. Why are you still peeking at people's cell phones? Cut. What kind of big storms have I not seen before? Your master? What is this? Yellow Hair snorted coldly and took a sip of beer. It's just as well. Since you have something on your mind, it's all the more reason to drink. Here, cheers. Yellow Hair grabbed the beer can and reached forward. But I don't know how to drink either. Zhang Fan wondered. Huang Mao heatedly smiled and helped Zhang Fan open the beer with a snap. It's just that you don't know how to drink before you have to drink. How can a man not know how to drink? Besides, after drinking, you can say what's in your heart better, can't you? Yellow Hair smiled lewdly and even winked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan gave a raw smile. It's ugly. Forced to take a sip. Zhang Fan coughed twice with an ugly face. This is too hard to drink. Harm. Wine is not for good. Wine is something that opens your heart. Understand? Bastard. Yellow Hair spat. Well, Zhang Fan coughed dryly and looked at the can of beer with dull eyes. Perhaps he should get drunk properly. Otherwise his heart is just too messed up. After 3 rounds of drinking, Huang Mao forced Zhang Fan to force the two of them to drink a dozen beers. Zhang Fan's cheeks suddenly bulged, and he suddenly swallowed again. The corners of Yellow Hair's eyes twitched up. You're so disgusting even for a guy like you. I'm not drinking anymore. Zhang Fan fell to the ground with a rough gasp, looking at the dark night with hazy eyes. But Yellow Hair was right. Alcohol really seemed to open hearts. He suddenly seemed to have so many things he wanted to say, and wanted to tell Hu Yiling in his head. One seemed to have held it in for too long, and for the first time he felt this strong desire to express himself. If only Belle was here right now, then he could tell her all those things he couldn't finish last time. Yellow Hair brought his face over at this moment and said with a hefty smile, Little old Zhang Fan, you've had quite a lot to drink, haven't you? Why don't I give you a call to Ms. Hu so she can come pick you up? Ha! Zhang Fan's face suddenly turned even redder. Don't joke. Yellow Hair raised the cell phone, laughed, I'm not joking with you. Men, there is something to say straight to the point, so hide what to do. Do not have to thank me. Oh, you. Zhang Fan suddenly stood up and tried to grab the cell phone in Huang Mao's hand. Yellow Hair had expected this and stood up violently, raising his hand high. Don't be shy. You definitely want to talk to Miss Hu, right? Drinking and still so wimpy. Really? It's so late. She's probably already asleep. How can you disturb someone? Between the two men grabbing and dodging, the cell phone in Yellow Hair's hand suddenly sounded. The number you have dialed is switched off. Please dial again later. This time, the atmosphere froze. Chapter 105, Go If You're a Man. The second dog smiled nervously. This is good. The opportunities are gone. Hey. Zhang Fan retracted his hand and sighed. I've already fought. I've said don't fight. Yellow Hair smiled sarcastically and scratched his neck. Sorry Zhang Fan, little old brother. I didn't know that you guys made such a serious mess. I said there was no quarrel. Zhang Fan said helplessly. It's just what? Forget it, it's nothing. Zhang Fan couldn't possibly say that he was struck down by his sweetheart's dad, could he? Picking up the beer, Zhang Fan took a sip to himself. When Yellow Hair and two dogs saw this, they both looked at each other and both shrugged their shoulders. It seems that the little old brother this for love. Some serious Just then, suddenly a black Mercedes sedan drove by and stopped on the side of the road. All three of them turned their heads at the sound. Yellow Hair raised his eyebrows and cupped his chin. What's going on here? Can't it be that an enemy has come to seek revenge? Old boss. Not good. We have to run. Second dog had a panicked look on his face. At this time, Zhang Fan frowned and wondered what was going on. Immediately after that, the figure of Uncle Li came down from that main driver, and he opened the backseat door. Hu Tianhao stepped out from inside. It's him? Zhang Fan was slightly surprised. Seeing this, Yellow Hair looked at Zhang Fan and said, "Who is this kid?" "It's Hu Yiling's younger brother." Zhang Fan stood up, thinking that he must have something to do to come to him of his own accord. As soon as Yellow Hair heard this, his eyes lit up. "MS. Whose brother? Wouldn't that be another rich kid?" Yellow Hair hurried forward like a pug and wiped his hand on his chest before reaching out. Hey, you are Miss Hu's brother ah, long time to learn about big." Hu Tianhao walked towards Zhang Fan without even looking at him. Yellow Hair gave a raw smile. This kid has no one in his sights. "What brings you here?" Zhang Fan asked. How did Hu Tianhao know he was here? At this time, Hu Tianhao looked at the beer on the ground and then looked at Zhang Fan, saying with a look of hatred, "My sister can't stop thinking about it at home. But you're good. You're drinking here." Zhang Fan scratched his head, unable to explain. Hu Tianhao shook his head and continued, "My sister is currently under house arrest. I'm here to help her with a message." Zhang Fan froze when he heard this. "Take what message?" Just after the words were said, Zhang Fan suddenly just found the point. "No, Yiling is under house arrest? How can this be?" Zhang Fan was a bit surprised. No wonder she didn't even return her messages or calls. It looked like Hu Jinnan had taken her cell phone. But that's not too much to ask for such strong measures. Is it? Is it or isn't it that you don't know yourself? Hu Tianhao didn't have the good sense to say. Then spoke again. "It looks like you won't care about my sister's death either. What a wasted trip. Let's go." Hu Tianhao turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Fan hurriedly said at that moment, "Wait, tell me, what words does she want you to bring me?" "What? Do you still have the heart to know?" Hu Tianhao snorted coldly. Zhang Fan frowned. "Cut the crap and speak." "You." Hu Tianhao glanced at Zhang Fan and said, "You know about Qin Lai, right? This guy has come to find my sister." "What?" Zhang Fan looked shocked. "What is he doing here? Nothing happened to Yiling, right?" Looking at Zhang Fan with this tense look on his face, Hu Tianhao felt that he was still a man. And then he said, "With me here, of course he can't harm my sister. Only what? It's just that guy, Qin Lai, is here to force a marriage from my sister?" Hu Tianhao said, "Come to force a marriage today?" Zhang Fan couldn't believe that this guy Qin Lai had suddenly forced a marriage. "What did she say? Yiling?" Hu Tianhao replied, "It's not today either, is it? To be precise, it's nothing more than a notice. The real time to force the marriage is still the day after tomorrow." "Why? You guys, are you really stupid or not?" Hu Tianhao couldn't help but cover his face up. "The day after tomorrow is my sister's birthday. You're her boyfriend. You wouldn't know about this, would you?" Birthday? Zhang Fan froze. That he really didn't know. How could he possibly have had the opportunity to know these things? "And I didn't realize that Hu Yiling's birthday was so close to his. It seems you really don't know." "I really don't know what my sister sees in you," Hu Tianhao said with some anger. Zhang Fan scratched his head awkwardly. "So Qin Lai is planning to force a marriage with Yiling on her birthday?" Zhang Fan ran through it clearly now. Hu Tianhao nodded and said, "That's right. Since you're my sister's boyfriend, I think I'm still obligated to inform you. As for whether you're coming or not, that's your business. If you're a man, go get my sister back. If you're not, then forget I ever came." Hu Tianhao just looked at Zhang Fan, waiting for his answer. Zhang Fan frowned. "Does that mean he should go and steal the wedding then? You guys, what's the hesitation? I can't even listen anymore." Yellow Hair slapped Zhang Fan on the head and chided. "Must go. How dare you steal my disciple's girlfriend? I must beat up that Qin Lai again." The second dog felt the same way and nodded. "I know." Zhang Fan clenched his fists and said with firm eyes, "I will definitely go." He wouldn't let someone like Qin Lai force a marriage on Hu Yiling. It's not just for his sake, but for Hu Yiling's future. It must not be destroyed in Qin Lai's hands. "Alright, count on you to still have some ambition." Hu Tianhao said so, about to turn around and leave. "The day after tomorrow, at 8 o'clock in the evening, we'll set up an anniversary celebration in the company, along with my sister's birthday. You could be scared to death of the proctor by then." "Woos?" Zhang Fan silently noted down the time and place, though it was the first time he had ever done such a thing. But there was a strong desire in his heart telling him that it had to be done. Otherwise, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. "Wait a minute." Suddenly, Hu Tianhao heard Zhang Fan shout. Looking back, Hu Tianhao raised an eyebrow. "What? Going to back out so soon?" "Not." Zhang Fan frowned. "Is your sister, right now, at home?" Hu Tianhao sniffed and seemed to understand what Zhang Fan meant. 1 o'clock in the morning. Hu Yiling was still lying in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Without a cell phone and not knowing if her husband had messaged her, she was so annoyed that she couldn't sleep at all. It just so happened that tomorrow was the weekend again, and she didn't even have a chance to go out to school, so she was really worried. Ah, I miss Zhangfan so much. Hu Yiling hugged his pillow and started to launch into a whine. If it wasn't for that bastard Qin Lai, how would he have gotten himself to this point? I can't even see my husband. I want to kill that asshole. Chapter 106 Decision to Leave. Hu Yiling was so angry that she smashed her fist on the pillow. At this time, the voice of Hu Tianhao came from behind her. Old sister, you are starting to be sick again. That pillow is not Qin Lai. Why don't you knock again? You left the door open yourself. Hu Yiling snorted coldly and covered her face with a pillow to lie down. Get out. I'm going to sleep. Yeah, that's really a pity. There was someone else I wanted you to meet. Hu Tianhao said with a pretense of pity and was about to close the door when Hu Yiling rubbed his body and bounced up. Hu, wouldn't you just go down there and see for yourself? Hu Tianhao shrugged his shoulders. When Hu Yiling heard this, a smile lifted up on her face, and she rushed down while still wearing her pajamas. Just outside the front door, Hu Yiling froze. Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling rushed towards Zhang Fan like a child who hadn't seen his mom or dad for a long time. Zhang Fan looked toward the doorway at the sound of the voice, and was soon hugged, and the two of them fell to the ground with a thud. Uncle Li, who was watching from the sidelines, coughed. Thinking that it would be inappropriate for him to be here when the young couple met, he retreated to the side first. Yiling. Zhang Fan was a bit surprised, but he still smiled happily. The peace of mind that came from being able to see Hu Yiling was incomparable. Hu Yiling did the same. She hugged Zhang Fan tightly. Her nose was so sore that she even wanted to cry out. It hadn't been that long, but this feeling of being forced into helplessness was just too bad. Why did you come all of a sudden? Hu Yiling sniffled, like an aggrieved little girl, with a sobbing tone in her voice. Hearing Zhang Fan's heartache, Zhang Fan gently patted her back and softly said, I asked your brother to bring me here, and I thought that since you couldn't come out, it would be good for me to be downstairs in your house and be able to see you. You know all about it? Hu Yiling frowned her willow eyebrows. Zhang Fan sat up and grabbed Hu Yiling's shoulder. Well, I know all about it. I didn't expect this to happen, and I feel guilty for not being by your side in the first place. But don't worry, I'll be there on your birthday. Hu Yiling sniffed, completely unable to control her tear ducts. The next moment, Hu Yiling's eyes were red and tears fell uncontrollably. She nodded her head vigorously and said, Good, I will wait for you. As long as you say come, I will believe you. So whenever you come, I'll be waiting for you. You can't leave me alone. No what? Looking at this tearful look of Hu Yiling, Zhang Fan could not help but feel a touch in his heart. I promise you that I won't leave you alone in the future. Zhang Fan frowned, his eyebrows extremely serious. At this moment, he really wanted to protect the girl in front of him, wanted to protect and pamper her for the rest of her life, not letting her suffer half a bit of wrongdoing. Either way, he must do it before he can. Hu Yiling hugged Zhang Fan tightly. Tears could not stop flowing. That's good. Hearing Zhang Fan answer so affirmatively, Hu Yiling felt an unprecedented peace of mind. Both Hu Tianhao and Uncle Li, who had been watching this scene behind them, couldn't help but shake their heads. It was the first time they had seen Hu Yiling cry like this for a boy. After a short time together, Hu Yiling also calmed the thoughts in his heart. Zhang Fan wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and spoke. Go back and rest. We'll see you the night after tomorrow. Well, I know. Hu Yiling nodded vigorously. Although he was eager to follow Zhang Fan out of here right now, he didn't want his oldest brother and Uncle Li to be blamed when the time came. It will just have to be a matter of waiting a little longer and then I'll be able to meet up with my husband when the time comes. When the time comes, no one can break them up. Watching Zhang Fan being sent to the car by Uncle Li, Hu Yiling waved goodbye fondly. Don't look, sis, the people are gone. Hu Tianhao didn't have the good sense to say from the side. At this moment, Hu Yiling quietly frowned her willow eyebrows, her gaze suddenly firm. I've decided. Decide what? Hu Yiling looked at her own oldest brother and spoke. When the time comes, I'm going to leave here with Zhang Fan. Ha? Hu Tianhao's eyes widened. Leave. Here. Chapter 107. Early the next morning, Zhang Fan got up in a muddle. There were so many thoughts last night that it took him a long time to fall asleep. As soon as you wake up, turn on your cell phone. Still no information on Hu Yiling. It doesn't even look like it's going to happen this weekend. I can't. Gotta get pumped up to do it. Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan secretly encouraged in his heart, then got out of bed and walked towards his high heels that were still not done going. Make sure you get it done before you see Hu Yiling the day after tomorrow. In the past 2 days, Zhang Fan almost stayed at home and didn't go anywhere. Polishing the shoe last, cutting the selected material, hand stapling. All the steps are made by Zhang Fan's hands. He is so busy that he doesn't even have time to cook for himself. And when he's hungry, he orders takeout, and he's always busy with the shoemaking. Time passed without realizing it. Finally done. Zhang Fan was paralyzed with exhaustion on the table, just lying there like a dead fish. But looking at the high heels he had made, Zhang Fan revealed a satisfied smile. Although the time was rushed and the result was not as good as he had imagined, it was a lot better than the ordinary high heels on the market. After all, it is also handmade, and Hu Yiling bought good materials. Made out of nature will not be too bad. Zhang Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally get some rest. It was now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There were still 3 hours before the birthday started. There was still time to rest for a while and get refreshed before going. After all, Zhang Fan was really going to be paralyzed with fatigue after hardly sleeping for the past 2 days. Lying on the table, Zhang Fan fell asleep in barely 2 seconds. The Hu family. Hu Tianhao changed into a handsome little suit and stood at the door, with Uncle Li standing beside him. Sis, it's time to go out, or you'll be late later, Hu Tianhao impatiently urged. Women are just troublesome. They have been waiting for their own sister for 2 hours and they are still not ready. Coming. What's the rush? At this time, Hu Yiling walked out from the doorway with her skirt in both hands. At this time, Hu Yiling changed into the first set of rose gold bustier long dress that she wore that day in the Zero Fox store. Originally dressed beautifully, she even put on a layer of delicate light makeup. The whole person looks like a stripped fairy. Looks like a heavenly fairy. Hard to describe in words. Even though the servants of the Hu family could see the beautiful Hu Yiling every day, they still couldn't help but be stunned by her beauty at this moment, and lost their eyes as they looked at her. How in the world can there be such a good-looking woman? Long, fine, thick black eyelashes, a white, flawless, pretty face, and those sexy, light red lips. Between her hands and feet, she has an air of sexiness and innocence intertwined. Hu Tianhao just glanced at it and grunted coldly. This dress is so ugly. Sis, your taste is too bad. What do you know? It's not like I need you to like me. It's enough that Zhang Fan likes me. Hu Yiling also snorted coldly. Anyway, in his oldest brother's eyes, she was always a tigress. How could she possibly look good? She was only wearing it for her own husband anyway. It didn't matter if anyone else liked her or not. By the way, what time is it now? Hu Yiling asked. Uncle Li on the side replied. Missy, it's already 7 o'clock. It's so late? Hu Yiling looked up at the dark sky. It was about time. I wonder if my husband was ready. The current Hu Yiling was inexplicably nervous. Maybe she didn't think she would make this crazy decision, but she didn't regret it, as long as she could see her husband. Even if 1,000 people would accuse her, she would declare it in front of everyone. She, Hu Yiling, is Zhang Fan's still unmarried wife? Thinking so, Hu Yiling couldn't hide the joy at the corners of her mouth. Hu Tianhao looked at his own old sister with this face of infatuation and really got goosebumps. Women in heat are really scary. Let's go. I can't wait to see Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling smiled happily and walked towards the back seat of the car though. Hu Tianhao shook his head inside. Let's hope that guy Zhang Fan will really come. The Hu group at this moment was bustling with activity. The words Hu's group 20th anniversary celebration were posted right at the company's front door. When this company was first established, it happened to be the time when Hu Jinan and his late beloved wife gave birth to Hu Yiling, and in a short span of 20 years, Hu's group had already become the #1 group in Nanhai City. Today, Hu's group not only celebrates its 20th anniversary, but also organizes a birthday banquet for this Hu's daughter. A swarm of media were already at the entrance frantically taking pictures. The anniversary celebration of a big company like this was naturally their biggest hotspot tonight. After all, many people wanted to get in and catch a glimpse of that $1,000 girl. A long red carpet was rolled outward at the company's front door. A black Mercedes-Benz limousine drove slowly and stopped in front of the red carpet. The next moment, Uncle Li got down from the main driver and opened the backseat door. Hu Tianhao got down from the inside and extended his hand towards the car. With that, a slender jade hand reached out and rested on Hu Tianhao's hand. Look, the Hu family's daughter is here. Holy, this is too beautiful. Hurry up and take more pictures or you won't get any in a while. Hu Yiling took a long step out of the car and straightened up naturally. Numerous flashes in the face and more than a few shutter clicks. In this moment, she was the queen of all. Chapter 108, Uncomfortable. Media chatter accompanied the sound of shutterbugs. Hu Yiling's appearance made the media completely agitated. With that exquisite appearance and unassuming temperament, completely crushing various international actresses, it was no wonder that she had attracted so many media outlets. With one hand over her chest, Hu Yiling bowed slightly to the crowd and raised her standard smile. Decent and dignified is the external education that Hu Yiling received from childhood. Hu Yiling has long been comfortable with these scenes. Although Hu Yiling didn't like this kind of scene and politeness, for her, it was a must. Seeing their own Missy get out of the car, The bodyguards of the Hu group rushed to surround them at this time, protecting Hu Yiling as she moved forward, while fending off the frantic media. "Hi Belle. I love you. Miss Hu. Will you marry me?" The crowd was peppered with a number of frenzied shouts. To them, Hu Yiling was the proud daughter of heaven in Nanhai City. Even if she wasn't a star, this stunning beauty attracted more fans than an actress. Although Hu Yiling's face was smiling, but in her heart, she was actually MMP. "She's Zhang fans, okay? All of you guys stay where you are." Into the Hu's company. The years of the noisy variety of voices only slightly weakened. Hu Yiling also only a sigh of relief. Finally be able to do back to their own. The top of that fake smile can be really difficult to make people. At the 20th floor of the company, the office area had long been vacated and was a miniature ball, with pyramids of wine glasses stacked in the center of the hall and a small stage at the end. There were balloons hanging everywhere and it was packed. Here, they are all celebrity elites and company executives from all walks of life. They were drinking from their glasses and chatting with each other. Just then, the suited Hu Jinnan walked onto the stage with a microphone. The lighting technician had the sense to adjust the focusing lights. The whole hall was instantly darkened, and the sound came to an abrupt end. "Guys, first of all, it is a great honor that you can attend our group's 20-year celebration today in your busy schedules. This is a very important moment for our company, signifying the end of an old phase and the beginning of a new one. Also coincidentally, today is also the birthday of my Hu Jinnan's beloved daughter, counting it as a double happiness. Here, I would also like to solemnly introduce to you my beloved daughter. Hi Belle." Hu Jinnan finished speaking and extended his hand towards the doorway. Another spotlight hits. The crowd's eyes followed. Immediately following the next moment, Hu Yiling, wearing a long bustier dress, walked in with all the attention. Following behind them, were Hu Tianhao and Uncle Li. For a while, quite a few murmurs resounded in low voices. "Finally I get to meet this Hu's daughter once. She's so beautiful. Yes, it's worthy of being general manager Hu's daughter-in-law. Completely different from those Rouge fans. I really don't know which kid will be cheap later." After Hu Yiling faintly smiled, she put these remarks behind her and walked towards her father. Hu Jinnan, Hu Yiling, who was on stage, stood beside Hu Jinnan. Hu Jinnan smiled very proudly at this moment and spoke. "In the past, I didn't formally introduce Yiling to everyone because I thought that she was still young and shouldn't be disturbed. But now my daughter, too, is starting to grow up gradually. In the future, when she leaves the university, I'll let her enter the company to start from the bottom. So it's a good time to take advantage of this opportunity so that everyone can get acquainted with Yiling." Hearing her father's words, Hu Yiling's smile became slightly embarrassed. Although it was my father's idea, but she had bigger ideas of her own. Entering her own group was of no interest to her at all. She only wanted to support her husband, Zhang Fan, so that he could be the one in the limelight. Hu Yiling looked at the clock on the wall. Exactly 8 o'clock. But her husband does not seem to be here. I don't know if he's still on the road. What if he can't come in at that time? Thinking so, Hu Yiling became a little worried. At this time, Hu Tianhao was also somewhat puzzled. That Zhang Fan guy couldn't really be backing out. Could he? If his boyfriend doesn't come, I don't know what Qin Lai will do on this birthday. "Mr. Hu, you're such a beautiful girl. When will you find her a door-to-door match?" Off stage, a voice snickered. Hu Jinnan smiled faintly at his words. Right now Yiling is still a student. After graduation she also has to be busy with her career. For the time being there is no intention of letting her start a family. Besides, my Hu Jinnan's daughter, how can she be given away just like that? The crowd on stage was delighted. Hu Yiling fell back on his ears. After all, the more her father said, the more she would be hindered when the time came. It didn't change her mind, though. She just wanted to do what she wanted to do, not be a puppet of her family. "Uncle Hu, you're not saying that right, are you?" Just then, a voice with contempt rang out. Chapter 109, The Smell of Gunpowder. The crowd looked over and saw a figure in a white suit with a glass of wine in his hand. Hu Jinnan's face immediately pulled down. It's Qin Lai. As the company's major shareholder, Qin Lai came here on behalf of the Qin family to participate in the company's anniversary celebration, which he had expected. But to suddenly say this in the anniversary celebration, it could change the flavor. Hu Yiling even frowned her willow eyebrows. It looked like Qin Lai was really determined to come and stir up trouble. Isn't this that young Master Qin? It's Hu's major shareholder. Hey, rumor has it that he's engaged to the Hu family. Even young Master Qin likes this Hu family's daughter? For a while, there were murmurs from the stage. Qin Lai stood up with his head held high at this time, shaking the wine glass in his hand and said, "The entire business circle of Nanhai City. Who else doesn't know that my Qin family and the Hu family are engaged to be married? And Yiling is my fiancé." Uncle Hu's words just now. Shouldn't he be trying to destroy the marriage contract and want it to be uncountable? Lai's meaningful and sharp words made the crowd a bit surprised. The atmosphere seemed a bit off. Why did it feel as if there was a smell of gunpowder? At this moment, Hu Jinnan's face on the stage became extremely ugly. This Lai, on the contrary, wanted to mention this on the anniversary celebration. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to embarrass the Hu family? Before Hu Jinnan could open his mouth, Hu Yiling pressed on, and she spoke. That's right, I do have a marriage contract with you. Father didn't say that he denied this either, but I think he made his meaning clear just now. Right now, I'm still supposed to be focusing on my studies and career, not marriageable. At the very least, we all have to wait until my brother starts to take over the company before we can talk about the marriage contract between us again. Don't you think so? Young Master Qin Lai's face was extremely disdainful as he listened to this. Waiting for her brother to take over the company? Then who will still have his Lai when the time comes? This is totally just an excuse for Hu Yiling to get out of the marriage contract and purposely prolong the time. But luckily, he wouldn't give Hu Yiling that chance today. A marriage contract? Do you want to drag it out for another 10 years? Lai sneered at this moment. Anyone here with a clear eye can see that. If you, Hu Yiling, really wanted to get married, would you still be dragging your feet for so long? Year after year, could it be that being with me? Lai, you can't busy yourself with your career? You're afraid that you don't think my Qin family is a little cutie, right? Lai's words of tearing his face off like this caused the crowd to look at the matter anew. If what Lai said is true, then Hu Yiling does have the suspicion of deliberate delay. This kind of speech that affects other people's opinions is absolutely fatal to the Hu family, especially in the company's anniversary celebration of such a big event. Lai is intent on letting Hu Yiling get off the stage. If Hu Yiling doesn't give a statement today, I'm afraid this anniversary celebration will not be able to end. Lai, I advise you to better watch your words. This is not a place for you to talk nonsense. Hu Jinnan's face darkened, clearly infuriated by Lai. Lai remained unimpressed. I didn't talk nonsense, Uncle Hu. After all, what I said, it's all the truth. Not only did your daughter not honor the marriage contract, she also cuckolded me behind my back. Don't you already know? And what do you say to this account? As he said this, Lai gritted his teeth. Then the crowd that heard it was even more astonished and talked about it. It can't be? How dare you cuckold young Master Qin? What an excellent man that would have to be, to leave young Master Qin unchosen. If this gets out, it's going to be a problem. You, Hu Jinnan was so infuriated that his chest rose and fell. I didn't realize he was going to talk about it here. Hu Yiling clenched her small hands into fists, her pretty face icy cold. Seeing this situation, Lai smiled smugly. But well, Lai this person is indeed nothing good. But there is one good thing is that this person is generous. I guess Yiling was just momentarily blinded. That's why she did it. I can understand being young. But my Qin family's face can't be lost just like that. You guys have to give me an answer today. Either that, or choose to marry me today and I can let the cuckolding go. Either that, or I'll make this matter known to the entire South Sea to see what kind of a Chen Jin the Hu family has produced. This move of grace and authority not only put pressure on the Hu family, but also made Lai look how noble he was, even tolerating the cuckold. If it wasn't for this Hu family business, how could he, Lai, possibly suffer this loss? There can only be two outcomes today anyway. Hu Yiling chose to honor the engagement and marry him obediently. Or, let the Hu family be ruined from then on. Enough said? Hu Yiling suddenly spoke out at this time. The crowd looked over, and Hu Yiling's face was ice cold. The next moment, she looked at Lai and said, I originally thought that you were just being brazen, but I didn't realize that being brazen would seem to lift you. Lai, and I want to know, what does it mean to cuckold you? I, Hu Yiling, have never liked you, Lai, and from the time the marriage contract was made until now, it's all just wishful thinking on your part. The moment this sharp tone came out, the crowd on that stage was stunned. It is just like a large melon eating scene. Hu Yiling even more do not mind to tear the face. Since Lai want to spread out to speak, then she also may as well to so many business circle celebrities to say clearly, this is what is going on. I, Hu Yiling, from the beginning to the end, only like Zhang Fan alone. It was in my last life, it is in this life, and it will be in the next. Hu Yiling said so with an incomparably firm tone. It was a shock to everyone in the room. It didn't matter if it was his father, Hu Jinnan, or Lai, or the crowds of people eating off the stage. Chapter 110, He's here? He's here. Zhang Fan? Who is this? I've never heard of which young master this is. I've never heard of, either. Of course, how would they know? But in Hu Yiling's heart, Zhang Fan was no one. It's the person she's identified with for life. Yiling, you. Hu Jinnan looked at Hu Yiling in surprise. Originally Lai's words were already enough to surprise him. Now his own daughter even said this in public. Qinlai clenched his teeth up in anger. By doing so, Hu Yiling was undoubtedly telling the crowd that he was no match for the poor boy called Zhang Fan. This was a disgrace to his Qinlai's face. You're so sure of him, but where is that brat when you need him now? Qinlai was furious, but still laughed coldly. Didn't you say he would come? In the end, you trusted the wrong person too, didn't you? Hu Tianhao was all anxious for his own old sister as he listened. This asshole Zhang Fan, what the hell is he doing? It's that time of the day and you still don't show up. It can't really be what Qinlai said. Hu Yiling spoke at this time. He will come. He promised me, so he will definitely come. Yes? Qinlai raised his hand and sneered. Now, it's almost 9 o'clock. Where is he? At this time, Hu's company downstairs. A cab pulled up outside the office. The door was opened and Zhang Fan hurriedly got out of the car holding a shoebox. Crap, how could I oversleep? I'm really convinced. Zhang Fan couldn't wait to scrape himself twice. He didn't realize that he was overtired and slept too late all of a sudden. As soon as I woke up, it was 8 o'clock. Now Zhang Fan couldn't even change his clothes and hurried over after loading up his things. By the looks of it, the anniversary celebration should have already started. So I hope it's not too late. Just as Zhang Fan wanted to enter the company, suddenly 2 bodyguards stopped him. Who are you? Got an invitation? One of the bodyguards spoke up. The media on the side were looking at this poorly dressed young man, afraid that he wasn't in the wrong place, right? How could this guy, who still looked like he was in school, suddenly come to whose company's anniversary celebration? Zhang Fan was a bit confused this time. Invitation. Invitation? I didn't know there was such a thing. No invitation. No entry. That bodyguard said with icy words. Stay wherever you are. This is not a place you can come to. Quickly leave for me. No. I promised Yiling. I want to see her. Zhang Fan, who was holding the shoebox, said with a serious face. Those 2 bodyguards were a bit surprised. They didn't expect this guy to know their missy. The 2 looked at each other, but still rejected Zhang Fan with sharp words. Who knows if what you're carrying in your arms is a dangerous item? There are many people who want to see our missy these days. Do you think you can get in just by saying your name? Zhang Fan clenched his teeth and his heart grew anxious. Any more delays and the anniversary celebration might as well be over. Hu Yiling is still waiting for him. Eileen, what are you doing out here? Just then, Zhang Fan suddenly pointed inside and spoke. The 2 bodyguards turned their heads in surprise, but there was no one behind them. Where's Missy? But the next moment, a figure passed quickly through their midst and rushed straight into the company. Hey, brat, what do you want? Quick, get him, don't let him run up there. In the next moment, several security guards rushed after Zhang Fan. Seeing this, Zhang Fan rushed into the staircase holding the shoebox. The few security guards behind him shouted, Brat, don't run. You're dead if you let me catch you. It's a wonder we don't run. Zhang Fan ran all the way up to the 5th floor. The few security guards were thrown far away from him. Just when Zhang Fan thought he was fine, a security guard suddenly rushed out from the safe passage and pounced on Zhang Fan. Who let you in? Let's see if I don't send you to the police station. The security guard held Zhang Fan's neck with one hand and picked up the walkie-talkie on his chest with the other hand and said, I've caught this kid. It's on the 5th floor. You guys come quickly. The shoebox was flung to the corner. Zhang Fan held his red face and tried to reach out for it. The security guard, seeing this, was so furious that he kicked the shoebox to the other end, and yelled under his breath, How dare you bring dangerous objects in? I'll see how you're going to explain it to the police later. You. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth. You what you? Stay right where you are. The guard chided. Zhang Fan gasped roughly, and the next moment he suddenly spoke. You forced me to do it. Pussy? You damn well have the nerve to say. The security guard hadn't finished his sentence when he suddenly felt a pain in his crotch. Looking down, Zhang Fan smashed his fist on his crotch. Ah! The guard covered his crotch in pain and jumped up with a jerk. Seeing the situation, Zhang Fan stomped his 2 feet and directly kicked the security guard back behind the door of the safe passage. The guard flipped twice and slammed right into the wall. Ouch! Zhang Fan had just stood up when the sound of rushing up the stairs came from underneath, accompanied by the voices of the security guards. What happened? Won't let that kid get away, right? Hearing this, Zhang Fan picked up the shoebox and continued to rush upwards. The security guard who fell at the root of the wall shouted, He's running up the hill again. Chase after him. If this messes up the chairman's 20th anniversary, none of them will be able to stay in the company. 12 floors. There are still 8 floors. Zhang Fan looked at the serial number on that wall and gasped for breath. Then he looked upstairs, gritted his teeth and ran up again. Eileen, you must wait for me. At this very moment, Qinlai, who was in the lobby, issued a final question to Hu Yiling. I'll ask you one last time. Do you, Hu Yiling, Want to marry me or not? My tolerance is limited. I've gotten past the fact that you cuckolded me. Now it's time for you to give me an answer. But I'm going to give you a heads up first. Xinlai let out a cold laugh. If you were to fail to honor the marriage contract in front of so many people, then you should know very well what the consequences would be for your Hu family, right? This grandiose threat was worthy of what the youngest master of the Qin family could do. Anyway, the obvious favorable party now lay with him, so how could Xinlai care about anything else? If Hu Yiling didn't agree, it would be for the Hu family to seek their own death. Hearing this, Hu Tianhao really couldn't wait to go up and beat up this Xinlai. I believe that their own dad is the same. Only in the way of the Qin family is not good to do it. Otherwise where this asshole and this aggressive share. Hu Yiling clenched her fists and clenched her silver teeth. What should she do? The always smart and clever Hu Yiling also lost her thoughts at this moment. The mind is a mess. Facing Xinlai's bullying, with the risk of her own family behind her, Hu Yiling really didn't know what to do for a moment. No one could help her with this problem. And all that was left in her ears were the idle words from the stage. She looked to the alarm clock on the wall. Could it be that hubby really not coming? If Zhang Fan was here, perhaps she could still have some backbone. But now, what? You still want to wait for that stupid kid Zhang Fan to come? Xinlai's smile was full of mockery, and seeing Hu Yiling's hesitant look, it was obvious that she had faltered. Not only that, but he won the bet after all. That kid, Zhang Fan, wouldn't even dare to come. It's just a toad, a thing of no consequence. There's no need for you to care, Hu Yiling said in an icy tone at this time. Moreover, I don't have to answer this question of yours right now. It's time for the company's anniversary celebration. I advise you not to make trouble here. Otherwise, I'll ask you to get out. Invite me out? Xinlai laughed out loud, arrogant to the extreme. I'd like to see who dares to invite me out. Even if it's your father, he wouldn't dare to let me leave from here. Hu Jinan gritted his teeth and got up. Xinlai was right. He was the major shareholder of Hu's group. And if Hu Jinan dared to do so, everyone present knew what consequences it would lead to, and that effect would most likely cause Hu's group's stock price to plummet. Don't be silly, Eileen, come back. I'm the only one in this world who's willing to wait the longest for you. Xinlai laughed so coldly. If it were anyone else, you would have flipped out long ago with all the things you've done, and only I would just be so tolerant of you because, well, I'm the only one who loves you the most. Don't disgust me. The only one who loves me has never been Zhang Fan. At this moment, Hu Yiling said firmly. The crowd on stage froze. What kind of character was this fan that could make the Hu family's daughter so persistent? It was really too curious. Even Hu Jinan looked at his daughter in surprise. Is that young man called Zhang Fan really so worthy of her trust? Chapter 111, Immersed in Happiness and Sweetness. If you love him so much. But where is he? And where is he? Didn't you decide that he would come? Now that kid is probably still hiding at home and doesn't dare to come out. And you, Hu Yiling, love such a man? Xinlai was furious to the extreme. This woman, still obsessed, but that won't work either. Today he is going to force even Hu Yiling to be compromised. He has been planning this Hu family business for a long time, and it is unlikely that he will give up on it. He'll be here. Although Hu Yiling said so, but obviously the bottom is not enough. Beautiful eyes are gloomy, but she still trusts her husband. Something must have delayed him too. Xinlai smiled through clenched teeth and said, if you don't come with me today you'll have to come with me as well. Don't think about Zhang Fan anymore. He doesn't deserve you at all. And you have to get it straight. You Hu Yiling is my fiancé, not Zhang. As of today, she won't be. Just then, a word caught in a gasp sounded in the doorway. The crowd sniffed and cast their eyes in surprise. Xinlai, who had been interrupted, was even more surprised to see a figure at the doorway that was unexpected to him. Surprisingly, Zhang Fan. At this time, Hu Yiling spoke out in delight. Holding the shoebox in one hand, Zhang Fan rested one hand on the edge of the door and gasped for breath, as if he had just come from a long journey. However, Hu Yiling still couldn't help but rush off the stage with her skirt in hand and hugged Zhang Fan with red eyes. The exhausted security guards behind that one caught up and froze at the sight. This guy knows they're missy? The knot in Zhang Fan's throat slid up and down as he hugged Hu Yiling with one hand. I'm coming. Eileen, you finally come. Hu Yiling hugged Zhang Fan tightly as if she wanted to rub him into her body. I thought you really weren't coming. When she said this, Hu Yiling was all in tears, listening to Zhang Fan a heartache. I'm sorry Yiling. I'm late. Zhang Fan frowned guiltily. Hu Yiling gently shook her head and smiled with tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. No, you're just in time. She really didn't trust her husband wrongly. Hubby said he'd be here, so he'll be here. At this moment, Hu Yiling's restless heart settled down completely. With Zhang Fan around, she could fear nothing, even if she had to go against the world. she would stand on Zhang Fan's side. Looking at Zhang Fan finally coming to his own sister's side, Hu Tianhao was relieved and muttered, "This guy. Luckily, he still came, otherwise if you dare to fail my sister, I will definitely not let you go." Hu Jinan was surprised to see Zhang Fan. How did he get here? Did Yiling send him? For a moment, the scene changed so much that it was hard to react. The people in that hall were speculating. Is this the one called Zhang Fan? Never seen. Which young master is this? By the looks of it, it seems to be just a poor boy. Ha! Qin Lai was so angry that his chest rose and fell. I didn't expect Zhang Fan to come at a critical time. This asshole. He's really not afraid to die. Dare to come and cause trouble for him. Qin Lai. At this moment, Hu Yiling's gaze fell on the box in Zhang Fan's hand and she couldn't help but ask, "What is this thing?" "You saw it." Seeing that Hu Yiling had already realized it, Zhang Fan laughed. "This is the birthday gift I prepared for you." Birthday gift? Hu Yiling was surprised. Her heart suddenly surged with warmth. "Why do you still need to prepare a birthday gift for me? As long as I can see you." "I don't care about that, but I care," Zhang Fan said seriously. With that, he handed the shoebox in his hand to Hu Yiling. "Open it and take a look." Good." Hu Yiling smiled faintly. Since it was a gift prepared by her husband, then naturally she still liked it. No matter what was given, she liked it. Hu Yiling opened the humble shoebox at this time, and what met her eyes made her slowly widen her beautiful eyes. "This is not." Seeing Hu Yiling's surprised look, Zhang Fan laughed. "Remember it?" "Of course I remember." Hu Yiling frowned, but her eyes were filled with emotion. In the shoebox, there was a pair of black high heels of the skeletonized model, with the black rose pattern on it. How could Hu Yiling forget that this was one of the options they had chosen together at that time? Only then they picked a different program to do it. The skeletonized model should naturally be discarded. But she also remembers that her husband had secretly drawn both options, and she wondered why he had to draw the other abandoned option again. It suddenly dawned on her now. So hubby had already planned to make these shoes for her from the beginning? Why would you suddenly want to give me these shoes? Hu Yiling couldn't help but ask. Zhang Fan scratched his head with a smile and said sheepishly, "At that time, I heard you say that you preferred this one, so I made a note of it, and I thought that you would like the finished product of this pair of shoes, so I made them together by the way." After all, Hu Yiling had done him such a great favor at that time. Zhang Fan also wanted to make a pair of shoes for her. It just so happens that it's Hu Yiling's birthday now, so it's only fitting that you get this pair of heels. You're too good. As Hu Yiling said this, her nose turned sour and she had the urge to cry again. Seeing this, Zhang Fan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes painfully and said, "Don't cry. You're very pretty today. It's not good if you mess up your makeup." Hu Yiling pouted her little mouth and pouted. "That's not because of you." Zhang Fan smiled up at his words. "Do you like it?" Zhang Fan asked. Hu Yiling nodded her head vigorously. "I like it very much. Especially." "That's good." Just as Zhang Fan finished speaking, Hu Yiling took out the shoes in the shoebox and then took off the high heel under her feet. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be surprised. "Yiling, you. Such good shoes. Of course I want to wear them now." Hu Yiling laughed with red eyes. It was an unexpected fit in those heels, and it's very comfortable. Not a bit uncomfortable yet. After all, the lasts of these shoes were also made according to Hu Yiling's measurements, so naturally they fit perfectly for her. Zhang Fan also revealed a satisfied smile when he saw the high heel he made being worn by Hu Yiling on her feet. It really seems to fit her. "Am I pretty?" Hu Yiling smiled slightly. Zhang Fan nodded, a little lost in thought. "Drift. Beautiful. I think so." Hu Yiling smiled like a little girl. Adorable. The two of them were immersed in the joy of meeting each other, as if they were the only ones left in the world, completely disregarding the others in their eyes, and even more so, making Qin Lai feel a burst of anger. It was like cuckolding him in front of him. Chapter 112. Who the hell let this kid in? Did the Hu clan just let a random outsider in? Qin Lai bellowed at this moment, shocking everyone present. "Throw him out for me." "Yes." A few attendants brought by Qin Lai walked towards Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling. Seeing this, Hu Jinan couldn't help but speak. "Qin Lai, I've put up with you for a long time. What exactly do you want to do? This is my Hu group's anniversary celebration. There's no room for you to be reckless here." Compared to that Qin Lai, Zhang Fan at least didn't annoy him so much. Hu Jinan also didn't want to have to see Qin Lai causing trouble here on this big day. "What for? No wonder your daughter would cuckold me. So it's still you who are indulging him. But today this bad breath, I absolutely can't swallow it. I want this kid to go out sideways for me." Qin Lai gritted his teeth and got up with a black face. The attendants manipulated the bottle of white wine on the table with a menacing look. The rest of the people saw this and took a few steps back in fear. "Looks like it's going to be a bloodbath tonight." Seeing this, Hu Yiling hurriedly stopped in front of Zhang Fan. "Which one of you dares to touch him?" In my family's company, you guys even want to make a move. How dare you? If you're capable, you'll do it to me first. Qinlai laughed coldly. Ha, is it useful to protect a soft boy? No one can stop me today. Just as Hu Jinan was about to call the security guards up, Zhang Fan suddenly pulled Hu Yiling behind him. Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan in surprise. Student Zhang Fan, you, this time, let me protect you. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling and smiled faintly, calm and collected. The previous nervous look was gone at this moment. The current Zhang Fan was as if he had changed into a different person. Zhang Fan then added, today, no one can harm you. Hu Yiling's heart suddenly shook. Student Zhang Fan, ha, protecting Belle? Don't ing joke about it. Just you trash. Qinlai scoffed from the bottom of his heart when he heard these words from Zhang Fan. He still remembered that night when Zhang Fan was protected by Hu Yiling's wimpy appearance. Today he actually wanted to play hero in front of so many people to protect Hu Yiling. He should be worried about himself. I might not have been able to protect Yiling in the past, but now I won't let her be harmed or threatened in any way anymore. Zhang Fan looked at Qinlai with sharp eyes, and the feeling was chilling. Qinlai couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. This kid, is it serious? You're asking for it. Don't blame my men for being unmerciful. Attack! With Qinlai's shout, those men immediately rushed towards Zhang Fan, raising their bottles to smash them. When Hu Yiling saw this, she frowned at once. Although she was touched that her husband said that, she couldn't just sit back and not. What? The scene that immediately followed caused Hu Yiling to unconsciously widen her eyes, only to see Zhang Fan striking out one step ahead of her. He also manipulated a wine bottle and threw it at the rushing henchman. Splat! The bottle shattered directly on the henchman's head. The strong smell of alcohol permeated the room. Some of the women present screamed out, startled by Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling covered her mouth, not expecting her husband to make a move. The henchman who had his head blown off by Zhang Fan with a bottle instantly collapsed like mud, with blood on his forehead in weakness. The remaining two henchmen sucked in a breath when they saw this. Qinlai said angrily, get him killed. Ah! Another henchman rushed forward. Zhang Fan ran forward in 2 steps, leapt up, and drove his knee into the henchman's chin with a muffled thud, directly knocking the man to the ground. When he copied the bottle in the man's hand again, the last henchman had already swung the bottle at Zhang Fan. Seeing the situation, Zhang Fan dodged the attack with a roll, and then stomped on the henchman's knee. The henchman's leg went weak, and he came down on one knee, and Zhang Fan didn't hesitate to explode the bottle on his head. With another crack of a bottle, the third henchman fell. The room was instantly silent. The whole thing took less than 15 seconds to solve 3 people? Both Hu Jinan and Hu Tianhao and Uncle Li felt incredulous. Hu Yiling was even more surprised to come back to his senses. Hubby he. When did he become such a fighter? Surprisingly, he took care of all 3 at once. Not only that, just now the husband's hands were by no means something that could be done in the heat of the moment. It's almost like he's been trained. His thoughts are clear. His movements are crisp and powerful. What's going on here? The essence of Huang Mao's street fighting technique was used by Zhang Fan to the fullest in this moment. He gritted his teeth and stood up, looking at Qinlai. I guess I'm qualified to protect her now, right? Qinlai. You. Qinlai looked dumbfounded. This guy, definitely not Zhang Fan. How could the Zhang Fan of that night be like this? It was as if he had been transformed beyond belief. Could it be that this kid was playing dumb before? Looking at that stance just now, to say that Zhang Fan was just an ordinary student, he would definitely not believe it. I didn't expect this guy to have quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Hu Tianhao hugged his chest and sneered. Luckily, my oldest sister wasn't wrong about him, and he's a man who can be counted on. How dare you lay hands on my people? You're impatient with life you. Qinlai was furious at this point, and now with this scene, he had become that isolated person. Zhang Fan spoke coldly at this moment. It was your people who first laid hands on me, wasn't it? Zhang Fan, but you're really something. I kind of underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have this ability. Qinlai was so angry at this moment that he gritted his teeth and smiled. Not only did you steal someone else's wife, but you also dare to spread your wildness here. You really think I, Qinlai, am easy to bully, don't you? Who is your wife? Shut the hell up. Hu Yiling chided at this time. She was Zhang Fan's alone. How did she become Qinlai's wife? It made her sick to her stomach to hear it called that. Qinlai added at this point. We are married, so what are you if not my wife? You all take a look. What kind of daughter did the Hu family raise, to collude with an adulterer? Zhang Fan couldn't help but open his mouth. Yiling has already made it very clear that she never liked you from start to finish, and even if it was a marriage contract, it's a wishful thinking of your Qin family. As long as she doesn't like you, she has nothing to do with you. Not to mention the fact that you've crowned yourself husband and wife. Listening to Zhang Fan's words, Qinlai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Having a marriage contract doesn't even count. Do you count? What are you? Zhang Fan, but just a poor college student in Southern Arts. You don't really think you're more qualified than me to marry Hu Yiling, do you? Whether it's qualified or not, it's not up to you. Zhang Fan said this and looked at Hu Yiling. Who you want to marry? That's a decision made by Yiling herself. Zhang Fan's words touched Hu Yiling inexplicably. Does hubby mean? Chapter 113, absolutely intolerable. Fine. Since you want to talk about voluntariness, then ask Hu Yiling and see if she dares to say that she wants to marry you. Qinlai couldn't believe that Hu Yiling wanted to plunge the Hu group into flames. If she had the ability, she would cancel that engagement in front of so many people. Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan expectantly. As long as hubby actually dares to ask, she would have said, without hesitation, that she would. This was an image she had fantasized about countless times in her last life, but unfortunately it was so cut off on the eve of her wedding. She dreamed of making up for it back to the scene, provided that the current Zhang Fan was willing to do so. I can't ask that. Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. The crowd was amazed at these words. That includes Hu Yiling. The anticipation in Hu Yiling's eyes quickly dissipated and turned to loss. Just when Qinlai wanted to laugh at Zhang Fan for being such a wimp, Zhang Fan then continued to speak. Because Yiling and I, in reality, are not yet boyfriend and girlfriend, how can I ask her if she can marry? What I need to ask more than that is something else. A thing that had been buried in Zhang Fan's heart for a long time and wanted to speak out. It came to a point where he couldn't hold back that line any longer. Hu Yiling lifted her pretty face when she heard this. A sudden nervous thought crossed his mind. In the next moment, he only saw Zhang Fan gently holding Hu Yiling's hand in front of everyone. This was the moment when he was finally able to be brave and face his heart. When he took the initiative to hold Hu Yiling's hand, Zhang Fan realized that this feeling was different from being pulled by Hu Yiling. The warmth, real as it was in the palm of his hand. Right about this time, Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling and smiled slightly up. There was infinite tenderness between those brows and eyes. Eileen, will you be my girlfriend? Will you be my girlfriend? With this line of questioning from Zhang Fan, Hu Yiling was stunned. Her eyes slowly widened, and in this moment it was as if all around her had frozen. Did you hear me right? Hubby actually confessed to her. But Zhang Fan's eyes were so firm, even with a strong sense of love. It wasn't at all like he was forced to say it to help her out. This time, Zhang Fan's tone was one of expectation. At this moment, the surrounding was silent. Everyone looked at Zhang Fan, who was an ordinary person, with astonished eyes, unable to believe that at the anniversary celebration of Hu Group, it had turned into the scene of his confession. This kid, Hu Jinnan muttered in surprise. It was obvious that he really loved his daughter Yiling. Only, this love is still too small. It's not always possible to resist the Qin family's block. At this time, Hu Yiling's beautiful eyes suddenly reddened, grabbed Zhang Fan's coat corner, looked at him and asked, "You just said? I'm afraid I misheard." Zhang Fan smiled up slightly. "I said, will you be my girlfriend? Truly be my Zhang Fan's girlfriend. I actually liked you for a long time, Eileen." Hu Yiling, who heard these words, couldn't hold back any longer and hugged Zhang Fan, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. "Idiot, do you know how long I've been waiting for you to say this? Only now are you willing to say it." "I do. I'm a million times more willing." Zhang Fan was lost in thought for a second, then smiled knowingly. He really did. Took the words out of my mouth that I wanted to say earlier. At this moment, Zhang Fan was incomparably relaxed, as if he had removed all pretenses. He hugged Hu Yiling hard and closed his eyes, her scent lingering between his nostrils. This feeling of frankly hugging Hu Yiling and holding her in his arms was exactly the same as in the dream. In the past, he would never have thought that one day he would be with Hu Yiling. But now, not a dream. The next moment, Zhang Fan gently pulled away Hu Yiling's arms around him. "Hey!" In the midst of Hu Yiling's surprise, Zhang Fan suddenly lowered his head and kissed Hu Yiling's lips. Her small face, which was cupped by her hands, widened her beautiful eyes as a blush gradually emerged. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This pair of young lovers' so blatant appearance, completely forget what the situation is now like. But Hu Tianhao looked at the two eyes red, sour nose. After all, can see their own old sister happy? A trip back from abroad is also worth it. Bastard Zhang Fan. You have to take care of my old sister for me. Young master. Wipe it off. Shut up. Qinlai was even more furious. His own fiancée even agreed to another man in front of him, and also looked excited. Completely not put him Qinlai in the eyes. Can't stand it. It's intolerable. Zhang Fan slowly loosened his mouth. His face and ears had already turned red. Hu Yiling, even more needless to say, until now that beautiful eyes are still staring greatly, did not return to God. "You, what's wrong with you? Yiling, Zhang Fan blushed, his fingers tickling his nose. Hu Yiling had a red face and a blank look on her face. What all just happened? I didn't even have time to prepare. Can we do it again? Ha! Zhang Fan became even more shy. That's a lot of people. He himself wouldn't have dared to do so just now if he hadn't been momentarily on top of his head. Now that I think about it, it's kind of embarrassing. Nima, dare to play like this in front of me. I think you guys wanna die. A furious roar came from behind himself, and Zhang Fan looked back, only to see Qinlai copying the bottle and rushing over, seemingly enraged and wanting to sneak attack him. When Hu Yiling saw this, she immediately frowned her willow eyebrows. At this time, Zhang Fan glanced down from the corner of his eye and then kicked out the European-style wooden chair toward Qinlai. Qinlai only had the hateful Zhang Fan in his eyes. Where could he react? And was immediately tripped by a stool kicked by Zhang Fan, clanging and falling to the ground. And the bottle of wine shattered in response. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qinlai's jaw landed on the ground, eating pain. When Hu Yiling saw this, she let out a giggle. Now the husband, he's not as easy to bully as he thinks he is. I don't know where he learned the trick, but I'm sure I'll find out later. Zhang Fan, you bastard. How dare you make a move on me? I think you don't know the power of my Qin family. Qinlai gritted his teeth and braced himself to get up, but he was stomped on the shoulder. Qinlai looked over his shoulder in disbelief and raised his eyes obediently. You! Zhang Fan looked at Qinlai with cold eyes, his feet slowly exerted force. Qinlai's hand was propped up on the broken glass. The harder he resisted, the more the sharp shards stung him, and in a short while Qinlai's neck was bruised. The people around that perimeter covered their mouths in awe. This kid is too bold. How dare he do this? Yeah, that's the Qin family's youngest master. No one who messes with him gets a good end. Does he not want to die? Chapter 114, Taking You Away. Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan's back in surprise. Hubby is too manly, isn't he? Zhang Fan ignored the voices. Instead, he spoke coldly to Qinlai. If you keep messing around, don't blame me for being impolite to you. This isn't your Qin family. For Qinlai, Zhang Fan had long been more hated than feared. He wouldn't worry about anything else for the sake of Hu Yiling, even if it means making an enemy of the entire Qin family. You have a big mouth. Qinlai hissed out, his eyes reddening as he said, first you snatched my fiancée, and now you dare to make a move on me. But whenever you leave the door of this Hu group, I'm going to take your life. Is that so? Zhang Fan coldly said, but you have to get one thing straight. From today onwards, Yiling is not your fiancée. She's my Zhang Fan's girlfriend. Hu Yiling's heart warmed as these words were uttered. Being able to hear Zhang Fan admit the identity between them so frankly, Hu Yiling felt that everything was worth it. At this time, Hu Jinan was in a mixed mood and did not know what to do. He couldn't help Qinlai, but looking at the state of affairs that far exceeded his own surprises, it was now a situation that couldn't be taken back, which really made him sigh in his heart. Very helpless. Alright Zhang Fan, I'll see how long you can be arrogant. Qinlai braced his hands on the ground and flexed his fingers into claws, wanting to clutch all those fragments tightly in his hands, so it was obvious how strong the hatred was. I will never let you go. And you, Hu Yiling, you pair of dogs disgraced my Qin family in public. I will never let you go. Let who go? All of you just wait and see. From tomorrow onwards, you'll all pay the price. Qinlai's harsh words were issued, and no one else could help but believe them. After all, this was the #1 villain in Nanhai City. Who dares to mess with him except this brat who doesn't know what he's doing? It looks like who is really going to get caught in the crossfire in the future. Everyone understood what Qinlai meant when he said those words. The checks and balances that had existed between the Hu group and the Qin family for many years would be completely broken on this night. From now on, the Qin family will have to meet Hu's group in arms. Hu Jinnan's wrinkled face was full of anger. Fine. Then let's see what your Qin family can really do to us. Today it's you who offended our Hu clan first, and you don't think I'll give you a step up. In the end, Hu Yiling was all his heart. Since things were already irreparable, he naturally didn't care about tearing his face off. Ha, there's no use for you guys to say anything. I've made up my mind. All thanks to this pair of dogs. And a soft eater. What a pair. Qinlai was so angry that he was a bit demented, and he even laughed hideously and coldly. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth slightly when he heard this, fists clenched involuntarily. It's okay to insult him, but it's not okay to insult Yiling. Zhang Fan's foot pressed down hard again, causing Qinlai to wail in pain. Stinky. Stinky brat. What do you want to do? Are you going to kill me in front of so many people? Mr. Zhang Fan. Hu Yiling hesitantly extended her hand. At this time, Zhang Fan lowered his icy eyes and spoke. Since you've already said it so absolutely, so what if I do it a little more absolutely? Anyway, it won't change your mind, will it? After finishing this sentence, Zhang Fan suddenly jumped up on one foot and switched his foot in the air to kick out at Qin Lai's face. There was a big bang. Qin Lai was kicked out and collapsed among the tables and chairs and wine. In an instant, Qin Lai felt dizzy and his body hurt like a broken bone, especially the fiery pain on his face. Where had he ever suffered this kind of pain and humiliation since he was pampered as a child? This kick, I'm giving it to you for Yiling, Zhang Fan said with a cold face. The crowd had already been shocked into bloodlessness by Zhang Fan's actions. In the entire South Sea city, no one dared to lay hands on Qin Lai like this. Zhang Fan was definitely the first. Hu Jinan felt some pain. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in his way, he would have wanted to beat up this Qin Lai himself. Qin Lai lifted his head with great effort and looked at Zhang Fan through clenched teeth. I won't let you go. If you dare to continue to find trouble with us, then I will not let you off just the same, Zhang Fan said seriously. Hu Yiling pulled Zhang Fan's hand at this moment and frowned her willow eyebrows. I'm sorry, Zhang Fan, I'm the one who put you in this danger. I'm really sorry. There's no need to say sorry. This is something I volunteered for. Zhang Fan's gaze towards Hu Yiling softened and said with a faint smile, let's go. I'll take you out of here. Get out of here? Aha. Zhang Fan nodded firmly. Are you willing to come with me? With this situation, it's not safe for Hu Yiling to be here. At least now he was by Hu Yiling's side, so he could feel a little more at ease if he was allowed to take Hu Yiling away. Hu Yiling revealed a delighted smile at this moment, as if she had been waiting for a long time. She nodded her head vigorously and said, good, I'll go with you. Yiling. Hu Jinan looked at Zhang Fan pulling Hu Yiling and going far away in the eyes of the crowd. Hu Jinan was about to chase him out but was stopped by Hu Tianhao, who pulled Hu Jinan's coat and said, Dad, don't chase after him. Old sister is determined to be with him, so just let her pursue her own happiness. Hu Jinan didn't expect his son to even say that. It looked like even Hu Tianhao, who had always been fearless, had recognized Zhang Fan. What kind of drug did he give Yiling? The moment Zhang Fan pulled Hu Yiling all the way down the stairs and out of the front door, countless flashing lights came towards them, from the media reporters still squatting at the entrance. Holy, what's going on? Isn't this the kid who just went in? How come he dragged Hu's daughter out? Something must have happened. It looks like a robbery. Shoot it, shoot it, shoot it. Maybe it'll make the headlines tomorrow. Zhang Fan used his arm to block those lights for Hu Yiling, and was being kept away from the media when suddenly someone from outside the crowd shouted, I'll see who dares to stop my disciple. As soon as the words fell, 2 jets of cold white mist came. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Ahem. It's a fire extinguisher. Huli is so lacking. A white blossom obscured the crowd's view. Both Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan felt very familiar when they heard this voice. With that, Zhang Fan vaguely saw a thin and a fat figure. Zhang Fan, our brothers are late. Let us take care of this place. You run with Miss Hu first. Run as far away as possible. Hearing these words, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling understood who had come, and their hearts were warmed. Thanks, Master. Zhang Fan gripped Hu Yiling's wrist tightly and just dropped the sentence, taking advantage of the chaos and rushing out of the crowd with Hu Yiling. Looking at the distant Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling, Yellow Hair froze a bit for a while. This kid was just calling me master? Yellow Hair asked himself, inadvertently raising a lewd smile. It felt, well, pretty damn good. P.S. Thank you so much to those of you who are still giving me love power. Tears in my eyes. Chapter 115, is it too fast? Old boss. Finished spraying. Spray it and get out of here. Stay and get beat up. Phew. After running for an unknown amount of time, Zhang Fan got tired and stopped to let out a long breath. His heart was pounding and it was wearing him out. But it looks like there shouldn't be any more trouble now. Just as Zhang Fan was relaxing, Hu Yiling suddenly hugged Zhang Fan with a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. Zhang Fan froze. Yiling? This is really crazy. Hu Yiling looked at the ground with lax eyes, the corners of her mouth still holding a smile, as if she hadn't been able to regain her senses from everything that had happened tonight. Not only did she break off her engagement, but she's with her husband in name only. And, still, by eloping. Although she could think of how angry her dad must be inside, she was now nervous and happy. It seemed like in this world, all that was left was her and Zhang Fan. Do you regret it? Zhang Fan asked coldly when he heard Hu Yiling's words. To be honest, Zhang Fan was still worried about harming Hu Yiling. All this must have caught her off guard tonight. Although she did agree to her confession. Confessing in that situation seemed so far from what he had thought at first that it seemed a bit impromptu and random. Why do you regret? Hu Yiling raised her head and looked at Zhang Fan. It can't be that you regret it, right? Zhang Fan blushed and scratched his head. How come? I'm quite happy, being able to be with Hu Yiling. What regrets could he possibly have? It's good if you don't regret it. Hu Yiling bit her lower lip and smiled in amusement. Then, She frowned at Zhang Fan again and opened her mouth with a pretty and serious face. Then, you didn't confess to me this time just to help me out, right? In the latter half of the sentence, Hu Yiling muttered with some resentment. Thinking of the previous Zhang Fan with the name of the boyfriend to help her get out of things, Hu Yiling afraid of another empty joy. This time how to ask a clear line. Otherwise she can be. Of course not. Zhang Fan suddenly said with certainty. I am serious. I want to be with you all the time. Like you said to me that day on your birthday. I think I have a pretty clear answer and wish. My wish is to be with you and never be apart. Now that wish has come true. Zhang Fan was already satisfied. Hubby, you're too good. Hu Yiling pouted and hugged Zhang Fan tightly with a touching face, but she heard Zhang Fan's face swish red. Old hubby, we've only just gotten together, and Hu Yiling calls it that. Isn't that a bit too fast? Hu Yiling realized that she was too moved, and couldn't help but scoop her mouth again, but now she didn't have to worry anymore. Humming gluttonously, why, you are my boyfriend, can't I call you that? Even though she said that, Hu Yiling's face was hot. If he hadn't buried his head in Zhang Fan's arms, he would have definitely been seen to be shy by Zhang Fan. It's not impossible. Zhang Fan smiled foolishly, his heart bursting with joy. Although it was still a bit uncomfortable to hear it this way, any man could resist hearing Hu Yiling call it that. It made Zhang Fan have an illusion as if they were already married. At that moment, Hu Yiling, who had her head buried, raised her sultry eyes. What about you? Me? Me what? Still pretending to be stupid. People are calling their husbands, so shouldn't you say? Hu Yiling said and hummed again, her eyes glancing away stubbornly, as if waiting for Zhang Fan to comprehend on his own. Zhang Fan slowed down for half a beat before blushing. This isn't good, is it? You can't be direct enough to do that yourself. Wifey and all that, it's too much of a shame. What? What's wrong? Next time. No, just this time, I want to hear it. Good girl, we should go home. Hubby is so annoying. The Qin family. At this time, Qin Lai is lying on the bed. Not a good piece of land all over the body. All bandaged up. The nose is also covered with a white cloth. The men on the side all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Waste. You're all losers. Qin Lai looked at the ceiling, not daring to clench his teeth hard. If not for the fact that he was in too much pain to move, he would have designated to beat these henchmen violently. Not only did he let Zhang Fan, a student, beat him up, but he also lost face in front of so many people from the business circle. So where would he have the face to hang around from now on? Qin Lai. Young master, don't be angry. We also didn't expect that guy to be so powerful. A black-clothed henchman who had been beaten up timidly said. Qin Lai glared at him, and the henchman was immediately too scared to speak again. You guys still have the face to say that? Gullible to this extent. Several people can't beat one. What's the use of raising you guys? Ouch. Qin Lai said to the extreme of his anger, and tore his wound again. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. That, young master, why don't we tell his lordship? If this matter is kept from him, it's not a small matter if it's known. Another chubby underhand gulped and opened his mouth. Now it's not just that they've lost face at HU. It was more about their Qin family's plan to annex the Hu family. After all, now the wedding was returned, but also beaten, directly with the Hu family torn face. This matter to not report can be. No one ing talks. Qin Lai was shaking with anger. That old thing was already looking at me in a bad light. And if this matter gets out, I'll be ing screwed. Qin Lai's chest heaved. I have my own plans for this matter. Qin Lai let out a long breath and tried to calm down. You guys, find some more people and ask around for me to find out where Hu Yiling ran off to after that kid. But don't do it in the Southern Arts. This matter can't be known to anyone. Anyway, find an opportunity to bring those two to me piece by piece. If I don't get this ing revenge, I'm a grandson. Qin Lai's face showed anger and his teeth creaked. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Fan lay on the bed, already feeling all tired. He still needed to digest the things that happened today again. And it was time to think about how to go on next. Not only about how to resettle Hu Yiling, but also about being wary of Qin Lai. One could think with their toes that this narrow-minded Qin Lai would definitely make a move in the next 2 days. It was possible that Qin Lai would even secretly kill them. To be on the safe side, it's better to think of a countermeasure first. Honey. At this time, the door to the room rang with Hu Yiling's seductive voice. Zhang Fan looked up, only to see the freshly showered Hu Yiling rubbing her long hair with a towel, wearing one of his short-sleeved shorts underneath, her white thighs seductive and incomparable, and her body still permeated with a fragrance. How can anyone think properly? Hubby, what are you thinking about? Hu Yiling naturally sat on Zhang Fan's lap and hooked both hands around Zhang Fan's neck. After the intimate gesture in her last life, Hu Yiling was finally able to let herself go. Zhang Fan was still a bit unable to adapt for a while, and gulped in the face of such temptation. Hey, did you bring your ruler again? You have a good seat first. Zhang Fan hugged Hu Yiling and placed him on the bed, quickly covering his lower half with the quilt. Hu Yiling giggled at the scene. Zhang Fan could only look at Hu Yiling grudgingly. This woman, who obviously knew everything, had to deliberately tease him. Belle wiped the tears out of the corner of her eyes laughing. Spoke, what's the matter? Husband, we are man and woman friends. How is it still so shy? Look, is it? Don't you want to do something pleasant with me? Hu Yiling propped both hands on the bed, biting her lower lip and sticking her head toward Zhang Fan. This moment caused Zhang Fan's face to swish red. We're boyfriend and girlfriend, yes, but this is moving too fast. At least some days, right? Zhang Fan covered Hu Yiling's pouting mouth with one hand. Hu Yiling frowned willow eyebrow, beeped and said, what's that? In the future are going to sleep together. What's the difference between now and later? I'm not afraid that my husband doesn't want me. Anyway, hubby isn't like that. She was very comfortable leaving herself in the hands of her husband. Of course I won't, Zhang Fan said with a red face. Anyway, it's better to give it some more time. Everything has to be a process, and besides, he wasn't that horny. On the contrary, it was Hu Yiling who looked like she wanted to eat him. I really doubt that the scripts for both men and women have been switched around. Right, you just said that you will all sleep together in the future. Do you mean that you don't intend to go back to the Hu family again? Zhang Fan asked suddenly as an afterthought. Hu Yiling smiled faintly and nodded with particular certainty. Yeah, from now on, we'll be living together. Happy? Cohabitation. Cohabitation? Zhang Fan's mind immediately scratched the things that would happen in a cohabitation life. His ears were hot and red. That's your house. Even if you say that, Uncle Hu won't agree, right? Chapter 116, A Strange Illusion. Zhang Fan just wanted to let Hu Yiling pass through these few days for the time being, and then send her back when things had calmed down a bit, lest she be subjected to the continued harassment of that Qin Lai, which was very sudden, but there was nothing he could do about it. But now Hu Yiling actually wants to live together all the time. Then Hu Jinan would have blown up. Your own daughter is living with another man before she's even married. Who knows that Hu Yiling hugged her chest and grunted. I don't care about that much. I've long wanted to live with my husband, and now it's my husband who brought me out. So my husband has to be responsible, right? It's so hard to live together in name only. It's impossible to let her go. Zhang Fan burst into tears. Well then, for now, it looks like we'll just have to take it one step at a time. Seeing that Zhang Fan seemed to be reluctant, Hu Yiling was a bit unhappy and said, could it be that my husband thinks I'm too troublesome and wants to back out? If that's the case, then I'll just go back. How could I possibly mean that? Zhang Fan hurriedly explained. I'm already happy to have you by my side, so how could I dislike you? If Hu Yiling could really stay all the time, Zhang Fan wouldn't mind. Except that Yiling, a big lady living in a place like his, was also a bit too aggravating. Moreover, Zhang Fan doesn't even know if he can afford to support Hu Yiling. If all these problems could be solved, why would Zhang Fan have to worry about anything? It's good that hubby doesn't mind. Hu Yiling happily lay in Zhang Fan's arms and gently closed her eyes. Anyway, hubby doesn't need to worry too much about other things. We'll always get over it, won't we? When Zhang Fan heard this, he suddenly froze a little. It was as if Hu Yiling could always tell when he was worried. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's the person who knows him best, would it? Zhang Fan gently stroked Hu Yiling's soft and long hair, making Hu Yiling feel at ease and comfortable. Go to sleep. I'm tired today as well. You should take a good rest. Good. Hu Yiling slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Zhang Fan just smoothed down her long hair and let Hu Yiling fall asleep in his arms. Looking at Hu Yiling's sleeping sweet face, Zhang Fan had mixed feelings. Suddenly, he felt as if it was time for him to become a top man, because there was still a girl waiting for him to guard. Well, Zhang Fan woke up in a daze. Just after opening his eyes, he felt something pressing on his lower body, and when he lifted his head, he saw that a long snow-white leg was pressed on Xiaofan, and Hu Yiling on the side was hugging him as he slept soundly. Even if it was pressed, Hu Yiling's white and tender leg suddenly moved her knee. A seeming friction struck. Zhang Fan instantly sobered up and sucked in a breath of cool air. Looking at Hu Yiling again, she was still sleeping soundly. Zhang Fan could only gulp and gently lift away Hu Yiling's leg. This sharing a bed with Hu Yiling is really torturous. Seeing that Hu Yiling was sleeping so sweetly, Zhang Fan was not in a position to disturb her, so he bowed out of bed and walked towards the washroom. At this time, the bed-closed beautiful eyes Hu Yiling inadvertently raised a faint smile. Hubby can be such a fool. Not long after, the sound of pots and pans came from the kitchen, and Hu Yiling had slept enough at this time. Stretching her waist and lifting up her proud breasts, she then got out of bed with her jade feet pointing. Just after entering the kitchen, Hu Yiling saw Zhang Fan chopping vegetables and looking at him with a smile. You're awake? Zhang Fan caught sight of Hu Yiling peeping and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Go wash up. It'll be ready in a while. Hu Yiling smiled cheekily. Good oh. I haven't eaten my husband's cooking for a long time either. It's been a long time since you ate? Zhang Fan's hand holding the chopper froze for a moment. This seems to be the first time I've cooked for you, right? Hu Yiling laughed awkwardly at this moment and hurriedly digressed. Hey, by the way, what did hubby make? It seems to be very delicious. Not really, we don't have any dishes prepared at home, so let's make do for now. Zhang Fan was a bit embarrassed by the compliment, and was cutting the vegetables. When he didn't pay attention, he cut his finger. Hiss. Zhang Fan raised his hand, and dots of blood emerged from his fingers. I didn't think it would be so careless. Hubby, are you alright? Hu Yiling rushed to hold Zhang Fan's finger. Looking at the bright red blood, her heart ached. It's all my fault. Talking to you distracted you. I'm so sorry. It's okay. A small mouth is just a small mouth. Don't worry. I'll take a band-aid later. As Zhang Fan was talking, he suddenly felt his fingers being covered by a burst of warmth and softness. Hu Yiling surprisingly contained. Zhang Fan sucked in a breath. Yiling, what are you doing? This is not good. I'm the one who made my husband hard. Of course I have to help fix it. Look, it's coming out. We can't let it continue to flow yet. Hu Yiling said vaguely while containing it. A soft tongue flicked up at the wound. Although Zhang Fan could not see, the warm touch was extraordinarily clear. It's even a little comfortable. Better not lick it. It's dirty, Zhang Fan said with a red face, and even wanted to pull it out. But Hu Yiling frowned and reluctantly hummed. Zhang Fan had no choice but to obey Hu Yiling. But it's too easy to get the wrong impression of weirdness, isn't it? Chapter 117, Older Brother Comes to Visit. It was only at the last moment that Hu Yiling pulled Zhang Fan's finger out of his mouth. The finger and the saliva at the corner of his mouth connected into a silken thread. Hu Yiling looked at it with satisfaction before speaking. I'm going to go get some tissues. Zhang Fan couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at the wet fingers. Hui Belle, so scary. Feeling better? Hu Yiling carefully put a band-aid on Zhang Fan, who nodded and said, It's fine. Thank you, Yiling. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly, then said, Alright, don't cut the vegetables if you're injured. Go fry the vegetables. Just let me do it. You're the chef today. Being able to cook with my husband is Hu Yiling's favorite thing. That's how they spent their last life in their own house. Happily cooking every day and living a little life of sexual bliss for both of them. And it doesn't seem much different now than it did back then. Good. Then I'll work hard for you. But you have to be careful too. Zhang Fan's heart warmed and smiled. Hu Yiling laughed along. Don't worry. I'm not as stupid as my husband. Hearing this, Zhang Fan could only smile helplessly and bitterly. The two split up in the kitchen, filling it with playful sounds of unbridled joy. They are undoubtedly happy to be immersed at this moment. Yiling, don't wash it. Eat first before washing it. Zhang Fan carried the dishes to the table and had just finished speaking when the door was knocked. Zhang Fan paused and became somewhat puzzled. Opening the door, he found that it was actually Hu Tianhao and Uncle Li who had come, with a few people behind them. Why are you guys here? Zhang Fan was surprised and a little worried. Could it be that Hu Jinan had sent someone to take Hu Yiling back? Sure enough, the thing I was worried about is about to happen. Hu Yiling heard the sound and also came out from the kitchen. Upon seeing his old sister in an apron, Hu Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Just living together, and you dare to ask my sister to cook for you? You really do have a lot of guts. Ha? Not. Zhang Fan was about to explain, but Hu Yiling chilled her face first. Brat, what you, call me brother-in-law. Bang! Hu Tianhao eats a jab. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hu Tianhao gritted his teeth and got up. Old sister, I'm speaking for you. It's not what you think. I'm cooking with your brother-in-law. What's the matter with you? Hu Yiling hugged her chest and said in a bad mood. Say it, how did you guys get here? Hu Tianhao looked at Hu Yiling with contempt. I didn't expect that my own sister hadn't really married Zhang Fan yet, so soon she had to get rid of her relationship with him. No wonder people always say that the daughter who marries out splashes out the water. It really describes it to the fullest. Thanks to the fact that I was kind enough to bring you the clothes. It seems like you don't appreciate it at all, Hu Tianhao said arrogantly. Clothes? Zhang Fan was a bit surprised when he heard Hu Tianhao's words. So they're not here to take Hu Yiling home? Count yourself smart. Hu Yiling looked like she took it for granted, but in her heart, she still knew how much this oldest brother of hers knew. She reached out her hand and said, By the way, where's my cell phone? Here. Hu Tianhao handed his cell phone to Hu Yiling. The moment he had just gotten his cell phone, Hu Tianhao spoke immediately afterward. However, Dad has frozen all your balances. What? Hu Yiling was shocked. Hu Tianhao shrugged his shoulders. knowing that his old sister would have this reaction. What did Dad say? Hu Yiling frowned her willow eyebrows and couldn't help but ask. Hu Tianhao looked up at Uncle Li, who understood and said, Missy, this time, the master was very angry about your running away from home, and although he didn't let us force you to take you back, the master chose to stop all of your living expenses, and said, when you intend to go home, only when to give you unfreeze. How can this be? Hu Yiling was so angry that she stomped her feet up. Even if Dad didn't force her to go back, wouldn't that be a threat in disguise? She doesn't want to be in her husband's place and have to cause him an economic crisis. It was hard enough for her husband to make ends meet, and now she's had all her cards suspended. It can't be helped. Who let you be so capricious? Even if you want to run away, how can you discuss it with Dad? Now it's good. Dad is furious. Hu Tianhao raised his chin and said. Zhang Fan couldn't help but frown as he looked at Hu Yiling's difficult face. Yiling, don't worry about it. Since your father is doing this, just let him be. I can also understand his anger, but I won't let you suffer. I'll take care of you. Hu Yiling was touched and aggrieved when she heard this. It seems like she's quite the disaster, getting her husband in trouble every time. Dad's a real piece of work, too. Since that's the case, just go back and tell him, since he doesn't want to care about me, I won't go back to that home in the future. I'm going to be with Zhang Fan forever. Hu Yiling huffed and skimmed her head. Uncle Li looked a little embarrassed. Hu Tianhao expected his oldest sister to say this, and leisurely said, Older sister, don't you understand what Dad means? What do you mean? I only know that he doesn't even want me as his daughter now. Hu Yiling didn't have the good sense to say, does he still want me to go back so that the Qin family can find me? She knew that Dad just didn't like Zhang Fan, otherwise it wouldn't be so difficult for them. But how could he know what a wonderful man his husband is? Old sister, it's not that I'm talking about you. You're really forgetting all about your dad's nature for the sake of love now. Hu Tianhao couldn't help but shake his head and said, somewhat helpless. Hu Yiling raised his eyebrows. What else did he say exactly? Dad didn't say anything else. But do you think if he really wanted to take you home, he'd need to use such underhanded tactics? He's just trying to test the boy. Call your brother-in-law. Belle slams his fist into his head. Hu Tianhao ate the pain and said, alright, sister-in-law, okay? With a red face, Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly and said, test me? What does this mean? You mean, Dad wants us to earn our own living? Hu Yiling finally understood Hu Tianhao's meaning, and thinking about it this way, it was also in line with Dad's kind of beating around the bush. Or else, Hu Tianhao raised an eyebrow and said without a trace of humor, to put it bluntly, you're still not clear about whether Dad cares about you or not. He just doesn't want you to follow the wrong person and regret it when the time comes. Since you're so adamant, Dad's going to give you guys a chance, provided you can feed yourselves. Only in this way could Zhang Fan prove to Hu Jinnan that he was capable of taking care of his daughter. And since the two of them could still be firm with each other after going through hardships, then Hu Jinnan naturally had nothing to say. After all, he could see how much his daughter liked this young man named Zhang Fan. As long as Zhang Fan could do it, Hu Jinnan would be able to rest assured that Hu Yiling would be handed over to Zhang Fan. Chapter 118, the young couple worried about their livelihoods. So it's like this. Zhang Fan realized somewhat. It looked like it was not unreasonable for Uncle Hu to do so. After all, in his point of view, it was indeed the right thing to do. Moreover, it was disguised proof that Hu Jinnan was attempting to accommodate him. Since this was the case, he couldn't afford to let Hu Jinnan down. We'll show him that even without him, the two of us can still get along. Hu Yiling was still a bit unhappy, but at least he could accept this explanation. It's just that the rest of the way might be a little harder. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult for my own husband. Oh yeah, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you guys. Hu Tianhao suddenly said. Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling rose in unison. What is it? That's. Hu Tianhao wore a bad smile. Now that Dad already knows about the matter about you using your privileges and giving brother-in-law a high hourly rate, the Zero Fox store, brother-in-law won't be able to go there in the future. What? Hu Yiling was surprised. Zhang Fan was even more surprised and looked at Hu Yiling. I said how could there be 300 an hour? Yiling, so it was you. Learning that day that Hu Jinnan was the chairman of Zero Fox was already enough of a surprise, which meant that Hu Yiling wasn't a diamond VIP at all, and was properly Zero Fox's Missy. Now that Zhang Fan heard it, he even understood at once. His own high-paying part-time job was also arranged by Hu Yiling. Why are you doing this? Zhang Fan frowned, so it seemed that he had really become a soft eater. If it wasn't for Hu Jinnan's appearance, he was afraid that he would have been kept in the dark. Hu Yiling could only say in embarrassment, hubby, I'm sorry. I'm also worried that if you don't have a job, you won't be able to find a good one for a while. After all, I'm also the one who lost your job. Hey, Zhang Fan sighed. This matter is known by Hu Jinnan. may also think that he asked Hu Yiling to do so, but instead of letting Hu Jinnan more look down on him just, really headache. Old sister, let me tell you, it's not as easy as you think, Hu Tianhao said rather smugly. You've been pampered since you were a child, and everything you use is the best, let alone having to live this kind of life in the future. Maybe I'll have to work and stay home with the kids and be a housewife. It's scary to think about. Hu Tianhao really doesn't know where his old sister got the courage to elope for love. Oh, is that so? Hu Yiling coldly hummed at this moment, a pair of icy cold eyes looking at Hu Tianhao. Although Dad has stopped my living expenses, he shouldn't have stopped yours as well, right? Hearing these attempt-filled words from his own elder sister, Hu Tianhao's eyes widened and his face broke out in a cold sweat. Sister, you're not trying to blackmail me, are you? What are you talking about? I'm your own sibling. Would I do something like that? At this moment, Hu Yiling hugged her chest and said disdainfully. Hearing this, Hu Tianhao barely breathed a sigh of relief, but Hu Yiling's next sentence quickly made his heart half cold. No matter what, I don't think my good brother would sit back and do nothing to his sister me, right? Hu Yiling said with a faint smile. The corner of Hu Tianhao's eye twitched up. Sure enough, nothing good comes from her. Here, bring it. Hu Yiling stretched out her white hand and snapped her fingers. Bandit. Hu Tianhao reluctantly took out a bank card and handed it to Hu Yiling. That's all there is. Nothing more. You guys figure out the rest on your own, right? How much is in there? $30,000. Only 30,000? Hearing this, Hu Tianhao blankly glanced at Hu Yiling. Don't get me wrong. I'm Dad's own son. Don't think I'll use my savings to help you. Figure it out yourself. If he hadn't specially prepared this card, his old sister wouldn't even have gotten the $30,000. Alright, less is less, but it's enough for a while. Hu Yiling accepted the card and said. Hu Tianhao scorned. Getting a bargain is still a good thing. Well, I've brought you all the things at home. The rest is up to you too. But don't say that I, as a younger brother, don't take care of you. Alright, I know Tianhao is the best behaved. Go back. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly. At this time, Zhang Fan followed suit and opened his mouth. Thank you, Tianhao. This money, I will return it to you later. Alright, thank goodness you take care of my sister. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Hu Tianhao grunted with a blush, and Zhang Fan could only smile awkwardly. I will. After Hu Tianhao told his men to put down their things, he then left with Uncle Li. Zhang Fan lay on the sofa, looking powerlessly at the ceiling. It looks like it's time to go back to looking for a job again. It's hard to find a high-paying career, but it's actually arranged by Hu Yiling, now even more by Hu Jinnan under the expulsion order. There is no way to continue to make money. Now can only find another one. Only, what else is there to find now? If you were on your own, you might be able to just find a copy, but now they're two people. Hubby, will you blame me? Hu Yiling sat beside Zhang Fan and pouted. Zhang Fan got up and looked at Hu Yiling with a slight smile. There's nothing strange about it. I'm just a little surprised, but if it wasn't for you helping me find this job, I wouldn't be having an easy time right now. Speaking of which, it's only fair to thank you. Since things have all been like this as well, let's think about what to do next. Zhang Fan was already thinking about what he was going to do in his next job. At this time, Hu Yiling frowned and said, Hubby, how about we don't look for a job? Not looking for a job? Then what for? Zhang Fan was a bit surprised, only to see Hu Yiling laughed. We can do a lot of things. This happens to be an opportunity, and we still have $30,000 in hand to start up. Or not. Why don't we go to the stall together? What? Zhang Fan suddenly coughed and looked at Hu Yiling in disbelief. Setting up a stall? Are you serious? Being so surprised was not that Zhang Fan looked down on the matter of setting up a stall. Rather, this kind of thing was unimaginable coming from Hu Yiling's mouth. To know Hu Yiling how to say is also the Hu Group's 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold miss follow him to set up stalls. This sense of contrast is also too strong. Moreover, it is also too aggrieved Hu Yiling. Of course it's serious. Hu Yiling nodded firmly and said, Look, right now we don't have a lot of funds either, but for setting up a stall, this amount of money is enough. Just enough to make ends meet as well. And we don't need to look anyone in the eye, do we? A lot of entrepreneurs, who started out as stall holders, it is not a must, but it is the best job to sharpen one's skills and the least expensive to start a business. Except, of course, for the empty glove thing, and Hu Yiling didn't want to do that kind of business venture. Chapter 119. She looked at Zhang Fan with expectant eyes and said, How about it, hubby? Just decide, right? It's not impossible, but both of us don't seem to have any experience in this area. Would it be a bit too risky to just set up a stall like this? Zhang Fan scratched his head and said, It'd be a problem if I had to hitch up the $30,000 bucks. Hu Yiling was confident at this time. Don't worry, I'm sure, and I also believe that my husband can do a good job. Don't you believe in your own business talent, husband? Zhang Fan hesitated. Alright then. Since Hu Yiling believed in him so much, they could also start small and try it out on a small scale first. Maybe they could really make a little money? But what are we going to sell? Zhang Fan asked again. Belle thought for a moment. Those pretty eyes circling around. I think I know what I should be selling. Under Hu Yiling's urging, Zhang Fan changed his clothes and the two of them arrived at the wholesale clothing market. Zhang Fan looked at the market where people were coming and going, with the constant sound of yelling horns in his ears, and then looked at Hu Yiling. Are we going to do wholesale clothing here? Yes. This will help hubby in the future as well. And of course you can't just set up a stall randomly. You have to gain as much experience as possible in the early stages, so that hubby can do what he wants to do in the future. Isn't that right? Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan and said with a slight smile. Zhang Fan cried and laughed. I didn't realize that at this time, Hu Yiling still had this pattern. It really impressed him. But come as you are. It's finally something to look at. The two walked into the wholesale market. Here are sold at a relatively low price of clothing, which is very consistent with their current financial capacity. Stalls well. Selling is cheap goods. The bosses were busy packing, and Zhang Fan looked around but couldn't find his favorite model. These clothes, can they really be sold? Zhang Fan couldn't help but get a little worried. Put on the street to sell. I feel cannot attract young girls, and the older women will cut the price to kill the price. This clothing business is not very good look. Hu Yiling said confidently. Don't worry, I have a way. Hubby, come with me. Zhang Fan was puzzled when he saw Hu Yiling step into a store with few people. The boss's wife looked like she hadn't seen any guests for a long time, and once she saw the two youngsters, her eyes suddenly brightened up. Pretty girl, pretty boy, there are many styles here, and the price is cheap, so you can take a look at anything. Well, it's pretty good. Hu Yiling looked up. These women's clothes, although they looked earthy, good thing the price was cheap enough. 2 words, it sells. Yiling, you want to buy it here? Zhang Fan muttered from the side. These styles seem to be old. Hu Yiling laughed rather meaningfully at this time. Of course I won't just wholesale it and sell it. I still have another use for it. Zhang Fan was puzzled as he listened to this. Immediately after, Hu Yiling picked up a black lace dress, and asked the boss's wife, help me take a few styles down to have a look. I want a wholesale of 500 pieces or so. Do you have enough goods? 500 pieces? Hearing Hu Yiling's words of such wealth, Zhang Fan and the boss's wife were both surprised. What is Yiling up to? You need 500 pieces to start with. That's too much. If they don't sell well, they'll be backlogged. That boss's wife was overjoyed when she heard Hu Yiling's words. It looked like a big order had come in. She said with a big smile, yes, there are all the styles you want. I'll bring them to you right now. After saying that boss lady went to the back warehouse to look for styles with a smile on her face. Yiling, aren't these 500 pieces a bit too many? Zhang Fan said with concern. Hu Yiling, how to say, is 1,000 gold big lady. This money he knows Hu Yiling certainly did not put in the eyes, but they are now different from the past. This is really too risky. But at this time, Hu Yiling took Zhang Fan by the arm and said, hubby, don't worry about it. You'll know later. Alright. Zhang Fan was somewhat helpless up. Now that the word is out, it's a hard buy. The boss's wife took a few of the styles that Hu Yiling wanted, and after Hu Yiling carefully surveyed them for a few moments, she looked at Zhang Fan and said, hubby, what do you think of these styles? Not bad. Zhang Fan looked at it and said, compared to the others, these styles are considered better looking. If it were normal, these clothes would naturally not be called okay, but picking in the wholesale market, they are considered a passable batch. Good then, let's take these models first. Hu Yiling spoke to the boss's wife and asked, how much is the wholesale price? Hearing Hu Yiling ask this, that boss lady seemed to hesitate a bit, then held up a count. Seeing as it's your first time here, 50 will do. 50? Wholesale prices are all so expensive? Zhang Fan was surprised. They're not framed, are they? Even if these clothes are sold individually, they are at most $60 a piece. How can they be wholesale and still need 50? And the other clothes? Zhang Fan looked quite cheap. Really? At 50 a piece, 500 dresses is going to empty that 30k. Pretty boy. Business is not good these days. 50 is already the lowest. I still have to pay rent and utilities. Any lower and I will lose money. The boss's wife smiled awkwardly. Hu Yiling listened, but it was as if she had already expected the boss's wife to say that. Looking at their young age, and saying that they wanted 500 pieces before even taking a look at them, they were just intent on ripping them off. At this time, Hu Yiling spoke up. Forget it, since the owner isn't sincere in doing business, we'd better change to another place. Zhang Fan sniffed and nodded. The two just ready to go. the boss's wife face will be a bit unable to hang on. Hastily yell, hey, wait a minute, that you say a price, is not a little girl, everything is good to discuss. Hu Yiling faintly smiled at this time. Turning back, Hu Yiling said with a cold face, the quality of these clothes are not good, and it looks like they are stacked goods. I took them for you. You have to give me a cheaper price. Otherwise I don't think you can sell them. A sentence that hit the boss's wife in the heart. She could only smile sarcastically. Immediately afterward, Hu Yiling then added, let's do it this way. Each take a step back. 20, I'll take it for you. 20? That's too low. That can't be done. 20 selling are losing money. The boss's wife face for a reason. This little girl kills the price is also too powerful. All of a sudden drop more than half, but also decisive. Zhang Fan was all surprised. Hu Yiling's kill was indeed too low. It's even lower than the price he expected. But Hu Yiling was not convinced. 20 is also the highest price we can afford. Any higher and we don't want it. You think it over. How much are these clothes of yours worth? Hearing Hu Yiling's words, that boss lady frowned and sized her up. It's not like someone who knows what they're doing came over here on purpose to kill the price, is it? Chapter 120, Buying and Processing. You go up a bit more. Little girl, 20 really can't be helped. The boss's wife smiled bitterly. Hu Yiling rolled her eyes, and then spoke. Let's do it this way. The highest maximum increase of another $5. 25 well, any higher can really not ask for it. If the boss lady you do not accept I cannot do anything about it. The boss's wife listened to some difficulties. This 25 she cannot earn much but listening to Hu Yiling such a firm tone, and then add on and afraid of 500 pieces of the single to get away. I think these goods are piled up for a few months without selling. Stay here is also to stay. It is better to make less money to sell. That boss lady sighed and said, fine, but you have to really buy 500 pieces for me to give you this price. Otherwise I won't sell it to you at such a low price. Hu Yiling hooked up the corner of her mouth rather meaningfully and said, no problem. You can pack it as much as you want. On the side, Zhang Fan was still counting. 25 pieces. It would be more than 10,000. This groundhog's costs can be far higher than he thought. Without Hu Tianhao's sponsorship of $30,000, they couldn't even afford to set up this stall. Little girl, 500 pieces is more. You leave an address to pay the money. I'll find someone to send it over to you. At this time, the boss's wife opened her mouth to Hu Yiling, who agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll pay first then. Can I take a credit card? Hu Yiling took out a black and gold colored card and said. Zhang Fan took a look and frowned. Isn't this the card that Hu Yiling used before? It's supposed to have been frozen by Hu Jinnan. Can. The boss's wife was quick to take out the POS machine. Here, swipe it here. 500 in total. Hu Yiling slightly smiled, swiped the card and lost the password. But soon the boss's face was a bit off. Little girl, your card doesn't work. Is it out of money? How come? Hu Yiling pretended to be surprised, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and slapped her forehead. Oh, I seem to have taken the wrong card. I forgot that this card has no money on it. Hu Yiling said, spitting out her tongue. The boss's wife looked puzzled. What about this? Well, let's do it this way. I still have a card here. There is still 2005 inside. Enough for me to take 100 pieces. I will take 100 pieces back first. Turn around. I will take the card and then buy the rest from you. Hu Yiling thought about it and said so. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling suspiciously, wondering what exactly she wanted to do. Well, the boss's wife also has no choice. It's all come to this point. First sell a little is a little. Also need to stabilize this big customer first. Otherwise really can't clear out. Thank you boss lady La. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly before she took out the card given by Hu Tianhao. After paying the money, Hu Yiling said, you can just help us pack it directly. 100 pieces we can just take it back ourselves. Okay, the boss's wife said without a good breath, always feeling as if she had lost out somewhere. After packing 100 pieces of clothes and dividing them into 2 bags, Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan took out the store door hand in hand. That boss lady was still yelling behind her. Little girl, remember to come back and buy the rest. Okay, I know. After Hu Yiling finished speaking, she pulled Zhang Fan and walked away quickly. Don't we still have money in our cards? How come we're suddenly only buying 100 pieces? Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask. Hu Yiling puffed and laughed. Fool you think I really want to buy 500 pieces if I don't say that, how can I cut it down to 25 pieces I'm not going to go back and buy the rest. Hu Yiling didn't intend to buy so much at the beginning. This is just using that advance to retreat trick in bargaining, and the human nature of the compromise effect. Initially cut to 20, Hu Yiling had long expected that the boss's wife could not sell it, but she had few people in this store and was in a hurry to clear out the warehouse, and would definitely be interested in her asking for a large order of 500 pieces. Hu Yiling only need on this basis, said he really want to buy the price. In the boss's view, it is already compromise. We all take a step back. Of course she will agree. Only after everything was ready did Hu Yiling make it a point to say that she didn't have enough money in her card and could only buy 100 pieces. And that was because she only wanted to buy 100 pieces to begin with. And the so-called 500 pieces was just to bring up the boss's wife's interest. At the last step, it was too late for that boss lady to back out even if she wanted to. This little bit of bargaining, Hu Yiling had played through in his previous life when he was doing purchasing in his own company. When Zhang Fan heard this, he realized what Hu Yiling meant. Then aren't we cheating? Humph. Didn't she try to rip us off in the first place? This is called treating others the way they treat you. Hu Yiling had a smug look on her face, and Zhang Fan smiled helplessly and bitterly. I didn't realize that Yiling, this girl, had quite a few tricks up her sleeve. $1,000 lady who was even better at bargaining than he was. Hubby, what are you laughing at? Hu Yiling pouted and pretended to be unhappy. Is it because you think I'm too bad? Zhang Fan laughed. No, I just didn't expect you to actually know about this. I thought you never bargained when you bought things. It's not cutting the price but it's not what it used to be. Hu Yiling smiled cheekily, seemingly not putting this dilemma in her eyes at all. Anyway, as long as she was with her husband, she was happy. However, Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling smiling happily, but suddenly felt a little heartbroken. Let Hu Yiling follow him to live such a life, but also have to count the money that she originally did not care about. It is really too difficult for her. In the beginning, he was concerned that there would be such a day, but he did not expect it to come. But there's no use talking about it now. Living the moment is real. Come on, we're going back. Yes, the two of them had a hard time carrying these clothes upstairs, and they were getting exhausted. Zhang Fan even laid down on the sofa and rested. Hey, I didn't realize that the clothes were quite heavy. Hubby, you are tired, aren't you? Hu Yiling sat beside Zhang Fan's legs with a smile on her face, stretching out a pair of jade hands and gently pinching on his legs, causing Zhang Fan to be embarrassed. No need, Yiling, I'm not that tired. It's okay, I can see that my husband is tired. Now you are the backbone of the family. I don't want to let you get tired. Hu Yiling said so, making Zhang Fan's heart feel sweet. The backbone of the family? That's a hell of a thing to say about being a family man. But now it doesn't really seem to make a difference. Zhang Fan would smile up. Thank you, Yiling. We're both boyfriend and girlfriend now. Why are we so polite? It would be good if my husband presses it for me later too. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly, which in turn made Zhang Fan blush. I know. After a pleasurable massage, Hu Yiling stretched out from the sofa. Hubby's press is also too comfortable. Zhang Fan let out a bitter smile. Then, he looked at the two bags of clothes on the ground and said, right, we're going to get ready to pick a place to set up a stall next, right? We still have to go and buy something back before we can do that. We don't have anything yet. Don't be in a hurry. Hubby, Hu Yiling spoke up at this time. We won't be able to swing it that soon. Zhang Fan froze when he heard this. Why? Hu Yiling opened the bag and took out a pair of jeans and looked at it. If we want to sell these clothes directly, then hubby is thinking too simple. Surely we won't be able to sell them all. We have to process it a little bit to make it work. Processing? Are you trying to modify the shape of these clothes? Zhang Fan suddenly seemed to understand. Chapter 121, The girl is too creative. Hu Yiling blinked. Bingo! Hubby is so smart. So how are you going to modify it? That's 100 pieces. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. Hu Yiling he smiled. Cute and cunning. Then it's up to your husband. Now is the time to utilize your design talents. We want to make these clothes all new. From the time she decided to go to the clothing market to get wholesale, Hu Yiling has already thought clearly what to do next. It just so happens that her husband has this kind of design talent. Cannot be wasted it. In the words of Hu Yiling, they need to make and renovate the clothes. Starting with the classification, the same type of clothes, to see how many versions there are in total. Hu Yiling then took one of each version and started the dress-up show. The first piece of Hu Yiling changed to tight jeans pants out. Zhang Fan looked at the first glance had to heart admiration. Did not expect such an ordinary a jeans pants, where Hu Yiling wore out a tight and needy feeling, especially the sexy curve of the buttocks, and the long straight legs. But after all, not everyone has a good body like Hu Yiling, so the scene in front of us is really FYI it. Really want to sell out? Just rely on the original old-fashioned version is not. Hubby, you'll be shy if you stare at people like this. Hu Yiling's pretty face was slightly red. Only then did Zhang Fan smile in embarrassment and withdraw his straight gaze as he giggled. Sorry, so what do you want me to do now? It should be more than just looking, right? Aha, now that I'm my husband's model, The next step is to rely on my husband to draw our clothing designs, and then modify these garments based on that. So let's work together on how to make them look better. Hu Yiling said as such. Zhang Fan understood. I have to say, it's still a great idea. Indeed, just relying on these wholesale clothing is certainly not going to attract people. But if we can make these clothes, turn them into innovations that are not available on the market, we might be able to increase sales. Good. Then I'm going to start. Zhang Fan nodded with confidence. The figure of Hu Yiling in front of her eyes added a filter to these denim pants. However, when Zhang Fan typed the draft, he still found places that could be modified in the version of these pants. The original version is too tight and relatively boring for young girls. The addition of tearing scratches at the base of the legs creates a visual sense of hollowing out, and being hidden has always been the charm of a young girl. The legs of the pants can also be tightened appropriately to show off some more curves, but this will require an additional expense to be left to the tailor, and probably comes down to a small budget of a few hundred for the batch of jeans alone. Do you think this will work, Eileen? Zhang Fan showed the revised draft to Hu Yiling. After Hu Yiling looked at the meeting, she frowned her willow eyebrows and pondered. It seems that hubby is still a bit too conservative. This alone can't attract the attention of a girl. Zhang Fan scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Then how should I change it? After all, for the design of women's clothing, Zhang Fan hadn't really had much hands-on experience. He was still a bit bewildered when he heard Hu Yiling say it was too conservative. Can't jeans be a little bit more spirited? I have a good idea. Hu Yiling suddenly thought of something and smiled happily. Then she said to Zhang Fan, Hubby, can you help me with the scissors? Scissors? What do you need this for? Although Zhang Fan asked this, he still handed it to Hu Yiling. The next moment, only to see Hu Yiling take the scissors to the jeans without saying a word. Looking at Zhang Fan shocked up. Yiling, what are you? Hu Yiling directly started ring cutting from the root of her thigh, hardening a pair of pants into a pair of shorts, revealing half of her snow-white thigh meat. Looking at Zhang Fan and gulping his saliva. Immediately after that, Hu Yiling also took the lower part of the pants, and each cut off a circle of fabric, which was good. Even if they were sewn together again, they would still be missing half of their length. Done. Hu Yiling smiled in satisfaction, making Zhang Fan a bit puzzled. What are you doing? Are you going to change it into shorts? Of course not. Hu Yiling stretched out her long legs and pointed to the disconnected part of her jeans. Now it's the equivalent of a pair of pants with a loop of fabric cut off, and we have the option of using a chain to connect the two parts together again. That way, they're both pants and personalized, aren't they? In the end, Hu Yiling was still a girl, so she naturally understood girls' aesthetics better. This personalized style, with a circle of thighs showing, will look handsome and sexy for young girls, who are still happy to try this style, and hubby's kind of design could have stayed in place, except that design alone would have sucked in the last life, and apparently hubby hasn't been able to think outside the conservative box yet, so that's what it looks like. Zhang Fan listened and brainstormed on his own. It was indeed quite a bit better than his idea. Bold and personalized, worthy of being the daughter of the Hu group. Hu Yiling continued. Yeah, not only that, at the link of the upper part, we can make a snap interface. Unlocking the chain can be worn as shorts, not only long pants, but also shorts. Oh, hearing this idea, Zhang Fan was completely shocked. This was completely beyond his expectations, which was true when he thought about it. This idea is really absolute. However, Zhang Fan thought of another problem, but to do so, we still have to count the cost of accessories and labor, and I'm afraid this sum won't be small. After all, jeans aren't the only thing that need to be changed now. What about all the other clothes that need to be altered as well? So statistically, the labor is not as simple as using a shrinking pant leg. It doesn't matter. I naturally have a way. Hu Yiling smiled confidently. Since she was able to come up with this idea, she had naturally thought of a way back. Then, Hu Yiling said excitedly, okay, hubby, let's continue to change the other version. This one is so ordered. Let's try to get it done before tonight, so we can open our clothing business as soon as possible. Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh. This girl, she can be so thoughtful. Chapter 122, The Godfather of Fashion. Throughout the afternoon, the two were busy working on the revamping. From pants to tops and one-piece dresses, all changed a set of plans. Busy until 7 o'clock in the evening, finally considered to be the end. Hubby's tired. Have a drink. Hu Yiling poured a cup of hot water for Zhang Fan like a good daughter-in-law. Zhang Fan smiled. Thank you. Now that the revised program is done, we should go ahead and take these clothes to be processed, right? I've done some math, and the money we have left should be enough for the budget. I'm afraid I'm going to have to tighten up just to buy some stuff for the stall later on. Hubby, you don't have to worry about this matter. Just leave it to me, Hu Yiling said confidently. When we're rested, let's bring the design and then I'll take you to a place. What place? Zhang Fan was surprised. Hi Belle hemmed and hawed. A place where you don't have to spend money. After packing up their clothes, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling set off with 2 more bags and designs. This time, because it was a long way to a tailor's store designated by Hu Yiling, a taxi trip saved a lot of effort. Soon, Zhang Fan cut the price of this so-called no-cost place. In front of me was a store with a European style, brightly lit, with floor-to-ceiling windows that gave a clear view into the store, which was filled with many suits and dresses, and a long European-style corridor leading upstairs. This stance is exactly like a big-name tailor store. This is a place that specializes in customization, right? Zhang Fan said with a twitch in the corner of his eye. Hui Belle how will suddenly choose to come here? These goods people may not see it, and even if you take this single, the cost is definitely not a few thousand will be able to solve the. That's right. Many celebrities come here to customize their dresses and also help modify some of their clothes. Hu Yiling laughed. Zhang Fan was puzzled. Why do you want to come to this place? Wouldn't the others work as well? Hu Yiling rolled her eyes and spoke. Because this store is also my family's. Ha! Zhang Fan was shocked. Hu Yiling smiled cheekily and pulled Zhang Fan's hand. Alright, we came here secretly. Dad won't know. It would be a big fool to have resources and not use them. Right hubby? Zhang Fan cried and laughed. So that's what Hu Yiling meant when she said she didn't have to spend any money. It's just that if they do that, it's not going to make sense if they get caught. Why don't we forget about it, Yiling? We'd better do well on our own. Zhang Fan thought for the sake of it. Hu Yiling frowned willow eyebrow, pouted a small mouth. This is what anyway, this 100 pieces and not much, even if they simply change just, husband if you can not rest assured, then later we earn money and then give them good. You're here, so don't hesitate. Hu Yiling didn't give Zhang Fan a chance to hesitate and pulled him towards the store. Opened the door. Soon inside ushered in a well-dressed waiter. See is Hu Yiling. Immediately flattered up. Small. Miss, how did you come? I came here to get some clothes altered. Is Uncle Jiang in? Hu Yiling asked. The waitress hurriedly nodded. Yes, miss, old Mr. Jiang is working upstairs. Alright then, we'll go straight up to him. After Hu Yiling finished speaking, she pulled Zhang Fan up the stairs. Let's go, hubby. Watching Missy walk in with an unfamiliar boy, the waitress was left with nothing but a stunned look on her face. Old husband, my God, when did Missy even get married? Who is Uncle Jiang? As he went upstairs, Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask. Hu Yiling thought about it and said, Uncle Jiang is considered to be the most powerful designer in our country, right? He has won a lot of awards and was named the godfather of fashion in China some time ago. Zhang Fan was shocked when he heard this. The godfather of Chinese fashion? That elder Jiang Qianshang? Hu Yiling was a bit surprised and nodded her head. Yes, has hubby heard of it too? Jiang Qianshang, the godfather of fashion in China. This one design world powerhouse. Zhang Fan had certainly heard of it. Zhang Fan not only heard of, but also very much like this person's work. That is Zhang Fan Hartfield, the most powerful clothing designer. Every piece of his design has its own ingenuity. Once released will cause the clothing industry to pursue. Only what Zhang Fan didn't know was that such a design powerhouse was also a designer under the Hu Group. This also proved in disguise how powerful the Hu Group really was. Even that designer could be invited. It was only then that Zhang Fan realized that he knew too little about the Hu Group. Although Uncle Jiang is powerful, but he is a strange person with a strange temper. Don't be intimidated by him when your husband sees him later. Hu Yiling said so, and Zhang Fan could only smile sarcastically. After all, creators were more or less always strange, and it wasn't like he couldn't understand that. Not to mention, such a well-known designer. Still, Zhang Fan was excited to take this opportunity to meet Mr. Jiang in person. The two of them came upstairs, and Hu Yiling led Zhang Fan to the end of the corridor, where there was a closed wooden door. After going up this corridor, Zhang Fan had been looking at the surroundings, not realizing that the style up here was so ancient. Everywhere is a wooden color tone, and the following pure white European style is very different. This is more like a forest cabin only style. I did not expect Jiang Qianshang will like this kind of rustic style. Uncle Jiang, are you there? Hu Yiling knocked gently on the door. After a while, there was no response from the door. Seeing this, Zhang Fan spoke. Shouldn't be asleep, right? How come? Uncle Jiang is a workaholic. Did he go out? Hu Yiling was so puzzled and twisted the doorknob smoothly, opening the door to see. The scene inside the house made Zhang Fan a little surprised, only to see a stooped old man with his back to the two of them, tapping his head with a pencil at his desk and mumbling, seemingly completely oblivious to their movements. The office was the same wood-colored tone. It was so dim that only the light from the desk lamp was inside. The white figures along the wall looked eerie, and there were all kinds of hand-drawn manuscripts all over the floor, all of which were purely handmade pencil drawings. East 1. West 1. Totally uncountable. Zhang Fan put down the bag and picked up the 2 designs and looked at them. The next moment he was surprised. The designs, which were all very beautifully drawn, looked like they had just been drawn not long ago. The styles of both designs were also very similar, and the models in the drawings looked like flower fairies in nature when they wore that distinctive design. Because the design of the costume is very leaf-like and special, clothes with this element are usually only seen at costume shows. Uncle Jiang, so you're here. Why are you ignoring me? I thought you weren't here. Hu Yiling walked over with a slight grudge, and that Jiang Qianshan was still muttering to himself. Not looking back, Zhang Fan gently put down the design drawings and followed up, during which he also had to carefully avoid those on the ground. Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan came behind Jiang Qianshan and probed to see that Jiang Qianshan was looking at a design drawing on the table with a worried look, not knowing what he was thinking. What exactly is missing? Jiang Qianshan, who had gray temples and wore old-fashioned glasses, scratched his temples with the head of a pencil and watched intently, frozen in place, unable to find the cause of the impropriety. It seems like it would be better if the belt was changed to a wooden branch and a floral tie on the left leg. Zhang Fan looked at the design, cupped his chin, and couldn't help but mutter. Chapter 123, Appreciation. When Jiang Qianshan heard this, suddenly his eyebrows sank, and his eyes gradually had a light. Yes, it seems really good to change it like this. Halfway through his words, Jiang Qianshan looked back violently. Who are you? Zhang Fan followed suit and came back to his senses, blushing as he said, Ah, old Mr. Jiang, my name is Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan? Jiang Qianshan narrowed his eyes slightly and sized up Zhang Fan. Why are you here? Uncle Jiang, did you forget about me? Hu Yiling propped up her waist and opened her mouth without any good humor. It was then that Jiang Qianshan heard Hu Yiling's words and was visibly startled when he looked at her. Ha, isn't this Linger? Why are you here as well? And you didn't say hello to the old man. Hu Yiling was immediately depressed. Her jade hands covered her face and said, Come on, I've knocked on the door so many times and came in and asked you. You're the one who hasn't been paying attention to me, okay? What a veritable workaholic. Sorry. Jiang Qianshan laughed and pushed up his old glasses. And this is? When Hu Yiling saw Jiang Qianshan asking him to introduce Zhang Fan, she smiled happily and took Zhang Fan's arm. Uncle Jiang, this is my boyfriend, called Zhang Fan. Linger your boyfriend? Jiang Qianshan looked at Zhang Fan with disbelieving eyes. He must be very rich. Ha! Zhang Fan froze. Only then did Hu Yiling understand what Jiang Qianshan meant, frowning her willow eyebrows angrily. Uncle Jiang, what are you talking about? He. Just kidding. Jiang Qianshan hemmed and hawed, and Zhang Fan also realized it afterward and scratched his head. I'm just a student, not as powerful as you said. I didn't expect this Jiang Qianshan. Eccentric, yes, but he didn't seem that bad to contact, and even had some humor. At that moment, Jiang Qianshan added, Student, you're studying design? Yes, how do you know? Zhang Fan asked. Jiang Qianshan laughed, picked up the design and said, I see that you seem to be quite knowledgeable. Without having studied a bit of design, how did you think of adding these 2 elements? I am flattered. Zhang Fan smiled shyly. I just suddenly had some inspirations and said it just now. Please don't blame old Mr. Jiang if there is something presumptuous. It's okay, I think your opinion is quite good. Jiang Qianshan said as he surveyed the diagram in his hand. This made Hu Yiling on the side very proud and said, Of course, Zhang Fan will be a great designer in the future. Which is? Zhang Fan said modestly. Jiang Qianshan cheerfully said, Really? Then may I ask what you're looking for from an old man like me with this great designer? It can't be that you want me to design you some nice clothes again, right? He. Uncle Jiang still understands Linger, but well, this time is different. Hu Yiling laughed. I want you, Uncle Jiang, to help us alter some clothes. Do you have time in the next 2 days? Altered clothes? What kind of clothes? Jiang Qianshan was a bit surprised. Zhang Fan carried the 2 bags of clothes over, so Hu Yiling pointed at the 2 big bags and said, Here, it's right here? This, what are all these things? Jiang Qianshan opened it curiously and picked up one, which was surprisingly a ground floor product from the market. How did Hu Yiling get these things? Sure it's not the wrong one? Only then did Hu Yiling explain. Uncle Jiang, these are the ones we are going to sell on the street stalls, but we want to change the style of these clothes, plus the funds are limited, so we can only look for your help. Another point is that Hu Yiling is worried that she is not satisfied with the changes made by others, or her own store is more assured. You, a young lady of $1,000, going to set up some kind of ground stall? What nonsense! Jiang Qianshan threw down the clothes and sat back on the chair. Besides, these clothes have no value to be altered. Old man, I won't be able to alter them. When Hu Yiling heard this, she was a bit anxious. Uncle Jiang, I'm being kicked out of my home by my dad now. I have to find a way to make money before I can do that. If you don't help me, these clothes will be even more worthless. After hearing Hu Yiling's words, Zhang Qianshan looked at Hu Yiling with surprise, then at Zhang Fan, and quickly guessed what was going on, saying leisurely, "It's because of this kid, isn't it?" Zhang Fan could only smile awkwardly. Hu Yiling blushed and nodded. Zhang Qianshan sniffed and sighed. "Harm, really can't do anything about you, so how do you guys want to change it? I knew Uncle Jiang was the best for me." Hu Yiling's aggrieved look turned to delight as she took out the design they had prepared. "Nah, we're ready." Zhang Qianshan took a look and soon, an unexpected look appeared in his eyes. "That's a nice change. Linger, which designer did you get to draw it?" Zhang Qianshan asked this question, causing Hu Yiling to be a bit stunned as she hurriedly said, "No, Uncle Jiang, this was drawn by Zhang Fan." "He drew it?" Zhang Qianshan was a bit surprised, looking at the embarrassed Zhang Fan and then at the design in his hand. "I didn't expect you to be quite talented in designing at such a young age. The design changes on these garments don't look like they were drawn by a student. The brushwork is very old-fashioned, the lines are natural, and the overall look and feel is good. Especially the creativity is also very thoughtful. It's like a drawing made by a designer who's been in the business for a long time." Upon closer inspection, however, you can see some bruising, but it's not a big deal. "That's true. Zhang Fan can also design high heels," Hu Yiling proudly said. Zhang Fan reddened his ears and said, "In fact, this is not entirely my credit, but more relies on Yiling's suggestion. Otherwise how can I draw these?" "Uncle Jiang, you should have the materials we want here, right?" Hu Yiling interrupted at this time. "There are 100 pieces here. We're in a hurry to set up our stall in the next 2 days. We can't wait any longer, so you can let your men expedite the process first." Zhang Qianshan pushed up his glasses and leisurely said, "There is, but the processing as well as cleaning will take at least 2 days. And what?" At this time, Zhang Qianshan looked at Hu Yiling and said, "Old man, I'm doing this, but I'm risking being found out by your dad to do it. How about you do old man a favor as well?" "Ha?" Hu Yiling's face aggravated. "Why are you still talking about conditions? What favor? To be precise, it's not you, it's him." Saying that, Zhang Qianshan pointed at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was surprised and followed by pointing to himself as well. "Me? What can I do to help you, old Mr. Jiang?" Hu Yiling was also curious. Chapter 124, Be My Assistant. At this time, Zhang Qianshan slowly said, "I see that you're quite talented in this area as well. It just so happens that I have a costume exhibition coming up in a few days. Why don't you come and work for me as an assistant? How about it?" "To be your assistant?" Zhang Fan sucked in a breath. "This isn't real, is it?" Zhang Qianshan nodded and raised his eyebrows. "That's right. Aren't you willing?" "When? Of course not. I'm more than happy to." Zhang Fan was instantly delighted. It wasn't that Zhang Fan was reluctant, but he couldn't believe that there were such benefits. Knowing that being able to meet elder Zhang Qianshi was something Zhang Fan didn't even dare to think about before, and now that he even had the chance to work as an assistant to his old man, this was surely going to teach him a lot of things. Hu Yiling of course can think of this, but I did not expect Zhang Qianshi, this strange old man, even at a glance in favor of the husband. Unusual him to look at any assistant is not good yet. It looked like it was the husband's potential that was too great for Zhang Qianshan. "Don't be too happy. Being my assistant is not that easy. Not only do you have to be at my beck and call, but you also have to help me deal with a lot of things. To put it simply, it's just miscellaneous." Zhang Qianshan said in disbelief. Zhang Fan smiled up sarcastically. It would be an excellent thing to be able to do odd jobs for elder Zhang Qianshi. Most importantly, what a way to follow him to the costume show. Elder Zhang Qianshan's clothing exhibition was a sensational exhibition in the fashion world every time. It was not an ordinary clothing exhibition. Zhang Fan would see many exquisite clothing designs on it. It was an opportunity that money could not match. "Listening to you, Uncle Jiang, you are trying to use my boyfriend?" "I'm still here." Hu Yiling pretended to be angry, her face puffed up in a cute manner. Zhang Qianshan angled his head and smiled. "Look at how angry you are. Defending your little boyfriend so much? You know, if it wasn't for your boyfriend, I wouldn't have let him do odd jobs." Although he said that, Zhang Qianshi did see his former feelings in these designs. This young man, if he sticks with the clothing industry in the future, might actually become a big designer. Hu Yiling was afraid that Zhang Fan wouldn't like to hear what Zhang Qianshan said, so she spoke again. "Zhang Fan is very talented. Uncle Jiang, you won't lose out at all even if you take him as a disciple. Doing odd jobs or whatever is what would be condescending to him." Zhang Qianshan picked up his teacup and took a sip. "If you want to be my disciple, then you have to look at the performance of this clothing exhibition." Hearing this, Hu Yiling reacted half a beat slower. and immediately looked at Zhang Fan with delight. Seeing this, Zhang Fan came to his senses and hurriedly opened his mouth. Thank you, old Mr. Jiang, for mentioning this. I will definitely work hard. That's it, old man, I have to be busy with the drawing. You guys put down your stuff and leave. Clothes, well, just come and get it in a couple days. Jiang Qinshan finished, and expressionless sitting in front of the desk began to think. The kind of oblivious realm. It seems that just now nothing happened. Seeing this, Hu Yiling held Zhang Fan's arm and smiled happily. Let's go, husband, don't delay his old man. Good. Zhang Fan nodded. After leaving the store, Hu Yiling was clearly in a very happy mood. This trip not only solved the problem of clothes alteration, but also let Uncle Jian look at the husband, which is now for the husband's future process is naturally like a tiger with wings. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling leaning on his shoulder, smiling, and couldn't help but smile as well. Immediately afterward, his stomach suddenly resounded with a gurgling sound. Puff! Honey, is this hungry? Hu Yiling didn't hold back his laughter. Zhang Fan shyly scratched his head. A little bit. We've been busy all day and haven't had dinner yet. Then let's go get something to eat now. It just so happens that there's no rush now, so it's good to stroll around together. Hu Yiling said so. Come to think of it, I haven't had a good shopping trip with my husband yet. This time there was just the right amount of time, and no one was going to stop them from loving each other. The two of them, like glue, walked into a night market amidst the envious stares of passers-by on the road. The left and right rows are full of fireworks, kebabs on the iron plate to make the sound of zila zila. Stall owners yell constantly, crowded around. Zhang Fan for the first time to feel that the original love is this feeling. The beauty of life is hidden in the unintended, and the love is actually around all the time. Honey, nah, here's a sip. Belle raised the drink in her hand at this point, pinching a lipstick-stained straw. Zhang Fan froze and smiled, not minding taking it into his mouth. 2 bites. Ha. Eat from the beginning of the night market to the end of the night market. Although life was a little tighter now, this was technically their first date, and Zhang Fan wanted to see more of Hu Yiling smiling like a child, so it turned out that men fought for that kind of smile. Are you full? Zhang Fan laughed. Hu Yiling wiped her small mouth and nodded. I'm full. Good. Then we should go home. Zhang Fan had just said that when suddenly a few chirping female voices came from his ears. Those earrings are too nice, aren't they? This one is cute too. Try this one. Zhang Fan followed the sound and saw that it turned out to be a few high school students squatting on the ground to pick some nice little jewelry. The moment he saw a girl putting earrings on her ears, Zhang Fan was a bit touched. Why don't you go, husband? Hu Yiling took Zhang Fan by the arm and followed his line of sight. Her face instantly turned bad when she saw that he was looking at a few little girls. What are you doing? Am I unattractive? There was some aggravation in Hu Yiling's tone. No, it's not what you think. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly and hurriedly explained. Why don't we go and take a look as well? Hu Yiling furrowed her willow brows. What are you looking at? I want to help you pick a pair of earrings. Zhang Fan laughed. Earrings? Hu Yiling was a bit surprised and touched her empty earlobes, blushing. So you, this wooden head of yours, would also want to buy these girly knickknacks? Oh? Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Let's go. It's fine anyway, Zhang Fan said. After saying that, he pulled Hu Yiling towards the stall to go. A few female high school students saw the young couple coming. They all took the initiative to give up their seats, especially after seeing Hu Yiling. They were all surprised that there were still such good-looking girls. This boy was also too lucky. Zhang Fan swept a glance and spoke. Do you have a favorite style? I think it's all fine, as long as it's from my husband. Hu Yiling smiled happily. No matter what it is, if it's from your husband it's going to look great. Zhang Fan was a bit helpless, so he had to concentrate on selecting for Hu Yiling, and was hesitating about what kind of earrings would be suitable for Hu Yiling, when he suddenly saw a pair of star pendants that were flowing with radiance. The alloy and glass surfaces were reflecting the light, which was really a bit of a star feeling. Seeing this pendant, which was somewhat ordinary in the eyes of outsiders, Zhang Fan froze. The next moment he decisively picked up the earring. Boss, how much for this? 15 is fine. Zhang Fan looked in his pocket and took out 15 yuan and handed it to the owner. Hu Yiling probed from the side. Why did hubby pick this for me? Chapter 125 Blood and Chi Surge. Don't like it? Zhang Fan asked. Hu Yiling shook her head. No, I just think you seem to be very determined. Zhang Fan smiled and picked up the 2 strings of pendants, showing them in front of Hu Yiling's delicate and pretty face. I think this star is very much like you. Like me? Zhang Fan slowly said. Whether it was in the past or now, you shine like a star. In the past, you were far away from me, like the stars in the sky, and now you are very close, like this string of earrings in my hand. With Hu Yiling, the greatest feeling he had was the light that had come into the dim world. It is the incredible starlight that was originally in the heavens that fell to earth. This is the case with Hu Yiling. Hearing this explanation from Zhang Fan, there were tears flowing in Hu Yiling's eyes. This is too touching. Looking at the string of earrings in Zhang Fan's hand again, it was as if a special filter had been added to it, making it look so dazzling. Hu Yiling resisted the urge to cry and said to Zhang Fan, "Hubby, can you help me put it on?" "Good." Zhang Fan agreed. Originally, Hu Yiling had pierced ears, which made it easy for Zhang Fan, a straight man, to get in. After wearing it, Hu Yiling picked up his cell phone and looked at his ears, and in the dark screen was the earrings that were sparkling with light, and it was really surprisingly good looking, and it was worthy of his husband, who had a really good eye. "It's beautiful and it suits you." Zhang Fan smiled so, Hu Yiling's small face turned scarlet. The vendor owner on the side looked straight at the young couple and asked, "Can you two get on the side and show your love? I have goosebumps." "Sorry." Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. At this time, Hu Yiling suddenly spoke up. "Hey, boss, where did you wholesale all these jewelry?" Hu Yiling looked at the jewelry on the stall, which were all quite nice and not too expensive. The boss heard Hu Yiling so asked, measured Hu Yiling a glance, thinking this will not also want to steal business with him, so he opened his mouth and said, "Now where are these wholesale?" Casually asked to know. "The internet is also there." Zhang Fan asked, "Yiling, why are you asking this? Online ah?" Hu Yiling cupped her chin and thought about it. Then she took Zhang Fan's arm and said, "Thank you boss. Hubby, let's go home." Looking at Hu Yiling being so mysterious, Zhang Fan did not ask much. It was only when we were halfway there that Hu Yiling suddenly spoke. "I suddenly had an idea." "What idea?" Zhang Fan asked. Hu Yiling said, "I think we can add some more things and mix them up to not only make our ground floor business more appealing to customers, but also special." Zhang Fan frowned and thought for a moment, saying, "You mean, sell it together with the jewelry?" "Right ah. I also looked at these jewelry suddenly thought of. We can mix jewelry and clothes to sell together. Buy two. You can pick a few pieces of jewelry to take away at will, to have a discount, in order to attract others well. The thing about floor stalls is that they buy cheap deals, and what little girl would resist jewelry for nothing?" Zhang Fan suddenly laughed. "How else can you call a giveaway a mixed sale?" Puff. Hu Yiling followed suit and laughed, pouting. "Hubby can be such a little fool. Although we say it's a gift on the surface, but the wholesale price we can sneakily add into the price of the clothes ah. But we're not going to ask for more money from people. Just add whatever the wholesale price is. A piece of jewelry is only a few dollars wholesale at most, and even if you add it to a dress, people won't think it's too expensive. Don't you think so, husband? Wholesale jewelry bought if sold directly. A few dollars, others may not even look at it more than once. But if you add that cost to the price of the dress and turn to jewelry for nothing, they won't feel like they've spent a few extra bucks. Instead, they'll feel like it's a great deal to have nice looking jewelry to give away. And it'll catch the eye of a lot of little girls. It's the same reasoning as not wanting to pay postage on an online purchase and preferring to have the postage added to the price of the item." When Zhang Fan heard it, he still felt that there was really some truth to it. Although it was said that they did this in a somewhat careful manner, Zhang Fan inexplicably found it interesting. And it didn't matter much anymore. It was just a matter of increasing the wholesale price. Comparing to other vendors, they were still conscientious. That being said, this girl Yiling is really good at business. If he wouldn't have bought a piece of jewelry to think of that. Hubby, aren't I smart?" Hu Yiling gently shook Zhang Fan's hand and looked at him expectantly, like a child waiting for a compliment. Seeing Zhang Fan smile heartily, "Indeed, much smarter than me." Zhang Fan smiled and touched Hu Yiling's head. Hu Yiling bit her lower lip and blushed. It can feel so good to be in love with your husband again. After returning home, Hu Yiling used Zhang Fan's computer to search online for a bunch of gadgets and jewelry. Although the vendor boss answered a bit perfunctorily, his words were still correct. There are websites on the internet that specialize in wholesale jewelry, and there are all kinds of jewelry in them, all of which look quite exquisite. Hu Yiling selected a long time later, specifically in the earrings, bracelets, necklaces, these ornaments order. Because the price is cheap, time is also tight, and there is no need to buy samples first. Directly ordered hundreds of pieces. The total adds up to about $500. This cost they can still afford. Neither will buy too cheap jewelry. Wholesale price is not expensive. Even to each piece of clothing is just add a few dollars to the price. Hu Yiling thought she could be a genius. She can't wait to start the business and try the results. Any less, selling the 100 pieces of stock would certainly be no problem. Zhang Fan finished his shower and came out of the bathroom. At this time, Hu Yiling saw the situation and smiled happily. "Alright, hubby, I've just placed an order. When this batch of jewelry arrives, together with those clothes altered by Uncle Jiang, we can take them out and sell them." "Oh, that's good. Hard work." Zhang Fan laughed. He. Hu Yiling got up and wrapped her arms around Zhang Fan's neck and smiled mysteriously. Moreover, I also bought some other things. Oh. Ha? What is it? Zhang Fan froze. Hu Yiling stood on her tiptoes and was at Zhang Fan's ear, exhaling like orchids. Guess, hubby. Hearing this, Zhang Fan immediately swallowed his saliva. It's not supposed to be one of those things, is it? Puff. Why are you so smart? Ha? You. Zhang Fan was shocked and his face swished red. Hu Yiling smiled charmingly, gently biting her lips. Hubby still has to go to school tomorrow. Let's just go to bed early. And, by the way, do something happy? I'll let you play with it when it arrives. Oh. Zhang Fan said that his blood had rushed up in anger. Hu Yiling pulled Zhang Fan into the room and gently closed the door. Chapter 126, Too Envious. Day 2. Hu Yiling stretched out on the bed, her pretty face flushed with color. Last night, I slept really comfortably, but then I looked at my husband, and it seemed that he was not so comfortable. Zhang Fan was still huffing and puffing, looking exhausted, his cheeks sunken in. Hu Yiling couldn't help but smile as she watched, leaning over and kissing Zhang Fan on the mouth. Well, Zhang Fan was awakened by the commotion and opened his eyes sleepily. Hu Yiling smiled cheekily. Hubby, you finally woke up? What's wrong? Was I late for bed? Zhang Fan yawned and said, no, there's still time. Look at the husband seems to be very spiritless. Hey, or, I let my husband spirit once more? Hu Yiling seems to be smiling, holding back some hard feelings. Anyway, it won't be late. No. Zhang Fan was instantly energized and hurriedly retreated to the corner. I still have a sore back from last night. One more time. I guess my body won't be able to hold up. Better next time. Ha! Zhang Fan laughed awkwardly. Hu Yiling let out a giggle. Okay, not to scare you. It's just a massage and hubby is too pain-free. Zhang Fan smiled helplessly and spoke. This is the first time I've had this kind of foot massage. It's about to make me vomit blood. Oh, then you mean it's me who's fat? Hu Yiling's face suddenly pulled down and hugged her chest. No, I'll get used to it next time. Zhang Fan scratched his head, embarrassed. Hu Yiling sighed, then said, alright, we should go to school. I'll let you off this time. The two of them washed up at home, changed their clothes, and then they went in the direction of the school together. It was only a few short days, but Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling's relationship had changed drastically, both for them and for the students of Southern Arts. Looking at Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling walking together, many people still had envy and jealousy. It was just that unlike before. Zhang Fan didn't mind this kind of gaze anymore, but frankly took Hu Yiling's hand and walked on the university's campus, which was even more surprising. Obviously, this has been solidly official. Hu Yiling was enjoying the brightness. Being able to be held by her husband as they walked around the campus was a way of making up for the regrets she had in her last life. And never again would anyone be able to stop them from being together. Hu Yiling thought so and leaned her head on Zhang Fan's shoulder. Oh my god, the goddess is actually so glued to that guy. That guy's name is Zhang Fan, right? What kind of drug did he give the goddess anyway? Hey, it's hopeless. It's completely hopeless. When they came to the classroom was very shocked to see the two of them, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling, coming to class together. Zhang Fan was still a bit bewildered, and after pulling Hu Yiling to sit down, he heard He Weihang's surprised voice behind him. Big brother, sister-in-law, why did you two come together? In the past, the two of them used to arrive at the classroom at different times for their morning classes. After all, it's not like they live together. It's normal that the time doesn't match up. But today, surprisingly, the two of them got up together early in the morning. It was no wonder that the people in the classroom were so surprised. Is that strange? Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. That's not true, He Weihang said with a lewd smile. However, you two, last night, you wouldn't have gone to do something bad, right? One is full of spring light, and one looks like he didn't sleep well. He. Hu Yiling's pretty face suddenly turned red. Zhang Fan blushed red and said without any good humor, what are you thinking blindly about? That is, but it's just cohabitation. Hu Yiling hummed lightly and downplayed the situation. Yes. Zhang Fan was halfway through his concurrence when he was suddenly startled to realize that something wasn't right. When they looked at He Weihang and the others again, the classroom fell silent. Goddess and Zhang Fan, living together. Zhang Fan was desperate. This is too direct from Belle. That kind of information is a lot for them to take in. What? He Weihang was half a beat slow to come back to his senses, and a shout resounded through the classroom. Big brother, you're too good too. After saying that, He Weihang revealed a look of admiration and gave a thumbs up in passing. Can take the goddess Hu Yiling in a short time even, and now she's living at home. She's the daughter of a famous family from whose group. It would be hard to say if this wasn't awesome. Keep your voice down you. Zhang Fan's ears reddened in general, but this was indeed the truth, and there was nothing to hide, although it was a bit embarrassing. Besides, Everyone else had heard it. The two of you are progressing too divinely, aren't you? Yang Qi couldn't help but tisk out. And at the same time, he also admired Zhang Fan's greatness. Even he can't abduct a girl to live together so quickly. Can't see that Zhang Fan, this kid is quite tactful. Don't think too much. There's actually a reason for this, Zhang Fan said. He Wei Hang put his head forward like a village gossiping granny. What's the reason? Share 2 tricks for your buddy too. Zhang Fan. The reason? Well, is that I want to live with Zhang Fan now. It's as simple as that. Hu Yiling said with a faint smile. She couldn't care less what people thought of her. Instead she would feel better if she said it with an open smile. Anyway, He Wei Hang and the others were friends, so sooner or later they would know about it. He Wei Hang sucked in a breath. Absolute. It's really great. Big brother's hand is so well tuned. I'm really envious of you guys. Living a cohabitation life so soon. TSK. He Wei Hang shook his head inside. Big brother, it looks like you need to work harder to earn money to support your family. Zhang Fan could not refute this point, and helplessly laughed. Sort of. These days both of us are planning to do some small business. Small business? Big brother, you're not working at Zero Fox anymore? He Wei Hang asked. Zhang Fan didn't know how to explain it for a while, so he spoke. Well, something happened, so I can only start from scratch. That's too bad. That's a high-paying career of $300 an hour. Hey! He Wei Hang felt pity for Zhang Fan, and then asked, what are you going to do then, big brother? Zhang Fan laughed frankly. Set up a stall. Setting up a stall? He Wei Hang was surprised. Yang Qi flirted at this moment, bringing the Hu family's 1,000 gold to set up a stall. You're really something. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Hu Yiling on the side could only help explain. Actually, it was me who suggested it. After all, it would be better with 2 people together. This way Zhang Fan doesn't have to be aggravated either. He Wei Hang and the others were dumbfounded. Can do $300 an hour part-time job in Zero Fox? Let them be pointed at their noses and scolded are happy what is there to be aggrieved? However, He Wei Hang still asked, so what are you two going to sell? Big brother and sister-in-law? Where to sell? We got in a batch of clothes. Let's sell them in a couple days. But the place hasn't been able to be chosen yet. This was the only thing Zhang Fan was concerned about right now. Choosing a location for a stall was a hassle. Chapter 127. A good location certainly brings in revenue, but it's not that easy. Either they are already overrun by other vendors or they have to pay exorbitant management fees. Neither of these factors is a very good thing for either of them. Zhang Fan also does not know where there is a suitable place to set up a stall in this neighborhood. Actually, we can go to Seaside Park I see that there are a lot of people over there. The location is also empty. Selling clothes there must be good. Fatty, who hadn't opened his mouth, proposed at this time. Zhang Fan cupped his chin and thought, Seaside Park? It's pretty close to their college town, so that's something to consider. Don't tell me. I also think so. Just by the fat man preempted. He Wei Hang heatedly smiled and said, Big brother, don't forget about us when you make money. Zhang Fan laughed. That's for sure. If this idea really works, then let's stop by when we don't have classes in the afternoon. It's still in preparation anyway, Hu Yiling said to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan didn't think too much about it and nodded. Okay, it's decided. After the 2 morning classes, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling ate lunch hastily in the cafeteria and went towards the Seaside Park. It's the time of the blazing sun, and Seaside Park, the nearest park located in the university town, has not only self-built amusement facilities but also very wide recreational areas that are passed by many people almost every day. So, a lot of vendors also put their business in the seedling, just like Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling. Looking at the vendors more than the people, Zhang Fan was confused. There are actually so many people setting up stalls. It looks like it's hard for us to find a good location. Like near the park entrances and exits, the roadsides are filled with stalls. Not to mention Zhang Fan trying to pick. Just trying to squeeze in and set up a stall would be a difficult task. Not to mention the issue of maybe peer ostracism afterward. Hu Yiling also did not expect this to be the case. If they did not consider this, Seaside Park was a very suitable place to set up a stall. But unfortunately, they were still too late. And since each vendor has a fixed spot, there's no such thing as grabbing a spot. They'll have to find a spot where no one is setting up a stall to do that. Why don't we look somewhere else? Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling and said. Hu Yiling hesitated. That willow eyebrow wrinkled up and said, let's look at it again. Hubby, it's not easy to come here. Maybe we'll come across a turnaround? Right now, we don't have any other clue, do we? Fair enough, let's take a walk then. Zhang Fan felt that it could only be that way. The two of them walked along the road outside of Seaside Park. There were countless vendors along the way, and even the high sun couldn't stop their desire to do business. To analyze in general, Seaside Park was crowded. but the rest of the places suitable for stalls were either overrun or the space was too small to build the stalls they wanted. After all, 100 or so pieces of clothing wasn't something that could be solved by laying a piece of cloth on the ground. It seems like it's still not there. Zhang Fan sighed. At that moment, Hu Yiling's eyes glanced elsewhere and seemed to have discovered something. Zhang Fan followed her line of sight, only to see a fashionably dressed woman come out of the storefront on the street of stores across from the seaside park, pull down the roll-up door, and immediately afterward stick a piece of paper on the door. Hu Yiling saw this and suddenly had an idea. Hubby, let's go look over there. With that, Hu Yiling pulled Zhang Fan over. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled, but soon Hu Yiling pulled him behind the woman and raised his eyes to look at what she had posted, which said store transfer information. When I looked up again, there was still a big red banner for clearance hanging below the store sign. Hu Yiling should not want to. Sister, are you transferring this store? Hu Yiling surprised Zhang Fan and the woman who posted the notice with a cold cry. Ha! Scared the baby to death. The woman twisted her head at the sound of the voice, looking also an exquisite face, although not as good as Hu Yiling, but at a glance, it was also a very eye-catching urban beauty. After the woman sized up Hu Yiling, her eyes revealed surprise. Yes, little sister, do you two have something to do? Seeing Hu Yiling, a beautiful and lovely person, Kai Tian was a little lost in thought. This girl, it's still really good looking. Why did you transfer this clothing store? Hu Yiling opened her mouth with a naive tone of a college girl and asked. Kai Tiani was not wary of this pretty girl, but was just a bit strange. She gently smiled and said, it can't be helped. Business is not good right now, and it's not good to recruit customers. There's no business for a long time. You are trying to come shopping for clothes? When Hu Yiling heard this, she raised a nice smile and said, Sister, isn't it true that if there is business, you can continue? Hearing this, Zhang Fan and Kai Tiani were both surprised. Of course it is. Sweet Kai was strange and amused. But what do you mean by that? Looking at the mysterious and enigmatic tone of this girl Hu Yiling, Kai Tian was interested. Can't it be that this girl has a way to help her solicit business? It's like this. The two of us want to sell some clothes in this neighborhood, but the stalls in Seaside Park are all taken up, so I want to work together with you. Sister. Hu Yiling smiled. So, cooperation? How? Sweet Kai froze. Hu Yiling then added, I see sister you this store is also a new store. Right. Should now also have no personnel? It's just that the two of us can help you out here. You just need to borrow a store to let us sell clothes here. We don't need a paycheck. We just need to charge us the cost and profit of that batch of clothes. Plus I have a way to help you get this store back up and running. Do you think that would work? This. Kai Tiani listened in stunned silence. The amount of information was too much, and she didn't react for a moment. Zhang Fan came up to Hu Yiling's ear at this point and muttered, Yiling, why are we doing this? Hubby, don't worry. Since there are no stalls now, we have to create stalls. It's kind of a disguised joining, making profits for each other, and we can also save a management fee. Hu Yiling whispered. Hu Yiling is still confident in her marketing skills. If this sister could agree, the matter of the stall would be solved, and by the way, she could also help her make the store alive again. A win-win situation. Why not? Kai Sweet hesitated at this point. What kind of clothes are you selling? It's just some clothes we altered ourselves. Don't worry, sister. It won't affect anything. Hu Yiling smiled sweetly, giving people an irresistible feeling. Chapter 128, This is too thoughtful. 2 batches of clothes to sell in the store is enough just to press 2 different marketing. There won't be any such thing as an internal business grabber. It's entirely dependent on how well the program is marketed. Then since that's the case, I'd like to know how you two are going to help me get the store up and running? Kai Tiani smiled, holding her chest in a posture that seemed eager to hear what Hu Yiling had to say. Theory is better than practice. Why don't you take a look at how we sell this afternoon? And no matter what the proceeds are, it's all yours. How about it? Hu Yiling said confidently. When Kai Tiani heard this, she found it interesting. The proceeds go to her, and even if she can't sell the clothes, the two of them are working for nothing. It's not a loss when you put it that way. If this little girl really had that ability, she would have met a valuable person. Good, then it's a deal. I'll open the door. Kai Tian thought of this and answered without hesitation. Hu Yiling added at this time. Wait, you have to take down the banners and notices first, otherwise people won't come. When Kai Tiani heard this, she smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you. Removing the clearance banner and transfer notice, Sweet Choi pushed the roller shutter back up. After opening the door of the store, Hu Yiling first looked around. The clothes in the store are mostly in a fresh style, while leaning towards the light mature woman style. The style of the dress is pretty good, and the style is nice, but selling it here in Seaside Park is kind of the wrong location. There are more young girls in this area, mostly high school and college students. who usually don't take the initiative to choose such clothes, not to mention trying to have a good business. But for Yiling, the queen of costumes in her last life, this is all a minor problem. Eileen, what are you going to do? Zhang Fan asked from the side, his heart still more or less unsettled. Can you really see results that quickly in an afternoon? Although he still trusted Yiling, it was still more or less risky to do so. Hubby, just look at mine. Yiling smiled up slightly, then walked towards the hanger, looked at the price on the hang tag, and gently nodded. The price is not bad. They are all in the range of 100 to 200. It's not too expensive. Maybe we need to do a promotion next. Promotions? Kai Tang frowned her willow brows. I've done this quite a few times, but none of them have been effective yet. Yiling laughed. Simple promotion. Now there is not much use. Unless there is a large number of customer groups. Otherwise it is very difficult to see immediate results. Have to additionally match the program it. Listening to what Yiling said, Kai Tian was somewhat impressed. This girl, she really seems to be quite experienced. It's not at all like a girl in her 20s to talk about it. Yiling surveyed the store again and looked at the camera at the front desk and picked it up. This is a film camera, right? Is there still film inside? Yes, it's still something I bought a while ago, and there's plenty of film left if I want to take pictures, Kai Tiani said back. After Yiling heard this, she smiled happily and said, good, that's fine. Next it's time to get a promotion. I want to do a buy one item half off promotion. Do you think it's acceptable? Half off? Wouldn't that be a bit too low? Kai Tiani hesitated. I usually do a small discount. I haven't tried this low yet. Buy one piece at 50% off and you're making a pittance. Yiling, however, said, of course we can't just focus on small profits. What you sell today will give you a lot more repeat customers. And that's the main purpose of marketing, not to look at the effect of a single visit. Well, Kai Tian hesitated. There are not many customers now. It might as well try what she said. Anyway, this store is transferred even worse. It might as well be a boon. Kai Tiani then loosened her tongue and said, alright then, just try what you want to do yourself. Good. Yiling laughed, then looked at Zhang Fan. Hubby, use that blackboard to help me write some words. Saying that, Yiling pointed to a small blackboard on the ground. After Zhang Fan looked at it, he asked, what is to be written? Free dress change street photography for only $10 a pop. Feel free to change clothes in the store at no cost. Zhang Fan held up a sign at the store door and yelled. It was a little embarrassing, but it was for their sake anyhow, so they had to go out on a limb. The sight of the Kai suite cannot help but cover up the face. These two people really rely on it. Yelling by human power is often more effective than a megaphone. Within a short while, that crowded road was attracted by Zhang Fan's yelling and a large number of onlookers were attracted by Zhang Fan's yelling. The young girls who were out shopping muttered as they pointed at the sign in Zhang Fan's hand. $10 for street photography. That's too cheap, isn't it? Yeah, and you can just change clothes in the store. It can't be fake, can it? Why don't we try it? $10 isn't too expensive anyway. Those girls were soon walking in towards the store in twos and threes, making inquiries. Zhang Fan was still a bit at a loss, and that Kai Sweet opened her mouth blankly, then said, yes, the clothes can be changed at will. There is a fitting room inside, as long as you don't break it. Zhang Fan didn't realize that this advertisement could really attract girls. Wow, these clothes are quite pretty, hey. Yeah, I didn't even realize there was such a store before. I feel like it would look great in a photo shoot. Where's Eileen? Where did she go? Zhang Fan muttered up. There were too many people coming in just now, so he didn't pay attention to see where she went at once, and now he couldn't even see Yiling's silhouette. Handsome, are you shooting for us? A pretty girl with a dress in her hand laughed. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. Right, Seaside Park in front. It's better for taking pictures there. This is what Yiling explained he was going to do next when he wrote the promotion. Let him just take pictures of these girls like he did last time when he took pictures of her. I think Yiling should have borrowed his idea from last time to do so, but the last time I was at Zero Fox, well, at least I relied on that promotion to push selling clothes. But Yiling this time, she did not mention the sale at all, but only collected money for street photography, which was too strange. But since the words had been put out, it was still necessary to honestly go and take pictures of people, and now all that could be done was to trust Eileen to control this situation. The crowd was growing and many girls were waiting in line to change. Zhang Fan was about to lead the people to the front to take pictures, when Yiling suddenly came from one side. Young ladies, due to the current limited manpower, those who don't have a turn may need to wait for a while. In addition, we also have a new activity on this side. Choose to take pictures of the young lady can do manicure while waiting on this side. You can enjoy a 20% discount. A variety of styles and colors are available. Only today. Oh, hearing Yiling's words, Those girls' eyes lit up. That's a lot of service, isn't it? Zhang Fan and Kai Tianyi, on the other hand, both looked frozen. Chapter 129 Linkage Promotion. A large group of girls ran into the nail salon next door. Seeing this, Hu Yiling hugged his chest and smiled slightly. Eileen, is this true? When did you? Zhang Fan was really surprised. What's with all the nail salons? Could that be why she disappeared just now? Hu Yiling laughed. A good promotion. Of course it's linked. I took into account that there would be too many people and I happened to see a nail salon here. So I discussed it with the owner. And she readily accepted. Introduce one. We can get 20% commission. Not only that, but it also incidentally solves the problem of stranded customers. This move is a triple win, so to speak. You're also too thoughtful, right? Kai Tianyi had nothing but admiration in her beautiful eyes at this moment. She, who hadn't seen anything peculiar, heard this idea of Hu Yiling and admired it in her heart. This nail salon was right next to her store, but she had never thought of doing any promotional linkage. But this little girl had come up with such a subtle approach in a while. Yiling, that's really something. Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile as well. This girlfriend of his is really something. That's not true. Hu Yiling smiled cheekily, then pushed Zhang Fan and said, alright, go and take pictures. Be quick. Otherwise the people behind us can't wait. We need to get rid of all these guests this afternoon. Look, there are other girls being stupid. Zhang Fan looked to the other side. Quite a few people were attracted by the lively scene in the store. It looked like there would only be more and less people coming next. Zhang Fan could only nod his head and said, okay, I'll go now. Cheer up, oh husband. Hu Yiling waved her hand and said, but don't hit on other girls. After saying that, Hu Yiling looked at Kai Tian. Are you sure you have enough film there? But there are still a lot of customers right now. Don't worry. I bought a lot of them back just for taking pictures of the clothes for uploading to the online store. Kai Tian said so. Online store. Hu Yiling hesitated when she heard those two words. That would be an avenue. Maybe she can try to get this with her husband next. But for now, it's better to entertain these guests. That. Kai Tianyi suddenly spoke up at this moment. Hu Yiling froze and looked back at Kai Tian. What's wrong? Sister? Little sister. What else do you want to do next? Although you did pull in a lot of customers, none of them seemed to want to buy clothes. Kai Sweet asked in such a low voice. Hu Yiling let out a giggle and said, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, and we won't lose anything anyway, right? The wear and tear on the clothes in the store is negligible. After all, it's also one set after the other, and at most, each version needs to be cleaned once, and the rest is labor in film. But you will still be charged for the photos, and the cost of the film is negligible. Anymore, it's a wave of advertising, so it's not a loss at all. Okay. Sweet Kai frowned gently with a willow brow. Although it was only the first time I had seen this little girl, the inexplicable confidence in her was really something one couldn't help but believe. Perhaps if we wait a little longer, we'll see hope? At this point in the store, a number of girls were still picking out clothes. The clientele is now split into three waves of people: the photo shooters, the nail saloners, and the frequent outfit changers in the fitting rooms. Hu Yiling and Kai Tang were only responsible for looking around the store and doing some shopping guides, and the rest didn't need to care about anything. When Zhang Fan returned with the people, Hu Yiling was instantly elated. How's it going? Hu Yiling asked. Zhang Fan said, finished shooting, took 10 shots. Your family's clothes are really pretty. Hey, by the way, when can we get these pictures? The girl who had finished taking the pictures on the side opened her mouth and asked. Hu Yiling smiled faintly at this moment. It's like this, because we need to unify a batch of prints on our side, so we'll get it tonight, and you guys can come and get it tomorrow afternoon. And, now we are during the event. Come back tomorrow afternoon to get the photos. With the photos to buy the clothes in the store, you can enjoy one piece of 15% off, two pieces of the second 50% off. Oh, share it with your friends, or refer a friend, and you'll get a free street photo and a 20% discount on your nails. Yiling, who lives like a professional clothing sales, with a smile that is approachable. So good? After hearing this, the girl happily looked at her sisters. Do you have any new ones for me? I'll order one first, and take it with the photo tomorrow afternoon. Is that okay? Chapter 130, Discussing Cooperation. Zhang Fan and Kai Tianyi were surprised when they heard this. Of course, Hu Yiling, however, as if she had expected it, laughed, but you need to pay in advance. Oh, we'll issue a receipt to you, and then you can just come and get the photos and clothes with the receipt. After hearing Hu Yiling say that, those girls didn't hesitate to book it. After all, the store was right here, and the little girls weren't worried about being scammed. Kai Tian calculated the money for the photos and clothes, although it earns a little less, but people who know a little marketing know how much benefit the linkage promotion behind this will bring. There's a saying, Never underestimate a girl's promotion. After all, they are the biggest consumers. Kai Tianyi was also kind of starting to understand what Hu Yiling meant when she said she didn't care about the fly in the ointment. If this trend continues, it will indeed be both profitable and promotional. This girl, the pattern is too big. Take care, and remember to be on time tomorrow. Hu Yiling waved her hand at a few girls who left with satisfied smiles, looking at Zhang Fan, and then proceeded to bring a few girls forward to take pictures. Kai Tian, who was on the side, couldn't help but say to Hu Yiling, "Your solution is also too good. You obviously don't look too old. How did you come up with this kind of solution? Even I didn't think of it." For the girl in front of her who looked no more than 20 years old, Kai Tian was really somewhat ashamed of herself. "I'm 25 or 26 years old, and I can't even compete with a teenage girl in terms of business? It's actually nothing. It's just that I've given it a bit more thought." Hu Yiling spat out her tongue and laughed. Although her mouth said modestly, Hu Yiling was still proud in her heart. How could she say that she had been in the business world for so long in her previous life? And for a small storefront to put her in a difficult position would be too much of an insult to her abilities in her previous life. Well, Kai Tian could see that this young girl was definitely hiding something about business, only that she didn't have any thoughts about saying it. Otherwise, with just one sentence of more consideration, how could she possibly capture the customer's mentality? It was an afternoon that quickly passed in a busy time. In the blink of an eye, the sky had darkened. Sweet Kai's clothing store had orders for dozens of pieces in one afternoon. Not only was the order received, but so was the money, and a lot more potential customers. It's definitely a sure thing for her. It was simply better than she had expected before. Today's time for street photography has ended. Did not wait for the young lady. Do not be discouraged. Oh, tomorrow will be for you to prioritize the arrangements for the photo shoot. Remember to come. Oh, Hu Yiling smiled at the store's new guests. When the customers had all left, Zhang Fan returned from completing his last order. Hu Yiling was about to go forward, but she saw that the girl who followed Zhang Fan's side and came back was encouraged by the people next to her to come to Zhang Fan's front and said, "That, little brother, can I add you a WeChat? Your skills are good. I'd like to see you again next time," said the girl, blushing and lowering her head. Hu Yiling's pretty face blackened when she saw this. Kai Sweet on the side cannot help but worry for Zhang Fan. It seems that the young couple to have a conflict. Zhang Fan froze when he heard it, then smiled embarrassedly. "Sorry, I have a girlfriend. If I add it, she will be unhappy." This, such a coincidence? The girl snapped and smiled up. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly and was about to open his mouth when Hu Yiling suddenly walked over. "Hard work, hubby." Hu Yiling smiled faintly, as if the emotions from earlier were swept away. The white and tender little hand held a tissue and wiped it carefully on Zhang Fan's forehead. This scene caused the girl beside her to get a little embarrassed. I didn't realize that they turned out to be a couple. No wonder they rejected her. But there was such a good-looking girl. We still have things to do. We'll leave first. The girl let out an awkward laugh, nimbly handed over the money for the photos and left with her sisters, watching Hu Yiling stifle a laugh. "You saw it all?" Zhang Fan smiled helplessly. Hu Yiling nodded. It's a good thing I love what you say, or else you'd be kneeling on a durian tonight." Zhang Fan swallowed his saliva. "I still have this measure. Don't worry." Zhang Fan laughed. Hu Yiling smiled up with a cheeky smile and took Zhang Fan's arm. Previously, Zhang Evening Yin's matter probably made her husband understand that people's hearts are malicious. Plus they are now boyfriend and girlfriend again. Hu Yiling didn't have to worry that Zhang Fan didn't know how to refuse. After all, hubby is a good man. "I'm really thankful for you two today." In the clothing store, Kai Tianyi poured a glass of water for both Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling. Without the two of them, the store would have had to be transferred out. But now at least there was a little hope of continuing. And if this promotion really worked, staying in business might not even be a problem. "Sister, now you should believe me, right?" Hu Yiling laughed sweetly. Kai Tianyi smiled embarrassedly at this time and said gently, "Of course I believe it. After all, I've seen it in my eyes. By the way, I still don't know your names. My name is Kai Sweet. What about you guys?" "My name is Hu Yiling. This is my boyfriend, Zhang Fan," Hu Yiling introduced. Kai Tianyi nodded her head in a dawning realization, and then added, "It's nice to meet you guys. You said that you wanted to sell clothes in my store before. What are you going to do about this?" Kai Tang still valued Hu Yiling's business talent. If she had such a beautiful and smart girl here to help her in the future, the business couldn't even be bad. So Kai Tian was also very happy to hear Hu Yiling's previous plan. Still, it was the first time she'd heard of the store selling two lots of clothes, and she was still a little confused. At this moment, Hu Yiling said, "It's like this, Sister Sweet, the two of us want to start a business recently, but unfortunately there are no more stalls available for us in this neighborhood, so that's why we came up with this plan. We'd like to sell the dresses at a lower price and they need to be labeled as clearance sold. Doing so may depress sales in your store, but we're only selling 100 at the moment. And I'm sure our clothes won't affect the customer's opinion of your store, and maybe even solicit some repeat business for you. Plus promotional wise, I'll be targeting 2 sets. Like we said at the beginning, we just need the cost and profit of our own clothes. What do you think? Yiling was still very confident about the clothes they altered. On the one hand, placing it in the store could invariably increase the price of the clothes, and on the other hand, it could save a lot of unnecessary trouble, and she and Zhang Fan only needed people to arrive at the goods. This is the best option for them at the moment. That's why Yiling was so relentless in helping Kai Tian. After listening to Yiling's idea, Kai Tang pondered slightly. That's not impossible, but you guys still look like students, right? Do you have the time to stay at the store every day? Seeing that Zhang Fan and Yiling were both so young, they should still be college students. Kai Tiani didn't have any other concerns. She was just worrying about that. She's currently the only one in the store, and it's definitely too busy with more people. At this time, Yiling then opened her mouth and said, I've thought about it. If there are more customers at the back, Sister Sweet, you may still need manpower on your side. In addition, when we're not around, if Sister Sweet can help us sell these clothes, we'll also give you commission accordingly. So can we do that? At the moment it's just selling 100 pieces of stock, which won't take long. For the most part she and Zhang Fan were available to help, as long as you can eventually earn back the cost of money with some profit. For the first time stall Yiling and Zhang Fan are acceptable, but also a good start. This way Kai Tian heard this and thought it was feasible. The most important thing was to keep Yiling and Zhang Fan, the 2 people who could help. With the 2 of them, the store is just around the corner. Okay, then it's decided. When will you guys bring the clothes over? Kai Tiani asked. Yiling said, the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow we can deliver it. Understood. Then I'll just wait for you guys to come. Kai Tiani smiled faintly, clearly in a good mood. After settling the matter of the stall, Yiling and Zhang Fan planned to go back. Sister Sweet, then I'll leave the photo developing to you. Yiling said to Kai Sweet as she was leaving. Wait a minute. Kai Tiani rushed out from the front desk at this time, still holding a stack of money in her hand. Here's $1,000. It's not much but you guys might as well take it. Consider it as the hard-earned money for this afternoon. Yiling was a bit surprised and waved her hand to shrug it off. No need. Sister Sweet, I said it's enough as long as you're willing to let our clothes be sold at your place. Hard-earned fees and all that. Forget it. How can this be? You guys have helped a lot. The money still needs to be given. Kai Tang frowned her willow eyebrows, her tone firm. Chapter 131, Let Her Be. When he had first agreed to Yiling's words, it was only because of a trial and error mentality. Now that you've succeeded, of course you have to pay someone for their hard work. Otherwise how can you live with this in your heart? While Yiling looked at the money and hesitated, Zhang Fan reached out and took the money. Then I'll thank Sister Sweet first. Yiling, let's just take it. Zhang Fan then added, this is Sister Sweet's intention and what you deserve. I can see that Kai Tian is very important to Yiling. If she doesn't accept the money, I'm afraid she's worried that Yiling will back out and not come back afterward. So, Zhang Fan made a decision for Yiling. Just as well, they are in need of money right now. Kai Tiani laughed in agreement. That's right, if you don't take it, I won't feel at ease. Well, Yiling's heart suddenly warmed and she nodded. Alright then, thank you Sister Sweet then. You're welcome. I have to wait for you to save my store, so I'm counting on you too. Kai Tiani giggled. Tenderly, Zhang Fan and Yiling both smiled up at each other. When they got home, both of them were exhausted, but it had been a productive day, and they were happy even if they were tired. Yiling lay on Zhang Fan's lap, closed her beautiful eyes and smiled with satisfaction. All the preparations are finally completed, so when the clothes and jewelry are ready, we can start the first step of the business yet. Happy, hubby? Yiling opened her beautiful eyes in anticipation. Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile, reaching out to stroke Yiling's hair in front of her forehead. Of course I'm happy, as long as I can be with you, I'm happy doing anything. Hearing Zhang Fan's rare words of love, Yiling's face instantly turned red. Why are you suddenly saying such shy words? Yiling pouted, but the corners of her mouth couldn't hide her smile. Zhang Fan laughed gently. Isn't that what Yiling thinks? Of course, Yiling said with a light hum, and soon smiled slyly. Wait, hubby, how? What's wrong? Zhang Fan suddenly felt that something was wrong, only to see Yiling suddenly propped up her body, narrowed her beautiful eyes and laughed. Hubby, you just said that you're happy to do anything. Oh, then why don't we? Tonight? Zhang Fan swallowed his saliva. Shower, right? Yiling was in Zhang Fan's ear, exhaling like an orchid. In a flash, Zhang Fan's face turned red. It kills me to live with a female pervert. After the morning class was finished in one piece along with the afternoon class, the time came to be just after 3 in the afternoon. Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling then prepared to head to the store to see how the situation was now. Hu Yiling thought to himself that this was the right time to test the results. The two had just arrived at Seaside Park. When they saw from afar that Kai Tianan's clothing store was packed with people, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling both looked at each other with joy when they saw this. It seemed that the situation was going to be even better than what they had thought. Everyone get your receipts out. There's no need to rush. It's going to be a little slow because we're short-staffed right now, haha. Kai Sweet in the front desk one by one to collect bills, the right number to find the developed photos, but also responsible for taking the packed clothes. This afternoon is almost never idle. Not to mention that there were other guests who wanted more photos. Without Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan, Kai Tian felt overwhelmed. Sugar, we're here. Just then, a voice from outside the door made Kai Tian freeze. After looking towards the door, Kai Tian revealed a delighted smile. Yiling, Xiao Fan, you two are finally here. You're going to keep me busy. Don't worry, we're here to help you now. Zhang Fan laughed. Sweet Kai returned a grateful smile. Good. It took the three of them, each in their own way, 2 hours to finally get through all of yesterday's guests. Yesterday's promotion was also apparently effective. And in addition to yesterday's customers, there were quite a few admirers who came into the store to buy clothes or want to take street photos. It was busy, but all three were busy and happy. Outside the clothing store, a Rolls-Royce pulls up to the curb. The slowly moving down electric car window revealed a pair of wrinkled eyes, just staring at the busy Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan in the store. The eyes were like a mixture of flavors, with a complex look. Here, hubby, have a drink. Hu Yiling carried the cup to Zhang Fan's mouth. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, looking at the seemingly pungent yet sweet appearance of the two. Hu Jinan was clearly in deep thought. Master, it seems that Missy has even put down her years of bravado in order to pursue her own happiness. Uncle Leon, the main driver, also found it hard to believe when he saw the scene. The always pampered Hu family's daughter, Hu Yiling, who was regarded as a jewel by the chairman of the Hu clan, actually blended into this kind of city life, and even did it with a happy look, not feeling any discomfort at all. It's really surprising. Hu Jinan was also an idea. His own daughter, he knew better than anyone. But what kind of person could have changed his daughter so completely? Hu Jinan couldn't figure it out. However, the result wasn't so bad. It's time for this girl to sharpen her skills at the bottom. Come on, get back. Hu Jinan leaned back in his seat and slowly closed his eyes. Uncle Lee in the front turned around and asked, Master, are we just going to leave? Aha. Hu Jinan took a deep breath. The current Yiling is not that girl who still needs old dad to take care of her. She already has someone who can take care of her. Let her be. Yes, Master. Chapter 132, It's Not Impossible to Consider. Night. Welcome to the next time. Sweet Choi saw off the last guest at the door. At this time the sky has been completely dark. A day of fatigue, so that Kai Sweet tired. As if from the opening of the store to now has not been so tired. Fortunately, there are Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan over to help her busy. Otherwise it is really cannot cope with. Sister Sweet, since we're done, Eileen and I will go back first. At this time, Zhang Fan pulled Hu Yiling and opened his mouth. Upon hearing this, Kai Tiani hurriedly called out to Zhang Fan. Hey, wait a minute, Xiao Fan. What's wrong? Sister Sweet. Zhang Fan froze. It couldn't be that Kai Sweet wanted to give them hard-earned money again, right? Just at this moment, Kai Sweet smiled. Thanks to you guys today. This promotion of yours is really good. A lot of clothes in the store have been cleared out. Look at this situation. I still have to go and get some goods. Today is a day to celebrate. How about I take you young lovers out to dinner? Zhang Fan was a bit surprised and looked at Hu Yiling. Kai Tiani continued. You guys shouldn't have eaten yet either, right? He, not yet. Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. That's just right. Let's go together when I close the door. Kai Tiani exulted. The three of them traveled in pairs, and after closing the store, they went to the night market that Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling went to last time. Kai Tiani said excitedly. It's been a long time since I've been able to come out and hang out so happily, and I've even gained 2 more friends, so it's really good. At times like this, well, it's best to drink beer while jerking off. Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling both smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect Kai Tian, who was like a gentle neighboring big sister, to have such a side. Sitting on the barbecue stall, Kai Sweet first greeted the boss on half a dozen wine, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling on the side to see the surprise, which also, is not Kai Sweet is not the meaning of 2 cups of wine? Come on, let's celebrate. Sweet Kai guffawed and raised her glass. Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling could only smile awkwardly and clink their glasses. Just as the three of them were eating happily, suddenly a familiar voice came to Zhang Fan's ears. Ha, if it isn't big brother and sister-in-law. As soon as Zhang Fan heard that it was He Wei Hang's voice, he turned his head to look. Just in time, he saw He Wei Hang, Yang Qi, and little Fatty standing behind him. Yang Qi also couldn't help but say, I didn't expect such a coincidence. You guys came here to eat too? Yes. What a coincidence. Why are you guys here today? Zhang Fan laughed. Seeing this, Kai Tianyi on the side couldn't help but voice out, is that your friend? Yeah, sweet sister. We're all in the same class. Hu Yiling said back. Right after Hu Yiling had just finished speaking, that He Wei Hang then saw that Zhang Fan was still sitting next to a big mature beauty. His eyes instantly widened and his chest was beating with the sound of his heartbeat. Good. What a beautiful young lady. Seeing He Wei Hang looking at himself so straight, Kai Tian looked down again and coughed dryly, lifting her collar upwards. When Zhang Fan saw this, he was all a bit embarrassed. Come on, don't stare at others. This. He Wei Hang two eyes froze wiped the saliva. Hey and laugh, big brother. This is which beauty how come we haven't seen it before? This is also, it's too good looking. Of course when it comes to being pretty, Kai Tian is not as good as Hu Yiling, but Hu Yiling, He Wei Hang didn't dare to have any idea. The sweet Kai in front of her was different. That put on a light makeup of the small face, white and clean, and good figure. Just sitting can also be seen in front of the convex and curved, especially that leg stockings, but also to attract He Wei Hang this little boy. But not many men can resist the temptation of a mature woman. At this moment, Kai Tianan smiled awkwardly and greeted. Why don't you guys sit down and eat some too? We've only just started eating as well. So if you don't mind, let's join together. Anyway, you guys are also friends of Yiling and Little Fan, so you're also friends of me. Kai Sweet Choi? Sister, that's too good a name for you. With love in both eyes, He Wei Hang nonchalantly sat down in the seat next to Kai Tian. When Yang Qi and Fatty saw this, they both felt ashamed for He Wei Hang's ghostly appearance, but since He Wei Hang also sat down, they had no choice but to follow suit. After all, they hadn't gotten together for a long time either. Thank you, brother. Sweet Kai squeezed out a raw smile. I didn't realize that Eileen and Xiaofan's friends were really enthusiastic. You don't want to scare Sister Sweet away. She's our future boss, Hu Yiling said with a contemptuous voice. Although it wasn't actually an employment relationship, on the surface she and Zhang Fan were indeed more like employees. So there was no harm in saying so. Boss? What's going on here? He Wei Hang looked at Zhang Fan. Can't it be that this is still a rich woman? Gosh, a beautiful and mature rich woman. Where to find this? Zhang Fan scratched his head and laughed. Didn't we talk about finding a stall before? The stalls in Seaside Park were all full, and it took a long time to find them. But luckily, Sister Sweet was willing to let us sell our clothes in her store and helped us solve this problem. Sweet Kai gave an embarrassed smile. But you guys have helped me a lot too. Really? That's great. He Wei Hang was pleasantly surprised. It looks like Big Brother's way to riches is about to begin. Then when will you two start selling? Big brother and sister-in-law? Hu Yiling spoke up. Tomorrow. I guess we can start tomorrow afternoon. The jewelry that I bought online tomorrow should also arrive, as well as the clothes that I entrusted to Uncle Jiang for alterations. They should all be finished by now. And when the clothes and jewelry are all in hand, they can be taken directly to Sister Sugar's store. So soon? Then you guys can call me tomorrow. It just so happens that we both don't have classes. He Wei Hang said excitedly. Zhang Fan frowned on the side. Wei Hang, this is going to work, not play. According to He Wei Hang's nature, if he was allowed to come, wouldn't he scare away all the female customers in the store? At this time, He Wei Hang waved his hand and said, Hey, see what big brother you say. Of course I know that this is to go to work. After all, it is big brother and sister-in-law's first business. How also have to help right? Besides, we don't want a paycheck. Saying that, He Wei Hang looked at Yang Qi and Little Fatty. The two looked at He Wei Hang with a moment of dismay. Right. How else would Big Brother and the others be busy? Anyway, they're all fine. Let's experience it together. He Wei Hang took the liberty for the two of them. He then looked at Kai Tian. The most important thing is still being able to see my goddess for a while. When Hu Yiling heard this, she winced and goosebumps rose. I didn't really know that this guy He Wei Hang was actually so disgusting before. Not only is it disgusting, it's cheeky. Ugh. Oh, then thank you so much. Kai Tianyi smiled a big smile. Not really sure if this was good or bad, but it seemed like this little brother didn't have a bad heart either. Alright, this is what you guys said about not getting paid, so this is just right. You all come and help. Hu Yiling spoke up at this time. It just so happens that tomorrow will also be very busy. A few more hands are always good. He Wei Hang hemmed and hawed and rubbed his hands together. The salary? Well, you don't have to, but sweet sister's WeChat, can you add one? just as Kai Tian was in trouble. Hu Yiling stuffed a piece of corn into He Wei Hang's mouth. No, you don't want to. Eat your food. Woo woo. He Wei Hang frowned. His sister-in-law was too unhelpful to her own people. The crowd laughed happily. A stall for 3 turned into a party for 6. From the initial constraints, they were all giggling and laughing after a few drinks. After eating and drinking, a few people's faces were red, and only 2 of them, Hu Yiling and Kai Sweet, had better faces. It had to be said that both Kai Tiani and Hu Yiling's drinking capacity was much better than Zhang Fan and a few of their boys. Hiccup. He Wei Hang hiccuped, looked at Kai Tiani with hazy eyes, and said seriously, Sister Tiani, do you have a boyfriend? If you don't, consider me. I, Ho Wei Hang, am a good man. With that, He Wei Hang smashed his chest with his fist. Kai Tiani puffed and laughed. It's not impossible to consider, but it's better to wait until you've grown up for 2 more years. Ha, I'm big now too. He Wei Hang scratched his head. The crowd laughed and laughed as they walked back. Chapter 133, Sister-in-law is so handsome. It was late at night, 12 o'clock, and there were fewer lights on the road, and the pedestrians were all much less numerous. A few people were passing through a bridge hole, halfway to the east of the bridge, when suddenly a few people dressed in black came up ahead, with pitch-black baseball bats in their hands, looking like they were coming on strong. Zhang Fan was the first to see this scene, and he, who was not yet drunk, suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was too far away to see who it was, but his sixth sense told him these people were coming for them. Honey, what's wrong with you? Hu Yiling asked as she looked at Zhang Fan, who had a wary face. After saying that, he followed Zhang Fan's line of sight and looked ahead. Zhang Fan blurted out, "Don't go forward." When several people heard Zhang Fan's words, they all froze the smiles on their faces and all seemed to understand what Zhang Fan meant when they looked ahead. What do these people want? Yang Qi furrowed his brows and took a serious look around. Fatty on the side was a bit nervous. It couldn't be that he's trying to rob us while it's late at night, right? I'm going. That has to run quickly. Quickly turn back and go. More is better than less. He Wei Hang was turning back, just stepping out of the distance, with a reddish face immediately staring. It's over. We seem to be in real trouble. Upon hearing He Wei Hang's words, everyone turned around to look. Only 3 men, also dressed in black and holding baseball bats, walked over. The man walking in the center was a man in his 30s with stubble on his face and one ear missing. Compared to the 2 beside him, this man had more of a mean streak in him and was a bit older. I could tell this guy was the boss of this pedestrian or something like that. But Zhang Fan and the rest of the group hadn't seen this guy for a single moment, so they didn't know what the hell they were trying to do. How could they encounter this kind of thing? Kai Tian also had some disbelief. They shouldn't have messed with anyone, right? This lot that had always had little trouble. There were even these people. Honey, they seem to be coming for us. Hu Yiling whispered beside Zhang Fan at this moment, her pretty face grave. Zhang Fan nodded without too much surprise. I guessed that too. These people, perhaps, were sent by Qin Lai. Other than Qin Lai, Zhang Fan couldn't really think of a reason why they were suddenly intercepted. So it seems they may have been targeted a long time ago. Sweet, sister sweet, I'll protect you. He Wei Hang hurriedly stopped Kai Tian behind himself, while he himself looked at the guys with a scared face and gulped. There was a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him, and there were a total of 7 people on both sides combined. But they are only 4 males here, and they are all students. If they really want to fight, they are going to be bloodied to a degree. After thinking about it, He Wei Hang turned his head and said, "Why don't we just call the police?" Call the police? It's too late. The stubble man heard this and laughed up a storm, stopping 10 meters away from Zhang Fan and the others. He tapped his hand with a baseball bat and said, "With a few of us around, do you think we'll let you call the police in front of us?" What a child, and not too naive. Hu Yiling asked with a cold face at this time. "What do you want?" "Not doing anything, just inviting you, Miss Hu, to a place." The stubble man sneered, his eagle-like gaze landing straight on Hu Yiling's body, and then looked at Zhang Fan. Sure enough, these people are coming for Yiling. Zhang Fan's face instantly turned cold and clenched his fists. The rest of the people looked at Hu Yiling with a surprised look on their faces after hearing this. "Miss Hu, these people are here to find Hu Yiling? Yiling, what's going on here?" Kai Tian couldn't help but ask. Hu Yiling just frowned her willow eyebrows and brought it up in one sentence. "This matter is a bit complicated to say. Now is not the time to explain. Miss Hu, may I ask if you will obediently follow us, or do you want to be tied up by us?" The stubble man gave Hu Yiling 2 choices, but it was no more than that both were to go with them. "You can't take her." Just then, Zhang Fan, who was on the side, spoke up. He's not the cowardly guy he used to be. Yiling was his girlfriend, so how could Zhang Fan watch Hu Yiling being led away? Unless, of course, He dies here. He, you little brat really has a big mouth. The stubble man looked at Zhang Fan and laughed coldly. Originally, I wanted to let you off the hook, but I didn't expect you to put up a tough fight yourself first. You don't think that a few of you brats can stop us, do you? Originally, Xin Lai's order was also for him to look for Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling when they were alone to kidnap them together. And although the plan was a little different now, he didn't put these students in his eyes at all. If he didn't finish this task, the impatient Xin Lai would have to stew him. If you want to fight, you can try instead. At this time, Yang Qi also gritted his teeth while he was drunk. No matter what, he and Zhang Fan were friends, and it was too arrogant for these people to say these things in front of him. Do you really think they're easy to pin down just because they're students? Yang Qi stepped out and stood in front of the crowd. Zhang Fan and the others were a bit surprised. The stubble man shot a glance at Yang Qi. What's the matter with you? I advise you to be sensible and get the hell out of here. Don't get in my way. Otherwise, I'll make it impossible for you to even go to school. Cut the crap. Old me is coming on fire. Yang Qi disdainfully said. Seeing this, Zhang Fan also let go of Hu Yiling and walked over to Yang Qi's side. Me too. Seeing this, Fatty and He Weihang just wanted to go forward. And the moment they raised their feet, He Weihang suddenly shrunk back. No, there are still 4 behind them. Fatty, we'll have to fight 1 against 2. You guys protect Sister Sweet. I'll fight 4 on 1. Hu Yiling said with a cold snort. He Weihang and Fatty both sucked in a breath. Sister-in-law is so valiant. Chapter 134, The Unstoppable Battle. Ha ha ha. The stubble man threw back his head and laughed from the bottom of his heart. Look, what kind of dreamy talk are these little brats talking? To think they can take on me. Before the end of that sentence was finished, the stubble man was suddenly kicked out. Only a muffled thud was heard. Yang Qi lifted his foot and said with an arrogant face, Yaking, are you going to fight or not? That stubble man was kicked out by Yang Qi, and directly fell to the ground with his butt thumping. Asterisk. The stubble man covered his stomach in pain, and several of his men looked dumbfounded, not realizing that this student would be so bold as to dare to make the first move against them, simply looking for death. The stubble man gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Qi. Go, get these hairy bastards killed for me. I'll make him still arrogant. Ah! All at once, the men charging from both sides erupted into roars and raised their baseball bats. The 4 henchmen didn't dare to swing their sticks in front of Hu Yiling, so they could only hold the stick in one hand and reach up with the other, trying to grab Hu Yiling. This was instead a heavenly advantage for Hu Yiling. Hu Yiling did not hesitate to kick out a long leg, changing the leg position in the air. In the blink of an eye, all 4 people's faces were hit, and immediately these people were kicked to the ground, and the wailing sound rang out. At this moment, the 3 of them, He Weihang, Fatty, and Kai Tian, looked dumbfounded. Sister-in-law is truly worthy of being our school's taekwondo minister. He Weihang gave a thumbs up in admiration. It looked like his sister-in-law really didn't need the help of the 2 of them. Looking back again, Zhang Fan and Yang Qi were dealing with 1 each, but the situation was not as easy as Hu Yiling. The 2 henchmen were going for the kill. The metal baseball bat swung down continuously with wind-breaking sounds. Yang Qi is a small fight to the big, and now even more added to the alcohol courage. Pressure is not afraid of this broken stick. A dodge. Grabbed the hand of the henchman. According to his face as a few punches smashed out. Banging sounds continued to resound as Yang Qi gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength. Die for me. Yang Qi slammed out another punch, directly smashing that person's nose blood sword. It was followed by a complimentary kick, which landed on top of the man's chest and stomped the ground far away. Yang Qi's chest rose and fell, and when he looked at Zhang Fan again, he was taken aback. He was originally thought to be weak, but he had already finished off the man. Zhang Fan snatched the man's baseball bat not only into his hands, but also struck the man's leg with the bat, instantly incapacitating the enemy. Looking at Yang Qi, he sucked in a breath. This Zhang Fan guy, when did he become so ruthless? A cry of pain burst out from the mouth of the guy who had his leg broken. The bridge cave echoed with the screams. Zhang Fan didn't want to do that, but after learning street fighting techniques, all the instincts in him were telling him, if you're going to fight, you must make sure that the enemy loses the chance to continue the fight in the first place. Otherwise, the one who dies is himself. But death is not scary. Without Hu Yiling for Zhang Fan is scary. So for her sake, Zhang Fan wouldn't worry about that. After settling these 2 henchmen with Yang Qi, Zhang Fan looked behind him, and after seeing that Hu Yiling was safe and sound, he was relieved, and only then did he look at the stubbled man with an ice-cold look under his eyes. You're all that's left. Damn it, so capable of fighting are you? The stubble man's surprise was tinged with anger, and he clenched his teeth in death. In the next moment, he disbelievingly copied the baseball bat and rushed towards Zhang Fan. Seeing this, Yang Qi was about to go up and beat this guy up, but he saw that Zhang Fan actually rushed up first. He only saw Zhang Fan holding that baseball bat in his hand, and when he was halfway through his run, he threw it out as hard as a dart, spinning it towards the stubble man's leg. Bang! A thick, sturdy, muffled sound rang out. The stubble man instantly flopped to the ground, his chin violently knocked on the ground, and there was still a sharp pain coming from his calf, and the pain was so intense that the sky was spinning up in front of his eyes. Before his eyes cleared, he saw Zhang Fan's figure on his head. Zhang Fan kicked out and stomped towards the stubble man's face. The solid blow made the stubbled man's nose bleed instantly. When He Wei Hang and the others saw this, they didn't expect that Zhang Fan, who had always been mild-tempered, would have such a ruthless streak in a fight. Then again, this was the first time they had seen Zhang Fan fight. It seemed that for the sake of love, Zhang Fan had also taken out his manly blood. Rabbit cub, how dare you make a move on me? You are looking for. Halfway through his sentence, the stubbled man instantly stopped the next half of his sentence, only to see Zhang Fan picking up the baseball bat on the ground and blocking his mouth. Zhang Fan had a cold face as he slowly spoke. Yiling is my girlfriend. I won't allow any of you to take her away. Go back and tell Qin Lai that he's the same. If he ever comes after Eileen again, I won't let him off the hook. Hearing such serious and cold words from Zhang Fan, Hu Yiling felt a warmth rise. It's also too secure to be guarded. After saying that, Zhang Fan pulled out that metal baseball bat from the stubble man's mouth. Although the stubble man had a face of indignation, at this moment, he was indeed not a match for Zhang Fan, and he also underestimated these students beside him. It's ing bad luck. You wait for me, Zhang Fan. The stubbled man was helped up by his men and a few limped away. Zhang Fan snorted coldly and dropped the baseball bat in his hand. Hu Yiling rushed over and checked Zhang Fan's body. Are you alright? Don't worry. I'm not hurt. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. He's not that easy to bully now. Also, as thought at first, he already had the ability to protect Hu Yiling. It's good that it's okay. Hu Yiling frowned her willow brows, but was clearly relieved. If her husband had a long or short life today, she would definitely find Qin Lai and destroy him at any cost. Then what the hell was going on just now? What Qin Lai? And who is he? At this time, Yang Qi walked over and asked. He Wei Hang nodded and concurred. Yeah, big brother. What kind of people did you mess with? Why are these guys acting like they have such a big grudge against you? It can't be some big young master, right? Zhang Fan let out a soft sigh and nodded. This matter, He Wei Hang and the others didn't know about it yet, and naturally, they hadn't heard of Qin Lai's name. It was only after Zhang Fan had explained the ins and outs of this matter that a few people finally understood why this was the case. Yiling, you're actually still the first lady of the Hu group. Kai Tian was surprised to learn of Hu Yiling's identity. It was true that she wasn't some ordinary family's child, or else she wouldn't have such a good business talent, but she also didn't expect it to be the famous Hu's daughter. A Hu's daughter had come to her store to help. Gosh, what a thing to call it. No wonder the two of you suddenly cohabitated. Zhang Fan, you really have the guts. Yang Qi even had to admire Zhang Fan. It turned out that this guy was even more of a man than him. He even eloped with Hu Yiling. That Qin Lai guy is too hateful, isn't he? Playing kidnap if you can't get it? He Wei Hang cursed in anger at this point. Then big brother, what should you two do next? Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling and frowned. I don't know. I can only take one step at a time. After all, there was no way for him to directly address Qin Lai as the source. Now it's either wait for him to die or find another way. But Zhang Fan was also at his wit's end, looking very passive. It was destined to be a fight that would be hard to stop. He Wei Hang and the few of them couldn't help but feel pity for Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling, the bitter couple. However, they wanted to be together properly, but now it had become so difficult because of a Qin Lai. This young master named Qin Lai is a real scourge, but thank you guys for today. If it wasn't for you guys, I probably wouldn't have been able to stop them on my own. Zhang Fan thanked Yang Qi at this moment. Yang Qi just waved his hand. It's nothing. I just can't stand that guy either. Yes, big brother, we're all brothers, don't be so outgoing. He Wei Hang nodded his head. He didn't do anything himself, but that didn't stop him from following along and rubbing it in. Zhang Fan laughed lightly, his heart warming. It was worth it to have such a few friends as He Wei Hang and the others. Chapter 135, the official opening of work. He Wei Hang and the few of them couldn't help but feel pity for Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling, the bitter couple. However, they wanted to be together properly, but now it had become so difficult because of a Qin Lai. This young master named Qin Lai is a real scourge, but thank you guys for today. If it wasn't for you guys, I probably wouldn't have been able to stop them on my own. Zhang Fan thanked Yang Qi at this moment. Yang Qi just waved his hand. It's nothing. I just can't stand that guy either. Yes, big brother, we're all brothers, don't be so outgoing. He Wei Hang nodded his head. He didn't do anything himself, but that didn't stop him from following suit and rubbing it in. Zhang Fan laughed lightly, his heart warming. It was worth it to have such a few friends as Wei Hang and the others. None of you are hurt, right? Sweet Kai looked around the room and tensed. After all, it was the first time she had ever encountered such a thing in her long life, and she was going to freak out. If it weren't for these boys, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It's fine. Don't worry, Sister Sweet. Zhang Fan said so, and then spoke again. Since it's fine, let's not stay here. If they kill back again, it won't be as easy to deal with as it was just now. Zhang Fan had a worried look on his face. Although one had expected Qin Lai to come looking for trouble, but I didn't think it would be this fast. And the tactics were far more abhorrent than he could have imagined. I can't believe they're all playing kidnap. Seeing Zhang Fan's fist slightly clenched, Hu Yiling frowned her willow eyebrows and gently put her small hand on it. Don't worry Zhang Fan. We'll be fine. Don't worry too much. Yiling. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Let's hope so. It seemed that he would have to be more wary of Qin Lai next. Little Fan, do you two want to hide for 2 days first? I'm afraid they'll come after you again. I can wait for you in the store for a few more days. You don't have to worry about the rest. Kai Tian worried. After all, tomorrow was the day they'd agreed to sell goods together. Kai Tiani wasn't worried about the danger she'd be involved in. It was the fear that the young couple would be sticking it to them. It's okay, sweet sister. Let's just follow the original plan. Yiling wouldn't want to live a life of hiding, right? Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling. Seeing Zhang Fan say this, Hu Yiling was inexplicably a bit touched. She nodded and said seriously, well, Sister Sweet, you don't have to worry either. If they dare to come looking for trouble again, we'll have a way to deal with it. That's right, and our brothers are at your beck and call. We'll never let your sister-in-law be snatched away by that kind of person. Wei Hang patted his chest and said confidently. Seeing this, Kai Tiani didn't say much. Come on, let's go back. Zhang Fan spoke at this time. The crowd nodded. Then Wei Hang raised a smile and said, it's so dangerous now. Sister Sweet should let me send you back. Sweet Choi. Zhang Fan smiled helplessly for a while. I think you're the dangerous one, aren't you? Early the next morning, Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan, who were still asleep, were then woken up by a knock on the door. Well, who is it? Hu Yiling sleepily opened the door. Missy, your clothes have been reworked. At the doorway stood an employee sent by Jiang Qianshang, with 2 large bags of clothes at his feet, a panting look on his face. 8th floor. It can be exhausting. So soon? Hu Yiling came to her senses with a moment's joyful sobriety. Zhang Fan also walked out at this time, and after hearing this, he spoke. Have they all been changed already? Right, hubby. Hu Yiling dragged in 2 bags of clothes, opened the bags and inspected them, and looked up at the employee. The clothes have all been washed, right? Yes, Missy, or it would have been ready for you last night, the employee replied. Good, hard work. Hu Yiling laughed. After that employee left, Hu Yiling picked up a pair of jeans they had altered earlier and looked at them. They were really exactly the same as the design drawn by her husband. Not only that, Jiang Qianshang seemed to have fine-tuned them. Now the pants in front of me, except for the poor material, and other brands can hardly see the difference. And even better, Zhang Fan was happy to see this. It looks like this batch of clothes can be sold at a good price. I think so. Hu Yiling nodded excitedly, then urged Zhang Fan. Hubby, it's not too late. Let's hurry up and change clothes while it's still early and go find Sister Sweet. Good. Zhang Fan smiled in delight. After the 2 of them washed up, they didn't even have time to eat breakfast, so they took 2 big bags of clothes and got into a taxi, heading straight to Seaside Park. And on the way, Zhang Fan opened his mouth and said, by the way, Yiling, our jewelry hasn't arrived yet. I know, but there's nothing we can do about it. I guess it'll have to be at night. Hu Yiling said so. Just sell the clothes first today. After more customers know about our clothes, then tomorrow we'll start mixing and matching and selling them together. I think the result should be a little better. Zhang Fan thought to himself, so he said no more. Came to Kai's sweet store. The store is still coming a lot of guests. Booking, take photos, come to pick clothes, all kinds of guests. For a time Kai's sweet store really has the appearance of a Netflix store. Before the 2 of them even entered the store, they already saw Wei Hang yelling from afar. Come look, 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 look. Seeing this, Hu Yiling couldn't help but let out a giggle. This guy, how to sell a dress like a fruit. Zhang Fan's focus was not here. Instead, he didn't hold back and spat out. This guy Wei Hang, usually do something and don't see him being so active. but today he came earlier than us. Not only that, Zhang Fan also saw the figures of Yang Qi and Little Fatty. I guess these two were also dragged here by force by He Wei Hang. This is not what we want. Husband, Hu Yiling said with a smile on her lips. Look at that guy He Wei Hang. How happy he is smiling. This is the power of love. Zhang Fan sniffed and took another close look at He Wei Hang. The guy was working while still having the presence of mind to peek at Sweet Choi at the front desk. Looks like He Wei Hang has really met his favorite type. Ha! Big brother, sister-in-law. You two are coming too slow, aren't you? He Wei Hang spat so, with some smugness in his tone, tilting his neck towards the store and shouting, I'm the first one to come and help Sister Sweet today. Sister Sugar? Zhang Fan smiled up helplessly. There's really no one like He Wei Hang when it comes to taking credit. Kai Tianyi, who was busy in the store, heard the sound and raised the corners of her mouth with a smile. He Wei Hang looked happy. Hey, alright, you'd better work hard or else your sweet sister is going to kick you out. Hu Yiling teased. Yang Qi walked over at this time and sized up both Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling. Then his eyes fell on the bags in their hands. Are these the clothes you guys said you would sell at the stall? Chapter 136, This is too hot, isn't it? Bingo! Only to see Hu Yiling smiled smugly and said, This is the killer app that we have prepared for a long time. It just so happens that there are a lot of guests today, so we can see how our clothes return. Right. Saying that, Hu Yiling looked at He Wei Hang and said, You too, come over here and help me put the clothes on the shelves first. There are 100 pieces here. I can't be too busy by myself. He Wei Hang blanked. Why don't you call your husband? Believe it or not, I'll make sure you don't see your sweet sister later. No. I'll do it, okay? A few people took the clothes out of the bags and found a spot on a separate rack. Looking at the full row in front of her, Hu Yiling raised the corner of her mouth in satisfaction. At this time, Kai Tianyi came over, reached out and picked up the clothes and looked at them. The beautiful eyes showed surprise. These clothes are so trendy. Yiling, where did you get them from? I haven't seen them in the market before. Sister Sweet, this is our own reworking law. Hu Yiling laughed. Changing labor? Kai Tang was even more surprised. You're too good, aren't you? It's not that I'm great law. It's Zhang Fan who's great. Hu Yiling smiled cheekily and took Zhang Fan's arm. All these designs for the labor alterations were drawn by Zhang Fan alone. Really? Kai Tianyi looked at Zhang Fan in surprise. Zhang Fan scratched his head and became slightly embarrassed. Kai Tian couldn't help but say, This alteration of yours is too nice, isn't it? You must help me alter my clothes as well when you have the chance. Having operated a clothing store for many years, Kai Sweet still knew a lot about clothes. The material of these clothes was nothing more than cheap goods with a very low cost, but to be able to rework them into these looks was a great test of the designer's ability. It was also really admirable that Zhang Fan, a student, was able to achieve such a level. No wonder Hu Yiling was so confident in their clothes. It's okay, big brother. I didn't expect you to have such two hands. He Wei Hang smiled and patted Zhang Fan's shoulder. Zhang Fan laughed helplessly. It's just a matter of applying what you've learned in school, and it's sort of used here. Otherwise wouldn't it be a waste of learning? He Wei Hang's face twitched up, this meaning to say, He Wei Hang suddenly feel that he is a waste of. The guests in the store saw that there were new clothes on the new. They were all very curious look, soon also attracted by this new trendy version. One of the girls went up and asked, Hello, I would like to ask how much these jeans are. The girl pointed at the jeans designed by Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan then remembered that they hadn't gotten around to pricing yet, and this time it was a question for him. However, Hu Yiling quickly spoke up. Miss, I'm sorry. Oh, today's batch of clothes just arrived and are not for sale yet. Because it's a special model and the quantity is limited, we are posing here to accept reservations. If you want to buy it, you can come tomorrow to buy it. Oh, there will be a special offer then. First come first served. Hearing Hu Yiling say that, several people were a bit surprised. Too bad, that will have to wait until tomorrow to come. By the way, can you make a reservation for me first? I'm afraid I won't be able to buy it if I come late. The girl asked sincerely with an expectant gaze. Hu Yiling smiled faintly up. Of course, I also trouble you to go back and help us promote it more. Yes, I will. The girl nodded happily, waiting for the guests to leave his side. Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask, Yiling, aren't we selling today? I suddenly changed my mind. It's better to set it up today. Hubby, tomorrow we'll know how many people will want to come and buy it. And it's just as well that we can wait for the jewelry to come together. Hu Yiling said so. After all, it was true that Hu Yiling hadn't thought about the pricing yet either. Too high or too low isn't really appropriate for the pricing of clothes these days. You have to find a compromise. Also, this will tickle the curiosity of the customers and still pull in a crowd tomorrow. By the way, hubby, why don't you take a few pictures for me as well? At this time, Hu Yiling suddenly spoke up. Zhang Fan asked, "What kind of pictures do you want to take?" Of course it's a picture of us in our clothes." Hu Yiling smiled mysteriously. Although Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. He thought it was because Hu Yiling wanted to try the upper body effect by herself. So he didn't ask too many questions, nodded his head in agreement, turned around and went to get the camera. At this time, Hu Yiling picked 2 pieces of upper and lower body for matching, and took advantage of the empty space of no one to go to the fitting room. After waiting for a while, Hu Yiling finally walked out from the fitting room. "Honey," with a creak of the door opening, Hu Yiling's voice rang out. At this time, Zhang Fan turned back to look, and just before he looked at it for a couple of moments, a backward sucking sound rang out. However, the sound of this inverted intake of breath was not just Zhang Fan's alone, as everyone else in the store also looked at Hu Yiling, without exception, their faces filled with surprise. This is too spicy." Hu Yiling was wearing an altered tight-fitting navel-exposing short-sleeve on top, which had been altered so that the shoulder position was completely bare and became flat-shouldered, sexy and stylish, and on the bottom was the pair of jeans that could be changed in length. At the base of the thighs, a circle of snow-white skin could still be seen, although Hu Yiling was wearing denim pants, but because of this bit of exposure, it brought the impact visual sense of conservatism and exuberance, and the overall presentation of the feeling of hidden, so that people could not move their eyes. Being stared at by so many people for a while, Hu Yiling still blushed a little shyly. "How? What's wrong?" He Weiheng covered his nose and said, "Sister-in-law, you're too spicy, aren't you?" Cough. Zhang Fan coughed dryly, and He Weiheng instantly glanced to one side with a sensible eye. "Ha, the weather is so nice today." Both Yanqi and Fatty also whistled and pretended to roam up. Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan this as a boyfriend who was jealous, really couldn't help but laugh lightly. "Alright, husband, there's no more revealing anything, don't worry about it." Zhang Fan blushed. "I'm not worried about anything either." Although he said so on his lips, he was still jealous in his heart. "That's a nice looking dress on this girl." "No, it's that she's already good looking, isn't it? I just heard her say that it looks like the clothes aren't for sale yet, and they won't be available until tomorrow." "Wow, I'm definitely coming to get it tomorrow then." "Me too. Let's just hope the price isn't too expensive." The female customers in the store were talking excitedly. Apparently, Belle got a very successful reaction to this dress they changed. For young girls, what attracted them most was nothing but fresh and trendy things. The matching version of this marketplace unparalleled on Hu Yiling's body was naturally favored. After all, not many girls want to clash their shirts with others, not to mention clothes that you like and look good. Chapter 137 Unforgettable Memorials. Hearing the words of these girls, Hu Yiling was heartily happy. It looked like this batch of goods should be able to sell very fast tomorrow, making her regret a bit that she only bought 100 pieces, and many different versions. "Looks like we'll have to get more in next time. Let's go. Hubby, let's go outside and shoot." Hu Yiling smiled sweetly and took Zhang Fan's arm. Hu Yiling led Zhang Fan to a grassy area in the seaside park. Zhang Fan looked around and asked, "Are we going to shoot here?" "Yeah, isn't it nice here?" Hu Yiling laughed. Zhang Fan smiled up helplessly and looked at the surrounding people's straight gazes again. "It's not bad. It's fine. We don't need theirs. We'll just shoot our own." Hu Yiling pulled Zhang Fan's hand and said. Zhang Fan nodded. "Let's start then." This time, Hu Yiling seems to be posing very seriously. The effect of each pose taken was very good, no different from a professional clothing model, and Zhang Fan knew deep down that it was not how good his photo-taking skills were, but Hu Yiling's base plus professionalism. The onlookers also started to get more and more because of this stunning beauty. Hu Yiling. Perhaps because there were more young ladies taking pictures of the Park Street recently, there were also a lot more people here than usual. At the sight of Hu Yiling's hot body with this stunning face, any man's heart will be moved. But there was only one sigh of regret. After all, Hu Yiling was not theirs. A set of photos were also taken very smoothly, and Zhang Fan basically did not take any ruined photos. It was only when they finished all the film that Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling stopped. "Hubby, how many pictures have been taken?" Hu Yiling walked over expectantly. Zhang Fan looked at the camera in his hand and said, "Exactly one whole roll. 36 sheets. Is that enough?" "That's enough, but I think I'll have to change into some other clothes for the shoot later," Hu Yiling said. Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows after hearing this and said, "You don't want to finish shooting all those clothes of ours, do you?" "Yeah, no matter what. It's also our first work. Hey, it's very monumental." Hu Yiling smiled innocently. "So it's for this ah." Zhang Fan cried and laughed a little, but that was fine. He could look at it later when he was nostalgic, and it was indeed very memorable for them. Of course it's not exactly for remembrance. Hu Yiling suddenly said, "These photos, I'm useful. What do you want to use it for?" Zhang Fan asked curiously. Hu Yiling smiled mysteriously. Wait until hubby knows later. It's of great use. Alright, let's go. Let's go back to change clothes and film. And let Sister Sweet help us develop it at night. Zhang Fan couldn't help but sigh. Women. They have so many little secrets. In addition to the time for lunch, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling were almost always tossing about street photography. Although 100 pieces of clothing, the version is only so much. But 10 pieces is not a fixed match. It's like a top that can be paired with other pants and skirts. So the combination also took a lot of pictures and cost a lot of film. Literally more than I've ever taken for other customers before. It wasn't until Hu Yiling felt that there were no more pretty matches, that she was ready to stop filming. Zhang Fan was simply so tired at this time that his hands were about to break. This taking pictures could be much more tiring than accompanying a woman shopping. Hard-working hubby. Hu Yiling couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes and kiss Zhang Fan when she saw him looking so heartbroken. Immediately afterward, Zhang Fan's face reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he instantly felt less tired. Hu Yiling covered her mouth as she watched from the side, trying to stifle her laughter. The single dogs beside him cast envious and jealous gazes, leaving Zhang Fan with no place to go. Ahem. Well, since the shooting is done, we'll go back. Zhang Fan looked at his watch and said, it's almost evening now. The day is coming to an end again. Let's hope these clothes will sell well tomorrow. For sure, hubby. Hu Yiling was very confident and cheered up Zhang Fan as well. Zhang Fan smiled up slightly. It's been a tiring few days, but the success has been visible. They haven't had too many problems and everything is going pretty well right now. Now they are really just ready for anything. The two of them were about to return to the store from Seaside Park when Hu Yiling, whom Zhang Fan was pulling, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Hey, hubby, wait a minute. What's wrong? Zhang Fan turned back to Hu Yiling, only to see Hu Yiling's face anxious up at this time, touching her right earlobe. I seem to have lost the earring you gave me. Oops. Saying that, Hu Yiling even looked towards the ground. But where is it possible to see the bottom of a lush meadow at a glance? Zhang Fan frowned and looked at both of Hu Yiling's ears. The other string was still there, but the star earring on the right earlobe was indeed missing. But he remembered taking pictures just now and still had it. It looks like we got it off on the way to taking pictures, Zhang Fan said. After Hu Yiling heard this, her face became even more anxious. Then we'd better go back the way we came to take a look. But don't let someone else pick it up. Yiling, why don't we forget about it? Those earrings are so small. I'm afraid we'll have to look for them all night if they fall on the ground. We'll just buy another string when we pass by the night market at night. No. Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan with a serious and decisive look. Those were the first pair of earrings my husband ever gave me. How could I lose them? When she said that, Hu Yiling's tone was mixed with self-reproach and chagrin, as if blaming herself for being so careless. Taking a picture could lose her earrings. That's the one that carries what her husband means to her. It's true that earrings can be repurchased, but you don't go back to the feeling you had the first time. So Hu Yiling still valued the earrings very highly. I must get it back. Hu Yiling seemed to have made up her mind and walked back with her head down. Seeing this, Zhang Fan was heartbroken and touched. Then he accompanied Hu Yiling to look for it as well. The sky gradually turned darker from evening, and it became more difficult to see. Originally, people were coming and going on the road, coupled with the obstacle of unclear vision. Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan both even had to use a flashlight to see what was underneath their feet, but that alone was still difficult to find. How come there's no here either? Hu Yiling was a little frustrated. It's all back where they just came from, but there was still nothing to be found along the way. Had they just overlooked something along the way to find it? Eileen, it looks like it's there. Just then, Zhang Fan behind him suddenly opened his mouth. Hu Yiling hurriedly looked back, only to see Zhang Fan lying on the railing by the river, pointing his finger downward. Look, isn't that thing glowing? Zhang Fan said as he pointed at a tiny and glowing piece of the riverbank. Hu Yiling took a concentrated look at it, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was right. They took a picture by this railing just now, too. Maybe it's because she accidentally got her earrings down when she ruffled her hair and posed? I'll go down and take a look. Hu Yiling was trying to find a place to go down, but Zhang Fan stopped him. He frowned. How can this be? Let me do it. You stay here properly. I'll bring it up for you. But, honey, I lost this myself. Hu Yiling pouted. Zhang Fan suddenly smiled faintly up. Do I have to make such a clear distinction between you and me? Just wait for me here and don't let me worry. Okay? Okay. Hu Yiling's heart warmed, biting her lower lip. Then you have to be careful. Zhang Fan nodded. I will. In the next moment, Zhang Fan flipped over with one hand on the railing. Chapter 138. Hu Yiling has disappeared. Flutter. Zhang Fan landed smoothly from the railing. Hu Yiling smiled with relief at the sight. Way to go, hubby. Be sure to be careful. Zhang Fan looked up at Hu Yiling and smiled. With that he looked to the glowing dot in the distance and walked along the river. Lowering his head, he saw a stream of glassy stars on the muddy ground in the bright moonlight. It really was the earring that Yiling had dropped. I really don't know how this girl could have fallen in this place. Zhang Fan gladly picked up the earrings and placed them in his arms and wiped them before he turned to look over at Hu Yiling. Yiling, you, look at. When Zhang Fan looked back, the railing was empty at this time. Yiling, Zhang Fan's eyes widened violently as he looked around, and there was no sign of Hu Yiling. Zhang Fan put the earrings away and hurriedly climbed up from the muddy ground. The road was empty, with only a single, aged streetlight beating a faint glow downward. Zhang Fan's eyes were wide open and his breathing was extremely rapid. Oops. Sugar. It was late in the day, and Kai Tianyi, who had stayed alone in the store to clean up her hands, suddenly heard a loud cry from far outside the door. Kai Tian raised her head with some surprise, but suddenly saw Zhang Fan running over with a flustered face. Little Fan? What's wrong with you? Kai Tianyi was surprised to see Zhang Fan like this. You're not out on a street shoot. You're back so late and in a hurry. Did something happen? Kai Tian thought of this and hurriedly went out to meet her. Xiu Fan, where's Yiling? She didn't come back here either? A shocked look appeared on Zhang Fan's face when he heard Kai Tianyi take the lead in asking. Not even here at Sister Sweetie's. Then where did she go? Yiling? What do you mean by that? Don't scare me. Didn't Yiling follow you out? Kai Tian frowned her willow eyebrows and covered her red lips. You lost her? Zhang Fan fiercely clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I don't know what's going on, but it was just a blink of an eye. Yiling she suddenly disappeared. How come? Have you looked properly? Kai Tang was even more surprised. This seaside park wasn't that big, was it? And how could Yiling, such a smart girl, have disappeared? I've already searched for a long time in Seaside Park, which is why I came back to you to take a look. And no one answered when I called Yiling's cell phone. Zhang Fan frowned tightly, as if he had thought of something bad. Yesterday's them had just experienced a Qin Lai's retaliation. Could this one have something to do with him too? Should we call the police? This is not a small matter, Kai Tianyi hurriedly said. But at this moment, a hint of ruthlessness suddenly appeared on Zhang Fan's lowered face as he shook his head and said, No, I might know where she is. I'm going to save her out. Save her out? Hey, Fan, where are you going? Before Kai Tianyi could react, Zhang Fan had already run violently in one direction. Looking at the figure with all its might, Kai Tian's heart thumped. It's not supposed to be a big deal, is it? Qin's building, located in the busiest part of the city center. A high-class office building under the Qin clan stands here. At the hall of the building, the elevator door slowly opened and several black-clothed bodyguards came out of the elevator, protecting Qin Lai among them. From the elevator out of the Qin Lai dressed in a silver suit, face wearing sunglasses, a broadside, but also can see the hand bandage woes. At this moment, the phone rang from the inner pocket of Qin Lai's jacket. Qin Lai reached into his inner pocket and immediately pressed answer after glancing at the number. How did it go? Opening his mouth for the first sentence, Qin Lai asked in this manner. A faint voice came from the other end of the phone. It's all done, young master. After tracking the two of them for a long time, I finally kidnapped Miss Hu, and she's still sleeping soundly. Ha! Well done. Counted as making up for the stupid thing you guys did yesterday. Qin Lai raised a grim smile, smug beyond measure. Then he asked, What about Zhang Fan? This, young master. I was afraid that there would be too many people around the park and it would be easy for the plan to fail. So I didn't make a move on that kid. After all, if both of them were captured, I'm afraid it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Next time I'll be sure to catch that kid and bring him back at your disposal. Count that kid's luck. Damn it. Qin Lai gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. Forget it. A tiny Zhang Fan can't make waves. There are more important things to do now. You guys bring her to my house first. Yes, young master. After hanging up the phone, Qin Lai walked out of the company hall with a smug smile on top of his face. But before he could take 2 steps, a sudden angry voice came. Qin Lai. Hearing the angry roar that called him by his name, Qin Lai subconsciously turned his head to look at him, along with the few bodyguards. At that moment, he only saw a silhouette quickly rushing close to him and lifting a foot to kick him out. Ouch! Qin Lai cried out in pain and instantly flew backwards for several meters, startling the people around him. Still in pain and not coming back to their senses, the figure had already mounted him and slammed his fist into Qin Lai's sunglasses. Give me back Yiling! As Zhang Fan let out a roar, he shattered the sunglasses on Qin Lai's face with a punch. It was not until the fist fell that the bodyguards quickly reacted and hurriedly grabbed Zhang Fan, yanking him up with one hand. But how could Zhang Fan be subdued just like that? The moment he was pressed on his shoulder, he turned around violently, revealing a stern look that instantly startled the bodyguard. Zhang Fan raised his foot and kicked backward with force. The bodyguard behind him instantly covered his crotch and yelled. Seeing this, the other few bodyguards rushed to pounce on Zhang Fan, and Qinlai took advantage of this moment to scramble up from the ground in a panic and hurriedly ran backwards. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did this kid come here? This had just captured Hu Yiling, and this Zhang Fan guy came to him? Chapter 139 Zhang Fan's Arrest. Several bullish and tall bodyguards swarmed up and immediately pounced on the comparatively thin and weak Zhang Fan to the ground, pressurizing Zhang Fan to lie on the ground and could only struggle to death, doing useless work. Those bodyguards were also full of surprise. So many of them pressed together, which barely suppressed this kid. What is this power that can be so great? Zhang Fan's eyes that were filled with murderous intent looked at Qinlai, straining his neck and gritting his teeth. Qinlai, where exactly did you take Yiling? If you dare to do anything to her, I will definitely not let you go. In no time at all. A large crowd had gathered nearby. Hearing this, Qinlai took off his shattered sunglasses and threw them to the ground, touching the corner of his mouth. It was raw. One look at the bloodstains. Qinlai's face suddenly looked like a pig's liver. Bastard! How dare you embarrass me in front of so many people? You're dead today. Did you say Hu Yiling? What? Your wife has been abducted and you're starting to blame it on my head? Qinlai sneered and walked over to Zhang Fan, stepping on his head. You really think I'm soft to pinch, don't you? Or do you think I, Qinlai, am a human trafficker? Hu Yiling is missing. What does it have to do with me? The polished leather shoes stepped so hard on Zhang Fan's head, as if what was under Qinlai's feet was not a person at all, but a pile of garbage. Looking at the people on the sidelines, they all looked intolerant. Zhang Fan raised his eyes to Qinlai in death, and the hands that were clenching his fists trembled with force. At the same time, there were dots of blood dripping down from his fingers. TSK TSK TSK. Look at you now. Where's the arrogant look you had before at the anniversary celebration? Instead, Qinlai laughed out loud with an extremely hideous smile. Just you. You still want to make a move against me in front of so many people? Do you really think I'm a soft touch under my hand? Qinlai became angrier and angrier as he kicked Zhang Fan in the face. Bang! Half of Zhang Fan's ears buzzed. However, the hatred in his heart did not make Zhang Fan show weakness, and he topped off the bleeding corner of his mouth, still staring at Qinlai in death. Qinlai was stared at with some fear by Zhang Fan's fierce eyes, perhaps due to the fact that he had been brutally beaten up by Zhang Fan last time. Qinlai's face was a blend of panic and anger as he clenched his fists. How dare you look at me like that? I think you're looking for death. Hit me. Beat me until he can't open his eyes again. Several bodyguards sniffed and immediately raised their fists to slam at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan could only hold his head and resist as well, unable to exert a single approach at all, and under absolute suppression. The street fighting technique also appeared powerless. Right. That's it. Qinlai's eyes widened, revealing a demented expression. That's what it takes to get his mind off of it. Originally, he wanted to hold off for some days before freeing up his hands to clean up this brat Zhang Fan, but he didn't expect him to be so stupid as to send him to the door impatiently now, which was just what he wanted. Suddenly, a siren came on. A police car soon pulled up to the side of the road, and a couple of cops got out of the car. Stop it! The policeman opened his mouth and shouted. As soon as Qinlai saw that the police had come, he felt bummed out. I should have known that I should have brought it back first before fighting. However, on second thought, Qinlai thought that this wasn't a bad thing. Stop. Qinlai raised his hand and said gently. The few bodyguards saw the situation, then stopped, but the bottom of Zhang Fan has long been all over the body, which are bruises. Arm is still slightly shaking. Zhang Fan can only grit his teeth to brace for pain. For Eileen's sake, he would never give up. Taking advantage of this opening, Zhang Fan used his last ounce of will to violently brace himself from the ground and leapt at Qinlai. Bastard! I'll kill you! You! Qinlai's eyes widened at once, and even the bodyguard beside him was too late to protect him, only to see Zhang Fan holding Qinlai down on the ground in front of the crowd, biting Qinlai's ear with a mouthful. Those eyes were covered in blood, as if they were like murderous demons. Ah! Quick! Pull him off! Qinlai cried out in pain, and his ears felt like they were about to be bitten off. Seeing this, the policeman rushed over, chiding Zhang Fan as they pulled him. What are you doing? Let go! Qinlai was in really bad pain and punched Zhang Fan, which got Zhang Fan off of him. In the next moment, Qinlai hurriedly touched his ears. Luckily the ears are still there, but when he looked at his hand again, it was already a puddle of blood. At the sight of this appearance, Qinlai was so frightened that his eyes became disoriented and he fainted. You too, take the men to the hospital first. A police uncle who had subdued Zhang Fan spoke to the other two colleagues. Immediately afterward, the policeman scolded Zhang Fan. You want to kill someone, don't you? In front of so many people, how dare you do this? Do you really think we don't exist? A tear flowed from Zhang Fan's bloodshot eyes as he clenched his teeth. Do you know who you let go? That's a tenfold beast. That police uncle looked at Zhang Fan with a shocked face. You go back with me and talk about it. Go! Nanhai First Hospital. At this time a lot of reporters are gathered at the entrance of the hospital. After seeing a group of bodyguards out of the hospital entrance, a group of reporters immediately rushed forward, chattering. Xin Lai, who had just finished stitching his ear, walked out of the hospital entrance with a displeased look on his face, clutching his suit jacket. Under the protection of a dozen or so bodyguards, those reporters could only shoot while speaking loudly and asking, Mr. Xin, may I ask what caused the attack that happened yesterday? Mr. Xin, it is said that you are suspected of being involved in the kidnapping. Is this true? Xin Lai walked up to the seat with an impatient face and closed the door with a clang. Drive. Go straight back to me. Yes. Young master. Watching Xin Lai leave in his car, those reporters could only stay where they were. After the fermentation of the masses last night, the matter of Zhang Fan's attack on Xin Lai last night had sensationalized the entire Nanhai city, and quite a few people were extraordinarily concerned about it, wanting to know what exactly had happened. In the car, Xin Lai gently touched his ear. Hiss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is it that every time I run into this kid, I have to have some color hanging off of me? Xin Lai was so angry that he gritted his teeth and got up. His heart was even more indignant. Then he asked the driver, how did you handle last night's matter? The driver spoke up. Don't worry, young master. We've already taken care of it. And the CCTV from last night can also be seen. It was that kid who struck out at us first, and it has nothing to do with us at all. I think that kid is going to be in jail for 10 or 8 years before he gets out. Ha! Serves you right. Xin Lai laughed coldly and rubbed his wrist. No one can stop me now. Next, as long as we deal with Hu Yiling's matter, I believe that this Hu group will soon be in hand. Thinking of this, the corners of Xin Lai's mouth lifted even longer. Chapter 140, The Arrogant Xin Lai. It didn't take long for Xin Lai to return to his family's mansion. Young master, she's in your room right now. A henchman came out to greet him. Respectfully. I know. Xin Lai threw his jacket to the henchman beside him as he ripped off his tie with one hand, revealing a lascivious smile. Hu Yiling. Ah, Hu Yiling. I'll see where you're going to run this time. Just after going up to the floor, without reaching the room, Xin Lai heard the sound of various bottles being dropped. Xin Lai coldly arrived at the door of the room and kicked it open. Inside, a burly black-clothed man, facing Hu Yiling in the corner, appeared to be somewhat helpless, and upon seeing Xin Lai, the master, coming, he immediately looked like he had seen his savior. Young master, you're finally here. This girl is just too fierce. The bouncer smiled sardonically. After all, this is their own young master's things. They can't touch and can't fight. It's really difficult to do. This is not. Just woke up not a moment. The antique vases in the room were all broken by this little girl. Xin Lai, you bastard. When Hu Yiling saw that Xin Lai had finally appeared, she was so angry that she picked up the ashtray next to her hand and smashed it towards Xin Lai. Xin Lai had expected this and hurriedly dodged, flashing past Hu Yiling's attack. It seems that the medicine last night wasn't raging enough, letting you wake up so quickly, but it's really bad, but it's not unfun, and it might even be exciting later. Xin Lai raised the corner of his mouth in disbelief. And by the way, make some more exciting videos for your old man too. Oh yeah, almost forgot. And your little boyfriend from jail, Zhang Fan. When she heard Xin Lai suddenly mention Zhang Fan's name, Hu Yiling immediately had a bad feeling. You? What do you mean? What do you mean in jail? Hu Yiling stared at her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Xin Lai definitely wouldn't have suddenly said this to irritate her, but she didn't remember anything at all about what happened last night, even how she was brought here. She had no memory at all. All Hu Yiling knew was that she stayed in this room as soon as she woke up. Looks like you two are worried about each other, but it's a pity. Xin Lai raised his eyebrows and shook his head in mock regret. I think the chances of you being able to meet him in this life are slim. After saying that, Xin Lai raised a sinister smile. What do you mean? Make it clear to me. Hu Yiling was so angry that she wanted to grab Xin Lai, but in the next moment, she was stopped by the bodyguard, who also bound her two lotus root arms. Let go of me. Let go. Hu Yiling clenched her silver teeth and said, with a dangling look on his face. Xin Lai smiled as he walked up to Hu Yiling and pinched her tiny chin with two fingers. You want to know what happened? Then I'll tell you. Here, it's his masterpiece. With that, Xin Lai pointed to his injured ear. That kid, Zhang Fan, is just like a mad dog. He even dared to run downstairs to my company for you to find trouble with me. Simply living out of his mind. But now he's going to get a lesson as well. I'm going to put him in jail for 10 or 8 years before he gets out. You want to see him? You can. Xin Lai came to Hu Yiling's ear and sneered. then wait for 10 or 8 years. I'm tired of playing with him, and you can wait for him to get out of prison to take over. Ha! You bastard! Hu Yiling's beautiful eyes immediately welled up with tears, her emotions running high. It turned out that her husband had gone to Qin Lai's trouble last night in order to save her, and going to jail for it. There was no way for her not to believe Qin Lai's words because she knew that Qin Lai must have the ability to do such a thing. However, she was now confined by Qin Lai, and it was difficult for her to protect herself, not to mention trying to save Zhang Fan. This made Hu Yiling so not anxious that she shed tears. She hated tearing the Qin Lai in front of her even more. You shall not die. Qin Lai, Hu Yiling scolded with a sobbing voice. Tomorrow was supposed to be the time for her and Zhang Fan to accept the fruits of their business venture, but this misfortune had happened. It's just a short day. Hu Yiling did not expect this no matter what. It was Qin Lai, who single-handedly ruined it all. I'm used to being an evil person. I've never been superstitious. Besides, death is death. What good death do I seek? As long as I'm comfortable now, that's enough. Qin Lai's face darkened and his tone was ferocious. Tie her to the bed. Yes, young master. 2 more big man bodyguards came in the door and took out the prepared twine. The 2 men pressed their hands and feet separately, holding Hu Yiling down on the soft bed, and the other one stuffed Hu Yiling's mouth with a white cloth, and only then tied her hands to the 4 corners of the bed with twine. Hu Yiling simply couldn't break free from these restraints and could only bite the white cloth and sob. Yeah, that's what makes it exciting. Qin Lai smiled lewdly while unbuttoning the shirt on his body. All of you, get out of here and don't even bother me later. Yes, young master. A couple of bodyguards exited the room, closing the door softly behind them. After taking off the white shirt on his body, Qin Lai reached out and slowly touched Hu Yiling's smooth face, which caused Hu Yiling to feel nauseous for a while, and her white skin directly broke out in goosebumps. But no matter how much she whimpered, she was merely adding to Qin Lai's sexual arousal. I've been dreaming of this day for a long time now, and it's finally come to me. If it wasn't for that brat Zhang Fan, I wouldn't have to use such tactics against you. If you want to blame me, blame the 2 of you for treating me like this. Qin Lai was just about to reach out to Hu Yiling's leg when suddenly, a phone rang. Damn it, who the hell is such a spoilsport? Qin Lai cursed and grumbled. The feeling that had been brewing so easily was lost by this phone call, and he instantly went limp. Picking up the cell phone and taking a look, Qin Lai's angry face suddenly froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, Qin Lai looked toward Hu Yiling with a cold snort. It seems that your father collects news very quickly. Hu Yiling's eyes widened as if she had seen hope. Qin Lai had just picked up the phone when Hu Jinnan's voice came from the other end. Qin Lai, is it you who kidnapped my daughter? Hu Jinnan questioned Qin Lai with a tone of extreme anger. Last night's sensational attack in the South China Sea. How could Hu Jinnan not know the news this morning? After realizing that the attacker in the newspaper was actually Zhang Fan, he immediately had a bad thought. When he called his daughter's cell phone number again, it was turned off. Obviously, something that could make Zhang Fan do something so impulsive must have happened to his daughter. Otherwise, Hu Jinnan wouldn't have made this call to this Qin Lai fellow. Yeah, so what? I'm just getting back what I want. So what's the problem? Qin Lai didn't hide it and let out a sinister laugh. It was as if all of this was justified in his eyes. Chapter 141, Bailed Out. Hu Jinnan, who was on the other end of the phone, sat in his office and slapped the table as he roared. What exactly do you want to do? What do you want to do? You can talk to me directly. What is the meaning of kidnapping my daughter? Hu Jinnan, it looks like you know what I want to do as well. Qin Lai laughed coldly, not the least bit afraid. It's very simple. I merely see that you're getting older and think that you should step aside. Whose group? It's time to take our Qin's last name. You. Hu Jinnan was so angry that his body was trembling. To willingly engage in a multi-year engagement with Yiling, this is the ultimate goal of your Qin family. You're finally willing to speak up. Qin Lai, do you think that my Hu group is something that your Qin family can swallow whenever you want? Qin Lai is really a lion's share of the market value of his company of hundreds of billions of dollars, but he wants to swallow it. At this time, Qin Lai leisurely spoke. If you don't want to see your daughter again in this life, then you can try not giving it. I'd like to see whether the price of affection is more expensive, or your company is more expensive. After saying that, the only sound left on the other end of the phone was Qin Lai's series of harumphs. Rampant, smug, and bottomless. Qin Lai wasn't even afraid that Hu Jinnan wouldn't agree, because he knew that Hu Jinnan would definitely not let his precious daughter go unattended. And taking a step back, even if he was really that ruthless, Qin Lai still had Hu Yiling at hand. How about he doesn't lose out? Tell me what you want me to do. After a long silence, Hu Jinnan finally gritted his teeth and compromised. Qin Lai wasn't surprised and spoke with early anticipation. Tomorrow, I want you to come to me alone. I'll prepare a transfer of equity for you. and I want you to unconditionally transfer the equity to my name. And then, take all of you and get the hell out of my company. I can give you back your baby girl if you do. Wouldn't you say that's a good deal? Qinlai raised a sinister smile. You are shameful. Hu Jinan was furious when he heard such shameless words from Qinlai. But how could he not compromise for the sake of his daughter? Only after a long time did Hu Jinan compromise and speak. I promise you, but you absolutely can't do anything to Yiling. If I see that she's not even a little bit intact, I, Hu Jinan, will not let you go even if I have to fight for my life. When the time comes, you won't be able to get control of my Hu group either. Hu Jinan's decisive words were not taken seriously by Qinlai. Alright, which is more important? I can still distinguish clearly. Before you come, I guarantee that your daughter will be fine. With that, Qinlai looked toward the angry Hu Yiling. TSK. It's a bummer to have such a beauty in front of you and not be able to eat it. If I had known I would have done it faster just now. Damn it. After hanging up the phone, Qinlai rebuttoned himself and glanced at Hu Yiling before heading off. Hu Yiling was relieved to see this. It seemed that it was because Pops had just agreed to Qinlai's threat that Qinlai had been dissuaded. But to give Hu's group away like this, how could she bear to watch Pop's life's work go down the drain? Hu Yiling struggled hard, but even though her wrists were rubbed red, she still couldn't break free of it. The twine was not only thick, but also very strong at the knots, so trying to break free by her own brute strength would be impossible. Gotta figure out a way to do this. If we don't escape, something will happen to Pops and hubby. Just then, Hu Yiling looked at the corners of the bed and had a solution. She looked at the door of the room. Then she strained the hemp rope tied to her right hand and pressed it against the corners and rubbed it hard. In the meantime, on the other side, South Hill Detention Center, Zhang Fan was locked up in the detention room, and a night had already passed. This night, Zhang Fan hadn't closed his eyes, and with bloodshot eyes and exhaustion, one could feel how much pain he was in at this moment. Zhang Fan opened his mouth slightly and chanted, Yiling, what should I do? At this moment, being here, he had no way at all. Do we really have to be so resigned to our fate and finally let that bastard Qinlai have his way with us? Zhang Fan thought of this and fiercely clenched his teeth, his lowered face pitch black with only tears dripping down the contours of his face. When he thought that Hu Yiling still didn't know what had happened and was definitely still expecting him to come and save her, Zhang Fan's heart was as uncomfortable as if it was being gnawed and climbed by millions of ants. Why didn't you take care of her yourself? Zhang Fan punched the wall and let out a howl. It would be hard for her to see you like this now, wouldn't it? At that moment, a thick and magnetic voice rang out. Zhang Fan, who was in pain, suddenly froze and looked at the sound. Outside the iron railing, Hu Jinan, Hu Tianhao, and Uncle Li, the three of them stood outside. Hu Jinan frowned and looked at Zhang Fan. It's not your fault. Stop blaming yourself. Who? Uncle Hu? Zhang Fan's eyes slowly widened. You already know about this? That's right, brother-in-law. Dad is here to bail you out. The tiny Hu Tianhao on the side spoke up. Seeing Zhang Fan in this state, Hu Tianhao also felt heartbroken for his old sister. What if she knew that her favorite man was disheveled like this? However, this also disguisedly verified that Zhang Fan's feelings for Hu Yiling were indeed unquestionable. Bail? When Zhang Fan was surprised, the police officer from the detention center opened the barred door and said to Zhang Fan, Come out. You can go back. When Zhang Fan heard this, warmth surged in his heart. The sky is the limit. Thank you, Uncle Hu. Zhang Fan said this to Hu Jinan after he exited the detention room. However, I'm also very sorry. At the same time, Zhang Fan also felt very guilty, failing Hu Jinan's hope, but also Yiling she lost. You've done what a man should do, only it was too impulsive. I can understand how you feel, and I'm sure Yiling doesn't want to see you like this, so I've come to take you back. Hu Jinan looked at Zhang Fan and said, from that boy who was not favored by him in the beginning, to now in Hu Jinan's eyes, there were at least a few more points of recognition. Uncle, you must have a way to save Yiling, right? Zhang Fan asked eagerly. Hu Jinan sighed. Let's talk about it in the car first. After saying that, Hu Jinan walked towards the door of the detention center. Seeing this, Zhang Fan could only follow along and leave the place first. He knew that there must be something else that was not convenient to say here. Chapter 142, Save Your Own Woman Yourself. After completing the formalities, Zhang Fan followed Hu Jinan out of the gate, and before he could get into the car, a flood of lights hit towards them. Zhang Fan raised his hand to block it, and all sorts of sounds came from his ears. He's out. That's the guy, right? Surprisingly, it was really the chairman of the Hu group who bailed out. Can it be that the Hu family is having a feud with the Qin family? Chairman Hu, may I ask what is your relationship with this assailant? A dozen or so Hu group bodyguards stopped on both sides, not allowing these reporters to get close to half a point. Zhang Fan for the first time felt that this kind of scene of being treated as a criminal Really? Ironic. Why should someone like Qinlai be safe and sound? Ming. Obviously he's the culprit. In front of the unknown truth, people will only see what they are willing to believe, let alone these indiscriminate people. Hu Jinan seemed to have caught sight of the hatred under Zhang Fan's eyes and opened his mouth calmly. Zhang Fan frowned, and his slowly clenched fists unclenched again. Getting into the car, Zhang Fan and Hu Jinan sat in the back row. The lights were still hitting towards the window, and Zhang Fan was already expressionless. Hu Jinan spoke at this time. Let's go. Are we, now, going to save Yiling? Zhang Fan looked at Hu Jinan and asked this. Hu Jinan eyed the window and spoke slowly. It's us, but not you. What? Why? Zhang Fan froze. However, the next sentence of Hu Jinan's words surprised Zhang Fan even more. This matter, you should never have interfered. You should have directly approached me in the first place. But right now, everyone is paying attention to this matter. So if you get caught impulsively striking out again, then even I won't be able to protect you. You'd better go home and stay well. I'll take care of this matter. Hu Jinan's tone was so choppy. Hearing Hu Tianhao on the co-pilot was a little too much for him. He naturally felt relieved by his brother-in-law Zhang Fan's behavior, but it was indeed too impulsive to do so. Not only did he fail to rescue his old sister, but he let the story spread. I can't do that. Zhang Fan's fingers seemed to be embedded in his knees as he gritted his teeth. Yiling is my girlfriend. I have to go and save her, no matter what the cost. Zhang Fan knew that since Qinlai dared to do this, he must not be afraid of them calling the police. What's more, they didn't have full certainty to testify against Qinlai. Therefore, Zhang Fan could only choose to solve this matter by himself, even if he had to pay an even worse price than last night afterward. Although your courage is commendable, but what else can you do besides doing what you did last night? Hu Jinan looked at Zhang Fan this time, a complicated look in those eyes. Or do you think I can't even save my own daughter? I didn't mean that. Zhang Fan said with gloomy eyes. In that case, go home in peace. If you're a smart person, you should know not to do useless things and cause trouble for yourself. Hu Jinan spoke these words with a calm face. Although the intention was good, to Zhang Fan's ears, it was like stabbing a knife. Soon, Zhang Fan was sent back downstairs to his home. After getting out of the car, Hu Jinan didn't forget to remind Zhang Fan, go to school and live as well as you did before. And when I rescue Yiling, I'll let you meet once. After saying that, Hu Jinan asked Uncle Li to drive away. Hu Tianhao looked at Zhang Fan's disoriented face and couldn't help but sigh as well. Zhang Fan's fingers were trembling gently. See once, it's not going to happen. His own woman had to be rescued by himself. Otherwise, how can he protect Yiling in the future? Right at this moment, a flashing light lit up at Zhang Fan's side, and when Zhang Fan looked along, he saw a panicked fat man shrinking back around the corner. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Forgot to turn off the flash. The fat man on that corner looked at what he had captured. Luckily, I had followed him, and now I finally knew where the assailant lived. Take it out and hype it up. And the headlines won't be his? Is it a good shot to stand that far away? Suddenly, an icy voice rang out in front of him. Li Donghai was startled and hurriedly looked up, only to see Zhang Fan standing in front of him at some point. The fat man hurriedly smiled and said, You misunderstood. I was just taking pictures of the scenery. Bring it to me. Zhang Fan held out his hand expressionlessly. Li Donghai gulped and retracted his phone back. What for? This is my personal item. You can't take it away. You're a doggy, right? Zhang Fan suddenly asked again. Seeing that his identity was broken, Li Donghai's face looked a little bad. This kid, he's not going to kill someone in broad daylight, is he? I know what you guys are thinking. You must want to know how this matter really is, right? Zhang Fan coldly uttered this sentence, shocking Li Donghai. You are going to tell me? Instead of me saying it myself, why don't I take you somewhere? Zhang Fan seemed to have thought of something and said so. Looking a bit hesitant, Li Donghai raised his eyebrows and asked, what place? In the next moment, he only saw Zhang Fan looking at Li Donghai and speaking, you doggy should know where Qinlai's home is, right? Li Donghai's eyes widened as he sniffed. I don't know how little Fan and the others are doing now. In the busy clothing store, Kai Tianyi was distracted this whole day. After all, since last night, Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan are like evaporation. Information does not return. The phone does not answer. It's really going to make people anxious to death. Just today is the time for them to start selling their clothes. Ah, boss lady, are those pre-sale clothes ready to sell? At this point, a female customer in the store asked expectantly. Kai Tianyi froze after hearing this, then squeezed out a smile and said, it can be done. Instead of waiting so dryly, it would be better to help Xiao Fan and Yiling sell their clothes first. The price and whatnot could only be set by her. After all, she couldn't do anything. The only thing she could help with was this. Let's hope this little couple is okay sooner rather than later. Qin family mansion. Young master, what you asked for is here. In the hall, a henchman in a suit held a contract-like object and handed it to Qin Lai, who was sitting on the sofa. Qin Lai put down his wineglass and casually took the contract. After surveying this equity transfer agreement, Qin Lai raised a smug smile. By the time tomorrow comes, the Hu clan group will be my old man's. I'll see how the people of the Hu clan group can still be arrogant in front of my Qin family. Qin Lai finished speaking and laughed out loud. When he thought of this important day tomorrow, and Hu Jinnan's defeated expression, he felt a dark pleasure, making that old man Hu Jinnan rather give up his daughter to this poor boy Zhang Fan than to him. Qin Lai just wanted to let Hu Jinnan take a good look at how he had blatantly taken away Hu's. It's not good. It's not good, young master. At that moment, a henchman rushed into the hall from the doorway in a hurry. Chapter 143 Rescue. Seeing this, Qin Lai raised an eyebrow with a displeased expression. Not good for anything. Crow's mouth. Laozi is the one who was going to successfully take down the Who's group tomorrow to become the chairman of the board. So what are you screaming about here that's not good? Hug. I'm sorry, young master, but something is really wrong now, the henchman said with a panicked face. Qin Lai suddenly felt something was wrong and opened his mouth to ask, what do you mean? Those cops are here again? No, it's a bunch of reporters, at least dozens of them, all blocking the entrance to our gate. The henchman pointed in the direction of the gate and hurriedly reported what he saw. Qin Lai's brows sank as he heard this. What's going on here? Young master, those reporters seem to have received the news that we kidnapped the Hu family's eldest miss and want to break in to find out what's going on. They need you to go and explain, the henchman said. Qin Lai grunted in disbelief. What do you care what they do? You guys send a few more people. Just stop them at the door for me. Never let them in. As for them to make a scene, let them make a scene. It couldn't be that old man Hu Jinnan who released the news, could it? But doing so, what's in it for him? Although Qin Lai was puzzled, this was no big deal to him at all. As long as they can't get in, it's just empty talk anyhow. It's also time to see how that woman is doing. Qin Lai stood up and raised the corners of his mouth as he looked at this equity agreement. With such a big happy event, of course he had to show it to Hu Yiling as well. Qin Lai was already looking forward to Hu Yiling's next expression. At the gate, dozens of reporters clustered here and there, constantly questioning the bodyguards blocking the door. I heard that Hu de Jin was kidnapped to her home by young Master Qin. Is this true? Why can't young Master Qin come out and explain? There are rumors that young Master Qin did this to get back at the chairman of the Hu group. Can I ask young Master Qin to comment? In addition to this crowded doorway, in another corner of the Qin family mansion, there was also a group of people here. Big brother, sister-in-law was really captured here? The four of them, Zhang Fan, He Wei Hang, Yang Qi and Fatty, sneakily squatted outside the fence. He Wei Hang looked up and called out exciting. This hostage rescue thing, they are still the first time to do it. I'm sure that Yiling is here, Zhang Fan said with a frown. In order to save Hu Yiling, Zhang Fan thought of a good solution. That was to use the lure of fierce news to get Li Donghai to get some reporters over to attract Qin Lai's attention. Immediately after that, they were going to take advantage of the lack of manpower in the villa and go in together to rescue Hu Yiling. Zhang Fan had learned from his last mistake before he purposely called He Wei Hang and the others as well. Although it was a bit risky, there was strength in numbers, and he was also determined that he had to rescue Hu Yiling before he could do so. This guy named Qin Lai is such an asshole, and really kidnapped my sister-in-law. He Wei Hang heard all the anger for Zhang Fan. If it was his own girlfriend was robbed, surely he would do the same as Zhang Fan. Otherwise, what kind of man is that? When the time comes, I'm going to give this son of a good beating. Yang Qi was also furious. He hasn't lost his temper from the last time. I didn't realize that so soon these people were making moves again. If he didn't beat up that guy called Qin Lai, Yang Qi, couldn't even swallow this breath for Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan cast a grateful look at them at this moment. Then he looked at Little Fatty and said, Little Fatty, did you bring the camera? I brought it. It's here. But will our plan really work? We don't know how many people are in there yet, and where that Qin Lai is keeping Hu Yiling. Fatty, who was holding the camera, said with some concern. Zhang Fan gently shook his head. Can't care about that much. Just be careful not to let anyone find out. If we catch one of Qin Lai's people, we'll have a chance to know where Yiling is being held. Now, there was no time for them to think about that much. Every second later, Hu Yiling was in more danger. All right, big brother, we'll listen to you. He Wei Hang nodded and said, now is the best time. If you want to go in, take advantage of it now. Otherwise it won't be easy later. Well, one at a time. I'll go first, Zhang Fan responded. The two of them, Little Fatty and He Wei Hang, reached out to support Zhang Fan's feet so that Zhang Fan could get close to the top of the wall and then slip in smoothly. Zhang Fan landed on the ground and looked around. They chose just the right spot, at the back of the villa, where no one would normally be watching. Seeing this, Zhang Fan spoke in a low voice to Yi Weihang and the others outside the wall. You can come in now. Good. Yi Weihang nodded, then looked at Fatty and said, Fatty, give me the camera. You can stay here to help us keep an eye on the wind, and in case the bodyguards at the door make any movements, they can also notify us at the first time. I know, Fatty promised. Yi Weihang and Yang Qi, the two of them, with the help of Fatty, also quickly went over the wall and came to Zhang Fan's side. The trio shot a look and decided to climb up the pipe at the back of the villa, where they could see an unclosed window, and perhaps that could be the best place for them to enter the villa. 3-1. In one of the guest rooms, 3 busy henchmen were playing poker. A bald guy laughed out loud. I'm down to 1 card. Damn. Losing money again. What a point. The other henchman threw down his cards in displeasure, and was about to pull out his money when he suddenly caught sight of the window behind the bald man. In the next moment, the henchman suddenly widened his eyes and pointed behind the bald man. There. Someone. I think you're trying to steal and change the cards while I turn my head. This is the Qin family's villa. How can there be anyone? The bald man smiled disdainfully. What year is it? Still playing this kind of small trick? The third henchman had the same expression at that moment, and stood up violently to chide. Who is so bold? You two little peasants are pretending to be pretty much the same, huh? The bald man smiled smugly. The next moment also turned back to look behind him, but the result was that he hadn't seen anything yet, and as soon as he twisted his head, he was kicked down on the table. There was a loud thud and the playing cards flew up in the air. Settle it quickly. Zhang Fan growled in a low voice. His eyes caught sight of the ashtray on the ground, grabbed it and smashed it on the bald man's head. Hey! The bald man had just cried out in pain when his mouth was covered. At the neck, there was another cold dagger against the throat. The bald man's eyes widened at once. Yang Qi and Yi Weihang had just landed on the ground and rushed at the other two as well. The two henchmen were startled. Did not think that someone dared to break in and make trouble. Just wanted to run to the door. Was in Yi Weihang and Yang Qi. Two people pressed down on the ground, so face to the ground. Want to yell cannot yell out. Yi Weihang and Yang Qi, as they had agreed at the beginning, also pulled out their pocket knives and pressed them against these two men's necks. Yi Weihang opened his mouth and said, If you dare to scream out loud, I'll kill you like a pig. How could those two henchmen dare to squeak? They could only tremble in fear. At this time, Zhang Fan used the small knife in his hand and gently stabbed on the bald head's chin, frightening the bald head with cold sweat. Immediately afterward, Zhang Fan opened his mouth. Say, where did Qin Lai keep the Hu family's eldest miss? Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and his eyes were fierce. That bald man swallowed his saliva and spoke tremblingly. In a room on the 6th floor. Don't kill me. I don't know anything. 6th floor. Zhang Fan gripped the dagger hard. Yang Qi looked at Zhang Fan and said, How do we solve these three now? I don't know. Knock out. Yi Weihang grabbed the head of the man underneath him and smashed it into the ground. This kind of thing, if they don't do it harder, they're the ones who are bound to be in trouble. Although Yi Weihang was a student, he didn't want to be caught killing people. Zhang Fan was also very dry at this time. A hand knife cut on the bald head's neck, instantly making the bald head have no strength. Both eyes rolled over and fainted on the ground. After taking care of these three Qin family henchmen, Zhang Fan looked at Yi Weihang and Yang Qi with two stern eyes and said, Go up to the 6th floor. Chapter 144, Hubby, you're finally here. 6th floor. Hu Yiling had been grinding in the room for nearly 2 hours, finally breaking the twine on both hands, and hurriedly untied the twine knots on her feet, then walked towards the window, pushed the window open and it's 6 stories above the ground below. Hu Yiling looked puzzled for a moment, but as for staying here and tying her hands, Belle would rather break a leg than leave this. But just as Hu Yiling was about to climb up to the window, the door to the room suddenly slammed. As the door was pushed open, Qin Lai, who was holding the contract, appeared. ********. Hu Yiling's beautiful eyes widened. Seeing this, Qin Lai's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked again at the hemp rope that had worn off on the ground. He laughed coldly. But you're really something, Hu Yiling, to be able to break free like this. What? Want to run? This is the 6th floor. You'll die if you fall. Qin Lai is not worried at all that Hu Yiling dares to jump down like this, throwing the contract on the bed as soon as he can, and pressing step by step towards Hu Yiling at the window. You said that you behave yourself. Isn't there anything wrong with you? Surprisingly still dare to want to run. If you run, my Hu's group can also be gone. When he finished speaking, a vicious color suddenly appeared on Qin Lai's face. Taking 2 steps forward, Qin Lai grabbed Hu Yiling's wrist and pulled Hu Yiling onto the bed. What do you want? Hu Yiling furrowed her willow eyebrows and covered her chest. Qin Lai raised a cold smile and picked up a vase fragment on the ground, rubbing it with his thumb. Aren't you quite powerful? What? Don't you have the strength to resist even now? Since you want to run away so badly, I'll show you what the consequences of this will be. Qin Lai held the fragment of the vase, the sharp edges seeming to carry the flavor of death. He took a step closer to Yiling on the bed and revealed a sinister smile. If you dare to do anything to me, you won't be able to get control of the Hu group from my father's hands. Yiling lightly clenched her silver teeth and looked at Qin Lai with a cautious expression. Now she was weak and feeble. I don't know if it was the drug. If Qin Lai were to force himself at this time, she couldn't guarantee her safety. Oh, when your father signed this equity agreement with me, what am I afraid of him for? On the contrary, give you the opportunity to stay while you do not have to touch my scales. I see you owe lessons, right? Qin Lai said and grabbed Yiling's collar. With that beautiful face close at hand, Qin Lai took a deep breath of the aroma and smiled intoxicatedly. I have to say, in this entire southern city, it's still only you, Yiling, who can arouse my desire. Disgusting. Yiling gritted her teeth and got up, raising her knee and slamming it into Qin Lai's crotch. However, in the next moment, Yiling's movements were unexpectedly blocked by Qin Lai. Save your strength. I already knew you would do this. The smugness at the corner of Qin Lai's mouth grew stronger. I won't fall for the same trick again. Qin Lai grabbed Yiling's two lotus root arms and held her down on the bed. At the same time, the two knees pressed down on Yiling's long legs, preventing her from struggling. Let go of me, you animal, asshole. Yiling gritted her teeth and struggled, but in contrast it was obvious that Qin Lai's strength was greater, and that greedy gaze looked towards Yiling's neckline, constantly surveying Yiling's white skin. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt as long as you behave yourself, but if you don't, I don't know what will happen. Qin Lai gritted his teeth. A tear fell from the corner of Yiling's tightly closed eye. At this moment, she really wanted to see Zhang Fan once more. Just take her away from here like you did that day at the company anniversary. But how could the husband be here? She would rather Qin Lai just kill her, and Yiling didn't want to have her body defiled by this beast. Other than Zhang Fan, she would never let the second person touch her. TSK. Seeing you cry makes me more excited instead. Qin Lai was wide-eyed and sexually aroused at this point. When he thought that Zhang Fan's stupid kid was still in jail and didn't even know about it, he was secretly happy in his heart. Even if Zhang Fan had snatched Yiling in the first place. So what? Those who don't have the strength can't grasp it just as well. Yiling, in the end, is still Qin Lai. And don't think Zhang Fan can save you. He's having trouble protecting himself. If you just don't obey me, you won't have a chance to make love to him in bed again. Qin Lai nimbly undid the belt around his waist, pulled it out with one hand, and threw it on the ground. Just as Qin Lai was about to take his pants off, there was suddenly a loud bang, and the door to the room was actually suddenly slammed open. Who is so bold? Hearing this voice, Qin Lai's eyes looked in the direction of the room's door in surprise. The next moment, there was a flash toward him and Yiling, accompanied by the sound of the shutter coming to an abrupt end. Qin Lai's eyes widened before he could see the person at the door. Surprisingly, it was Zhang Fan. Moreover, beside Zhang Fan, there were two other student-looking boys, one of which was then holding a camera, snapping away at Qin Lai. He hemmed and hawed and smiled up. Sure enough, I got the shot. I filmed it too. Yang Qi took his cell phone and recorded the video on Qin Lai. You guys, what do you guys want? Why are you guys here? Qin Lai's brain went blank. He didn't expect this guy Zhang Fan to show up at his house. Shouldn't this guy be in jail right now? How come? Eileen. Zhang Fan clenched his fists when he saw Yiling, who was crushed under Qin Lai. Yiling's tearful and beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Is this true? Hubby I can't believe it's okay? Where are the people? Where are all the people? Qin Lai had just lifted up his pants and was about to call out for people when before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked to the ground by Zhang Fan, directly hitting the bedside table. Only a muffled thud could be heard, and Qin Lai's head instantly knocked out blood. Zhang Fan hurriedly pulled up Yiling who was on the bed and looked up and down. Yiling, are you alright? Honey, it's really you. Yiling excitedly hugged Zhang Fan, not realizing that this was not an illusion. Zhang Fan had really come to her rescue, even though it was unbelievable. The warmth on Zhang Fan's body was indeed real. Chapter 145, It's out of your hands. I'm fine, as long as you're here. With a sobbing voice, Yiling shook her head on Zhang Fan's shoulder. Zhang Fan sniffed and frowned. In addition to the heartache that rose in that heart, there was also a piece of intense hatred. Qin Lai. Zhang Fan's fierce eyes glanced at Qin Lai on the ground. I want you dead. Qin Lai, who had a color hanging on his forehead, was so scared that he backed up and leaned his back against the wall at once. Zhang Fan gently pulled away Yiling's hand, and under Hu Yiling's gaze, he clenched his fists towards Qin Lai. You, what do you want? This is my Qin family. If you touch me again, you won't be able to walk out of this door today. Qin Lai yelled in panic. Come on man, come too. Zhang Fan grabbed Qin Lai's collar with both hands and lifted him up, and in Qin Lai's eyes before he could react, a heavy punch came directly towards his face. Bang! Zhang Fan's punch actually broke Qin Lai's nose. With that, Qin Lai's entire body slammed into the wall, and the sound was a solid, muffled sound. When He Wei Hang and Yang Qi saw this scene, they both felt understanding gas. Beat him. Big brother, avenge your sister-in-law. Let me give him a kick in the ass later too. Zhang Fan didn't stop there. Raising his fist he slammed out a succession of punches. Each punch carried Zhang Fan's incomparable hatred as it landed heavily on Qin Lai's body. And at this moment, it was as if Zhang Fan wanted to kill Qin Lai alive. Seeing that the fight was almost over, Hu Yiling reached out to stop Zhang Fan. Hubby, just leave it at that and stop fighting. For this kind of scum, it's not worth it. Hu Yiling dissuaded in this manner, although she was also angry. But if she watched Zhang Fan beat someone to death, that would really harm him. Zhang Fan panted and clenched his fists, finally stopping his hand under Hu Yiling's gentle block. At this time, Qin Lai has been hit by the face of the blood. Only to Qin Lai left that breath hanging. If a few more punches, it is estimated that not to die will also be fainted. I told you, if you dare to touch Yiling, I will never let you go. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth. Hu Yiling's heart warmed at the sight. How much effort did it take for hubby to come here and save her? Hu Yiling couldn't believe it. And who could say that Zhang Fan was not a man that could be relied upon? Honey, how did you get out? Hu Yiling was also concerned about Zhang Fan's situation. The current her didn't know what had happened. Could Qin Lai have tricked her into dying and that's why he said her husband was already in jail? Looks like you already know about it too. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling and said, it was Uncle who bailed me out. If it wasn't for him, I really would have been sent to jail by this guy. Zhang Fan said, looking at Qin Lai with hatred in both eyes. Hu Yiling was a bit surprised. It's actually Dad? It looks like Dad cares about Zhang Fan too. Zhang Fan, you dare to make a move on me. I will kill you. I'll make my father kill you. Qin Lai hissed out, appearing to be in pain, but his tone was mixed with monstrous hatred. He expected that Zhang Fan would not dare to kill him. Since this was the case, Zhang Fan could not leave this place. He wants the pair to die together. He didn't care about the Hu group. He only wanted Zhang Fan to die now. This guy's mouth really stinks. It's all like this and he's still tough. Yang Qi was on fire, and really wanted to go up and give this guy a kick. He Wei Hang spoke up and said, Big brother, let's not slip away. If someone finds out later, it's definitely not good for us to run away with sister-in-law when there are so many of us. If they were really caught, with so many bodyguards from the Qin family, they definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. Now that my sister-in-law has also been saved, naturally, it's better to leave sooner rather than later. Ha ha. You guys won't be able to run away. My Qin family is filled with henchmen inside and out. Even if you guys manage to get in by chance, there's absolutely no way you'll be able to leave easily with your people. Qin Lai gritted his teeth and laughed with a hideous smile. But at this moment, Zhang Fan did not take Qin Lai's words seriously. Instead, he picked up a paper contract on the ground. This is the equity transfer agreement that Qin Lai threw on the floor when he entered the room just now. What is this? Zhang Fan wondered. Seeing this, Hu Yiling frowned and said, this bastard wants to use me as a bargaining chip to bully Dad into signing this equity transfer. In an attempt to annex our Hu group. I'll go. This guy is really ruthless. I thought that this kind of plot could still only be seen on TV. He Wei Hang couldn't help but feel Qin Lai's ruthlessness. So he was planning a big game. Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan and said with some aggravation, it's good that you came, husband, or else Dad would definitely hand over the Hu group to him. At that time, the Qin family's plan is going to succeed. So this is the way Uncle Hu said. Zhang Fan thought about when he was in the car. Hu Jinan said that he had a way to save his daughter. I didn't expect that it would be giving Hu's group away. Fortunately, Zhang Fan was glad that he did not listen to Hu Jinan and saved a tragedy from happening. It was not up to Qin Lai to make the call now. Chapter 146. Sign the agreement. You, sign this equity agreement. Right at this moment, Zhang Fan suddenly opened his mouth to Qin Lai underneath him, surprising Hu Yiling and the others. Hubby, you. Hu Yiling was surprised, not expecting Zhang Fan to suddenly say that. Immediately afterward, Zhang Fan continued. Now, I want you to transfer all the shares of the Qin family to Hu Jinan's banner. You're nothing. I'll turn when you tell me to? Do you really think you can do anything to me? The corners of Qin Lai's eyes twitched up, not realizing that this kid would dare to talk to him like this. Zhang Fan also said with a fearless face, you can not turn, but you will definitely not escape jail either. in our hands, but we have photos and videos of your attempted rape. Do you think we will give it to the reporters outside? Hearing this, Qinlai snapped his eyes wide. Brat, you. It was also because Zhang Fan mentioned a wake-up call that Qinlai remembered that he had just been photographed in an unpleasant scene, and his face must have been clearly photographed, which would really be the end of the story if it was leaked out. Hu Jinan will definitely take this opportunity to send him to jail. So true, Zhang Fan. But I still say that, even if you took these, whether you have the life to be able to give them the photos is still another matter. Although Qinlai had an angry look on his face, he was obviously a little short of breath. At this time, Zhang Fan however spoke. Since I dared to come, I have long thought of a way back. With that, Zhang Fan half-kneeled and looked at Qinlai with firm eyes. I can trade my life for yours, but do you dare? As long as you're still in front of me, I have 100 ways to let them leave safely. Even if I had to stay here, I wouldn't have any qualms about it. Hearing such firm and sharp words from Zhang Fan, not only Qinlai, even Hu Yiling and He Wei Hang and Yang Qi were shocked. Zhang Fan was preparing to break the net with the death of a fish? You. Qinlai was so infuriated that his chest rose and fell, and he froze, unable to speak. Zhang Fan still looked at Qinlai with a cold face as he said just now and picked up the transfer of equity agreement. My patience is limited. If you don't sign this agreement, then go to jail and regret it. Looking at Zhang Fan's attitude like this, Qinlai's bottom line disappeared even more. This guy, even though he was just a student, but Qinlai surprisingly couldn't feel half as intimidated by him, as if Zhang Fan was determined, and the ruthlessness in his bones was intimidating. Okay, I'll sign, but you have to leave the photos and videos behind. Qinlai so gritted his teeth. For the greater good, he could compromise and sign first, but after that, he must double his revenge on Zhang Fan. Not only him, but even his family must be killed to be enough to vent his anger. There is no room for you to negotiate here, Zhang Fan said with a cold snort. The corners of Qinlai's eyes twitched up and he was just about to open his mouth when he was met with Yang Qi's foot against his throat. Stop grating on me. You're stalling for time so that your men can find out, aren't you? Help me get a pen from that table. Zhang Fan looked to He Wei Hang. He Wei Hang nodded, then took a fountain pen from the desk and handed it to Qinlai. Take it, or I'll get you killed later. Qinlai looked at them resentfully and took the pen unwillingly. Under the watchful eyes of Zhang Fan and the others, Qinlai naturally did not dare to play any tricks, much less directly tear up this transfer of equity agreement, because he knew that this Zhang Fan really dared to get him killed. Soon after Qinlai signed his name, he threw down his pen. As you wish, Zhang Fan. Qinlai gritted his teeth. At this time, Zhang Fan looked at the contract in his hand and always felt that something was missing. By the way, you haven't gotten your fingerprints yet, Zhang Fan said. With the fingerprint, it was even more certain that it was signed by Qinlai himself. So naturally, there was no problem. Where's the ceiling clay here? Qinlai gritted his teeth. This kid, who even knows to ask for his fingerprints, is really going to drive him over the edge. In the next moment, he saw Zhang Fan looking at Qinlai with cold eyes. Isn't the ready-made ceiling clay on your face? Don't you bully me too much. Qinlai's eyes widened, not expecting Zhang Fan to say such shameless words. Not only did he beat him violently, but he had to use his blood as seal paste. Cut the ing crap. Abrasive. Yang Qi snorted coldly and grabbed Qinlai's hand and pressed it towards his face, letting Qinlai resist and yell. Yang Qi froze and wiped out Qinlai's hand in a blood-red color. A thumb will do, Zhang Fan said. Okay. Yang Qi let out a bad smile and grabbed Qinlai's blood-red thumb and pressed it towards the signature that fell. Qinlai gritted his teeth and hissed. You animals! No more animal than you are, He Wei Hang said with a blank look. Fingerprinted. Zhang Fan looked at this transfer of equity agreement and smiled. With this contract, you'll be able to solve the Hu and Qin family's problems smoothly, right, Yiling? Take it back to Uncle Hu. Just fill in the rest and the Qin family will never pose a threat to you again, much less have to be afraid of anything from them. Zhang Fan handed the contract to Hu Yiling. Hu Yiling looked at the contract in her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. I didn't realize that the biggest headache in their family for years was solved by my husband in this life. At this moment, Hu Yiling also finally felt an incomparable relief and hugged Zhang Fan with all her might. Hubby, thank you. Hu Yiling choked. Zhang Fan froze, then smiled heartily up. Idiot, isn't this something I should do? I'm your boyfriend. Hearing this, Hu Yiling's nose turned sour and she had to hold back her tears again. But here, Hu Yiling still resisted the urge to cry and just nodded vigorously. From now on, no one will ever be a hindrance to them. Alright, big brother, sister-in-law, things are all settled. Let's hurry up and go. He Wei Hang got a little worried. Any further delay would be very troublesome. Just then, He Wei Hang's cell phone began to vibrate. It was a text from Fatty. He Wei Hang took a look and frowned. No good. The reporters are gone. Those bouncers are coming up. What to do? Big brother? When Yang Qi heard this, he smashed his fist on his hand and said, so what? The big deal is to fight it out again. And go find 2 pieces of guys that are handy first. The guy who took advantage of the situation is right in front of us. Zhang Fan suddenly said at this time. Qi Lai had a bad feeling when he looked at Zhang Fan with a serious face. What else do you want to do to me? Don't worry. It won't take your life. But I'm just borrowing you to help us clear a path. Zhang Fan said, picking up a fragment of a vase on the ground and placing it against Qi Lai's throat. Stand up and come with us. You asshole. Qi Lai didn't expect that in the end. Zhang Fan would still use him. Wasn't this the same as letting him, Qi Lai, personally let his enemy go? Zhang Fan coldly said. I'll say it one last time. Come with us. The 2 bodyguards were walking up to the 6th floor. And just then, the 2 men on the stairs suddenly saw Qi Lai actually walking out from the corner with a bloody face, followed by an arm holding a vase fragment behind his head. In the next moment again, the 2 bodyguards with surprised faces saw Zhang Fan and the others hiding behind Qi Lai. Get out of the way or I'll kill him, Zhang Fan said in an icy tone. Young master. Those 2 bodyguards were terrified to the extreme. They simply didn't know what was going on. How could it be that in an hour's work, suddenly the young master had been hijacked? Are you guys deaf to what I said? The coldness on Zhang Fan's face intensified, and crimson blood bubbled out as the sharp shard rested against Qi Lai's throat. Quick! Get the hell out of here! Are you trying to get me killed? Qi Lai yelled out in fear. He didn't want to die in the hands of this crazy man Zhang Fan just like that. This time, it also attracted the attention of a group of bodyguards downstairs, who went upstairs to check the situation, and were shocked to see this scene when they arrived. Seeing this, the 2 bodyguards hurriedly shouted to the rest of the bodyguards downstairs, quickly, all spread out, let them go. Hearing this, the other bodyguards who were not sure of the situation could only fall back downstairs first, and when Zhang Fan saw this, he then grabbed the back of Qi Lai's head and pushed him towards the stairs. He Wei Hang couldn't help but gulp behind him. This scene, too exciting. It felt like a police movie. If he could really get out of here peacefully, this would definitely be something he could brag about for the rest of his life. Chapter 147, Safe Return Home. Zhang Fan's several people held Qi Lai hostage as they descended to the lobby, and nearly 30 bodyguards piled up at the lobby, giving Zhang Fan and the others a path. The 2 of them, He Wei Hang and Yang Qi, cautiously looked to both sides to prevent these bodyguards from taking advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. At this moment, Qi Lai, who was walking in front, gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Fan, I can let you leave here, and I can let you take away that equity contract, but if you dare to give the photos to the media, I can guarantee that everyone will be buried with you. I just have an accident, and you want your boy to be my back. These words, it's better to wait until you come back. Zhang Fan snorted coldly, stopped and looked at the group of bodyguards. Give us a car, and when we leave, we will return your young master to you. If you guys call the police, then I guarantee something will happen to him too. In the face of Zhang Fan's threat from a student, all these bodyguards were obviously furious. Qi Lai was also shocked and angry. You guys, where else do you guys want to take me? I've already let you guys go. Don't give me a inch I'm telling you. I advise you to watch what you say, or I may not always be able to control my hands. The shards in Zhang Fan's hand were cutting through Qi Lai's neck bit by bit. Give. I'll give it. Quick, fetch the car. Seeing this, the 2 bodyguards had to obey Qi Lai and hurriedly ran to the garage to bring the car over. Yiling paid careful attention again on the way. There was no surveillance here, so he could leave without worry. Yang Qi, can you drive? Zhang Fan looked at Yang Qi and asked. Yang Qi nodded decisively. Even though I flunked subject 3, I still have confidence. After the 2 bodyguards drove the car over, Zhang Fan pushed Qi Lai into the car, and although Qi Lai was upset, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. He Wei Hang and Zhang Fan sat beside Qi Lai and were responsible for guarding. The co-pilot, Yiling, said to Yang Qi, let's go back to my house first. I want to report to my dad. No problem. Sit tight. Yang Qi smiled smugly, then decisively twisted the car key. Boom boom boom. A large group of bodyguards ran out and watched as Qi Lai was taken to the car by a few students. You guys aren't going to take me to Hu Jinnan's place, right? Don't blame me for not reminding you. My group of henchmen might have already called my father. If something happens to me, you all will suffer. Qi Lai gritted his teeth. He Wei Hang slapped the back of Qi Lai's head and scolded. Who the hell are you bluffing? From your house to now. These words have been said no less than 20 times. If we wanted to kill you, you would have been buried alive long ago. You, stop the car. At this time, Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. When Yang Qi heard this, he suddenly slammed on the brakes, and all of a sudden, the crowd almost flew out. After stopping the car, Zhang Fan opened the door and dragged Qin Lai down. At this time, this is a one-way street in the forest, and there is no one around. So Qin Lai took 2 steps back in fear and looked at Zhang Fan. What do you want to do? Take off your clothes. Zhang Fan looked at Qin Lai with cold eyes and coldly uttered this sentence. Strip. Strip? What are you doing? The corner of Qin Lai's eyes twitched up. Was this guy trying to humiliate him? Without a word of explanation, Zhang Fan just coldly repeated. I said, take off your clothes. You. Qin Lai's eyes aimed at the sharp weapon in Zhang Fan's hand, and he clenched his teeth in death. Looking around again, the place was empty, expecting that Zhang Fan would definitely not let him off so easily. Seeing this, Qin Lai could only hold back his anger and undo the belt on his pants. When he took off until only his underwear was left, Zhang Fan picked up Qin Lai's clothes on the ground and threw them into the car with a handful of them. And then Zhang Fan then looked at Qin Lai. You'll just stay here and wait to be sanctioned by the law. You. What did you say? Qin Lai's eyes widened. And just as he stretched out his hand, Zhang Fan got into his car and left without looking back, leaving only the naked Qin Lai on this road in the middle of nowhere. Zhang Fan. I'll never share the same fate as you. Just you wait. The Hu family. Hu Jinnan smoked cigarette after cigarette. The opulent hall, which was now his smoking room, was filled with smoke. The servants on the side endured the odor and could only stand dryly on the side, not daring to make a sound at all. Just by seeing this blackened face of their own chairman, they naturally could only have the good sense to be a transparent person. Pops, are you really planning to give up the Hu group to the Qin family? At this moment, Hu Tianhao on the side couldn't help but open his mouth. It wasn't that he was sorry that his family's estate had to be given away. Rather, I don't want to see that guy Qin Lai succeed in his treacherous plan, but also have to take the old man's life's work. If anything happens to Lao's sister, then Lao dad will really have nothing left. So what? Hu Jinnan's voice that smoked until his voice was dark and hoarse rang out. Not a single fluctuation was visible on his face, but the white hair in that hair seemed to have gained a few more strands. That's my Hu Jinnan's daughter. Your own sister. Who else could have saved her but me? Hu Jinnan said so and took a deep breath. He was up all night last night, all night thinking about how to do both. But there was nothing he could do at all but choose to say yes. Pops. Hu Tianhao also frowned when he saw Hu Jinnan in this state. He hated that he was still so young. Or else he would have long ago run to save his old sister by himself like Zhang Fan did. Now, there was no telling what that Zhang Fan guy was actually doing. Did he just really wait peacefully for his oldest sister to come back on her own? Just then, a servant's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Old Master, Missy, she's back. The servant ran in hotly, his finger still pointing in the direction behind him, his face full of unshock. These 2 words, however, also shocked everyone in the hall along with them. Hu Jinnan drew himself up. Did he hear right? Why is Yiling back? Dad. Just then, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared at the door. Hu Jinnan fixed his eyes and slowly widened them. Behind him, there was Zhang Fan and 3 unknown young men. Yiling, Sis, Missy, Hu Jinnan and his son Hu Tianhao, as well as Uncle Li. All 3 spoke in unison. In the next moment, Hu Yiling's face drizzled with pear blossoms, and as soon as she ran to Hu Jinnan's body, she hugged him hard. When Hu Jinnan saw that his own daughter had returned, his resolute face actually shed a rare tear. It's really you, Yiling. How did you come back? Hu Jinnan excitedly embraced Hu Yiling, and Zhang Fan, who was looking behind him, was also touched. Finally, it's all coming to an end. Chapter 148, The Hu family's recognition. It was Zhang Fan who saved me. Dad. With a sobbing voice, Hu Yiling said so in Hu Jinnan's arms. Hu Jinnan, who heard this, looked at Zhang Fan with stunned eyes. It's you? Both Hu Tianhao and Uncle Li were surprised. How could Zhang Fan, a small student, suddenly be able to bring Hu Yiling back intact from Qin Lai's hands? How did this happen? Obviously, Zhang Fan had to rely on Hu Jinnan's bail this morning to get out safely. Actually, it's not just me, but also them. If it wasn't for He Wei Hang and a few of them, I wouldn't have been able to do these things. Zhang Fan explained so blandly, then left another sentence. I'm sorry, Uncle Hu, for not listening to you and taking the liberty of rescuing Yiling. You. Hu Jinnan's eyes were filled with nothing but gratitude, and he actually didn't know what to say for a moment. He did not expect that Zhang Fan would have such courage, although he didn't know exactly how he did it. The difficulty of rescuing Hu Yiling with just a few young men was undoubtedly a tiger's teeth. It was simply too unbelievable. Brother-in-law. That's really something. Hu Tianhao appreciated Zhang Fan. He was naturally overjoyed to see his oldest sister back. This meant that not only was old sister safe and sound, but Qin Lai wouldn't get his way. And this, Uncle Hu. At this moment, Zhang Fan suddenly picked up the shareholding agreement in his hand. walked over to Hu Jinan and handed it over. I think that the Qin family will never tangle with you again. Hu Jinan received the contract in Zhang Fan's hand with a stunned expression. He couldn't help but stare in disbelief when he saw that the back of that equity agreement fell with Qin Lai's name and fingerprints. This? An equity transfer agreement? How did you do this? Hu Jinan originally thought that this was already the biggest surprise, but he did not expect Zhang Fan to bring him a big surprise. Qin Lai's signature on this was all sufficient proof that their Qin family was willing to transfer their stake to the Hu family. This means that from now on, the Hu family can no longer be subject to the Qin family's restrictions. Not only can the marriage contract be broken off, but the Hu family's business can no longer be the Qin family's turn to get a piece of the pie. Seeing this, Hu Tianhao also couldn't help but grab the contract and read it carefully. The next moment, Hu Tianhao also couldn't help but say, "Brother-in-law, you're too powerful, aren't you?" Surprisingly, you were able to get that guy Qin Lai to sign the equity transfer agreement? Although Hu Tianhao was young, it didn't mean he didn't know what this was. This time, he truly admired Zhang Fan. Seeing this, Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled. Actually, this is a coincidence. It was Yiling who told me that the real purpose of Qin Lai's original kidnapping of her was to use her as a blackmail, wanting to snatch the inheritance of the Hu group. That's how I forced him to sign this equity agreement. He's probably repenting his ass off right now. Thank you, Zhang Fan. Just then, Hu Jinan suddenly hugged Zhang Fan like a father. Zhang Fan froze, obviously somewhat flattered. It was my fault for saying that to you before, but now I did see what you did for Yiling. If it wasn't for you, not only would Yiling be in danger, but the entire Hu group would be in turmoil because of it. It was you who saved our Hu family. Hu Jinan's heartfelt words made Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. The crowd also looked at the scene with relief, and it was clear that they all felt that this was what Zhang Fan deserved. For love, against all odds, even if he had to gamble with his own life, Zhang Fan would not hesitate to do so. If such ordinary and great people are not considered heroes, then who else can be? Uncle Hu, you're too kind. Yiling is my girlfriend, this is all what I should do. As I said, I would never just stand by and do nothing, Zhang Fan said with firm words. Hu Jinan grabbed Zhang Fan's shoulder and looked at him with a pleased expression, patting his shoulder twice in a row. The younger generation is fearful. The younger generation is fearful. All of you stay here tonight, let me treat you well. Ha! Zhang Fan froze, then looked at Hu Yiling. At this time, Hu Yiling, however, smiled slightly and said to Hu Jinan, "Dad, let's forget about it. Zhang Fan isn't used to eating at our house, and we'll have to go somewhere else later. And there are still friends who are worried about us. Now your daughter isn't that little princess who needs to rely on her family to take care of her. Zhang Fan and I have something we want to do and are working on it little by little, so you won't have to worry about me anymore in the future, Dad." Hu Jinan frowned when he heard this. You mean, that clothing store? Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling were both a bit surprised. You already know? I already knew that. Hu Jinan sighed and said, although it's good that you guys have something you want to do, but what can a clothing store do? How about this? I'll give Zero Fox's store to Zhang Fan to take care of. I've heard store manager Chen say that your brain turns quickly and you work hard. I believe you can manage the store well, and think of it as a way to familiarize yourself in advance so that you can manage Hu in the future. Hearing Hu Jinan's words, He Wei Hang and the others were shocked. Familiarize yourself ahead of time so you can manage HU? Isn't this an intention to hand over the management of Hu Group to Zhang Fan? Hiss, that's a real blessing. Hu Tianhao didn't have any other opinions on this. In his eyes, there was no difference between Zhang Fan and his own people. Furthermore, management was not the same as inheritance, so he naturally had nothing to disagree with. Uncle Hu, Zhang Fan was touched in his heart. It wasn't moved by Hu Jinnan's comment about handing over the company to him to manage. Rather, Hu Jinnan had truly begun to accept him and identify with him. However, Zhang Fan did not agree to this. Just as Hu Yiling wanted to be happy for Zhang Fan released a smile and spoke. Thanks for Uncle Hu's kind words. However, I still want to start with a small business. As long as I can be with Yiling, it makes sense to do anything. And Eileen must also think that we're no worse than anyone else and can make our mark just as well. Even if we start with a stall. Right, Eileen. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling with a gentle tone. Hu Yiling felt as if something had touched her heart. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Yes, that's her kind of man. Ambitious and never relied on anyone. Hu Jinnan obviously did not expect Zhang Fan to politely reject his good intentions. Mind you, this is no ordinary store. But Zhang Fan refused so frankly. Soon, Hu Jinnan seemed to have figured something out and smiled gently up. It seems that my daughter did not look at the wrong person. You are indeed a very good boy. Then my daughter. I'm counting on you to take care of her from now on. Zhang Fan. Hearing this, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling both looked at each other and smiled. Such affirmation is enough to revitalize their faith in life. Thank you, Uncle Hu. Zhang Fan's gaze was resolute, and he thanked him from the bottom of his heart. At this time, he Wei hang on the side but joked. Zhang Fan, chairman who has this meaning, you still call uncle? Isn't it time to change it too? Zhang Fan sniffed and immediately reddened his ears. Chapter 149, Next Steps. Hu Yiling also instantly understood and blushed. Immediately afterward, Zhang Fan then held back his inner excitement and tentatively called out, Dad! Aha! Hu Jinan said with a dry cough. Puff! Hu Yiling saw this long-awaited scene, but she felt cute and burst out laughing. In this life, to be so lucky to have been recognized by her dad so early in her life had been the greatest blessing for her. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise? Welcome to the next visit. By this time, it was after 10 o'clock at night. Still busy in the store, Kai Tianyi finally sent off the last customer. It was thanks to today's busy schedule, or else Kai Tianyi would have had a hard time settling down for the day. Now that the store was empty, Kai Tianyi began to worry about how Zhang Fan and the others were doing again. Just as Kai Tianyi sighed and was about to pack up and close the store, suddenly a familiar voice came from behind her. Sweet sister. When Kai Tian heard this, she raised her head and stared at her beautiful eyes. Slowly turning his head over, he suddenly found Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan, the young couple intimately holding hands, standing in front of the store. Kai Tianyi couldn't believe her eyes. Little Xiaofan, Yiling, you guys are finally back? Kai Tianyi hurriedly came to Hu Yiling and Zhang Fan's body and looked them up and down. Hu Yiling didn't hold back and laughed out loud. What's the matter? Sister sweet, so tense and nervous. Are you guys okay? Kai Tianyi said as she frowned with a willow brow. Zhang Fan opened his mouth at this moment. Don't worry, sister sweet. There was a little something that happened, but we've resolved it now. Really? It's not a big deal, is it? Kai Tianyi said suspiciously. Seeing Zhang Fan leave in such a hurry that night, he didn't know what had happened. The last 2 days have been a real rush for her. Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling looked at each other and smiled, then looked at Kai Tianyi and said, Don't worry, it's fine. That's good. Oh, by the way, you guys wait a moment. Kai Sugar nodded and suddenly remembered something, suddenly running back to the front desk. Seeing this, Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling felt a little strange. Soon, Kai Tianyi walked out with a bunch of bills. Sister sweet, what are you doing? Hu Yiling said unexpectedly. At this time, Kai Tianyi smiled faintly and rose. Weren't you guys away for the past 2 days? It just so happens that the guests who were going to buy your clothes today have also come. I saw that it was not easy to get rid of them, so I took the liberty of selling them for you. Your clothes are very popular. They are all sold out. Here is a total of 15,000. All yours. That much? Sister sweet, how much did you set the price? Zhang Fan was also surprised. Kai Tianyi laughed. 150 apiece. People still think it's too cheap. I have to wonder if I ordered less. Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling burst into tears. 15,000 isn't a huge amount, but for the cost they're putting down, they're making several times that. Thank you, sweet sister. Hu Yiling happily accepted the money. With this money, they can continue to trade again. Gonna have to start selling higher quality clothes next. Honey, with this money, why don't we open an online store together? On the way home, Hu Yiling was as happy as a child. She, who originally thought of $15,000 only as change, was so happy because she had earned it on her own. Zhang Fan on the side watched and laughed alone. Such simple happiness was what he had always wanted. Why do you suddenly want to open an online store? Zhang Fan laughed. Hu Yiling smiled mysteriously. Isn't it good? We can let more people know about our reworked clothes, and slowly we can create our own brand. It will definitely be very popular. Hu Yiling rambles on as she walks, planning for the future. Zhang Fan listened in, yet it seemed as if he didn't. He just looked at Hu Yiling's slim back walking ahead and felt at peace. Right, Eileen. At this time, Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. Hu Yiling stopped and turned to look at him. What's wrong, husband? I haven't had time to return it to you that night. Zhang Fan suddenly smiled and pulled out the star earrings left behind by Hu Yiling from his pants pocket. I've already found it. Really? Great. Hu Yiling was touched in her eyes. These earrings are more important to her than anything else. Well, let me help you put it on. Zhang Fan smiled gently. Hu Yiling nodded and pulled up the hair around her ears, revealing her tiny ears. Zhang Fan picked up the earrings and gently passed them through Hu Yiling's ear holes. Feeling the star earrings return to her body, Hu Yiling blossomed into a sweet smile. Thank you, old. Before the words were finished, Zhang Fan suddenly closed his eyes and kissed Hu Yiling's red lips. Hu Yiling's beautiful eyes widened as Zhang Fan's face was magnified in front of her, blurred and clear. The heartbeat, in this moment, was going through the roof. At this moment, Hu Yiling slowly closed her eyes and stuck out her fragrant tongue from her moist red lips. The two embraced and kissed passionately on the empty road. Scattered dots of starlight, hidden in the dark clouds behind the moon. In front of the interval I do not know a few meters one after another street lamps, accompanied by a gust of light wind, slightly lifted Hu Yiling with the fragrance of the hair. At this moment, heaven and earth were eclipsed by their feelings. Zhang Fan gently loosened his hand resting on the back of Hu Yiling's head and looked at her with eyes full of tenderness. He spoke slowly, just a couple of short sentences. Welcome home, Eileen. Hu Yiling froze, and suddenly his lips trembled gently. A moment of crying. Aha! The two walked home hand in hand, the light stretching the two shadows out for a long, long time. Just after returning to the door of his house, Zhang Fan saw two packages at the door. Hey, looks like our jewelry has arrived. Hu Yiling picked up the two packages and said with some excitement. Although it didn't sell with the clothes, the jewelry won't go to waste and can be used as a promotion when it's time to open an online store. At this time, Zhang Fan pointed at one of the packages in Hu Yiling's hand and asked, Did you buy two? How come they are separate packages? Zhang Fan just finished. Hu Yiling pretty face will be red, even speak a little stammered. This is not jewelry. Stupid. Not jewelry? Then what is it? Zhang Fan scratched his head. Hu Yiling spat out her tongue. Extremely playful. You'll know later. Alright, let's quickly go back and take a bath. Alright. Zhang Fan was genuinely a bit helpless. Zhang Fan, who had finished his shower, sat on the bed and began to think about some of the things they should do next. Now that the clothes were sold out and a good profit had been made, the next step would be to get in larger quantities of better quality clothes. But in that case, their manpower was also a problem. Is it hard to start thinking about hiring someone so soon? The cost of this is really a bit unaffordable. Just as Zhang Fan cupped his chin in thought, suddenly the lights in the room snapped and dimmed. Zhang Fan was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a warm softness sit on his lap. Yiling. He. In the darkness, only Hu Yiling's sweet smile could be heard. Chapter 150, Going to the Place of Dreams. Zhang Fan's face, which could not see the expression, had begun to dry up, feeling that Hu Yiling suddenly seemed to want to play some tricks. And Zhang Fan could feel that at this time on Hu Yiling, it was completely different from before. I touched the slender legs, and surprisingly there was the feeling of stockings? Hubby, you can't help it so soon? Hu Yiling held back her laughter and started teasing Zhang Fan's ear. This is the underwear I specially picked out for you. Oh, you'll definitely like it. Want to turn on the light and take a look? At this time, Zhang Fan hurriedly voiced out. No need. That's all. He. This time hubby didn't refuse. Hu Yiling saw Zhang Fan said so and naturally understood what he meant. This time, Hu Yiling simply pushed Zhang Fan down on the bed. This time, you can't get away with it. Hubby. Hu Yiling's voice sounded on Zhang Fan's forehead with warm spit. Zhang Fan gulped, and for a while all felt the air around him sweltering, and sweat soaked through the t-shirt on his body. Soon, Zhang Fan felt a wet sensation coming from his neck. This is also, it's too exciting, isn't it? He. I'm going to start eating. Honey, it's time for you to get up. A soft female voice, laced with laughter rang in Zhang Fan's ears. Zhang Fan had just slightly opened his eyes when he felt the harshness of the sunlight, followed by an itch in his nose with an aroma. When he opened his eyes, he saw Hu Yiling with her hair hanging down, looking right at him with a smile on her face, and on Hu Yiling's body, there were still no clothes whatsoever. Ahem! Zhang Fan was so shocked that he coughed and his cheeks swished red. There was some passion last night, but after all, there were no lights on and it was all done in the dark. But now, Hu Yiling just appeared in front of his eyes so naked. Who wouldn't be confused when he saw this? Hubby is still shy? Hu Yiling covered her mouth and laughed softly. Flirting? Last night you weren't like this. You made people hurt. Oh, I know. It's because you haven't gotten used to seeing it right. Or I'll make you look good. Stop. Zhang Fan hurriedly wrapped Hu Yiling's body with the quilt. A confused Hu Yiling looked at Zhang Fan in disbelief. What's the matter? Hubby doesn't even want to see it? Zhang Fan cried and laughed. It wouldn't be a matter of wanting to see it or not. After all, in this area, it's better to abstain. Anyway, if I don't watch it now, I'll watch it again tonight. Zhang Fan, Hu Yiling added, causing his blood to turn over. Let's talk about it at night then. Zhang Fan gave an awkward laugh. Just then, the cell phone at the bedside suddenly rang. Zhang Fan picked up his cell phone and realized that it was He Weihang calling. Just after connecting the phone, He Weihang opened his mouth and said, Big brother, we've done what you said. That kid Qin Lai can be considered to have accepted the sanction. It's all over the news now. That fast? Zhang Fan froze, then looked at Hu Yiling and smiled. The words of He Weihang on the phone could be heard by Hu Yiling, and hearing this news, She was naturally overjoyed and smiled up with Zhang Fan. Now, let's see what the Qin family can still do to them. Yes, big brother. Now the entire Nanhai city is spreading this matter. It's boiling, don't mention how exciting it is. On the phone, He Wei Heng's voice was incredibly excited. Zhang Fan smiled. Thanks, Wei Heng. Harm, they are all brothers. What are you talking about? As long as you are good with your sister-in-law. Ah yes, and sister Sugar. You've got to set me up. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Fan and Hu Yiling burst into tears. After hanging up the phone, Hu Yiling reached out and hugged Zhang Fan, sighing with relief like a release. Great! I can finally send that guy to jail, so I won't have to live my life in fear anymore. After hearing this, Zhang Fan touched Hu Yiling's head with some heartache. He softly echoed, yes, it's finally over. Only, commiserate. This sentence at the end surprised Hu Yiling a bit. What's the complaint? Hu Yiling asked. Zhang Fan paused and spoke. After all, if this gets out, how much will this affect your reputation? The only way to completely resolve this matter was to choose to expose Qin Lai's attempted rape, but this was also tantamount to exposing Hu Yiling as the victim of this incident in disguise. Zhang Fan was worried that the outside world would point fingers at her for this. However, Hu Yiling didn't seem to think like Zhang Fan. She just spoke blandly. I don't care about that. As long as I can send that bastard Qin Lai to jail, that's enough. Besides, what others think of me is a matter of their own imagination. I just need my husband to know that my body is still yours, and that's no regret. Saying that, Hu Yiling rubbed against Zhang Fan's chest like a kitten. When Zhang Fan saw this, the smile at the corner of his mouth was a bit bitter. Although his heart was still hurting, he was naturally more relieved that Yiling could think this way. Alright, I'll go wash up first and cook for you later. Zhang Fan kissed Hu Yiling's forehead and said so. Hu Yiling nodded happily and watched Zhang Fan walk towards the bathroom. Zhang Fan had just left with his front foot when Hu Yiling's cell phone also rang. Picking up her cell phone, Hu Yiling's face was slightly surprised, but she still picked up the phone. Hello? Dad. After lunch, Zhang Fan was about to pack up the dishes to wash them. At this time, Hu Yiling came out of her room, still dressed in a pretty outfit. She pulled Zhang Fan and said, Hubby, don't wash it first, let's do it when we come back. We're going somewhere. Huh? What place? Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows. A place where dreams come true. Alright, you go change your clothes, we're leaving. Hu Yiling looked giddy, although Zhang Fan didn't know what was happening, but since it was like this, it must be something good. Zhang Fan didn't ask more questions and nodded before putting down the dishes and going to change his clothes. The two exited the house and hiked to a not-so-large office building. Zhang Fan looked up at the office building in front of him, his eyes full of doubt. What are we doing here? Of course I came to see the studio, Hu Yiling explained. A studio? Rented here? But how can we afford this cost? Zhang Fan was stunned, sending out 3 series of questions at once. Renting an office in an office building wasn't cheap. What was Yiling thinking? But we don't have to bear it now. Hu Yiling laughed so and pulled Zhang Fan to go inside. Let's go. Go up and take a look. You'll get a clear picture. This, Chapter 151, Meeting You in the Next Life, concluded. Entering the elevator, Hu Yiling skillfully pressed the 8th floor. When Zhang Fan saw this, he had to wonder if Hu Yiling had already sneaked here herself and rented it in advance. But on second thought it shouldn't be except for being kidnapped by Qin Lai. He is almost always with Hu Yiling. The elevator doors opened and the 8th floor arrived. The two of them had just exited the elevator. Hu Yiling looked around, mumbled something, and pulled Zhang Fan towards the right-hand side. Afterwards, Hu Yiling stopped in front of a studio, pushed open the frosted glass door. Into the eyes of the two men, is an empty studio, as big as a basketball court. Zhang Fan's eyes went wide as he watched. It can't be what you said. Our future studio, can it? Hu Yiling smiled cheekily, as if she guessed that Zhang Fan would have such a reaction. Right. How is it? It's my first time to see it today too. It feels pretty good. Hey, hubby will like it too, right? You're looking at it for the first time too? I thought you had already rented it. Let's just pick something smaller. Zhang Fan was instantly relieved and smiled farcically. Zhang Fan was just about to pull Hu Yiling away, but he was pulled back by Hu Yiling. Hey, wait a minute hubby. I didn't say I didn't rent it, Hu Yiling hurriedly said. Zhang Fan looked at Hu Yiling in surprise. What do you mean? It means, it has indeed been rented. Only, it's Dad who rented it for us, Hu Yiling said with a slight smile. Uncle who rented it for us? Could it be for us? Zhang Fan frowned, suddenly somewhat flattered. Hu Yiling grabbed Zhang Fan's hand and softly said, well, Dad considered that it might be difficult for us to start our own business, and you didn't want to accept an existing store like Zero Fox, so you had to help us in such a way. Sort of. Zhang Fan scratched his head and got a little embarrassed. But I've already said that we have to rely on ourselves. How can we let Uncle Hu help us with all this? Why don't we just let Uncle Hu retire? Belle helplessly smiled. Hubby, it's okay, although Dad helped us rent it, but also just gave the deposit in the first month's rent it. The rest will have to rely on us to struggle. So hubby does not have to feel guilty. Oh. Moreover, after signing the contract, you can't just back out. Instead of thinking about that, let's think about what we should do next to take this opportunity to develop properly. Yiling's words made Zhang Fan eliminate most of his worries. As it is, there is indeed no turning back. For Hu Jinan, the best way to give back is to make achievements to show him, and also let him see that Yiling won't be aggrieved if she follows him, so that she can stand up to what he has done. But now that we suddenly have such a big studio, just the two of us shouldn't be enough to run it. Do we need to recruit people? Zhang Fan looked at Yiling. Yiling smiled at this moment and said, no need because we already have someone. Who? Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows up. Of course we are. Just then, He Wei Hong's voice sounded from behind him. Zhang Fan turned around to see that it was surprisingly He Wei Hang, Yang Qi, Little Fatty, and even Kai Tianyi had come. Big brother, sister-in-law, we're here. Xiaofan, Yiling, good boy, all set to open a studio. That's awesome. Zhang Fan was inexplicably moved in his heart when he saw this scene. So that's what Yiling was talking about. Was it He Wei Hang and the others? Hubby, you wouldn't blame me for taking the liberty, would you? Yiling pouted and said. Zhang Fan sniffed and suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Why yes, this is the most satisfying start for me. Struggle with your friends to build your own business. Is there anything more inspiring than that? Mr. Zhang, you should name your company. He Wei Hang joked as he hooped Zhang Fan's neck. Everyone nodded and agreed. Yes, it's only official if there's a name. Yes, husband, just pick a name. Yiling also advised. Zhang Fan smiled helplessly. With that, he nodded and said, alright, I'll take one then. Saying so, Zhang Fan raised his head to look into the large studio, and the people beside him looked at Zhang Fan expectantly. After thinking for a while, there was suddenly a light in Zhang Fan's lost gaze. I think, let's call it a heavy shang. A bamboo shang. Kai Tian cupped her chin and read, Chong Shang, does it mean new? No. Zhang Fan shook his head and suddenly looked at Yiling. He only saw him softly say, it's that if there is another chance to be reborn, I hope to be reborn in my next life. I'd like to meet you again. P.S. The book is finished, the first time to write nothing experienced. The results of the back has not been able to get up. Thank you for all the way with you. Thank you all. I hope to read with this friend. In the point of a small gift. Urging more, thank you again.